Human, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god? Lin Xie, you cannot replace him, nor are you worthy of becoming my emissary. On the rooftop, the silver moonlight bathed the dusty tiles. Two 7-year-old boys sat there. Jiang Yi looked up at the full moon in the night sky, the image of a pure, six-winged angel reflected in his eyes. Yet, an indescribable loneliness lingered in his gaze. He glanced down at the unconscious Lin Xie beside him, a bitter smile forming on his lips. 7 years ago, he transmigrated into the god-slaying world, born in Songnan City as the neighbor of the protagonist, Lin Xie. He had no special abilities, no systems, and was no different from an ordinary child. He couldn't even leave Songnan to escape the all-destroying Shiva's resentment. Every time he tried to leave Songnan, he would inexplicably faint, and upon awakening, find himself back in the city. He was like a prisoner trapped here, awaiting death. But Jiang Yi was unwilling. Why transmigrate only to wait for death? He wanted to possess power, to protect his family, to strive to survive. Helpless, he began approaching Lin Xie, becoming his best friend. By chance, he discovered a forbidden artifact capable of replicating others' auras. Jiang Yi began devising a plan to deceive the Seraph and make himself the emissary. It took him 2 whole years. However, Jiang Yi touched his face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Xie's, and shook his head with a bitter smile. How could a mortal's schemes ever fool the eyes of a god? As expected, this deception was seen through by the Seraph Michael. Lin Xie, as in the original storyline, obtained the mortal divine realm. Jiang Yi stared at the adorable boy lying beside him. After a long pause, he turned his unwilling gaze toward the Seraph. I can also protect Xiao, protect humanity. Can't gods have more than one emissary? Why not give me a chance? A chance to live. His voice carried a pleading tone, as humble as when he begged for jobs in his previous life. Under the moonlight, the shadow of the Seraph let out a cold snort, its golden eyes as icy as frost. Mortal, are you worthy? You're nothing more than an ordinary human, destined to vanish. Apart from your cunning, you nearly deceived me. What qualifications do you have to receive the power of an emissary? The Seraph's enraged voice echoed in Jiang Yi's ears, striking his soul. Clearly, the god was infuriated by the deception. Ordinary, unqualified, worthless. Jiang Yi thought about his body, incapable of awakening a forbidden abyss, and his heart filled with helplessness and bitterness. He truly wasn't qualified. From the moment he could remember, he had started planning this deception of the Seraph. At the same time, he had worked tirelessly, attempting to awaken a forbidden abyss, researching ways to leave Songnan. But it seemed the heavens were mocking him. As a transmigrator, he was even more ordinary than ordinary people. No abilities, no way to leave Songnan. And now, he was despised and abandoned? Jiang Yi's face was etched with despair. He murmured to himself, still the same, just like my past life, a useless waste waiting to die. He sighed, raised his head again, and respectfully apologized. Seraph, I was presumptuous just now. Please. Do you think the crime of deceiving a god can be so easily forgiven? Almost deceived by a 7-year-old child, the Seraph's fury reached its peak. Its golden eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light, divine power instantly locking Jiang Yi in place, rendering him immobile. Jiang Yi's expression turned to one of fear as he stared into those blazing golden eyes, a sharp pain piercing from his eyes into his mind. Seraph. Before he could finish his words, a mysterious force erupted. His eyeballs burst, blood spraying onto the black tiles. Warm, viscous blood trickled down his cheeks, dripping onto the rooftop. Jiang Yi wanted to cry out in pain, but his mouth wouldn't open, no sound escaping his lips. The searing pain in his eyes contorted his face, and he could feel the Seraph's divine power merging into his flesh and blood. Even if he were to awaken a forbidden abyss with super regenerative abilities in the future, his eyes would never recover. Is this the price of deceiving a god? Jiang Yi's heart was filled with bitterness as his vision plunged into darkness. Bang! The divine power suddenly dissipated, and his body, out of control, fell from the rooftop, crashing heavily onto the ground. The pain in his back caused him to clench his teeth. The Seraph's voice echoed in his ears, piercing his soul. Mortal, I have destroyed your eyes. This is your punishment for deceiving me. Don't even think about obtaining divine power. You are unworthy." As the voice faded, silence returned to the surroundings, save for the chirping of insects and the sound of rats scurrying about. Jiang Yi struggled on the cold, damp ground, unable to see anything. The darkness filled him with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pain, it was unbearable. The agony from his eyes and back tormented the nerves of this 7-year-old child. After a long while, Jiang Yi managed to stand, his eyes still bleeding. In the darkness, he could feel the blood turning from warm to cold, gradually coagulating on his face. Haha, unworthy, he cradled his numb right arm, laughing inexplicably. In his previous life, he was despised by his family, performed poorly in school, ridiculed and isolated by classmates, and even suffered from school violence. Now, in this life, his fate remained the same: despised, deemed worthless, waiting to die. He chuckled bitterly. So be it. He was going to die anyway. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, a faint golden light began emanating from Cangnan. Buildings started to dissolve, and the bodies of the bustling people began glowing with golden light, slowly vanishing into nothingness. The forbidden power of Shiva was destroying Cangnan. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and began walking home from memory. It was the home where he had lived for 7 years, with the parents who had accompanied him for 7 years. As for Lin Xie, he was the only survivor of Cangnan. "Mom, Dad, you raised me for 7 years, and I haven't even had the chance to repay you. I'm sorry." He didn't know if he was heading in the right direction. His world was shrouded in darkness. At the end of his life, the images of his parents surfaced in his mind. The sound of footsteps around him gradually disappeared, and even the gnawing of rats fell silent. He knew his end was near. He would vanish alongside Cangnan, awaiting the miracle brought by Lin Xie. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad. In the next life, I hope you have a better son, not someone like me, a useless waste, even after transmigrating." Jiang Yi smiled faintly, raising his still functional left hand to wave goodbye in the direction of what he envisioned as his home, to his parents. The golden light enveloped his entire body, and his blood-soaked clothes began to disintegrate. Jiang Yi could no longer see, but the weightless sensation of his body reminded him that he was disappearing. The sound of wailing from the neighbors could still be heard, sharp and painful. Golden light engulfed the entire Cangnan, and all the souls of the living ascended to the sky. Ding! Slay the Gods storyline activated, system initializing. Just a second before his disappearance, a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Yi's ears. "System." His lips moved slightly as he struggled to speak, but his heart was filled with bitterness. "Damn it. I'm about to die, and now you show up? What the hell are you?" System activation successful. Host detected to be on the verge of death. Emergency remedial measures are now being initiated. As soon as the voice finished, Jiang Yi felt the floating sensation vanish instantly, and the feeling in his arms began to return. Except, his vision remained blind, shrouded in darkness. Bang! His weightless body fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Yi cried out in pain, clutching his lower back as he stood up, his mind filled with the urge to curse. But there was no time for distraction. He hurriedly asked, "System, why hasn't my eyesight returned?" There was no response, but the system's next prompt brought him a surprising joy. System launch reward. Host promoted directly to Supreme God, with mastery over the laws of all creation. Supreme God. Jiang Yi stood up, his attention shifting from his eyes to the system's notification. Supreme God. One of the 3 great heavenly sovereigns of Daxia, the Seraph Michael, the highest realm among the gods of various nations. Promoted straight to Supreme God at the start. Did I hear that right? Correct, host. This is the system's delayed compensation. Please proceed with the breakthrough. Ascend directly to the God King realm. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yi's lips as he touched his hollow eyes. He understood now why his vision hadn't recovered. The limit for humans is the God-slaying realm. After that come the ranks of sub-God, God, main God, God King, Heavenly Sovereign, half-step dimensional ascender, and dimensional ascender. The Seraph represents the pinnacle of Supreme God, which is the Heavenly Sovereign realm. In other words, he must ascend to the Heavenly Sovereign realm to dispel the miracle law affecting his eyes. However, with the system's help, that shouldn't be difficult. Jiang Yi chuckled bitterly. Could this be a blessing in disguise? Just then, a surge of blue energy rose from beneath his feet, its radiant glow illuminating the entire street. The overwhelming energy flooded his body, a mysterious and warm sensation flowing through him. The darkness in Jiang Yi's vision began to fade, gradually revealing black and white outlines, like the image on an old television. This is perception. He touched his eyes and realized that his vision hadn't returned. Instead, he had gained the ability to perceive. The surrounding objects became clearer, and his perception range continued to expand. Jiang Yi took his first step, and his realm instantly broke through the Zhan stage. The second step, breakthrough to the Qi stage. The third step, the Chuan stage. The fourth step, the Hai stage. The fifth step, the Wuliang stage. The sixth step, the Klein stage. The seventh step, the God stage. The eighth step, Main God. The ninth step, Supreme God. Boom. Blue and white energy surged into the ruins of Tsangnan, instantly engulfing the entire city. The dazzling blue and white light shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the world as if it were daylight. The divine power waves of the Supreme God spread from Tsangnan across the entire Daxia territory. The top human warriors and outer gods locked in fierce battles froze in place, all turning their gazes toward the gradually disappearing Tsangnan. Daxiao is supposed to be godless, isn't it? In the mist, Gaia, the mother of earth, stared toward Tsangnan. This divine power, almost matching her own, indicated that the Daxia deity was at least at the supreme god level. Could it be that the foretold traitor is being protected? Gaia's gaze turned icy with a mocking smile. Even with Shiva's destructive power, the appearance of a Daxia deity wouldn't prevent the traitor's doom. At this moment, 5 of humanity's peak warriors also turned toward Tsangnan, their eyes filled with shock. A Daxia deity has appeared? Who said Daxia was godless? Beneath the high-hanging full moon, a seraph sat on an ornate chair, his left hand resting on the backrest, his gaze fixed on the mist-shrouded blue planet. His right hand gently pinched his brow, while the 6 wings behind him softly flapped in the air. That was really a 7-year-old child? He almost fooled me. Good thing I stayed cautious. Otherwise, that deal would have been ruined. Michael shook his head, stood up, and locked his gaze on the source of the mist, his golden eyes glinting coldly. Lin Xie, he murmured. Suddenly, a buzzing sound arose. He sensed the divine power waves coming from the blue planet, and his expression immediately turned serious as he quickly turned to look. Tsangnan. He was astonished. This divine power was at least on par with his own level. Could it be a spiritual treasure? No, the aura is entirely different. Michael hurriedly used his divine power to investigate, but found that Tsangnan was utterly desolate, with only the unconscious Lin Xie lying alone. Finding no clues, he expanded his search across all of Daxia. For a long while, nothing. Michael withdrew his divine power, frowning. This aura doesn't match any of Daxia's known deities. It's more like a newly ascended supreme god. Who is it? When did Daxia gain a new god? Shock flickered in his eyes. If Daxia's deities were still trapped in their cycles of reincarnation, how could a new god suddenly appear? In other words, the divine power earlier came from an unknown, newly ascended god. A new god has been born in Daxia. Michael was in disbelief, caught in deep contemplation. He pondered what changes this new god's emergence might bring. After a long time, he shook his head, filled with doubt. He had no idea that the Jiang Yi he had just looked down upon was now a supreme god. Jiang Yi stood atop a mountain peak, perfectly concealing his divine aura with the system's aid. Otherwise, countless outer gods would have already detected him. He gazed up at the full moon in the night sky. The silver-white moonlight fell upon his face, which, without eyes, appeared somewhat eerie. Michael, why? I just want to live. He stared at the night sky. About my eyes, someday, I'll come to you personally for answers. Jiang Yi retrieved a black ribbon from his pocket and tied it around his empty eye sockets, forming it into a bow. The cool night breeze brushed past, and the boy's youthful yet resolute face stood firm, the ribbon's ends fluttering in the wind. He walked step by step toward the ruined city, eventually arriving at Lin Chia's side. Jiang Yi paused briefly, then continued toward the place where his family had vanished. Bang! He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, heavily. Mom, Dad, just 10 more years. I'll be a good child and honor you properly. I'll wait for you to come back. Jiang Ye's eyes shimmered with tears as he slowly stood up and vanished into the ruins. At the very moment he disappeared, countless lights illuminated the devastated Songnan. From a distant dense forest and cave, a noisy commotion reached Jiang Ye's ears. Now, he could sense everything within the borders of Xia, yet he remained powerless against the mysteries within the fog. The disaster brought by the key of the gate far exceeded his imagination. He had only just stepped into the realm of the Supreme God, still no match for those veteran Supreme Gods. Furthermore, it seemed he did not belong to any divine system in this world. Host, Jiang Yi. Realm, Supreme God, God King level. Essence, primordial essence of myriad forms. Laws, Blade Law, Law of myriad forms. Divine domain, divine ruins. Myriad forms, divine ruins. The Blade Law, as the name suggests, is the integration of the power of laws into a blade, capable of unleashing incredibly powerful forces. Xia's sword Saint Zhou Ping comprehended the law of the sword, able to slay a mighty deity with a single strike. Unfortunately, his mortal body could not withstand the power of the laws. The myriad forms divine ruins and law of myriad forms were even more remarkable. Myriad forms signified encompassing all things. Once the divine ruins were activated, it could transform according to one's will, even altering the surrounding environment. As long as I am within the divine ruins, whatever I desire can materialize instantly. Here, I am the master. Anything entering the divine ruins is subject to my influence, even gaining special abilities. It's practically defying the heavens. The ability to vanish instantly from Songnan City earlier was a derivative of the myriad forms divine ruins, a teleportation ability. In short, as long as I can imagine it, anything can become reality. System, oh system, it's been 7 years since you arrived, and you've made me this powerful in one go. That's right. Let me briefly introduce myself. I am the modified plot system. As long as the host alters the original plot, you can accumulate modified points, which are key to enhancing your strength. Additionally, after changing significant plot events, the host will have a chance to receive random rewards. Changing the plot. Jiang Yi frowned. Wouldn't altering the plot throw the god-slaying world into chaos? You're mistaken. The host's involvement will actually make the plot richer and more colorful. As for the ultimate direction of the storyline, that depends on whether the host can withstand the narrative prowess of Sanjiu, the author. So, even if I change the course of the story, it will ultimately be pulled back by Sanjiu. Meanwhile, I can earn modified points and enhance my strength. Sounds pretty good. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. System, how many modified points do I need to advance to the heavenly sovereign realm? The Seraph Michael, as the pinnacle of the Holy Church's divine hierarchy, was a top-tier existence in the heavenly sovereign realm. Jiang Yi was still at the God King level within the Supreme God realm. To challenge Michael, he would need to reach at least a half-step transcendence level. To advance to the heavenly sovereign realm, you need 1 million modified points. The main storyline hasn't started yet, so please be patient, host. That much. Jiang Yi raised a finger. 1 million. Damn. But upon considering that the Supreme God realm wasn't a casual achievement, he felt relieved. After all, the protagonist's story was still long, and the modified points would surely accumulate over time. Jiang Yi stepped out of the cave, gazing at the bright moonlight. He reached up and touched the black bandage wrapped around his eyes. Michael, we will meet again. In the ruins of Songnan, 5 figures of different colors flew from the sky, stopping above the city. They looked down at the lifeless urban sprawl below. The streets were deserted, and the ground was littered with the debris of collapsed buildings. The 5 individuals were heavy-hearted. All life in this city had been annihilated. Yi Fan, dressed in a dark red cloak, frowned and turned to look at Meituan. Can you track which deity it was? Meituan shook his head. The aura of that deity is very unfamiliar. It doesn't resemble any deity from Xia or the outer gods. It seems. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Seems like what? Seems like a newly emerged deity, and one from Disya. His power is immense, using some force to block my tracking. Mituan gazed into the distance as he spoke. The other four were stunned. A new deity had been born in Disya, not one of the ancient gods from history. This was simply unbelievable. Yifan remained silent for a moment before addressing the group. The situation in Songnan must be kept confidential. Too much has changed here, especially, he explained the details, then added, the divine aura we detected earlier is the first time our nation has observed it. It's suspected to be a new deity from Disya. It is imperative to find him. Zhou Ping, in his flip-flops, and the other three nodded, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. Rumble. Countless military planes appeared in the sky, and cloaked watchmen on the ground began providing relief to the disaster-stricken city. They shouted, the soldiers of Disya are here. Death shall retreat. Those who are alive will survive. 9 years later, the old district of Sangnan City. Xiaoyi, if you're being bullied after transferring to an ordinary high school, you must tell mom. At the doorway of a slightly shabby tile-roofed house, his mother, Lu Su, was adjusting Jiang Yi's school uniform collar, repeatedly reminding him. Jiang Yi listened patiently, no longer interrupting her like he had when he was young and immature. This change probably began after the destruction of Songnan. Lu Su finished tidying his clothes, showing a faint smile. The years had left a few marks at the corners of her eyes. All right, off you go to school. She handed him the leash of the guide dog and the white cane for the visually impaired. Jiang Yi knew he didn't actually need these, but he could only stay by his mother's side for 1 more year. I'm off, Mom. Jiang Yi waved the white cane as he walked down the streets of the old district. He looked up at the sky. The world had lost all its colors, leaving only black and white outlines. The 10-year deadline was only a year away. Time flew so fast. Sighing, Jiang Yi squatted down and patted the guide dog on the head. The dog drooled as it nodded before transforming into a mass of blue and white energy. That was the myriad forms divine ruins made manifest. Today is the day Aunt Lin Xie delivers eggs to her classmates. Time to start altering the plot. He began walking toward Sangnan No. 2 High School. Like him, someone else bandaged in black was spending their days in a mental institution while he stayed with his parents. Reaching a secluded corner, Jiang Yi stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing in a small alley at Sangnan No. 2 High School. Ah! As soon as he arrived, a startled scream rang out. Jiang Yi turned slightly. In his perception, he saw 2 black and white figures, a man and a woman, their clothes disheveled, staring at him in horror. Embarrassed, Jiang Yi waved and said, "Sorry to disturb you. Please, carry on." With that, he walked out of the dim alley. Is he insane? The man cursed. The woman patted the man's shoulder, trembling as she said, "He's not human. I saw with my own eyes that he suddenly appeared here. He didn't even walk in." The man froze, realizing something was wrong. This guy walked without making a sound. Could it be a ghost? The two hurriedly threw on their clothes and rushed out of the alley. At this moment, Jiang Yi had already entered the gates of No. 2 High School. His perception enveloped the entire school building as he walked toward the corridor on the right. The world was a canvas of gray and white, devoid of color. Ever since Michael destroyed his eyes, Jiang Yi had grasped a mysterious power of hyper-regeneration, but it was completely useless. The Seraphim's divine power prevented his eyes from healing, leaving the system with only 2 solutions. One was to ascend to the heavenly sovereign realm. The other was to persuade the Seraphim to lift the divine curse voluntarily, which was clearly impossible. It seemed his current level was still insufficient. He had no choice but to earn more narrative modification points diligently. Before long, with his heightened perception, Jiang Yi quickly found Lin Xie's aunt. "Xie has poor eyesight. Please take extra care of him," she said, placing an egg into Li Yifei's palm. Scratching his head, Li Yifei chuckled, "Don't worry, Annie. I guarantee no one in the class will dare bully Xie." She nodded with a smile and then handed eggs to class monitor Jiang Qian and a few others, patiently giving them instructions. Jiang Yi stood off to the side, observing their every move carefully. Family love always bore similarities. Lin Xie's aunt was just as nagging as his own mother. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. 10 minutes later, Li Yifei and Jiang Qian strode toward the teaching building, while Lin Xie's aunt left a fading silhouette at the school gate. Jiang Yi felt the timing was right. Activating the Myriad illusory abyss, his body gradually became ethereal, blending into the surrounding environment. At this moment, he was invisible. With a light step, he appeared beside Li Yifei. Myriad illusions transform, Jiang Yi chanted while staring at the eggs in their hands. The eggs instantly vanished. Huh? Why did this egg turn into a stone? It's a bug. One of the girls screamed as the egg in her hand morphed into a dead beetle. Li Yifei froze, glancing down at his hand. His face turned beet red in an instant. In his palm appeared a silicone toy that his girlfriend had secretly bought. Wang Xiao, who was standing nearby, noticed and patted Li Yifei on the shoulder, laughing. Yifei, I didn't expect you to be into this kind of thing. But hey, young people need to be mindful too. The surrounding girls curiously glanced over, their faces turning crimson at the sight of the censored object in his hand. Class monitor Jiang Qian blushed and asked, Li Yifei, what on earth are you holding? Li Yifei was utterly bewildered. Just as he turned his head, an egg came flying his way and smashed into him. Ding! Classmate has lost the willingness to escort Lin Xie home, causing a slight alteration in the plot involving the ghost-faced man. Li Yifei suffered social embarrassment due to holding in his hand, earning 1,000 narrative modification points. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Yi walked out of the restroom with a faint smile. Next, he had to stop Lin Xie from encountering the ghost-faced man and delay his awakening of the mortal divine domain. This would lead to significant plot changes, potentially earning him a system-designated random reward. Who knew what it might be? Perhaps a powerful forbidden item, a mighty divine abyss, or even a royal abyss. Such an exciting prospect. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, pulling Jiang Yi out of his thoughts as he strolled down the corridor of the teaching building. Why is he wearing a black band? Looks like a blind monk or something. A familiar teasing voice reached his ears, and Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly. Entering the classroom, the homeroom teacher introduced, This is Jiang Yi, a new classmate. Another new student, Lin Xie, will be joining us tomorrow. Both of them have issues with their eyesight, so please take good care of them. 2. The classmates curiously turned their gaze toward Jiang Yi, who wore a black band over his eyes. Li Yifei and Jiang Qian were also taken aback, as Lin Xie's aunt had just mentioned that Lin Xie also wore a black band. What is the connection between these two? After a brief self-introduction, Jiang Yi walked to the back row by the window because that was the throne of a king. Li Yifei paused mid-action while wiping his pants. The drawer still contained the pink item that the egg had turned into earlier. If no one knew he'd been hit by an egg, the sticky substance on his pants would be pretty hard to explain. Class monitor, Jiang Yi seems to be able to see. He doesn't use a cane when walking, and it looks like he genuinely can see. Disgusted, Jiang Qian moved away, her face flushing as she recalled the item Li Yifei had been holding earlier. Don't talk to me, you pervert. Li Yifei was speechless. The final year of high school flew by, filled with the students' anxiety over exams and the endless sound of practice questions being solved. Until nighttime, when evening self-study began. Jiang Yi gazed through the window at the full moon in the night sky, his brows furrowed. His thoughts returned to that night on the rooftop, facing the divine Seraphim, and the moment his eyes were destroyed. From that point on, his world was only gray and white. Michael, you claim to be the strongest force of the Almighty? When I reach the threshold of dimensional ascension, I will reclaim the colors of this world. The man you once looked down upon when he stands before you, what will you do? At dawn, the classroom was filled with the sound of recitation. Sunlight poured gently through the windows, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. To others, this colorful world was rich and vibrant, but in Jiang Yi's eyes, it was all shades of gray. He leaned against the back of his chair, the sunlight spilling over the black band covering his eyes, warm but devoid of color. Footsteps sounded, and the morning reading came to an abrupt halt. A boy wearing a black band slowly entered the classroom. The homeroom teacher led Lin Xie, who also wore a black band, into the room. Everyone, pause for a moment. This is Lin Xie, a transfer student. Like Jiang, he has some issues with his eyesight, so please take good care of him. As the teacher's words settled, the students below showed no reaction, their expressions cold, or even slightly resentful. Lin Xie sighed. He had already anticipated this outcome. Who would want to befriend a blind person? But who was this Jiang fellow? Could it be? Lin Xie, you can sit with Jiang, the homeroom teacher said, noticing the student's reluctance. He pointed to the seat beside Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was seated in the last row by the window. Lin Xie could only sense things within 10 meters. Nervously, he thought, Jiang? He couldn't help but recall the friend he used to watch the moon with on the rooftop as a child, Jiang Yi. Poor eyesight, too. Could it be him? Lin Xie walked in the direction the teacher pointed, the tail of his black band trailing behind him. The closer he got, the more excited he felt. Everyone thought he was crazy, refusing to believe he had seen that six-winged angel. Perhaps Jiang Yi could help him unravel the doubts in his heart. Gradually approaching, a handsome figure appeared within his perception. His eyes were also wrapped in something. He couldn't see colors, because the world of perception lacked them. Lin Xie halted his steps, his expression one of shock as he stared in Jiang Yi's direction. It was him. Truly blind luck. Ding-ling-ling. The bell signaling the end of morning reading rang, and all the classmates stood up to stretch and relax. Lin Xie, however, remained standing, staring blankly at Jiang Yi. Don't just stand there. Sit here. Jiang Yi patted the bench beside him. Lin Xie froze. Could he see me? He placed his backpack down and sat next to Jiang Yi. His childhood playmate had suddenly reappeared, leaving him unsure of how to start a conversation. Should he greet him first? Or say something else? After deliberating for a while, Lin Xie turned his head and asked, Are you blind too? Jiang Yi remained silent. Typical of him to have such a sharp tongue. Jiang Yi chuckled and nodded. Lin Xie frowned and continued his questioning. Did you also see that angel? Is your perception range 10 meters too? What exactly happened that night? Tell me, he asked excitedly. Jiang Yi shook his head and replied indifferently, You're crazy. You already know. Isn't that what caused your awakening in the void of Myriad realms? Hearing this, Lin Xie's excitement gradually faded, and he lowered his head. Then how do you explain your eyes? I got scammed by a pyramid scheme. Lin Xie. From his perception, Jiang Yi noticed Lin Xie's expression of, Do you think I'm stupid? And laughed. The two fell into silence, reminiscing about the times they spent on the rooftop watching the moon. For Jiang Yi, those memories were extremely painful. Meanwhile, Li Yifei and a few classmates kept glancing at them, exchanging looks. Suddenly, they thought the two seemed quite compatible. Yifei, did you find that thing you lost yesterday? Li Yifei's face turned red as he waved his hands. I lost it a long time ago. Such a pity, huh? Time slowly passed through one class after another. After school, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie walked out of the school gates together. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, Wait here for me for a bit. Lin Xie hesitated but nodded in agreement. Jiang Yi walked to a corner and used the void of Myriad realms to conjure an electric scooter. Walking back would be too troublesome. He could take a detour to drop Lin Xie off at his doorstep, avoiding the ghost-faced beings and delaying Lin Xie's awakening. Jiang Yi got on the scooter, inserted the key, and music started playing. Ride with me. It'll never be stuck in traffic. Jiang Yi. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Yi arrived beside Lin Xie, honking a few times. Hop on, let's head home. Lin Xie was stunned. Two blind guys riding a scooter home? The classmates leaving school, backpacks slung over their shoulders, all turned to look. Two students with their eyes wrapped in black bands sped off on the scooter. By the roadside, a chubby kid gnawing on a chicken leg was so shocked that his drumstick fell to the ground. No way. Blind people riding scooters? At 50 kilometers h2. On the scooter, Lin Xie perceived the scenery whizzing past and felt uneasy. He instinctively grabbed Jiang Yi's waist. He was even more stunned. If one's perception range was only 10 meters, it would be impossible to move at such speed. Unless his reaction speed was incredibly fast, but the ride was smooth, as if everything was under Jiang Yi's control. There could only be one explanation. Jiang Yi's perception range was several times larger than his. Lin Xie became even more certain Jiang Yi must have also seen the six-winged angel. Maybe he knew how to help him open his eyes. But why does this route feel so strange? Break. Jiang Yi took a long detour around the old district, finally stopping steadily near a small house. Chia, head home. I'm off. They. Before Lin Chia could finish speaking, Jiang Ye's figure disappeared from his perception, leaving only the sound of the scooter's engine. Lin Chia frowned, unable to ask the questions weighing on his mind. He felt a sense of loss as he walked toward the small house, glowing with warm light. Suddenly, a foul stench hit his nose. The old district, shrouded by the void of no restraint. Jiang Yi looked at a sign by the roadside that read, "Void of no restraint," before his figure vanished in an instant. There's a monster. Run. Wait for me, Li Yifei's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, witnessing the class monitor, Jiang Qian, being torn apart and devoured by a grotesque monster. He covered his mouth, trying to suppress his nausea, and scrambled to his feet, running toward the dim alley. Wang Xiao and the others were already gone, leaving only the sound of screams behind. Just as he dared not look back and ran with all his might, a figure came into view. A red and white school uniform, black bandages wrapped around his eyes, hands in his pockets, walking toward him. So cool. Wait, no? Li Yifei spread his arms wide and shouted, "Jiang Yi, run. There's a monster." Whoosh. Before the words left his mouth, Jiang Yi's figure vanished in an instant. Li Yifei froze, his steps involuntarily halting. Where did he go? Li Yifei looked around but found no sign of him. Did I imagine it? He scratched his head. Wait, why is the monster's noise gone? He quickly turned around and saw that there was no monster behind him, only its severed corpse lying on the ground in pieces. Li Yifei's eyes lit up. It's dead. It's dead. He stared at the blood-soaked monster corpse on the ground, his heart filled with confusion. What just happened? Approaching the monster's remains, he saw its grotesque, ghostly face, and his heartbeat quickened. Thud! He stepped forward, lifting his heel, and kicked the monster's head, sending it flying into the darkness with a clattering sound. Damn it! Even in death, you're trying to scare me, Li Yifei. Dusting off his hands, he turned to look in the direction where he had first encountered the monster. Curiosity drove him to cautiously walk deeper inside. The next scene shocked him. At the spot where Jiang Qian was attacked, several monster corpses lay scattered, also severed into pieces like the first. Are they all dead? Who killed them? An image of Jiang Yi suddenly flashed in Li Yifei's mind. Was I seeing things? Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed. Another monster. Li Yifei was alarmed, quickly accelerating toward the alley's exit. Don't eat me. I'm tough and chewy. I've been indulgent lately. I'm weak and not tasty at all. Zhao Kongcheng. He paused for a moment, shook off his cloak, and suddenly burst into a 100-meter sprint. Kid, stop running. I'm not a monster. Don't lie to me. Monsters can speak human language now. How professional. Zhao Kongcheng was speechless. He stepped onto a point to gain momentum, then swooped down in front of Li Yifei. Li Yifei braked hard, seeing the humanoid figure. He stumbled back 2 steps and sat on the ground. Zhao Kongcheng looked down at him, a cigarette in his left hand. Exhaling a puff of white smoke, he asked, "Am I handsome?" Li Yifei. After a brief exchange, Li Yifei finally let down his guard. Zhao Kongcheng stared at the numerous corpses of the ghost-faced men on the ground, lost in thought. Li Yifei seemed like just an ordinary person. So who had killed these ghost-faced men? He pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the still, trembling Li Yifei. Pointing at the corpses, he asked, "Did you kill these?" Li Yifei shook his head vigorously. "No, when I was running, I saw a classmate flash by. When I looked back, all the monsters were dead." A classmate? Zhao Kongcheng frowned. How could a student kill all the ghost-faced men in an instant? Even Qi Jing's Red Sakura couldn't achieve that. Could it be someone who had awakened a high-risk Forbidden Ruin ability? He asked seriously, "What are your classmates' features?" Black band covering their eyes, ridiculously handsome. But not as handsome as you. Li Yifei quickly corrected himself. Zhao Kongcheng nodded in satisfaction and took a drag from his cigarette. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "Black band covering the eyes? Zzz." At that moment, Wu Xiangnan's voice came through his earpiece. "Old Zhao, there's still one ghost-faced man in the old district near your location." Before the sentence was finished, a golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, its aura overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Zhao Kongcheng's cigarette dropped to the ground. This, this is a divine ruin. Could it be that he killed those ghost-faced men? His pupils contracted as he slung the black case onto his back and sprinted toward the golden pillar of light. He left behind a bewildered Li Yifei, who stood in place, his eyes slowly transforming into vertical pupils. Ding! The host has altered the trajectory of the plot, delaying Lin Xie's awakening by 30 minutes, thus affecting his first meeting with the guide, Zhao Kongqing. 2,500 modification points earned. Current modification points, 3,500. Reach 10,000 points for a chance to draw a reward. In a dim corner of the old district, Jiang Yi frowned at the golden light and shook his head in resignation. That old thief San Jiao dragged me back again. Looks like I'll have to wait for the ghost-faced king's turn. If I save Zhao Kongqing, I might earn enough modification points for the first reward draw. Maybe I could even trigger a random system reward. I must draw a Forbidden Ruin ability before Lin Xie joins the Night Watchers, or the subsequent plot will be hard to push forward. Once the divine ruin of all things is exposed, the gods of Daxia will undoubtedly notice. Since I don't belong to any pantheon, I'll likely be misunderstood. Not to mention the pinnacle seraph of the supreme god is watching me. Generally, no one would let a potential threat go. My current strength is insufficient. I must reach the heavenly sovereign realm or the half-dimensional ascension realm. Of course, the most crucial thing is, Jiang Yi looked up at the moon in the night sky. On the moon, Seraph Michael's golden eyes were fixed intently. His gaze shifted from Lin Xie's dazzling golden light to the spot where Jiang Yi had just stood, spanning across light years. Such a familiar aura, it's that kid who once deceived me. Michael furrowed his brow and pondered for a while. He still couldn't figure out what was so special about that mortal and eventually shook his head. Incurable arrogance. Does he still dream of obtaining my divine power? Just the delusions of a mortal. The seraph snorted coldly and turned his gaze to Lin Xie, paying no attention to Jiang Yi. He was certain that Jiang Yi couldn't trick him a second time. The next day at noon, at the Peace Affairs office. In the meeting room, Chun Moi sat in a chair, listening carefully to Zhao Kongqing's report. The more he heard, the deeper his frown grew. Old Zhao, that's impossible. Wu Xiangnan was the first to voice his doubts. That kid just awakened his divine ruin, and his strength is only at the lamp realm level. Based on your interview, you were the one who personally killed that ghost-faced man. This means the other ghost-faced men in the old district weren't his doing. Chun Moi nodded in agreement. Red Sakura rested her chin on her hand and asked, then who could it be? Besides our Team 136, no one in Songnan could handle these mysterious beings. Chun Moi said solemnly. Judging by the fatal wounds on the ghost-faced men, the knife marks on their necks are identical. And the times of death are nearly simultaneous, meaning those 7 ghost-faced men were almost instantly killed. The room fell silent for a moment. Having practiced swordsmanship for many years, Chun Moi naturally understood what this implied. Even after more than a decade of training, he couldn't make every cut exactly the same. This suggested that the person who killed the ghost-faced men possessed peerless swordsmanship and strength comparable to his own. A master at the Sea Realm? Chun Moi's expression grew serious. Zhao Kongqing raised a hand and continued. The witness, Li Yifei, said he saw a transfer student with a black band covering his eyes. I checked Lin Xie's file. He just transferred to Songnan's second high yesterday from a special school. And, even before awakening his divine ruin, he already had that black band covering his eyes. So I'm certain it was Lin Xie who killed those 7 ghost-faced men. This statement made Chun Moi and Wu Xiangnan exchange skeptical looks. A newly awakened student, how could he be so powerful? Chun Moi's expression turned unnatural, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. Old Zhao, the higher-ups have already ordered the recruitment of the Seraph's divine agent into the Night Watchers. This matter is now yours to handle. Understood, Captain. Zhao Kongqing patted his chest. Chun Moi nodded and continued. We'll keep pursuing the ghost-faced king. He is severely injured and won't get far. And his voice suddenly turned cold. These ghost-faced men are no ordinary foes. There might be a Sea Realm expert among them. Everyone, be extremely cautious. Wu Xiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly, still unconvinced that Lin Xie's swordsmanship could be so extraordinary. Who, then, had killed those ghost-faced men. In Shangjing City, a man dressed in a Meituan delivery uniform, riding an unfamiliar electric scooter, skillfully weaved through the streets. The scooter stopped in front of a restaurant called Flavorful Homestyle Dishes, and he honked a few times. In a corner of the restaurant, Zhou Ping, engrossed in a wuxia novel, looked up. The delivery man nodded at him. Zhou Ping put down the book, grabbed a chopstick, greeted the restaurant owner, and walked out. Sitting on the back of the scooter, Zhou Ping asked, "Did you find him?" "Yes. Exactly the same as the new god of Daxia who appeared 9 years ago." The delivery man answered while driving. Zhou Ping frowned. "Can you track his location?" "He's in Sangnan, but I can't pinpoint him. There's a strange force blocking me, just like 9 years ago." The delivery man shook his head. "No one knows which goddess plan this is. If it really is him, and it's for Shiva's grudge, we must act quickly. Let's discuss with Commander Yi first." Zhou Ping nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. "No matter who it is, within the borders of Daxia, gods are forbidden from taking action." At dusk, in Sangnan Second High School, Jiang Yi leaned against the corridor railing, his hands resting on the bars, enjoying the cool evening breeze. He didn't know when it began, but his face no longer carried a smile. In the past, when reading novels, he always fantasized about playing with those interesting characters in the stories. But ever since he lost his sight, his only belief had become to grow stronger, then go to the moon. Jiang Yi gazed at the moon that had yet to rise at the horizon, lost in thought. The sound of footsteps echoed, tap, 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 as Lin Xia approached, placing his hands on the railing as well. He glanced at the black band tied around Jiang Yi's eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I can see now." Jiang Yi twitched his lips. "Congratulations. You. Why can't you see yet?" "Blind, so naturally, I can't see." "Then why can I see?" Jiang Yi was speechless. "This brat, is he here to show off?" Lin Xia noticed he wasn't answering, and golden light shimmered in his eyes. "Jiang Yi, do you still trust me? Tell me about the time on the rooftop in our childhood. And about the special ability I gained." Jiang Yi slowly turned his head, bitter inside. He couldn't tell him that back then. He had wanted to steal his agent. He sighed and said thoughtfully, "You are chosen by the gods, and I am forsaken by them. It's as simple as that. In the future, we might be enemies. But for now, we're still friends." "Chosen by the gods? A rival?" Lin Xia's eyes flashed with confusion. He stared at Jiang Yi like a curious child. The two locked eyes for a long moment. In the classroom, Li Yifei, who was secretly observing them, rubbed his chin and hissed, "Damn, why are these two suddenly gazing at each other so deeply? Could it be that they're—" "Holy crap." Li Yifei quickly averted his eyes, his heart full of doubts. Was it really Jiang Yi last night? Could he be the Dragon King hidden in the city? How did he defeat those monsters so swiftly? He wasn't sure and couldn't confirm because of how dark it was last night. He decided to find a chance to ask in the future. But this guy was so distant, like a cold CEO straight out of a romance novel. Will he even say something like, "Man, don't play with fire, or you'll get burned"? Li Yifei shivered, goosebumps rising all over. After dinner, as school ended and they headed home, Jiang Yi and Lin Xia parted ways at the intersection of the old town. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang out. "Ding! You have adjusted the next strategic steps of 5 top human experts, gaining 8,000 modification points. Modification points have reached 10,000. Congratulations! You have earned a chance to draw a lottery. Current modification points, 11,500. Accumulate 100,000 to gain a reward of your choice." Jiang Yi, who had just opened the door to his house, was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. It made sense that Lu Wuwei's Forbidden Ruins could sense the divine aura he leaked. A lottery? What kind of reward would it be? A reward of choice at 100,000 points? This system was pretty generous. Feeling a bit excited, Jiang Yi dropped his backpack and walked into his room. His mother, Lu Su, called out, "Xiao Yi, I bought your favorite snacks. Come and eat some." "Mom, I know. I'll come down later." Bang! Jiang Yi shut the door, sat on his bed, and the system immediately popped up a large spinning wheel. He thought to himself, "I absolutely have to draw a forbidden ruin or divine ruin, otherwise I'll be discovered sooner or later." Even Lu Wuwei couldn't be deceived. If the gods of Daxia started targeting him, he'd be exposed even faster. For now, he needed to lay low until he was strong enough to challenge the three heavenly lords of Daxia. Jiang Yi stared at the wheel and opened the prize pool. A flash of golden light illuminated the screen. The five elements law, yin-yang law, thunder law, divine ruin of nine heavens thunder, golden body manifestation. 99 plus. His eyes lit up. Damn, all of these were top-tier legendary rewards. Not a single trash item. Jiang Ye's breathing quickened. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed the draw button, and the wheel began to spin at high speed. Under his expectant gaze, the pointer slowly came to a stop. Self-created Forbidden Ruin secret technique one-time item. The host can create a Forbidden Ruin and freely add functionalities to it. Function limit, 06. Self-created? Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed as he carefully read the description and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, amazing. According to the description, he could create any type of Forbidden Ruin and add 6 functionalities to it. Moreover, these 6 functionalities could be freely chosen. If he created a Forbidden Ruin like Lin Xie's Starry Night Dancer, which only enhanced abilities at night, he could make it effective during the day as well. He could even maximize its enhancement effects. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a smile. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Universal Divine Ruin, it was perfect for concealing his identity. If his divine identity were ever exposed, he wouldn't be able to rely on modification points with Lin Xie to surpass the Heavenly Lords. Things would get complicated. Now then, what kind of Forbidden Ruin should I create? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. He currently possessed 2 types of law powers. One was the Universal Law, capable of evolving all things. The other was the Blade Law, which he had used to kill the Ghost Mask Man. Its only drawback was that it lacked a corresponding divine ruin. In that case, I'll choose you. System, create a blade-type Forbidden Ruin. Creation in progress. Please describe your specific requirements for the Forbidden Ruin. I can even specify requirements. Surprised, Jiang Yi said, it must come with a suppression domain. Gotta make it flashy. Requirements received. Creating. Creation complete. Blade Dominion. Can generate a suppression field of blade energy within a certain range. The range and power increase with the host's level. The host can freely add 6 functionalities. Jiang Yi nodded. With his supreme god strength, even Yang Jian from next door, who was only at the main god level, would have to bow down. As for the abilities, the blade's abilities should include maxed speed, maxed strength, maxed critical hits, maxed defense, maxed special effects, and finally, stamina and injury recovery. Perfect. Abilities added successfully. Blade Dominion has evolved into Blade Domain. While within the Blade Domain, the host transforms into a hexagonal warrior, omnipotent and invincible. When the Blade Domain activates, Lin Xie would instantly pale in comparison. Invincible? For the current storyline, it was indeed invincible. Feeling the power brought by the Blade Domain, Jiang Ye's figure blurred and vanished from the room. Floating in the boundless night, he waved his hand grandly. Blade Domain activate. Buzz. Buzz. White blade energy surged from his body and rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire city of Tsangnan. It's not at its limit yet. Jiang Yi continued to extend the Blade Domain, expanding it until it covered an area 3 times the size of Tsangnan City before stopping. A city that can cover 3 times the size of Tsangnan? Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his right hand, the Blade Domain rapidly retracted, and the endless white blade energy returned to his body. I wonder how large the Blade Domain of a Lantern Realm is. System, seriously, you just upgraded me straight to High God without giving me any time to adjust. System, forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Time to head home. Jiang Yi was about to teleport home when a voice suddenly called out behind him. Jiang Yi you. Relaxing his senses, he saw Lin Xie standing atop a building, glowing with a faint purple light. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. He turned to face Lin Xie, then looked down. Lin Xie, who was just testing out the Starry Night Dancer, stared at Jiang Yi floating in the night sky, his face full of shock. Are you cultivating immortality or something? You can even step on air. Lin Xie had been thrilled to receive the Starry Night Dancer, but seeing Jiang Yi like this instantly dampened his mood. This Starry Night dancer didn't seem all that impressive after all. Actually, there's a rope tied to my back, Jiang Yi said awkwardly, pretending to free fall downwards. Lin Qia's mouth twitched. I thought we were friends, and here you are showing off? This is infuriating. Rolling his eyes, Lin Qia activated the Starry Night dancer, flying down from the rooftop and leaving layers of purple light trails behind him. The night made his speed even faster, almost matching the speed of free fall. With a flash of purple light, Lin Qia reached the spot where Jiang Yi was falling. Whoosh! Lin Qia extended a hand and caught Jiang Yi. The two locked eyes. With no one else around, the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. What are you doing? Jiang Yi crossed his arms over his chest. Lin Qia's expression turned odd as he scratched his head and let go. I got carried away. Thud! Jiang Yi plopped onto the ground, looking speechless. Standing up, he dusted himself off. As for injuries? Come on, he thought. I'm a supreme god, how could I get hurt? Jiang Yi, you. Jiang Yi quickly raised a hand to stop him. From now on, let's keep some distance, okay? You can't be so desperate that you start targeting your childhood friend. Lin Qia. The two began walking back home. On the way, Jiang Yi took the opportunity to tell Lin Qia about the forbidden ruins. Lin Qia listened intently. So, what's your forbidden ruin? Lin Qia asked. Blade domain. What does it do? Within the range of the blade domain, I'm invincible. Jiang Yi replied casually. Lin Qia's eyes lit up, and he whispered, That's amazing. Jiang Yi smiled. Yours isn't bad either. After all, it's a divine ruin. Divine ruin? Lin Qia was puzzled. Which is stronger, a divine ruin or a forbidden ruin? Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, It should be the divine ruin. Oh, Lin Qia said flatly. The two parted ways to return to their respective homes. Lin Qia entered his house, and Xiao Heilai immediately ran over to lick his feet. Smiling, Lin Qia crouched down to pat Xiao Heilai's head before heading to his room. Brother, where did you go just now? Yang Jin asked as he came out of his room. I met up with a friend. Go to bed soon. Lin Qia answered, opening the door to his room. Yang Jin frowned, looking at Xiao Heilai sprawled on the ground. You felt it too, didn't you? That person's awakened forbidden ruin is unusual. Nighttime. On a winding road. Inside a large truck, the driver held a cigarette in his mouth as he talked on the phone. The aura of the god from 9 years ago has appeared again in Sangnan City. You have 2 tasks there. The truck driver, Jiang Feng, was the 20th seat among the believers. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Go on. First, find the agent of the Seraph Michael and bring them back to the ancient god church. Second, investigate the divine aura that appeared in Sangnan 9 years ago. Establishing contact with that god is critical. Jiang Feng stubbed out his cigarette and replied, Got it, before hanging up. Ding. A message popped up on his phone from the Sangnan Watchers squad. Chunmai, Sea Realm. Jiang Feng fell into thought. His own cultivation was only at River Realm, he'd have to use some tricks. Turning to look at the cargo in the back of the truck, a sly smile crept onto his face. The next day, as the sun set, Jiang Yi walked home with his hands in his pockets, a single strap bag slung over his shoulder. Lin Qia followed closely behind. Today was the day Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qia were destined to meet. Jiang Yi didn't plan to avoid it. He intended to catch a big fish. Compared to minor events like this, slightly altering the plot to let Zhao Kongsheng live was the better choice. This adjustment would surely earn him more than a few thousand modification points, maybe even over 10,000. It would bring him one step closer to going to the moon to find the Seraph Michael. Stop. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Lin Qia's wrist. Lin Qia spun around in surprise, only to see a middle-aged man in a trench coat with a stubble-covered chin. It was none other than the man who had been chasing the ghost mask that night. You brat, finally found you, Zhao Kongsheng panted. Found me. Lin Qia frowned. Uncle, I'm not joining your group. Hold on. Let us find a place to talk properly, Zhao Kongsheng said, holding on tightly. Surely you want to know what's really happening to you, right? Lin Qia froze. He did, indeed. Since last night, his curiosity about divine ruins and forbidden ruins had grown immensely. Wait, Jiang Yi. He quickly turned around, but found that Jiang Yi had vanished. Where is he? Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Zhao Kongqing suddenly blocked his line of sight. Lin Xie looked around again, but still saw no sign of Jiang Yi. Who are you looking for? Zhao Kongqing asked, puzzled. Did you see someone with a black blindfold just now? Zhao Kongqing sighed helplessly. You mean yourself? No, he is my childhood friend. Like me, he is also blind, Lin Xie explained. Zhao Kongqing froze for a moment. Also blind, and wearing a black blindfold. He immediately turned to look around. Apart from students heading home, there was no one wearing a black blindfold. But this kid said that person was his childhood friend. Could it be the one who killed the ghost masks in the old district that night? Zhao Kongqing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, 2 nights ago, did you pass through street in the old district? Lin Xie shook his head. I used to take that route home, but 2 nights ago, my childhood friend gave me a ride on his electric scooter. We didn't go anywhere else. Didn't he? Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath. Could Lin Xie's childhood friend also be an agent of a god? Someone capable of instantly killing 7 ghost masks? Wait, no? Kid, you said he is blind? Lin Xie nodded. Zhao Kongqing smiled helplessly. How can a blind man drive an electric scooter? Explain that to me. Lin Xie was speechless for a moment before explaining. He has a sensory field. He also mentioned that his forbidden ruin is called Blade Domain. He can sense everything within a 20-meter radius, just like I used to, Lin Xie added. Forbidden ruin. Zhao Kongqing froze when he heard that. Blade Domain? Just from the name, it's clearly related to blades. Could he really be the one who took down the ghost-faced men? Zhao Kongqing fell into deep thought. What kind of forbidden ruin is Blade Domain? It sounds like some sort of domain ability, he said, looking up at Lin Xie. Did he mention any specific traits of the Blade Domain forbidden ruin? Lin Xie thought for a moment and replied. In the Blade Domain, he's invincible. Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched. Domain-type forbidden ruins usually either enhance the user, weaken the opponent, or have some other specialized effect. From the name alone, Blade Domain seemed like a forbidden ruin with extremely high offensive capabilities. Coupled with the 7 ghost-faced men who had been killed, Zhao Kongqing was almost certain that Blade Domain was an extremely dangerous, high-offense forbidden ruin. However, the claim that one could be invincible within the Blade Domain, that was utter nonsense. Every forbidden ruin had its strengths and weaknesses. There had never been an all-encompassing, invincible forbidden ruin in the history of the Great Xia. Zhao Kongqing rubbed his chin, suspecting that Lin Xie was simply making things up. Remembering that recruiting the divine agent into the Night Watchers was his top priority, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. He grabbed Lin Xie's wrist again and said, We'll talk about your childhood friend later. First, let's find a place to discuss. With that, Zhao Kongqing flicked his hair back, striking a pose he probably thought was dashing. Lin Xie's face stiffened, feeling that this uncle was a bit greasy. However, his curiosity compelled him to follow Zhao Kongqing. He wanted to figure out what was happening to himself. But when Lin Xie saw the flashing, provocative ads playing on the screens in the hotel, he shuddered and instinctively clenched his legs together. The next evening, a burly man stepped out of a small, old house in the city's old district. He removed his apron, his gaze complicated as he looked at Lin Xie. I'm sorry, Lin Xie said apologetically. I just want to protect my little family. I promised to sign the confidentiality agreement. Zhao Kongqing chuckled, patting Lin Xie on the shoulder. Looking at the small, shabby tile-roofed house, he sighed. Kid, I hope you can protect it well. Lin Xie nodded. I will. And I wish you great success, General Zhao. Zhao Kongqing smiled and nodded, a trace of confusion flickering through his eyes. Damn it. Kid, go back inside. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before turning back toward the small house. Zhao Kongqing stood in place, watching for a long time until Wu Xiangnan's voice came through his earpiece. Lao Zhao, the Ghost-Face King has appeared, right near your location. I've already sent you the coordinates. This time, it's not something you can handle. Use the unbounded void domain to trap it. Red Sakura is already on her way. Also, things seem strange this time. The captain and I discovered a mysterious presence, as if someone is deliberately tangling with us. Be careful out there. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted. Glancing at the coordinates he received, his brow furrowed deeply. He looked back at Lin Xie's small house. Inside the humble home, Lin Xie was all smiles as he sat at the dining table with his aunt and younger brother. He happily devoured the ribs his aunt had picked out for him. Just as he spat out a bone and was about to toss it to Little Black Dog to eat, he looked down only to find that Little Black Dog was nowhere to be seen. Normally, during meals, Little Black Dog was the most enthusiastic. Lin Xie was puzzled. Where had Little Black Dog gone? Night fell. The air in the old district was damp, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Splat! Jiang Yi stepped into a small puddle, the water splashing apart like petals. He looked up at the sky and extended his right hand. A raindrop fell into his palm. The rain was coming. Jiang Yi retracted his hand and glanced in the direction of Lin Xie's home. His perception instantly expanded across the entire old district. As his perception returned, Jiang Yi noticed a small black dog sprinting toward him at an incredible speed. Howling celestial dog. Jiang Yi murmured, deep in thought. Looks like Yang Jian has already discovered me. But, no matter. He took a step forward, ripples spreading around him. In an instant, his figure vanished. Just as he disappeared, thunderclouds churned across the sky, and rain began pelting the ground in torrents. Occasional lightning illuminated the dark corners of the old district. Amid the downpour, a black shadow suddenly came to a halt, like a fleeting afterimage. It was a tiny black dog, no larger than a palm. It panted heavily, raising its head to sniff the air. Damn it! Why did the scent suddenly disappear? That guy must be up to something. The little black dog sniffed the air again, frantically searching. Looking for someone? A voice entered the black dog's ears. Its backside trembled as it jumped up and spun around. Standing in the rain was a young man dressed in black, his eyes covered by a black band. Strangely, not a single drop of rain touched him. The little black dog's eyes narrowed into slits. After landing, it took a few cautious steps back, eyeing the young man warily. Are you the deity from 9 years ago? Which celestial lord do you serve under? Me? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. I cultivated on my own. I don't know if that counts as being anyone's disciple. The little black dog fell silent. I don't believe it. This young man is definitely up to no good. Its eyes darted around. For someone to sneak up on Lord Dog without making a sound, their strength was undoubtedly greater than its own. But right now, its master hadn't fully recovered. If they engaged in combat, its master's divine core would definitely collapse. This person in front of it, he was not someone it could handle. Still, it couldn't let its guard down. It had to show the aura of the howling celestial dog. The little black dog's gaze grew resolute, and its tiny body began to swell. Bones cracked and stretched, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the size of an adult. Go back, Jiang Yi suddenly commanded coldly. An invisible pressure slammed down on the little black dog, forcing its body to shrink back to its original size. The black dog stared at Jiang Yi in shock. How did you do that? Jiang Yi replied indifferently. I just told you to shrink. Damn it, interrupting Lord Dog's dramatic transformation. You deserve to die? It was even more stunned now. Its master was a primary god in the heavenly court, capable of trampling through the divine realm. Even Klein had been defeated with ease. If Jiang Yi was a deity of the heavenly court, he should still be in the cycle of reincarnation. His strength shouldn't he have recovered this quickly? Could it be that he had already reached the level of a demigod? The little black dog's eyes grew solemn. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the horizon. Jiang Yi looked up, his brows slightly furrowed. Perception revealed that a Chuan realm powerhouse was approaching the no-boundary airspace, and it wasn't he the Ghost-Face King. A sudden twist in the plot? Interesting. A faint smile appeared on his lips. The more twists and turns in the story, the more transformation points he would ultimately gain. He lowered his gaze again to the wary little black dog and said softly, Go back. You're not my enemy. The little black dog was silent for a moment before asking, Then who is your enemy? Enemy? Jiang Yi lifted his head, gazing at the overcast night sky, where the silver-white moon peeked through the clouds. But everything was gray. He wanted his world to be filled with color again. He wanted to see his mother dressed in beautiful clothes, her beauty complemented by radiant, colorful light. My enemy is in the heavens. As his words fell, Jiang Ye's figure disappeared. The little black dog didn't chase after him. Instead, it looked up at the gloomy sky. Crazy. Who's even up there? Drip, drip. Raindrops pelted against his black cloak. His bangs were drenched in rainwater, and his handsome hairstyle had become disheveled. In the no-boundary airspace, Zhao Kongsheng clutched his chest, his starblade stabbed into the ground beside him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring through his wet bangs at the ghost-faced king, who was extending its crimson tongue. Zhao Kongsheng gritted his teeth, casting a glance back at the direction of Lin Chie's house. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He struggled to stand up, raising his right hand to push back the bangs from his forehead. Damn it, you dare mess up my hairstyle? Today, I'll make you regret it. Ding! A golden badge flew through the air, and Zhao Kongsheng snatched it in one swift motion. With a light push from his fingers, the badge revealed a tiny needle. On the front of the badge was engraved, Zhao Kongsheng. On the back were the words, "Should the night fall, I will stand among the crowd, blade in hand, breaking the enemy and staining the sky with blood." Zzz. Without hesitation, Zhao Kongsheng stabbed the needle into the palm of his hand. The power of the ghost deity surged into his body through the needle. In an instant, he felt as though every cell in his body had been injected with adrenaline, becoming abnormally active. His blood flowed faster, and his body began to heat up. Ding! The blade in his hand let out a resonant hum, as if it, too, was excited. Suddenly, Zhao Kongsheng's arm, gripping the blade, began to glow with a silver-white moonlight. The light flowed along his arm, enveloping the starblade. The ghost-faced king extended its crimson tongue, licking the blood from the corner of its mouth. It roared toward the sky and stomped forward with heavy steps. Zhao Kongsheng opened his eyes coldly, his arm muscles tensed, and the blade sang sharply. A crescent-shaped arc of silver-white blade energy shot out rapidly along the ground. The ghost-faced king had no time to dodge, crossing its claws in front of its chest to block. Clang! A crisp metallic collision rang out. The ghost-faced king was hurled backward by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily to the ground 10 meters away. A look of shock flashed in its eyes as it glanced down at the wounds on its arms, no longer daring to approach. Sequence 083, Obliterating Moonflash. Ha! I've always known I, Zhao Kongsheng, am absolutely a genius. Zhao Kongsheng lowered his gaze to the blade in his hand, so exhilarated by his success that he momentarily forgot the side effects of the ghost deity's power. What are you doing? A familiar voice interrupted his excitement. He turned his head to see Lin Chie approaching with golden light shimmering in his eyes. How did you get in here, kid? I glared at him, and I got in. Zhao Kongsheng was speechless. He sighed and turned back to the ghost-faced king. I'll handle this for you. No need. There's someone beside you. Zhao Kongsheng swung his long blade, its surface glinting with a silver-white glow. Kid, watch closely, this strike is one for the books. Lin Chie tilted his head and asked, why? Because this strike looks damn cool. Lin Chie froze for a moment. Zhao Kongsheng swung his blade, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade energy that was faster than a bullet. Squelch! The blade energy instantly swept through the ghost-faced king's head, the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart echoing amidst the pouring rain. Thud! The ghost-faced king's head rolled to the ground. Lin Chie's eyes widened slightly. Kid, wasn't he that cool? Cool, but not as cool as my childhood buddy. You little. Suddenly, Zhao Kongsheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Lin Chie was startled and quickly rushed forward to support him. What is happening to you? Nothing. Being able to fight freely before I die, it's enough. Zhao Kongsheng's trembling hand tried to hold on to an extinguished cigarette, but it fell lifeless halfway. Lin Chie's eyes tightened, staring blankly at Zhao Kongsheng as the rain drenched him. Not far away, in the shadows, Jiang Yi stood calm and composed, his hand glowing with a blue-white light. He reached toward Zhao Kongsheng's fading soul. Returned to life. Just as he was about to grasp Zhao Kongsheng's soul, a force from another direction blocked him. Jiang Yi turned toward a low building, where Yang Jin also looked up at him. A mere minor god dares to contend with a supreme deity? Truly overestimating yourself. Jiang Yi, undeterred, increased the power he poured in. Zhao Kongsheng's soul instantly entered his palm, and with a flick of his raincoat, Jiang Yi vanished into the shadows. Spurt. Inside the building, Yang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze icy. Who on earth was he? What was his purpose in approaching my brother? Yang Jin's expression turned grave. That battle just now, his opponent clearly had sub-deity level strength. His own powers had not fully recovered, rendering him no match. He stood up from the bed, walking to the window and frowning as he looked outside. When did heaven gain such a powerful god? Click. Woof woof. The door creaked open, and the little black mutt jumped in. What is his purpose? Yang Jin asked. The little black mutt spoke in human words. He said, "We're not his enemies. His enemy is in the heavens." Yang Jin stared out the window at the cloud-covered sky. In the heavens? On the rain-soaked ground, Jiang Yi, now without his raincoat, slowly approached Lin Xie. He looked up and saw that the ghost-faced king had been slain. Lin Xie knelt beside Zhao Kongcheng, his face indistinguishable between tears and rain. Jiang Yi walked to Lin Xie's side, bowing his head to sense the condition of Zhao Kongcheng lying on the ground. His face was full of scars, his body weak, a testament to the legendary life of General Zhao. In the past, when reading novels about slaying gods, this part always left his eyes moist. Now, having crossed into this world, whether it was out of regret, the desire for the system's transformative power, or the need to settle scores with the Seraphim, all of it compelled him to save Zhao Kongcheng. Jiang Yi's palm radiated blue-white divine energy, guiding Zhao Kongcheng's soul back into his body. General Zhao, take a good rest for a few days. He patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. Lin Xie reached out, cradling Zhao Kongcheng in his arms. Looking at his pale face, he felt a lump in his throat. Junior Lin Xie bids farewell to General Zhao Kongcheng. May you return victorious. Not far away, the newly arrived Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian on the rooftop froze in place, then quickened their pace to run over. Jiang Yi stood quietly at the back, turning his gaze toward an alley in the old district. The sound of the heavy rain pounding the earth filled his ears, along with the sobbing from Team 136. Death. He had long come to terms with death, having nearly died once 9 years ago. How many family regrets had the miracle of Tsangnan mended? But Jiang Yi didn't want to dwell on it. He needed to become stronger, to ascend to the pinnacle of the moon and reclaim the radiance of his world. He touched the black band wrapped around his eyes, his heart brimming with anticipation. Clap, clap, clap. Well, aren't you all so full of camaraderie? It almost moved me to tears. At that moment, a man in a black robe emerged from the alley before Jiang Yi, clapping his hands. The 3 mourning figures quickly raised their heads, staring at the man who slowly approached. Their expressions shifted drastically. Someone from the cult of the ancient gods. That is right. I am Jiang Feng, the 20th seat of the faithful. As the black-robed man spoke, the surrounding rainwater seemed to freeze in time, suspended mid-air. Is this a forbidden domain that manipulates water? Jiang Yi focused his senses and realized that all the rain within a 500-meter radius had stopped moving. The droplets were gathering together, their surfaces becoming unnaturally hard. Gradually, the internal structure of the countless droplets started compressing and reacting violently, as if they would explode upon contact. As the rainfall intensified, more droplets hovered around them, each like a small bomb primed to detonate. Don't move, everyone. This is Sequence 150, Water Bomb Detonation. These droplets are compressed under high pressure and will explode on contact. Their power is comparable to military-grade explosives, Lung Xian shouted in warning. Everyone froze, their movements halting as they nervously watched the rain droplets around them. Through the faint light, they could see bubbles roiling within. Water bomb detonation? What a novel forbidden domain. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, finding the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. The cult of the ancient gods had appeared so soon. You'd better not move recklessly, or things will get troublesome for you, the black-robed man sneered. 3 at the pond level, 2 at the lamp level. Taking care of you is as easy as crushing ants. Divine agent, be obedient and follow me back to the cult of the ancient gods. Jiang Feng's sinister smile deepened as he continued to approach, the floating rain droplets unaffected by his movement. Si Xiaonan frowned and glanced toward Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, Evaporate these droplets. Hong Ying seemed puzzled for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Lung Xian also caught on and nodded toward her. Flames ignited on the barrel of Hong Ying's fiery rifle. The droplets nearest to the weapon evaporated into vapor before they could explode. A faint smile played on Hong Ying's lips as she pushed her mental energy to its limits. Spinning the fiery rifle in her hands, she unleashed a blaze that engulfed all the suspended droplets. Sizzle. As the flames made contact with the droplets, they rapidly vaporized, leaving no chance for an explosion. Not bad, you've got some brains. Otherwise, this would have been too dull. Jiang Feng halted his steps, his face devoid of panic. Lung Xian frowned. A river level. Xiaonan, take Lin Xie and old Zhao and leave. The divine agent must not fall into the hands of the cult of the ancient gods. Go find the captain. He pulled out his handgun and fired 2 shots at Jiang Feng. Hong Ying leapt high, using the momentum to somersault gracefully in midair. Her fiery rifle traced a flaming arc, its blazing tip aimed directly at Jiang Feng. Just as Jiang Yi was about to unleash his blade domain and cut down this faithful with a single strike, a small hand grabbed his arm. He turned to C.C. Xiaonan, who anxiously said, "Hurry, come with me." "No need." Before Jiang Yi could finish, C. Xiaonan yanked him forcefully, pulling him over to Lin Xie's side. "You two take old Zhao and leave quickly. We'll hold them off here." After speaking, the cloaked C. Xiaonan darted toward Jiang Feng. Jiang Yi looked helplessly at Lin Xie. "Looks like I've been underestimated." Lin Xie was speechless. "You think you can take on a river level?" Jiang Yi was doubtful. Zhao Kongcheng had once explained the Watcher's level hierarchy to him. He was currently at the lamp level, 2 tiers below a river level. Even with the strength of his blade domain, it was impossible to kill an uninjured river-level opponent in full condition. He had barely managed to kill the severely wounded ghost-faced king earlier, and Lin Xie knew firsthand how formidable a river-level opponent could be. Expressionless, Jiang Yi walked over to Lin Xie, grasping the star blade engraved with Zhao Kongcheng's name. He said calmly, "I've told you before. Within my blade domain, I am invincible." Lin Xie couldn't help but retort, "Why are you acting so cocky?" Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and the shockwave blew their school uniforms into disarray. The exploding droplets stung painfully against their faces. Clang! A fiery red spear flew out, embedding itself in the ground not far from Jiang Yi. The flames on it gradually extinguished under the rain. Hong Ying, C. Xiaonan, and Lung Xian were sent flying by the blast, fresh scratches marring their faces and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths due to the aftermath of the explosion. Hong Ying coughed up blood weakly, her voice trembling. "Captain, we need backup." "Hold on, just hold on. We're on our way." Chun Mai's anxious voice and the sound of roaring winds came through the earpiece. Hong Ying glanced at Xiaonan and Lung Xian, her strength nearly spent. "Old Zhao." She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. C. Xiaonan and Lung Xian exchanged a resigned look, as if accepting their fate. Your Captain Isn't coming to save you. He's probably still busy being chased around by my little pet." Jiang Feng emerged from the misty rain, his face full of mockery as he savored their despair. "Now, I'll send you all to meet Yama." Bang! Before he could finish, Jiang Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Unable to react, he dropped to his knees. Jiang Feng. The trio of Hong Ying, C. Xiaonan, and Lung Xian froze, exchanging bewildered glances. It wasn't New Year's, yet what was happening? Step, step, step. Footsteps echoed as a young boy emerged from behind, holding a pair of long blades that he had just sheathed. "You've talked enough." The boyish voice resonated like thunder, shaking everyone to their core. Jiang Feng's expression changed drastically, disbelief filling his eyes. What kind of forbidden domain was this? This boy was clearly only at the lamp level, yet he could suppress him with such ease. Unable to even activate his forbidden domain, Jiang Feng realized this person was far beyond the lamp level. There had to be some error in the intelligence. Struggling to lift his head, Jiang Feng's bloodshot eyes stared upward. "You are." The next moment, everyone watched in shock as Jiang Yi lightly flicked his left thumb against the hilt of his blade. A dazzling white light flashed. Click! In less than zero point 0.1 seconds, the blade returned to its sheath, and a bright red line appeared across Jiang Feng's neck. Plop! None of the three Hong Ying, Lin Xie, or the others could even catch a glimpse of what had happened before Jiang Feng's head had already fallen to the ground, rolling several meters across the slick, rain-soaked surface like a ball. His lifeless body collapsed, blood mingling with rainwater to stain the ground a dark crimson. Jiang Yi slowly raised his right hand, tilting his head toward the sky. The heavy clouds parted, revealing a bright, luminous moon. Silver moonlight poured down. The rain stopped. His eyes, concealed by black bandages, seemed as if they could pierce through everything. He stared at the radiant moon and thought to himself, "Michael, the next time we meet, I hope you won't be as weak as him." At that moment, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, and Lin Xie were all utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before them. What had just happened? Before anyone could even process it, Jiang Feng's head had been severed? Was this some kind of joke? It was too outrageous. Lin Xie's gaze froze on Jiang Yi's retreating figure. The night wind caught the trailing ends of Jiang Yi's black bandages, amplifying his overwhelming aura of invincibility. Using the heightened vision and perception of the mortal dust divine realm, Lin Xie had barely managed to capture Jiang Yi's movements. But upon seeing them clearly, he felt a pang of regret. In just 0.1 seconds, Jiang Yi completed a seamless sequence of unsheathing, swinging, and sheathing his blade. The motions were fluid and natural, and there seemed to be untapped potential, as if it wasn't even his limit. Not his limit in 0.1 seconds? Could this be the so-called domain of the blade? Lin Xie was deeply shaken. Ever since he had gained his abilities, Lin Xie had encountered countless powerful beings and had a solid understanding of strength. But tonight, Jiang Yi's childhood friend had completely shattered his worldview. Was this even something someone at the Lantern Realm could achieve? Lin Xie recalled Jiang Yi's words. "In the domain of the blade, I am invincible. I thought you were just boasting, brother. But you were dead serious." In an instant, things like the divine ruins or the starry night dancers seemed utterly insignificant compared to what Lin Xie had just witnessed. Aside from Lin Xie, Hong Ying and the other two were equally stunned. Si Xiaonan's face flushed slightly as she recalled how she had dismissed him earlier, telling him to leave quickly. Now the real fool was clearly her. How could someone who seemed to be only at the Lantern Realm be this powerful? Could it be that his forbidden ruins was an advanced one, or perhaps even a divine ruins? A glimmer of light flashed in Si Xiaonan's eyes. Lung Xian, on the other hand, remained relatively composed, maintaining the calmness expected of a sniper. However, he inwardly lamented that he had forgotten to take a picture. What a missed opportunity. Staring at Jiang Yi's back, Lung Xian could feel the invincible aura radiating from him. What kind of forbidden ruins does he have? Hong Ying's expression was exaggerated to the point of absurdity. Her striking, heroic face was practically inscribed with the word shock. A Lantern Realm expert instantly killing someone at the River Realm, how was that even reasonable? "Hey, Hong Ying, how is the situation over there? We were held up by a mysterious River Realm individual, but have already dealt with them." A hurried voice came through the earpiece. "Hello? Can you hear me? We're heading over right now." Hong Ying stared blankly at Jiang Yi's back, momentarily unresponsive. This only made Chun Mai even more anxious, his voice growing louder, almost choking with emotion, as if he were on the verge of tears. Hong Ying snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, "Captain, don't worry. We're still alive." The earpiece fell silent for 2 seconds. "If you're alive, why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly scared me to death." This was followed by a round of shouting. Hong Ying hastily removed her earpiece and covered her ears. Did that River Realm believer escape? After a long pause, Chun Mai asked again. "No, they didn't escape." "Then you." "They were instantly killed by a dashing young man." Chun Mai. The earpiece went silent for a long time. A River Realm believer, instantly killed? Who in Sangnan could possibly be that strong? "Captain, do you know how they were killed?" Hong Ying's voice suddenly grew excited. That handsome young man lightly touched the hilt of his blade, and with a flash of sword light, the ancient god cult believer's head fell off. The entire process took less than a second. And that young man is only at the Lantern Realm. His forbidden ruins seems incredibly powerful. Captain, let us recruit him into the Night Watchers. He is just too amazing. Chinmai. The more he listened, the more absurd it sounded. Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan's voice came through the earpiece. Hong Ying, since when did you start telling tall tales? Have you developed a new hobby? Hong Ying puffed out her cheeks and let out a cold snort. Why don't you come see for yourself later? If you don't believe me, then forget it. She removed the earpiece, her lively smile returning, and strode boldly toward Jiang Yi. Hello, I'm Hong Ying, a frontline fighter of Night Watcher Unit 136. Jiang Yi turned slightly. Hello, I'm Jiang Yi. Handsome, would you like to join us? Hong Ying blinked her sparkling eyes. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, just about to decline, when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! You've altered the original plot's progression, making the story more intricate and exciting. Additionally, you've saved Zhao Kongqing from death, heavily disrupting the original storyline's design. You've earned 50,000 mod points. A random reward has been triggered. You've received a random gift pack. Current mod points, 61,500. Accumulate 100,000 points to unlock a choice reward pack. 50,000 points, plus a gift pack? What a deal. Jiang Yi immediately turned to Lin Xie, pointing at him. If he joins, so will I. Lin Xie looked utterly bewildered. Hong Ying paused, glancing at Lin Xie, who was crouched beside Zhao Kongqing. Her lips curled into a radiant smile. Xie, little brother, would you like to join the Night Watchers? Lin Xie lowered his head, his gaze complex as he stared at Zhao Kongqing. All he had ever wanted was to protect his small family, to study hard, to give his aunt and odd Jean a better life, and to leave this dilapidated old district. But now Zhao Kongqing had sacrificed everything to protect his entire world. Lin Xie's eyes suddenly hardened with resolve. You protected my entire world. So, I will protect your world for 10 years. Atop the peak of the moon, a silver-white expanse stretched endlessly. A six-winged angel bathed in golden light stood there, gazing across the vast distance of 4,000ths of a light-year toward Earth, his brows furrowed. Lin Xie's demonstrated strength isn't bad, but Michael's golden eyes fixated on the old district, on the blind teenage boy staring up at the moon. It's him. He has actually awakened a forbidden ruins. With his physique, such an awakening shouldn't have been possible. Surprise flickered through the Seraphim's gaze. He understood what Jiang Yi was thinking as he stared at the moon. Jiang Yi sought vengeance against the gods. Immortal? How amusing. Awakening a powerful forbidden ruins and already dreaming of slaying gods. How arrogant. Michael flicked his six wings, turning his back to Earth, his face full of disdain. In a year, you'll vanish just like Songnan did. Cherish your remaining time well. 9 years ago, I dismissed you as unworthy. And now I still do. Mortals killing gods will only bring about their own destruction. Michael shook his head. He had already foreseen a grudge forming between himself and the young man. However, when Songnan disappears, everything will end, reduced to nothingness. He pulled his thoughts back and sat on the bench, lost in contemplation. He wasn't thinking about Lin Xie or Jiang Yi, but rather about the familiar divine power he sensed while observing Earth just now. It was the aura of a god that had appeared in Songnan 9 years ago. Strangely, that fluctuation of divine power flashed and then disappeared completely, erased so cleanly that even the omnipotent supreme god couldn't trace a single clue. Michael couldn't imagine which god could possibly be stronger than him. Was this god a friend or a foe? Were they a threat to humanity? His heart was filled with doubt and concern, sensing some kind of connection between himself and this god, but he couldn't see it clearly. Everything was blurred and uncertain. Who exactly is he? In the fasting chamber, a circular prison made of thick iron walls, a carriage exuding an air of scholarly refinement was parked in a corner. Inside the carriage, an elderly man stroked his white beard while sipping tea. The man, Chen Fuzi, exclaimed in surprise, Songnan? The power of the Seraph won't dissipate for another year. Why the rush? Across from him sat a dignified man in a military uniform of the Great Xia. Blowing on his tea, the man said, Do you still remember the incident 9 years ago when it was suspected that a god from Great Xia appeared in Songnan? Chen Fuzi paused, lost in thought. Has it appeared again? Yi Fan nodded, putting down his teacup with a worried expression. Within a few days of Lin Xie awakening the divine ruins, the aura of that god appeared twice in Songnan. Chen Fuzi's expression suddenly turned serious. He slammed his hand on the tea table, causing the tea to spill. Are you saying that God is targeting Lin Xie? Yi Fan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. It's not certain yet, but we must uncover the purpose of that god. The situation in Songnan is deeply involved, and no unexpected variables can be allowed. Moreover, according to Lu Wuwei's probing, that god in Songnan might not be someone we can deal with. Chen Fuzi's heart tightened. If that god's target was Shiva's grievance, the consequences would be unthinkable. Commander, I will leave for Songnan immediately. Yi Fan nodded, instructing him. There is no need to act this time. Just investigate and observe if Lin Xie is being affected. If you truly encounter that god, report back immediately. Do not engage recklessly. Yi Fan's face was stern. Chen Fuzi nodded. Both men understood that a god capable of evading Lu Wuwei's tracking was no ordinary deity. It might even rival the level of the Seraph Michael. Hiya. The carriage slowly ascended into the air, scattering specks of white light in the night as it headed toward the mysterious city. Yi Fan stood where he was, watching as the carriage gradually disappeared from sight. He murmured softly, "That god, is he a friend or a foe?" In the Church of the Ancient Gods, under a dark red sky, a mysterious and eerie cathedral stood tall, like an indestructible fortress. A long flight of stairs led to the main hall. On the throne, Whisper slowly opened his eyes. A cold aura emanated from them, sending shivers down the spines of the worshippers standing below in the hall. Dead? What a useless fool. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying wave of energy burst from Whisper's body, causing the worshippers below to kneel in fear. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Whisper said, "The Seraph's divine agent is merely at the lamp realm. There's no way he could kill someone in the river realm. Could it be Chun Mai from Team 136? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. He had some understanding of Jiang Feng, the 20th seat among his followers. Without absolute confidence, Jiang Feng would not have acted rashly. Before making his move, Jiang Feng must have already drawn away the strongest combatants of the Night Watchers. How could a few Pond Realm individuals and a single Lamp Realm individual possibly kill someone in the River Realm? It was too strange. Whisper lowered his head, full of doubts. Lord Whisper, could it be the god who appeared in Songnan 9 years ago? From the main hall, a man in a black robe suddenly spoke. It was Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat among the followers. Oh, explain. Han Xiaoyan stood up and respectfully said, given Zhang Feng's cunning nature, he would have made thorough preparations before acting, even arranging his escape route. The Night Watchers in Songnan only have one Sea Realm combatant. If Jiang Feng couldn't win, he could have escaped. But he still died. This can only mean that the enemy he encountered was stronger than the Sea Realm, and Jiang Feng had no chance to resist, not even enough time to send a message. Other than the hidden god in Songnan, no one else could have done this. Whisper nodded. The church had provided all the intelligence about Songnan before acting. There was no room for error. The only possibility was that god. That god had actually chosen to help the Night Watchers? It seemed they were facing a formidable opponent. Follower Han Xiaoyan. Present, Han Xiaoyan knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his chest. Whisper said in a deep voice, "Go to Songnan immediately and observe in secret. Do not act prematurely. Once you discover that god, report back immediately." A strange light flashed in Han Xiaoyan's eyes. Lowering his head, he responded, "Understood, Lord Whisper." In Songnan, at the Peace Agency, the night was deep as Lin Xie bid farewell to his aunt and entered the agency with Jiang Yi. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan sat on the couch, exchanging glances. Red Sakura glanced casually at Jiang Yi, who wore a black belt. The others remained silent, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Wu Xiangnan's eyes darted between Lin Xie and Jiang Yi before he broke the silence. Old Zhao killed the Ghost Face King, and you killed a River Realm follower of the Ancient God Church. He pointed at Jiang Yi. Lin Xie and Jiang Yi both nodded, their expressions relaxed. Wu Xiangnan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Was this a novel? A lamp realm individual effortlessly killing someone in the river realm? Wu Xiangnan, you don't believe it? Asked Xiao Nan and Lung Xian. At that time, handsome brother was absolutely stunning. Red Sakura pouted, her hand instinctively landing on Jiang Ye's hair. Her eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. Do you really think I'm a child? Wu Xiangnan said skeptically. I believe old Zhao awakened the fading moon flash through his ghostly divination to kill the ghost-faced king. But a lamp realm individual killing someone in the river realm? Are you telling a fairy tale? Red Sakura looked displeased and snorted. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Stop being so hung up on it. I'm just stating the facts, Wu Xiangnan retorted. All right, stop arguing, Chinmai said, waving his hand to mediate. He looked at Jiang Yi, frowning. You all go see old Zhao off. Jiang Yi, come with me to the basement. Jiang Yi nodded and followed Chun Mai toward the training ground in the basement. Chun Mai picked 2 wooden swords from the weapon rack and casually tossed one to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and then caught the wooden sword steadily with his hand. If he used any extraordinary skills, they would definitely see him as an enemy. I trust my teammates and don't doubt you, but seeing is believing. I need to witness your strength, Chun Mai said, gripping the wooden sword in his right hand, his gaze sharp. The idea of someone at the Zhan realm instantly defeating a Chuan realm opponent was almost unheard of even among members of special squads. Unless you're Forbidden Ruin. I heard from old Zhao that your Forbidden Ruin is called Blade Domain. Jiang Yi nodded, staring at the wooden sword in his hand, lost in thought. The Great Xia's Forbidden Ruins have never seen this type before. What are its characteristics? Chen Mai asked. Jiang Yi thought for a moment before replying. Within a certain range, a blade or a domain is unleashed. A range-enhancing Forbidden Ruin? Chen Mai frowned and continued his questioning. What advantage do you gain within the domain? Jiang Yi answered flatly, within the domain. I am invincible. Chen Mai froze. For someone at the Zhan realm to claim invincibility in front of a high realm opponent, it sounded a bit arrogant. But he didn't want to strike down Jiang Yi's confidence after all. Jiang Yi was still just a kid. Confidence was the key to going far. However, Jiang Yi now seemed a tad too overconfident. The road ahead might be more challenging for him. He needed some guidance. Chun Mai twirled the wooden sword in his hand and said seriously, your Forbidden Ruin is related to blades, so let us have a match. I really want to see if you can easily defeat a Chuan realm Forbidden Ruin. You first. He placed one hand behind his back, gripping the wooden sword in his right hand, standing still with his eyes closed, waiting for Jiang Yi to make the first move. A minute passed, and Jiang Yi hadn't moved an inch. Chun Mai opened his eyes, looking at Jiang Yi's face full of hesitation and inner conflict, and shook his head, not even having the courage to strike. It seemed Red Sakura and Xiao Nan had exaggerated a bit. Why aren't you making a move? Chun Mai asked coldly. Captain Chun, why don't you go first? I'm not entirely sure I can control my strength well, Jiang Yi replied with an awkward smile. If he didn't hold back his strength properly, with his supreme godlike level, it might end in severe injury or worse. That hesitation earlier stemmed from this concern. He wanted to first assess Chun Mai's strength and then adjust himself accordingly. All right, be careful, Chun Mai said with a sigh, pulling his wooden sword back slightly. Buzz. A strong gust surged forward, blowing the black ribbon tied at the back of Jiang Yi's head. To Jiang Yi, Chun Mai's movements were as slow as a snail. He stood still, the wooden sword in his hand merely decorative, and uttered a single word. Suppress. Chun Mai suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him from above. What was this? He looked up, and white blade aura had suddenly appeared above his head. With his high realm vision, he could tell this pressure was far from ordinary. Chun Mai's lips curled slightly, secretly pleased. As expected, he's got some skills. He knew his physical body couldn't withstand it. Black, deathly energy emerged from his body, and a shadow slowly rose behind him. Bang! But before He Wuchang could appear, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, making it hard to breathe. Chun Mai's eyes widened, and he completely lost his balance. His knees hit the ground hard, and even the wooden sword in his hand snapped in two. Damn, that's overkill. Seeing this, Jiang Yi quickly withdrew the oppressive force of his blade aura. Without the pressure, Chun Mai slid forward a short distance due to inertia, ending up kneeling right in front of Jiang Yi. Chun Mai froze, looking up at Jiang Yi, and the air instantly grew tense. Jiang Yi was also stunned. He lowered his head, forcing a smile as he looked at Chun Mai. The awkward atmosphere spread immediately. To ease the tension, Jiang Yi reached into his pocket and pulled out a large red envelope. Handing it over, he said awkwardly, "Happy New Year in advance. Captain Chun." Chun Mai. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the basement in silence. Chun Mai kept covering half of his face, seemingly deep in thought. "Captain, how did it go?" As soon as they stepped outside, Wu Xiangnan approached and asked. "Captain Chun." "Ahem." Chun Mai quickly coughed, interrupting Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi, go find Hong Ying. She'll arrange for you to join the night watchers. And help prepare for old Zhao's funeral." Hearing the heaviness in Captain Chen's tone, Jiang Yi nodded seriously and left the office. Wu Xiangnan, full of curiosity, stared at Chun Mai, sensing that he was hiding something. Chun Mai coughed awkwardly again, sat on the sofa, and said, "His forbidden ruin is quite unique. I believe he can easily annihilate a Chuan-level forbidden ruin." Wu Xiangnan's expression grew complicated. Leaning against the door, he asked, "What exactly is his forbidden ruin? How is it so powerful?" "Captain, I'll pull up the video of your fight with him earlier so we can analyze it together." Chun Mai's eyelid twitched, and he quickly stood up to stop Wu Xiangnan. "Xiangnan, sit down first." Wu Xiangnan frowned, but sat down anyway. Zhang Ye's forbidden ruin is a bit special. It's a domain-type forbidden ruin. As long as you're within his domain, he's the strongest. Hearing this, Wu Xiangnan became even more puzzled. Domain-type forbidden ruins usually only enhance the user or allow them to perceive their surroundings. But Jiang Yi could use the black belt to sense his surroundings, which should make it a perception-type forbidden ruin. "Captain, can you explain it more clearly?" Chun Mai exclaimed. "Simply put, in his blade domain, he's invincible." "Huh." Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened. Invincible within his domain? That sounded even more formidable than Lin Chie's divine ruin. "Captain, how large is his domain?" Chun Mai shook his head. "We don't know yet. We'll have to test it later to find out." Both he and Lin Chie are extraordinary. They might become the twin stars of Daxiao in the future. We need to nurture them well. Let's go. Old Zhao's funeral is about to start. Chun Mai got up and walked toward the door. Wu Xiangnan had no choice but to follow him out of the office, still thinking, invincible? Under the tranquil night sky, in a desolate wasteland, Hong Ying's eyes were misty as she carved Zhao Kongqing's tombstone. Behind the tombstone, Zhao Kongqing lay quietly in his coffin. Jiang Yi stood helplessly to the side, feeling the sorrowful emotions of everyone present. Saying Zhao Kongqing wasn't dead now didn't seem appropriate. He couldn't say it. Even if he did, it would be hard to explain that we can only wait for Zhao Kongqing to wake up on his own. He shook his head and looked at Lin Chie squatting beside the coffin. When Qima, standing nearby, gently patted his shoulder, as if wanting to say something but ultimately staying silent. Lin Chie seemed oblivious, staring blankly at the rough-looking man in the coffin, his fists clenched tightly, not relaxing in the slightest. Images of the man's cool and confident demeanor kept flashing through his mind. But now, he would never ask again, "Am I handsome?" Lin Chie's eyes turned red, and tears fell one by one onto the black coffin lid. Slowly, he raised his hand, as if wanting to touch Zhao Kongqing's face, but in the end, he only whispered softly, "You really are handsome, General Zhao. I will protect your world. Jia, the captain, and the others are here." The ceremony is about to begin, when Qima said, supporting his arm. Lin Chie stared at Zhao Kongqing, then stood up and slowly closed the coffin lid. His figure gradually disappeared from sight. Click. After the coffin lid fell shut, Lin Chie hesitated for a moment before following Wen Qima toward the tombstone. At this moment, all the members of Team 136 stood upright, neatly aligned in front of the tombstone marked Zhao Kongqing, the atmosphere solemn and heavy. Lin Chie and Wen Qima joined the formation as Captain Chun Mai stepped forward, standing in a standard military posture. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the tomb of Zhao Kongqing, their heavy hearts shrouded as if by the darkness of night. but they were the guardians of the dark, always facing endless dangers. Death was a reality they confronted daily. Chenmai stared at the tombstone for a long time, his expression complex. Straightening his back, he shouted loudly, "Team 136, assemble! Salute!" Accompanied by the sound of synchronized footsteps, everyone performed a standard military salute toward the tombstone. Click! Suddenly, the sound of a coffin lid being pushed open echoed. Zhao Kongcheng abruptly shoved the lid aside and stood up from inside, his body straight, chest puffed out, and his right hand raised in a salute at his temple. Hearing the noise, everyone turned to look, instantly frozen in place. What is going on? Captain, who exactly are we saluting? Zhao Kongcheng, seeing his teammates all stunned, looked down at himself in confusion. He was still standing in the coffin, with glowing wreaths inside. What the hell? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, kicking his legs to leap out of the coffin. He pointed at it with both hands, looking at the captain and shouting, "Captain, what are you doing? Why am I in a coffin? Wait, I'm still alive." Realizing this, he quickly checked his body and found that the ghostly curse hadn't harmed him. The forbidden ruins were still intact. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Ha ha ha, I knew it. I, Zhao Kongcheng, am a genius with an unbreakable fate. Everyone, standing at the back, Lung Xian shook his head with a smile, silently recording the scene. Jiang Yi crossed his arms, watching Zhao Kongcheng, who was as happy as a child. He, too, had experienced the joy of coming back to life. Looking up at the full moon in the night sky, he thought back to 9 years ago. Unlike the other's stiff expressions, Lin Chia's mouth twitched. Faking death? His fists clenched as he strode toward Zhao Kongcheng. Seeing Lin Chia approach, Zhao Kongcheng grabbed him by the shoulders. "Kid, I killed the ghost-faced king with one strike. Wasn't he that cool?" Smack! Lin Chia punched Zhao Kongcheng in the chest, sending him to the ground, utterly bewildered. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chia glared at him and said, "It was indeed cool. Just don't lie to us again next time." He left the cemetery without looking back, feeling like he had been played. However, Zhao Kongcheng had indeed protected his entire world, so forget it. 10 years later, when it's time to leave, just leave. "Hey kid, why are you so angry? Aren't you happy that I'm not dead?" Zhao Kongcheng said helplessly. He reached into his pocket. "Where's my cigarette?" "Here." At this moment, Chunmai handed over a cigarette with a serious expression. "Old Zhao, how did you survive?" Zhao Kongcheng took the cigarette and lighter, lit it, and took a deep drag. "I don't know either. Right before I died, I felt a force holding me up, and then I lost consciousness." Chunmai's eyes widened. He was glad that old Zhao had survived, but this also brought a serious problem. Among the night watchmen who used the ghost god guide in Daxia, none had ever returned alive. Old Zhao was the first. The higher-ups would surely be shaken. Chunmai adjusted his emotions, reached out to pull Zhao Kongcheng up from the ground, and smiled. "Welcome back, General Zhao." Zhao Kongcheng froze for a moment, then clasped his large hands together and stood up with the help. "Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm far from being a general." "Old Zhao, you bastard, you tricked me into crying." Hong Ying rushed forward and punched Zhao Kongcheng on the shoulder. Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Si Xiaonan stood nearby, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Ding! The host has altered the original plot, causing Zhao Kongcheng to fake his death and weakening Lin Chia's faith in the Night Watchman. You have gained 10,000 modification points. Current modification points, 71,500. Upon reaching 100,000 points, you will receive a reward package of your choice. Still over 30,000 points to go. If I work on the Nanda Snake Demon storyline, I should be able to reach 100,000. Only 10% of the path to the Heavenly Sovereign Realm is complete. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, feeling their joy. Lin Chia stood with his back to the group, lost in thought. When Chimo walked up to him, regretting it, Lin Chia shook his head. "I just feel like I've been played, and it makes me uncomfortable. What about you? Why did you say you'd join as soon as I did?" Jiang Yi looked up at the moon, subconsciously touching the black eye patch over his eye, remaining silent. Lin Chia turned his head to look at him. "What's the deal with your eye? If it was from staring at the Seraph, it should have healed by now." "Seraph?" Jiang Yi chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll personally reclaim the colors of my world." Lin Xie paused, then smiled. Need help? Your being alive is help enough. Late at night, Hong Ying brought Jiang Yi and Lin Xie to her large villa. Brother Xie, handsome brother, before night watchman training starts, you can stay here, Hong Ying said, holding Si Xiaonan's arm. Jiang Yi raised his hand to signal. Handsome brother, what do you think? Hong Ying, I can actually go home to stay. No way. You killed members of the ancient god church. If they find out, it could implicate your family. It's safer to stay here. Hong Ying interrupted him. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. I'm the supreme god afraid of the ancient god church. If they dare come, I'd wipe them out. But to increase modification points and advance my realm, I have to endure. All right. Hong Ying grinned and led them into the villa. The other rooms aren't ready yet, so you'll stay in this one tonight. If you need anything or have any questions, just let me know. Red Sakura pointed to the room opposite. Want to sleep together? Jiang Yi and Lin Xie exchanged glances, coughed lightly at the same time, and then turned 45 degrees to feign distraction. Red Sakura tilted her head and smiled. You two boys are shy, huh? Xiaonan and I are sharing a room, right? She hugged Si Xiaonan's arm and rubbed her cheek against him. Si Xiaonan smiled shyly and adjusted his glasses. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie entered their room and saw only one large bed, falling into deep thought. Lin Xie asked, Are you sleeping on that side? Jiang Yi thought for a moment. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Lin Xie. After deciding, the two took turns washing up. Lin Xie sat on the bed, unable to fall asleep. Aunt, he muttered softly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was checking the system's random gift pack and clicked to open it without hesitation. Crimson Opera Robe one-time forbidden relic. The show begins. The host can write the direction of the story. After using the forbidden relic, as long as there are no accidents, the story within the relic's range will unfold according to the host's written direction. Write the direction of the story? Jiang Yi stroked his chin and began to think. This could be used in the Nanda Snake Demon storyline. To gain a large amount of modified value, Li Yifei must join the Night Watchers. Perhaps it could spark something unexpected. With this forbidden relic, plus his prior arrangements, he wondered how that deduction maniac and Qingyu would respond. Just the thought of it excited him. Jiang Yi. At this moment, Lin Xie nudged him. Let us go ask Sister Red Sakura for some paper and a pen to write a letter home. Your mom must be worried about you. Jiang Yi froze for a moment and turned around. These words made him think of how everything in Sangnan was already gone. Mom, the person who had raised him for 17 years in this world, was also about to disappear. Let us go. Jiang Yi got out of bed and went with Lin Xie to find Red Sakura. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened a crack, and Red Sakura, with a long spear behind her, peeked out. The two could sense her wariness. What do you want? Lin Xie smiled and said, Sister Red Sakura, do you have paper and a pen? Jiang Yi and I want to write a letter to our families. Write a letter? Red Sakura glanced at Jiang Yi. A blind man writing a letter. Wait a moment. The door closed, and sounds of rummaging came from inside. Click. The door opened again, and Red Sakura handed Lin Xie a piece of paper and a pen. Jiang Yi asked curiously, Sister Red Sakura, what about mine? Red Sakura opened the door wider. Come in. How are you going to write with your eyes? Let Xiaonan take a look at them while you're at it. Jiang Yi shook his head. No need. I can actually write. Oh, come on. Handsome boy, stop dawdling. Red Sakura grabbed Jiang Yi's right hand and pulled him into the room. Bang. The door shut heavily. Outside, Lin Xie's expression changed as he looked at the paper and pen in his hand. What is this? Favoritism? Handsome boy, sit down. Red Sakura guided Jiang Yi to a soft chair, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. In all his years, this was his first time entering a girl's room, and it did smell nice. Xiaonan, take a look at handsome boy's eyes. Can they be healed? Red Sakura called out to see Xiaonan, who was wearing silk pajamas. The two pulled up chairs and sat next to Jiang Yi. Although Jiang Yi's world was gray and white, the two's loose pajamas made him feel a bit awkward. It was like reading black and white manga missing the colors. However, this lack of color wasn't appealing at all. His expression was calm as he sensed Si Xiaonan rummaging through the medical kit and said, Sister Hongying, Sister Xiaonan, my eyes can't be cured right now, and they might scare you. Hongying shook her head. walked behind him, and grasped the bow tied with the black band. It's okay. It's good to figure out what's going on. Treating yourself definitely won't be as fast as everyone working together to find a solution. She gently tugged at the end of the black band with her fingers, and it slid to the ground, fully revealing Jiang Ye's face with closed eyes. Si Xiaonan, who was searching through the medical kit, paused her movements. His originally handsome face was now flawless, like the finishing touch on a masterpiece. If he had a pair of bright eyes, he would be absolutely perfect. He's indeed a handsome little brother, not only strong, but also really good-looking, Hong Ying said, cupping her cheeks with admiration. Si Xiaonan shook her head and held up a small flashlight. Jiang Yi, try opening your eyes. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, his eyelids trembling slightly before he slowly opened them. What appeared was a pair of hollow eyes, dark and empty, with no trace of eyeballs. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's smiles gradually faded, and they froze in place. Jiang Yi had anticipated this, closed his eyes, bent down to pick up the black band from the ground, and tied it back over his eyes. Sister Hong Ying, Sister Xiaonan, I'll find a way to cure my eyes. I won't disturb your rest anymore. With that, he picked up the paper and pen on the table, turned, and left without lingering. Hong Ying didn't chase after him, her expression somewhat dazed. Sister Hong Ying, there's an incredibly powerful force hidden in his eyes. It's already impossible for them to recover, Si Xiaonan said solemnly, her face thoughtful. Hong Ying sat down in disappointment. What has my handsome little brother been through? I really don't know which bastard ruined my handsome little brother's eyes. If I catch him, I'll make sure he never qualifies as a man again. Achoo. On the moon, Seraph sneezed. Who's cursing this god behind my back? He gazed at Earth from afar, his eyes landing on Jiang Yi. Mortals really hold grudges. Sparing your life when I destroyed your eyes was already merciful. I hope you can fend for yourself in the future. Your mediocrity and delusions will only push you into the abyss. The next morning, Chen Mai called Wu Xiangnan and old Zhao into the conference room. Hey, Captain, what's up this morning? Huh? I practiced Minxing Flash Moon. Last night looked absolutely amazing, Zhao Kongqing joked as he stretched. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan's faces were serious, and they remained silent. Zhao Kongqing noticed the unusual atmosphere, sat down, and looked at the captain. Old Zhao, you might have to leave Cangnan for a while. Huh? What? Wu Xiangnan handed over a document. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers have already learned about your use of Ghost God Seal for resurrection. They want you to go to Shangjing for investigation. Zhao Kongqing frowned, his expression complicated. After a long while, he finally came to terms with it. It's just a trip to Shangjing, no big deal. I should be back soon. But deep down, he understood what this meant. The Ghost God Seal itself had severe side effects, and no one dared to use it unless absolutely necessary. The appearance of a resurrection case indicated that the side effects of the Ghost God Seal might be mitigated. Those researchers definitely wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. This was crucial research that could allow more Night Watchers to survive. He estimated that it would be difficult for him to return to Cangnan in the future. Zhao Kongqing forced a smile. Captain, don't tell Hong Ying and the others, or Lin Xie, about me leaving. Just say I'm going on a mission, a very cool and impressive mission. When it's done, I'll become a general or something. His voice grew softer, and his rugged face was full of struggle. It's a pity I couldn't let you all see my heroic moment using the Forbidden Ruins to slay the mysterious. But there will be a chance. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan listened silently. After a long while, Chen Mai stood up, patted Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder, and said, leaving tomorrow. Say your goodbyes properly today. Zhao Kongqing nodded with a smile. All right, Captain. Just happens I have time today to train those two new kids properly. He lowered his head and walked out of the meeting room, his figure looking somewhat lonely. Chen Mai sighed. Old Zhao is still leaving. Coming back alive would be a miracle, Wu Xiangnan said. We need to keep an eye on those two newcomers. One is a divine agent, and the other is an invincible Forbidden Ruins of an unknown series. Cangnan probably won't be peaceful, Chen Mai nodded. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers even sent a top human expert to Cangnan to investigate the situation. Wu Xiangnan was surprised. They really sent a top human expert? This has nothing to do with those two kids. It's said that Cangnan is hiding a deity who's been acting frequently lately. Wu Xiangnan frowned. A deity? Yes, and I suspect old Zhao's resurrection is related to that deity, Chen Mai analyzed. Wu Xiangnan pondered. Who could it be? Why would they help the Night Watchers? Your divine ruins is called the mortal dust divine realm, bestowed by the Seraph Michael. Besides sensing movements, what other abilities do you have? In the basement, when Shima circled points on the blackboard and asked Lin Xie. Lin Xie shook his head. Nothing else. That shouldn't be the case. When Shima rubbed his chin, thought for a long time without finding an answer, and turned to Jiang Yi. Your forbidden ruins is called Blade Domain. Jiang Yi nodded. He flipped through books, a puzzled expression on his face. After a while, he asked, Jiang Yi, how large can your blade domain expand? How large? Jiang Yi looked at Lin Xie. How large is your mortal dust divine realm? Lin Xie said flatly, 20 meters. Jiang Yi softly responded twice, then turned and seriously repeated, 20 meters. When Shima was speechless, Lin Xie also remained silent. Knock, knock, knock. Stop joking around. When Shima knocked on the blackboard, his tone serious. Jiang Yi helplessly thought, if I said my blade domain could cover several Cangnan cities, would you believe me? Perhaps when Shima didn't fully understand. So after briefly assessing the situation, he announced the end of the lesson. The two weren't in high school, but the atmosphere felt like it. After class, they headed to the martial arts training ground. On the way, Lin Xie looked at Jiang Yi and asked, what's the maximum range of your blade domain? Do you want the truth or a lie? The truth. Probably enough to cover several Cangnan cities. Lin Xie said helplessly, you really know how to joke. At the training ground, Zhao Kongqing saw the two approaching and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Today, I'm going to teach you two kids a good lesson. Grab your swords. Clang, clang. Two wooden swords spun a few times in the air before landing at their feet. Jiang Yi looked at Chen Mai beside him in confusion. The latter covered his mouth and coughed lightly, announcing, today's training is swordsmanship. Old Zhao's knife skills are on par with mine, you'll learn a lot. Also, he glanced at Jiang Yi, who had a calm expression, and said somewhat awkwardly, forbidden to use forbidden ruins. Jiang Yi was speechless. The two picked up wooden knives, and Lin Xie frowned as he stared at Zhao Kongqing. Jiang Yi, I'll go first. All right. Jiang Yi stepped back 2 paces with his knife in hand, secretly amused as he saw Lin Xie preparing to vent Zhao Kongqing's anger. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brows, extinguished the cigarette in his mouth, and walked to the center of the field with a complex expression. Come on, a duel between men, sometimes fighting can resolve things. Lin Xie stepped forward with his right foot, moving so fast that only an afterimage was visible, and swung his knife, accompanied by a faint airflow. Zhao Kongqing leaned back, easily dodging the attack, the airflow lifting strands of hair at his temples. He quickly reversed his grip on the wooden knife and struck at Lin Xie's abdomen before he could react. Lin Xie was sent flying 5 meters, clutching his stomach and coughing. Resting the wooden knife on his shoulder, Zhao Kongqing smiled and said, I won't hold back, it's a sign of respect for your lives. Next, he twirled the knife in his hand and finally pointed at Jiang Yi. Your turn. Or, both of you together. Truly bold. Jiang Yi sighed and nodded at Lin Xie, who also nodded and resumed his irregular steps. Charging at Zhao Kongqing again, Lin Xie frowned, recalling the events on the rooftop that night. But his memory broke off when he gazed at the Seraph. What happened afterward? In the afternoon, Jiang Yi finished his training and walked out of the office, gazing at the sunset on the horizon, relying only on imagination to add some color to this gray world. He stepped into a secluded corner, and a blue-white halo flashed around him, instantly disappearing into the darkness. He didn't rush to find Li Yifei, but went home first. As soon as he entered, he saw his divine ruins avatar walking in. His mother had already prepared a table full of dishes, and the warm scene brought a smile to his lips. Mom, once I've dealt with the matter of these eyes, I'll come back to see you. Jiang Yi quietly watched the warm scene inside through the corner of the window. Then, his body gradually became illusory and transparent, scattering into faint blue light points that disappeared into the air. The alleys of the old town were intricate and complex, with many students from No. 2 Middle School walking home together after school. Jiang Yi's blurred figure passed through them silently, entering the campus unnoticed by the security guard at the gate. After school today, under the hint of the Naga demon, Li Yifei went back to retrieve his homework and discovered the mysterious beginning. In the original storyline, Qingyu relied on his wit to deal with the ceiling, combined with Lin Xie's judgment of the situation. The misdirection of the forbidden item alone wasn't enough. The cooperation of the Naga demon was essential. As long as Li Yifei successfully joined the Night Watchers, this storyline would be completely overturned, and the modified value gained would undoubtedly be significant. Jiang Yi arrived at the school's highest rooftop and took out a bright red opera robe. This was the forbidden item. The show begins. Its specific usage required wearing the robe and performing an opera. During the performance, the storyline could be rewritten. The subsequent story would then unfold under the control of the forbidden item, developing according to Jiang Yi's intentions. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi donned the bright red opera robe. The robe was embroidered with lifelike patterns, its long sleeves trailing on the ground, radiating a mysterious glow in the sunset's afterglow. Jiang Yi was completely unfamiliar with opera and pondered what to sing. Liang Shambua and Zhu Tai, the heavenly match, Dream of the Red Chamber, or the drunken concubine. After much thought, the only opera he was somewhat familiar with in his past life was the drunken concubine, but he had long forgotten the lyrics. Detected that the host is unfamiliar with opera. A complete opera, Farewell My Concubine, is now gifted. Please begin your performance. Farewell My Concubine. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, thinking, system, you're really considerate. Soon, the lyrics, melody, corresponding vocal styles, and movements of Farewell My Concubine appeared in his mind. Then let us begin. Jiang Yi waved the bright red opera robe, its long sleeves fluttering, his movements gradually becoming fluid. Any complex action now seemed effortless and natural. In the twilight, a man with his eyes covered by a black cloth, dressed in a bright red opera robe, danced gracefully on the rooftop. His movements were precise, embodying both the heroic spirit of the King of Chu and the deep devotion of Consort Yu in life and death. Jiang Yi's voice transformed as he began singing in an operatic tone. Strength lifts mountains, the spirit dominates the world. Time is against me, my steed 1T run. My steed 1T run, what can I do? Consort Yu, what can I do? Consort Yu, do you regret it? Suddenly, his voice sharpened, switching to a female operatic tone. I follow my king. Life and death without regret. The sunset on the horizon was half hidden below the skyline. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon rose from the other side. The campus was silent. Li Yifei rushed out of the classroom with a terrified expression, only relaxing after confirming no one was around. What kind of monster is that? It's terrifying. I need to leave quickly. He clutched his notebook tightly and cautiously went downstairs, afraid that some grotesque monster might suddenly jump out. Fortunately, the school was almost empty, and he managed to run to the playground. Li Yifei propped his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. What bad luck! Last time I ran into a monster on my way home, and now I'm risking my life at school again. I need to take a day off tomorrow and go to the temple to pray. After resting for a moment, he was about to leave when a melodious opera voice suddenly rang out, stopping him in his tracks. See the king sleeping soundly in his tent. Li Yifei froze, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He slowly turned his head toward the sound. In the next second, his pupils contracted and goosebumps covered his entire body. On the highest rooftop of the school, a performer in a red robe was dancing gracefully, their opera singing flawless and captivating. To be honest, it was quite beautiful. Li Yifei quickly shook his head to snap out of it. Damn, could this be the legendary ghost opera? I'm doomed. Why is my life so unlucky? Walking feels like treading on thin ice. Run now. He didn't dare hesitate. He remembered the stories his grandmother used to tell about the ghost opera. The appearance of a ghost opera meant someone had been wronged. If the ghost targeted him, he'd be in big trouble. Li Yifei ran desperately toward the school gate, not stopping for a moment. But he gradually realized something was wrong. The school gate was only 200 meters away, yet after running for 3 minutes, he still hadn't reached it. Something was off. Could it be the ghost wall? Damn it. Is the heavens against me? Calm down. Calm down. Li Yifei tried to steady his nerves, recalling his grandmother's advice. If you encounter a ghost wall, don't panic. Close your eyes and walk in a straight line. He shut his eyes tightly and, with trembling legs, walked forward. The sound of opera and the whistling night wind filled his ears. A chilling sensation crept over him from head to toe. Bodhisattva, protect me. Bodhisattva, protect me. Thud. Suddenly, Li Yifei's forehead bumped into something soft. He froze. Reaching out to touch it, he felt bones, and it was warm. What was this? His hand moved downward. Li Yifei. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. He quickly opened his eyes and saw a face covered by a black band, and his hand was about to touch a rather awkward spot. Li Yifei paused for a moment, immediately stopping his fumbling movements. The air grew tense. Jiang Yi frowned and said, "Take your hand away now." Li Yifei stammered, oh, and quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushing red. What's with that expression? Jiang Yi was speechless, almost having his bottom touched by this snake demon, who then acted all shy. Jiang Yi, why are you here? Wait, let's go quickly. Did you see the person singing opera on the rooftop just now? Li Yifei turned to point at the rooftop, only to find that the person was gone. Where did they go? That person singing opera just now was me, Jiang Yi said calmly. Ah. Li Yifei's heart sank, and he quickly took a few steps back, putting some distance between himself and Jiang Yi. Are you human or ghost? Jiang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Nanda Snake Demon, how much longer do you plan to keep pretending? Li Yifei froze, retorting, what Nanda Snake Demon? What are you talking about? Still denying it. Jiang Yi shook his head, clasping his hands behind his back. An invisible blade aura instantly enveloped the entire Cangnan city. With a blank expression, he said, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't reveal your true form, all your descendants will perish. Li Yifei looked utterly confused. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? What descendants? Exterminate. Jiang Yi uttered just one word, and Li Yifei's expression instantly changed. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, black snake scales appeared on his face, and he flicked his tongue like a serpent. Stop, she roared. In that brief moment, Jiang Yi had already wiped out more than a dozen of her descendants. Jiang Yi snapped his fingers, and the slaughter immediately ceased. The Nanda Snake Demon squinted her vertical pupils, fear evident in her eyes. With just a single word, he had annihilated her descendants from a distance. This man before her was no ordinary person. She hesitated for a moment and asked, How did you discover me? You don't need to know. You want to join the Night Watchers, don't you? The Nanda Snake Demon froze, staring at Jiang Yi in astonishment. How did he know? Who exactly was he? These secrets were things she had never shared with anyone. Could Jiang Yi possess some treasure that allowed him to hear her thoughts? I can help you, Jiang Yi said calmly. The Nanda Snake Demon was shocked. Help me? Why would you help me? And how do you know all this? She clenched her fists, ready to fight at any moment. Jiang Yi smiled. Don't be nervous. As long as you do as I say, you can join the Night Watchers. Why should I trust you? The Nanda Snake Demon sneered coldly. Jiang Yi's brows furrowed, and a surge of blade energy suddenly pressed down on the Nanda Snake Demon. Bang! Caught completely off guard, the Nanda Snake Demon was instantly slammed to the ground, an overwhelming pressure pinning her so tightly that she couldn't move. What is this? She struggled desperately but couldn't budge an inch. Jiang Yi slowly walked over, looking down at her. I told you, just follow my instructions. Understand, the Nanda Snake Demon was terrified. How powerful was this man? With just a frown, she had completely lost the ability to resist. When did such a formidable person emerge in Cangnan? She wasn't foolish. For now, she could only agree otherwise. She was as good as dead. Sir, what are your orders? Jiang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile as he withdrew the oppressive blade energy, allowing the Nanda Snake Demon to stand. Then, he pointed a finger at her forehead, and a mysterious power surged into her mind. Don't entertain any thoughts of betrayal. The moment I detect it, I will erase your consciousness immediately. The only reason you're alive now is to obey my orders. Hearing this, the Nanda Snake Demon's face grew heavy, her fear of Jiang Yi deepening. What level of cultivation was he at? River realm? Sea realm? The Nanda snake demon bowed respectfully. Master, what are your orders? For now, she had no choice but to submit. Facing someone who could see through her disguise and possessed such overwhelming strength, she couldn't afford to provoke him. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Proceed with your original plan and execute it well. The Nanda snake demon listened intently, her face showing surprise. Even her own plan had been seen through, and he was even helping her avoid its flaws. Excited, she knelt on one knee. Understood, Master. Jiang Yi nodded and looked up at the rising moon. The show is about to begin. Nighttime, at the Peace Bureau. Chun Mai was wearing an apron, cooking in the kitchen, his eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. When Shima was applying medicine to the heavily injured Lin Xie, smiling as he comforted him. The members of Team 136 were all gathered at the bureau tonight. As soon as Jiang Yi entered, he caught the aroma of food from the kitchen and the faint smell of smoke from Zhao Kongqing's cigarette. Handsome little brother is here, come sit, Hong Ying said, immediately standing up and waving him over. Jiang Yi nodded and sat down beside her. As soon as he sat, Zhao Kongqing stopped his usual joking demeanor. Old Zhao, what's wrong? Weren't you just lecturing Qie earlier? Now that Xiao Yi is here, you're suddenly quiet. Warm Mo smiled and said, stop messing around. Zhao Kongqing awkwardly waved his hand, as if unwilling to bring up the matter of being defeated by Jiang Yi today. Then his gaze fell on Jiang Yi. Kid, let's have another match after dinner. Let's just say I wasn't prepared today. Getting beaten up properly is the only way to feel alive, Lin Xie joked while applying ointment to his face. Hey, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. It's for your own good, to help you survive in the future. Lin Xie turned his head away. Got it. You've said that countless times already. Zhao Kongqing took a drag of his cigarette with a smile, then turned his gaze to Jiang Yi, raising his eyebrows high. Jiang Yi nodded helplessly. All right, let's practice again after dinner. By the way, what's special about today? Why the sudden? Handsome little brother, old Zhao is leaving tomorrow. The captain asked us to have dinner together tonight to send him off. Hong Ying explained beside him. Zhao Kongqing is leaving. Jiang Yi frowned. Why is the plot regressing again? He thought for a moment and figured it was probably because Zhao Kongqing didn't die using the Ghost God seal, and the higher-ups of the Night Watchers found out and wanted him to cooperate with their research. Other than that, there was no other reason. This reminded him of what the system had said before. To change the ending in the story written by Sanjiu, he had to rely on his own strength. It seemed that Sanjiu had once again twisted the plot back around. Jiang Yi showed a trace of frustration on his face. He wasn't sure if this kind of ending was right. When he used to read the novel, he really liked the character of Zhao Kongqing. Smack. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing slapped Jiang Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, they've given me an important mission. When I come back, I'll definitely be a general. He raised his eyebrows as he spoke, trying to comfort everyone. That's right, old Zhao will definitely come back. Don't be sad, handsome little brother, Hong Ying said, cupping her face and smiling at him. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Team 136 really felt like a family. Come on, dinner's ready. Chun Mai brought out the last dish and sat down next to Wu Xiangnan. At this moment, Hong Ying had already picked up her chopsticks, ready to dig in. Chun Mai glanced at everyone, picked up his chopsticks, and said, Let's eat. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ying and Wen Qiemo simultaneously grabbed a chicken leg. The two exchanged glances, sparks flying. Chun Mai took a deep breath, lightly tapped his chopsticks, and divided the 3 chicken legs in the dish into the bowls of Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, and Zhao Kongqing. Hong Ying puffed up her cheeks, withdrew her hand, and glared fiercely at Wen Qiemo, who shrugged helplessly. Jiang Yi, feeling helpless, picked up the chicken leg and was about to place it in Hong Ying's bowl. Don't. Big sister was planning to give it to you anyway. Hong Ying blocked his chopsticks and tilted her head with a smile. All right, everyone, let's raise our glasses to send off old Zhao, Chun Mai said, raising his glass and standing up. Everyone followed suit, raising their glasses. To old Zhao, may he achieve great victories and become a general soon. Clink. 8 glasses collided. Zhao Kongqing's eyes grew moist as he downed his full glass of beer in one gulp, his voice choked. Wait for me to come back. That night was the first time Jiang Yi, since becoming a god, lost to Zhao Kongqing. The next morning, Team 136 gathered to send Zhao Kongqing off from Songnan. The 7 of them stood at the airport, watching old Zhao's plane take off. Hong Ying couldn't help but cry. In truth, everyone understood the reason why old Zhao was being transferred to Shangjing by the higher-ups. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Chen Mai's phone rang. He answered it. Hello. His brows furrowed tightly. Are you sure? Understood. We're coming right away. What happened, Captain? Wu Xiaonan asked. Chen Mai put down his phone. Last night, multiple murders occurred in Songnan, and the police investigation found no clues about the perpetrator. Moreover, this morning, the forensic examination of the bodies revealed that all the corpses had turned into snake-like monsters. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously grieving group immediately became serious. There was no need for further explanation. Another mysterious enemy had appeared. We're heading back to the office immediately. Xiaonan, contact the police and investigate the origins of this mysterious incident, Chen Mai instructed. The 7 of them got into the car and drove back to the peace office. Jiang Yi followed silently. At the entrance of the office, a familiar figure came into view. Li Yifei. Chen Mai recognized the high school student at the door. He had seen him last time when signing the confidentiality agreement. Li Yifei saw them return and walked over nervously. Hello, I have something important to say. Chen Mai frowned. What is it? I saw a monster. In the conference room, after listening to Li Yifei's account, the group fell into silence. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as Wu Xiangnan walked in with some documents. Captain, all the victims' children attend Songnan No. 2 High School. So we can basically confirm that Songnan No. 2 High School is the center of the incident. Also, Wu Xiangnan took out several files and placed them on the table. Based on forensic data and records, I found that this mysterious creature is called the Nanda snake demon. It is highly skilled at disguise and can implant snake seeds into ordinary human bodies to reproduce offspring. Lin Xie listened and felt something was off. He glanced at Li Yifei and fell into deep thought. A snake demon so adept at hiding, how could it have been seen by Li Yifei this time? Its offspring were killed, so logically, the snake demon should have hidden even deeper. Why would it expose itself at this moment? It was too strange. Sensing Lin Xie's subtle expression, Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The protagonist truly has some extraordinary qualities, otherwise he wouldn't have made it this far. However, once they entered Songnan No. 2 High School, the situation would be under my control. Bang! Chen Mai closed the file and looked at Li Yifei. Chia, Xiaoya, and you, Li Yifei, you are students at Songnan No. 2 High School. Go investigate the situation at the school and find out how many snake demon offspring there are. Hong Ying, Xiangnan, you go to Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory and the director's office to uncover the mastermind behind this. The rest of you, head outside the school to eliminate the snake demon offspring. Split up and take action. Li Yifei, if you perform well this time, I'll consider letting you join the Night Watchers, Chen Mai said to Li Yifei. Li Yifei was so excited it seemed genuine. All right, let's move out. Yes. On the bustling street, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan walked side by side, carrying a black case. Wu Xiangnan pondered as he walked. Chen Mai glanced at him. You think this is strange too, don't you? Wu Xiangnan nodded. The Nanda snake demon is always cautious. Its offspring being killed shouldn't lead to such exposure. There's something even stranger. What is strange? The dead snake demon offspring are scattered widely, but their time of death and cause are exactly the same. Over a dozen snake demon offspring, and the perpetrator didn't leave even a time gap. Wu Xiangnan's expression turned serious. This either means the Nanda snake demon is staging a performance, or there's someone even stronger, perhaps stronger than Wu Yang, who killed over a dozen snake demon offspring simultaneously. Such a large-scale operation, yet not a single hint of it leaked. Truly bizarre methods. Chen Mai was also deep in thought. Over a dozen snake demons scattered across Songnan were wiped out simultaneously and silently. If this wasn't some elaborate act staged by Nanda snake demon, just how powerful was the perpetrator? Boundless? Klein? Or perhaps a top-tier human expert? The more he thought about it, the deeper his frown became. Songnan had been rife with strange occurrences lately. Xiangnan, let us set aside the matter of the perpetrator for now. Clearing out the offspring of snake demons outside the school is the priority. Wu Xiangnan sighed, unable to make sense of it. To act so quietly and efficiently, just who could it be? Let us go, Captain. The two walked away, and Han Xiaoyun, dressed in a black robe with a cold gaze, appeared, watching them leave. He turned his attention to Sangnan No. 2 High School, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Sangnan indeed harbored secrets, so let me add a little excitement for you. Hope you enjoy it. He strode toward Sangnan No. 2 High School. Sangnan No. 2 High School. Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, and Li Yifei blended into the campus, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan climbed over the wall to get in. Lin Xie walked beside Jiang Yi and said, "Don't you think this whole thing has been strange from the start?" Jiang Yi smiled faintly. "Go on." According to Xiangnan's intel, Nanda Snake Demon should be very cautious and Wuden Ti suddenly expose itself. The offspring of the slain snake demons are even stranger. Knowing they were being watched, why didn't they hide? Lin Xie analyzed a series of points. Jiang Yi nodded seriously. "You're practically Sherlock Holmes now." Indeed, these are valid questions. But for now, we need to figure out how many snake demon offspring are in the school. Lin Xie nodded, walking toward the classroom deep in thought, sneaking a glance at Li Yifei at the end. Li Yifei grinned foolishly, showing no signs of anything unusual. The three arrived at the classroom door. The balding teacher, who was in the middle of a lecture, looked displeased. "Lin Xie, Jiang Yi, come in." "Li Yifei, what is going on with you?" Li Yifei touched the leave slip in his pocket, but ultimately put it back. "Teacher, I overslept." He scratched his head, giving an old, worn-out excuse. Lin Xie's expression suddenly turned puzzled. "No way. If Li Yifei were involved, everything should have been orchestrated. Could it be that I'm overthinking this?" Sure enough, Li Yifei was punished to stand in the hallway, mouthing something incomprehensible through the window. "There are two right in the classroom." After sitting down, Lin Xie spoke seriously. "This suggests the situation in the school might be quite dire." Jiang Yi extended his perception across the entire school, identifying all the snake demon offspring clearly. His brows furrowed. Among his perception, aside from the snake demon offspring, there were two mysterious creatures from the Chuan realm, one of which was... Jiang Yi glanced toward the girls' dormitory, a smile tugging at his lips as he thought, Han Xiaoyan, showing up this early? The plot is getting interesting. He turned to look at Lin Xie beside him. "Xie, this is the second class of the morning. After this, it'll be the big recess, and we'll be able to get a clearer picture of the school's situation." Lin Xie's eyes lit up. "I'll go support Sister Hong Ying and the others to prevent any accidents." Lin Xie nodded. Considering Jiang Yi's strength, this arrangement made sense. 10 minutes later, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Immediately following was a rhythmic march. As the music played, students rose and headed toward the playground. Lin Xie and Li Yifei quickly ran toward the playground, while Jiang Yi's figure gradually blurred, appearing on the rooftop in an instant that he gazed at the azure sky and the students gradually gathering below, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. The grand show is about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of red flashed across the sky, and the entire Sangnan No. 2 High School was enveloped in a crimson glow as the power of the Forbidden Ruins activated. And Xingyu hasn't awakened the only correct answer, Forbidden Ruins, yet, so he should be fooled. As long as the Naga Serpent Demon survives in the storyline, I can gain modification points. Whether or not I get discovered later doesn't matter. Jiang Yi altered the storyline solely to enhance his strength and earn modification points. He had no intention of making enemies. His goal had always been clear, to ascend to the peak of the moon and exact revenge on the Seraph for destroying his eyes. Gods. Arrogance. Then I'll show you what true devastation means. Jiang Yi looked up at the blue sky, a faint smile on his lips, then turned and disappeared from the rooftop. Did the sky just flash? Lung Xian, who was placing the no-boundary domain markers on the field, looked up at the seemingly normal sky, puzzled. It seemed like the sky had just flashed red. Never mind, let us activate the no-boundary domain first. Oh right, I forgot to ask old Zhao how to use this. On the field, as the red light flashed across the sky, a quiet student from a certain class, and Xingyu, suddenly had a red glow light up in his eyes. He slowly raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze carried a hint of confusion. Just now, he felt as if something had influenced him, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It felt strange. Hey, the student holding the flag, you're going the wrong way. Head toward the podium. Suddenly, a voice came over the broadcast from the podium, and Xingyu couldn't help but look up, his gaze falling on the peculiar behavior of Lin Xie and Li Yifei. Interesting, things aren't that simple. I really want to study this thoroughly. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. The only correct answer. Jiang Yi sensed the change in Xingyu, and his expression immediately turned serious. The storyline had shifted too much, and Xingyu had actually awakened the Forbidden Ruins ahead of time. A genius intellect combined with the Forbidden Ruins? This originally dull, one-sided game had suddenly become thrilling. Jiang Yi's interest was piqued. Without interfering with Xingyu, he carried his black box and walked into the girls' dormitory. Under the invisibility of the Myriad phenomena divine ruins, the dormitory supervisor didn't notice him at all. To avoid arousing Lin Xie's suspicion, he decided to greet Sister Hongying first. When facing two highly intelligent opponents, every detail could determine success or failure. Fifth floor of the girls' dormitory. Hongying and Si Xiaonan cautiously ascended the stairs. Outwardly, they appeared vigilant, but in reality, Hongying felt the atmosphere was too quiet. There had to be something going on. After walking for a while, the chilling aura around them grew heavier. Si Xiaonan clutched her skirt tightly. Sister Hongying, have you noticed anything? Hongying turned her head and asked seriously, which room? Si Xiaonan. The second to last one. Wait. Hongying suddenly interrupted her. Si Xiaonan's heart tightened. What's wrong? Hongying's expression turned grave. Someone's coming footsteps. A thief. Grab your weapon. Hiding at the stairwell corner, Hongying and Si Xiaonan heard the approaching footsteps and immediately sprang out. The fiery red spear in Hongying's hand shot out like a swimming dragon. While Si Xiaonan fired her dual pistols, 2 gunshots rang out. Just as they finished their moves, Jiang Yi's figure appeared in their line of sight. A handsome guy. Hongying quickly withdrew her spear, stomping her right foot hard as the spear, still wreathed in flames, swept toward the incoming bullets. Clang, clang. After 2 collisions, she flipped in midair and landed where Jiang Yi was, inertia causing her to bump into his chest. Jiang Yi remained motionless, his hands firmly gripping Hongying's shoulders to prevent her from falling. Hongying, Jia, what are you two doing? Hongying's face flushed red. She quickly stepped back a few paces, clasping her hands behind her back, looking slightly embarrassed. We were practicing tactics. What do you think, Xiaonan? Si Xiaonan awkwardly smiled, adjusted her glasses, and pretended to be serious. That's right. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Handsome guy, why are you in the girls' dormitory? Could it be? Hongying gave a meaningful smile. How could I? Just look at this black belt. Jiang Yi helplessly pointed to the black belt around his waist. True. Hongying scratched her head. I was worried something might happen to you, so I came to help. Jiang Yi explained, turning his head toward the staircase below. He sensed a group of girls coming up, among whom one was not a descendant of the snake demon. She had 3 tails, a fox's head, and a human body, clearly a mysterious expert from the Chuan realm. Although Jiang Yi wasn't sure of her abilities, he knew that just one glance would be enough. Handsome guy, don't underestimate Hongying Jia. When it comes to these snake demon descendants, she can handle them with ease. Hongying patted her chest. Si Xiaonan followed Jiang Ye's gaze, her ears twitching as she heard the chaotic footsteps downstairs. Hongying Jia, Xiaoyi, a lot of people are coming up. Hongying's eyes narrowed slightly. Her spear drew an arc in the air as she smiled sweetly. Handsome guy, watch closely how your big sister deals with these snake demons. Before Jiang Yi could speak, Hongying had already rushed down the stairs. Jiang Yi shook his head, glanced at Si Xiaonan, and the two nodded at each other before heading downstairs together. They had just reached the 3rd floor when flames erupted from the 2nd floor, scorching the white walls black. As the flames subsided, the sound of the spear clashing ceased, and the entire corridor fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Yi grabbed the stair railing and leaped to the 2nd floor, with Si Xiaonan close behind. She saw Hong Ying-jie standing motionless in the dormitory corridor, surrounded by the corpses of dead snake demons. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Hong Ying-jie, you're amazing." However, Hong Ying showed no reaction, standing there like a wooden figure, seemingly unable to hear anything. Si Xiaonan froze, just about to step forward. Jiang Yi grabbed her arm. "The enemy hasn't shown themselves yet." Si Xiaonan looked at him in confusion. She noticed that Hong Ying-jie's gaze was dazed, her eyes glowing with a pink hue, clearly under some kind of control. It turned out to be a form of mental manipulation. Jiang Yi shook his head and shouted down the corridor, "Come out." His voice echoed through the narrow hallway, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Hong Ying finally moved, stepping aside to clear a path. A three-tailed humanoid fox slowly emerged, her waist swaying, her eyes glowing pink as she stared intently at Si Xiaonan. Soon, Si Xiaonan's eyes also began to glow pink, her expression turning vacant. The next moment, a surge of power erupted from within her, instantly shattering the fox demon's mental control, and her eyes regained clarity. As the proxy of the god of deception, how could she be so easily controlled? The fox-headed humanoid demon's eyes flashed with fear, her voice dripping with seduction. "I didn't expect to encounter two tough ones here. But, one in the Qi realm, and one in the Zhan realm, you're still too weak." Si Xiaonan's expression turned serious. "Xiao Yi, she is a three-tailed enchanting fox, skilled in controlling minds and creating illusions. Sister Hong Ying is now trapped in her illusion. Moreover, the three-tailed enchanting fox is at least at the peak of the river realm, almost at the level of the sea realm." She was a bit worried. Although Jiang Yi had previously defeated a newly entered river realm follower in seconds, facing someone at the peak of the river realm might be challenging. Besides, while the three-tailed enchanting fox's attacks weren't strong, she could easily trap people in illusions, causing them to lose their composure. "Don't worry, step back," Jiang Yi said calmly. Si Xiaonan froze, watching Jiang Yi slowly step forward. A mere lamp realm dares to challenge me? My servant, kill him." The three-tailed enchanting fox pointed at Jiang Yi with her orchid-like fingers, commanding Hong Ying. Hong Ying nodded, her spear igniting in flames, dragging it along the ground as sparks flew. The sizzling sound grew louder as her speed increased. Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged. Facing the spear that Hong Ying swung fiercely at him, he slowly reached out his hand. Clang! Layers of flames exploded in the corridor, and a wave of heat surged forward. Si Xiaonan raised her hands to shield her face, retreating 2 steps. When she looked again, she couldn't help but freeze in shock. Jiang Yi had caught Hong Ying's spear with just 2 fingers. How was this possible? She was stunned, feeling as if Jiang Yi was a master straight out of a novel. Was this truly the power of the lamp realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The three-tailed enchanting fox's pink eyes were filled with doubt as she stared intently at Jiang Yi. "You're not just a lamp realm, you're pretending to be weak. Damn it, I've read enough novels to know. Today, I'll show you the thing you fear the most in your heart." Heavenly Fox Dreamscape. As soon as she finished speaking, the pink glow around Hong Ying disappeared, and she collapsed unconscious. Jiang Yi quickly caught her and checked her condition, finding no danger. At that moment, the surrounding dormitory environment vanished instantly, plunging into darkness. "Trying to drag me into an illusion? How overconfident," Jiang Yi said, looking up at the three-tailed enchanting fox not far away. The fox demon chuckled, swaying her hips as she approached, her lips curling into a seductive smile. "Servant, let this immortal see what you fear most in your heart." She waved her hand, and the surrounding world transformed. In an instant, dazzling light appeared, and the space became vast and boundless, filled with twinkling stars. This was the universe. The three-tailed enchanting fox was momentarily stunned. "Mortal, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god?" Suddenly, a voice that pierced the soul echoed in her ears. She looked up and saw, in front of the shimmering moon, a 6-winged angel with eyes glowing with golden light. The angel's gaze grew larger and larger, eventually covering the entire moon. The three-tailed enchanting fox was utterly shocked. A powerful divine aura surged into her mind, and in an instant, her soul completely dissipated, turning into nothingness. Jiang Yi slowly raised his head, fearlessly facing the seraph. "Mortal, do you know your sin?" The seraph's golden eyes glowed as it looked at Jiang Yi like an ant. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, a blue and white light flashing in his hand. With a gentle wave, the illusion shattered like glass. "Sin? What a joke. No one supported my dreams, so I climbed to the mountaintop on my own through the snow." In the eerie dormitory corridor, the three-tailed enchanting fox's eyes still held a trace of shock as she muttered a single word, "God." But soon, her gaze became empty, and her body fell straight to the ground, her eyes wide open like copper bells. As I Xiaonan witnessed all of this, her mouth slightly open, even forgetting to push up her glasses. She stared blankly in less than 2 minutes. The three-tailed fox demon at the peak of the river realm was easily defeated in her illusion. What kind of monster is this? As the agent of the god of deception, even Si Xiaonan couldn't guarantee she could instantly take down the three-tailed fox demon. Yet, Jiang Yi managed to do it effortlessly, using the exact same method as when he killed the river realm believer last time. His forbidden ruins were definitely not ordinary, and might even surpass divine ruins. Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled, secretly admiring him. It seemed that Jiang Yi helping her kill Loki, the god of deception, would require a revision of her previous plan. Ding! You have modified the plan of Si Xiaonan, the agent of the god of deception, and gained 10,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 81,500. Reach 100,000 to claim a reward package of your choice. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yi snapped back to reality and sensed Si Xiaonan behind him. Modify the plan. No wonder she's one of the 4 undercover agents who slay gods. It seems the plot to kill Loki will need my involvement. Huh? Handsome brother, what's wrong with me? Sister Hongying, who was in Jiang Ye's arms, slowly woke up. Her lively eyes darted around, taking a moment to realize where she was. She froze for a moment, staring at the face tied with a black band, feeling an indescribable sense of charm and security. Wow, handsome brother is still so handsome. Wait, where am I lying? Hongying realized she was lying in Jiang Ye's arms, her face turning slightly red as she quickly stood up. Sorry, handsome brother. By the way, I just saw a fox demon. Did you guys see it? Jiang Yi nodded and raised his hand to point behind her. Hongying followed his finger and saw a mysterious creature with a fox head and humanoid body lying silently. Dead. The fox demon at the peak of the river realm is actually dead, just like that? Hongying froze, her neck stiffly turning back. Wasn't it killed by handsome brother? It shouldn't count as me killing it, Jiang Yi replied thoughtfully. In fact, the three-tailed fox demon was destroyed by the divine power left in his eyes by the seraph. What do you mean it doesn't count? That was the peak of the river realm. Hongying puffed up her cheeks. Si Xiaonan walked over, hugged Hongying's arm, and shyly smiled. All right, Sister Hongying, our team 136 recruited a monster. Aren't you happy? I'm happy, but he's too strong. It makes me feel a bit inferior. I'm not even as good as handsome brother, boo-hoo. Hongying buried her face in Si Xiaonan's shoulder. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Feeling Si Xiaonan's scrutinizing gaze, he restrained his expression. He knew Si Xiaonan wanted to talk to him, but now wasn't the right time. Seeing that he didn't respond, Si Xiaonan had to change the subject. This matter isn't simple. Even a river realm peak level mystery has appeared. There must be a big problem. It could be the ancient god church causing trouble again. Then I need to report this to the captain. Hongying became serious upon hearing this. She pressed her earpiece. Captain. Before she could finish, Chen Mai's voice came through. Hongying, this is strange. When we killed the serpent demon's offspring, we found a river realm peak level mystery. We're investigating it. What's the situation on your end? Hongying was momentarily stunned and answered seriously. A mysterious Chuanjing, three-tailed enchanting fox, appeared at the school, but now, she glanced at the handsome younger brother. It's already been taken down by the handsome younger brother. Silence came through the earpiece. Captain, Xiaonan said this might be related to the ancient god church, and there might be more than one Chuanjing mysterious entity at the school. Hongying changed the subject. Chen Mai's voice was low. The last time the church's followers were killed, it was likely an act of revenge. You have Xiao Yi over there, so it should be fine. Stay safe. Understood, Captain. Hong Ying turned off the earpiece. Let's go, handsome younger brother. We're going to meet up with Qi Yi. Hong Ying linked arms with Jiang Yi and Si Xiaonan, and the three of them went downstairs together. In the Tsangnan City District, inside a mid-range residential building, the floor was littered with snake demon corpses, blood staining the ground red. Captain, Jiang Yi killed the Chuanjing Peak three-tailed enchanting fox? Wu Xiangnan confirmed in surprise. Chen Mai frowned and nodded. That's what Hong Ying said. It seems Jiang Yi has quite a few secrets. After all, he has been eyeing the Seraph. Xiao Yi and Qi Yi are both very mysterious. Wu Xiangnan mused. We'll need to ask him properly later. Xiao Yi's eyes are definitely not ordinary. Chen Mai shook his head. I've led many team members, and I can tell Xiao Yi has his own principles. Too much interference would only be detrimental to him. But Captain, Xiao Yi's instant kill of a Chuanjing entity has been noticed by the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. If there's no reasonable explanation, it could be very bad for him. No need to say more. If you were one of the Night Watcher higher-ups, would you believe that a Zhanjing could kill a Chuanjing? Chen Mai retorted. Wu Xiangnan fell silent. Chen Mai patted his shoulder. Xiangnan, sometimes don't be too rigid. The fact that we can entrust our backs to our teammates, that's true trust. Wu Xiangnan nodded silently. Understood, Captain. Let's go. That Chuanjing mysterious entity, Qi Mo, is tracking us. Hurry to the school to provide support. All right. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the tallest building in Tsangnan, a man in a black robe walked step by step to the edge of the railing, gazing into the distance. The strongest three-tailed enchanting fox is actually dead. Han Xiaoyan looked down at the glowing orb in his hand. The strongest in Team 136 was only at the Haijing level, but he wasn't at Tsangnan No. 2 high school. Who exactly killed that three-tailed enchanting fox? Was it the Seraph's divine agent? Han Xiaoyan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out who else could have done it. It seems I underestimated this divine agent. Their strength is indeed not weak. I hope one day you can kill me. After speaking, Han Xiaoyan turned around and slowly disappeared from the rooftop. The intelligence he had gathered was almost immediately transmitted to Whisper. The man in a tailcoat finished reading Han Xiaoyan's report, then looked up and stared at the shadowy figure in the black robe, asking, "No news of the Tsangnan deity?" Han Xiaoyan replied respectfully. The body of the believer Jiang Feng has not been found, and the device you provided to detect divine presence has shown no response. But there is one point of suspicion. What is it? Whisper frowned. Zhao Kongxing from Team 136 used the ghost god summon and miraculously came back to life. He was taken to Shangjing by the Night Watcher higher-ups. Whisper's eyes lit up. I see. Keep monitoring, but don't act rashly. He ended the communication, secretly laughing to himself. Using the ghost god summon and still surviving? This is something only a deity could achieve. This deity of Daxiao is truly intriguing. Bang! Bang! Jiang Yi had just arrived at the school building when gunshots rang out in his ears that he scanned the school with his perception and happened to catch a slightly ambiguous interaction between Qingyu and Lin Chia. Huh. There's also a mysterious presence from the Chuan realm. He searched the entire school and found that the other mysterious person was no longer there. Retreated? Well, that's good. This ancient god church really knows how to stir up trouble. Jiang Yi followed Sister Hong Ying, running to the floor where the gunshots came from. He sensed that the rope hanging down from the upper floor was still intact and nodded. In the original story, the rope Li Yifei used to descend from the upper floor was cut, and Qingyu happened to see it at the time, deducing the situation for Lin Chia. This time, he planned to test this exceptionally clever guy properly. The three quickly reached Lin Chia's side and cleared the surrounding snake demon offspring in no time. Chia, have you found the snake demon's main body? Hong Ying stepped forward to ask. Lin Chia glanced at Li Yifei and shook his head. Not yet. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, his gaze falling on the intact rope, frowning deeply. The snake demon offspring and the main body share vision, so the fact that the rope wasn't damaged suggests that the person who came down earlier should be fine. But something still felt off. What was the truth? Was this snake demon exceptionally good at disguises? And Qingyu glanced at the people Li Yifei had brought along and fell into deep thought. Now all the snake demon offspring in the school have been cleared, except for the one Lu Yuan took away. Lin Xie said, turning to look in the direction of the auditorium. Li Yifei, take the survivors to the auditorium first. Sister Hongying, let's go find the snake demon's main body. Hongying and Si Xiaonan nodded. Jiang Yi was about to follow, but Sister Hongying stopped him. Handsome little brother, you stay here and protect the survivors. Leave small matters like the Nanda snake demon to us. Jiang Yi had no choice but to nod. Sensing that they had gone far, he turned back and met Qingyu's gaze. Qingyu walked over with a faint smile. My name is Qingyu. Can you tell me what organization you belong to? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, the Elderly Marriage Happiness Mediation Office. Here's a business card. Qingyu was stunned, looking down at the peace office business card. What the heck is this? Ahem, I'm serious. Qingyu adjusted his glasses, his face full of seriousness. Jiang Yi also replied solemnly. Qingyu, does that name mean you really like eating fish? Qingyu. That was completely irrelevant. He sighed, ultimately giving up, and joined the group of survivors. But just as he took a step, he suddenly turned back to stare at Jiang Yi. I hate eating fish. In the auditorium, Jiang Yi stood guard at the door while a group of students and teachers gathered inside. Many girls cast admiring glances at Li Yifei and Wang Xiao, but a nearby teacher, with a stern face, reminded them, no dating allowed. Qingyu wasn't interested in any of this. He adjusted his glasses and walked over to Jiang Yi. Do you think something about this is strange? Jiang Yi, strange how? Qingyu's eyes glowed blue as he quietly analyzed the details of the teaching building. After a long while, he said, the less evidence left behind, the more likely it is to reveal a flaw. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. What did you find? There's a leaf slip on the floor of the teaching building with a name written on it. Qingyu stared at Li Yifei and the others. Jiang Yi remained calm and unhurried, as if everything was unfolding according to the plot he had anticipated. What name? Qingyu didn't answer immediately. If I tell you, will you let me join you? No. Jiang Yi shook his head, and Qingyu seemed a bit disappointed. However, Jiang Yi added, don't you think this world is very interesting? Joining us would actually restrict your freedom. For example, studying those snake demons, using your Forbidden Ruins ability. And Qingyu froze for a moment. Then after thinking, his eyes lit up with excitement. It is indeed very interesting. It seems I can understand their structure. So the ability I awakened is called Forbidden Ruins. Thank you for explaining it to me. The name on that leave request form is... Jiang Yi's expression turned serious. He wanted to see if this drama had any impact on Qingyu. Wang Xiao. Qingyu said the name without hesitation. As expected, Jiang Yi smiled faintly. The leave request said it was for this morning, but when I came to school this morning, I saw him appear in the classroom on time. Also, according to Lu Yuan from your class, Wang Xiao ran away in fear the last time he encountered a monster, but this time he bravely picked up a weapon to fight the snake demon. This change is too strange. Lastly, I observed that when Wang Xiao was fighting the snake demon, the demon's movements were very realistic, but it didn't actually harm him. Instead, it seemed to be protecting him. Qingyu adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. Jiang Yi nodded. In fact, he had already arranged this plot. He had the Nanda snake demon create a protagonist aura for Wang Xiao amidst the chaos to attract everyone's attention. The real Wang Xiao was still sleeping at home and hadn't come to school at all. The Wang Xiao before them was a special descendant of the snake demon, combined with his illusion from the universal divine ruins, which Lin Xie couldn't detect. So what do you plan to do? Let me directly kill him. Jiang Yi continued to ask, and Qingyu shook his head, looking at the black cloth band over his eyes, and said, let's talk to him first. He doesn't dare to act recklessly now. I'm very interested in your eyes. If there's a chance, I'd like to invite you to my lab to take a look. What? Damn, this kid wants to use me as a test subject. Jiang Yi's face darkened. You want to find corpses in the girls' dormitory, right? There are plenty there, maybe it can meet your needs. As for me, bro, you'll never catch me. And Qingyu. He coughed twice. I really am straight. Explaining is just covering up the truth. And Qingyu was speechless, only glancing toward the girls' dormitory, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yi mentioned the girls' dormitory, referring to the corpse of the three-tailed enchantress fox. It seemed Qingyu wouldn't be able to get the Nanda snake demon's head. If he studied the corpse of the three-tailed enchantress fox, what changes would occur in the future? Wouldn't the magic modification value rise again? Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Unable to find their target, Lin Xie and Hong Ying quickly rushed into the auditorium. Lin Xie drew out the black box star blade, ignored everyone else, and swiftly charged at Wang Xiao, slashing down with one strike. Everyone was shocked by this sudden action. Li Yifei also stepped back in fear. Wang Xiao's pupils instantly contracted, the black turning into yellow vertical pupils, and black snake scales covered his arms. Clang! The long blade struck his arm, sparks flying from the friction of metal. Lin Xie's lips curled into a smile. Finally found you. Wang Xiao Yu. Li Yifei raised his axe in terror. Other students and teachers screamed and scattered in all directions, the scene descending into chaos. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were not idle either. One wielded a long spear, while the other took out dual weapons, cooperating with Lin Xie in battle. And Qingyu glanced at Jiang Yi. Aren't you going to help? One must give others a chance to shine. If I make a move, it'll be over, Jiang Yi said indifferently. So you're very powerful. More or less. And Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to dissect Lin Xie for research. Clang, 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 crack. The sounds of battle continued. Under the combined efforts of the three, the Nanda serpent demon was completely powerless to resist. Lin Xie severed one of its arms, and blood splattered everywhere. The Nanda serpent demon retreated over 10 meters, its vertical pupils filled with rage. How did you discover me? Lin Xie's lips curled slightly. Your disguise was good, but his analysis was identical to what Qingyu had previously told Jiang Yi. The only difference was that when Lu Yuan took away the last serpent demon offspring, Hanru, he mentioned Wang Xiao's abnormality. Heh. The Nanda serpent demon let out a sinister laugh, saying no more, and suddenly lashed its tail fiercely at Lin Xie. Lin Xie quickly jumped sideways to dodge, exchanged a glance with Hong Ying, and charged at the Nanda serpent demon from two directions simultaneously. Lin Xie's eyes shone with golden light, and the divine power of the Seraph enveloped the Nanda serpent demon. The serpent demon's expression instantly became dazed. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xie's star blade slashed out a crescent-shaped blade light, aiming for the serpent demon's neck. Hong Ying raised her blazing spear and pierced its heart. The Nanda serpent demon's eyes widened in shock. Thud! The 3-meter-long serpent body fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone who witnessed this scene looked at Lin Xie with admiration in their eyes. Jiang Yi, standing nearby, had a faint smile on his lips. The show had ended perfectly. Hong Ying let out a sigh of relief and walked up to Lin Xie with a smile. Little brother Xie, not bad. Although you're not as impressive as the handsome little brother, your brain is really sharp. Lin Xie smiled and looked at Jiang Yi, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. Finally, there was something he could excel at over him. Standing next to Jiang Yi, and Qingyu, seeing his deduction confirmed, instinctively adjusted his glasses and revealed a confident smile. It seems someone in your team noticed this. I'm starting to take an interest in him. And Qingyu said, staring at Lin Xie. Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly, sensing Li Yifei, and sighed softly. These two geniuses seemed to be playing right into his hands. In an unnoticed corner, Li Yifei's lips curled into a sinister smile. 3 hours later, the captain's voice came through the earpiece. Special personnel have arrived to handle the scene. You can come out now. Jiang Yi and the other four, along with Li Yifei, walked out of the school gate, where they saw the captain and vice-captain Wu Xiangnan. Chenmai patted Li Yifei on the shoulder. I heard from Xie that you performed well. When we return, I'll help you apply to join the Night Watch training. Li Yifei's eyes sparkled. That's great. I can go fight monsters too. Captain Chun, believing in the light really pays off. Chenmai's mouth twitched, reminding him, the Night Watch isn't about personal heroism. Our duty is to protect Daxia, and there's always the possibility of sacrifice. You need to understand that. Got it, Captain? I'll raise the flag for Daxia. Li Yifei saluted, though it was not quite a standard military salute. Lin Xie's face darkened. This guy was a bit silly and adorable. He turned to look at the school gate, and suddenly felt something strange. There was nothing unusual inside the school, but as soon as he stepped out, something felt off. Xie, let's go. Lin Xie looked up to see Sister Hong Ying waving at him. Shaking his head, he followed her. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Ding. The host misled Lin Xie and Qingyu, causing the plot to develop in the wrong direction, earning 10,000 modification points. Lin Xie did not bring back the caregiver Li Yifei, delaying Nix's treatment progress, earning 20,000 modification points. And Qingyu failed to obtain the head of the Naga demon, and instead gained the illusion ability of the three-tailed enchanting fox, altering the trajectory of a major character, earning 50,000 modification points. Current modification points, 151,500. You have reached 100,000 modification points and received a selectable reward package. Upon reaching 300,000 modification points, you can randomly obtain a divine origin. Sitting in the car, Jiang Yi revealed a faint smile. Just the Naga demon plot alone had earned him 80,000 modification points. The progress was incredibly fast. At this rate, reaching the heavenly sovereign realm was just around the corner. He was one step closer to standing atop the moon and facing the seraph who had destroyed his eyes. Let us see what rewards are available. Jiang Yi used his thoughts to open the selectable reward package. As expected, it was filled with legendary golden equipment. Divine Ruins Eternal Divine Domain, Divine Ruins Void Control. He paid particular attention to the Divine Ruins level equipment. With his current strength at only the Forbidden Ruins level, it wasn't very convincing. At the very least, he needed another Divine Ruins item. That way, it would be normal for him to be a full-fledged divine agent with stronger power. Jiang Yi looked at the Divine Ruins equipment, thought for a moment, and finally made his choice. Back at the Peace Bureau, Lin Xie went straight to the basement and entered the Asylum of the Gods. Having slain the Naga demon, this guy should be qualified to be a caregiver now. I can finally take it easy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Stepping into the asylum, he spent some time with his mother, Nix, feeding her medicine before heading to the cell beneath the director's office. Something feels off. Killing the Naga demon seemed too easy. Lu Yuan told me Wang Xiao was acting strange, but it felt a bit too deliberate. As Lin Xie walked, he thought about it, and the more he thought, the more something felt wrong. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it for now. Let us welcome the asylum's first caregiver. Huh. Lin Xie looked at the empty cell in front of him and blinked his clear eyes. Where's the snake? He rolled his eyes, turned around, and walked back a few steps. I must have opened it the wrong way. Let us try again. He counted to 3 and returned to the cell, but it was still empty. Lin Xie's expression instantly turned serious, his brows furrowing tightly. It's over. I've fallen into a trap. At the gate of Tsangnan No. 2 High School, and Qingyu followed the group out. Regarding the memory erasing incident, he had avoided it using his Forbidden Ruins ability. The fox demon corpse in the girls' dormitory had also been thrown into the sewer by him. He adjusted his glasses and stepped out of the school gate. Huh. Just as he stepped out, and Qingyu froze, feeling a certain power within him disappear. No, it wasn't he disappearing, it was the same feeling he had during the break time exercises. He raised his head in confusion, his eyes flashing with a cold blue light, trying to analyze something. But after observing for a while, he found nothing unusual. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? And Qingyu lowered his head, frowning. That feeling was too strange, like being controlled by some force while walking at school. The moment he stepped out of the school gate, his thoughts suddenly became free, and the conclusion he had just reached began to waver. Wang Xiao seemed too deliberate. No, something was wrong. The correct answer wasn't him. So who could it be? And Qingyu fell into his own thoughts, repeatedly deducing the scenes in his mind. Yet the result remained unclear, leaving him at a loss. Wang Xiao's behavior grew increasingly suspicious, but in the end, Wang Xiao was indeed the Nanda snake demon. And Qingyu raised his hand to rub his forehead. I must be overthinking. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. After all, even the night watchers had confirmed that it was the Nanda snake demon. Hey, why are you all out here? No classes today? No idea. Seems like something happened at school. Huh. I took the day off. What is going on? A familiar voice made Qingyu stop in his tracks, his eyes filled with shock. Turning around, He saw Wang Xiao with a backpack, asking what had happened. And Qingyu clenched his fists, staring intently at Wang Xiao. He had made a mistake. And Qingyu's arms began to tremble slightly, his gaze shifting from excitement to coldness. "I couldn't he possibly make a mistake?" He gritted his teeth, walked up to Wang Xiao, and grabbed his shoulders with an unexpectedly strong grip. Wang Xiao let out a startled cry and froze when he saw in Qingyu's calm face. "Classmate, what are you doing?" "I'm telling the truth," he said nervously. And Qingyu wasn't in the mood to respond. "Why did you take the day off?" "I was playing games with classmates until late last night and complained about not wanting to go to school today. My friend, being loyal, helped me take the day off." Wang Xiao recalled. "What's your friend's name?" And Qingyu asked urgently. "His name is Li." Wang Xiao suddenly realized something and pushed in Qingyu's hands away. "Wait, classmate, I don't even know you. Why should I tell you?" And Qingyu didn't press further, muttering softly, "Li, so that's it." He released Wang Xiao, his gaze slightly weary as he walked away. Wang Xiao, full of confusion, watched in Qingyu's dejected figure and couldn't help but mutter, "What a weirdo." An hour later, in a sewer filled with a foul stench, hurried footsteps echoed. Rats scattered in all directions. Crack. And Qingyu, holding the corpse of a three-tailed fox demon, walked into the laboratory. He hadn't informed the night watchers because he was holding the fox demon's corpse. If the night watchers found out his memory hadn't been erased and that he had lost the fox demon's body, telling them now that Li Yifei was suspicious would be like walking into a trap. And Qingyu stared at the fox demon on the dissection table, deep in thought. Someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Li Yifei is just a pawn. Who could it be? He desperately wanted to know who this powerful figure was, the one manipulating him so effortlessly. In terms of reasoning, he had never tasted failure. This was the first time, and it would also be the last. And Qingyu frowned, adjusted his glasses, and said, "I will find you and reclaim victory." He gathered his thoughts, his gaze falling on the fox demon's corpse. Putting on protective gloves, he picked up a scalpel gleaming with a cold light. Zla? The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed in the quiet laboratory. His eyes glowed blue as gradually, and Qingyu discovered the secret of the corpse, his eyes revealing excitement and madness. He opened the cage holding the rats and grabbed a lively, jumping one. "Being able to help me with research is your luck. Perfect for testing the fox demon's abilities." After a day of research, 2 rats with pink, glowing eyes ran out of the laboratory. They ran tirelessly along the sewer, eventually emerging from the drainage pipe of the peace office. They stared at the office for a while, as if confirming something. At this moment, Lin Xie frowned deeply, practicing his sword techniques while pondering the matter of the Nanda snake demon. If Wang Xiao wasn't the true form of the Nanda snake demon, then where was the true form? His gaze shifted to Li Yifei, who was chopping a wooden stake with a knife not far away. No, the evidence was still too scarce. Lin Xie put down the star blade in his hand, wiped the sweat off his face, and walked into the bathroom. Squeak, squeak. He heard the sound of a rat and looked toward the corner of the door where there was a white rat. But its eyes, pink eyes. The rat suddenly turned its head and met his gaze. Lin Xie immediately felt dizzy and closed his eyes. When he shook his head and regained clarity, he found himself no longer in the bathroom. The surroundings had turned into a void space. He frowned slightly. "This is an illusion. Lin Xie, we meet again." And Qingyu slowly appeared. Lin Xie froze. "And Qingyu, so you were the one who stole the fox demon's corpse. What are you trying to do by pulling me into this illusion?" And Qingyu smiled, hands in his pockets. "Don't rush, not everyone is here yet. Which one should I choose? They all seem pretty powerful." In the shooting room, Jiang Yi finished Cold Xian's special training and looked at Shen Su, deep in thought. He would eventually face the Seraph, so he needed to choose a Shen Su that could counter the Seraph's abilities. The Seraph's strongest ability was Miracle. Miracle was the power to turn the impossible into possible. His eyes hadn't recovered, yet precisely because Michael's divine power carried Miracle. Normally, his eyes would have healed with accelerated regeneration, but they couldn't recover. A Shen Su that suppresses miracles? I'll have to search one by one. Jiang Yi looked at the screen full of golden legends. This was no easy task. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, A faint sound of a rat reached him. Jiang Yi released his mental perception and found a rat under mental control in the corner of the wall. And Qingyu, he's looking for me? Jiang Yi frowned. He actually found me? His intelligence is indeed impressive. But it's not a big problem. The modified value was already in his hands, so even if the plot turned back, he wouldn't be afraid. I'll put the Shin Su matter aside for now and see what's going on here first. Jiang Yi released his mental perception, and the white rat's eyes glowed pink. After a bout of dizziness, he found himself in a uniquely decorated room. The overall color surprisingly pink. You're here. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw Qingyu and Lin Xie sitting on the edge of the bed, clearly waiting for him. This decor, with a big bed and all, you really put some thought into it. Lin Xie was speechless, and Qingyu cleared his throat and waved his right hand. The room's color instantly changed, and the previously seductive pink bed turned into a table and chairs. Sit down. And Qingyu gestured to the seat next to Lin Xie. Jiang Yi nodded and walked over to sit down. Can you talk about the evidence you've gathered now? Lin Xie was the first to speak. Li Yifei, Wang Xiao's leave request was arranged by him. Without him, it's impossible to get leave from the school teachers, so the snake demon's true form can only be him. Lin Xie nodded. He had actually suspected Li Yifei before. That's all the information? Jiang Yi was speechless, feeling that he was brought in just for this. There's more. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Li Yifei might just be a pawn. The real mastermind behind the scenes is who we should be focusing on. Who is the mastermind? Lin Xie frowned and asked. Jiang Yi rested his left hand on his face, showing an innocent smile while listening intently. Fortunately, he had professional training and managed not to burst out laughing. I don't know. There are too few clues right now. I came here to remind you to deal with Li Yifei as soon as possible, and Qingyu said. Lin Xie thought for a moment. All right. Jiang Yi, why aren't you saying anything? Have you discovered anything? Lin Xie looked at Jiang Yi. Huh. Jiang Yi awkwardly put away his smile, thinking, damn, I'm the mastermind behind the scenes. How am I supposed to respond? Should I just expose myself? He coughed twice and pretended to be serious, saying, I didn't understand. Who do you think the mastermind is? I'll go deal with him. How dare he mess with us? He won't get away with it. And Qingyu, tell me, who is it exactly? And Qingyu was speechless. Lin Xie held his forehead, thinking, it seems this childhood friend really has a simple mind. Is this the legendary straightforward thinking with quick and decisive actions? He grabbed Jiang Yi. All right, maybe that person is from the ancient god church. And Qingyu, thanks. As a return favor, I won't tell the night watchers about your corpse stealing incident. And Qingyu smiled faintly. All right, consider it a favor I owe you. Goodbye. As the words fell, the illusion began to collapse, and the objects in the room gradually disappeared. A sense of weightlessness hit his brain. Phew. Jiang Yi opened his eyes in the shooting room and exhaled deeply. My acting wasn't bad. He decided to continue choosing the divine ruins. There was no need to bother with Li Yifei's matter anymore. Let Lin Xie handle it himself. After this matter is over, the Night Watcher's training will begin. By then, key characters like Masked Squad, by Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan will make their appearances. These will be sources of massive modification points. Just the Ghostface King and Nanda Snake Demon storylines alone had earned him 150,000 modification points. By the time the training starts, earning 1 million modification points shouldn't be difficult. Then he could ascend to the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, the realm of the three great heavenly sovereigns of Daxia, which is also the pinnacle of the Supreme God. The Seraphim is also at this level. Jiang Yi continued to examine the characteristics of the divine ruins. Half a minute later, his eyes lit up. Late night. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed from the martial arts field. Lin Xie, carrying a black box, slowly emerged from the darkness, his gaze fixed on Li Yifei practicing with his sword. Beside him was the captain giving guidance. Captain, Lin Xie called out. Chenmai looked up. Xie, what's the matter? Captain, can you come over for a moment? I have something to tell you. Chenmai glanced at Li Yifei, who smiled and said, Captain, it's fine. I'll practice on my own. All right. Chenmai walked over to Lin Xie. Why are you still carrying your sword? Is it because of the Fox Demon's corpse incident? Lin Xie shook his head. No, it's the Nanda snake demon. Chinmai froze. Wasn't the Nanda snake demon already? Captain, that wasn't the true form. The true form is still out there. Lin Xie looked at Li Yifei. Chinmai frowned. Are you sure? He hasn't shown any abnormal behavior. Just try and you'll know. Lin Xie opened the black box and drew the star blade given to him by Zhao Kongchen. In the darkness, his speed was 5 times faster than usual. Squelch. A shadow flickered, and Li Yifei, completely unguarded, was stabbed through the chest with a single strike. Li Yifei's motion of swinging his blade suddenly froze as intense pain radiated from his chest. He looked down to see the blade's tip embedded in his chest. The next second, the blade was swiftly withdrawn. Gasping heavily, Li Yifei turned around and looked at Lin Xie in confusion. Xie, what are you doing? Lin Xie's gaze was icy as he stared at the wound on Li Yifei's chest, which was healing rapidly. Nanda Naga Demon, did you really think you could infiltrate the Night Watchers like this? Too naive. Xie, I'm not the Nanda Naga Demon. I'm Li Yifei. Li Yifei hurriedly defended himself. Then why aren't you dead yet? Lin Xie asked coldly. Li Yifei froze, looking down at his healing wound, his face filled with terror. Yeah, why am I not dead? Why? His eyes slowly turned into vertical pupils, and black scales began to emerge on his skin. Witnessing this, Chen Mai's expression changed drastically. They had almost let a mysterious creature infiltrate the Night Watchers. Captain, leave it to me. Lin Xie drew his blade and charged forward. Chen Mai paused, recalling that the Nanda Naga demon wasn't particularly strong. He nodded in agreement, thinking it wouldn't hurt to let Lin Xie get some practice. Following the same method, Lin Xie decapitated the Nanda Naga demon within 5 minutes. Without any unnecessary movements, he entered the mental asylum in his consciousness and arrived at the prison. As expected, the Nanda Naga demon's soul appeared there. Who was behind this? Lin Xie got straight to the point. If the Nanda Naga demon was just a pawn, who was the mastermind pulling the strings? The Nanda Naga demon remained silent, refusing to answer. Lin Xie grew impatient, reaching into the cell with his right hand and grabbing the Nanda Naga demon's head. Speak. Who is it? The Nanda Naga demon's expression twisted in pain, letting out a piercing scream. He is a god. Oh. Just as the word god escaped its lips, the Nanda Naga demon's soul suddenly ignited and disintegrated in an instant. Only its screams echoed in the cell. Lin Xie's expression shifted as he quickly let go. The Nanda Naga demon dissolved into a layer of blue-white light, transforming into the appearance of Li Yifei. Its original soul had already dissipated. A god. The mastermind is actually a god. Lin Xie's face turned grim. What was this god's purpose in sending the Nanda Naga demon to infiltrate the Night Watchers? Which god could it be? Handsome brother, where are you going in the middle of the night? In the villa, Hong Ying saw Jiang Yi preparing to leave and asked. Jiang Yi made up an excuse. I'm going to find Lin Xie. He hasn't returned yet. Oh, all right. Come back soon. Hong Ying smiled sweetly and returned to her room. Under the night sky, Jiang Yi walked into an empty street, opened the system panel, and looked at the divine ruins. Divine ruins, judgment of death. The divine ruins of Thanatos, the god of death from ancient Greek mythology, modified by the system and fused with elements of the great Xia deities. Once the judgment of death is activated, the life and death of all beings within range are determined by you. Once the judgment is made, almost no miracle can alter the outcome. Would you like to fuse it? Jiang Yi browsed through all the reward options for divine ruins. Only this one could suppress the miracle of the Seraph. System, fuse it. Fusing. 2.5 minutes later. Jiang Yi checked his body and surroundings, stunned. You've already awakened the divine ruins, so why is there no reaction at all? To avoid a grand spectacle like Lin Xie's mortal realm divine domain, he deliberately chose a secluded place. Now you're telling me that fusion doesn't require any reaction? Host, don't rush. The divine ruins need time to adapt. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a gust of air rose from the ground. Jiang Yi extended his senses and discovered black mist emerging from the ground within a 100-meter radius. This black mist resembled death energy, exuding a cold and deathly aura. The death energy floated toward the sky, seemingly controlled by some force, constructing a scene. Initially blurry, the scene became clearer and increasingly familiar as the death energy accumulated. Why does this scene look so familiar? Jiang Yi observed through his senses as the death energy formed a platform, a guillotine. It resembled the execution scenes from ancient dramas, except the executioner's weapon wasn't a ghost-headed blade, but the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. System, is this what you meant by fusing the elements of the great Xia gods? You might as well have given me the divine ruins of King Yin directly. This is way too abstract. Thud. A soft sound echoed as the death energy fully condensed into an ancient execution ground. A wave of death energy spread in all directions. Just as Jiang Yi noticed this, he suddenly felt his entire body enveloped by the death energy. His body became light, and his feet left the ground. He floated toward the overseer's seat in front of the guillotine, sitting on a throne formed by the death energy. A table was placed before him, with a bamboo tube on it containing several command tokens engraved with the word execute. As soon as he sat down, the Grim Reaper executioner on the guillotine moved, walking toward the prisoner formed by the death energy, ready to carry out the sentence. Before Jiang Yi could react, his arm moved involuntarily, picking up an execute token from the bamboo tube. His mouth, also beyond his control, shouted, "The hour has come, execute." Clatter. The command token fell to the ground. The Grim Reaper on the guillotine raised his scythe high, unleashing a powerful divine force that instantly spread, enveloping the entire Songnan. At the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai and Lin Xie, who were handling the Nanda Serpent Demon incident, felt the intense divine power ripple. They exchanged glances and immediately rushed out of the office. Looking up at the image forming in the sky, their expressions turned grave. The figure seated in the execution ground above looked all too familiar. Wait, isn't that Jiang Yi? Captain, is that Jiang Yi? Lin Xie slowly raised his head, pointing at the figure seated in the sky's execution ground. Chun Mai stared for a long moment before speaking. That's right. This deathly divine aura belongs to Thanatos, the Grim Reaper from Greek mythology. Jiang Yi has actually become his divine agent. Lin Xie's mouth hung slightly open, his head stiffly tilting upward again to look at Jiang Yi in the sky. Bro, I went to slay a demon, and you secretly pulled off something big. This is infuriating. Xie, let's go. The Nanda Serpent Demon might be the work of the ancient god cult. Now that Jiang Yi has awakened his divine ruins, the ancient god cult definitely won't sit still. Chun Mai shouted loudly, quickly rushing back to the office to grab the black box and heading toward the execution grounds projection. Lin Xie carried the black box on his back, activated the Starry Night Dancer, and followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, in the villa, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Lung Xian also rushed to the scene simultaneously. Whoever dares to touch my handsome little brother, I'll take them down with one shot. Red Sakura carried a long gun, her foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. Sitting in the passenger seat, Si Xiaonan hurriedly fastened her seatbelt, gripping the handle tightly, her face full of tension. Sister Red Sakura, slow down. Can't slow down. Si Xiaonan closed her eyes, completely unable to look outside, only feeling the car shaking violently. Under the night sky, the Grim Reaper tightened his scythe, wielding it fiercely with divine power. An even stronger surge of divine power swept across the surroundings. Wu Xiangnan, running on the street, stopped in his tracks, frowned, and looked up. This divine power fluctuation is too strong, even stronger than the Thanatos detected by De Xia in the past. No wonder Xiaoye could easily defeat Chuanjing. He has too many secrets hidden within him. Wu Xiangnan paused for a moment before continuing to run forward. Soon, the entire 136 squad gathered at the spot where Jiang Yi had previously stood. Red Sakura, why did Xiaoye suddenly awaken the divine ruins? Chun Mai asked. Red Sakura shook her head. I don't know either. Handsome little brother said he was going to find 7-night little brother, and then he awakened. This is the first time I've seen someone awaken the forbidden ruins first, and then the divine ruins. She looked up, staring blankly at Jiang Yi in the sky. Chun Mai was equally shocked. Blade Domain already made Xiaoye invincible, and now he had awakened the divine ruins of the Grim Reaper Thanatos, becoming a divine agent. Previously, he thought Xiaoya was strong, but his potential couldn't compare to Seven Knight, the divine agent. Now it seems these two are both freakishly powerful, truly admirable. He had forgotten to delete the surveillance footage from that time. Thanatos, isn't he the child of Nyx, the goddess of night? Lin Xie thought to himself. Could it be that Thanatos is still alive? Wasn't it said that Nyx lost her sanity because she couldn't accept her child's death? But now her child, Thanatos, had chosen Zhang Yi as his divine agent. This indicates that Thanatos is indeed still alive. However, Lin Xie looked at the divine ruins forming in the sky, finding it particularly familiar. Isn't this the scene of ancient execution grounds where heads were chopped off? Could it be that Thanatos also studied Dxia's history? Aside from the astonishment of Chun Mai and the others, Si Xiaonan's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. A divine agent, able to easily defeat Chuanjing in the lamp realm, what is the limit of his strength? She narrowed her eyes slightly. It seems she must find an opportunity to discuss cooperation with Xiaoya. Would he agree? After all, he is the god of trickery, and once exposed, the only outcome is death. But she had no choice, she had to do this. Si Xiaonan looked at the captain, Sister Red Sakura, and her other teammates. She didn't want to harm anyone in the 136 squad. The only way to escape the predicament was to kill Loki. The Grim Reaper Thanatos chose an agent? Impossible. In a corner of Tsangnan, Chen Fuzi, sitting in a carriage, stared at the sky with a grim expression. Tsangnan itself is a miracle. How could Thanatos choose a divine agent here? Who exactly is that young man? Oh right, the 136 squad reported 2 names for this watchman training session, and the other one seems to be called Jiang Yi. Chen Fuzi stroked his beard, lost in thought. I originally didn't want to intervene in Tsongnan's affairs so early, but now it seems I must go there personally. First, report the situation to the commander. Chen Fuzi lowered the carriage curtain. In the office of Yi Fan in Shangjing City, after listening to Chen Fuzi's full report, Yi Fan frowned deeply. Understood. He hung up the phone and called his secretary. Bring me the personnel files of the Night Watchman Squad 136 who participated in this year's training camp. Yes, Commander. Half an hour later, the secretary came in with 2 files. Commander, only 2 people from Squad 136 participated in the Night Watchman training this year. They are Lin Xie and Jiang Yi. Yi Fan looked at the files in his hand and asked in a deep voice, Are Jiang Yi and Lin Xie neighbors? Yes, and Jiang Yi's eyes are very similar to Lin Xie's. Both of them went blind at the age of 7. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. 7 years old, that was exactly the time of the disaster 9 years ago, wasn't it? Jiang Yi also survived that disaster? But he wasn't found at the time. Something doesn't add up. Do we have Jiang Yi's detailed medical records? The secretary pulled out a medical record and placed it on the table. The doctor said Jiang Yi's eye condition is much more severe than Lin Xie's. Lin Xie's eyes can still recover, but Jiang Yi has lost his eyeballs entirely, making recovery impossible. However, both of them have the ability to perceive their surroundings. Yi Fan stared at the medical record, then stood up. Has Jiang Yi ever mentioned anything about the Seraph? For example, seeing the Seraph? The secretary shook his head. Yi Fan's face darkened. It now seemed that when Tsangnan was destroyed by Shiva's grudge years ago, Lin Xie wasn't the only survivor. But both of them went blind at the same time. Why did Jiang Yi not become the Seraph's agent, and instead became the agent of Thanatos, the god of death? There must be a story behind this. Notify Dr. Li to go to Tsangnan and conduct a comprehensive examination of Jiang Yi, Yi Fan instructed. The secretary nodded and left the office. Yi Fan put down the file in his hand, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk as he fell into deep thought. The Seraph chose Lin Xie. So how exactly did Jiang Yi survive? If it was a miraculous resurrection, Thanatos shouldn't have chosen him as an agent. But if the Seraph was the one who let him live, why cruelly destroy his eyes? Yi Fan clenched his fists and shook his head, feeling like his brain was about to explode. Forget it. Having one more divine agent in Daxia is a good thing for the country. However, the ancient God Church will definitely take action. The personnel sent to the Tsangnan Night Watchman training camp this time might not be enough. More people need to be sent. On the moon, a 6-winged angel stood on the silver-white lunar surface, gazing at the distant earth. Michael frowned deeply. He had truly gained divine power. This power, different from Thanatos', could even suppress Songnan's miracles to some extent. What exactly was he planning? The seraph stared at Earth. At this moment, Jiang Yi had refreshed his understanding. Jiang Yi becoming Thanatos' agent did not surprise him, he even felt disdain. But this mortal, who had once deceived him, had actually survived the destruction of Shiva's grudge and became the second survivor. What kind of power allowed this mortal to live? The seraph's face darkened. No wonder there is a connection between me and this mortal. Obtaining a divine relic capable of suppressing miracles? Is it to seek revenge for the destruction of his eyes back then? Mere mortal delusions. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. The seraph unleashed a surge of divine power and flew toward Earth. Mortal, let me see what you're capable of. How dare you think of slaying a god? On the Azure planet, the distance gradually closed in Songnan Peace Office. Even in the deep night, the lights remained bright, becoming the only illumination under this night sky. Jiang Yi sat upright, feeling the curious gazes fixed on him, making him a bit embarrassed. Captain, Sister Hong Ying, what are you doing? He crossed his arms, the feeling reminding him of the moments when Qingyu stared at him. Handsome little brother, how did you become the Grim Reaper's agent? Hong Ying asked. Jiang Yi replied perfunctorily. I originally wanted to find Xie, but as I walked, I felt a voice calling me, and then I awakened. Hong Ying frowned. This plot seemed oddly similar to the novel she had read. Let me ask then, Xiao Yi, can you tell us about your eyes? Wu Xiaonan spoke up. Eyes. Jiang Yi couldn't help but recall that night 9 years ago upon hearing this. Sure. Actually, there wasn't much to hide, it was just that he had looked at the seraph and gone blind. Lin Xie looked expectant, he was eager to know what had happened after he fainted back then. His own eyes had recovered, so why hadn't Jiang Yi's? His mind was filled with questions, and he needed answers. 9 years ago, Xie and I went to the rooftop to look at the moon. We both saw the seraph Michael, but my eyes were destroyed by the seraph, while Xie was chosen. Later, Jiang Yi was about to mention the destruction of Songnan, perhaps to gain some benefits. But suddenly, his eyes began to burn, the sensation growing increasingly intense. He clutched his eyes, the sharp pain constantly stimulating his nerves. This was the divine power left in his eyes by the seraph. Michael. Jiang Yi suddenly covered his eyes, his face contorted in pain, shocking the 7 people around him. Hong Ying was the first to rush forward, grabbing Jiang Yi's hand and asking anxiously, Handsome little brother, what's wrong? My eyes hurt. Jiang Yi felt as if his eyes were being scorched by flames, his consciousness seemingly pulled into another world. Sister Hong Ying, remove his black band, it's the divine power fluctuation of the seraph, Lin Xie suddenly said. With the power of the mortal divine realm, he could naturally sense the divine power in Jiang Yi's eyes eroding his flesh. Hong Ying nodded and removed the black band from Jiang Yi's eyes. Around his eyes, golden patterns began to emerge on his skin. What are these golden patterns? Hong Ying exclaimed in shock. Chen Mai's face turned grim. This is divine power erosion. The divine power left by the seraph is corroding Xiao Yi's consciousness and body. Then what should we do? I'll give it a try. Lin Xie immediately activated the mortal divine realm, attempting to absorb the divine power in Jiang Yi's eyes. However, after a long time, there was still no effect. He withdrew his hand helplessly and shook his head. It's useless. For now, we can only see how long he can endure. Lin Xie stared at Jiang Yi with a face full of worry, while the others were too tense to speak. Jiang Yi stopped his cries of pain, his consciousness entering another world. Here, there was only dazzling white light, devoid of anything, not even signs of life. It seemed like a world of light. Jiang Yi took 2 steps forward, sensing his surroundings. A figure bathed in golden light slowly entered his view. Those 6 pairs of wings were all too familiar to him. Michael, long time no see, Jiang Yi said coldly. Michael stepped out of the golden light, hands behind his back, his eyes full of disdain. Mortal, I warned you 9 years ago not to harbor delusions. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a smile. Let me give you a reminder as well. Withdraw the divine power miracle from my eyes, and I might still show some mercy. You think the divine power lingering in my body can harm me? Michael's gaze turned cold, anger surging. How dare you warn me, mortal? You've crossed the line. He gathered golden divine power in his right hand and struck down at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi remained motionless, simply reaching out to grab, and the divine power instantly dissipated without a trace. Michael frowned. He had thought the divine power left in Jiang Yi's body would allow him to invade his consciousness, but it turned out that this residual power had been consumed over 9 years, leaving it weaker than his blade domain. Michael, the me standing before you is no longer the mortal you bullied back then. Since you've come here to die, let me show you the new divine ruin I've obtained. Jiang Yi raised his hand and said coldly, "Time's up. Execution." As soon as the words fell, the once bright space was immediately shrouded in a sinister aura of death, and the light vanished in an instant. The scene of an ancient execution ground appeared, with Jiang Yi sitting on the execution platform, holding a token inscribed with the word execute. Michael was bound by invisible black ropes and pressed onto the execution platform, while the Grim Reaper slowly approached, holding a scythe. Michael's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected this mortal to be so audacious. "Mortal, how dare you disrespect me? Do you know the consequences?" Jiang Yi smiled faintly. "Don't even think about leaving the moon. What makes you think you can scare me? And besides, why should I respect you? Because of the arrogance of gods? Or because you destroyed my eyes?" Smack! Jiang Yi threw the execute token. Execute. The Grim Reaper raised the scythe high and swiftly brought it down. A crisp sound of decapitation echoed, the action clean and decisive. The seraph's head rolled to the ground, dissolving into golden light particles, leaving behind only 2 sentences. "Mortal, you have angered me, and you will regret it. The divine power I left in your body will erupt once a month, making you suffer unbearable pain. Take care of yourself." Jiang Yi sneered. "If I hadn't been unprepared this time, do you think you could have entered my consciousness?" What a joke! With a wave of his hand, the Grim Reaper's execution ground vanished instantly. Back then, Lin Xie had promised Lingbao Tianzuan not to add any conditions. It seems he can only find a replacement. "Let me witness your downfall." Michael's eyes glimmered with golden light, taking in the entirety of the great Xia dynasty. Soon, a towering church came into view. The ancient god church. "I'll need to use some covert methods," he muttered to himself. "Mortals, prepare to face my wrath." At the Tsangnan training camp, Yuan Gang held a list as he approached 7 masked individuals. "This year, there are 2 divine agents. Can you handle them?" Yuan Gang asked doubtfully. Before Wang Mian could speak, the vortex beside him confidently replied, "A bunch of rookies. We'll deal with them easily." Rose held a small hammer, her tone full of provocation. "Let me teach them a good lesson." Yuan Gang nodded but still reminded them, 2 agents take this seriously. If you mess up, no one can afford the embarrassment." "Understood, Instructor Yuan. In 3 days, just watch we'll crush their confidence." Wang Mian lowered his head, looking at the names marked in red on the list, Lin Xie and Jiang Yi, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Little pawns, ready to be crushed. Night fell, and moonlight poured down. In Sister Red Sakura's villa, Lin Xie wrung out a towel from the basin and walked to the bedside, carefully wiping Jiang Ye's face. He stared at the golden markings at the corner of Jiang Ye's eyes and sighed softly. What exactly happened back then? Why did the Seraph choose me but destroy? Lin Xie shook his head and continued wiping. After cleaning his face, he began unbuttoning Jiang Ye's shirt. At that moment, Jiang Ye's consciousness slowly awakened. He tried using the power of the Reaper to erase the Seraph's miracle divine power. After 3 days of effort, he could only barely suppress it, unable to completely eliminate it. In the end, he had to give up. He moved his arm, feeling the restraints loosen. Just as he let his guard down, Lin Xie's hand continued sliding down while unbuttoning his shirt. Jiang Ye's head buzzed instantly. "No way. Bro, are you trying to take advantage of me while I'm unconscious?" Jiang Yi suddenly sat up, crossed his arms over his chest, and adjusted his clothes. What are you doing?" Lin Xie froze, not expecting Jiang Yi to wake up so suddenly, without any warning. He glanced at Jiang Ye's actions and awkwardly withdrew his hand. I was unbuttoning your shirt because. Because what? Lin Xie, I'm your childhood friend. You can't have such thoughts. I've been unconscious for 3 days, and you don't touch my purity. Lin Xie's mouth twitched as he hurriedly explained. In these 3 days, I only unbuttoned. No, I didn't touch your pants. I was cleaning your body. Jiang Yi immediately scooted forward a couple of inches. Lin Xie realized the misunderstanding and shook his head. No, I. He explained everything he'd done to take care of Jiang Yi. Oh, oh, you should have said so earlier. Jiang Yi slowly let down his guard. Lin Xie rolled his eyes. I'm not interested in men. You better not be. Jiang Yi sat up, slipped his feet into his slippers, and smiled. Thanks. No big deal, Lin Xie replied. Can you tell me what happened next? Huh. Jiang Yi turned to look at Lin Xie, sensing the curiosity and eagerness in his eyes. He thought for a moment. Then he asked a question. If your family suddenly disappeared, what would you do? Lin Xie thought for a moment and replied, I would protect Aunt and Ajin. Even if it means dying, I would die first. Sure enough, just like in the original story, after Tsang Nan disappeared, Lin Xie went mad in the fasting hall for a whole year. Now letting him know the truth would be even more cruel. Gaining modification points is one thing, but the bond between brothers is another. After that, there's nothing more, but you must never leave Tsang Nan. Never leave Tsang Nan. A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. Jiang Yi didn't elaborate and instead said, I want to rest a bit more. Lin Xie nodded, glanced at himself, and said, By the way, the captain said that once you wake up, Dr. Li will come to check on you for the sake of training safety. Jiang Yi froze for a moment. Are they treating me like a mental patient? Got it. Bang. The door slammed shut heavily. Jiang Yi raised his hand to touch the golden pattern at the corner of his eye, his palm clenched tightly. He grabbed the black band beside the pillow and tied it over his eyes. Standing up, he pulled open the curtains, letting the bright moonlight pour through the glass. Jiang Yi tilted his head back and gazed upward. Using divine proxies to kill? Michael, you're far too naive. As the supreme god, he was almost invincible during the Tsang Nan phase. Moreover, he had the potential to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm in the next divine war, becoming an existence on par with the 3 great heavenly sovereigns of Daxia. Once I slightly enhance my strength, will you dare to fight me? Jiang Yi lowered his head and turned back to the bed. When he killed the Seraph, it seemed he received a gift package. A system interface popped up, displaying the words Forbidden Item Random Gift Package. Jiang Yi clicked on it, silently hoping, Please don't give me another bright red opera costume. Wearing that is just too embarrassing. The roulette began spinning, starting slow, then speeding up, and finally slowing down again. It stopped at an option glowing white. Death God's Order Forbidden Item contains 4 commands. Capture command. Summon the Death God to arrest the target. Shock command. Create intimidation within a certain range, temporarily immobilizing the target. Judge command. Conduct judgment on the controlled target, during which the target will reveal the truth. Execute command. Summon the Death God for a one-hit kill on the controlled target. Jiang Yi stroked his chin and examined it closely. Wow, this Death God judge really offers a one-stop service. This forbidden item suits me perfectly. After the reward notification disappeared, a black bamboo tube appeared in his hand, containing character tokens condensed from mental energy. Jiang Yi weighed the bamboo tube in his hand, his perception covering the entire room as he prepared to test its feel. Little roach. Near the bathroom pipe, a cockroach was foraging. With a smile on his lips, Jiang Yi drew the capture command from the bamboo tube and threw it out. The token on the ground instantly transformed into a black mist, turning into a death god wielding a scythe. The death god performed a dramatic drift into the bathroom and, moments later, emerged holding the struggling cockroach in one hand and the giant scythe in the other. This scene looked bizarre. Even the death god seemed to be protesting, muttering under his breath. Jiang Yi ignored it and continued to toss out commands. With the shock command, the cockroach became immobile. With the judge command, Jiang Yi spoke. Little roach, do you know what crime you've committed? Sir, I was just looking for some food. How is that a crime? The cockroach trembled in fear. Huh, who's talking? Jiang Yi froze upon hearing a voice. After sensing his surroundings, he was surprised to approach the cockroach in the grip of the Grim Reaper. Damn! The judgment token could actually make the cockroach talk. How incredible. Jiang Yi held the execution token but ultimately couldn't bring himself to act, letting the cockroach go. Retrieving the Reaper's token back into the system space, Jiang Yi lay back on the bed, preparing to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked on. Name: Jiang Yi. Gender: male. Age: 17. In the brightly lit room, Dr. Li, the most renowned psychiatrist in Xia, held a medical record sheet, marking and jotting things down as he went. Jiang Yi sat across from him, answering the questions helplessly. Your file says you went blind as a child while climbing a rooftop. What exactly happened? Dr. Li adjusted his glasses and looked at him. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment before saying, I saw a seraph. And then, I almost deceived him. Dr. Li. He lowered his head and wrote under the mental issues section of the medical record, occasionally delusional. Jiang Yi. And after that, Dr. Li continued to ask, Jiang Yi. The seraph felt humiliated that a mere mortal had deceived him, so he destroyed my eyes. Dr. Li frowned, crossed out occasionally, and wrote severe underneath. This was infuriating. Clearly, there was nothing wrong with me. Jiang Yi was completely speechless now. Do you believe what you're saying? No. Dr. Li nodded and added illogical thinking and self-denial to the record. Jiang Yi clenched his fists. Dr. Li remained calm as he asked, after the seraph destroyed your eyes, aside from the pain, did you feel anything else? His gaze suddenly sharpened. I'm still alive, Jiang Yi said flatly. A flicker of shock passed through Dr. Li's eyes. So you know about the Tsangnan incident? Jiang Yi nodded. In fact, he didn't even need to say it. Xia's higher-ups had already guessed that he had survived the Tsangnan disaster. After all, the gods wouldn't choose someone who was already dead as their proxy. Dr. Li closed the medical record and asked seriously, what task did Thanatos, the Grim Reaper, give you? Jiang Yi's expression remained calm. To accompany Nyx, the goddess of the night. In truth, after merging with the divine ruins of Thanatos, the system had already informed him of the wish. However, that was merely Thanatos's wish, not something Jiang Yi was obligated to fulfill. The goddess of the night? His mother. Dr. Li pondered. That made sense. He had initially worried that the task Thanatos gave Jiang Yi was Shiva's grudge. It seemed that wasn't the case. Dr. Li set aside his seriousness and continued asking. Captain Chen mentioned that before you became the Grim Reaper's proxy, you awakened a forbidden ruin of unknown sequence, Blade Domain. Yes. Can you demonstrate it for me? Jiang Yi froze, hesitating. That might not be a good idea. He recalled the scene of the captain kneeling, which was truly a headache-inducing déjà vu. It's fine, just a demonstration. I need to document it, Dr. Li said confidently. All right, fine. Jiang Yi raised his right hand, his left hand behind his back. Blade Domain activate. Whoosh. Bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, the chair Dr. Li was sitting on couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed with a loud crash. His own legs bent into a right angle, and he ended up kneeling on the ground. Dr. Li was dumbfounded, his glasses falling to the floor and the lenses shattering. He looked up at Jiang Yi in front of him, completely stunned. Sigh. Once again, it's up to me to ease this awkward situation. Jiang Yi used the Myriad phenomena divine ruins to conjure up an oversized red envelope, holding it in his left hand and handing it to Dr. Li. He showed an awkward yet polite smile. Dr. Li, wishing you a happy new year in advance. Dr. Li. The next morning, at Songnan bus station, Jiang Yi and Lin Xia lowered their heads, looking at the particularly cute suitcase in front of them. Handsome brother, Xia brother, this year's training camp is in Songnan. Make sure to come back for the New Year's Eve dinner. Hong Ying smiled sweetly and playfully patted Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi and Lin Xia nodded. Good luck, Xiao Yi Xia. Captain Chun Mai patted their shoulders, speaking briefly. Men are often like this, simple and direct. By the way, old Zhao from Shanjing heard you were joining the training camp and specifically wanted to talk to you. Chun Mai dialed Zhao Kongqing's number, and the call was answered almost immediately. Hey, you two brats. The two replied in unison, General Zhao. Don't start scolding me again. You've both become divine agents. My efforts fighting Ghostface King weren't in vain. Work hard. Try to become generals before me. Then I can brag back in the village, saying I trained generals, ha. Zhao Kongqing's voice sounded weak, not as strong as before, but his excitement was unmistakable. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, that's it. Perform well. The call ended. The 8 of them remained silent until the bus arrived. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie waved goodbye to the captains. Hong Ying watched the bus drive away, her eyes starting to moisten, and her inner reluctance magnified instantly. She clung to Si Xiaonan's arm, sobbing softly. Si Xiaonan shook his head, smiled, his gaze complex. I'm sorry, Xiaoyi. I have to pull you into the plan. Once Loki is taken down, I can do whatever I want. The bus slowly started moving. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie sat side by side. Jiang Yi, what happened to Dr. Li's glasses yesterday? Lin Xie asked curiously. Jiang Yi recalled the scene from last night and shook his head. Nothing. I accidentally broke them. He said it counts as a work injury and even gave me a red envelope. Lin Xie's face twitched. This explanation sounded a bit odd. By the way, what task did Thanatos give you? Lin Xie wanted to know. As the child of Nyx, the goddess of night, what kind of task would the god of death assign? Perhaps letting Nyx meet Jiang Yi could accelerate her recovery. She was already close to 50% restored. If he could let her see her real child, it would fulfill one of her wishes. He's already dead. Before he died, he asked me to fulfill a wish. Jiang Yi said calmly, clearly understanding Lin Xie's concern. What wish? To find his mother and stay with her. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. The goddess of night, Nyx, was very pitiful. All her children had died. How could a mother not feel heartache? Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, then showed a faint smile, looking genuinely happy. The two said no more, idly gazing out the window. Lin Xie leaned against the window and closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the asylum of the gods. He wore a doctor's coat, walked into the courtyard, and looked up to see Nyx sitting in a wheelchair, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun. He approached, crouched beside the wheelchair, and looked up at her. Mother, I have something to tell you. What is it, Thanatos? Nyx smiled gently. Lin Xie smiled faintly. When you're feeling better, I'll take you to see your child. As soon as he said this, Nyx's purple eyes widened instantly, and a flood of memories surged in her mind. Thanatos, have you found your brothers? Quickly, take mother to see them. Lin Xie held her hand. In truth, the names Thanatos and Thanatos refer to the same deity, just with different translations. He couldn't tell her. I am you. Mother, take your medicine on time. Once you've recovered, I'll take you to see him, all right? Nyx nodded, softly murmuring, my child. Healing progress increased from 20% to 45%. It was indeed effective, and Lin Xie felt a surge of joy. This way, he could soon extract Nyx's second divine persona. Ding! Nyx's healing progress has significantly improved, earning 3,500 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 205,000. The goal of 300,000 points for a random extraction of the essence of the gods is getting closer. Jiang Yi sat watching the scenery, stunned, thinking, I didn't do anything. He sensed Lin Xie smiling with his eyes closed and instantly understood. This guy is really clever. For hours later, after traversing winding mountain paths, they finally arrived at the training camp. Jiang Yi had been unconscious for 3 days, arriving a day later than planned. Some people were already at the camp. The two didn't say much, grabbed their luggage, and headed straight to the dormitory. Let's choose this room. Lin Xie pointed to the one on the right. Jiang Yi nodded and dragged his luggage over. Creak. The door opened, and Jiang Yi froze. Inside were neatly packaged gift boxes everywhere. Damn, could it really be this coincidental? Hee, you must be my roommates. It's our first meeting, so I brought you some small gifts. Hope you like them. A voice with a thick Cantonese accent came from behind. The two turned around to see 2 gleaming Rolex watches being handed to them. The chubby guy smiled and said, Don't refuse. This isn't showing off, I'm just from an ordinary family. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie's expressions instantly stiffened. The person before them was wearing a thick gold chain, his arms adorned with Rolex watches, glinting under the sunlight. Bai Li Tuming saw their stunned expressions and quickly waved his hands to explain. Really? I'm just here to visit friends. I truly am from an ordinary family. He spoke in authentic Cantonese, which Jiang Yi found very familiar, though Lin Xie found it quite foreign. Xie, you stay with him. I'll go to another dorm. Jiang Yi knew the dorms were two-person rooms and naturally didn't want to break up the pair. No, I'm going with you. Lin Xie quickly grabbed Jiang Ye's arm. What do you mean by going with me? Can you clarify? Jiang Yi was speechless. Don't go. I have a solution. Wily Fatty suddenly spread his arms to block their way. Immediately, a group of bodyguards appeared in the dormitory hallway. Add another bed to the room. Yes, young master. The bodyguards moved swiftly, starting to set up the bed. Wily Fatty tidied his hair and said in slightly imperfect Mandarin, Hello, my name is Baili Tumming, but everyone calls me Fatty. Jiang Yi nodded and shook his hand. Jiang Yi. Lin Xie also introduced himself. Lin Xie. Baili Fatty's eyes widened upon hearing this, quickly lowering his head and gripping their hands tightly. I've heard of you, your divine agents. I've prepared many gifts. Wait a moment. He rushed into the dormitory and started rummaging through the exquisitely wrapped gift boxes. Lin Xie said awkwardly, This chubby guy is so different from the rich young master I had in mind. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. Indeed, the contrast is quite big. After all, as the reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan, his strength had reached the realm of half-step ascension, making the difference between his current appearance and his power quite striking. Let's go. Since he's so enthusiastic, we'll stay here, Lin Xie nodded. They entered the dormitory together. The dormitory was newly built, with no pungent smell, and was much better than the student dormitories of the past. After putting down their luggage, Baili Pang came over holding a rectangular box. Brother Jiang Yi, Brother Xie, this is our first meeting, and I wasn't sure what to give you, so here are a few Rolex watches. Submariner, Daytona, GMT Master. Pick whichever you like. He handed over the entire box. If you can't decide, just take them all. Don't be shy. Lin Xie sighed. You're really generous. No, I'm just from an ordinary family, Baili Pang quickly explained. Lin Xie was speechless. Jiang Yi picked up a Submariner watch with a smile. Thank you, Baili Pang. Hee, we're all friends. No need to be polite, Baili Pang said, his eyes squinting with laughter. By the way, Brother Jiang Yi, do you like playing as Li Xin? I'm really good at Li Xin. Let us spar sometime. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly cooled a few degrees. Lin Xie gently tugged at Baili Pang's sleeve. What's wrong, Brother Xie? I also like pretending to be Li Xin, Baili Pang said with a laugh. No, I'm actually blind, Jiang Yi responded calmly. Baili Pang's smile froze instantly, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Brother Jiang Yi, it's all my fault. He suddenly grabbed Jiang Yi's arm and rubbed it with his round face. I didn't do my homework beforehand, so I've decided. He took out another box of Rolex watches. To express my apology, please take all these Rolex watches as compensation. Baili Pang looked serious, standing straight with his round belly fully visible. He bent over in a bow, holding out the box of Rolex watches with both hands. Brother Jiang Yi, please forgive my lack of consideration. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, there wasn't really an issue, but now it seems like a big deal. Wow, our young master is so polite. Young master, you've moved me to tears. A group of people at the door was awkwardly praising him. Jiang Yi coughed twice and accepted the Rolex watches. You really? Never mind. It's fine. Baili Pang scratched his head and chuckled. Seeing that Jiang Yi's bed hadn't been set up yet, his expression immediately darkened. What are you all standing at the door for? Can't you see Brother Jiang Yi's bed isn't ready yet? He shouted. The bodyguards outside immediately stood at attention. We'll complete the task right away. In the late afternoon, Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, and Baili Pang were walking and chatting in the training camp. Xie, I heard in Guangzhou and Shenzhen that your Tsangnan is extraordinary. What's extraordinary about it? There's a god. Your Tsangnan is hiding a god. Recently, there have been several fluctuations in divine power. Don't you know about it? Hearing this, Lin Xie frowned. A god? Tsangnan hiding a god. Could it be the god that the Nanda serpent demon mentioned? I am not too sure. Lin Xie shook his head. Baili Pang's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. He leaned closer to Jiang Yi and asked, Brother Jiang Yi, do you know? Jiang Ye's face stiffened. Asking me directly in front of me, isn't that too rude? I don't know. All right. The three continued to stroll under the sunset, their shadows intertwining. Not far away, through the window of a two-story building, Yi Fan stared at their backs with a complex expression. Dr. Li, Jiang Yi doesn't have the divine aura that appeared during the destruction of Tsangnan back then, so it shouldn't be him. However, the fact that this Jiang Yi survived and even became the Reaper's agent is truly surprising. Dr. Li nodded. Not only that, his forbidden domain, Blade Realm, is also very special, so special that it drives people crazy. His tone grew heavier. No matter how special it is, at least he's a soldier of Daxia. With such talent, he might even join the special squad in the future. As long as he's loyal to Daxia, nothing else matters, Yifan said. By the way, is his mental state all right? Dr. Li shook his head. Other than the fact that what he says is a bit unreliable, everything else is normal. Yifan was curious. Unreliable? How unreliable? Dr. Li said, he said he almost deceived a god, specifically Michael. But back then, Jiang Yi was only 7 years old. His intelligence hadn't fully developed. It's impossible for him to deceive a god. No, anything is possible. Isn't Sangnan an example? Yifan seemed to believe Jiang Yi a little. He looked through the glass at Jiang Yi in the distance and sighed. Deceiving a god and surviving death. In the future, he might have some grudges with the Seraphim. Dr. Li chuckled. We're all just mortals. Yifan shook his head, his gaze deep. No, what about gods? In this godless era of Daxia, as soldiers of Daxia, defending our territory requires the determination to slay gods. At 2 in the afternoon, early in the morning, Instructor Hong's voice came through the broadcast. Everyone, gather at the training ground at 2 this afternoon. Damn it. My chicken leg, my steak. Woken up so early. In the dormitory, Bai Li Pang was woken up and was fuming. Yesterday, he had already witnessed the food at the training camp firsthand. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie got up early to wash up and were brushing their teeth on the balcony. You guys were quite noisy last night, Jiang Yi said while brushing his teeth. Lin Xie's face darkened, and the image of someone inexplicably sniffing his feet last night flashed in his mind. I think we should switch beds. No. By almost 2 in the afternoon, the training ground was already crowded. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie joined the ranks, while Bai Li Pang had both arms stacked with Rolex watches, busy making new friends. Jiang Yi sensed the interactions between the new recruits and the instructors on the stage. Next would be the appearance of the masked squad, the segment where they brutalized the new recruits. If I end the match directly, this training camp will end immediately, and I should be able to earn a large amount of modified points. At 2 o'clock, Bai Li Pang walked over to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi patted his arm. Did you bring a weapon? Like a knife. Bai Li Pang looked puzzled. Why do you need a weapon? You'll find out later. Bai Li Pang was stunned for a moment, but eventually handed him a forbidden knife that enhanced speed. This is Forbidden Item Sequence 348, Godspeed. It can increase speed, Bai Li Pang explained. Jiang Yi was unsurprised, gripping the knife handle and nodding in satisfaction. Beside him, Lin Xie overheard the word forbidden item and looked over in surprise. Bai Li Pang quickly waved his hand. Chia, don't misunderstand. All of this was given by my father. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family. Lin Xie resisted the urge to slap him. Your father gave it to you? What a joke. Even gods aren't ordinary. Silence. Suddenly, Yuan Gang, dressed in military uniform, shouted loudly from the stage. He stood upright, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over the new recruits below. My name is Yuan Gang, and I am your chief instructor. I know you are all carefully selected geniuses from Daxia, some even geniuses among geniuses. Yuan Gang's eyes swept over Lin Xie and Jiang Yi as he continued. But let me tell you, here, you are trash. You're rookies, worthless. No matter how impressive you were before, here you must listen to the instructors, because you're not ordinary rookies. Do you understand? Yuan Gang's voice was like thunder, pressing heavily on the hearts of every new recruit. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. This routine was all too familiar. Damn, this is the first time I've been looked down on like this. What's so great about you all? Exactly. Why should we listen to you? Show us your skills if you're so capable. That's right. There are so many of us. We're not afraid of you. The new recruits, angered by the disdain, were all burning with fury. Yuan Gang smiled slightly. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Not convinced. Whoever isn't, step forward. I'm not convinced. At that moment, a man in military uniform unzipped his jacket, chewing gum as Shin Qingzhu strode forward with an arrogant gait. His gaze was cold, his aura no less imposing than that of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Then, Shin Qingzhu's subordinates also raised their hands and stood behind him. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile. Not bad, you have guts. I hope you'll still be standing later. He turned his head to the sky and spoke softly into his walkie-talkie. Come down. The new recruits looked up at the sky in confusion. From the cloud-covered heavens, 7 figures plummeted rapidly, weaving through the clouds. They wore masks of different colors, arranged in a V formation reminiscent of flying geese. As they descended, the masks emitted various hues of light, adding a touch of flair to their afterimages. The new recruits stared intently. Wow, this aura is explosive. Bailey Pongpong's face changed drastically as he saw the 7 figures in the sky. Chia, brother Jiang Yi, these instructors are probably setting us up. Oh, Jiang Yi and Lin Chia responded indifferently. Oh, what do you mean? Bailey Pang Pang asked anxiously. That's the masked squad, Desia's special forces. Can you even beat them? Jiang Yi weighed the knife in his hand. Them, they're so-so. Lin Chia nodded. They're suitable opponents. Bailey Pang Pang froze, rubbing his eyes. Are divine agents talking this big now? Wait a minute. The masked squad's leader is also a divine agent, and once took down a master at the boundless level. Bailey Pang Pang continued to explain. Jiang Yi ignored him, rubbing his ears. Bang! At that moment, the 7 landed steadily, the strong airflow kicking up dust from the ground. The 7 members of the masked squad stood upright, each striking a cool pose, except Ugh. Whirlpool stood for a moment, then knelt down and started vomiting. Sorry, I'm a bit afraid of heights. Everyone. Yuan Gang coughed twice. Thinking to himself, is this opening really so unreliable? He quickly suppressed the awkwardness and turned to the new recruits below the stage. Weren't you just unconvinced? Now I'll give you all a chance. He pointed at the masked squad. They are the special forces of Daxiao, the masked squad. Do you dare to fight them? Below the stage, Shin Qingzhu sneered coldly. In this world, there's nothing I don't dare to do. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I will now announce the rules of the battle. The cultivation levels of the masked squad will be suppressed to the Zhan realm. You have only 8 hours. As long as you can remove the mask of any one of them, you win. This training camp will end here. What will you do? Excitement flashed in the eyes of the recruits. These guys. Are we afraid of just 7 of them? Let's go all out. No problem, bring it on. Good. Yuan Gang was pleased and turned to look at the masked squad. Wang Mian nodded, his voice youthful. To give you a bit of hope, we'll only send 5 people to fight. Don't get beaten too badly. As soon as these words were spoken, the recruits were furious. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Daring to steal Brother Shin's spotlight. We'll beat him up later. Below the stage, Shin Qingzhu blew a bubble, tilted his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. 5 people? They're trying to leave you a way out. Lin Chia frowned and said. Bailey Pang Pang looked half understanding. Jiang Yi wiped the white gleam off his blade, ready to make a move. All right, Yuan Gang, seeing the heated atmosphere, immediately gave the order. Begin the battle. As soon as the words fell, a lightning-fast figure shot out from the recruits, instantly sweeping past the 5 members of the masked squad. The recruits and instructors were all stunned. The 5 members of the masked squad were also dumbfounded. Jiang Yi, with his eyes wrapped in black cloth, had already appeared behind the masked squad. He lowered his long blade and said faintly, It's over. Crack. The masks of the 5 members of the masked squad instantly split in 2 and fell to the ground. Ding. You have disrupted the training camp's plan to suppress the recruits, causing the instructors and the masked squad's arrangements to fail prematurely. This has affected Chao Yuan's progress in discovering that Lin Chia can save him. The training camp's storyline rhythm has changed. You have gained 20,000 modification points. Current modification points, 225,000. Upon reaching 300,000, you will randomly obtain the source of the gods. Jiang Yi, sheathing his blade, heard the system prompt and nodded to himself. Earning 20,000 wasn't bad. He knew that regardless of the outcome of this battle, the training camp wouldn't end. So he took the opportunity to earn some points. The recruits, who had been furious at Yuan Gang's disdainful words, were now silent, their eyes wide as they stared blankly at the boy with the black cloth over his eyes. The instructors' faces stiffened, and Yuan Gang took 2 steps back, his mouth opening but unable to close. What? This guy is a recruit? The masked squad remained in their landing positions not because they didn't want to move, but because they were too shocked to move. They looked down at their fallen masks, their mouths twitching. Indeed, in this world, some people haven't even started, while others have already finished. The training ground suddenly fell into a deathly silence, lasting for over a minute. Jiang Yi grew suspicious and walked up to Yuan Gang. "Coach Yuan, do you keep your word?" Yuan Gang was startled, staring at the boy in front of him, and hurriedly stepped back. The instructors behind him quickly supported him, afraid he might fall. This question completely shattered the silence on the field. Holy crap, this is insane. He's so damn strong. The recruits suddenly erupted in exclamations. The cocky Shin Qingzhu stared blankly at Jiang Ye's back, muttering to himself, "So cool. But seems like he's just a little worse than me." He turned his head with a defiant look, unwilling to look directly at Jiang Yi, though his eyes secretly followed him. "Damn, Shinbro, that guy's stealing your thunder. We need to find a chance to teach him a lesson," Deng Wei said angrily beside him. Shin Qingzhu smacked Deng Wei on the head. "Teach him a lesson? He just took down a special squad in seconds. Are you looking to die?" Oh. Deng Wei scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Shin Qingzhu glanced at him, then quickly turned away, pretending not to care. Among the new recruits, the most striking red-haired girl squinted at the boy on stage. "Wow, Molly, he's so handsome." Her roommate clung to her arm, eyes full of admiration. Molly snorted coldly, looking at the forbidden object in Jiang Ye's hand. "I hate those rich second-generation types the most. What does it matter if he's impressive? But he just took down the Daxiao special squad in seconds. That masked squad is supposed to be super mysterious. Did you catch his blade movements?" Molly shook her head. "No, I couldn't." "What? Even you, a blade expert, couldn't see it clearly? That's unbelievable." Her roommate clung to her arm. "Let's go meet him after this. Maybe we can learn some blade techniques." Molly turned her head coldly. "No need. I hate those rich kids the most." And just like that, Jiang Yi was successfully misunderstood. Chia, did you see that? My eyes aren't broken, right?" On the other side, Bailey Pang Pang grabbed Lin Chia's shoulders, his eyes wide open. Lin Chia helplessly pushed Pong Pong's face away. "That's just his basic operation. Don't be too shocked. To take down a Chuanjing-level opponent in the Zhanjing realm, and now awakened to the divine ruins, combined with his invincible blade domain and the forbidden object, this wasn't too difficult for him." Sigh. Lin Chia looked at the boy on stage, a hint of self-doubt in his eyes. When will I ever catch up to him? Beside him, Bailey Pang Pang was full of disbelief. Jiang Ye's dazzling figure left him a little mesmerized. This is basic operation? My God, what kind of amazing roommate did I end up with? He can even take down a special squad in seconds. Dad, your son is really something now. You don't have to worry about him being bullied anymore. Wait, you never worried about that in the first place. Chia, I've decided. From now on, I'm Jiang Yi Bro's #1 fan. I'm going to wave his flag and cheer for him." Lin Chia glanced at him helplessly and said coldly, "Simp." Bailey Pang Pang froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "That's a good title. Thanks, Chia." Lin Chia. Among the new recruits below the stage, the only one seemingly unaffected by the scene was Chao Yuan, who had his hands clasped together, silently chanting scriptures. On stage, Yuan Gang's stiff expression slowly returned to normal. Facing this seemingly innocent and harmless boy with covered eyes, he swallowed hard. He sneaked a glance at the new recruits below, regret churning in his heart. He had been so confident earlier, but now, with so many recruits watching, if he backed out, it would surely spark outrage. But the Night Watcher's training couldn't be canceled. "Wang Mian, you've really screwed me over. What do you want me to do?" Yuan Gang was on the verge of tears, unable to respond to Jiang Ye's questioning for a long time. Keep his word? Could this even count? Unless he wants to return to Shanjing to hold a public criticism meeting. How did such a monster emerge this year? Although this batch has many geniuses, this is just too exaggerated. If the difficulty level of previous rookie training camps was grade A, this batch is practically SSS level. Yuan Gang rubbed his forehead, looked at the 5 members of the masked squad, and signaled with his eyes. What are you standing there for? Think of something. If this drags on, even I, the chief instructor, will lose my position. The rookies below the stage, seeing Instructor Yuan's delayed response, immediately grew dissatisfied. Chief Instructor Yuan, you're the chief instructor. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Exactly. In front of so many people, if you go back on your word, the reputation of the Night Watchers will be ruined. Great. The training ends as soon as we arrive. Saves us the trouble. Hero, please accept my kneeling. Instructors, hurry up and announce the end of the training. Stop dawdling. A man should be decisive. In an instant, the rookies who had just been mocked turned the tables and began ridiculing the instructors. Yuan Gang was going crazy inside. Was this supposed to be training the rookies, or were the rookies training them? He quickly shot another glance at Wang Mian. Stop spacing out. Big brother, think of something. At this moment, Wang Mian was still in a daze. That slash just now was too fast. As the proxy of the god of time, he should have been able to dodge that strike completely. However, just as he was about to evade, a force that pressed down on his very soul suddenly enveloped him. This pressure wasn't just a mental attack, even his body felt weighed down. Even if he didn't suppress his strength, he might not have been able to withstand it. Was this the legendary blade domain? Wang Mian stared at the mask on the ground, his delicate face full of shock. At the same time, a glimmer of excitement gradually appeared in his eyes. An opponent like this is worthy of me drawing my blade. Time rewind. In an instant, a strange energy enveloped Wang Mian and the 4 people around him. The rookies were all stunned. When the energy dissipated, the masks that had been slashed apart by Jiang Ye's blade were miraculously intact and back on the faces of the 5. Wang Mian placed his left hand on the hilt of his blade and sneered. Little minions, the game has just begun. Cheating. They're cheating. After Wang Mian used time rewind to restore the masks, the rookies below were completely dumbfounded, then erupted in loud protests. How is this even allowed? That's the proxy of the god of time. Time rewind is just too unreasonable. I protest. This game is too unfair. Protest. Shouts echoed one after another across the training ground. Yuan Gang, seeing Wang Mian use this move, was secretly pleased. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Quiet." The rookies below finally fell silent. Yuan Gang glanced at Jiang Yi and, disregarding his image, said, "What are you protesting about? I never said you couldn't use Forbidden Ruins. I only told the masked squad to suppress their strength to the lamp realm." Right? Smack. Shin Qingzhu kicked the water tank beside her. "You guys are shameless. Clearly. Stop arguing. Compensate for the tank after the battle." Yuan Gang interrupted coldly. "I'm telling you, you guys are weak. Except for Jiang Yi, the rest of you are rookies. The game continues." He shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the entire training ground. The rookies below gritted their teeth in anger, but Yuan Gang indeed hadn't explicitly forbidden the use of Forbidden Ruins. They could only endure it, cursing the unfairness in their hearts. Truly shameless, utterly without limits. Bailey Pongpong's face turned bright red with anger. Watching the training session that was about to end, he had planned to go back early for a good meal, but now everything was ruined. Lin Xie remained expressionless and tugged at Bailey Pongpong's clothes. "Let's go, get the weapons." Bailey Pangpang was a bit unwilling. "Xie, let brother Jiang Yi make another move. The instructors aren't fools, they definitely won't let Jiang Yi step in again. From now on, it's up to us." Lin Xie stared at the stage as he spoke. Jiang Yi, facing this shameless situation, showed no emotion. For him, making another move wasn't a big deal. He was gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to return to the recruits' team, when suddenly a large hand grabbed him forcefully. "Huh. Jiang Yi, you can take a break this time. I have some excellent Longjing tea here. Just drink tea and enjoy the show." Yuan Gang grinned from ear to ear, determined not to let Jiang Yi intervene again. If things went south again, it would be disastrous for him. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. This old guy was really going to play dirty to the end. However, he had already obtained the modified value, and even if he broke the masks of the Phantom Squad again, it wouldn't change the course of this training session. There was no need to waste energy. Fine, bring me the tea. Right away. Yuan Gang quickly called over Instructor Hong. Hurry, take Jiang Yi to have some tea. The instructors exchanged glances. The recruits were dumbfounded. This is just shameless. Molly, in the team, gritted her teeth in anger, her jaw aching. Her roommate beside her also looked furious. They hadn't expected the instructors to stoop so low just to win. Don't just stand there, go get your weapons. Without him, I can still beat them. Molly pulled her roommate and rushed out of the team. Many clear-headed recruits also left the lineup one after another. Of course, more people were still criticizing the instructors. Wang Mian glanced at Jiang Yi and slowly raised his right hand. Go. Show no mercy. There was no room for failure now. They had to crush the recruits' confidence with an overwhelming display. Yes, Captain. For shadows darted out from Wang Mian's side. In less than half a minute, deafening explosions, terrifying screams, and the sound of metal clashing filled the air. Die? I'll fight you shameless people to the end. Ah, they're really going all out. Run. The training ground instantly desk. The instructors were all discussing among themselves this year's situation had truly shocked them. These recruits were too strong, almost inhuman. Yuan Gang covered half of his face, saying nothing. He was furious losing face here as the chief instructor. How could he face anyone in the future? Returning to Shangjing, he would probably be ridiculed by his rivals. Ah, what kind of monsters have I encountered? He looked at the masked squad members chasing the recruits in the distance, silently praying that nothing else would go wrong. You just need to fight me once, and the masked squad will owe you a favor. Wang Mian continued to pester Jiang Yi relentlessly. Jiang Yi took a sip of tea and sighed. After the fight, you'll only feel that you're not good enough. I won't. Jiang Yi reluctantly stood up, sensing the blade in Wang Mian's hand, and said, in that case, let's compete with forbidden items. He pulled a miniature bamboo tube from his pocket, placed it in his palm, and it slowly expanded. Wang Mian stared at the bamboo tube in Jiang Ye's hand, feeling a chilling aura that made his skin crawl. What is this? A forbidden item. Death God's order. As for its sequence, I'm not sure. Death God. Wang Mian thought of Jiang Yi being the Death God's proxy, which made having such a forbidden item plausible. He looked down at the blade in his hand, his gaze firming up. All right, then let's compete with forbidden items. Jiang Yi nodded and took out a token engraved with the character Boo, capture from the bamboo tube. The two stepped apart and began preparing. It's starting. Look quickly. Could Jiang Ye's forbidden item, Death God's order, have been given by the Death God Thanatos? Possibly, but I've never heard of gods gifting forbidden items to their proxies. No, that's no longer an ordinary forbidden item. Yuan Gang suddenly spoke. That is a divine artifact. The instructor's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Whoosh. On the stage, Wang Mian moved. His spiritual energy poured into his forbidden item, the Yuan blade, and the blade's edge instantly manifested. Jiang Yi looked relaxed, sensing Wang Mian moving back and forth around him. The forbidden item, Yuan's ability was to condense speed into blade edges. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade. Moreover, as the proxy of Kronos, the god of time, Wang Mian could control time, using time acceleration to accumulate power. The blade edge he unleashed could even rival the extremely dangerous Forbidden Ruins. But he was facing a supreme god. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, tossing the Boo token in his hand. Clack! The token hit the ground and instantly transformed into black death energy, condensing into a death god wielding a scythe. The instructors watched in astonishment as the death god flew out with a swish, weaving through the surrounding blade edges for a moment. The death god, with one hand holding the scythe behind his back, casually grabbed Wang Mian like a chick with the other hand and walked over to Jiang Yi. Wang Mian was dumbfounded. Damn it, flying around only to be caught like this? Jiang Yi looked at Wang Mian, hesitated for a moment, and then decided on his words. You don't feel embarrassed, do you? Wang Mian. Instructors. Just caught him so easily? Watching the death god holding Wang Mian, Instructor Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuan Gang was also amazed. I didn't expect the death god Thanatos to have given Jiang Yi a divine artifact. Then, his expression turned serious. If Jiang Yi was not only a proxy of a god, but also possessed the death god's divine artifact, the people of the ancient god church would likely not sit idly by. Yuan Gang turned around and said to the instructors, "Listen carefully. No one is to disclose the fact that Jiang Yi possesses a divine artifact." Understood. The instructors were momentarily stunned before realizing the reason behind the order. "Yes, Chief Instructor," they replied in unison, though a peculiar glint flashed in one instructor's eyes. On the stage, Jiang Yi faced Wang Mian, who was being held by the Grim Reaper, and tossed out a token engraved with the character Thin Judgment. The token transformed into a cloud of deathly energy and flew into Wang Mian's chest. What is this?" Wang Mian asked, confused, as he looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi smiled. "Ever played Truth or Dare?" A question mark appeared above Wang Mian's head. "What do you mean?" he asked. Jiang Yi didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, "What's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done in your life?" Ah. Wang Mian hadn't yet understood when, in the next second, a strange sensation took control of his mouth. "The most embarrassing things I've done. Wetting the bed at 10, trying to act cool and getting humiliated at 12, confessing my love and being rejected at 15. Wang Mian couldn't stop himself from blurting out all the most humiliating moments of his life. Jiang Yi only caught on to one detail. "You wet the bed at 10. Ahem. The instructors below the stage listened with great interest. "Why did the girl you confessed to reject you?" Jiang Yi continued to ask. Wang Mian felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He shook his head desperately, but his mouth refused to obey. Because she thought I was." Slap. Wang Mian slapped himself, trying to stop the words from coming out. But in the face of the judgment token, resistance was futile. "She thought I was too small." Wang Mian's face turned so red it looked like it might bleed. Jiang Yi immediately covered his mouth. It was over. Wang Mian's dignity as a man was completely shattered. The instructors below the stage fell silent, whispering among themselves. Jiang Yi waved his hand, canceling the token's effect, and the Grim Reaper's form holding Wang Mian dissipated into black mist. "Here, take this to replenish yourself." Jiang Yi pulled out a bottle of Shunbao from the Myriad divine ruins. Wang Mian's face twitched as he lowered his head, covering his face with both hands. "Whoa!" The sound of sobbing emerged. Jiang Yi quickly covered his own mouth, trying hard to maintain a professional demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he patted Wang Mian on the shoulder. "It's okay, I understand." "No, you don't understand at all. You don't understand anything." "Whoa!" Wang Mian completely broke down. Jiang Yi was about to say something when Yuan Gang suddenly stepped forward. "Ahem, Wang Mian, this is perfectly normal. Go help your teammates for now." Wang Mian froze, then raised his face, which was as red as a monkey's bottom. Supporting himself with both hands, he quickly stood up and fled like lightning. He had just added another entry to the list of the most embarrassing moments of his life. Jiang Yi and Yuan Gang watched Wang Mian's retreating figure, their eyes meeting. Then, ha! They burst into laughter. After a while, Yuan Gang suddenly turned serious. "Jiang Yi, what level have you reached?" "Peak of the Lamp Realm, I guess." Yuan Gang was speechless and rephrased his question. "The forbidden item you just used, did Thanatos, the god of death, give it to you?" Jiang Yi frowned slightly, sensing the expectant gazes of the surrounding instructors. Did they really think this was a divine artifact? "I guess you could say that," Jiang Yi replied reluctantly. He didn't want to make up a story to explain the origin of the death token. Yuan Gang's eyes revealed shock, and he immediately felt at ease with Jiang Yi's monstrous strength. No wonder Jiang Yi was so powerful. Not only did he possess the divine ruins, but he was also granted a divine artifact by the god of death. This information must be reported to the higher-ups immediately. A divine agent possessing an artifact of the gods is of immeasurable value. "Instructor Hong, you take command and look after Jiang Yi. I have something to attend to. Yuan Gang patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder and quickly left. Instructor Hong walked over with a simple smile. Jiang Yi, keep drinking tea and enjoy the show. Jiang Yi, feeling relaxed, sat down and slowly sipped his hot tea. In the instructor's team, someone quietly moved to a corner. Jiang Yi smiled faintly but paid no attention. Shangjing, what did you say? Jiang Yi possesses the terrifying artifact of the god of death. In the office, Yi Fan suddenly jumped up from his chair, confirming the news. Yes, Commander. A look of joy appeared on Yi Fan's face. What is the name of this artifact? What exactly can it do? It's called Death's Order. It looks like a pen case, and the different tokens inside have different functions. I only saw Jiang Yi use a token engraved with the word capture. He instantly summoned the god of death to seize the target, capturing Wang Mian without any resistance. After hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Even the agent of the god of time couldn't resist. Just how terrifying is this artifact? Is there anything else? On the other end of the phone, Yuan Gang hesitated for a moment and said, there's also a token with the word judgment, which can make people tell the truth. After Jiang Yi used it on Wang Mian, Yi Fan listened, slowly sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored it carefully. That's the situation, Commander Yi. Huh? That's it. Did Wang Mian reveal any other truths? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. Yuan Gang, you're really enjoying this gossip, aren't you? Ahem. Yi Fan cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and said solemnly, don't worry. This time, I've assigned 2 Sea Realm operatives to stay in Songnan. If the ancient god church dares to appear, they will provide support at any time. Commander, isn't 2 Sea Realm operatives too few? They are the only night watchers available for deployment right now. Understood, Commander. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan lowered his head in thought. Is the god of death really just accompanying the goddess of the night? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise building in Songnan City, several figures in black robes stood. Han Xiaoyan looked at the information sent by his exclusive contact, a flash of surprise in his eyes. The 16th seat, Lord Whisper, has ordered us to capture the 2 divine agents at all costs, especially Jiang Yi. The 5th seat said, if we can't capture them, kill them and seize the artifact of Thanatos, the god of death. A complex emotion flashed in Han Xiaoyan's eyes, but he quickly regained his cold demeanor. Understood. I know what to do. Good. The 5th seat turned and disappeared into the darkness. Han Xiaoyan instructed, now is not the time to act. With the appearance of artifacts from 2 gods, the Night Watcher higher-ups will surely be on high alert. Increase your preparations and ensure nothing goes wrong. The black-robed followers behind him bowed and left. Han Xiaoyan stood still on the rooftop, gazing at the azure sky as he slowly raised his right hand. A ball of crimson gold light floated in his palm. The immense divine power caused golden patterns to appear on his face. Seraph, remember your promise. Ding. You made Wang Mian angry, and as a result, he vented his frustration on the new recruits, causing Lin Xie to lose and slowing your progress in obtaining the Azure Heart. You have gained 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 230,000. Reach 300,000 to obtain a random divine origin. Jiang Yi sat idly on the rooftop, watching the fight below. Hearing the system notification, he couldn't help but shake his head to be honest. This time he really didn't do it on purpose. Watching the new recruits below supporting each other, Jiang Yi jumped down from the rooftop and stood in place, waiting for Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang. At this moment, Lin Xie had a few knife scars on his face, oozing blood, showing his strong self-control. Bai Li Pangpang supported him and comforted, Xie, it's okay. These guys are just cheating. Clearly, they can't win, but still refuse to admit it. He said angrily. Lin Xie shook his head and said, this is real combat. The strength the enemy shows may not be genuine. Just like the Night Watchman's Ghost God Guide taught me, never underestimate your opponent. Isn't that cheating? They're just bullying us rookies. Someday, I'll ask my dad to confiscate Wang Mian's knife. Bai Li Pangpang angrily rubbed his butt, recalling the scene of being slapped down by Wang Mian. Didn't you notice? That Wang Mian is like a mad dog, as if someone exposed his secret, and then he started biting randomly. My poor butt. Lin Xie smiled and looked up to see Jiang Yi's figure appearing in his sight. He was slightly stunned, a trace of loneliness flashing in his eyes. The gap between him and me is really too big. Lin Xie broke free from Bai Li Pang's hand, walked up to Jiang Yi, and said in a low voice, "I lost. I'm not very good at comforting people." Jiang Yi handed him a bottle of ointment. Lin Xie's lips curled into a smile. "I will surpass you and help you regain your sight." Jiang Yi was taken aback, recalling his own eyes, feeling a bit touched, looking forward to it. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. Brother Jiang Yi at this moment. Bai Li Pang rushed over, grabbing Jiang Yi's hand. "I need some care too." Jiang Yi shook his hand. "Let go. What are you trying to do?" "Care, Brother Jiang Yi. If there's anything you like in the future, just tell me. We're brothers. I'll keep it in mind." Bai Li Pang held on tightly, expressing a deep sentiment like a confession. Then, he instinctively pulled out a Rolex, knelt on one knee, and ceremoniously placed the watch on Jiang Yi's wrist. "Jiang Yi." Lin Xie covered his face. "Everyone, assemble at the training ground." The broadcast announced the assembly order. The new recruits, who had just finished a battle, complained incessantly but still hurried to gather. Jiang Yi shook off Bai Li Pang's hand and walked side by side with Lin Xie toward the training ground. Within 2 minutes, the recruits gathered sparsely. Yuan Gang stood on the stage, his face full of disappointment, and said, "To be honest, you've really let me down." The new recruits clenched their fists. "Damn, this guy cheated, and now he's saying he's disappointed. Truly shameless. Damn, this lousy instructor really knows how to piss people off." Bai Li Pang couldn't help but mutter. Yuan Gang, with sharp hearing, turned to stare at Bai Li Pang. "Step out. 10 laps for insulting the instructor." Bai Li Pang. Helpless, he could only step out with a grim expression and start running around the training ground. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. "Really? Losing and still having the nerve. Who else is dissatisfied?" The recruits below fell silent. He cleared his throat. "All right, except for the one running. The rest of you can go to the cafeteria for a meal." As soon as these words came out, the recruits finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to disperse. "Brother Shun, let us go." To the cafeteria. Deng Wei saw Shen Qingzhu standing still and called out. Shen Qingzhu stared at Jiang Yi walking toward the cafeteria, a proxy of the gods. "Quite interesting. Brother Shen, are you interested in that kid?" He could still see things even with the black band wrapped around him, which was really quite special. "Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who's interested." Shen Qingzhu curled her lips. "Come on, let's eat." In the cafeteria, Lin Xie and the late-arriving Bai Li Pang stared at the raw meat and steamed buns in their bowls, lost in thought. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised, though it was his first time eating raw meat. He picked up a steamed bun, took a bite, hesitated, then closed his eyes and bit into the raw meat. The bloody taste was quite fresh. Jiang Yi chewed with some difficulty. Lin Xie was silent for a moment before he also began to eat. Only Bai Li Pang wore a bitter expression, hesitating for a long time before finally stuffing a steamed bun into his mouth. Not far away, the masked squad sat around a large round table, enjoying a feast of fragrant dishes. In comparison, the raw meat and steamed buns became even harder to swallow. The surrounding new recruits cast envious and jealous glances their way. "Brother Jiang Yi, Chia, why do they get to eat so well?" Bai Li Pang said discontentedly. This was a classic case of comparison breeds resentment. The masked squad's Wang Mian walked over. He was handsome and delicate, with flowing long hair, looking like a young man. "Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, come eat with us." Bai Li Pang was stunned, pointing at himself as if to say, "Am I invisible to you?" And so, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie followed Wang Mian, leaving Bai Li Pang standing there in the wind, feeling utterly disheveled. After the two sat down, Wang Mian had his team members introduce themselves one by one. Moon Ghost, Whirlpool, Rose, Scales. "Jiang Yi, how did you pull off that move earlier?" "It was simply unbelievable," Whirlpool asked in amazement. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "You'd have to ask your captain about that. He knows." The four of them turned to look at Wang Mian. Wang Mian's face immediately turned red as the scene of his earlier encounter with Jiang Yi flashed through his mind. Damn it. They absolutely can't find out, or I'd rather die. Ahem, it's no big deal. It's normal for a divine proxy to be a bit more skilled. Wang Mian hurriedly explained. What's normal about it, Captain? He's only at the lamp realm. Whirlpool said, puzzled. Moon Ghost's sharp gaze fixed on Wang Mian. Captain, are you hiding something from us? Whirlpool chimed in. Yeah. You were so aggressive when sparring with the new recruit earlier, like you were provoked. You never used to be like this. Rose and Scales also stared at Wang Mian, their eyes full of curiosity. Jiang Yi clenched his right fist and brought it to his mouth, trying to stay calm. No. No. Why would I hide anything from you? Wang Mian said nervously. Something's off, Whirlpool said, pushing up the bridge of his nose, though he wasn't wearing glasses. Captain, your face is red, and you're speaking nervously. You're clearly lying. Wang Mian's mouth twitched. Red face, that's because it's too hot. Aren't you guys hot? All right, stop asking. I know what's going on. Just ask me, Jiang Yi said. All 5 pairs of eyes instantly focused on Jiang Yi. Wang Mian's heart tightened. Oh no, are you really going to say it? Jiang Yi, what's going on? Whirlpool asked curiously. Sensing Wang Mian's tension, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Yi's lips. Because, just as Jiang Yi was about to continue, Wang Mian suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Everyone was stunned. Then, Wang Mian pressed his earpiece and pretended to speak. All right, we'll head over immediately. He looked at his team members and said seriously, no more eating today. We've got a mission. Huh, what task? Don't ask, let's go. Wang Mian ignored Xuanhua's questioning, put on his mask, and walked out of the cafeteria. The other 4 exchanged glances, packed up their things, put on their masks, and followed him. Hey, Jiang Yi, this is my contact information. You must. Captain, what are you doing? Xuanhua was about to continue asking, but Wang Mian suddenly grabbed his ear and dragged him outside. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Take it. We can spar and exchange ideas in the future. Jiang Yi looked up at the masked Xiangwei, who unexpectedly tossed him her contact information before quickly leaving. He froze for a moment, holding the contact information in his hand, lost in thought. Lin Xie chuckled beside him. A girl personally gave you her contact info, and you're not cherishing it? Jiang Yi turned slightly, snapping out of his thoughts. He wasn't excited because Xiangwei gave him her contact information, but because the masked squad's mission was over. Perhaps through this opportunity, he could earn a large amount of magic modification points and achieve change. All right, stop messing around. Let's eat. I don't feel like eating. Lin Xie picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Jiang Yi turned his head and raised his hand to call out. Fatty, come eat. Oh my god, brother Jiang Yi, you're my hero. Bailey Pang Pang, who had been gloomily gnawing on a steamed bun, immediately jumped up from his seat and pounced over like a starving wolf, sitting next to Jiang Yi and devouring the food. The new recruits in the cafeteria watched Bailey Pang Pang eat so happily that they couldn't help but drool. Jiang Yi couldn't help but nod. Bailey Pong Pong's eating style was truly suited for a mukbang. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the masked squad was leaving, Yuan Gang personally led the instructors to the training camp gate to see them off. Thank you for coming to help maintain order. Next time, don't come again. Yuan Gang smiled as he shook Wang Mian's hand. Masked squad. Wang Mian smiled awkwardly. It's fine. We'll be going now. Wait. Just as they were about to turn away, Yuan Gang suddenly grabbed Wang Mian's arm. Is there something else, Instructor Yuan? Take this. A man understands another man best. Yuan Gang handed Wang Mian a packet of supplements. Wang Mian, Xuanhua, the other 3 had expressions of understanding. Xuanhua and Tianping sighed, patting the captain on the shoulder. Captain, it's okay. This isn't embarrassing. Captain, I have a family remedy. Get lost. Wang Mian shouted, his face red, and ran off quickly. The 4 were stunned, waved to the instructors, and followed him. Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. Everyone, salute. At his command, all the instructors stood at attention, puffed out their chests, and saluted in the direction the masked squad had left. At night, the silver moonlight bathed the quiet training camp. Jiang Yi stood on the dormitory rooftop, gazing at the moon in the sky. After killing the divine avatar of the Seraph, the other side had likely already found a way to deal with him. For example, a divine agent. He couldn't help but think of Lin Xie, but he quickly shook his head. The Seraph had chosen Lin Xie as an agent without attaching any conditions. With Lingbao Tianzuan watching over him, the Seraph would never act rashly. So, he would have to find another agent. He had to speed up earning magic modification points, and right now, there was a perfect opportunity. Jiang Yi extended his perception, and the sneaky figure in the training camp was completely visible to him. After confirming no one was around, Jiang Yi activated the Myriad Phenomena Divine Ruins. With the system's assistance, he didn't leak a single bit of divine power. As for the suppression monument in the training camp, if it could suppress a supreme god, that would truly be a joke. His figure flickered and disappeared instantly. In a secluded corner of the training camp, Liao Wang, dressed in an instructor's uniform, looked around cautiously. After confirming no one was nearby, he took out an unidentified black object and tapped it lightly. After tapping it a dozen times, he stopped and muttered, "The training camp is so strict now, and these believers are like mad dogs, urging me constantly. From once every 3 days to once a day, it's driving me crazy. Whatever, for the sake of the master's plan, I'll tolerate you a few more times." Liao Wang put the object away, peeked around, and saw no one coming down the path. "Sigh, I'm just being paranoid. Who would come here in the middle of the night?" He relaxed his guard and continued walking. "What are you doing?" A voice suddenly came from behind him. Liao Wang froze mid-step, his eyes widening. He didn't turn around immediately, but instead reached into his pocket. He had been discovered. Liao Wang frowned, forcing a fake smile as he turned his head. He saw a young man in a military training t-shirt, his eyes covered with a black cloth, looking mysterious under the moonlight. "Jiang Yi? So it's just a new recruit. Good thing it's not another instructor. Wait, when did he appear behind me?" Liao Wang realized a serious problem. With Jiang Yi here, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed. Haha, Jiang Yi, I was just going to the bathroom. The toilet in the dorm is clogged. Haha, he said, feigning nonchalance. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. "But, does Whisper know your toilet is clogged?" The moment the name, Whisper, was uttered, Liao Wang's pupils contracted sharply. He clenched the object in his pocket, his smile vanishing. "Who are you? A new recruit couldn't possibly detect me. How do you know?" Jiang Yi took 2 steps forward, his tone icy. "I don't like explaining things to the dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue and white divine ruins unfolded instantly, covering a 50-meter radius. This was Jiang Yi's first time using the Myriad Phenomena Divine Ruins against an enemy. In the past, his opponents were already dead before they could react. This was a good opportunity to test this undercover agent. Liao Wang was stunned. This is a divine ruin? No, this isn't the death god Thanatos' divine ruin, it's something else. You actually have 2 divine ruins, a dual god proxy." He was utterly shocked. Neither the Great Xia nor the ancient god church had ever seen a dual god proxy, and now one was standing right in front of him. What kind of monstrous genius was this? This information must be. Liao Wang's thoughts suddenly stopped, his eyes trembling. Jiang Yi could use a divine ruin. With the suppression monument here, how was that even possible? Who are you? I can't even use a forbidden ruin under the suppression monument. How can someone at the lamp realm like you? Jiang Yi walked forward slowly, raising his right hand. You have no right to question a god. Before Liao Wang could take the object out of his pocket, Jiang Yi clenched his right hand. Liao Wang's body was instantly disintegrated by divine power into a mass of blood, suspended in the air, without even a scream. Just like that, Liao Wang disappeared from the world. Jiang Yi waved his hand lightly, and the blood turned into blue and white specks of light, dissipating. On the ground, a small black object and a forbidden short blade were left behind as he retrieved the myriad ruins of divinity, bent down to pick up the black object, tapped it lightly a few times, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Night fell over Cangnan City. Han Xiaoyun, dressed in a black robe, stared at the message from the undercover agent, lost in thought. The follower delivering the message beside him frowned. This message is a bit strange. Indeed, this can't be right. The undercover agent must have made a mistake. Han Xiaoyun sat in his chair, tossed the information onto the table, and his gaze turned icy. Tell me, is this message true or false? If it's true, Don't blame me for being ruthless. He looked at the content on the tablet, exuding a murderous aura. His deal with the Seraph could not afford any mistakes, and the plan to assassinate Jiang Yi must not fail. Only by succeeding could he break free from the ancient God Church and see his deceased teammates. He turned to the contact person for Li Yaowang, his voice cold as ice. "You speak." The other party, nervous, said, "Lord Han, the training camp has just started. Yuan Gang couldn't possibly have discovered the undercover agent we planted, so this message is likely true. It's just that this undercover agent isn't very bright. Should I investigate?" The black-robed man with a scar on his face nodded. Han Xiaoyan nodded slightly as well. Indeed, everything in the training camp seemed normal now, and no one would suspect the existence of an undercover agent. Then this message. His gaze turned sharp as he lowered his head to look at the characters on the tablet. "There S.A. Mole. Cease all actions immediately. Ding. You successfully eliminated the ancient God Church's undercover agent in the training camp, directly canceling their subsequent attack plans on the camp. You also sent false information to the ancient God Church, causing Han Xiaoyan to mistakenly kill many of his subordinates, significantly slowing their operations in Songnan. You have gained 50,000 mod points. Current mod points, 280,000. Upon reaching 300,000 points, you will randomly obtain the Source of Divinity. Random reward triggered, Soul Guarding Void Ring." In a dim corner, Jiang Yi put away the ancient God Church's communicator, a satisfied smile on his face as he stared at the system rewards. Soul Guarding Void Ring Divine Artifact. Possesses infinite space, capable of storing both inanimate and living objects. Absolute mental defense. No one can invade your mental world. While wearing the Soul Guarding Void Ring, all mental attacks, regardless of their strength, are nullified. This ring not only allowed storage, but also completely blocked mental attacks. Moreover, it was a divine artifact, and those two words said it all. Jiang Yi was secretly delighted this was exactly the treasure he desperately needed. Last time, the Seraph had used the divine power residue in his eyes to invade his consciousness, leaving him constantly on guard. Now, this hidden danger was finally resolved. Jiang Yi raised his hand, and a silver-white ring with intricate patterns floated in his palm. He slipped it onto his middle finger and felt a warm current flow into his mind, nourishing his spirit. Instantly, his mental state was revitalized, and even the fatigue from training dissipated. His divine power also saw an improvement. What is this? Jiang Yi subconsciously sensed a tiny, glowing particle containing immense mental power. However, under the absolute protection of the Soul Guarding Void Ring, this mental particle existed for only a second before dissolving into mental energy and disappearing. This was Dr. Li's sixth King Ruin. Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. In the original work, Dr. Li possessed the strongest mental forbidden domain in Xia, ranking among the top 30. His thoughts wandered. This must have been left behind by Dr. Li during the examination. He shook his head. If it weren't for the Soul Guard Ring, he wouldn't have even noticed it. But it didn't matter, a divine-level mental attack couldn't harm him at all. Jiang Yi collected his thoughts, saw that it was about time, and with a flash of his figure, appeared on the dormitory rooftop, then slowly walked back to his room. "Brother Jiang Yi, where did you just go?" someone asked. "Just went out for a walk," Jiang Yi replied, heading toward his bed. "Wait." Bailey Pang Pang suddenly grabbed his arm, raised his left hand, and sharply stared at the silver ring on his middle finger. "Qi, Brother Jiang Yi is in a relationship." Jiang Yi froze. Bang. Lin Yi, who was taking a shower, came out wearing shorts, his eyes landing on the ring on Jiang Yi's finger. The ring finger represents marriage, the middle finger represents being in love. Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile as he approached and stared at Jiang Yi. "Who gave it to you?" Bailey Pang Pang, hands on his hips, said indignantly. "Yeah, who dares to woo my brother Jiang Yi? Watch me smash her with a Rolex." Jiang Yi, being interrogated by these guys, was truly exasperating. He lay on the bed helplessly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Take a guess. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. An instructor holding some documents walked in and placed a surveillance video on the table. "Chief Instructor, Li Yaowang didn't leave the training camp last night. Instead, He hid in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, but after that, he never reappeared, and no one else went in either. Yuan Gang widened his eyes, staring at the surveillance footage in disbelief. So, you're saying he vanished into thin air? Yes, you could put it that way. And I investigated Li Yaoguang's background and found something suspicious. Yuan Gang snatched the documents and began reading them carefully. After several minutes, he set the documents down with a heavy expression and ordered, "Conduct a thorough investigation of all the instructors in the training camp. Leave no one out." Understood. After the instructor left, Yuan Gang lowered his head in deep thought. If Li Yaoguang were an undercover agent, he should have continued to lie low and Wu Ti have disappeared so abruptly. That left only one possibility: Li Yaoguang was already dead. So, who was helping them eliminate the undercover agents of the ancient god church? And who could silently dispose of a body right under their noses? The fasting ward, psychiatric hospital. Li Yaoguang was flipping through medical records, his brows furrowed. My forbidden ruin has failed. Ever since he acquired the king ruin, wandering mind, his forbidden ruin had never failed, unless confronted by a powerful mental artifact. Jiangyi interesting. He continued searching through records, reviewing information on Thanatos, the god of death, and domains similar to the Blade domain. He first ruled out Thanatos, its divine ruin couldn't possibly counter his king ruin. Then he examined forbidden ruins similar to the Blade domain, such as Sequence 279, South Gravitational Field, and Sequence 191's Mental Suppression. The Blade domain seemed to perfectly combine these two forces, exerting dual pressure on both the body and the soul. When diagnosing Jiangyi, he had also felt that terrifying pressure. But strangely, neither the divine ruin of death nor the Blade domain had managed to undo what he had planted in Jiangyi's subconscious. Dr. Li adjusted his glasses, staring intently at the documents on the table, his expression growing serious. It seems Jiangyi is more complex than he appears. He has hiding secrets. Sangnan truly is a fascinating place. What surprises will these two bring to Daxiao in the future? Dr. Li squinted slightly. I'm looking forward to it. At the training camp, the sun shone brightly, and new recruits gathered on the training field. Instructor Han held a wooden sword, explaining the key points of sword techniques. In the crowd, Li Pangpang couldn't help but glance repeatedly at Molly, the red-haired girl. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was contemplating how to use Instructor Han to alter the storyline, but ultimately decided against it, feeling it wouldn't be very effective. Hey! Suddenly, someone patted Jiang Yi on the back. He turned to see Shin Qingzhu. Even in a military uniform, he still looked effortlessly cool. Shin Qingzhu held a piece of gum in his hand and, looking off to the side, said, "Let us be friends. This isn't my idea, my buddy wants to get to know you." He patted Deng Wei. Deng Wei looked confused. "Brother Shun, wasn't he at you who?" Shin Qingzhu shot him a glare. "It was me. It was me." Deng Wei quickly corrected himself. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth lifted slightly, showing a hint of pride. He took the gum and extended his hand. "Thanks. From now on, we're comrades." Shin Qingzhu gave a faint smile and shook his hand. "Hey, what are you two doing? Holding hands during class. You've all mastered the techniques already, huh?" Instructor Han suddenly noticed Jiang Yi and Shin Qingzhu holding hands and immediately exploded. A straight-laced instructor. This was absolutely intolerable. Instantly, all the new recruits turned to look, seeing the two of them shaking hands. The air became eerily silent. Jiang Yi and Shin Qingzhu's expressions froze, and they quickly let go, turning away to avoid the situation. "Damn it, Instructor Han, you're too good." Nearby, Bailey Pongpong's expression was full of amusement. He slowly approached and said, "Brother Jiangyi, so that's how it is. I misunderstood you last night. This isn't something to be ashamed of." Jiangyi was speechless. "You fat idiot, what are you talking about?" Shin Qingzhu immediately roared upon hearing this. Bailey Pangpang chuckled and said, "See? The cool guy is even defending you." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Bailey Pangpang, shut up. Jiangyi clamped a hand over his mouth. Lin Xie shook his head lightly from the side. "All right, that's enough." Instructor Han shot them a cold glance. "You two come up here. Skipping class, huh? Looks like you've already mastered everything. Here, take these knives. Let me see how much you've learned." Instructor Han tossed 2 wooden knives to the pair, brimming with confidence. With the Jinshu steel here, no matter how skilled these kids were, it wouldn't matter. A question mark seemed to pop up over Jiang Ye's head. The 2 of us against you alone? Instructor Han shook his head. One at a time first. I'll demonstrate for the others. Then you can both come at me together. Have you learned any knife techniques? The 2 shook their heads. Instructor Han smiled. All right, then who's first? Jiang Yi and Shin Qingzhu exchanged a glance and said in unison, you go. Wow, even your words are so in sync. Bailey Pang Pang clapped and cheered. Shin Qingzhu turned back and shot Bailey Pang Pang a fierce glare, gripping the wooden knife tightly. I'll take care of him. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Instructor Han placed his left hand behind his back and held the knife in his right. Come on. Shin Qingzhu, chewing gum, let out a light snort. The wooden knife in her hand spun in a circle before she suddenly swung it fiercely. Thud. Instructor Han blocked it effortlessly. Due to the suppression of the Jinshu steel, Shin Qingzhu could only use the moves she typically relied on in street fights. But Instructor Han, with his wealth of experience, disarmed her wooden knife after just a few moves, striking her wrist with a backhand blow. The wooden knife fell to the ground. Not bad. Next, Instructor Han straightened up, calm as if he were sparring with a beginner. Shin Qingzhu frowned and retreated to Jiang Ye's side, clearly dissatisfied. Your turn, she said. Jiang Yi nodded. Although he wasn't particularly interested in this kind of fight, if they wanted to embarrass him, he wouldn't let them off easily either. He took 2 steps forward, but made no other moves. Instructor Han was puzzled. Not going to fight. Afraid you won't get the chance. Instructor Han was momentarily stunned. This kid was really arrogant. But he had heard about Jiang Ye's exploits yesterday. Even with the Jinshu steel suppression, Jiang Ye's knife skills were still somewhat threatening. All right, I'll grant your wish. Instructor Han spun the wooden knife and suddenly lunged forward with his right foot. Below the stage, Bailey Pong Pong's eyes widened suddenly. He nudged Lin Chia. Chia, look. Brother Jiang Yi has a red envelope behind his back. What's he doing? Chia. Chao Yuan, who happened to be behind Bailey Pang Pang, overheard and looked at Lin Chia in confusion. 2 trees standing. 8, he muttered under his breath. Lin Chia turned his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Ye's left hand behind his back. A bright red envelope was conspicuously visible. This, wasn't it the one from Dr. Li? Could it be? Bang. A muffled sound echoed, and everyone simultaneously turned to look at the training platform, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Han Instructor had just swung his blade at Jiang Yi, but suddenly slid forward on his knees, kneeling before Jiang Yi. Even Shin Qingzhu, who was standing nearby, was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Whoa, is Han Instructor practicing knee slides? Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head and asked. Lin Chia understood everything clearly. No wonder Dr. Li looked so grim at the time. On the stage, Jiang Yi faced Han Instructor and calmly took out a red envelope from behind him. Han Instructor, wishing you a happy new year in advance. Han Instructor's eyes widened, and his mouth twitched. In the monitoring room, a group of instructors watched the scene and fell into deep thought. How is this kid still able to use Forbidden Ruins? Wasn't the suppression monument already activated? Instructor Hong asked in surprise. Yuan Gang shook his head. The suppression of the suppression monument is limited. If Jiang Ye's Forbidden Ruins are strong enough, he can still use them even if the monument is activated, though the power will be greatly reduced. Then during the extreme training the day after tomorrow, won't this kid become a god? Yuan Gang nodded. That is indeed a problem. He smiled slightly. It's too late to strengthen the suppression monument now, so Jiang Yi won't participate in the extreme training. The instructors all agreed this was a good idea. Yuan Gang nodded solemnly and pulled Instructor Hong aside. How's the investigation going? Instructor Hong replied. Checked, no issues. But Li Yaoguang left no trace, as if he vanished into thin air. His methods are extraordinary. The ancient God Church is eyeing us. The higher-ups have just issued an order. The top priority is to protect the 2 divine agents. Yuan Gang said seriously. Continue investigating the truth behind Li Yaoguang's disappearance. If he was indeed killed, then there might be a terrifying expert hidden in our training camp. Instructor Hong understood the gravity of the situation and nodded heavily. Ding. You have established a friendly relationship with the main character Shinqingzhu. With your supreme god's power, you may influence the development of subsequent characters. Your appearance has caused the disappearance of Han Instructor and Madman Chao Yuan's storyline. You have gained 10,000 modification points. Current modification points, 290,000. Reach 300,000 points to randomly obtain the Source of God. After Han Instructor's blade training ended, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were heading to the cafeteria when the system suddenly popped up with a notification. Only may influence. It seems the variables in the subsequent storyline will increase. But for now, the plot still revolves around the original main storyline. Almost every time I disrupt the plot, it gets pulled back on track. That old thief Sanjiu is really something. But it doesn't matter as the supreme god. I'm not afraid of variables. As long as I can earn modification points, it's fine. Now, I'm just 10,000 points away from drawing the Source of God. The extreme training the day after tomorrow might be an opportunity. The Source of God is the essence of a god, containing not only the power of laws, but also the divine persona of a god. I currently have the universal source. If I can fuse another source of God, I can evolve my divine persona. By then, I'll be invincible within the God-King realm, and above the God-King realm, I'll be a one-on-one existence. Jiang Yi felt a bit of anticipation. I give up. It's steamed buns and raw meat again, with extra pickled vegetables. At the cafeteria, Li Pangpang saw the food on the table and almost burst into tears. He chewed on the pickled vegetables and steamed buns with tears in his eyes. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie ate silently. Lin Xie took a bite of his steamed bun and suddenly noticed a crew-cut man holding pickled vegetables walking over, looking a bit simple-minded. Are you Lin Xie? Chao Yuan asked. Yes. Lin Xie nodded. Chao Yuan's eyes lit up as he placed the pickled mustard tuber in front of Lin Xie. Here, try this. Lin Xie was a bit surprised. Why are you giving this to me? Because you can help me get rid of my sins. I can't do that. No, the abbot of Juhua Mountain was right. 2 trees standing, 8 gods leaving, 10 years into the night. Saving the world for me, he was talking about you. Chao Yuan smiled naively. Lin Xie squinted his eyes, lost in thought. Xie, do you two have some connection from a past life? Li Pangpang asked as he reached for Chao Yuan's pickled mustard tuber since his own was gone. Smack! Chao Yuan immediately slapped his hand away and smiled at Lin Xie. This is for Lin Xie to eat. Lin Xie sighed helplessly. I can't help you. You've got the wrong person. No, I believe in the abbot. Lin Xie was at a loss for words and stopped arguing. He turned to look at Jiang Yi beside him and noticed that Jiang Yi had also finished his pickled mustard tuber. Lin Xie gently pushed his own portion toward Jiang Yi. I took too much. You can have it. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Thanks. Lin Xie responded with a nod. Li Pangpang was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, am I completely excluded now? Boo-hoo. Xie, you're playing favorites. 2 days later, the extreme training began. The bad news was, Jiang Yi couldn't participate. In the instructor's office, Jiang Yi sat across from Yuan Gang, sipping Longjing tea with a bored expression. My modified value, my divine essence, you guys have to compensate me. Not being allowed to participate was one thing, but being called here to keep watch was infuriating. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, was relieved. He had to keep a close eye on this troublemaker. If he let him out, the extreme training would probably turn into chaos like the last time with the masked squad. Seeing Jiang Yi finish his tea, Yuan Gang immediately stood up to refill his cup. Jiang Yi, have some tea. Let's chat. Once the training is over, you can leave. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. I need to use the restroom. What a joke. I won't let go of my divine essence so easily. This extreme training, I have to stir things up. Clang. Jiang Yi's eyes widened as he stared at the iron pot Yuan Gang had thrown over. Use this, Yuan Gang said, pointing at the pot. Jiang Yi, you're ruthless. In the end, Jiang Yi had no choice but to stay in the office until nightfall before returning to the dormitory. By then, Li Pangpang and Lin Xie were already sound asleep in the medicinal bath. Jiang Yi was speechless. He was just 1 step away from the divine essence, and now he was still 1 step away. He walked into the bathroom and started showering. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, lying in the medicinal bath, was deep in thought as he stared at Nix's treatment progress stuck at 49% in the mental hospital. Xie, what are you thinking about? Li Yifei asked curiously. Lin Xie shook his head. He had tried many methods earlier, but the progress was stuck at 49%. He stroked his chin. Mother, what do you like the most? Nix's gaze froze as she recalled her child. She reached out and gently touched Lin Xie's head. My child, Thanatos, of course, mother loves you the most. Child. Lin Xie pondered. In Nix's heart, what she longed for most was to see her child. That Jiangyi. Maybe he could be worth a try. He held Nix's hand. Mother, would you like to leave the hospital? Outside, my brother is waiting. He really wants to see you. He said he regrets not spending enough time with you before and wants to see you now. The goddess of the night, Nix, listened, her gaze vacant. My child wants to see me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Treatment progress, 52%. Nix's divine power can now be extracted. It really worked. Lin Xie stood up with a smile, tightly holding Nix's hand. Thinking of the task death god Thanatos had entrusted to Jiang Yi, he made up his mind. Mother, shall I take you out to see him? Nix's eyes lit up. She stood and nodded. My child, your mother is here. In the bathroom. Ding. Lin Xie used death god Thanatos' wish to advance Nix's treatment progress to 50%. Earned 10,000 modification points. Current modification points, 300,000. Reaching 500,000 points will reward the divine skill. Words become reality. Obtained random divine essence. End of life the source power of death god Thanatos. Note, Thanatoses may appear during fusion. Choose the timing carefully. Jiang Yi, who was scrubbing himself, paused. Lin Xie's lips curved slightly. This reason was good. After all, he had absorbed part of Nix's power, so even if the Night Watchers asked, he had an explanation. Mother, wait here for me. I'll go call him to meet you. No need. I want to see my child in person. Under this night sky, I can go anywhere. Nix smiled, her eyes filled with a mother's longing for her long-separated child. Lin Xie suddenly felt a bit awkward. Walking around the dormitory with a deity, wouldn't that be too conspicuous? What's wrong, Thanatos? Nix gently touched Lin Xie's head and asked softly. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment. Mother, you should. Buzz. Before he could finish, a powerful divine aura of death suddenly spread out, instantly enveloping the entire training camp. Lin Xie froze. This aura felt exactly the same as when Jiang Yi awakened his divine ruins. He stared at the training field and asked in a low voice, Is this? This familiar divine power fluctuation made Nix's eyes shine as memories of the past surged in. Back then, she had many children. Every meal was lively, and her face was always adorned with a happy smile. She constantly reminded them, Hypnos, don't run so fast. Be careful not to fall. Lachesis, does the hairstyle mom did for you today look nice? Thanatos, eat more and grow taller. These voices gradually echoed in Nix's ears, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Mother, mother. She suddenly looked up to see a figure slowly appearing in the night sky, softly calling, Mother. Nix choked up and responded, Thanatos, mother is here. Instructor's office area. Yuan Gang was busy reviewing documents when he suddenly sensed a divine power fluctuation. He abruptly stood up from his seat and looked out the window at the shadow under the moonlight. This divine power, its death god Thanatos. How could he appear within the borders of Daxia? Could it be Jiangyi? Before he could finish, another divine power fluctuation struck. Yuan Gang's eyes widened. Two deities had appeared at the same time. This. He quickly picked up the phone and called his superiors. Hello? Two deities have appeared at the Tsangnan training camp, requesting immediate support. It's extremely urgent. After speaking, he slammed down the phone, grabbed his star blade, and rushed out of the office. Two gods appeared in the training camp. If a battle broke out, the place would be destroyed instantly. Moreover, the top-tier reinforcements sent by the higher-ups needed time to arrive. During this period, he had to stabilize the situation. Not a single one of these recruits could get hurt. Damn it! Yuan Gang pushed himself to the limit, unleashing his full Sea Realm cultivation as he charged toward the training ground. Holy crap! The fusion of the source causes such a huge commotion. On the training ground, Jiang Yi looked up at the figure gradually emerging above him. It was none other than Thanatos, the god of death, cloaked in black, his expression cold and exuding a heavy aura of death. He held a scythe larger than himself, and as the death energy condensed, his form became increasingly distinct. This is bad. Jiang Yi had initially thought that, as the death god's agent, it was normal for there to be some commotion when fusing with the death god's source. But now, he had actually summoned the soul of Thanatos? System, didn't you say this was just a projection? Thanatos sensed the presence of his mother, Nyx, the goddess of night, nearby. Burning with his final obsession, he wishes to see her one last time. Nyx? Jiang Yi was stunned. Mother! Mother! Huh! The repeated cries of mother reached Jiang Yi's ears, and he couldn't help but look up. In his perception, the god of death was treading through the void, continuously calling out mother. His voice echoed throughout the entire training camp, enveloping even Songnan. It was filled with longing, sorrow, and regret. After calling out a dozen times, the night sky suddenly flickered, and a wave of high-level divine power rippled through. Though not strong, it was unmistakably present. Jiang Yi understood in his heart. Nyx, the goddess of night, had arrived. In the dormitory, the repeated cries of mother startled everyone. Brother Shun, look outside the window. What is that? Deng Wei, soaking in a medicinal bath, shouted, pointing outside. Shin Qingzhu had already seen it after all. Everyone could hear those cries. That energy makes even the soul tremble? That's a god. His brows furrowed. Holy crap. A god? Did the training camp really summon a god this time? Deng Wei leaped out of the medicinal bath. He stared at the figures of a man and a woman in the night sky outside. The man's massive scythe was particularly striking. Whoa, is the guy with the scythe cosplaying as Bai Qi, the god of death? Smack. Shin Qingzhu slapped the table. Stop joking around. That's Thanatos, the god of death. Can't you read more books? Deng Wei scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Shin Qingzhu sighed, threw on a coat, and rushed out of the dormitory. Deng Wei wanted to follow but stopped when he realized he was still shirtless. Outside the training ground, the first to arrive at the scene was Lin Xie, who had been the first to sense the divine presence. He looked up and saw a figure radiating a cold, dark aura gradually appearing beside Nyx. In the pitch-black, red-tinged eyes of the god of death, Lin Xie discerned the emotions of the other. He murmured softly, "Aunt, Ajin, are you both doing well?" Lin Xie lowered his head slightly, his gaze falling on the platform at the center of the training ground. A blindfolded boy with a black belt stood there steadily. Jiang Yi was facing him, as if he had known he would come. Lin Xie quickly approached and asked, "Did you summon him?" Jiang Yi's lips twitched slightly. "And what about the goddess of night?" Lin Xie was taken aback. "I've become the agent of the goddess of night, so?" Jiang Yi smiled faintly, not exposing him, but instead looked up at the two gods under the night sky. He couldn't help but think of the mother who had cared for him for 17 years in this world. "It's nice, isn't it?" Lin Xie's gaze paused as he looked toward the night sky. For his mother, Nyx, the one who had lost her sanity after her child was killed, being able to see her child again was an incredibly precious thing. Under the night sky, the goddess of the night, Nyx, gently stroked the face beneath the black robe of Thanatos, the god of death. "Thanatos, you've lost weight. Have you not been eating properly?" Note: Thanatos and Thanatos are both names for the god of death. "Mother, I'm sorry I haven't been able to have a meal with you for so long." A deep, hoarse voice sounded, and Nyx tightly embraced Thanatos. Tears welled up in her eyes. "It's okay, my child. From now on, I will protect you." She understood that the Thanatos before her was merely a lingering obsession, but the memories of the past still pierced her heart. "Mother, I must go now. They will take my place and stay with you always." "Mother, remember how you told me when I was little to be happy every day." Thanatos stiffly leaned toward his mother's face and gently kissed her. "Goodbye, mother." Immediately, his obsession burned away, and the condensed death energy dissipated like smoke in the evening breeze. "No, don't." Nyx held him tightly, but Thanatos' body had already turned into death energy and vanished without a trace. She lowered her head to look at the black death energy in her arms. her voice choked with sobs, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Mother couldn't protect you back then. Sob, sob. Below, Yuan Gang arrived at the training ground and looked up, stunned. A god was crying? Wait, the aura of the god of death's power has disappeared. Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, his gaze falling on Nyx. He had heard the conversation between the two gods clearly. Moreover, the god of death, Thanatos, was originally the child of the goddess of the night. Could it be? His gaze shifted downward, and two young men on the platform came into view. Commander Yi had once said that Jiang Yi was the agent of the god of death, tasked with accompanying the goddess of the night, Nyx. What connection could there be between these two? Suddenly, Yuan Gang felt the surrounding death energy flowing toward a certain direction. His expression tightened. This death energy contained immense divine power, seemingly the source power of the god of death. Could it be? Yuan Gang's eyes lit up, staring intently at Jiang Yi, who was standing with Lin Xie. The place where the black death energy was converging was precisely where Jiang Yi was. Could it be that the god of death, Thanatos, transferred his source divine power to Jiang Yi? His eyes widened sharply. If this were true, Jiang Yi might grow to reach the realm of gods in the future. This situation was too incredible. Chief Instructor, is that a god? Urgent footsteps sounded behind him as the instructors of the training camp arrived, all holding star blades. Yuan Gang nodded. Instructor Hong drew half of his blade, but Yuan Gang pressed it down firmly. Don't move, don't move. Just observe for now. The instructors looked puzzled. Seal off the entire training ground. No new recruits are allowed to enter. Do not disturb Jiang Yi. Yuan Gang ordered firmly. Although he didn't know what merging with the source of the god of death would bring, it absolutely couldn't be interrupted. The instructors exchanged glances and immediately carried out the order. In less than 2.5 minutes, the training ground was tightly sealed, and the recruits who had been secretly watching from the corners were all driven away. In the center of the training ground, Jiang Yi sensed the death energy surging into his body from all directions, as the essence of the god of death began to merge. His divine persona was undergoing transformation and enhancement, and his perception abilities had greatly improved. Even the fog that was previously impenetrable could now be thoroughly discerned. On the system panel, Essence, Universal Essence Mastery of all things, Death God Essence End of Life prominently displayed the power of the Death God Essence, and the Realm section had changed to Supreme God Peak of God King Realm. Jiang Yi was unaware of the changes in the panel attributes, but the fusion of the Death God Essence had transformed the divine ability rewarded by the system Divine Ruin Death God's Judgment into its complete form. He was now the Death God. Boom. Death God's Judgment activated automatically, and the expansive training ground was instantly enveloped in the aura of an ancient execution site. Heavy black death energy covered the entire training ground, leaving the instructors outside stunned, unable to see what was happening inside. Why can't we see anything? Instructor Hong blinked, his vision swallowed by the black death energy. Yuan Gang frowned, although he couldn't see inside either. The divine ruin unfolding before him was far stronger than Jiang Yi's previous state. Just looking at it made his soul tremble with fear. Is this the death god? He murmured to himself. In the sky, a powerful divine aura suddenly emerged. Nyx, with tear-filled eyes, trembled as she gazed blankly at Jiang Yi, who was unfolding the divine ruin. Thanatos, you chose him? Mother will surely protect him and won't let him be hurt again. Nyx's eyes regained the brilliance they had in the hospital. Perhaps only immersed in illusions could she feel her child always by her side. Her gaze reflected the figures of Lin Xie and Jiang Yi. My child. Inside the divine ruin, Jiang Yi sat on a throne formed of death energy, while below the execution platform, a death god wielding a scythe knelt on one knee. Welcome, my lord. A hoarse voice came from the death god's mouth. Lin Xie was dumbfounded by the scene. It was too overwhelming. I extracted Nyx's divine persona ability, but I've never seen such a grand spectacle. Wait. Lin Xie suddenly lowered his head and was shocked to find himself already kneeling on the execution platform, his body bound by chains entwined with black energy, with a sign hanging on his back. He looked just like an ancient death row prisoner. What's going on? How did I become a convict? Tap, tap. Heavy footsteps echoed, sending chills down Lin Xie's spine. He turned to look and saw a figure in a black robe slowly approaching, its slender dark fingers gripping a massive scythe. Lin Xie struggled desperately, but the chains didn't budge. The mortal domain seemed to be suppressed by some force. Even the mortal domain could be suppressed. Could this be the divine ruin of the death god? He couldn't believe it, but the footsteps grew closer, leaving no time to think. Jiangyi, what are you doing? It's me, Lin Xie, he shouted urgently toward Jiang Yi on the throne. Jiang Ye's hand trembled, almost tossing out the execute sign. He quickly looked down to see Lin Xie tightly bound by chains, with the death god's scythe close to his backside. What the? That was almost too reckless. Jiang Yi waved his hand casually, and the scythe-wielding death god instantly dissipated. Turning to Lin Xie, he said awkwardly, how did you end up on the execution platform? Lin Xie, do you really not have a clue? Jiang Yi coughed twice, clenched his right hand, and the black aura of death's judgment instantly vanished. The black mist enveloping the training ground also dissipated, and all the instructors' gazes focused on Jiang Yi. Just as they were about to step forward to inquire, Nyx in the sky pushed them back. Yuan Gang stared at Nyx in confusion, only to see her stepping toward Lin Xie and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi took 2 steps back after all. He had no interest in competing for a mother. Tears glimmered in the corners of Nyx's eyes as she opened her arms and ran toward the two. Lin Xie smiled faintly, raising his hand slightly. Mother. However, Nyx walked past Lin Xie and hugged Jiang Yi tightly from behind. My child, Jiang Yi. Lin Xie, feeling the vast maternal love, Jiang Yi froze in place. What? I have another mom now? Child, I'm sorry, Nyx said, holding Jiang Yi's shoulders. Her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Yi was utterly bewildered, pointing at Lin Xie, his lips moving. Your mom. Control her. Lin Xie was about to step forward but noticed the display above Nyx's head showing. Healing progress 62%, 62.5%, 63%. The healing progress was slowly increasing, so he helplessly stopped and spread his hands toward Jiang Yi, indicating he couldn't do anything. Jiang Yi, can you call me mom just once? Nyx released him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mom. Jiang Yi froze. Thanatos, you really know how to cause trouble for me. You helped me reach the peak of the God King this time. I'll help you. He looked at Nyx, the moonlight shining on her loving face, feeling her full anticipation. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment and softly said, Mom. Mommy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nyx's face lit up with a radiant smile. She buried Jiang Yi's head in her embrace, her voice trembling with excitement. Child, Mommy is here. It's over, I can barely breathe. Jiang Yi could hear Nyx's joy and stopped resisting. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice echoed in his mind. Thank you. Then, silence. Was that Thanatos' voice? Jiang Yi sighed helplessly, merging with the source, and now I have another mom. Who can I even complain to about this? Night Goddess, may I ask what brings you to Daxia? Yuan Gang, holding the star blade, jumped onto the steps, his gaze wary. Until the purpose of the foreign god was clear, vigilance was necessary. Nyx slowly released Jiang Yi upon hearing this, turned to Lin Xie, and said, Thanatos, isn't this your divine kingdom? I'll explain. Lin Xie quickly interjected. Instructor Yuan, I have already become the Night Goddess's agent. What? Yuan Gang's eyes widened in shock. What? Lin Xie winked at Nyx, who held Jiang Yi's small hand, stood up, and nodded at Yuan Gang. My child's words are my words. Child. Yuan Gang was even more confused. It's about helping the Night Goddess find her child, that's my mission, haha. Lin Xie quickly explained. Then he looked at Nyx. It's about time we should head back. Nyx tilted her head slightly and nodded. She reached out to stroke Jiang Yi's hair. Next time, Mommy will come to see you again. Jiang Yi smiled and said, Goodbye, Mommy. As soon as the words were spoken, the night flickered, and Nyx's figure turned into specks of light, disappearing from this world and returning to the hospital. Seeing the Night Goddess vanish, Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat. Facing the deity, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. who both looked completely at ease. Facing a god, how could they be so relaxed? No, these two little guys were becoming more and more unbelievable. One managed to make Thanatos, the god of death, willingly give up his source power, and now the other had become the proxy of two gods. My goodness, these two kids were truly defying the heavens. This incident must be thoroughly investigated and reported in detail to the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. Ahem. Yuan Gang coughed awkwardly twice and said sternly, "You two, come with me. You need to explain everything clearly." The two responded and followed behind Yuan Gang. Ding. The host accelerated Nyx's healing speed and unexpectedly became her godson, which might affect Nyx's discharge time. The host's performance has drawn significant attention from the Night Watcher leadership, who are planning to form two special squads. Gain 20,000 mod points. Current mod points, 320,000. Reach 500,000 to unlock the divine skill. Words become reality. Godson? Zhang Yi was speechless. Making a supreme deity his parent, this was, well, whatever. Being at the peak of the divine king realm with a supreme deity as a mother didn't seem too bad. However, relying on himself to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm wouldn't be so simple. In the thousands of years of the Great Xia, only 3 heavenly sovereigns had emerged. So relying on fusing the source power was definitely not feasible. He could only accumulate mod points to 1,000,000. As he walked, he looked up. The moon hanging in the sky was particularly striking. The silver-white moon reflected light, illuminating the nearby planets. The Seraph Michael frowned, staring at Zhang Yi from afar on Earth. Impossible. Thanatos actually gave his source power to this mortal. Thanatos, what is so special about this mortal that you would do such a thing? Michael's eyes were icy as the 6 wings on his back flapped, and he slowly left the moon's surface. Then, golden divine power gathered in his right hand as he reached toward the blue planet. Miracle. As the words fell, the dissipated consciousness of Thanatos, the god of death, miraculously appeared before the seraph. The cloaked figure of death looked around in confusion before turning to the 6-winged angel. Seraph of the Holy Church, you. Michael raised a hand to interrupt. I ask you, why did you choose that mortal as your proxy, and why did you give him your source power? Thanatos froze for a moment, then chuckled. Since when did the Seraph of the Holy Church start meddling in others' affairs? Answer me, Michael demanded sharply. Oh, now I remember. Your divine power, miracle, still lingers in Zhang Ye's eyes. You destroyed his eyes before. To think that someone as lofty as you could also be angered by a mere mortal. Thanatos smiled and continued. I chose him because. Michael frowned, listening. No, it's because he is strong. He chose me, Thanatos said. How dare you mock me? With a wave of Michael's hand, Thanatos' consciousness dissipated once again. He didn't believe a word of Thanatos' nonsense. A mere insect who insulted the gods, how could he be worthy of choosing a deity? Golden light flickered in Michael's eyes as he recalled the scene of Zhang Yi slaying his divine power avatar. Now that Zhang Yi possessed the source power of death, not only could he suppress Michael's divine power, miracle, but his growth rate had also accelerated. Invading Zhang Yi's consciousness was now utterly impossible. Michael lowered his gaze to the golden divine power in his palm and sneered coldly. A mere ant, trying to kill me? What a joke! As the voice fell, the divine power in his palm instantly disappeared. In a hidden corner of Tsangnan City, Han Xiaoyun's body erupted with the power of the Seraph, his face covered in golden patterns. I've broken through to the boundless realm. Han Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise, standing by the windowsill and gazing at the moon in the night sky. It seems the divine fluctuation earlier was related to Zhang Yi, otherwise the Seraph wouldn't have bestowed divine power again. Han Xiaoyun squinted slightly, staring at the full moon. What kind of grudge exists between them? He shook his head, knowing these matters were not for him to ponder. The boundless realm. This Seraph is overly cautious, taking such serious measures against someone in the lamp realm. Zhang Yi is merely a divine agent, not a true god. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Meanwhile, in the old town's low houses, Chen Fuzi poked his head out and confirmed. Is it resolved? Yes, Fuzi. He rolled his eyes and said, let's go back. That place is too strange. All right. Chen Fuzi withdrew his mindscape, sat by the tea table, and took a sip of hot tea. Then he looked at the man across from him. Zhou Ping, what do you think of this matter? Zhou Ping, hearing this, picked up his teacup and took a sip, as if no one could see him. Chen Fuzi sighed helplessly. This Tsangnan, 9 years ago, that God's identity still wasn't clarified, and now 2 more have appeared. It's endless trouble. By the way, has Lu Wuwei found that God? Zhou Ping blinked. You're asking me? Who else can I ask? I don't know. Chen Fuzi was speechless and took a heavy sip of tea. This guy was truly an enigmatic puzzle. Inside the conference room, everything was neatly arranged, exuding a military style. The dim chandelier illuminated the 3 people seated at the table. Yuan Gang instructed Instructor Hong to take notes while he tapped the table, adopting a stance of confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face severity. Let's hear it. What happened tonight, Lin Xie? How did you become the night goddess's agent? Lin Xie glanced at Jiang Yi and said, I called her mom, and then I became one. Yuan Gang. Instructor Hong quickly jotted down notes, but when he reached this sentence, he widened his eyes and drew 2 horizontal lines. Yuan Gang cleared his throat and turned to Jiang Yi. How did you get the Reaper to grant you the power of origin? Jiang Yi thought for a moment, then pointed at Lin Xie and said, well, he made me his mom's son, and then I got it. Lin Xie secretly gave a thumbs up under the table. Yuan Gang was utterly speechless. Could he even get a normal answer out of them? Mom, son, what was all this? He sighed. All right, it's late. You 2 can leave now. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie nodded and quickly left the conference room. Yuan Gang watched the 2 boys, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Instructor Yuan, aren't you going to ask more? No need. Just follow tonight's report. Yuan Gang said to Instructor Hong. Also apply for a larger town suppression monument. If these 2 boys are left unchecked, the entire training camp will be in chaos. Instructor Hong nodded and left. Yuan Gang silently dialed Commander Ye's number and briefly explained the situation. You're saying the Reaper Thanatos granted Jiang Yi the power of origin? And Lin Xie became a dual god agent? Yes, Commander Yi. The other end of the line was silent for a long while. How did those 2 boys explain it? Yuan Gang hesitated. Commander, are you sure you want to hear? Why wouldn't I? Speak. All right, Commander. One called her mom, and the other became her son's son. Yi Fan. After a long silence, he said, I understand. The ancient God Church is definitely planning a major move next. Stay vigilant. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Yi Fan looked at the bustling city outside the window, a gratified smile appearing on his face. Over the years, mysterious forces had grown increasingly numerous and powerful. With these 2 promising candidates, it might be possible to form 2 special teams in the future. Especially Jiang Yi, who had fused with the source power of the god of death. He would undoubtedly break through his limits in the future and become a god-like existence. His potential was limitless. If the great Xia has no gods, then we will create our own gods and show the foreign gods our strength. The ancient God Church, a grand and imposing cathedral in a Western architectural style. On the throne, Whisper, dressed in a tailcoat, listened to Han Xiaoyun's report, his eyes gleaming. 2 divine agents, and one of them was personally gifted the source power of Thanatos, the god of death. Excellent, truly excellent. The great Xia's Night Watchers have so much talent this year. If they could all join the ancient God Church, the church would surely flourish. Ha! Whisper laughed heartily, then turned to Han Xiaoyun. Are you confident? Han Xiaoyun, dressed in a black robe, nodded. Whisper's eyes narrowed slightly, discerning Han Xiaoyun's boundless strength. Good. From now on, the believers will be under your command. I will also assign you a divine agent. Prepare well. Success is the only option, failure is not allowed. Han Xiaoyun knelt on one knee. I will not fail my mission. Training camp. Damn it. I wake up, and you guys pull off something this big behind my back. The next day at noon, in the cafeteria, Bai Li Pangpang shouted as soon as he heard the new recruits talking about last night's events. Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, and Xiao Yuan quietly ate their meals, completely ignoring him. Sleeping like a log last night. Not even a god could wake him up. Honestly, that was a skill in itself. Hey, say something. The 3 still ignored him. The sky is falling. While I was sleeping, one of you became a dual divine agent, and another fused with the source power of the god of death. And we're all in the same dorm. Why wasn't I included? Bailey Pang Pang was on the verge of collapse. The gap was just too wide. Jiang Yi took a bite of his meat and patted the future Ling Bao heavenly lord. Bailey Pang Pang, as if finding a spiritual anchor, looked at Jiang Yi with eyes full of hope. The latter swallowed his food and said calmly, "Don't worry, you have a strength too." "What strength?" "The foolish son of a landlord." Bailey Pang Pang. "Ah, fatty, shut up. You're so noisy." From the back, Shin Qingzhu suddenly shouted. Bailey Pang Pang immediately zipped his lips and mimed a zipper motion across his mouth. Shin Qingzhu glanced at Jiang Yi, pouted, and said, "I've never acknowledged anyone before, but you're the first. In the upcoming training, I will definitely surpass you." The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth lifted slightly. "Good luck. Not interested." Shin Qingzhu snorted coldly, then smiled and walked out of the cafeteria. Deng Wei followed behind, his eyes full of astonishment. It was the first time he'd seen Brother Shin say something like that. Normally, Brother Shin wouldn't acknowledge anyone, yet he acknowledged Jiang Yi. "Brother Jiang Yi, you're amazing. Even Brother Shin acknowledges you." After Shin Qingzhu left, Bailey Pang Pang gave a thumbs up. Jiang Yi shook his head. "Just eat your food, foolish son of a landlord." Bailey Pang Pang looked around nervously. Good thing Molly isn't here. Otherwise, I'd have to clarify that I'm really just an ordinary kid from a regular family. The three of them rolled their eyes and continued eating. Chow Yuan looked at Lin Chia. "Chia, is there enough food? If not, take some of mine. I'll get you a bowl of soup. Out of tissues. I have some here." Bailey Pang Pang rested his round face in his hands and muttered, "Simp." Time passed slowly amidst the daily training. From the scorching summer to the freezing winter, half a year flew by. Just like in school, you only realize how fast time goes once you start working. In these 6 months, Jiang Ye's skin tone hadn't changed, but Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, and Chow Yuan had all been tanned to a deep black. On the training ground, Lin Xie held a wooden sword, training Bailey Pang Pang, who kept begging for mercy. Jiang Yi stood to the side, checking the time, thinking that the people from the ancient god cult should be making their move soon. Beep beep. Jiang Yi looked at the soul guard ring on his left hand and sensed it. He realized it was the communicator he had taken from Li Yaowang earlier. He took it out and opened it, seeing a message. "Training camp, instructor's office. Captain Chun, why are you so insistent on giving the recruits a break?" Yuan Gang stared at Chunmai, puzzled. After so much persuasion, even resorting to threats, this approach was truly unique. Chunmai took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow. "Do you really want to know?" "Go ahead. I had a dream." Yuan Gang, "Huh? You believe in dreams?" Chunmai slowly stood up. To be precise, it wasn't a dream. It was a mysterious person who could pull people into a dreamscape. He seems to know everything about the situation in Songnan and can even steal things right under someone's nose. Yuan Gang frowned. "Who is he? What did he tell you?" Chunmai looked out the window and shook his head. "I don't know his identity. But what he said aligns almost perfectly with the results of our 6-month investigation into the ancient god cult. Yesterday, he pulled me into an illusion and said he owed someone a favor." He paused, his gaze serious. "That mysterious person said the ancient god cult would attack the training camp." Yuan Gang froze. "Are you sure what he said is credible?" Chunmai nodded. "Even without his words, I would still have given you all a break. Even if it was just for Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Let them go home for a family reunion meal." Yuan Gang was speechless, lowering his head in thought. He knew the ancient god cult was definitely planning something big, and Chunmai's words were likely true. Over the past 6 months, he hadn't been idle either, placing investigators in Songnan. The ancient god cult had indeed been active, though they hadn't made any major moves yet. With the double god proxies and Jiang Yi, who might become a great god in the future, he couldn't afford to take any chances. "All right, about the break." Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Yuan Gang's phone rang. He looked at the screen, and his expression instantly turned grim. "Hello," he answered the call. "Evacuate the recruits immediately. The ancient god cult has taken control of the missile launch center. They might." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the sentence was finished, the sound of missile launches came from the distance. Yuan Gang's entire body tensed. He jumped up from his seat and stared out the window, his eyes wide with shock. In the sky, 5 or 6 missiles trailing white smoke slowly ascended, their trajectory aimed directly at the training camp. Damn it! Yuan Gang cursed, slammed the alarm, and rushed out. Chen Mai's eyes narrowed as he followed Yuan Gang out of the office. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing sound of the alarm echoed through the training camp. The recruits and instructors who were training looked around in confusion. What's going on? Bailey Pang Pang, holding a wooden sword, scratched his head. Lin Xie looked toward the horizon, his face suddenly changing. Missiles are coming, run. Bailey Pang Pang let out a startled cry and followed Lin Xie's gaze. 6 missiles were streaking toward them, trailing white smoke. Damn it, help! Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, and the surrounding recruits desperately ran out of the training camp. A young man with a black belt and a blindfold stood quietly in place, his gaze locked on the rapidly approaching missiles. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. He recalled the message from Li Yaoguang's communicator. Locate the communicator's position, prepare for bombardment, evacuate immediately. Jiang Yi looked toward a mountain near the training camp. There, a squirrel, transformed by the Wanshang divine ruins, held a black communicator high in its hands. Instinctively, Lin Xie had already run a good distance. When he turned back, he saw Jiang Yi still standing there, dazed. He immediately stopped, frowning. Based on Jiang Yi's usual personality, he would never remain motionless like this. He glanced up at the missiles in the sky. Their trajectory was indeed aimed at the training camp. Forget it. Life isn't meant for taking risks. Huh? The suppression of the Jinshu steel has disappeared, and I've advanced to the pool realm. Lin Xie felt the changes in his body and immediately turned back. Releasing his darkest corrosion to its fullest extent and combining it with the speed of the starry night dancer, he reached his peak in an instant. Bailey Pang Pang, who was running alongside him, froze for a moment when he saw Lin Xie turning back. Then he looked at Jiang Yi, who was still standing there. What the hell? Brother Jiang Yi, are you planning to take on the missiles head-on? Even as a divine agent? No, Jiang Yi, who had fused with the essence of a god, at his current level, dared to face missiles head-on? What now? Damn it, let's do this. Bailey Pang Pang activated Yaoguang, turned around, and ran toward Jiang Yi with all his might. On the other side, Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu also looked up at the sky, their expressions changing as they rushed toward Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, staring at the wooden sword on the ground, his eyes focused. Umatba, gripping the hilt, black, kingly killing intent enveloped his entire body. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, and a true airfield appeared above Jiang Yi's head, attempting to shield against the missile explosion. What are you all doing? Get over here now. The instructor, seeing them running in the opposite direction, was frantic. They immediately activated their forbidden ruins and sprinted toward Jiang Yi at full speed. Yuan Gang and Chen Moi were also so tense their hearts were racing. My team members must not get hurt. My mission must not fail. The two drew their star blades and sprinted as if running a 100-meter dash. Jiang Yi heard the commotion behind him, and 3 large question marks popped up in his mind. Were they trying to risk their lives? Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, and Lin Xie stood in front of him. Go! My darkest corrosion can hold them off for a while. Jiang Yi raised his hand, wanting to say, actually, Brother Jiang Yi, no need to explain. Those are missiles. No matter how tough you are, you can't block them. Bailey Pang Pang grabbed Jiang Yi's legs with both hands, hoisting him onto his shoulder like carrying a bride, and sprinted madly in the opposite direction. Jiang Yi, fatty, put me down. The missiles can turn. They won't hit the training camp. Oh my god, Brother Jiang Yi, you're so scared you've gone silly. Don't worry, my Yaoguang will definitely protect the two of us. Bailey Pang Pang held on tightly. A future god in the making must not come to harm. Jiang Yi was almost speechless from the chaos. Around him, cries of help and run filled the air, and the entire training camp was in utter disarray. Indeed, this attack had occurred much earlier than it did in the original story. Oh well, they'll figure it out soon enough. Jiang Yi looked at the missile in the sky, less than 500 meters away, and shook his head lightly. Bailey Pang Pang was still sprinting madly. Lin Xie stared intently at the descending missile, his eyes instantly turning black. The abyss of darkness unfolded in an instant, enveloping the surrounding area in a dense shadow. Madman Xiao Yuan gripped his black-red broadsword tightly, stomped hard on the ground, and leapt forward, wielding his blade to meet the falling missile. Chun Mai and Yuan Gang's palms were sweating as they sprinted with all their might. It was over, they couldn't catch up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of missiles cutting through the air echoed continuously, like a death countdown hammering at everyone's hearts. It's coming. The missile was now 300 meters away from the training camp, and everyone held their breath in tense anticipation. When the missile reached 200 meters, it suddenly veered off course, heading toward a small hill to the right. Huh. Lin Xie's black pupils trembled, and his face showed an expression of utter shock. What? The missile turned. Everyone look. The missile. It turned. Huh? What the hell is going on? Wasn't the target supposed to be the training camp? Bai Pang Pang, who had been sprinting wildly, suddenly froze in his tracks upon hearing this. Turned? Boom. Before he could turn around to look, a massive explosion erupted on the small hill a kilometer away, flattening the entire mountaintop and sending tremors rippling through the ground. Bai Pang Pang stared at the blazing hill in the distance, his mouth agape, craning his neck forward. No, really. It actually turned. Jiang Yi jumped down from Bai Pang Pang's shoulder, his face full of exasperation. On the other side, Lin Xie gazed at the burning hill, lost in thought. Madman Xiao Yuan, who had just leapt into the air, landed and froze in place. Shen Qingzhu slowly lowered the hand that had snapped its fingers. Chun Mai and Yuan Gang slid to a stop after a short skid, exchanging glances. Their eyes seemed to convey, "This is the attack you were talking about?" It seems something unexpected happened. The instructors and recruits were still shaken. If the missile had hit, casualties would have been inevitable. But since someone had intended to attack the training camp, why had the missile suddenly changed direction? In the crowd, Molly turned to look at Jiang Yi at the back of the team. She had overheard Jiang Yi saying earlier that the missile would turn, and at the time, she hadn't believed him, just like Bai Pang Pang. But now, none of the instructors could figure out how he had known. Molly stared at Jiang Yi's back, deep in thought. "Hey, Molly, are you still spacing out at a time like this?" Her roommate patted her on the shoulder. Molly frowned. "You're the one spacing out. So annoying." "Ha. Crisis averted. I was just joking." That joke wasn't funny at all. At the back of the team, Bai Pang Pang grabbed Jiang Yi's shoulders, his eyes filled with shock. "Oh my God, brother Jiang Yi, how did you know the missile would turn?" Jiang Yi pushed him away and replied calmly, "I could tell." "What the hell? That's amazing. Brother Jiang Yi, are you some kind of Grim Reaper's agent? Do you have special abilities?" "What abilities?" Bai Pang Pang pointed to his own head. "Can you see how long I have left to live and then deduce that we wouldn't die today?" Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. "You've been reading too many novels." Ignoring Bai Pang Pang, he turned toward Chun Mai's direction. "The captain has arrived," which seems to indicate that the training camp will be on break, and it also means the operation to eliminate the cult of the ancient gods is about to begin. However, this plotline isn't very interesting. To make it more engaging, we need to focus on the details. For instance, ever since Lin Xie joined the Night Watchers, he hasn't returned to his aunt's house. With the new year approaching, let's have Lin Xie go home for a New Year's Eve dinner this time. As for the cult of the ancient gods, they are as insignificant as ants in front of him. It had been half a year since Jiang Yi had dinner with his mother. He turned his head to look toward the old district of Cangnan. On the outskirts of Cangnan, inside a missile launch tower, the 16th seat of the believers, Lu Liang and Medusa's agent, Snake Woman, were watching through binoculars as the missile veered off course. Enraged, Snake Woman smashed the binoculars on the spot. What the hell is going on? How could the missile suddenly deviate from its target? Snake Woman's dark green hair writhed like little snakes in her fury. Lu Liang squinted his eyes. "It seems we have a mole in our ranks, or perhaps the infiltrator has already been replaced by someone else." Snake Woman ground her sharp teeth, her face filled with shame and anger. "What is the 13th seat doing? Didn't they say everything was ready? I must confront Lord Murmur about this when we return. Let's go." Snake Woman stormed off in anger. Lu Liang glanced in the direction of the training camp before following her out of the launch tower. Back at their base, Snake Woman immediately grabbed Han Xiaoyan by the collar. 13th seat, what exactly have you arranged? How could you not know that the mole in the training camp has been compromised? Han Xiaoyan frowned coldly. What happened? When we attacked the training camp, we locked onto the mole's communicator, but the missile hit the mountain nearby instead, Lu Liang explained. Snake Woman's eyes darkened. You'd better give me an explanation, or I will definitely report this to Lord Murmur. Han Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then pushed Snake Woman away and said coldly, I understand. Proceed as planned, and don't forget that I am in charge of this operation. You? Lu Liang quickly held back the furious Snake Woman, nodded at Han Xiaoyan, and retreated. After they left, Han Xiaoyan slowly clenched his fists. Damn it, I've been played. The message that came half a year ago indicated that the mole in the training camp had long been eliminated, and someone had been impersonating them all along. At the time, he thought the Night Watchers had no evidence and couldn't possibly discover the mole, so he didn't take it seriously. Well. A year of false information, no wonder the previous plans kept failing. Han Xiaoyan slammed the table hard. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. Training camp, instructor's office. Chief instructor, we've investigated the launch tower and confirmed that it was the work of Medusa's divine agent from the cult of the ancient gods, the instructor reported. Yuan Gang frowned and asked, what about the missile's sudden turn? The instructor, holding a file, pulled out a sheet of investigation data. According to the investigation, the missile was connected to a positioning system. Initially, the target was within the training camp, but then, inexplicably, it suddenly shifted to a mountain 1 kilometer away. The strange thing is, the positioning system showed that the location jumped to the mountain instantaneously. Instantaneous jump? Yuan Gang's heart tightened as he recalled the incident half a year ago when the traitor Li Yaowang suddenly disappeared. Li Yaowang had also vanished from the training camp in an instant, and they still hadn't found any leads. This was clear. Someone in the training camp was helping them. First, they eliminated the cult of the ancient gods mole, and then they prevented the training camp from being attacked. These two events both indicated that the person behind the scenes had no malicious intent. Go check the new recruits' files and see if anyone has abilities similar to teleportation. Also, notify them to take a 4-day leave. Handle the matter with the ancient god church first. Yes, Chief Instructor. The instructor left with the documents in hand, and Instructor Hong, upon receiving the leave notice, immediately gathered the new recruits at the training ground. Several buses were parked nearby, ready and waiting. What's going on? Are we really getting a break? Li Pang's eyes lit up. Lin Qiyi said helplessly, Isn't it obvious? Li Pang burst into laughter, patting Jiang Ye's shoulder. Brother Jiang Yi, let's go to Guangshan. I'm the boss there, you can have any beauty you want. Jiang Yi pushed away Li Pang's round face with a look of disdain. Then, Qiyi, why don't you come to Guangshan with us? Not going. Li Pang was frustrated. Guangshan is so bustling, with countless beauties, and yet it doesn't appeal to you guys. Then where do you want to go? Jiang Yi and Lin Qiyi exchanged a glance and said in unison, Home for the new year. The bus swayed gently as Jiang Yi, Lin Qiyi, Chao Yuan, and Li Pang squeezed together. New recruits were only allowed to stay within Songnan, a strict rule. I won't even get to see my maid sister, Li Pang said, pulling a long face. Jiang Yi patted his shoulder and said, You should care more about yourself, you're quite valuable. Many people want to use you to pay off debts. Li Pang waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, my 4 forbidden items envoys are already on their way. Where are we staying tonight? Chao Yuan asked. Li Pang rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, I'll arrange it later, don't worry. As night fell, the bus stopped in Songnan city center. The 4 disembarked one after another and then dispersed. Handsome brother, Qiyi, come over here. Just a few steps away, Hong Ying's voice rang out. Jiang Yi and Lin Qiyi turned their heads simultaneously. Across the street, besides Lung Xian, the entire 136 squad was present. The two walked over with faint smiles. Handsome brother, why is your skin so fair? Look at Qiyi. Hong Ying stared curiously at the two. Lin Qiyi instinctively compared himself, he was indeed a bit darker. Why are you so fair? He asked back. Jiang Yi shrugged. I don't want to be, it's just natural good skin. Can't help it. Lin Qiyi sighed. Damn, always showing off. Haha. You guys are so funny, but I still think Qiyi is more manly. Hong Ying comforted. At that moment, Chen Mu Yi walked over and squeezed their shoulders. All right, let's go to my place for dinner. The two nodded and followed the group of 5 toward the bustling city center. Click. On a rooftop in the distance, Long Xian held a freshly developed photo, gently flicking it, a faint smile on his lips. Half an hour later, inside a villa, Chun Mu Yi, wearing an apron, was busy cooking, while the others sat around the dining table, laughing and joking. Jiang Yi carefully observed everyone's expressions, unable to suppress a sigh in his heart. If he didn't know the ending, perhaps he could be as happy as Sister Hong Ying right now. Xiao Yi, I heard from Instructor Yuan that you fused with the essence of the Grim Reaper? Wu Xiangnan asked with a smile. Jiang Yi nodded. And Qi Yi, you've become a dual god proxy? Wu Xiangnan continued. Lin Qi nodded as well. Wu Xiangnan fell into thought and curiously asked, how exactly did you manage that? When Qima was also intrigued. That night, the divine power fluctuated so intensely that I thought the entire Tsangnan was going to be destroyed. Turns out it was you two causing trouble. Tell us, we want to hear your legendary story. Clap. Hong Ying clapped her hands and joked. The god of death and the goddess of night are mother and son? Could there be some story between you two in your past lives? Jiang Yi and Lin Xie exchanged a smile. Lin Xie took a deep breath and said, to put it simply, everyone's expressions turned serious, eagerly awaiting the next part. We acknowledge the goddess of night as our mother, and that's about it. Lin Xie tried to keep it straightforward. The truth was roughly like that. The god of death, wanting to continue accompanying Nyx, gave his source power to Jiang Yi and had always been treated as her son. This statement brought a brief silence to the dining table. Though every word was familiar, together they felt strange. What is wrong with you all? Chenmai walked out with the last dish, noticing the silence and looking puzzled. Captain, don't interrupt. Hong Ying raised her hand to stop him, seriously pondering. I'm just thinking about how to acknowledge a deity as a mother. Everyone was speechless. Chenmai shook his head, sat down, and opened a beer nearby. Come on, let us celebrate the new year in advance. He stood up, his face warm with a smile. Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, Hong Ying, and the others also stood up, clinking their glasses together. Cheers. Happy New Year. After the meal, since Hong Ying's house didn't have enough rooms, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie briefly discussed, and then left the villa to find Li Pangpang. Xie, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Are you going home for dinner? Jiang Yi asked. Lin Xie stopped walking, paused for a moment, and said, I want to, but if you want to, then do it. Don't regret it later. I'll go with you. Jiang Yi said gently. Aren't you afraid of implicating your family? Don't worry, I'm invincible, Jiang Yi replied with a playful raise of his eyebrows. Your house has Erling Shin and Howling Celestial Dog living there. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Xie rolled his eyes. All right, tomorrow night we'll go back together and have New Year's Eve dinner. Perhaps indirectly influenced by the disappearance of Tsangnan, Lin Xie fell into a moment of introspection. Gained 5,000 modified points. Current modified points, 325,000. Unlocking the divine skill, Words Become Law, requires 500,000 points. As expected, though the score this time was a bit lower, even a small gain was still a win. Jiang Yi nodded at Lin Xie. Let us go. They headed toward the hotel where Li Pangpang was staying. There was still a troublesome matter to resolve there. After the two left, a snow-white mouse with eyes glowing pink slowly stood upright, staring at the two as they walked away. Kailansky Grand Hotel, that's right, it's here. Under the lavishly decorated building, Lin Xie walked straight into the hotel. Jiang Yi followed behind, releasing his senses, and 4 unfamiliar presences were immediately exposed. 4? One of them was actually from the River Realm. Wasn't there only supposed to be 3 people in the original story? Interesting, it fits perfectly. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion echoed, flames from the rooftop illuminated the night sky, and black smoke billowed out from shattered windows. A chubby figure, wrapped around his lower half, screamed as he fell from the top floor. Falling alongside him, Chao Yuan appeared unusually calm. Lin Xie heard the explosion, froze for a moment, and turned to look at Jiang Yi, only to find he had already disappeared. Where did he go? Never mind. Let us check on by Li Pangpang and the others first. He should be able to handle it. Thinking of Jiang Yi's strength, Lin Xie immediately drew the star blade from his back and quickly rushed toward the direction of the explosion. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in a faint energy barrier that was the no-boundary airspace. On the rooftop of the commercial building next to the hotel stood a man in a black robe, silently observing everything. I really don't know why Lord Han invited these night watchers. What use are 3 Pond Realm fighters? At most, they can test their strength. He shook his head, his face full of impatience. Looks like I'll have to step in myself. You probably won't get the chance. A voice suddenly came from behind. The man widened his eyes. When did he get here? I didn't sense anything at all. A butcher's knife appeared in his palm as he turned to face the young man behind him. A blind man. The man froze for a moment before speaking. You must be the Jiang that Lord Han mentioned. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yi raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, the man's lower body was racked with excruciating pain, instantly turning into a pool of blood. What kind of power is this? A River Realm fighter was so fragile before him. Could it be that Jiang Yi has already reached the Sea Realm, or even higher? Fear flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Before he could beg for mercy, 2 seconds later, he was reduced to a puddle of blood. Jiang Yi's expression remained calm. You're not even qualified to say my name. Standing on the Bailey Pangpang placed his right leg on the stool, holding chopsticks in his right hand, trembling as he devoured the noodles. Lin Xie took a bite, glanced at Jiang Yi, whose eyes were wrapped in black cloth, picked up some noodles, ate a few bites, and then pushed the bowl in front of Jiang Yi. I can't finish it. Help me eat the rest. Lin Xie flipped the chopsticks to the other end. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and picked up the chopsticks. At the level of gods, eating wasn't necessary at all. Huh? Xie, you can't finish it? Give it to me, give it to me. Bailey Pangpang reached out, trying to take the bowl. Lin Xie frowned and slapped his hand. Not for you. Remember to pay me back. Oh. Bailey Pangpang obediently withdrew his hand and continued eating his noodles in big bites. Chao Yuan felt a hint of tension. Jiang Yi sensed the steaming bowl of noodles. If only he could see the colors, it was hard to muster any appetite for the grayish-white appearance. He picked up the chopsticks and began eating. Boss, for bowls of plain noodle soup, please. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the neighboring table. Bailey Pangpang froze mid-action, looked up, and his face immediately lit up with a smile. Hey, Swagger bro, you're here for noodles too? The beef noodles here are especially delicious. Shen Qingzhu also paused, his gaze drifting over with a hint of awkwardness. Then, the proud Shen Qingzhu ordered shredded meat for his 3 underlings while he himself ate plain noodle soup. Lin Xie suggested Shen Qingzhu act as Bailey Pangpang's bodyguard. After the meal, the 4 of them, along with Shen Qingzhu, headed to a hotel playing seductive advertisements. Bailey Pangpang, shirtless, instinctively clenched his buttocks tightly. Xie, you can't do this. Lin Xie sighed helplessly. You don't need to register here. Stay if you want, don't if you don't. Lin Xie pulled Jiang Yi inside. Jiang Yi muttered inwardly, damn. Pulling me in like this, isn't this a bit too ambiguous? The 5 of them booked 2 rooms, Bailey Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu in one room. The other room, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie each coughed twice, and the atmosphere instantly became unbearably awkward. They could still hear the blush-inducing sounds coming from the neighboring room, though Bailey Pangpang's loud card-playing shouts drowned them out. Jiang Yi sighed. Let's sleep. We're heading home tomorrow. Lin Xie nodded, lying on the pink bed as his consciousness gradually drifted into a dream. He arrived at a sunny courtyard and saw Nyx smiling as she watered the garden. She turned slightly, her eyes lighting up when she saw Lin Xie in his doctor's uniform. Noticing Jiang Yi wasn't nearby, her gaze dimmed slightly. Thanatos, why didn't Jiang Yi come to see Mom? Does he not like Mom anymore? Lin Xie walked over and held her hand. Mom, no, he's just been very busy lately. Next time, I'll definitely bring him to see you. Hearing this, Nyx's face lit up with a smile. Okay. Lin Xie chatted briefly with Li Yifei about Nix's condition. She won't take her medicine. What? Li Yifei shook his head. I don't know. Whenever I give her medicine, she secretly throws it away. Lin Xie frowned, looking at Nix watering the flowers. The treatment progress showed 89%. Reaching this number was thanks to Jiang Yi summoning the god of death that one time. Try to persuade her more often. I have some other matters to attend to. Lin Xie patted Li Yifei's shoulder and walked toward another ward. Li Yifei showed a helpless expression. All right, New Year's Eve morning. The snow-covered streets were sparsely populated, the biting cold wind making people shiver uncontrollably. The continuous sound of firecrackers in the distance created a strong New Year atmosphere. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie walked out of the small inn and returned to the peace office to greet the captain and Sister Hong Ying. Are you really going home? Chenmai asked seriously. Jiang Yi nodded. Captain, the ancient god church isn't foolish. Our home's location might already be exposed. But we'll be fine. Chenmai frowned in silence, looking at the two of them. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Jiang Ye's strength in the forbidden ruins was formidable, and now that he had become the agent of a deity, there shouldn't be any problems. All right. Chenmai patted their shoulders and smiled. Send my New Year greetings to your uncle and aunt. The two nodded. 10 minutes later, two young men in cotton-padded jackets walked along the snow-covered road. After half a year away from home, their longing grew stronger with each step. Lin Xie covered his frost-bitten red ears and muttered, Aunt Ajin. Jiang Yi simply smiled faintly. Squeak, squeak. Jiang Yi turned his head, sensing a snow-white mouse standing upright on a snow pile, watching them. And Qingyu. In a cozy room, sunlight shone on a golden Nanma table, casting a warm golden glow. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie sat on one side of the table. Across from them sat a frail-looking boy wearing an owl mask, resting his chin on his hands and staring at them. Jiang Yi looked helpless. He hadn't intended to enter in Qingyu's illusion, as he could sense the situation at his home in the old town. But since Lin Xie had entered first, he had no choice but to follow. Serve tea. And Qingyu suddenly called out, and a tea set appeared on the table. He slowly removed his mask and casually poured tea for the two of them. Jiang Yi was a bit surprised. After half a year, and Qingyu had become so adept at controlling his illusion. And Qingyu, can anything you imagine appear in the illusion? Jiang Yi asked, and Qingyu raised his head slightly. As long as you can picture its form, it can appear. Jiang Yi nodded thoughtfully. Then let's have a feast of abundance for the new year. With a single thought, the table instantly transformed, and the surrounding environment changed as well. The once cozy room turned into a space decorated in vibrant red and purple, brimming with the festive spirit of the new year. The three of them sat at a long table laden with various fish dishes prepared in different ways. Jiang Yi smiled. Now this feels like New Year, there must be fish. And Qingyu looked speechlessly at the table full of fish. Lin Xie remained silent. And Qingyu stared at the fish-laden table, furrowing his brows slightly before finally sighing. I actually wanted to persuade you not to go back. He got straight to the point. Lin Xie froze. Why? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, his voice heavy. The ancient god church is already waiting for you in the old town, and their strength is formidable. You can't defeat them. Going back to call for reinforcements would be the wise choice. Can't defeat them? Just two peak Chuanjing level members and a few of the Scorpion King's subordinates? Jiang Yi took a bite of fish, thought for a moment, then shifted his posture and continued eating. But Lin Xie furrowed his brows tightly, his tone agitated. Are you saying they're already near my aunt's house? And Qingyu nodded, his gaze somber. Lin Xie abruptly stood up. Can you guarantee that while we're seeking reinforcements, they won't act first? And Qingyu shook his head. I can't guarantee that, but it's the option with the least harm. I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Consider it repaying the favor for the fox demon's corpse back then. And Qingyu glanced at the silent Jiang Yi, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The essence of a god. He really wanted to take it apart and see what it was made of. Jiang Yi's chopsticks paused as he sensed something off about this guy's gaze. Feeling in Qingyu's excitement, Jiang Yi's heart tightened, as if he had become prey. Good grief, is he thinking about dissecting me again? All right, meeting adjourned. And Qingyu withdrew his gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion shattered abruptly, and the table full of fish dishes disappeared like shards of glass. After a moment of weightlessness, Jiang Yi and Lin Xia opened their eyes and found themselves standing on a snow-covered street. That rat was dead. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of a long blade being drawn came from behind Jiang Yi. Lin Xia unsheathed the star blade, his gaze icy and piercing. Jiang Yi knew he was worried about his family and turned to nod at him. In an instant, on the snow-covered street, two figures darted swiftly, the houses on both sides retreating rapidly. The old town, within the range of a low house and a two-story building across from it. This was where Lin Xie and Jiang Ye's homes were. 16th seat. Does it really take two peak Chuanjing to ambush a single Qijing? Has Han Xiaoyan lost his mind? The 15th seat of the believers said discontentedly. 16th seat Lu Liang adjusted his color-changing triangular glasses and said helplessly, no choice. Lord Murmur gave specific instructions to follow Han Xiaoyan's orders. If we don't, and Lord Murmur blames us, we won't be able to bear it. The 15th seat clicked his tongue, looking at the two houses. Are we just going to keep lurking here? What if they don't show up? Who said we need to lurk? Lu Liang's lips curled into a faint smile. First, capture the families of the two divine proxies and the god seed. Spread the word, and I don't believe they won't come. But won't that attract even stronger enemies? No problem. As long as we have their families in our hands, the instructors at the training camp won't dare to act rashly, Lu Liang said. His gaze locked onto the two-story building. Let's go. Grab the family of the god seed Jiang Yi first. The 15th seat nodded. The two turned into black shadows, quickly approaching the two-story building. Bang! Bang! Ouch! However, just as they got within 50 meters of the building, they were suddenly blasted 100 meters away by an energy force, landing heavily in the ruins. Lu Liang and the 15th seat were full of confusion. What was that just now? They brushed the snow off themselves and exchanged glances. Let's deal with the low house first. This place feels strange, the 15th seat said. Lu Liang nodded. This time, he was more cautious. He first scouted from 50 meters away from the low house, confirmed it was safe, and then gave instructions. There's a transfer restriction in the low house. You use the space lock to seal it, and I'll go in to grab the people. The 15th seat nodded and pulled out a lock, sequence 376, space lock. After giving his instructions, Lu Liang quietly entered the house through the back door. Something feels off. I'm a robber, so why do I feel like a thief? Straightening his posture, he strode up the stairs. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a small black dog lying on the stairs, panting with its red tongue out. Lu Liang froze and cursed. This dog is so ugly. We're here. Lin Xie's eyes grew moist as he saw the familiar low house. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, looked at the two-story building, sensing his mother, Lu Su, preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. She was the only one there. Dad still hadn't come back this year. You two brats, I've been waiting for you forever. Suddenly, from several hidden corners, 5 or 6 men with scorpion tattoos jumped out, wielding various weapons. Jiang Yi sensed that there was also a sniper and Lung Xian on a nearby high-rise building. So this was the Mad Scorpions. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, took out the Reaper's order from the soul-guarding void ring, and conjured up a stack of red envelopes using the Myriad phenomena divine ruins. It was the new year, after all things should be lively. Lin Xie vigilantly watched the Mad Scorpions and turned to Jiang Yi, saying, I'll take the 3 with knives, the rest are yours. No need to bother. Watch me. Jiang Yi interrupted with a wave of his hand. Divine power condensed into 10 capture cards, which he threw to the ground. Lin Xie's eyes lit up. Was this the Reaper's artifact? The Mad Scorpions exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by the cards on the ground, then burst into laughter. Kid, are these surrender cards? We don't accept. Before the words were finished, the capture cards on the ground instantly transformed into deathly energy, materializing into 10 Reapers wielding massive scythes. The Mad Scorpions were collectively shocked. What the hell is this? Run? His scythe is bigger than all of us combined. The situation reversed in an instant. Just then, Lu Liang also stepped onto the stairs. Above, the little black dog licked its lips, staring at Lu Liang with eyes full of desire. It opened its mouth, about to bark. Bang! Suddenly, a dark figure rushed in, holding a scythe, grabbed Lu Liang by the back of his collar, and swiftly dragged him out of the small house. The little black dog froze in confusion. What just flew by? It jumped up, chased to the door, and barked, "Woof, woof, woof. Damn it. You dare steal dog, Lord's dog food." The sky darkened, and light snow began to fall. The cold wind sent snowflakes swirling through the air. Lin Xie gripped his long blade, blinking his clear eyes as he looked at the reapers holding the 8 mad scorpions and 2 followers like they were carrying little chicks. He was stunned, stiffly turning to Jiang Yi and pointing at the 10 people. They were dealt with just like that? Jiang Yi nodded indifferently. Pretty much. Lin Xie internally complained what kind of response was that. He stared at the Reaper's order, in Jiang Yi's hand, full of admiration. As expected of an artifact, it was incredible. Where am I? Lu Liang looked blankly at the mad scorpions and the 15 seats being carried by the scythe-wielding spirits, his mind in chaos. How did he suddenly end up here? Just now, he had felt a soul-shaking force, and in the blink of an eye, he was here. He turned his head, and 2 familiar figures came into view. Jiang Yi. Lin Xie, it's you. He was even more confused now. Wasn't this supposed to be the Pool Realm? How did the 2 of us, Peak River Realm cultivators, end up like this? Damn it. Han Xiaoyan, you gave me false information. Lin Xie sheathed his blade, walked up to Jiang Yi, and asked, "What do you plan to do with them?" Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "It's the new year, shedding blood isn't ideal. Let's give them a lively show." A lively show? Lin Xie was puzzled. Jiang Yi raised his hand and said, "Make them kneel." "Yes, master." Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of knees hitting the ground echoed as the 10 men inexplicably knelt under the pressure of the reapers. Jiang Yi pulled a stack of red envelopes from behind his back with his left hand and distributed them to the 10 men. "Here, here, here, Happy New Year." The 10 men looked utterly bewildered, staring coldly at the red envelopes in their hands. Immediately, the sound of firecrackers, fireworks, and trumpets erupted together. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled as if he understood Jiang Yi's intention. He slowly pulled out a lighter. "Since you've accepted the red envelopes, it's time to work. Listen up. You must shout Happy New Year at least 50 times per minute, or you'll be executed." And Jiang Yi handed a string of firecrackers to Lu Liang. "You must light the firecrackers by hand." "Understood, master," the Reaper nodded. The 10 people exchanged glances. Lu Liang was so furious that smoke almost rose from his head. These 2 brats were clearly messing with them. "Bastard, you dare execute me? A believer as tough as me." Before he could finish his sentence, the 15th seat roared and charged at Jiang Yi. The next moment, a plaque with the character "Execute" flew toward him. The Reapers immediately swung their massive scythes. Flash! The scythe fell, and a head flew off. Not a single drop of blood spilled. The 15th seat's head rolled to Lu Liang's feet, and the body collapsed limply onto the snowy ground, staining it red. Lu Liang's face turned pale. He gripped the firecrackers tightly, looking as if he'd rather die than let them go. The other 8 were equally petrified. This was too brutal. "Han Xiaoyan, you really set your own people up." Jiang Yi clapped his hands. "That's enough. Xie, let's go." Lin Xie smiled and nodded, walking alongside Jiang Yi toward the home they had been away from for half a year. When they reached the front door, Lin Xie glanced back at Jiang Yi, paused for a moment, and then knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock." "Who is it?" Auntie's voice came from inside. Lin Xie's eyes grew misty, and his voice choked. "Auntie, it's me, Xie." There was a moment of silence inside, followed by hurried footsteps. Creak. The old door opened, and Auntie and Ah Jean stood in the doorway, staring at Lin Xie in surprise. "You child." Coming back without saying a word, Auntie grabbed Lin Xie's shoulders, tears welling up in her eyes. "You've gotten stronger, truly a soldier through and through. Xie, you're a real man who stands tall and firm." "Of course. My brother excels at everything," Yang Jin chimed in from the side. Lin Xie smiled as he stepped inside. "Let me see what delicious food Annie has prepared." "Ah Jean, did you help Annie?" Standing at the door, Yang Jin nodded. "Of course I helped." Auntie waved her hand. "All right, enough chatter. It's good you're back." Ah Jean, close the door. Let's all have New Year's Eve dinner together. Okay. Yang Jin turned and glanced outside. His gaze paused on the door of the two-story house across the way. Jiang Yi didn't knock directly, but stood there smiling at Yang Jin. Yang Jin's expression shifted as thoughts churned in his mind. What exactly is his purpose in getting close to my brother? He's already reached the level of a god, so why is he secretly approaching my brother? Could he be the reincarnation of one of the gods of the Great Xia? No, a reincarnated god couldn't recover this quickly. At Jiang Ye's current strength, he's at least at god level, and he can use divine power freely, whereas even I would damage my divine core by doing so. Could he be a god of the Great Xia who never entered the 6 realms of reincarnation? Or perhaps, "Ah Jin, come eat." Auntie's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Yang Jin turned his head and responded, giving Jiang Yi one last look before closing the door with a bang. Was he scrutinizing me? Jiang Yi chuckled and was about to knock on the door. Woof, woof, woof. A dog's bark broke the silence. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly and saw a scruffy black stray dog barking at him from the snow. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Why are you barking at me? Howling celestial dog. You bastard, you stole my dog food and still act so righteous. It actually spoke. Dog food. Jiang Yi was stunned. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. You let Lin Xie relive the warmth of home, which affected the time he would fall into self-awareness after Cangnan's disappearance. You stole Howling Celestial Dog's dog food Lu Liang, forming a grudge with it from now on. Gained 15,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 350,000. Reaching 500,000 points will unlock the divine skill. Words become law. Triggered random reward. Mental type, Forbidden Ruins random gift pack. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yi roughly understood. However, he was surprised to trigger a random reward and decided to show mercy. Jiang Yi squatted down and asked the Howling Celestial Dog, "So, what do you want?" The Howling Celestial Dog raised its proud head, stretched out its short front paw, and held up 4 claws. Not much, just compensate me with 4. Jiang Yi laughed. How about this? I'll give you something special. The Howling Celestial Dog was stunned, its small eyes curiously fixed on Jiang Yi. It retracted its paw. What is it? Sit down first. No way. You don't have the right to order me. Sit down. Jiang Yi's blade aura pressed down. The Howling Celestial Dog immediately plopped its bottom onto the snow, obediently sitting. Jiang Yi waved the red envelope in his hand and stuffed it into its mouth. Stop barking. Happy New Year. The Howling Celestial Dog. After speaking, Jiang Yi took out a key, opened the door, and walked inside. Bang. The door closed. In the distance, fireworks and firecrackers suddenly lit up the sky, their brilliant light blooming in the night. The little black stray dog grabbed the red envelope in its mouth, opened it, and immediately threw it to the ground in anger. Bastard, the red envelope is empty. Not far away, on a rooftop, Lung Xian, covered in snow and wearing a black cotton coat, used his camera to capture the scene of Jiang Yi and Lin Xie returning home. He put down the camera and looked at the members of the ancient god church setting up firecrackers and fireworks on the ground. He sighed inwardly. Jiang Yi's strength is truly a mystery. With one move, he took down 2 peak Chuanjing experts. No wonder the higher-ups of the Night Watch value him so much, even more than the dual god agent Xie. Lung Xian shouldered his sniper rifle and looked at the photo in his hand. Xiaoyi, Xie, I wish you a happy reunion. Boom. A loud noise came, and Lung Xian frowned, then turned his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Old Zhao, this time it's our turn to protect the entire world for these 2 kids. On New Year's Eve, fireworks continuously bloomed in the sky over the old city, colorful and dazzling. The year ended, and a new year began. Jiang Yi stood by the window, watching the lively night sky. Although he couldn't see the colors, the sounds and memories allowed him to imagine the beautiful scene. This city is truly beautiful. Jiang Yi slowly lowered his head, feeling the laughter and joy coming from the small house below. Xiaoyi, come eat. I made your favorite chicken soup. This year, your father is busy with work and couldn't come back. His mother, Lu Su, set the bowls and chopsticks on the dining table. Jiang Yi withdrew his senses and walked to the table. It's okay. I'm used to it. His mother wasn't surprised by his return. During these times, the illusion of the myriad phenomena forbidden ruins had always accompanied her. Come, have some chicken soup to nourish yourself. Grow taller, so girls will like you in the future. Jiang Yi nodded, quietly eating while listening to his mother's chatter. After the meal, he helped his mother clean up the dishes, then accompanied her to watch the Spring Festival Gala and crack sunflower seeds. As he watched, he focused his attention on the reward package just issued by the system. Named the Mental Type Forbidden Ruins Random Package, it should yield a mental type Forbidden Ruins similar to Heart Wander. Last time, when creating the Blade domain, Forbidden Ruin, he could freely max out the attributes. If he could do the same this time, the mental type Forbidden Ruin would be incredibly powerful. Without lifting a finger, just a single thought could wipe out a group. System, you must let me max out the attributes. Rest assured, host, leave it to me. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, covering his mouth with a signature sly smile. He clicked to draw, and the roulette, visible only to him, spun rapidly. Slowly, the pointer came to a stop. Soul Pact allows you to sign a soul contract with a target. If the target is already contracted by someone else, the host can directly overwrite the old contract. Once the contract is successful, no matter the distance, you can control the contractor's body instantly. The host may choose any 3 mental control abilities. 03. Add skills, automatically max level soul contract? Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. Isn't this similar to the abilities of the ancient god church? Wait. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He had thought the plot was difficult to change, but with this forbidden ruin, everything was different. If he could use the soul contract to bind Han Xiaoyun and keep him alive, wouldn't the plot be completely rewritten? Jiang Yi already had a plan in mind. This move would definitely earn him a huge amount of modification points. He then began adding abilities to Soul Pact. Mental type? Then let's add Mental Annihilation. No need to add Mental Protection. The Soul Guard Ring is already sufficient. 2 slots left. One should be like Heart Wander, allowing insight into others' minds and understanding their thoughts. The other, let's go with Infinite Mental Power. That way, when facing an evenly matched Supreme God in the future, he could wear them down to death. Ding! Abilities successfully added. Soul Pact Perfect Mentality, Soul Contract, Mental Annihilation, Heart Wander, and Infinite Mental Power are now max level. Feel free to use. A Forbidden Ruin with 4 abilities, simply invincible. Not bad. Next, it's time to earn modification points. Jiang Yi collected his thoughts and extended his perception. In the nearby No Boundary Void domain, the battle was exceptionally intense. Boom! The deafening sound of energy collisions could be heard even inside the room. Han Xiaoyan has already reached the Boundless realm? He advanced to Boundless in just half a year? Could someone be helping him? Jiang Yi focused his perception on Han Xiaoyan, and the golden divine power within him instantly made everything clear to Jiang Yi. Michael made Han Xiaoyan his agent? How interesting. Then let me deal with your agent. Jiang Ye's body gradually became translucent, leaving behind a doppelganger formed by the universal divine ruin to accompany his mother. His true body had already stepped outside. He pulled out 9 cards and threw them toward Lu Liangjiu and the others from earlier. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Only the sound of scythes tearing through flesh echoed in the snowy field. 10 minutes earlier, in that low house, Lin Xie sat at the dining table, which was filled with familiar flavors from the past. He picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his younger brother A Jin's bowl, smiling. Little Hei Lai, puffing with indignation, squeezed back through a gap. Smelling the rich aroma of the food, it immediately stuck out its red tongue. Its small legs hopped and skipped to Lin Xie's feet, rubbing its head against him. Lin Xie picked up a bone from beside the bowl and tossed it to little Hei Lai. Then, like a child returning home, he started chatting with his aunt about life in the military camp. Boom! A loud explosion, louder than fireworks or firecrackers, echoed from outside. Lin Xie, who was eating, paused and turned to look out the window. The snow seemed to be falling even harder. With his mortal divine domain, he could sense that this was no ordinary explosion. The instructor, the captain, they might be. Lin Xie glanced at his aunt and a Jean, bit his lip, and slipped his hand into his pocket. On the surface, he continued eating with a smile. Ring not long after, his phone rang. His aunt and Ajin froze, their eyes turning to Lin Xie. He picked up the phone, turned off the alarm, and put it to his ear. Commander. Understood, I got it. Lin Xie suddenly stood up. His aunt immediately sensed something was wrong. Ajin frowned, but said nothing. Aunt, the commander has assigned me a task. I need to leave immediately, Lin Xie said reluctantly. His aunt was surprised. You just got back, and now you have to leave again? Lin Xie lowered his head. It's okay, Aunt. I'll be back soon. He held her hand and smiled at her. Moments later, Lin Xie slung the black case from the corner over his shoulder and opened the door. I'm leaving now, Aunt Ajin. You silly boy, wait. Here, this is a cotton coat I made for you. Word it's cold outside. His aunt hurriedly handed him the thick coat. Lin Xie's eyes grew moist. He nodded, held the coat in his arms, and stepped into the heavy snow. His aunt stared at his figure disappearing into the vast whiteness, lost in thought for a long time. Ajin clenched his fists. Brother, you're so foolish. He had seen all of Lin Xie's actions just now. The snow fell harder, and visibility dropped significantly. Lin Xie put on the cotton coat his aunt had made, drew his straight blade, and headed toward the source of the energy disturbance. Halfway there, he saw a familiar figure ahead. The heavy snow seemed to have suddenly stopped in that area. Countless eerie snake eyes emerged from the snow. This was the divine ruin of Medusa's agent, Snake Woman. Lin Xie looked up and saw Jiang Yi standing at the center of all the snake eyes. Jiang. He was about to warn him, but saw Jiang Yi slowly utter the word break. The surrounding snake eyes exploded one after another, like ignited firecrackers. Lin Xie opened his mouth, but eventually closed it again. Looks like I wasn't needed after all. In the long night, on the empty, snow-covered street, only a few houses still had their lights on, adding a faint glow to the darkness. Jiang Yi stood there, surrounded by the snake eyes that the snake woman had set up in advance. But with just a slight expansion of his blade domain, all the snake eyes instantly vanished into thin air. The Medusa agent, Snake Woman, hidden in the darkness, spat out a mouthful of blood and appeared in front of Jiang Yi. She stared at him in shock. How? How did you do that? Jiang Yi raised his head slightly. I just said a word, and it was done. The snake woman froze. She felt as if Jiang Yi's words were mocking her. Her green hair transformed into small snakes, hissing and flicking their tongues. But Jiang Yi had indeed only said one word, and all her snake eyes had exploded. She could also feel an invisible pressure tightly constricting her body and soul. She frowned. Could such power even be achieved at the Pool realm? Did that guy Han Xiaoyan even investigate properly? What realm are you really? The snake woman clutched her chest, her gaze venomous as she asked. What realm? I'm afraid you won't have the chance to find out. Jiang Yi responded calmly, a beam of spiritual light appearing at the center of his brow. Suddenly, the snake woman's mind went blank, as if a force was devouring her soul. Ah! She clutched her head, her expression twisted in agony, as though enduring immense torment. Medusa's divine protection? Too fragile. The spiritual beam at Jiang Yi's brow suddenly exploded, and the snake woman's screams came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes became vacant, wide open as if she'd witnessed something unbelievable, and then she collapsed powerlessly onto the snow. Her soul was destroyed by Jiang Yi in an instant. Snake, woman. At that moment, Han Xiaoyan arrived with a spear in hand, only to see the snake woman already lifeless. He froze slightly. Although the snake woman's level wasn't high, she was Medusa's divine agent. How could she die so easily? Han Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the boy standing near the snake woman's corpse. The black bandages covering his eyes made him instantly recognizable. Jiang Yi, you killed her? Jiang Yi was about to turn his head when he suddenly sensed a wave of divine power. The snake woman's corpse on the ground began to emit an unfamiliar divine energy. The surroundings changed instantly, and a powerful divine pressure filled the entire space. Han Xiaoyan and Lin Xie's figures disappeared, and Jiang Yi found himself in an isolated space. He looked around in confusion, only to see crimson energy barriers surrounding him. This divine power, it's Medusa's. You little insect, who gave you the courage to kill my agent? Jiang Yi turned around and 50 meters above him, Medusa appeared a figure with a human upper body and a snake's tail, her head full of writhing snakes, holding a scepter. Outside the divine domain, Han Xiaoyan looked puzzled. Where did he go? He scanned the surroundings, but apart from the dual divine agent Lin Xie, Jiang Yi was nowhere to be found. Did you see him? Han Xiaoyan turned to ask Lin Xie. Huh. Lin Xie snapped out of his thoughts, also finding it strange. He seemed to have sensed an unfamiliar divine power just now, and in the next second, Jiang Yi was gone. He shook his head blankly. I thought you saw him. I didn't. Han Xiaoyan thrust his spear into the snow. This is too strange. The mission this time was to kill Jiang Yi, but now that the target had disappeared, it meant his deal with the Seraphim couldn't be completed. As for Lin Xie, he wasn't the target, nor an enemy. Once the deal was done, he could free himself from the control of the Whispering Soul and regain his freedom. And then, my teammates. Are you a night watchman too? Lin Xie, seeing that Han Xiaoyan bore no malice, stepped forward to ask. Han Xiaoyan was still searching for traces of Jiang Yi. Hearing the question, he instinctively replied, I used to be a night watchman in Suzhou City. Now, I'm a follower of the 13th seed of the ancient god church. Lin Xie's pupils contracted, and he cursed inwardly. I actually wanted to chat with a follower. Ding. He immediately pulled back more than 10 meters, drew his straight blade, and unleashed the dark corrosion. A dense blackness enveloped the surrounding space. Han Xiaoyan sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around. Seeing the darkness closing in, he stepped back 2 paces. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't have joined the ancient god church, nor would he want to harm a night watchman. Because that was once his belief. He reached into his pocket and touched a night watchman badge, engraved with his name and a single phrase. When darkness falls, I will stand at the front line. You are no match for me, and I am not your target. Running away is your wisest choice. Han Xiaoyan tightly gripped the metal and warned Lin Xie. The latter was slightly stunned and asked incredulously, You want me to run away myself? Shouldn't the ancient god church capture or kill me? Why is he telling me to escape instead? The dark corruption stopped in its tracks, its pitch-black eyes fixed on Han Xiaoyan. Then, who exactly is your target? Jiang Yi. Han Xiaoyan coldly shouted the name, simultaneously releasing the pressure of the boundless realm. Lin Xie felt his mind sink, almost unable to stand. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of Instructor Yuan, a strong figure in the Sea Realm. Instructor Yuan was in the Sea Realm, but Han Xiaoyan before him had likely reached the peak of the Sea Realm, or even the Boundless Realm. As someone in the Pool Realm, Lin Xie was no match for someone in the Boundless Realm. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. But if he let Han Xiaoyan go, what would happen when he found Jiang Yi? Lin Xie had seen Jiang Yi easily defeat a Peak River Realm expert, but Han Xiaoyan in the Boundless Realm was 2 entire levels higher. Even the Death God's artifact might not be able to deal with him. This left Lin Xie in a dilemma. He gripped the straight blade in his hand tightly, torn between advancing and retreating. The best option now was clearly to escape. Someone in the Pool Realm simply couldn't contend with the Boundless Realm. But if Jiang Yi were to be found by Han Xiaoyan? Clang! Just as Lin Xie hesitated, the sound of metal scraping against the ground rang out. He turned sharply, only to see Sister Red Sakura holding a flaming spear, with the captain following behind her. Former captain of the Suzhou City Night Watch team, Han Xiaoyan, today I represent the Great Xia Night Watch to arrest you. At the same time, in the snowy night sky, Instructor Yuan and 3 Peak Sea Realm experts hovered in midair, looking down at Han Xiaoyan. Lin Xie still couldn't relax. Han Xiaoyan's fearless expression was proof that he wasn't afraid at all. He was undoubtedly a Boundless Realm expert. What a hassle. I'll deal with you all first. Han Xiaoyan sneered, waving his long spear with both hands, causing the wind and snow to whirl wildly. In the divine domain, Jiang Yi stared expressionlessly at the Medusa before him, utterly fearless. You little worm, why don't you kneel before me, the queen? Medusa's blood-red eyes glimmered with authority. Jiang Yi shook his head lightly, completely unaffected. A god who wasn't even a main deity, merely a projection, dared to demand he kneel? Ridiculous. Kneel. Jiang Yi slowly raised his head. Then I'll grant your wish. As his words fell, a powerful divine aura filled the entire space. blue and white divine power erupted, instantly shattering the divine domain Medusa had created. Medusa froze, staring at Jiang Yi in shock. Jiang Yi's divine power surged forth as he raised his right hand, his gaze cold and commanding as it locked onto her. Within the borders of Great Xia, you foreign gods must be eradicated. You? How can you possibly be a god? Great Xia doesn't have gods. Medusa stared at the blue and white divine power surrounding Jiang Yi, utterly stunned. This divine power even surpassed her true form. Could this young man have already reached the level of a main deity? How is that possible? Medusa's blood-red eyes suddenly turned icy as she hurriedly waved her scepter. Pink divine power burst forth from the scepter, forming a protective shield. Stop wasting your efforts. Jiang Yi slowly ascended, his black pupils transforming into fragments that shimmered with blue and white light as his divine power erupted. He gathered divine power in his right hand and flicked it lightly, sending a blue-white laser faster than the speed of light straight through Medusa's heart. Medusa's blood-red eyes widened as she looked down at her chest in disbelief. Her heart surged with turbulent waves. Her divine power projection couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of Jiang Yi. The gods of Daxia had long disappeared, so why would such a terrifying god appear? The Jiang Yi before her had undoubtedly reached the level of a main god. In any pantheon, the main god is the strongest existence. The 12 main gods of ancient Greek mythology were each awe-inspiring. And now, Daxia had a main god? Could it be that the disappearance of Daxia's gods was merely superficial? Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in her chest, and Medusa's projection quickly dissipated, completely obliterated in an instant without even a chance to counterattack. Jiang Yi slowly lowered his right hand and flicked it disdainfully. Completely useless. After Medusa vanished, the divine realm collapsed. The icy world reappeared, and snowflakes continued to fall. But this was no longer Changnan City. The surroundings were desolate and dark. Where is this? Jiang Yi extended his perception, covering the entirety of Daxia. He discovered that he was several districts away from Changnan. His heart titan Han Xiaoyun was in the boundless realm, while the instructors and night watchers in Changnan were at most at the peak of the sea realm. They likely wouldn't hold out for long. Since my divine power has already been exposed, I'll face it head-on. Jiang Yi activated the Myriad phenomena divine ruins, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The snow continued to fall. At the place where Jiang Yi had just stood, an elder dressed in a plain white Taoist robe slowly approached. His black and white hair was pinned up with a hairpin, exuding an aura of immortality. Primordial Heavenly Venerable flicked his sleeve and gazed into the distance. Whose reincarnation is this? Why don't I have any impression? To recover in such a short time and reach the level of a main god, this kid is truly remarkable. Primordial Heavenly Venerable stroked his beard, staring in the direction Jiang Yi had departed, lost in thought. Outside Daxia, in a mist-shrouded valley, something seemed to block the invasion of the fog. Deep within the valley, inside a cave glowing with eerie green light, Medusa, seated on a golden throne, suddenly opened her blood-red eyes. A furious roar echoed from the depths of the cave, causing the snakes living in the valley to tremble in fear. Bang! Medusa slammed the offering table in front of her, her eyes seemingly ablaze. That divine power, it seems somewhat similar to the god who appeared 9 years ago when Gaia used Shiva's resentment. She gripped her scepter tightly, her anger replaced by solemnity. Revenge? For a god-level being like her to confront a main god would be courting death. What exactly had those ancient god church people provoked? Medusa snorted coldly, thinking about how her agent had already died, leaving the assigned task incomplete, and felt a headache coming on. It seems I'll have to find another agent who satisfies me. She sighed deeply, the disparity in power forcing her to bow her head. However, many gods from various countries were now discussing forming an alliance. When the time came, Daxia would be like a trapped frog. Then, avenging today's humiliation wouldn't be too late. She coldly stared in the direction of Daxia. Within Daxia, in Changnan City, Ding, Han Xiaoyun, who had originally been wearing a black robe, was now dressed in a white patterned long robe, wielding a spear in the snow, constantly fending off attacks from 4 Sea Realm experts. Yuan Gang and Chun Mai also noticed something unusual. Han Xiaoyan had been on the defensive the entire time. Despite being in the boundless realm, he hadn't launched any attacks. Yuan Gang frowned and said, Han Xiaoyan, why aren't you fighting back? Is your heart telling you not to harm the Night Watchman? What exactly happened back then? Han Xiaoyan spun the long spear in his hand, effortlessly deflecting an attack from a peak-level Sea Realm opponent. He stepped back 2 paces and calmly looked at Yuan Gang. If it weren't for the divine power of the Seraph suppressing his soul contract, he would have already lost control. Shaking his head, he said to Yuan Gang, I've told you, my target isn't you. Captain Shin, I want to ask you, what exactly are your team members? Chun Mai was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Hong Ying, Qi Yi, and the others, who had sustained minor injuries. His lips curved slightly upward. They are the most important people to me, the ones I'm willing to entrust my back to. Han Xiaoyan burst into laughter, causing everyone to pause their actions. Is that so? Then, when your teammates die one by one before your eyes, if there's a choice that could save them but requires you to betray your beliefs, what would you choose? Chun Mai's face darkened, and he was momentarily speechless. Even Lin Qi fell silent. If his family faced a life and death threat, and joining the ancient god church could save them, what would he do? At this moment, Han Xiaoyan gazed up at the dark night, a helpless smile appearing on his lips. Ching Ching, and my team members, I will definitely bring you back to life. No one can stop me. In his mind, the image of a woman in a green dress appeared. Her eyes were tightly shut, and no matter how he called out to her, she wouldn't wake up. Ching Ching, I failed to protect you that time. This time, I won't miss the chance to save you. Han Xiaoyan lowered his head and looked at the night watchman clad in a dark red cloak and wielding the star blade, clenching his teeth. He pulled out the night watchman badge from his pocket and stared at the name engraved on it. After hesitating for a moment, Han Xiaoyan slowly loosened his grip. The badge made a metallic clinking sound as it fell onto the snowy ground. Sorry, I can't protect everyone. I only want to protect the people most important to me. Han Xiaoyan's gaze was resolute, and his aura suddenly surged. The surrounding snow and wind instantly converged toward him. Beneath his feet, a vortex unleashed a powerful storm force. Everyone's expressions grew tense as Han Xiaoyan slowly ascended into the air. Since you want to stop me, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Great Tempest. As soon as the words left his mouth, a snow-laden tornado appeared in the sky above Tsangnan, its immense pulling force wreaking havoc on the surrounding buildings. Yuan Gang raised his hand to shield himself. This is bad. A great tempest at the boundless realm level is enough to destroy Tsangnan and several nearby cities. We must stop him. 2 peak-level Sea Realm experts glanced at the snow tornado and shook their heads in unison. We can't stop it. Reinforcements from the higher-ups won't make it in time. This statement instantly chilled everyone's hearts as they silently resisted the suction force of the snow tornado. Meanwhile, on a stone platform not far away, by Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu were also drawn by the commotion. Shen Qingzhu, chewing gum, looked at the snow tornado gathering in the sky. He instinctively extended his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly snap. As soon as the snapping sound echoed, the powerful snow tornado vanished without warning, leaving no trace behind. Han Xiaoyan's face froze. The vortex, where was my vortex? He looked down at the ground, only to find that the vortex had seemingly disappeared into thin air. Yuan Gang and Chun Mai exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their gaze toward Shen Qingzhu on the distant stone platform. Lin Qi Yi and the others also looked over, instantly understanding. Qi Min completely countered Han Xiaoyan's Great Tempest. Damn it. Hey, swagger guy, what did you do? How did the tornado disappear? Bailey Pang Pang stood next to Shen Qingzhu, his face full of shock. Even the usually composed Chao Yuan stared at Shen Qingzhu in surprise. Facing the many gazes, Shen Qingzhu felt a bit embarrassed. I just snapped my fingers, he said. Bailey Pang Pang was utterly devastated. Just a snap of the fingers, and the ultimate move of the boundless realm was nullified. Oh my god, why am I surrounded by monsters? I'm the only ordinary one here. You guys are so powerful, it's more painful than killing me. Bailey Pang Pang turned and threw himself into Chao Yuan's arms. However, Chao Yuan sidestepped with a flash, coldly saying, Chia can, but you can't. Bailey Pang Pang fell to the ground, his eyes dazed. Ah, this is unbearable. On the battlefield, Yuan Gang exchanged glances with the two Sea Realm Peak Watchmen, then swung his straight blade. The blade sliced through the air with a crisp sound. Team 136, under Chun Mai's command, coordinated their attack on Han Xiaoyan in midair. Bang! Lung Xian's sniper rifle spat sparks, the bullet heading straight for Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan frowned slightly, his spear spinning. With a crisp metallic clash, the bullet was deflected. He looked toward Shin Qingzhu in the distance. Trying to counter my forbidden ruins? Then let me show you what a true miracle is. Buzz. Han Xiaoyun's entire body shimmered with golden light, golden patterns appearing on his forehead. A powerful divine aura enveloped the land. As the Seraph's divine power emerged, Yuan Gang, Chun Mai, and the others charging forward were all repelled, leaving only Lin Xie unscathed. Lin Xie's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Han Xiaoyan to also be an agent of the Seraph. He swung his blade directly at Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan's spear trembled, sending a force that knocked Lin Xie flying. Against the boundless realm, Lin Xie had no chance of winning, not even the ability to resist. This is the Seraph's divine power. Yuan Gang landed, his eyes narrowing sharply as he stared at Han Xiaoyan in disbelief. He had actually become an agent of the Seraph. Impossible. If he were an agent of the Seraph, why didn't the Watchman notice before? Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. A divine agent, a boundless realm, they had no chance of winning. Yuan Gang glanced toward Sangnan City, his lips curling bitterly, but retreat was not an option now. They were watchmen, they had to stand in front of everyone. Fixing his gaze on the golden-lit Han Xiaoyan, he declared firmly, Everyone, draw your blades. As his words fell, the sound of blades unsheathing echoed. The group gathered behind Yuan Gang, not a single one retreating. Watchman Team 136, we will not retreat, even unto death, Chen Mai said, gripping his blade tightly. Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Xie shouted in unison. Lin Xie turned to look back at the old city district. Aunt, Ajin, I will protect you. Suspended in midair, Han Xiaoyan looked down at the scene below, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Once, he too had stood before tens of thousands. But now? I'm sorry. Han Xiaoyan swung his spear, shouting his skill, Great Tempest. In an instant, the eye of the storm gathered again, but this time it glowed with golden light. A snow tornado slowly rose, its momentum even stronger than before, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Damn it, here we go again. Cool guy, snap your fingers for me, Bailey Pang Pang shouted. Although Shin Qingzhu disliked such a commanding tone, as a bodyguard, he had to comply. He turned to face the snow tornado, the fierce wind stinging his face, and slowly raised his right hand. Snap. The sound of a snap echoed, and the foul air around the snow tornado was instantly sucked away. However, the snow tornado didn't disappear, it continued spinning in the vacuum. Shin Qingzhu was stunned. He snapped his fingers a few more times, but it still had no effect. The snow tornado showed no signs of weakening. Instead, its suction grew stronger. Huh, what is going on, cool guy? Bailey Pang Pang looked bewildered. Chao Yuan frowned. Logically, a storm is caused by large-scale air movement. In a vacuum, there is no air, so a storm shouldn't exist. Bailey Pang Pang half understood. Then what is happening here? Chao Yuan pondered for a moment. All I can say is, this is a miracle. Bailey Pang Pang's face turned pale instantly. He frowned at the storm. Then, doesn't that mean we're doomed? Chao Yuan's expression remained calm as he replied, yes. Ah, you're so indifferent about life and death. I haven't lived enough yet. Bailey Pang Pang dropped to his knees with a slap, clasped his hands together, and prayed, Heavens above, please send someone to deal with the guy who unleashed this storm. I'm willing to trade 10 years of Chao Yuan's lifespan for it. Chao Yuan. As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud boom resounded. A terrifying divine power surged forth, and the strong winds nearly blew the three of them away. They clung tightly to nearby objects, staring in shock at the battlefield. A mass of blue and white light descended from the sky, enveloping the powerful snow tornado. The storm instantly subsided, and the suction disappeared. Yuan Gang and the others were equally stunned, instinctively retreating to a safe distance. They looked at the blue and white light in confusion, but it was too bright to discern what lay within. This is divine power, extremely intense. A deity has descended, said a peak-level Sea Realm watchman in shock. A deity? Yuan Gang, Chen Mai, and Lin Xie were all dumbfounded. A deity has descended? A flash of astonishment crossed Yuan Gang's eyes. Chen Mai frowned. A deity? Could it be the one from 9 years ago? This matter was classified among the watchman's upper ranks. Only those guarding the Shiva grudge in Songnan knew about it. He recalled Commander Yi's instructions. If a deity appeared in Songnan, it must be reported immediately. Which deity was this? Why would they help Songnan? Lin Xie stared at the blue and white light, his eyes flickering with golden divine power, but he still couldn't see the secrets within. A god, truly formidable. Everyone gazed at the blue and white sphere of light in shock. Not far away, Li Pangpang's eyes widened. It's gone? It's really gone. Damn, Qiao Yuan, your 10-year lifespan actually worked. He suddenly hugged Qiao Yuan, so excited he was nearly in tears. Shen Qingzhu's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, is this even possible? Qiao Yuan's eyes were vacant, his voice choked. My 10-year lifespan, it's gone. The heavy snow stopped. In the cold winter night, only the distant sound of sporadic firecrackers could be heard. Within the blue and white light was a small world created by Jiang Yi. There were cities here, with tens of thousands of people. Jiang Yi stood on a street. Beside him Han Xiaoyan, dressed in a white robe. Han Xiaoyan looked at the familiar streets in confusion, memories flooding his mind. This is Gusu City. Jiang Yi slowly turned his head to look at Han Xiaoyan. This is the world you envision in your heart. Han Xiaoyan froze, wanting to reach for his spear, only to find it had long disappeared. You want to kill me? Then rely on the Seraphim's promise to resurrect your teammates? Jiang Yi said calmly. He could read minds, and Han Xiaoyan's thoughts were crystal clear to him. Han Xiaoyan frowned. How do you know? Jiang Yi smiled faintly. Let us not even discuss whether the Seraphim's promise is real or not. With the little divine power he gave you, and it's only temporary, do you think you can defeat me? Han Xiaoyan lowered his head in thought. Being brought here without even noticing meant Jiang Yi was stronger than him. Could he be a Klein? His heart sank to the bottom, and he was also very surprised. A Klein expert actually participating in a rookie training camp? How degrading. Even so, I must fight for my teammates. Han Xiaoyan stared at Jiang Yi. He stepped back, his entire body beginning to channel his mental power. But Jiang Yi didn't move, he simply looked in a certain direction. You might be able to see your teammates here. Han Xiaoyan turned his head and saw behind him. Captain, don't worry about us, just go. Before the words were finished, a clear female voice rang out. Han Xiaoyan froze and looked up. On a tall building, a young woman in green clothes, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, forcefully pushed this world's Han Xiaoyan. The girl in green was struck by a dreamy force and fell powerlessly. Ching ching! Han Xiaoyan cried out in alarm. Above the tall building, a man in a tailcoat slowly appeared, a mocking smile on his lips, watching them perish step by step. Han Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the man. Whisperer, you deserve to die. He wanted to rush forward, but an energy barrier blocked him. It was as if he wasn't part of this world, just a sudden bystander. Han Xiaoyan pounded on the barrier desperately, but it was useless. Jiang Yi didn't stop him, continuing to observe the scene in his heart. Soon, Whisperer had killed all the Suzhou City Night Watch team members, leaving only Han Xiaoyan. Whisperer slowly lifted the girl in green, a playful smile on his lips. Your name is Han Xiaoyan, right? You have good talent. Now I'll give you a chance. As long as you become my follower, she can live. On the rooftop, Han Xiaoyan spat blood, his whole body trembling. Ching ching. He gritted his teeth, tightly clutching the night watch medal. His faith and the person most important to him were now placed before him. After a long silence, he smiled bitterly. I can't even protect my teammates. The person I love, how can I protect thousands and thousands of people? After a self-deprecating laugh, Han Xiaoyan lowered his head and surrendered to Whisperer. At the moment he lowered his head, the entire world disappeared, plunging into darkness. Only Jiang Yi and the real Han Xiaoyan remained in the space. Han Xiaoyan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, apologizing repeatedly. Jiang Yi walked over slowly. Your teammates' souls have already dissipated. Not even a seraph can save them. Han Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. He knew this, but was unwilling to give up. As long as there was a sliver of hope, desperate people were willing to believe. However, Jiang Yi's tone shifted. I can save that girl in green. Han Xiaoyan trembled violently and looked up at him. His eyes dimmed again. What are your conditions? Why should I trust you? It doesn't matter if you don't trust me. I'm just telling you that I will protect her soul until the miracle restarts the world, Jiang Yi said calmly. That miracle was Lin Xie. He squatted down and patted Han Xiaoyan's shoulder. I'll help you dissolve the soul contract. Live well. Perhaps you'll see her again in the future. Han Xiaoyan's expression changed. He looked inward and saw that the soul contract whisperer had given him had indeed disappeared. This was definitely not something a client could do. Who was he? Even the 5 top experts had never heard of him. Could he be a god? Han Xiaoyan stared at Jiang Yi in shock. Are you the deity of Daxia? Jiang Yi thought for a moment. I'm a Daxia native. Han Xiaoyan understood in his heart and nodded slowly. All right, I'll wait. Also, I'm sorry, I've brought shame to Daxia. He stood up and apologized. Jiang Yi smiled. Make sure to improve. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble and the space collapsed. Han Xiaoyan looked around, and when he turned back, Jiang Yi had already disappeared. Now he was completely certain that Jiang Yi was a god. He appeared to save him this time and disappeared again, clearly not wanting to reveal his identity. As the space dissipated, a sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Han Xiaoyan felt as if he were falling into the depths of the ocean, but this time the surface was no longer dark. A ray of sunlight shone through. Look quickly. The blue and white light is about to disappear. Outside the light, Yuan Gang and the others stared intently at the fading light cluster, gripping their straight blades tightly, ready to fight at any moment. As the light gradually faded, a man in a white robe, with a face full of weariness, appeared before them. Han Xiaoyan. Recognizing the man, Yuan Gang and Squad 136 immediately surrounded him. Despite the winter cold, sweat dripped from Yuan Gang's forehead. A god had spared Han Xiaoyan. This was big trouble. He knew that even if everyone here joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Han Xiaoyan. But, as night watchers, even if they were to die, they had to die before anyone else. Han Xiaoyan, if you have any conscience left, stop now and come back with me to the purification hall to reflect, Yuan Gang urged. Based on Han Xiaoyan's earlier behavior, it seemed he didn't truly want to betray the Night Watchers, but was forced into it. However, Han Xiaoyan stood there dumbfounded, looking up at the night sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. Han Xiaoyan didn't respond, and Yuan Gang's heart sank. This scene also made Bai Li Pang Pang and the others in the distance tense up. Came in so arrogantly, and then did nothing? Bai Li Pang Pang was dumbfounded. What kind of god is this? Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu's faces turned grim. If Han Xiaoyan was fine, it meant that next, they were all doomed. The entire Cangnan would be destroyed. Smack. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang knelt down again, clasping his hands together. Oh heavens, please bless Han Xiaoyan to admit his mistakes and not cause any more disasters. I am willing to exchange 10 years of Shun Qingzhu's lifespan for this. Shun Qingzhu. The two stared at Bai Li Pang Pang like he was an idiot. Damn it, bang. A sound of someone kneeling echoed across the battlefield. Everyone looked up. They saw Han Xiaoyan kneeling, tears streaming down his face. Everyone was stunned. He shouted to the heavens. Former Suzhou City Night Watcher Squad Captain Han Xiaoyan begs forgiveness from Daxia. What the hell? Shun Qingzhu was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the kneeling Bai Li Pang Pang. No way, twice now. And this time he used my lifespan. Bai Li Pang Pang saw that Han Xiaoyan had truly admitted his mistake and was shocked. Damn, his grandmother, my mouth is really magical. He stood up happily, his beer belly shaking, and patted Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan on the shoulders. Don't worry, it's just 10 years of lifespan. Living 10 years less is no big deal. Bai Li Pang Pang comforted them. Chao Yuan was still stunned. At this moment, even this old monk was dumbfounded. Damn, everything really came true. But Shin Qingzhu wasn't as good-natured. He grabbed Bai Li Pongpong's collar. Who told you to trade my lifespan? Don't you have your own? Bai Li Pangpang spread his hands. Brother, look, I saved so many people. Losing 10 years is worth it. You? Shin Qingzhu pushed him away and sighed. Indeed, saving so many people is worth losing 10 years of life. Remember, I exchanged my lifespan for this. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Squad 136 and the 3 top-tier Night Watchers, including Yuan Gang, were stunned. Mistaken identity? Not a fight. Huh. Yuan Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking incredulously at Han Xiaoyun, who was kneeling in the snow. What did you just say? Han Xiaoyun shook his head and extended his hands. Take me to the purification facility. Yuan Gang leaned back in disbelief. The others were equally shocked. Just moments ago, he was so arrogant, and now he was voluntarily admitting fault? The 2 top-tier Night Watchers looked at Yuan Gang, who nodded in approval. They took out handcuffs made from the material of the town suppression monument and placed them on Han Xiaoyun. Grabbing his arms, they lifted him up. Chief Instructor Yuan, we'll head back to report now. Yuan Gang snapped out of his shock, stood at attention, and saluted. The 2 returned the salute and left with Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun looked up at the slightly bright sky. Ching, I'll wait for you to come back. Just like that, Han Xiaoyun was taken away effortlessly. Squad 136 was still confused. Chen Mai coughed twice and said awkwardly, I spoke too soon, got too excited. Lin Xie was equally puzzled. That blue and white light orb just flashed, and Han Xiaoyun actually surrendered voluntarily? Wait, something's not right. Jiang Yi hasn't been found yet. Captain, you're all here. Lin Xie was about to bring it up when Jiang Yi suddenly ran out from the alley, panting. Everyone turned to look upon hearing the voice. Lin Xie quickly rushed over, grabbing Jiang Yi's shoulders to check him carefully. Are you hurt? Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. I feel like I should have been hurt. No, the snake woman set up a teleportation device elsewhere. It just teleported me instantly, and I ran all the way back. I'm exhausted. Lin Xie suddenly understood. The snake woman's teleportation device could indeed enable instant movement. Jiang Yi's explanation must be true. Is it over on your side? Jiang Yi shifted the topic. It's over. You weren't here just now, so you don't know what happened. Lin Xie smiled mysteriously. All right. Chen Mai and the members of Squad 136 walked over. As long as everything is fine. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I'll make dumplings for you all. Great. Captain, I want 2 servings. Hong Ying shouted excitedly. After surviving the great disaster, everyone finally showed smiles of relief. Yuan Gang watched Squad 136's laughter and nodded, a warm smile appearing on his face. He saw Chen Mai step out of the group and walk over to him. The 2 nodded at each other and then walked to a quieter spot away from the crowd. Han Xiaoyun surrendered voluntarily. There must be a deity behind this. This deity doesn't seem malicious, but you need to stay vigilant. If he doesn't want to show himself, we shouldn't provoke him. Angering a deity won't do Songnan any good, Yuan Gang said seriously. Chen Mai nodded. The immense divine power just now made Songnan feel like a toy in his hands, something that could be destroyed with a mere squeeze. I understand. I'll inform the higher-ups of the Night Watchers about this. Yuan Gang smiled. It's a minor issue. By the way, why don't you stay for some dumplings before leaving? Chen Mai suggested. Yuan Gang was momentarily stunned, then waved his hand. No, I want to compete with the kids for food. I'll take my leave now. He waved goodbye, leaving Chen Mai standing there alone. Chen Mai watched Yuan Gang gradually walk away, his heart filled with emotion. For the Night Watchers, the new year, a time for family reunions, might be their greatest wish. Brother Jiang Yi, Chia, here we come. I want dumplings too. At this moment, Bai Li Pangpang came running over, dragging Chao Yuan and Shin Qingzhu along. Shin Qingzhu looked reluctant, but his steps didn't falter. Bai Li Pangpang proudly stood in front of Lin Xie and Jiang Yi, hands on his hips. Let me tell you, the reason Han Xiaoyun was able to. The next second, Chao Yuan and Shin Qingzhu covered his mouth, then said to the 2, we have something to deal with. They then dragged Bai Li Pangpang into a small alley. Not long after, screams of agony came from the alley. What are you doing? I was just about to sacrifice you guys. Stop hitting me, stop. I was wrong. Lin Xie and Jiang Yi smiled helplessly, while Hong Ying and the others were filled with curiosity. Jiang Yi smiled wryly. Now Bailey Pang Pang had become a prophet. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, and Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he listened. Ding! In the sky, the primordial heavenly venerate stroked his beard, nodding slightly as he looked at Jiang Yi. Young friend, I look forward to the day we meet. After speaking, he smiled, waved his sleeve, and rode the wind away. Under the vast starry sky, on the silver-white moon, the seraph sensed the divine power on Han Xiaoyan had been erased, signifying the dissolution of their contract. His brows furrowed. Who could it be? Who has the ability to break my contract? Golden light flickered in Michael's eyes as he looked at the still lively Jiang Yi, his gaze turning cold. Useless. You can't even kill a mere insect, wasting my divine power. Slightly angered, he shifted his gaze, scanning the battlefield. Using the power of miracles to investigate, he sensed a familiar divine aura. It's him, the new god who appeared in Sangnan 9 years ago. Arrogant. Just ascended to the supreme for 9 years, and he dares to meddle in my affairs. The golden light in Michael's eyes grew brighter as he tried to identify the supreme god. The sky turned pale. The unbounded void had already disappeared. Personnel on site were busy, seemingly searching for something. All of this was reflected in the seraph's golden eyes, and he frowned slightly. Using the laws of miracles to trace the scene, he only saw a blurry figure. When he tried to discern the details, a mysterious force blocked him. Michael pondered, unable to understand what power could obstruct his laws. Either the supreme god's laws restrained him, or that God's realm was higher than his. Could it be the 3 great heavenly venerates of the Daxia heavenly court? Michael speculated. After all, he had felt the power of the Lingbao heavenly venerate before, and didn't he want to dwell on it? The seraph shook his hand and landed back on the moon's surface. Han Xiaoyan had likely been discovered by the gods of Daxiao this time. If he continued to interfere in Daxia's affairs, once they recovered, they would eventually come to settle accounts with him. Michael's eyes reflected Jiang Ye's figure, his brows furrowing. You little insect, I'll let you stir things up a bit longer. Golden light swirled in his palm as he used the laws of miracles to calculate the future. Half a year later, Sangnan would disappear, and a great catastrophe was imminent, seemingly over the fight for some object. Michael squinted, then smiled. Looks like I want need to act personally. Little insect, this is your fate. Half a year later, when Sangnan disappears, the outer gods will invade Daxia, and their target will be Sangnan. Jiang Yi will also be drawn into it.as for the ending. He couldn't calculate it, but a mere mortal in this divine war was like a fragile insect, doomed to die soon. Michael's lips curled into a smile. Knowing that this mortal insect who had offended him would perish brought him great satisfaction. I've been generous enough to let you live for another 6 months. The seraph turned around, his 6 wings spreading wide as he faced Earth with unparalleled arrogance. Daxia, Sangnan City. At the dim exit of a sewer, a frail figure slowly emerged. The white light illuminated the face of this delicate young man. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and looked up at the sky shrouded in clouds, where sunlight streamed through the gaps. I ended up playing the clown. What a busybody I was. The rats in Qingyu had released had already witnessed Jiang Yi using the Reaper's command to instantly kill the followers and obliterate Medusa's agent, the snake woman. He sighed softly, leaning against a pillar with his hands in his pockets, lost in thought. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. If only I could dissect him. At the same time, on a street in Sangnan, a delivery guy wearing a yellow Mate-1 uniform and helmet, with 2 ears sticking up from the helmet, was speeding along on his electric bike. TSK, gods without agents are really hard to find. Lu Wuwei grumbled, annoyed by the sudden disappearance of his target. The moment divine power fluctuations appeared in Sangnan, he had detected that familiar divine energy he had been tracking for 9 years. But just as it appeared, it vanished without a trace. Instead, he discovered the evil god Medusa. She initially appeared in the distance in Sangnan, but then suddenly disappeared again. No one knew what had happened. Lu Wuwei shook his head. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in front of his electric bike. He rode straight into it and disappeared from the street. The passers-by around him didn't notice anything unusual. Training camp. Yuan Gang returned to the training camp early, preparing to report the situation to his superiors. Just as he reached the office corridor, Instructor Hong and Instructor Gu happened to walk by. Chief Instructor. The two saluted. Yuan Gang nodded without saying much and walked straight into the office. Instructor Gu looked puzzled. Why is old Yuan in such a hurry? Instructor Hong chuckled. You theoretical experts didn't participate in the Songnan cleanup, so of course, you wouldn't know the situation. Something big happened in Songnan last night. Instructor Gu asked curiously, what happened? Last night, after I finished clearing out the remnants of the ancient god church ahead of schedule, I went with a few instructors to assist Yuan Gang. Guess what happened? Instructor Gu perked up his ears, listening intently. A smile played on Instructor Hong's lips. A god appeared. A god. Instructor Gu was both shocked and excited. Could it be a god of Daxia? Instructor Hong shook his head. I don't know, but that god seemed to be helping Daxia's night watchman. You know the former Suzhou City Night Watch team, right? Instructor Gu nodded. I heard they encountered the whispers of the ancient god church and were almost completely wiped out. The Suzhou City team captain, Han Xiaoyan, defected to the ancient god church and not only became a divine agent, but also broke through to the boundless realm. Instructor Hong continued slowly. When Yuan Gang and two Peak Sea Realm night watchmen were at their wits' end, a blue and white light orb descended from the sky and directly obliterated Han Xiaoyan's great wind calamity. Guess what happened next? Instructor Gu looked puzzled. Han Xiaoyan becoming an agent and breaking through to the boundless realm was already rare enough. This light orb descending from the sky sounded like something out of a movie. However, he still asked curiously, I guess Han Xiaoyan is dead? Instructor Hong waved his index finger, indicating no. Instructor Gu. Don't rush to talk nonsense. Instructor Hong said with a smile. No, he wasn't hurt at all. Instructor Gu. This is not a baseless claim. Later, Han Xiaoyan voluntarily surrendered. Just like that. Instructor Hong nodded. Just like that. Boring. Instructor Gu hugged his book and walked away quickly, but he was pondering in his heart. Besides the gods of Daxiao, which other god would help Daxiao? I need to go back and study this carefully. In Yuan Gang's office. Commander Yi, that's the basic situation. That god didn't show up, but we can confirm he has no malicious intent. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Understood. Are you sure Han Xiaoyan saw that god? Yuan Gang responded with a hum. At the time, it wasn't clear what Han Xiaoyan saw, but judging from his change in attitude, it was very likely related to that god. All right, I'll investigate this personally. By the way, how have Jiang Yi and Lin Xie been performing recently? Hearing this, Yuan Gang's lips immediately curled into a smile, as if saying, that's right, these two kids were trained by me. Let me tell you, Commander Yi, these two kids are truly exceptional. Not only did they kill two peak Chuanjing believers, but especially Jiang Yi, who directly took down the Medusa agent of the ancient god church, Snake Woman. He recounted every detail clearly, making Yi Fan frown involuntarily. Two Qijing individuals were able to kill a peak Chuanjing? Wow. At first, he couldn't believe it. But upon hearing it was the artifact of the god of death, he was relieved. Indeed impressive. When the new recruits returned to the training camp, they must be properly rewarded, Yi Fan said. Yuan Gang quickly agreed and asked, Commander Yi, do you know what kind of reward you plan to give those two kids? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When did I say I was giving a reward? A cough came from the other end of the phone. Hello, what did you say? The signal is bad. Then came the busy tone of beep, beep, beep. Yuan Gang couldn't help but twitch his mouth and finally hung up the phone silently. Shangjing. Yi Fan walked out of the office and said to his secretary, make arrangements for me to visit the penance facility to see Han Xiaoyan. He had to figure out what exactly Han Xiaoyan had seen. On the vast sea, a circular prison resembling an iron cage stood tall. A fighter jet landed at the penance facility, the cabin door opened, and Yi Fan slowly stepped out. As the warden of the penance facility, Chen Fuzi naturally came to greet him. The two got into a carriage like brothers, and Chen Fuzi skillfully brewed a pot of tea for Yi Fan, handing him a cup. Yi Fan blew on the hot tea, took a sip, and nodded. By the way, has Han Xiaoyan said anything? Chen Fuzi swirled his teacup and said, Dr. Li interrogated him once, but he refused to say anything. He sighed. Yi Fan frowned. Even Dr. Li couldn't get anything out of him? What exactly did Dr. Li say? He said someone placed a layer of protection on Han Xiaoyan's soul, so even Heart Wander couldn't penetrate it. But this protection doesn't carry divine power, which is very strange. If it were set by a god, there should be divine power maintaining it. But in Han Xiaoyan's case, it seems more like a mental blockade. Chen Fuzi's tone was heavy. Mental blockade. Yi Fan's frown deepened. You must know that his Heart Wander is one of the 7 great royal ruins, and even it couldn't penetrate this spiritual blockade. Just how strong is this protection? Moreover, Dr. Li also discovered that there is some kind of contract between Han Xiaoyan's soul and this protection. The energy and spiritual protection are one entity. Chen Fuzi continued. Yi Fan's heart sank. Are you saying this blockade isn't just one ability? Chen Fuzi put down his teacup and nodded. If this isn't the work of the god from Tsangnan, then it can only be the ancient god church. This is the first time I've seen such a comprehensive spiritual blockade. There's no record of anything like this in all of Daxia. Yi Fan fell silent. He knew that the ancient god church's murmurs could sign contracts with the souls of their followers, making them obey. But such a comprehensive spiritual blockade was truly rare. Let Dr. Li continue his research. This time, I've come to meet Han Xiaoyan personally. After finishing his tea, Yi Fan, led by Chen Fuzi, arrived at the interrogation room. Inside, there was only a dim hanging lamp. Shortly after, 2 prison guards escorted Han Xiaoyan inside. Han Xiaoyan slightly lowered his head, his gaze complex, his face showing pain. Yi Fan spoke sternly. Former Suzhou City Night Watchman Han Xiaoyan. I am Yi Fan, Commander-in-Chief of Daxia. As his words fell, Han Xiaoyan raised his head coldly, his voice hoarse. Commander. Yi Fan nodded. I've heard about you from Yuan Gang. I deeply regret the loss of the night watchman in your squad. Tell me, what did you see at that time? A glimmer flashed in Han Xiaoyan's eyes, reflecting Jiang Ye's figure, but he shook his head. I didn't see anything. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and changed his approach. I don't need you to tell me who he is, but I want to know why he helped Daxia. Knowing who the god from Tsangnan is wasn't that important. What mattered most was whether this would bring danger to Daxia. Or, if this god was helping Daxia, did he have another purpose? Han Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. In the dim interrogation room, only the sound of breathing remained. After a long while, Han Xiaoyan stammered a few words. He is one of Daxia's people. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. When he looked at Han Xiaoyan again, the man had already lowered his head and stopped speaking. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly. He stood up and patted Han Xiaoyan's shoulder. Live well. If there's a chance in the future, I'll give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Han Xiaoyan did not respond, and Yi Fan said nothing more, turning to leave the interrogation room. Ancient God Church. In the church, the murmurer on the throne slowly opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within them. Are they all dead? His voice was heavy, making the hearts of the believers in the church tighten. The 6th seat replied, Yes, Lord Murmurer. What about the snake woman? She is dead too. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the murmurer's body, his face contorted. The believers knelt in the great hall, trembling all over. The murmurer's chest heaved violently. He hadn't expected that after sending Han Xiaoyan, who was at the Boundless Realm, not only would they lose most of their followers, but even a divine agent would die. This was a heavy blow to the ancient God Church. The most crucial thing was that Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were completely unharmed. A bunch of useless fools. The murmurer gripped the armrest of the throne tightly, cursing in anger. Lord Murmurer, Han Xiaoyan isn't dead, said the 2nd seat. The murmurer froze. Where is he? He surrendered. The murmurer's anger, which was about to subside, was instantly reignited. But reason ultimately overcame his fury. Han Xiaoyan had a soul contract and could never surrender. What exactly happened? Whisper asked. It's like this. The 2nd seat recounted the events of a deity appearing in Tsangnan. The more Whisper listened, the deeper his frown became. If it truly was a deity, breaking a soul contract wouldn't be impossible. This meant Han Xiaoyan was already beyond his control and the church's plans. It seemed they would need to be rearranged, especially concerning the fasting hall. Wu Tongxian must die. Second seat, sixth seat, find a way to contact the believers in the fasting hall. They must not let Han Xiaoyan know about the plan. If it's already been revealed, kill them immediately. Understood. The second and sixth seats responded. Whisper stood up, his figure ghost-like as he exited the church and entered an underground chamber. The stone door slowly opened, and the room's layout gradually came into view. Quite cozy, Whisper sneered, looking at the flowers and warm-colored decorations in the room. On the crystal bed to the right of the table lay a woman dressed in a patterned green robe. Her beauty was so captivating that it was hard to look away. She lay there quietly, motionless, as if in a deep sleep. Whisper approached, looking down at her. Since Han Xiaoyan has betrayed me, you shall take his place as the 13th seat of the believers. I wonder what kind of scene it will be when you meet Han Xiaoyan in the future. Truly something to look forward to. He reached out to grab the woman's head, preparing to establish a soul contract. His spiritual power slowly poured in, attempting to invade the depths of her soul. Before his spiritual power could enter her mind, it was blocked by a force. What is going on? Whisper increased the input of his spiritual power. The next second, a force absorbed his spiritual power and rebounded, injuring his soul. Whisper spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression dark. Who did this? Could it be the deity sent by Tsangnan to erase Han Xiaoyun's soul contract? They can do this even from a distance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed on the woman in green. If I can't control you, then I'll kill you. A dagger quickly appeared in his hand, hovering in the air, and stabbed directly at the woman. Clang! The dagger struck the woman's skin, as if hitting hard metal, and was deflected. A blue-white light immediately radiated from the woman's body. Whisper's eyes were filled with shock as the light instantly destroyed his avatar. The chamber fell into dead silence. Ding! You have killed Medusa's agent, disrupting the evil god Medusa's plans and affecting the Nightfall Squad's handling of the Belcrand incident in Gusu City. You have saved Han Xiaoyan and detained him in the fasting hall, potentially impacting the subsequent disappearance of Tsangnan and Lin Xie's prison break plan in the fasting hall. You have protected Han Xiaoyan's beloved, unlocking a new side quest. You have gained 80,000 modification points. Current modification points, 430,000. Reach 500,000 to unlock the divine skill. Words become law. Random reward triggered. Pet contract gift pack. 80,000 modification points. This was the largest reward obtained so far. This time, it was truly worth it. Jiang Yi was tidying up his room, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. He had discovered a pattern. As long as the plot affected the protagonist Lin Xie, the modification points earned would increase. In other words, the main storyline was the key. Jiang Yi stroked his chin. Seeing that Han Xiaoyan's side quest only gave 2,000 modification points, he felt a bit disappointed. He was still 70,000 points away from unlocking the divine skill, words become law. He estimated he could obtain it before the Tsangnan Divine War. Let's take a look at this random reward. A pet contract package? Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Are they asking me to contract a pet? I'm already so strong. Do I still need a pet? But since the reward is here, let's check it out. He opened the package, and his consciousness entered a special space. Looking around, he saw several energy shields of different colors, each containing various animals. Pool realm, river realm, even divine level. Jiang Yi sensed them one by one and discovered divine power fluctuations in the golden energy shield ahead. Damn, this random package can actually contract a divine level pet. This is awesome. He stepped into the air and approached the golden energy shield, touching it with his hand. A powerful sealing force blocked him. A mere divine level seal. Can it stop the supreme god? He shook his head, clenched his fist, and the sealing force instantly shattered into fragments of energy. At the moment the seal broke, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, and golden light illuminated the entire space. Jiang Yi hovered in midair, his brows slightly furrowed. His perception penetrated the golden light and found a 5-clawed golden dragon covered in golden scales inside. System, what kind of thing are you arranging for me? In Jiang Ye's mind, an image involuntarily appeared of himself standing atop the five-clawed golden dragon, intimidating the gods. This scene actually looks pretty cool. Ignorant human, are you the one who awakened me? As the golden light dissipated, the five-clawed golden dragon soared into the air, circling in front of Jiang Yi and letting out a deafening roar. It assumed its mighty dragon aura would instantly envelop Jiang Yi. Mere reptile, what did you just say? Jiang Yi looked up at it, and the supreme god's pressure slowly emanated from his body. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes widened abruptly, feeling the terrifying pressure, and its body uncontrollably plummeted at high speed. With a loud crash, the 1,000-meter-long golden dragon slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and cracks to spread in all directions. Jiang Yi walked over calmly with his hands behind his back. The five-clawed golden dragon struggled to lift its head, but the invisible pressure rendered it powerless to resist. In its dragon eyes, a black-clad youth was slowly approaching. It desperately tried to break free from the constraints, but no matter how hard it tried, it was futile. At this moment, its eyes were filled with shock. It was a divine dragon, having reached the level of a god. Yet in front of this youth, it felt utterly powerless. Could he be the Lord God? Before it could figure it out, the youth had already arrived in front of it, raising his hand and saying, "Submit, or die." The five-clawed golden dragon's body trembled, and it let out a long roar. A divine dragon cannot be humiliated. Smack! The youth slapped its dragon head directly, turning its head 45 degrees. "I'm giving you a chance to speak properly." The five-clawed golden dragon was dumbfounded. That slap nearly blurred its consciousness. How could this human be so strong? In the past, humans had always humbly regarded them as divine beasts. Now, this youth casually slapped it, leaving it completely disoriented. What has happened to this era? It swallowed hard and opened its dragon mouth. Smack. Wrong choice of words. The five-clawed golden dragon froze, rubbing its sore face with its claw. "Master!" Smack. "Master!" Another slap landed, and Jiang Yi suddenly realized he might have hit it by mistake. Awkwardly, he waved his hand. "Sorry, it was instinctive. I didn't expect you to surrender so quickly." The five-clawed golden dragon was speechless. It lowered its head even further, and tears actually welled up in its dragon eyes. The dignity that had remained unshaken for a millennium suffered a heavy blow. "Xiao Jin? This name is quite simple." Jiang Yi nodded, and a soul contract quickly infused into its dragon head. The five-clawed golden dragon offered no resistance, and the soul contract was completed instantly. After the contract was finalized, a progress bar appeared on the dragon's head. Devouring progress. 0% upgrade to main god at 100%. Devouring mysteries, deities, and other energy entities can increase progress. A devouring evolution dragon? Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. If it could evolve into the supreme golden dragon, that would be incredible. Coincidentally, the Tsangnan divine war was about to begin, and Shiva's resentment was leaking. When the time comes, let this little golden dragon devour a few outer gods perfect. Jiang Yi touched the Soul Keeper Void Ring on the middle finger of his left hand and lightly patted Xiao Jin's dragon head. "Go in." The Soul Keeper Void Ring could store living beings, and the massive body of the golden dragon transformed into a golden light, flying into the ring. Then, with a thought, his consciousness submerged into that space. Having a god-level pet is indeed nice. As his consciousness returned to his body, Jiang Yi touched the ring on his hand, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. For now, though, he still needed to continue accumulating magic modification points, first advancing to the heavenly sovereign realm, and then properly nurturing this golden dragon. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Yi opened it. "Jiang Yi, let's go to the office to eat dumplings," Lin Xie said, pulling his arm. Jiang Yi responded, packed his luggage, and left the inn with Bai Li Pang Pang and the other two. "Hee, brother Jiang Yi, let me carry it. Leave such small tasks to me." Bai Li Pang Pang grabbed the backpack and slung it over his own shoulders. He placed one hand on Xiao Yuan's back and the other on Jiang Ye's shoulder. "Brothers, come on, let's take a group photo." His free space released a golden bird, which carried a camera and flew in front of the five of them. Lin Xie smiled at Jiang Yi, placing his right hand on his shoulder and making a peace sign. On the other side, although Shen Qingzhu looked somewhat unwilling, he still placed his hand on Chao Yuan's shoulder. 3, 2, 1. The golden bird began the countdown. At the moment the shutter clicked, a white mouse with glowing pink eyes suddenly jumped in front of the 5 of them. Snap! The new recruits, fresh off their vacation, lined up neatly, standing straight in military posture. The instructor on the stage was different from before. His military uniform was adorned with numerous glittering medals. Yuan Gang stood upright, chest puffed out, his medals shining brightly in the morning sunlight. This time, we will award medals to the new recruits who performed exceptionally well during the vacation. The medals of the Great Xia Night Watchman are divided into 4 levels: Starlight, Starshine, Starry Sky, and Star Ocean, ranked from lowest to highest, with Star Ocean being the highest. This highest level medal is usually only awarded to those who have eliminated major disasters caused by mysterious enemies. Across the entire Great Xia, fewer than 10 people possess the Star Ocean medal. As soon as he finished speaking, the new recruits below the stage looked on with admiration, clearly eager to earn such an honor. Yuan Gang continued. Before joining the Night Watchman, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie worked together to eliminate the Nanda Naga demon. This time, Lin Xie assisted in stopping Han Xiaoyan, while Jiang Yi killed the Medusa agent snake woman of the ancient god church and multiple followers. Therefore, both are being awarded the Starry Sky Medal. Please come up to the stage to receive your awards. Instantly, the new recruits' gazes all turned toward Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. The two exchanged a smile and confidently stepped onto the stage. The process of awarding the medals caused an uproar among the audience. Damn, these two have really been doing big things behind the scenes, especially Jiang Yi. He actually took down the proxy of the ancient god cult all by himself. That kind of strength is terrifying. It feels like the gap between us is too big. Don't just marvel at it. They're future candidates for godhood. What do you have to compare? Damn, competing with these geniuses, I've lost all hope for my village. It's too discouraging. Listening to the envy and jealousy of the surrounding recruits, Baili Pangpang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He knew Lin Xie, Squad 136, and Instructor Yuan had fought hard alongside Han Xiaoyan, but he hadn't expected Jiang Yi to have taken down the proxy of the ancient god cult. That was truly impressive. Chao Yuan, why don't you switch to praising someone else? Brother Jiang Yi is clearly stronger than Xie. Chao Yuan shook his head, clasped his hands together, and said, I'm a monk, I don't touch seafood. Baili Pangpang was speechless. Soon, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie stepped down from the stage. Baili Pangpang gave them a thumbs up. Awesome. Shen Qingzhu. When Han Xiaoyan unleashed Great Calamity and was about to destroy Cangnan, you intervened in time. Awarded the Starlight Medal. Yuan Gang's voice rang out again. Baili Pangpang's attention was immediately drawn. Shen Qingzhu looked bewildered, while his sidekicks Deng Wei and Li Liang kept praising him. Shen Qingzhu walked up to the stage in a daze, and Yuan Gang hung the Starlight Medal on him, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Even I don't have that kind of luck. How does this show-off get it? Baili Pangpang was consumed with jealousy. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie earned their medals through sheer strength, well-deserved. But the show-off got his entirely through luck. Speaking of luck, Baili Pangpang had sacrificed his lifespan to save Cangnan, Baili Tuming. For sacrificing your lifespan to save your teammates and seeking help from the gods, awarded the Spark Medal. Yuan Gang's tone carried a hint of helplessness. He turned back to glare at the instructor who had written the list, clearly implying, what kind of merit is this supposed to be? The instructor awkwardly spread his hands, looking innocent. Damn, I actually got one. I've finally made it. Brother Jiang Yi, Xie, Chao Yuan, show off, listen up. I finally got a medal. Baili Pangpang was bursting with pride, bouncing up to the stage. Chao Yuan shook his head helplessly. He is happier about getting a Spark Medal than you guys are about getting Starlight ones. He glanced at Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Jiang Yi smiled, Lin Xie shrugged, and smiled wryly. Shen Qingzhu snorted coldly, once again reminded of the 10 years of his lifespan he had lost. On stage, Baili Pangpang stood straight, his protruding beer belly particularly noticeable. He stared eagerly at the spark metal in Yuan Gang's hand. The recruits below were silent. Sacrificing a teammate's lifespan to seek help from the gods? That's just absurd. The first 3 medal recipients earned theirs through strength. This guy purely relied on luck. But Bailey Pang Pang felt as sweet as if he were coated in honey. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment, and then walked over to Bailey Pang Pang. Hesitating, he finally hung the spark medal on his chest, not even bothering to offer words of encouragement, and directly sent him off the stage. Bailey Pang Pang held his head high and puffed out his chest, returning to the team with great momentum. Even after the meeting ended, this guy was still bragging to everyone he met. "Hey, how did you know I got a medal? Looks like you've got a good eye. Here, take a Rolex as a reward." The afternoon Forbidden Ruins theory class began. The training in the second half of the year not only included physical training, but also added practical and theoretical courses. Instructor Gu was earnestly teaching at the blackboard, while some of the soldiers below occasionally let their minds wander. Shin Qingzhu. The drowsy Shin Qingzhu was called out, stood up, and looked at Instructor Gu with a lack of energy. "Tell me, what is mental power that I just explained?" "I don't know." Instructor Gu's mouth twitched. "Go run 20 laps." Shin Qingzhu's eyes lit up, and she dashed out of the classroom in a flash. Instructor Gu helplessly patted the desk, reminding the other recruits to stay focused. At this moment, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were sitting side by side in the middle, near the wall. Even if Jiang Yi fell asleep, Instructor Gu wouldn't say much. But Lin Xie's mind was preoccupied with Merlin's situation. So much time had passed, yet Merlin's treatment progress was still at 0%, making him anxious. He turned to look at the quiet Jiang Yi and gently nudged him with his elbow. "Jiang Yi, can I ask you a question?" Jiang Yi was startled for a moment, as if he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Do you think this world is real?" Jiang Yi sighed, thought for a moment, and said, "It's real." Lin Xie continued, "Then what reason do you have to believe this world is real? Couldn't it have been created by a higher form of life? What about other two-dimensional beings?" "Stop." Jiang Yi interrupted him. "Since it's what I believe, whether this world is real or not is up to me to decide." Lin Xie was stunned, falling into deep thought, and then his eyes lit up. "I, Lin Xie." Before he could finish, Instructor Gu's voice rang out. Lin Xie obediently stood up. "You answer Shin Qingzhu's question from earlier." "Oh, mental power is..." Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile. Just then ding. "You have resolved Merlin's question for Lin Xie, allowing him to gain Merlin's divine power in advance. Reward, 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 435,000. Reach 500,000 points to unlock the divine skill. Words become reality." "What? This works too." Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood. So advancing the main storyline could also earn modification points. Originally, Lin Xie had to wait until Instructor Gu went crazy during treatment to resolve Merlin's question. Now, with just a few words, the progress had been accelerated. If accelerating Lin Xie's power growth could also earn modification points, wouldn't that be worth trying? Soon, the instructor would arrange the mysterious Chuanjing assessment, and Lin Xie would draw Merlin's summoning magic. If he could help him collect a few more corpses, his power progress would speed up, and the modification points would follow. Jiang Yi turned his head to look at Lin Xie, who had just finished answering the question. Propping his chin with his right hand, he smiled faintly. Lin Xie caught a glimpse of Jiang Yi's smile out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but turn back. That expression looked like he was gazing at a beloved girl. "Jiang Yi, are you hungry or something?" The day's classes ended, and Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, and Bailey Pang Pang returned to the dormitory. "You re not taking a shower?" Jiang Yi asked, looking at Bailey Pang Pang, who was lying on the bed still wearing his military uniform adorned with the spark medal. "Hee." Bailey Pang Pang sat up and said with a grin, "It's my first time, so I'm excited. Let me take a picture to show my dad first." He released a small golden bird, the symbol of the free space. The sound of a camera flash echoed in the dormitory. Jiang Yi's lips twitched, but thinking of Bailey Pong Pong's experience as a substitute, he felt relieved. Everyone needs recognition, and he was no exception in the past. The night deepened, and moonlight streamed through the window. Jiang Yi placed his hands under the pillow, the moonlight reflecting off his black coat. The critical moment was approaching soon. The next day, the sun hung high in the sky. Early in the morning, they were called to stand in military posture for 2 hours. Fortunately, it wasn't as hot as summer. After the posture training ended, Yuan Gang slowly walked onto the podium, followed by 2 instructors carrying 2 large cardboard boxes. Many recruits were curious about what was inside the boxes. Jiang Yi knew it was the ACE controller, also known as the Mental Precision Control Device. He smiled slightly, knowing the show was about to begin. "What is that?" Baili Pangpang asked curiously. Yuan Gang picked up a watch-like device from the box and introduced it to the recruits. "This is called ACE, the Mental Precision Controller. You must wear it during the training camp. It helps you practice precise control of mental power. Everyone gets one. Come and collect yours." As he spoke, Yuan Gang revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Xie frowned. "I feel like Instructor Yuan's smile is a bit strange." The group stepped forward to collect the control watches. As soon as Chao Yuan put on the watch, he immediately felt as if his entire body was activated by an electric current. Suddenly, he lost control and performed a backflip in midair. Lin Xie and Baili Pangpang stared in shock. Chao Yuan steadied himself and quickly infused mental power into the control watch, finally regaining control. Seeing their gazes, he coughed twice. "You'll experience this too. Don't look at me like that." "Haha. Chao Yuan, you embarrassed yourself first will be even more spectacular later," Baili Pangpang said as he put on the watch. As soon as he wore it, his mouth clamped shut and his body stiffened. Then, he began repeatedly performing a backflip followed by a double twist somersault. A chubby figure traced graceful arcs in the air. "Oh my God, what's happening? Brother Jiang Yi, save me!" Baili Pangpang's screams echoed. Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile, and the people around him burst into laughter as various poses were performed in turn. The scenes in novels and reality were completely different. The instructors on the podium watched the spectacle before them and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. This year, there are more people flipping than in previous years. Those particularly dangerous ones are doing okay, they only flipped once. That's normal. It's the same every year. For those unprepared, who hasn't flipped before? Haha. Below the podium, Lin Xie watched the scene unfold, then lowered his head slightly to look at the mental control watch in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he didn't rush to put it on, but instead looked at Jiang Yi. "You wear it first." Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, then put on the watch, channeling his mental power directly into it. However, the needle on the watch seemed to be disrupted, spinning erratically. Then, boom, the control watch exploded into fragments. Lin Xie's eyes widened. The watch actually exploded? What was going on? The explosion was loud enough to catch the attention of the instructors watching the commotion on the podium. Seeing Jiang Ye's control watch explode, their smiles froze, and their expressions turned strange. The watch exploded? Impossible. In all the years of night watch training, this was the first time such a thing had happened. Yuan Gang squinted and walked over to Jiang Yi. "What's wrong with your watch?" Jiang Yi spread his hands helplessly. "Maybe poor quality." Yuan Gang. A control watch qualified to be issued to the training camp. How could it possibly be defective? "Instructor Hong, bring me a control watch." Yuan Gang didn't believe it. Shortly after, he personally strapped the control watch onto Jiang Ye's wrist. Boom. Before it was even secure, the watch exploded again, and the fragments nearly grazed Yuan Gang's face. Yuan Gang and the other instructors were stunned, completely unable to understand what had happened. Finally, Instructor Gu stepped forward to explain. The only reason a control watch would explode is if Jiang Ye's body contains an immense mental power that the watch cannot withstand. Immense mental power? The instructors couldn't help but recall the source power that the Grim Reaper had given Jiang Yi. Yuan Gang coughed twice, initially wanting to see Jiang Yi embarrassed, but instead, Jiang Yi managed to show off. "Then don't wear it, Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi nodded and responded with a simple "mm." Lin Xie, watching this, refused to believe it and put on the control watch himself. Without any preparation, an electric current immediately surged through his muscles. His body lost control, and he performed a front flip in front of the instructors. The instructors nodded approvingly. Nice move. Lin Xie was speechless. Shortly after, the instructors dismissed the group, allowing the recruits to go eat. Lin Xie regained control of his body and walked side by side with Jiang Yi toward the cafeteria. He asked, "How did you make the watch explode?" Jiang Yi thought for a moment. "Maybe the watch felt. I was too strong." Lin Xie, your answer leaves me speechless. At the cafeteria, the chubby Bai Li stared eagerly at Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, picked up a piece of meat from his bowl, and placed it in Bai Li's mouth. "Woo-woo. Brother Jiang Yi, I love you." Before he could finish speaking, he performed a perfect backflip into the air. At the training camp's rear mountain, a helicopter slowly landed on the platform. The personnel on board saluted Yuan Gang. 3 mysterious entities from the Sichuan region and 1 from the ocean region have been delivered. Yuan Gang nodded. "Unload them." "Yes." Instructor Hong's expression showed concern. "Chief Instructor, isn't it too difficult to have the pool-level recruits deal with the ocean-level mysterious entity?" Yuan Gang remained calm. "I know, but you saw it yesterday how impressive that kid Jiang Yi is. He can even blow up a mental power control watch and has the Reaper's Order, an artifact like that. What do you think the Sichuan-level mysterious entities would be like in front of him?" Instructor Hong fell silent and blurted out, "Instant kill." Yuan Gang nodded. "So I have a proposal." The instructors looked at him curiously. "First, take away Jiang Ye's Reaper's Order and only give him a Star Blade. That way, we can see his true strength, otherwise, it's hard to grade him." The instructors nodded in agreement. They had all heard that Jiang Yi had used the Reaper's Order to kill 2 peak Sichuan-level believers. That artifact was simply too overpowered. Instructor Gu suddenly raised his hand. "Chief Instructor, why not let Jiang Yi handle the ocean-level mysterious entity alone? That way, it won't affect the other recruits, and it would prevent him from casually slaughtering those 3 Sichuan-level entities." Yuan Gang shook his head. Without the Reaper's Order, with his pool-level strength, it's impossible for him to easily kill the Sichuan-level mysterious entities. At best, he could fight them to a draw. Don't overthink it. But letting the ocean-level entity in is indeed troublesome. Make sure the ocean-level mysterious entity remembers Jiang Ye's scent and specifically targets him. The instructors couldn't help but twitch their mouths upon hearing this. This tactic was too ruthless. Having an ocean-level mysterious entity chase after a pool-level recruit, who could endure that? "Chief Instructor, isn't this a bit excessive?" Instructor Hong asked. Yuan Gang laughed. "This kind of genius needs a little blow to their confidence, or they won't go far in the future." He glanced at the boxes being unloaded. "Their carnival day is coming. Let them enjoy it." Before dawn, Jiang Yi had already sensed the commotion in the training camp. 3 Chuan levels and 1 high level. The situation had changed again. He thought quietly, touching the ring on his hand. "Xiaojin, you're in for a treat today." Initially, he thought there were only 3 Chuan-level mysterious beasts, so the devouring progress wouldn't be too fast. But with the addition of a high level, the opportunity was different. Maybe he could even earn some magic modification points. He hadn't expected the instructors to be so ruthless, adding a high-level beast. No wonder they found an excuse to take away the Reaper's Order during the day. Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly, looking at Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang sleeping soundly. He quietly got out of bed. Sensing the time, it was exactly 4 a.m., an hour and a half before the whistle. He phased his body, passing through the wall and out the door without anyone noticing. Passing under the girls' dormitory building, zzz. Soon, the sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed. A headless sound hunter, wielding a large machete, appeared at the end of the corridor. The heavy footsteps weighed on one's heart. Jiang Yi touched the ring and lightly tapped it. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and golden light instantly illuminated the corridor. What is this light? Where did it come from? The accompanying instructors were blinded by the intense golden light. By the time the light faded, the sound hunter had vanished without a trace, leaving an eerie silence. Immediately after, the Rubik's Cube began switching spaces, and the dormitory became chaotic in an instant. An instructor rubbed his head. What was that golden light just now? Where's this sound hunter? Could it have been teleported by the space? The instructor looked puzzled and spoke through the earpiece. I lost track of the sound hunter. Everyone, find out where it is. Roger. After a while, a serious voice came through the earpiece. The sound hunter is on the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory. I'm heading up now, the instructor said, rushing over immediately. By this time, Jiang Yi had already returned to his original spot. The sound hunter on the 3rd floor was actually an illusion created by the Wanxiang Divine Ruins. The real sound hunter had already been swallowed by Shao Jing. The result, however, was disappointing. The devouring progress only increased by 0.5%. Raising a god-level pet was no easy task. Dawn was approaching. Time to find that high-level, two-headed fire serpent. 5:30 a.m. Lin Xie's biological clock woke him up. He sat up, but frowned. There was no whistle today? He looked over to see Li Pang still sleeping soundly. Lin Xie suddenly became alert. Where was Jiang Yi? He jumped out of bed, confirming Jiang Yi wasn't there, and his heart tightened. The dormitory corridor was empty and silent. After a few minutes, shouts came from another dormitory. Lin Xie patted the snoring Li Pang, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wake him. Could it be that there was an order to waking up? Jiang Yi had already woken up and left the dormitory? Boom. At that moment, a crashing sound came from outside. Lin Xie was startled and quickly opened the window to look out. A fiery red two-headed snake was charging at Jiang Yi on the training ground, spewing high-temperature flames from its mouths. This nearly 100-meter-long two-headed snake was undoubtedly a high-level master. A high level against a Qi level? Yesterday, the instructors had even taken away Jiang Yi's Reaper's order. With such a huge gap between levels, how could he fight? Instructor, you really know how to set things up. Lin Xie was burning with anxiety, his hands empty, and he hurried to grab the star blade. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi stood on the training ground, frowning as he looked at the approaching two-headed fire snake. Why was the beast released by the instructor so ferocious? Could it be that this snake was targeting him from the start? Jiang Yi observed the instructor's image in the monitoring room, and a smile appeared on his lips. Specifically choosing a C-level beast to deal with me? Then I'll take the challenge. In the monitoring room, Yuan Gang held Jiang Yi's score sheet and wrote 2 in the strategy column. Seeing Jiang Yi dare to face the C-level two-headed snake without running away, he thought it was utterly brainless. The other instructors were also somewhat disappointed. Jiang Yi's strength is indeed better than Lin Xie's, but his ability to analyze and judge the situation is clearly lacking, Instructor Hong said, shaking his head. That's right. The difference in strength between the two sides is so vast, fighting head-on is simply asking for trouble, Instructor Gu said, staring at the screen showing Jiang Yi facing the two-headed fire snake without retreating, his brows furrowed. Does he really have the confidence to defeat the two-headed fire snake? The instructors were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads with bitter smiles. How is that possible? It's already difficult for a pool level to defeat a river level, let alone a gap of 2 levels. Ding! At that moment, a sound of a blade rang out from the screen, followed by the screen being covered in dazzling white light. The battle scene was completely obscured, leaving only the sound of the blade being sheathed and the loud thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The instructors were startled and waited for the white light to dissipate. Jiang Yi was dragging the corpse of the two-headed snake, heading toward the blind spot of the surveillance. As he passed the camera, he even bowed and said, "Thank you." Clatter. Yuan Gang's score sheet fell to the ground. In the monitoring room, the instructors stared at the screen, their faces frozen in shock. What had just happened? A flash of white light, and the two-headed fire snake was down? Instructor Hong's lips trembled. No way. Did he actually kill it in one strike? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding instructors exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Huh? What's going on? A pool level killing a sea-level beast in one strike? Are you kidding? Instructor Gu said in a deep voice. From what we can see, it was indeed a one-hit kill. We never expected that Jiang Yi, who has fused with the essence of the gods, would find this exercise to be child's play. All the instructors' eyes widened in shock. What kind of monster are we even training? Ah, Instructor Han, I finally understand why you knelt back then. Don't talk nonsense. The surrounding exclamations brought Yuan Gang, who had been completely overwhelmed by Jiang Yi, back to his senses. He silently picked up Jiang Ye's score sheet from the ground and changed the 2 he had just written to +2. Over the years, the maximum score for new recruits had always been 100 points, and instructors would only deduct points during training assessments and exercises. There had never been a precedent for adding points. Yuan Gang's amendment made the surrounding instructors widen their eyes again. Chief Instructor, isn't the maximum score 100? How can you add 2 points? Yeah, there's never been a case of exceeding the maximum score in previous years. Hearing the surrounding doubts, Yuan Gang froze for a moment, then realized that Jiang Yi hadn't lost a single point in other assessment items. Adding points now would mean exceeding the maximum score. He had only wanted to ease the awkwardness earlier, but now it had become even more awkward. Yuan Gang cleared his throat and said confidently, "Does Jiang Ye's performance not deserve extra points? Can you guys at the Pond Realm defeat a Sea Realm mystic?" As soon as the words were spoken, they immediately struck a nerve with many of the instructors. Truly, the words were too cutting. Even Yuan Gang of the Sea Realm would have to put in considerable effort to deal with the two-headed fire serpent, let alone the recruits in the training camp. This made the instructors below the Sea Realm feel deeply inadequate, as if they were even inferior to the recruits, leaving them extremely uncomfortable. For a moment, the pride of many instructors was shattered, and no one opposed the decision to award extra points anymore. Indeed, Jiang Ye's talent was astonishing. Having fused with the essence of the god of death, his potential to ascend to godhood in the Great Xia was immense. Such a performance was not surprising. However, to ordinary people, this level of strength was simply overwhelming. Others couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Instructor Hong clutched his chest, pretending to be wounded, and said, "So, should we still let Jiang Yi participate in the exercise? If he takes out all the mystics in an instant, how will the other recruits perform?" Yuan Gang nodded and quickly checked the screen. "Huh, where is he?" He reviewed all the surveillance footage from the training camp and found that Jiang Ye's figure had already disappeared. In his mind, he recalled the scene of Jiang Yi bowing and saying, "Thank you," just moments ago. Could it be that this kid wanted to pocket the M? Then he looked at the snake head on the ground, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The mysterious corpse from the sea realm could be used for summoning magic. In other words, he could summon a sea creature to assist him in battle. Besides, there was bound to be more than one mysterious creature in the exercise. If he could use their corpses to summon more creatures, the overall combat power would surely increase significantly. Lin Xie picked up the snake head, which was larger than the others, glanced around, and quietly dragged it toward Jiang Yi. He was afraid the instructor might suddenly appear and snatch the mysterious corpse away. But just as he dragged the snake head to the blind spot between two walls, he saw Jiang Yi walking out empty-handed. "Where's the corpse?" he couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yi frowned and shook his head. "Corpse? What corpse? I didn't take any corpse." Lin Xie was stunned. He looked around, but the snake, which was at least 100 meters long, had vanished into thin air. Could it be that Jiang Ye's Reaper essence required absorbing mysterious energy? Lin Xie looked at the snake head in his hand and sighed. It wasn't his place to ask too many questions about someone else's business. The two exchanged a smile. After Lin Xie had dealt with the snake head, the two nodded at each other and walked shoulder to shoulder out of the narrow passage. "Stop right there, you two." Just as they stepped out, two instructors hurried over. The two stopped, their faces full of confusion. One of the instructors ran up, his expression stern. "Where's the corpse of the two-headed fire snake?" Jiang Yi froze for a moment and turned to Lin Xie. "What's that? Did you see it?" Lin Xie shook his head sincerely. "Didn't see it." The two instructors exchanged glances, at a loss for words. At 7 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, and the distant rumble from the recruits' dormitory indicated that the exercise was in full swing. In the instructor's office, Yuan Gang sipped tea as he looked at Jiang Yi and Lin Xie standing before him. "All right, where's the corpse of the two-headed fire snake?" he asked with a hint of amusement. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie each averted their gaze, hands in their pockets, staring at the ceiling. Yuan Gang sighed, took another sip of tea, and continued, "I can let you keep the corpse, but from now on." He looked at Jiang Yi, setting down his teacup. "Jiang Yi, you won't be participating in this exercise." Jiang Yi was taken aback. Not participating in the exercise? Then what would he do? Ding. You gifted part of the mysterious Sea Realm corpse to Lin Xie, allowing him to summon a Sea Realm pet to join the battle, increasing combat power. Gained 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 440,000. Upon reaching 500,000 points, you will unlock the divine skill. Words become reality. Jiang Ye's words got stuck in his throat. Now that he had already killed the mysterious Sea Realm creature, the instructors wouldn't let him interfere with the exercise, whether he agreed or not. He had earned the modification points, and Xiao Jin had devoured the mysterious corpse. This storyline could probably only go this far. It was better to focus on the upcoming rescue mission in Jinan Mountain. That was the real priority. And also Shinqingzhu. Jiang Yi smiled faintly and turned to Yuan Gang. All right, I won't participate. Seeing Jiang Yi hesitate, Yuan Gang had been a bit nervous. If word got out that they were restricting recruits from participating in the exercise, it would be a blow to their reputation. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to Lin Xie. You can go back. The exercise continues. Lin Xie glanced at Jiang Yi. This disparity made him uncomfortable, but he could only accept reality. As he walked out of the office, he turned back to look at Jiang Yi several times. After Lin Xie left, Yuan Gang knocked on the table. How did you find out that Li Yaoguang was an undercover agent? And why didn't you report it? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then recalled the blind spot where the body was disposed of and understood. He slowly said, Instructor Yuan, do you know Lei Feng? Huh, I'm the kind of person who likes to contribute silently, without needing praise from others. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly. This batch of new recruits was really hard to handle. However, a faint smile appeared on his face. If you like to keep a low profile, that's your business. But I will report this to the higher-ups. Contributions should be recognized. That's how the Night Watch acknowledges you. Yuan Gang stood up, placed a few packs of Longjing tea and an iron kettle on the ground, then locked the doors and windows. All right, just drink tea here and don't cause any trouble. Yuan Gang squinted slightly. Jiang Yi looked at the familiar scene and twitched the corner of his mouth. Yuan Gang smiled and walked out of the room, heading back to the monitoring room. So, did you find where they hid the body? He asked Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong shook his head, looking surprised. We've searched the entire training camp and didn't find a single hair. I suspect Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, like that chubby guy, have some kind of hidden space. Yuan Gang frowned. These two kids were really good at hiding things. He had no idea what they wanted with that mysterious body. However, thinking about how Jiang Yi had eliminated the undercover agent in the training camp at the first opportunity, saving everyone's lives, he slowly said, Forget it. Let's not look for it anymore. Consider it their reward. Instructor Hong nodded and took out Jiang Yi's score sheet. Chief Instructor, are you sure about giving Jiang Yi this score? There's no precedent for this in the history of the Night Watch training camp. Yuan Gang looked down at it and nodded. He deserves it. It's decided. Instructor Hong frowned, staring at the score of 102 written on the sheet. The full score was 100. In the afternoon, as the sunset painted the sky red, the exercise came to an end. Jiang Yi smirked and walked out of the office under Yuan Gang's expectant gaze. Your young master speaks fast and acts fast. 1/ and saved. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he heard Bai Li Pang animatedly recounting the story inside. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and walked into, Hey, bro, you're here for a meal too? We're about to leave the training camp. Let's share a table. Bai Li Pang laughed heartily. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. And so, the seven of them sat together, chatting about the hardships and grueling training of the past year in the camp. Even the usually aloof Shen Qingzhu was drawn into the conversation, occasionally chiming in. By the way, when will the total score rankings be released? Bai Li Pang asked while eating and scrolling through his phone. Chao Yuan replied calmly. It should be out in the next few days. Haha. Bai Li Pang's eyes fixed on Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang Yi, you didn't participate in the exercise, so I bet your ranking won't be higher than mine. I heard the exercise counts for 20 points. Jiang Yi continued eating, smiling and shaking his head. Lin Xie recalled the scene where Jiang Yi instantly defeated the two-headed sea demon and said, That's not necessarily true. Chao Yuan, Hearing this, added, Jiang Yi didn't participate in the exercise, so he probably won't get any points. Xia, do you know something we don't? Lin Xia wasn't sure either with the instructor's temperament. Deducting Jiang Ye's points wouldn't be surprising. Well, we'll know when the total score rankings are released. Bai Li Pang laughed, feeling hopeful again. Once the rankings were out, he was determined to show off in front of brother Jiang Yi. Shen Qingzhu sneaked a glance at Jiang Yi, feeling a bit regretful. Apart from not participating in the exercise, Jiang Yi had scored full marks in every other category, even surprising the instructors. If the exercise points weren't deducted, he would undoubtedly be first. Ding dong at that moment, all 7 of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Bai Li Pang opened the message. Whoa, the total score rankings are out. Bai Li Tuming, 74. 184th place. Bai Li Pang immediately looked for his own ranking, his mouth twitching as he realized he hadn't even scored 80 points. Even if Jiang Yi lost the 20 points from the exercise, he'd still rank higher. This was truly disappointing. Bai Li Pang, unwilling to accept it, scrolled down but couldn't find Jiang Ye's name, and his heart sank completely. Whoa, Brother Shen, you're ranked 3rd. 92 points. Brother Shen is amazing. Deng Wei first checked Shen Qingzhu's ranking instead of his own. Shen Qingzhu frowned, only 3rd. All right, stop making noise, calm down. By the way, who's first? He asked. Deng Wei quickly scrolled up. 2nd is Lin Xia, 95 points. 1st is Jiang Yi. Seeing Jiang Yi's score, Deng Wei paused. First, Jiang Yi. As these 4 words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was stunned. Whoa, it's true. Bai Li Pang scrolled back to the top on his phone. Jiang Yi, 102 points, 1st place. Huh, 102 points? Isn't the full score 100? Bai Li Pang rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, then looked at Jiang Yi in shock. Brother Jiang Yi, the full score is 100, and you actually got 102. What are the instructors thinking? Jiang Yi shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Bang! Bai Li Pang slapped the table, feeling bitter as he looked at Jiang Yi, who had taken 1st place with such ease. Fatty, if you slap the table again, I won't be polite, Shen Qingzhu warned. Bai Li Pang quickly withdrew his hand, pretending to be quiet. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Jiang Yi, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head, said congratulations, and left the cafeteria. Bai Li Pang pouted. Lin Xia's lips curled into a slight smile, as if unsurprised. He pushed the dish Bai Li Pang had ordered toward Jiang Yi with a grin. Bai Li Pang. The Great Xia, in a certain primitive jungle. What did you say? A score higher than full marks? Let me see what kind of monster this is. Xia Siming, wearing a golden cloak, leaned over to the refined man with glasses. Seeing the display in his hand showing Jiang Ye's score of 102, ranked 1st, Xia Siming immediately waved his hand. This person, our Phoenix squad, must capture him. A divine agent, fused with the essence of the gods, practically a future deity. The refined man with glasses shook his head. Captain, we already have enough people. Enough? When the time comes, you'll. Xia Siming looked at the refined man, his gaze deep. The man's mouth twitched, alarm bells ringing in his mind, and he quickly said, Captain, you said he's a future deity. Do you think the higher-ups of the Night Watchers would allow him to join the Phoenix squad? Someone with such limitless potential, the higher-ups will definitely have him form a special squad. Xia Siming pondered for a moment and nodded. Makes sense. The refined man with glasses finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, there's another dual divine agent below. Although not as good as Jiang Yi, still not bad. Xia Siming suddenly noticed Lin Xia on the list. The refined man with glasses, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. Huaihai City. Tianping looked at the captain leaning against the corridor in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and decided to turn around and leave. The scene at the training camp back then, the captain was utterly humiliated. If he heard that Jiang Yi scored higher than full marks, he'd probably explode with anger. Stop right there. Tianping had just taken a few steps when Wang Mian called out to him. Has the rookie training camp ranking come out? Tianping stiffly turned around, awkwardly smiling. It has. How many points did those 2 kids get? Wang Mian walked over and asked. Tianping hid the list behind his back and said softly, Captain, you mean those two? Of course, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Wang Mian looked puzzled. Tianping coughed twice. Lin Xie, 95 points. Wang Mian's lips curled into a slight smile, nodding. Not bad. About the same as me back in the day. And Jiang Yi. Tianping's mouth twitched, and he quickly took 2 steps back, saying seriously, Captain, we've already passed that stage. No need to compare ourselves to them. Wang Mian frowned and extended his hand. Let me see the list. I don't believe that guy could score higher than me. Tianping hesitated for a moment before slowly taking out the list. Whoosh. At that moment, Swirl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched the list from Tianping's hand. What are you doing? Being all secretive. Swirl looked at the list, and when he saw the first name, he froze. He blinked, confirming he hadn't seen wrong. Huh? Tianping, this score can't be real, right? How is this possible? He said in shock. Tianping shrugged helplessly. This is the reality. Their expressions made Wang Mian feel a sense of foreboding. He snatched the list. Jiang Yi, 102 points, first place. Ah. Wang Mian's eyes widened, and he touched his pocket. Swirl immediately handed over a magnifying glass. Wang Mian took it and carefully examined Jiang Yi's score. The 3 of them stared at the list. 102 points, confirmed. What the hell? Wang Mian exclaimed. He was completely dumbfounded. It was really 102 points. Wasn't the full score supposed to be 100? Clatter. The magnifying glass in Wang Mian's hand fell to the ground, the lens cracking. The whirlpool and the balance exchanged a glance, patted the captain's shoulder, and comforted him seriously. Captain, huh? I couldn't help but laugh. The whirlpool burst into laughter and ran out. The balance looked embarrassed and slowly moved away. Wang Mian. In the sky, inside a carriage among the clouds. Yi Fan, dressed in a dark red cloak, stared at the training camp results, fuming with anger. Is Yuan Gang out of his mind? How could he produce a score higher than full marks? I think he just doesn't want to do his job anymore. Yi Fan immediately picked up the phone and called Yuan Gang. A minute later, he hung up speechless. Chen Fuzi, who was drinking tea, raised an eyebrow and asked, Why did you suddenly stop talking? Yi Fan propped his hands on his knees, tilted his head while drinking tea, and looked puzzled. That kid Jiang Yi. In the pool realm, he instantly killed the sea realm's 2-headed fire snake with 1 strike. Chen Fuzi's hand trembled upon hearing this, spilling tea on his sleeve. Is this the power of the divine? As expected, Jiang Yi, who has fused with the source of the god of death, possesses extraordinary divine ruins power. The divine agent is a power bestowed by the gods, but the divine ruins manifested by fusing with the source of the gods represent the true domain of divinity. Chen Fuzi marveled, set down his teacup, and asked, Where do you plan to send Jiang Yi? Yi Fan pondered. Lin Xie definitely couldn't leave Songnan. But Jiang Yi, who had fought against the Seraph, would it have an impact if he left Songnan? In fact, ever since learning that Jiang Yi hadn't died in the Songnan catastrophe 10 years ago, he had been mulling over this matter. Yi Fan frowned and said, Songnan won't hold out much longer. Let Jiang Yi stay in Songnan for now. We also need to start preparing quickly. Chen Fuzi nodded. Training camp, training ground. The sky was overcast, and it seemed like it was about to rain. The new recruits gathered together, staring at the instructor on the stage, waiting for the final orders. An instructor holding a list walked to the front of the stage and announced loudly, By Li Tuming, assigned to the 010 Night Watch team in Guangshan City. Mo Li, assigned to the 017 team in Gusu City. Chao Yuan, assigned to the 007 team in Huaihai City. Shen Qingzhu, assigned to the 006 team in Shangjing City. Lin Xie, assigned to the 136 team in Songnan. The new recruits immediately showed puzzled expressions. Then, Jiang Yi, temporarily assigned to the 136 team in Songnan, wait for new orders in 3 months. For a moment, the new recruits exclaimed in surprise. The first and second place were both assigned to the 136 team? Shouldn't they be going to Shangjing? The instructor frowned, his expression complicated. This is a decision made by the Night Watch higher-ups, not our choice. I don't accept this. Shen Qingzhu, hands in his pockets, stepped out of the ranks. The first and second place are going to the 136 team. Why should I, the third place, go to Shanjing? His eyes were full of dissatisfaction. The instructor sighed. I've already said, this is a decision made by the higher-ups. We can't change it. Although we don't understand it either, soldiers must obey orders. Shin Qingzhu. The instructor called his name loudly. Shin Qingzhu clenched his fists, his face full of discontent, but still responded loudly. Present. Return to the ranks and obey orders. Yes. Shin Qingzhu turned around, glanced at Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, and returned to the ranks. Lin Xie's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly satisfied with the result, and he turned to look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was a bit surprised. Lin Xie couldn't leave Cangnan for a reason, but as for himself, he thought for a moment. The reason Yi Fan arranged it this way was probably because both he and Lin Xie were survivors of Cangnan. After all, in 3 months, Cangnan would cease to exist. Jiang Yi noticed Lin Xie's gaze and turned his head slightly. But Lin Xie shifted his eyes and no longer looked at him. What did this mean? Xie, brother Jiang Yi, don't worry. Come to Guangshan often to hang out in the future. Bai Li Pangpang placed his hands on their shoulders, his face full of concern. The two were speechless. It was Bai Li Pangpang's turn to show his superiority. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from afar, jolting the nerves of the new recruits. Jiang Yi looked toward the cloud-covered sky and silently thought, it's coming. In a gloomy church, Yu slowly opened his eyes, staring at the black-robed followers below. Are you ready? The 10th seat placed his right hand on his chest and respectfully said, Rest assured, my lord. This time, we have learned our lesson and dispatched 1 infinite peak and 2 sea realm experts. We will absolutely strangle Daxia's twin god agents and the god seed in the cradle. Yu adjusted his tailcoat, stood up from the throne, and nodded in satisfaction. Last time, the followers suffered heavy losses. This time, focus on those 2, and while you're at it, pick a few with potential to cultivate into followers. To avoid any accidents, I will cast a nightmare phantom to ensure nothing goes wrong. Understood, the 10th seat replied with a bow. Yu waved his hand, and the black-robed followers retreated. His gaze instantly turned icy as he stared at the secret chamber where Han Xiaoyun, that woman, was kept. Ever since the last nightmare phantom was instantly obliterated, he hadn't dared to touch that woman. To be able to easily destroy his phantom without him even realizing it, which god in Daxia had reached the level of a main god. And then there was Medusa. Yu shook his head, feeling that this plan was going to be troublesome. However, the fact that Daxia's god rarely appeared and was unwilling to show up suggested that he couldn't act casually, possibly due to some restrictions. So this time, they chose Jinan Mountain on the edge of Cangnan. Without the protection of a god, a group of Pool Realm recruits and instructors who were merely at the Sea Realm. He chuckled softly. Yu squinted slightly. Prepare to embrace death. The sky was overcast, and heavy rain poured down, washing over the earth. In the dormitory, Jiang Yi suddenly activated his perception, instantly covering Jinan Mountain on the edge of Cangnan. Infinite Realm? He shook his head, walking slowly to the window and listening to the sound of the pouring rain. Click. Chia, brother Jiang Yi, I just came downstairs, and the ground is shaking. Is something about to happen? Bai Li Pangpang, drenched from head to toe, pushed the door open and entered. Lin Xie glanced at him. As a perception expert, he had also sensed something unusual, but the specifics. Beep beep, just then, the familiar assembly whistle echoed throughout the training camp. The two were stunned. Jiang Yi had already dressed, donned a black raincoat, and was ready to leave the dormitory. Ah, come on, we have to assemble in this heavy rain. Bai Li Pangpang hurriedly put on his camouflage uniform and raincoat. Lin Xie looked at Jiang Yi, who was already prepared, with a strange expression, but there was no time to ask him. He quickly got dressed and rushed out of the dormitory. Splash. 2 minutes later, under the pouring rain, the new recruits stood in neat rows on the training ground. Wearing their raincoats that on the stage, the instructor's face was stern. Yuan Gang stood at the front and said loudly, We just received a rescue order. A mudslide disaster has occurred in Jinan Mountain, the area closest to the training camp. The rescue team cannot arrive within the optimal rescue time, and we are the only rescue force that can make it. I know you are about to graduate and join your respective night watch squads, but as soldiers of Disya, wherever people need help, we must step forward. Yuan Gang's face blurred in the heavy rain, but his voice clearly reached the ears of every recruit. Now, I want you to show the courage to protect the city and save those in danger. Everyone, get on the vehicles immediately. As soon as the words fell, the recruits quickly and orderly boarded the military trucks. One after another, trucks with headlights on moved forward in the dim sky and heavy rain. Thunder roared on the horizon, like a warning of death, echoing in everyone's ears. Jiang Yi sat on the edge of the truck's canopy, rainwater splashing onto his raincoat. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy even by Li Pang, who usually loved to joke, remained silent, gripping the handrail tightly and trying to withstand the jolts. Life is incredibly precious to everyone. 10 years ago, Song Nan was destroyed, and he witnessed familiar neighbors passing away one by one. That was his most desperate moment and the closest he had ever been to death. He sighed softly, extending his left hand out of the vehicle. A miniature golden dragon flew out. Jiang Yi silently thought to himself, life should be cherished. In the dark and despairing sky, a golden light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the village at the foot of Jin Nan Mountain. Xiao Jin has had enough. Rescuing people without being noticed, this is ridiculous. In the past, when I saved people, they would worship me for 3 days, offering tributes. Forget about slacking off. Xiao Jin complained as it flew, cursing Jiang Yi in its heart several times already. You want to get beaten again, don't you? Just as it was cursing fervently, Jiang Yi's cold voice suddenly echoed in its mind. What kind of soul contract is this, that it can even do this? Xiao Jin quickly stopped cursing, recalling the last time it got slapped, and its face still hurt. It then focused on flying to various villages in Jinan Mountain, scattering specks of golden light wherever it went. Villagers buried by the mudslide were instantly enveloped in golden light, and signs of life began to return. In a village deep within Jinan Mountain, the mudslide had buried the small houses, leaving only the rooftops exposed, surrounded by desolation. A middle-aged man carrying a basket staggered as he stared blankly at the scene before him. His eyes instantly turned red, and the basket fell to the muddy ground with a thud. Yaya Mom. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he immediately recognized the direction of his own house. Bang! He rushed over, knelt down, and began frantically digging at the mud. Tears mixed with rainwater streamed down his face. No, Yaya, Dad is back. Answer me, Yaya. Mom, Dad, wife, respond to me. The man cried out in anguish, shouting over and over again. Even as his hands became bloodied and torn, he refused to stop. In the face of disaster, humans are as insignificant as dust. But love makes humanity shine like stars. The man seemed to forget his exhaustion, his hands trembling as he gritted his teeth and continued digging through the mud. He believed that if he dug just a little deeper, the people he wanted to see would be right below. The surrounding darkness grew heavier, enveloping him entirely. Raindrops pounded the ground, and the howling wind made him gradually feel cold. His lips turned pale, and his movements grew slower and slower until he finally stopped. The man knelt in the muddy ground, his forehead repeatedly striking the earth as sobs escaped his mouth. Yaya, Daddy is useless. Daddy is useless. His voice grew weaker and weaker until it disappeared entirely. He collapsed into the mud, letting the heavy rain soak his body. His eyelids grew heavier, as if he were about to fall asleep. Just then, a golden light filled his vision. Daddy, Daddy. Suddenly, his daughter's voice, Yaya's voice, echoed in his ears. The man jolted, his consciousness snapping back. He felt the wounds on his body healing rapidly, and his exhaustion quickly dissipated. Dazed, he propped himself up and found his entire body enveloped in a warm, gentle golden light. What is this? The man looked up and saw a dragon radiating golden light in the distance. His pupils instantly contracted. A dragon. That was a dragon. Crack! Suddenly, the ground in front of him collapsed, and golden light emanated from the fissure. The light grew closer and closer. The man widened his eyes and saw his daughter Yaya and his parents slowly rising from the crack, gently landing on the ground. The middle-aged man hurriedly embraced Yaya. scrambling to confirm that his daughter was breathing normally and that his parents were safe and sound. A joyful smile immediately spread across his face. The next moment, he quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the golden dragon, but in the blink of an eye, the dragon had vanished. The man knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times in the direction the dragon had left, his voice filled with gratitude. In the dense forest, a small golden dragon, now transformed into a tiny version of itself, watched the scene unfold. Its 5 claws gently stroked its whiskers. Not bad. I gained some faith power. Guess my help wasn't for nothing. Little Jean opened its dragon mouth, preparing to find a place to rest, when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in its mind. You finished your task. Now hurry back. Little Jin's body trembled, its 5 claws clenching tightly with a cracking sound. Finally, it closed its dragon eyes and flew along the mountain path toward Jiang Ye's direction. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, military vehicles slowly drove in. Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, and Bai Li Pangpang got out of the vehicles and stood neatly with the other new recruits in front of the instructor. Jiang Yi reached out and retrieved the little golden dragon he had sent out earlier. Huh, why did the devouring progress suddenly jump to 5%? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Last time, this sound hunter in Chuanjing and the 2-headed fire serpent in Haijing only added 2%. This time, it increased by 3% all at once. Master, this is called faith power. When a god is worshipped by people, their faith can be converted into power, Little Jean said proudly. Jiang Yi nodded, then coldly asked, What did you just call me? The little golden dragon in the ring froze, cursing inwardly, realizing it had accidentally let something slip. And nothing, master. You deserve 2 slaps. Little Jean. Jiang Yi withdrew his left hand and looked up at the gloomy sky. The villagers' lives had been saved now. It was time to focus on increasing the magic modification value. The key to this incident lay in whether Zhuaiga would go undercover in the ancient god church. As long as Shen Qingzhu could be stopped from joining the ancient god church, it would be the greatest modification. However, he wasn't sure if he would be pulled back later. Whatever, he thought, better to earn the modification value first. Everyone is here. 7 villages in Jinan Mountain have been affected by the disaster. We must split up to take action, Yuan Gang said solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the new recruits standing straight in the rain, feeling gratified in his heart. Jiang Yi. Here. Jiang Yi stepped out from the ranks. Yuan Gang nodded. You, Instructor Han, and Xiao Yuan take 13 new recruits to village number 6. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, but still agreed. Yes. The village where the ancient god cult appeared was village number 7, the deepest in Jinan Mountain, and it was also where Shen Qingzhu encountered the followers. But it didn't matter anywhere in Xia. He could go wherever he wanted. After Yuan Gang finished assigning tasks, he added, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, Molly, and Instructor Hong will go together to the deepest village number 7. He then arranged the rescue personnel for several other villages. Yuan Gang. Time is life, set off immediately. All the new recruits and instructors stepped forward in unison and responded loudly. Yes. Lin Xie got into the vehicle heading to village No. 7 and glanced back at Jiang Yi, who was sitting in another vehicle. Smack. Bai Li Pangpang patted Lin Xie's shoulder and laughed. Already reluctant to part after just separating? Lin Xie frowned and looked away. No, I just feel that this disaster is a bit strange, and I'm uneasy. If you're scared, just admit it. Stop being stubborn. Bai Li Pangpang laughed and turned to the red-haired Molly beside him, thumping his chest and saying, Molly, just watch my performance later. Lin Xie was speechless and said no more. Molly shot Bai Li Pangpang a cold glare and turned her head away. On the other side, Jiang Yi sat next to Qiao Yuan, sensing a familiar presence approaching Yuan Gang's tent. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The whisperer had arrived. Inside the tent, Yuan Gang gazed into the depths of Jinan Mountain. The continuous mountain range and the overcast sky made the evening grow darker. The path up the mountain would only become more treacherous, posing a significant challenge for them. I wonder if these new recruits can handle it. I doubt it. Suddenly, a voice with a Western accent rang out. Yuan Gang frowned as a noble gentleman in a tailcoat, with a brooch pinned to his chest, appeared before him. Murmur. Yuan Gang's face immediately darkened. The surrounding scenery gradually faded, raindrops froze mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, he was no longer by the tent. Murmur extended his hand gracefully and smiled. It seems Vice Captain Yuan from Shangjing is quite familiar with me. Yuan Gang responded calmly. One of the three oldest gods of the ancient god church, a true nightmare, who personally created its followers. Murmur nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since that's the case, let's have a good chat here. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows slightly. Murmur's presence here was certainly not just for idle talk. It seemed this disaster was orchestrated by the ancient god church, aiming to lure everyone from the training camp here. And then, your targets are Jiang Yi and Lin Xia, aren't they? Stopping me here means you're not confident, does it? Murmur sneered coldly. No, no, no. I'm very confident. But my last failure left me furious, so I want to eliminate all possibilities. Yuan Gang was a powerful Sea Realm warrior. If he fought with all his might, the power within the Night Watcher's metal could be pushed to its limits at any time. As long as Yuan Gang could be restrained, the others wouldn't pose any threat. Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. The forbidden ruins unfolded in an instant, and a golden light shield lit up around him. Murmur chuckled. Although I'm just a projection of the nightmare and my true form is still being hunted by the medium, dealing with you is more than enough. Yuan Gang snorted coldly. Then let's see you try. Footsteps echoed as the two were about to clash. Both Murmur and Yuan Gang turned to look, only to see a young figure emerge from the darkness, his bright black eyes particularly striking. Murmur froze. How did this guy get in here? Jiang Yi. Yuan Gang was equally puzzled. Jiang Yi scratched his head and said, Sorry, I'm late. Don't fight just yet. I wanted to ask, how do I get out of here? Murmur was speechless. Yuan Gang was even more surprised. Weren't you on a rescue mission in village number 6? How did you get here? Jiang Yi replied earnestly, I don't know either. I was just walking, and then I ended up here. Yuan Gang paused, looked at Murmur, and shook his head. Your nightmare is pretty lousy, isn't it? Murmur was at a loss for words, his expression gradually darkening as he squinted his eyes. I don't care how you got here. Since you're here, you might as well become my follower. If you join me, I can make you the first seed among my followers, leading them all. When the ancient god descends, you will hold the highest authority. How about it? Tempted? His eyes gleamed with excitement. Jiang Yi, who had fused with the essence of the gods, would undoubtedly rival the three great ancient gods in the future. Jiang Yi lowered his head in thought for a moment, then shook it. Murmur's expression turned awkward, then darkened. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction, walked up to Jiang Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and left him with a good luck before stepping back. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. He thought, Are you really my instructor? Why are you hiding behind me? But Yuan Gang stood his ground, self-assured. Having once slain the two-headed fire serpent of the Sea Realm with a single strike, Jiang Yi's current strength could only be greater. Jiang Yi, this is for your own good. It'll give you more combat experience. Do your best. Yuan Gang spoke seriously. Yu listened, speechless, and mocked with a smile. Chief Yuan, you, a Sea Realm, hiding behind a Pool Realm, how shameless. Yuan Gang snorted coldly, crossing his arms. This is a soldier I trained. If you can't even defeat him, do you think you're qualified to challenge me? He shot Yu a glance and turned his head disdainfully. What a low level. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. All right, you sure know how to act. Yu was so angry he could spit fire. A seed of divinity? I want to see what a mere Pool Realm can do. Don't forget, this is my domain. Let me show you your inner nightmare. Yu unleashed his spiritual power, and the nightmare scene began to shift. Waves of soul attacks surged into Jiang Yi's mind. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Want to see? The last time someone wanted to see, that fox demon already. Fine, I'll let you take a look. He relaxed his mind, allowing Yu's soul attacks to penetrate directly into his consciousness. To him, it was nothing more than a tickle. Yu easily entered Jiang Yi's spiritual world, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Pool Realm so weak. As his soul attack entered, he saw the depths of Jiang Yi's inner world. Huh, what is this? Yu's eyes were filled with a vast expanse of stars and the universe. He turned to look behind him, where Earth was shrouded in mist. This is his nightmare? Why is it in the starry sky? No twisted humanity, no corpses or disasters, how boring. He sneered disdainfully. Mortal, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god? Suddenly, a soul-shaking voice came from behind him. EU's entire body trembled as he slowly turned around, his pupils contracting sharply. Before him stood a figure with 6 wings radiating holy light, holding a scepter in one hand and extending a massive palm with the other. Those golden, radiant eyes filled him with terror. He never expected that hidden within Jiang Ye's spiritual world was Seraph Michael. Before he could finish speaking, an overwhelming divine power instantly obliterated him, leaving no sound behind. The nightmare projection of EU exploded like fireworks, transforming into specks of purple light that dissipated within the domain. The surrounding raindrops returned to their normal descent, and the sound of wind and rain reached Yuan Gang and Jiang Ye's ears. Jiang Ye chuckled. Honestly, he just had to look, couldn't control his curiosity. Yuan Gang's hand, gripping his blade, trembled slightly, his eyes wide. What? It's over just like that? I thought it would be an epic battle. One of the 3 ancient gods of the ancient god church, just like that? So weak, yet still showing off? Truly low level. EU coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, the feeling of his nightmare projection vanishing instantly, clearly unpleasant. He was deeply puzzled. Lin Xie was supposed to be the Seraph's agent. How does this kid also possess divine power? Moreover, that divine power clearly wasn't the kind held by the Seraph's agent. It carried a murderous aura, merely suppressed by some force. This indicated that Jiang Ye's relationship with the Seraph wasn't good, which is why this divine power was hidden within him. Mortal, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god? This sentence was deeply etched into EU's mind. He furrowed his brows. It seems this operation is more complicated than I imagined. No matter what, if the agent of death can't be dealt with, the dual agents of the Seraph and the Goddess of Night must not be spared. I refuse to believe that the agents of the Seraph and the Goddess of Night can destroy my nightmare projection using their spiritual worlds. EU snorted coldly, and another nightmare projection descended upon Jinan Mountain. Zzz. At that moment, the sound of thunder echoed from the dark sky. Above the dark clouds, 7 lightning pillars slowly emerged, each with a cloaked, hooded figure standing atop. EU's expression grew even darker. This is endless. His figure flickered and vanished instantly. The moment he disappeared, the 7 lightning pillars crashed down with a thunderous roar, shattering the night's silence. The captain of the medium squad adjusted his hood and gazed into the distance. Keep pursuing, he ordered. The other team members nodded mechanically, and the 7 pillars rose into the air once more. They moved like emotionless machines, knowing only to obey orders. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, inside a glowing tent, Jiang Yi and Yuan Gang woke from a nightmare. The instructors searching for Yuan Gang were startled to see the 2 suddenly appear. Chief Instructor, where did you go just now? How did you suddenly show up? Now's not the time to explain. Immediately contact Hong Hao in Village 7 and have him protect the recruits and villagers. Also, have Instructor Han support Village 7 right away. We're heading out immediately. Yuan Gang knew the ancient god church's targets were Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Now that EU's projection had been eliminated, there were still followers in the mountains, and their strength might not be weak. The instructors hesitated briefly, but Yuan Gang's sudden disappearance indicated the situation was serious. They quickly ran to their vehicles and drove over. After giving his orders, Yuan Gang turned around and, where was he? He froze. Wasn't Jiang Yi just here? How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? Yuan Gang searched everywhere, but couldn't find Jiang Yi, only spotting footprints leading up the mountain. What's the rush? Can a person be faster than a car? Yuan Gang's face was full of anxiety. Seeing the military vehicles approaching, he grabbed the star blade from the tent and jumped into the car. In the dark night, heavy rain pounded against his raincoat, making a sharp sound as Yuan Gang gripped the blade sheath tightly. He stared intently at the shadowy mountain range, his brows furrowed and unrelaxed. Hey, where's Jiang Yi? An instructor beside him asked. Yuan Gang turned back. He went up the mountain on his own. Don't worry about him, he'll be fine. Went up the mountain on his own. The instructors were skeptical, but ultimately kept quiet. The car drove deeper along the winding mountain road. Deep within Jinnin Mountain, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pang Pang, and the others were about to shout, "We are soldiers of the Great Xiao army. Death retreats, those who remain will survive." But they discovered all the villagers were hiding behind a low wall. Apart from trembling in the wind and rain, not a single wound was visible on them. Instructor Hong and Lin Xie were stunned. Bai Li Pang Pang hesitantly pointed at the villagers. "Is this a disaster area? Did we come to the wrong place?" Instructor Hong propped his chin with his hand, staring at the unharmed villagers, lost in thought. Lin Xie quickly noticed something unusual. The mudslide had buried the village, and the villagers' faces showed the lingering fear of surviving a sudden disaster. This indicated the calamity struck without warning. But strangely, if there was no warning, how was no one injured? Not even a scratch. This wasn't normal. Hey. Instructor Hong, what's the situation on your end?" At that moment, Instructor Han's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Instructor Hong picked it up and pressed the button. "The situation is a bit odd. Are all the villagers uninjured?" "No, not even a scratch." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. "Your side too?" Instructor Hong asked in surprise. "Yeah, it's really strange. Such a massive mudslide. The village submerged, yet not a single villager is hurt." They also said they saw a golden dragon shining with golden light, claiming that a divine dragon had appeared. Everyone grew increasingly confused upon hearing this. A divine dragon appeared? Could something mysterious have happened? Instructor Hong's expression changed. After briefly responding to Instructor Han, he put down the walkie-talkie and walked over to the villagers in front of the low wall. Lin Xie and the others followed him. "Hello, sir. We are the rescue team. What happened here? How did you survive?" Instructor Hong asked. The elderly man, who had a resolute expression, relaxed his guard upon hearing they were the rescue team. "Let my son tell you. He knows," the old man said, gently patting his son's shoulder. The group turned to look and saw a middle-aged man holding a little girl. He hesitated for a moment and then spoke with an emotional tone. "Are you really the rescue team?" Instructor Hong nodded and took out his military ID. "Yes." The middle-aged man handed the sleeping little girl to the old man and led the group a bit further away, afraid of waking the child. He began to speak slowly. "Before the mudslide happened, I was still on the mountain, so I managed to avoid the disaster. When I heard the commotion, I rushed back to the village, but the village had already been completely buried by the mudslide. I couldn't see a single person." "Completely buried? Not a single person?" Instructor Hong and the others looked puzzled. "What happened next?" Lin Xie asked. The middle-aged man lowered his head and hesitated before saying, "You might not believe what I'm about to say, but I saw it clearly." "Uncle, go ahead. Are you going to say a divine dragon really appeared to save people?" Bai Li Pang Pang joked with a smile. The man nodded repeatedly. "Yes, a divine dragon appeared." Everyone exchanged glances. "Uncle, are you serious? A divine dragon appeared? You're not making this up, are you?" Bai Li Pang Pang asked, his face full of surprise. The others also showed strange expressions. Such supernatural events were too mysterious for them, feeling more like miracles. But why would a divine being care about such trivial matters? It seemed illogical. It felt more like some mysterious force had saved people. Mysterious things usually don't harm people, let alone help them. Lin Xie frowned. "Uncle, can you describe the dragon you saw in detail?" The middle-aged man nodded. Its entire body was shining with golden light. When the light touched the injured, their wounds immediately healed. It was truly miraculous. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. This description was identical to what Instructor Han had mentioned. Could the divine dragon really exist? In the Great Xia, dragon symbolizes immense power and hope. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie buzzed. Instructor Hong turned to press the button, and Yuan Gang's voice came through. "This disaster was orchestrated by the ancient god cult. You need to be careful, their followers might be hiding nearby, and they are very powerful." Upon hearing ancient god cult, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Instructor Hong glanced at Lin Xie and nodded. "Understood, Chief Instructor. I will protect everyone." Yuan Gang continued. "What about the victims?" Instructor Hong looked at the villagers and replied solemnly, "Unharmed." The walkie-talkie went silent for over 10 seconds before Yuan Gang's voice returned. Describe the situation in detail. Instructor Hong hesitated before repeating the middle-aged man's account. To put it simply, a divine dragon appeared. Yuan Gang fell silent, and then the connection was cut off. Instructor Hong was slightly stunned and shrugged helplessly. He looked at the soaked middle-aged man and couldn't help but say, "Let's not worry about the divine dragon for now. Let's settle the villagers first and wait for the other rescue teams to take them down the mountain." Lin Xie and the others nodded, this moment. The middle-aged man suddenly grabbed Instructor Hong's arm. "Officer, can you help my wife? During the heavy rain, she ran out to look for me and hasn't returned yet. The child has been crying for her mother. I'm willing to go with you to find her." The man looked at his daughter, Yaya, with a complicated expression. Instructor Hong and Lin Xie exchanged glances. It was already late, and entering the mountains was extremely risky. Adding to that, the cultists of the ancient god church were lurking nearby, making it even more dangerous. Instructor Hong patted the man's shoulder. "This is our responsibility. Leave it to us. Rest assured, we won't give up on anyone." The man was silent for a moment, then nodded, his complex gaze returning to the villagers. At this moment, the little girl woke up and looked at her father. "Daddy, where did Mommy go?" The middle-aged man patted her head and forced a smile. "It's okay. Mommy will be back when the sun comes up." "Oh, okay," Yaya replied, nodding in disappointment. Shen Qingzhu watched this scene, clenching her fists tightly. She turned her head to look at the dark forest. "We can't go into the mountains now. The cultists of the ancient god church are definitely lying in ambush nearby. Their target is you, Lin Xie," Instructor Hong said. "So, we should wait for Instructor Yuan to bring reinforcements before searching for the girl's mother. That would be the safest." Lin Xie and Bailey Pangpang nodded, helplessly looking at the girl. Shen Qingzhu snorted softly, making up her mind. Lin Xie, Bailey Pangpang, and Molly found a relatively intact house to shelter the villagers from the rain. "Hey, where's the cool guy?" Bailey Pangpang, exhausted and slumped on the ground, looked around for Shen Qingzhu's figure. Lin Xie gazed toward the distant forest. "Probably went up the mountain. Deng Wei and the others are gone too." In the forest, Shen Qingzhu impatiently stared at Deng Wei and his two companions. "Brother Shen, don't worry. We won't hold you back. We're super fast at finding people." Deng Wei, with his dark skin, smiled and assured her. Shen Qingzhu pretended to be angry. "Don't make it seem like I need you. I can handle this alone. You three get back." The three of them weren't offended at all and continued to follow closely, showing no intention of leaving. Shen Qingzhu turned her head helplessly, frowning, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. The forest was very dark. The four of them used high-powered flashlights to search along the mountain path. In the pitch-black woods, two pairs of eyes stared at the distant beams of light. All four of them are at the pond realm, and the target isn't among them. The man in the black robe at the front shook his head. The burly man holding a large axe chuckled and looked at the 10th seat. "These four kids are mine to handle. There's no need for someone at the sea realm like you to step in." "Fine. I just don't understand what Lord Murmur is thinking, sending the 6th seat. Who's at the peak of the boundless realm?" The 12th seat was puzzled. A group of newcomers who had just reached the pinnacle of the highest river realm warranted such a grand deployment? "I'll go take care of those four first. Completing the mission is the priority." The burly man gripped his large axe tightly and slowly walked toward Shen Qingzhu. The 12th seat shook his head and turned to look at the village below. Just as he was about to act, a wave of divine power rippled through the space. He quickly looked toward the right side of the village. The aura of a seraph's divine power? That kid is trying to lure me away to protect the villagers? So be it. After all, those villagers are just bait. The real target is the dual god proxy. The black robe fluttered in the wind as he swiftly approached Lin Xie. In the distance, Lin Xie was moving away from the village. After communicating with the Starry Night Dancer and the bat, his expression turned serious. The aura was stronger than the river realm sea realm. It seems an intense battle is inevitable. He himself was only at the pond realm, completely incapable of contending with sea realm experts. However, last time, the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent had summoned a sea realm creature, and with the addition of Mumu, there might still be a chance of victory. If all else failed, he still had the soul vessel. Thinking of this, Feeling the pressure behind him, he quickened his pace, sprinting through the night. Kid, with your pond realm speed, do you think you can? Squelch. Huh. Just as the voice of the sea realm believer came through, before the sentence was finished, the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. Lin Xie froze, immediately halting his steps. A bat flew onto his shoulder. Dead. Realizing that the sea realm believer had been slain by a sudden burst of white blade energy, Lin Xie was stunned. He turned and ran to the corpse of the 12th seed, his eyes lighting up as he precisely severed the head with one strike. The body was left headless, the head nowhere to be found. This technique, why does it seem a bit like Jiang Ye's? No need to doubt, it's me. As Lin Xie was pondering, Jiang Yi slowly emerged from the forest. Lin Xie froze, looking at him, somewhat speechless. Next time, leave it to me. I'm not bad either. Having experienced the last drill, he was no longer surprised by Jiang Ye's ability to slay a sea realm expert with a single strike. Jiang Yi nodded. There's another sea realm in the mountains, at the mountainside. I'll leave it to you. I'm heading up to help Xin Qingzhu. You go have some fun with him. With that, Jiang Yi turned and ran up the mountain. Lin Xie, a pond realm messing with a sea realm? Am I out of my mind? Boom. Suddenly, an explosion echoed through the forest, and looking up, he saw flames shooting into the sky. That's the explosion of Qi Min. Looks like Xin Qingzhu and the others have encountered believers too. Lin Xie immediately ran, trying to catch up with Jiang Yi. But as he ran, he noticed the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Raindrops hung suspended in the air, motionless. Huh. He stopped in his tracks, seeing a man in a tailcoat slowly approaching. The man, with a mocking tone, said, "Let me see what secrets lie hidden deep within your soul." Lin Xie stared at the man, slightly stunned, sizing up his attire before asking, "Are you Whisper?" Whisper smiled. "It seems I'm quite famous. I'm curious, how did you become the proxy of two gods? Why is that?" Lin Xie gripped his blade with his right hand, his gaze turning resolute, saying nothing. Whisper sneered, "It doesn't matter if you don't answer. Once I enter the depths of your soul, everything will become clear." Lin Xie's motion to draw his blade paused. "You want to enter the depths of my soul?" "That's right. A person's soul is like a toy before me, with no secrets. Once I control your soul, you'll have no choice but to obey me." Whisper was brimming with confidence. Lin Xie slowly lowered his hand from the hilt, blinked, and lowered his head in thought. Whisper chuckled. Scared now. Lin Xie looked up, tugged at his lower eyelid with his index finger, and stuck out his tongue, making a funny face. "Oh no, I'm so scared." Whisper. Seeing Lin Xie's fearless demeanor, Whisper hesitated instead. He had made his intentions so clear, yet this kid wasn't afraid? Could it be that, like Jiang Yi, he had some secret hidden deep within his soul? Whisper recalled the information on Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Both had gone blind at the age of 7. But Lin Xie had become the proxy of a seraph, while Jiang Yi had not. Jiang Yi's body still bore the torment of divine power laws. What was going on here? Whisper stood up thoughtfully, but did not immediately rush into Lin Xie's soul. Lin Xie saw that Murmur was startled by him and muttered softly, "This Murmur is really timid. I thought he was quite formidable." However, in reality, Murmur could clearly sense Lin Xie's control over every subtle movement within the nightmare. Murmur frowned and cast a gloomy glance at Lin Xie. Pretentious. As soon as he finished speaking, his powerful soul force surged into Lin Xie's mind. Even though Lin Xie possessed the divine power of a seraph, it was merely an illusory image. Most likely, Lin Xie didn't have such power at all otherwise. He wouldn't have become the seraph's proxy. In this gamble, Murmur had at least an 80% chance of winning. Deep within Lin Xie's soul, Murmur, dressed in a tailcoat, wandered through a mist-filled world, his brows furrowed. But to his relief, he didn't see Lin Xie being obliterated by the seraph. This time, Murmur had won the bet. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he continued forward, and a building gradually came into view. "God's Asylum," he murmured, reading the name aloud and glancing at the towering statues around him, his unease growing. "These two guys' soul worlds, each one is stranger than the last," Murmur muttered to himself. But his steps didn't falter as he ascended the stairs and approached the asylum's entrance. The more mysterious it was, the more curious he became. As he reached the door and was about to knock, he suddenly heard a click, and the door slowly opened on its own. The light inside gradually brightened, and the scene became clear. Murmur squinted slightly, adjusting to the light, and several figures came into view. "SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish together," said a woman in purple, accompanied by Patrick Star and Lin Chia, who was dressed in a doctor's coat. Lin Chia smiled, extended his right hand, and made a welcoming gesture. "Welcome to my asylum." Outside, in the mountain forest. Boom. Flames soared into the sky as Shen Qingzhu tightly shielded the three injured individuals behind him, his gaze fixed on the muscular man wielding a massive axe in front of him. "Heh, protecting these three useless people will only make you die faster. Why not let me chop off their heads first?" The muscular man raised his axe and swung it fiercely at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu touched the ring on his finger. Snap! A crisp snap of his fingers echoed, and an explosion erupted around the muscular man, temporarily pushing him back with a powerful shockwave. However, given his defense, Shen Qingzhu gasped for breath, the aftermath of the explosion forcing him to collapse onto the muddy ground. His gaze was fixed intently on the flames ahead. Within the firelight, a dark silhouette slowly emerged, wielding a large axe that whistled through the air with every swing. The muscular man, though his clothes and skin were somewhat charred, appeared mostly unscathed, brimming with vitality and energy. As expected from a high-risk forbidden ruin. "To think you'd manage to injure me to this extent, you're not half bad," the man said, glancing at the axe in his hand. "Next, I'll chop you all down, one by one." Whoosh! In an instant, the man's muscular arm bulged as he raised the axe, which was larger than his own head, and swung it fiercely toward Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu clenched his fists tightly, preparing to roll and dodge the attack. Suddenly, clang! A sharp metallic screech echoed as a streak of white light cut through the darkness, slicing swiftly across the man's body. His body was cleaved in half. Shen Qingzhu froze in shock, his eyes wide as he saw a glowing white line appear down the center of the man's body, splitting him from head to waist. Thud! The man's body fell apart, collapsing to the ground in two halves. Even the sturdy axe he wielded was split into two, the edges of the cut smooth and flawless. At that moment, a young man in a black raincoat appeared. In his left hand, he held a sheathed blade, and a black eye patch fluttered in the wind. The youth's figure was cold and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence. The heavy rain ceased, the clouds parted, and moonlight bathed the land. Seated on the wet ground, Shen Qingzhu stared at the youth in astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered under his breath, "So cool." But he quickly averted his gaze, his face returning to a calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of defiance and stubbornness. The sound of footsteps drew closer as Jiang Yi, wearing military boots, approached with steady strides. Shen Qingzhu slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Yi's youthful yet resolute face. For a moment, his mind went blank. Jiang Yi extended his right hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Come." Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped Jiang Yi's hand. His voice carried a trace of pride. "Even if you hadn't stepped in, I could have killed him myself." Then, "Thanks." Jiang Yi was about to say something when Shen Qingzhu interrupted him. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, retrieving gauze and hemostatic medicine from his soulkeeper ring before handing them to Deng Wei and the others. "Treat your wounds first. We'll head down the mountain shortly." Deng Wei and the others stared at him, their eyes filled with shock. The devout follower at the river boundary stage, whom Shen Qingzhu could barely handle, had been taken down by a single strike from Jiang Yi. His strength was terrifying. Deng Wei swallowed hard, slowly accepting the items Jiang Yi handed over. He managed a simple, honest smile. "Thank you, Jiang Yi." Li Liang and the others also expressed their gratitude one after another. Jiang Yi gave a slight nod, then turned and sat on a nearby rock, his senses scanning the entire Jinan mountain. One devout follower at the river boundary stage was chasing after Lin Chia, while another at the sea boundary stage was with the flame vein earth dragon. The one at the peak of Boundless Realm had yet to make a move, clearly disdaining to intervene. "Since that's the case, I won't bother wasting time with you all. Jiang Yi released a small golden dragon that shimmered with radiant light. The little dragon coiled around his left palm. Master, what are your orders? Take care of the rest. Eat as you wish. The little dragon turned its head to scan the mountain range, but its expression quickly turned despondent. These realms are too weak. They can't even fill me up. Master, if I stay with you, I'm bound to starve to death sooner or later. Jiang Yi's lips twitched. Once you're done here, head to the Misty Lands and find something to eat there. The little dragon blinked, then spoke with sudden excitement. You're setting me free? No, you're just too weak. Get stronger so you can actually be of use to me. Xiao Jin speechlessly patted his head, transformed into a golden light, and flew away. Huh? What was that? Shen Qingzhu saw a flash of golden light, but couldn't make out what it was. Did I see it wrong? He shook his head, glanced at Deng Wei and the others who were bandaging their wounds, and felt slightly relieved. However, the ancient god church hurt my brothers sooner or later. I'll make them pay. Shen Qingzhu turned to look at Jiang Yi, who was sitting beside him. He took a piece of gum from his pocket and walked over. Want some? He handed it over. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate, took a piece, unwrapped it, and started chewing. Shen Qingzhu smiled and sat on a nearby rock, gazing at the sparse moonlight in the sky. Jiang Yi, how are you so strong? It makes me a little jealous. You're not bad either. Shen Qingzhu shook his head. Not as good, but I didn't say I won't surpass you in the future. Jiang Yi, can I ask you something? Why do you want to become strong? He turned his head to look at Jiang Yi. Why become strong? Jiang Yi looked up at the clouds filtering the moonlight. Because my enemies are strong. Shen Qingzhu was slightly stunned, wanting to ask more, but feeling it might be impolite, so he just nodded. What about you? Jiang Yi asked, seeing his silence. Me? Shen Qingzhu pointed at himself, then glanced at Deng Wei and the others. My reason for becoming strong is simple. I can't stand those who bully the weak and rely on their power to oppress others. If I want to take them down, I have to become strong. Just like the ancient god church earlier. Once I have the strength, they'll be the first I deal with. They hurt my brothers, and I won't forget this debt. Shen Qingzhu clenched his fist and said with a smile. Jiang Yi nodded approvingly. You have a strong sense of justice. TCH, don't think that just because you praise me, I won't go easy on you in the future. Just wait, I'll surpass you. Shen Qingzhu saw the three had almost finished bandaging their wounds and stood up. Let's go down the mountain. Need help? He looked into Jiang Yi's dark eyes. Jiang Yi smiled faintly and pointed at Deng Wei and the others. Help them. Shen Qingzhu pursed his lips, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and walked over to help Li Liang, who had a leg injury, down the mountain. Jiang Yi assisted the other two. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. You caused Yu to lose the nightmare projection, leaving a shadow in its heart, making it afraid to return to Jinnan Mountain, which delayed Shen Qingzhu's progress in infiltrating the ancient god church. You saved all the villagers of Jinnan Mountain, released Xiao Jin, and affected the internal structure of the Jinnan Mountain storyline. You gained 40,000 modification points. Current modification points, 480,000. Reach 500,000 points to obtain the divine skill. Words become law. Random reward triggered. Random ability pack only 40,000? Jiang Yi frowned as he walked down the mountain. Delaying Shen Qingzhu's progress in infiltrating the ancient god church meant that this storyline would eventually return. So, this didn't change Shen Qingzhu's character development trajectory. Just 20,000 more points to get the divine skill, truly impressive. It seems that once I returned at Songnan, I'll have to deal with Lord Baylor first. That should be enough points. Still, triggering the random reward isn't bad. Random ability pack. Forget it. I'll open it when I get back to the village. Jiang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling slightly more at ease. After walking a few steps, he suddenly realized a big problem. If Shen Qingzhu is going to infiltrate the ancient god church in the future, how will he deal with Yu without the heaven-returning jade? In the original story, Bai Li Pangpang only took out the rejuvenation jade when he saw Zhuaiga in danger. Now that there's no issue, does that mean he's asking me for help? Oh no. Jiang Yi gradually realized that his involvement was causing the plot to automatically adjust, integrating him into it. Damn that Sanju old thief, no, urge you. Jiang Yi pulled his thoughts back and looked up at Shen Qingzhu walking ahead. He recalled what Shen Qingzhu had said earlier. Now that the magic modification value had been obtained, the rest could be dealt with later. He slightly raised his head, feeling the moon obscured by the clouds. This defiant young man, wasn't he the same way himself? A faint glow emanated from Jiang Ye's palm. With a gentle flick, the light flew directly into Shen Qingzhu's body. With a max-level mental void, setting up a mental barrier to prevent murmurs from being detected was a piece of cake. Shen Qingzhu, walking ahead, suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over, like an electric current coursing through his body. He immediately sensed his mental strength had seemingly grown stronger. Shen Qingzhu froze abruptly, his steps coming to a halt. Li Liang curiously looked over and asked, "Brother Shen, why did you stop? Did something happen again?" Boom. A powerful surge of mental energy erupted from Shen Qingzhu's body, his realm skyrocketing from the pool realm to the peak of the pool realm, finally stabilizing at the river realm. Shen Qingzhu instantly felt his mental energy flowing like a river, endless and unceasing. Deng Wei and Li Liang exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, Brother Shen, you broke through." "Brother Shen, did you really break through to the river realm?" Deng Wei asked in astonishment. Shen Qingzhu slowly regained his composure, feeling the abundant mental energy within him, and nodded slightly, saying, "It seems so." In truth, he was just as baffled. How could he break through just by walking? Could it be that fighting with that muscle-bound guy earlier had led to an epiphany? But he hadn't felt anything at all. "Brother Shen, you're amazing. You're the first person in our training camp to break through to the river realm," Li Liang said, clapping with his injured leg. Deng Wei and Li Jia also joined in congratulating him. Though the three of them were of average strength, they were genuinely happy to see Shen Qingzhu's breakthrough. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, felt a bit guilty and quickly withdrew his hand. Damn it. He had given Shen Qingzhu too much mental energy earlier, causing him to break through instantly. It was all the system's fault for not letting him experience the feeling of breaking through from the pool realm to the river realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. So, after a brief celebration, the four of them descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they happened to encounter Bai Li Pang, who was rushing over. Bai Li Pang saw Jiang Yi and was momentarily stunned. "Brother Jiang Yi, you're here too?" "Here to help you guys." Bai Li Pang nodded. Earlier, even Instructor Yuan had come, so it was normal for Jiang Yi to rush over from Village 6, the closest to Village 7. Huh. Bai Li Pang looked at Shen Qingzhu, his eyes widening as he hurried over to touch Shen Qingzhu's body. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Shen Qingzhu shouted. Bai Li Pang withdrew his hand and said thoughtfully, "No, Zhuaiga, why do you seem different?" "Of course, Brother Shen just broke through to the river realm." "Jealous," Deng Wei boasted proudly. "What?" Bai Li Pang took 2 steps back and looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded. Bai Li Pang's eyes lit up, and he slapped his left cheek, his face full of frustration. Even Zhuaiga had become stronger? Weren't they supposed to grow up together? Why weren't they waiting for him? "Fatty, stop overreacting. I broke through, aren't you happy?" Bai Li Pang said with a bitter face, whispering. "Happy? Of course I'm happy." Shen Qingzhu glanced at Bai Li Pang and asked seriously, "How are things in the village and with Instructor Hong?" Bai Li Pang composed himself and said, "I went into the mountains with Instructor Hong, but he was stopped by a Chuanjing follower. The two started fighting, and then they disappeared. So I came to find you all. Later, I ran into Instructor Yuan, who also headed deeper into the forest and told me to bring you back to the village." Shen Qingzhu frowned, wanting to rush into the mountains directly. Bai Li Pang quickly grabbed him. "Don't be hasty. Instructor Yuan is at the Haijing level, and you've just entered Chuanjing. Let's not stir up trouble. We might even make things worse. Right, Jiang Yi ji?" Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Seeing him nod, Shen Qingzhu reluctantly gave up the idea of helping. "That's more like it. The top priority is to ensure the villagers' safety." Bai Li Pang took the lead, guiding them toward the village. From time to time, he stopped and leaned close to Shen Qingzhu's ear to ask, "Hey, how did you break through to Chuanjing? Got any tips?" Shen Qingzhu rubbed his ear. "Yes. What is it? When we get to the village, find an open space and lie down." Bai Li Pang's face lit up with anticipation. "And then?" Do I need to chant some spell? No. Then, just wash up and go to sleep. Everything you want is in your dreams. Bailey Pang Pang stared at him speechlessly. Deep within Jinan Mountain, a tiny golden dragon, no larger than a leaf, darted swiftly through the air, its dragon eyes filled with exhaustion and anger. A dignified divine dragon, reduced to being a laborer in this world. Who in the dragon clan could possibly understand this? The little golden dragon was on the verge of tears. It shook its head and sensed the presence of several people below. Its dragon claw gently stroked its whiskers. No, I must gather some faith power. Only by intervening at critical moments can humans once again revere us. It nodded to itself and was about to descend to observe the battle. Boom. Suddenly, the mountain shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. A mere earth dragon, and it actually has some skill. The little golden dragon twirled its whiskers excitedly, watching as the entire mountain was overturned. It scratched at the scales on its body and pulled out a bag of chips from Jiang Ye's ring. Human lifestyles are truly peculiar. It tore open the packaging, grabbed a chip, and crunched it loudly, its eyes fixed on the fierce battle below. The upheaval of the mountain revealed dark red magma bubbling up continuously. A fiery red Yanmai earth dragon soared into the air, its eyes blazing with intense flames as it stared at Instructor Hong and Lin Xie. Meanwhile, Instructor Yuan was locked in a fierce battle with another Haijing-level follower, evenly matched. As for the Chuanjing followers, they had long been dealt with by Lin Xie, who could summon Haijing-level creatures. However, Lin Xie's mental energy was now depleted, leaving him unable to summon any more pets to fight. The only option left was, Lin Xie, the two of us are no match for this earth dragon. You're the agent of the twin gods, with limitless potential. The best I can do now is buy you some time, hurry and retreat. Hanging from the cliff, Hong Hao reached into his clothes with his left hand and pulled out a medal. Lin Xie was startled, his mind flashing back to that rainy night and the blurry figure. Old Zhao. Instructor Hong stared at the name on the medal, his heart resolute. If darkness descends. He gripped the medal tightly, and a silver needle extended from it. Just as he was about to stab into his own flesh, Lin Xie suddenly grabbed his arm. Instructor Hong froze. No need. I have a way, Lin Xie said seriously. After speaking, he snatched the medal, retracted the silver needle, and stuffed it into his clothes. You brat. Instructor Hong hadn't finished speaking when Lin Xie stepped onto the cliff, wielding the star blade, and soared into the sky. His consciousness connected to the mental hospital, and his eyes instantly turned pitch black and profound. Manifest. In an instant, Lin Xie's hair grew longer, fluttering in the wind. The divine power of the goddess of the night possessed him, and the deepest darkness rapidly enveloped the surroundings, swallowing even the moonlight in the sky. Below, Instructor Hong, along with the battling Sea Realm follower and Yuan gang, stopped their actions and stared in terror at Lin Xie in the night sky. The flame-vein earth dragon seemed to sense Lin Xie's overwhelming aura, letting out a series of dragon roars, twisting its body and spewing flames. Lin Xie's eyes were as black as ink, the night shimmering within them. In an instant, he appeared behind the flame-vein earth dragon. The star blade was held horizontally in front of him, divine power converging on the blade, which turned pitch black in an instant. Slash. Lin Xie swung out a dark crescent slash, the powerful surge of divine energy making the flame-vein earth dragon's eyes widen. Just as it tried to turn and evade, the dark slash had already cut through its body. The deepest darkness corroded it, rapidly draining its life force, leaving it powerless to resist. Lin Xie slowly exited the manifestation state, his face pale as paper, watching the falling corpse of the earth dragon. The corpse must be retrieved. Before he could finish speaking, a golden flash suddenly darted over and miraculously swallowed the flame-vein earth dragon's corpse in one gulp. My corpse. Damn you, old six. Lin Xie's eyes went blank, his head swayed a few times, and he fainted on the spot. Killed it? Instructor Hong was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Xie to take down the Sea Realm flame-vein earth dragon with a single strike. This was practically on par with that freak Jiang Yi. In his astonishment, Instructor Hong even forgot that Lin Xie was still falling to the ground. With a loud thud, Lin Xie crashed heavily into the jungle. Damn, I forgot to save him. Instructor Hong quickly climbed down to tiny specks of golden light flickered across the night sky. What was that? To think something could steal the Earth Dragon's corpse right under my nose without me noticing at all. The sixth seat fell into deep thought. He had assumed this mission would be an easy one, but it seemed he would have to take action himself. Dual God proxies interesting, but this is as far as they go. He had just witnessed Lin Xie's strike, which could elevate someone from the pond realm to the sea realm in an instant. Such an incredible power was truly enviable. The corners of the sixth seat's mouth lifted slightly as he scanned the surroundings. After confirming there was no trace of the golden light, he leapt off the cliff. Just as the sixth seat's figure disappeared, Xiaojin suddenly appeared at the spot where he had been standing, holding a dragon whisker and chuckling softly. Even you can't see through the methods of this divine dragon. But that earth dragon's bloodline is too impure. What a terrible taste. It paused, then mused. I wonder how that human tastes. Intrigued, it followed after him. Below, Yuan Gang was locked in fierce combat with a Sea Realm follower. Director Yuan, don't waste your energy. Did you think we only had this many people? The 14th seat sneered. Yuan Gang's brow furrowed. Your target is 2 Pond Realm individuals, yet you sent someone from the Boundless Realm. Isn't that overkill? You're right. Director Yuan, your intuition is truly sharp, the 14th seat said, catching one of Yuan Gang's strikes and retreating a few steps, a hint of admiration in his tone. Yuan Gang. Huh. He suddenly turned his head sharply, sensing a terrifying spiritual force emanating from Lin Xie's direction. A boundless realm had truly arrived. This was trouble. Yuan Gang took a step forward, charging toward Lin Xie and Hong Hao. However, the 14th seat wasn't about to let him succeed so easily. From within his black robe, he pulled out a forbidden artifact and lightly tapped it with his finger. In an instant, the space around them was sealed, and a barrier bounced Yuan Gang back. Yuan Gang turned around, his expression grim as he looked at the 14th seat. Director Yuan, your opponent is me. I am a man of principle. Once I set my sights on a target, I don't change it, the 14th seat said with a faint smile, walking slowly toward Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang clenched his fists, thinking to himself that if the dual god proxies were to fall here, Yi Fan would definitely curse him to death. Damn it, no choice but to go all out. He unleashed his spiritual power to its fullest. On the ground, the 6th seat approached the 2 figures in the distance, his overwhelming boundless realm aura spreading outward. Instructor Hong, who was tending to Lin Xie's injuries, suddenly felt a heavy weight pressed down on his chest, as if his heart were being crushed. Alarmed, he turned to look toward the dense forest. A black-robed figure was drawing closer, becoming clearer with each step. It was a follower. Instructor Hong quickly gripped the hilt of his blade, positioning himself protectively in front of the unconscious Lin Xie, his eyes fixed on the shadow. Pond Realm too weak, the 6th seat said as he emerged from the darkness, his figure appearing even more sinister under the moonlight. Our target isn't you. Hand over the person behind you, and you can leave. His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable provocation. Instructor Hong slowly drew his blade. He knew that even with the ghost god summon, he was no match for this follower. But he was an instructor, and the soldier behind him was one he had trained. Even if he were to die, he would die in front. Night Watchers never fear death. The blade emitted a crisp sound as Hong Hao channeled his spiritual power into it. Cut the nonsense. Night Watchers never trade someone else's life for their own survival. Heh, I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it, the 6th seat said, shaking his head. Then let's settle this together. He slowly raised his hand, and Instructor Hong lifted his blade to meet the attack. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from behind the 6th seat, instantly enveloping the earth. The blinding light made Instructor Hong squint his eyes, unable to see what was happening inside. All he could hear was, "Ah, damn it, what the hell is this thing?" Accompanied by a curse, the sound of the 6th seat chewing food came through. Instructor Hong was stunned. Looking at the dazzling golden light, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be the legendary divine dragon that the villagers spoke of? At the moment the golden light appeared, the space blockade set up by the 14th seat using forbidden items was instantly shattered. Both were shocked. Yuan Gang's movements paused as the blockade was disrupted. The golden light seemed to contain some kind of energy, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. Yuan Gang was astonished and looked toward the source of the golden light, his pupils contracting sharply. It was the location where Lin Xie was. What had happened? Yuan Gang dared not delay and stepped forward, rushing to the ground. Everything went smoothly here, but when he turned back, the previously arrogant 14th seat, the follower, had turned into a pool of blood without even a scream, dying instantly. Yuan Gang's eyes widened as he stared at the golden light enveloping him. I'm fine, but he's dead. What kind of power is this golden light? Filled with doubt, he jumped to the ground, and as he slightly raised his head, he froze completely. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The last time he felt this helpless was when he faced Nyx, the goddess of the night. This time, Yuan Gang even considered kneeling down and surrendering immediately, because floating before him was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its entire body was covered in golden scales, its 5 claws were incomparably sharp, its eyes sparkled with electric light, its form was agile, and its aura was overwhelming. What? A divine dragon has truly appeared, are you serious? On Jinnin Mountain, under the cloudy night sky, a golden beam of light suddenly shot straight into the heavens. In an instant, the clouds dispersed, and moonlight intertwined with the golden radiance. As the golden beam ascended, a thunderous dragon roar echoed throughout the valley. Yuan Gang lowered his head, thrusting the star blade into the ground to support himself. The oppressive force made him break out in cold sweat. But his heart was even more shaken. He had thought that Hong Hao's talk of the divine dragon's manifestation was merely a folk legend. He never expected that Jinnin Mountain truly concealed a dragon, and a 5-clawed golden dragon at that. In the history of Dixia, the 5-clawed golden dragon not only symbolized the highest imperial authority, but was also a powerful and sacred being in mythology. Sacred, noble, majestic, transcendent power. These were all descriptions of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Yuan Gang kept his head lowered. With his current strength, he didn't even dare to look directly at the 5-clawed golden dragon. It was likely more terrifying than the strongest human, perhaps even close to the realm of gods. A deity from Dixia's legends. Yuan Gang's breathing grew heavier, his eyes filled with excitement. Since the appearance of the mist, this was the first true manifestation of a deity from Dixia's legends. The gods of Dixia have truly descended upon the world? His excitement was beyond words. Equally thrilled was Instructor Hong, who was merely at the river realm. Under the oppressive force of such divine power, he could barely hold on. Enveloped in the golden light, Lin Xie's previously damaged soul was rapidly healing. He slowly opened his eyes, his star-like gaze shining brightly. Looking at the dazzling golden light before him, Lin Xie recalled the sudden appearance of the golden light when he had been stealing the Earth Dragon's corpse earlier. He felt a bit annoyed and leapt up. With the divine might of the Seraph and the goddess of the night, his movements were not greatly hindered, though he felt a bit heavy. Lin Xie was about to draw his blade when he looked up and froze in shock. Above his head, a massive golden dragon coiled in the air, its body stretching an estimated kilometer in length. A golden dragon? He slowly withdrew his hand, staring in astonishment at the golden dragon in midair. Huh. Xiao Jin noticed that Lin Xie was not intimidated by the dragon's majesty, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. This divine dragon was a supreme symbol of authority. To not kneel before it was a sign of disrespect. Xiao Jin fixed its glowing golden eyes on Lin Xie and opened its mouth. Human, in the presence of this divine dragon, try being rude to him and see what happens. Jiang Ye's voice rang in its ears. The dragon's mouth abruptly paused, its gaze awkward, and it silently closed its mouth. Xiao Jin quickly withdrew its oppressive aura, the golden light fading as its body began to shrink. Lin Xie? He was stunned by the scene. Where had that overwhelming aura gone? He had been ready to draw his blade. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong were equally puzzled, sensing the pressure vanish as they turned their eyes to the golden dragon, which was gradually shrinking in the sky. The 5-clawed golden dragon shrank to the size of an adult human and began circling Lin Xie. Lin Xie furrowed his brows, feeling inevitable tension in the face of the divine dragon. He stared at it, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong dared not make a sound, fearing they might anger the dragon. Xiao Jin nervously flew in front of Lin Xie, the two locking eyes for a moment. Then, Xiao Jin suddenly opened its mouth, and a massive white dragon-shaped skeleton crashed to the ground. Lin Xie was stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the skeleton of the flame vein earth dragon. "Is this for me?" he asked, looking at the now shrunken golden dragon in confusion. Xiao Jin nodded, its body shrinking further as it flew up to Lin Xie, sticking out its tongue to lick his face. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been rude to you. I don't want to get hit." Lin Xie? Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong exchanged glances, frozen in place. In the old district of Tsangnan City, Yang Jin, who had been sleeping in a small house, was awakened by the dragon's aura emanating from Mount Jinan. "Woof! Woof!" The little black mutt on the floor barked in response. Yang Jin frowned as he got up, opened the window, and looked in the direction of Mount Jinan. This dragon's aura is at least divine level. His face was full of confusion. The deities of the Great Xia were still in the cycle of reincarnation, and he was considered the fastest to recover. He hadn't expected someone to recover even faster. Is that a divine dragon from the heavenly court? Why would it reveal itself voluntarily? That's impossible. I haven't even recovered to the divine level yet. How could it be so fast? The little black mutt suddenly spoke. Yang Jin chuckled, patting its head to comfort it. "Go and try to communicate with it." The little black mutt pouted, barked twice, and then leaped out the window. In an instant, its figure disappeared into the night, becoming a fleeting shadow that vanished from Yang Jin's sight. He gazed into the distance, a nagging feeling in his heart that this had something to do with the deity next door. In the sky, an elderly man in a Taoist robe was also staring at the golden dragon over Mount Jinan, nodding silently. This is clearly a divine dragon from the heavenly court. Take it in. On the mist-shrouded earth, a sudden golden light caught the attention of the seraph on the moon. Michael spread his 6 wings, his golden eyes shimmering with light. A 5-clawed golden dragon radiating divine brilliance appeared in his sight. The dragon of Great Xia? Why did it suddenly appear? His gaze shifted to Lin Xie, and Lin Xie's figure followed. Michael began to understand the divine dragon had clearly come to curry favor with Lin Xie. However, his eyes lingered on the dragon's head. He sensed that the soul of this golden dragon was being controlled, bound by an extremely unfair contract. Enslaving a god-level golden dragon. Michael frowned deeply. Whoever could enslave a god-level golden dragon must have reached the level of a supreme deity. But weren't the gods of Great Xia still in reincarnation? Even if they awakened early, it shouldn't be possible to reach the supreme deity level so quickly. Could it be Lingbao Tianzuan? Michael raised his right hand, gathering divine power and laws, attempting to probe who was connected to this soul. Yet, a mysterious force blocked him, leaving him unable to discern anything. This astonished Michael greatly. Even my divine investigation is obstructed. What level of god is the master of this golden dragon? At Jinan Mountain, in Village No. 7, Bailey Pang Pang was sitting beside the red-haired Molly, occasionally saying a few words. Molly no longer showed the disdain she used to, and her responses had become indifferent. This made Bailey Pang Pang inwardly ecstatic. Shin Qingzhu watched them and shook his head lightly. Then his gaze shifted to Jiang Yi nearby, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he casually popped a piece of gum into his mouth. He didn't disturb Jiang Yi, nor did he feel comfortable speaking up. Just then, a deafening dragon roar echoed, and everyone in the room froze. The intense pressure instantly wiped away Bailey Pong Pong's thoughts of flirting. He jumped up abruptly. Damn it! Yelling like that in the middle of the night. No manners at all. After speaking, he pulled out a forbidden item from his free space 1,000-mile eye, which was essentially a telescope. At this moment, many night watchers also stepped out of their low houses, staring in astonishment at the dazzling golden light deep within Jinan Mountain. Bailey Pang Pang squeezed through the crowd and pointed the telescope at the golden light. Seriously, interrupting my flirting? Let's see who you are. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze completely. Through the telescope, he saw a five-clawed golden dragon coiled in the night sky, radiating a majestic golden light. Bailey Pang Pang lowered the telescope, blinked, and wiped the lens. I must be seeing things. Shin Qingzhu and Molly looked at him with puzzled expressions. Fatty, what exactly did you see? Shin Qingzhu asked impatiently. Bailey Pang Pang didn't answer, but brought the telescope back to his eyes. A golden dragon, no doubt. Clatter. The telescope slipped from his hand, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, a dragon. A golden dragon, damn. A real divine dragon has appeared. Shin Qingzhu stared at his expression, looking perplexed. He grabbed the telescope from the ground and aimed it at the golden light. Clatter. The telescope fell again onto the soft mud, and Shin Qingzhu's eyes also showed shock. Molly and the other new recruits looked even more bewildered. Curiously, Molly picked up the telescope. What divine dragon? I don't believe in that nonsense. Clatter. This time, the telescope fell onto a hard rock, breaking apart partially. While everyone went to watch the commotion, Jiang Yi remained motionless in the low house, sheltered from the rain. He was immersed in the system notifications. Ding. You helped Shin Qingzhu advance to the Chuan realm, accelerating the growth of the main character's strength. Your pet, Little Gold, transformed into a flattering dragon and delivered the flame vein earth dragon's remains to Lin Xia, further accelerating the main character's strength growth. You have gained 5,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 485,000. Reach 500,000 to unlock the divine skill. Words become reality. You have one unopened random ability gift pack. Helping to advance realms is fine, but, host, please be cautious. Forcibly advancing multiple realms may drain the character's potential. Forget it. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly and abandoned the idea. Finally, he turned his attention to the random ability gift pack. He focused his thoughts and opened the description. Random ability gift pack grants various strange abilities. Strange abilities? What kind of thing is this? Jiang Yi was a bit puzzled, but recalling the useful items he'd received before, he trusted the system and immediately clicked to draw. A roulette wheel, visible only to him, appeared, and the pointer spun rapidly. Or a 50-50 split, what the heck? As soon as Jiang Yi heard the name, the hope in his eyes vanished instantly. It didn't sound impressive at all. Or a 50-50 split. No matter how strong the enemy is, when battling the host, the intensity of both parties' auras will always be equal. No matter how powerful the opponent is, the aura will always be evenly matched. At first, Jiang Yi thought it was useless, but upon reflection, it seemed like a pretty good bluffing tool. If the opponent is a higher dimensional being, then my aura would also be higher dimensional. At the same level, who could outmatch me in presence? Better keep it might come in handy later. Jiang Yi exited the system interface, looked at the empty little room, and stepped outside. The divine dragon has appeared. Everyone, pray for the divine dragon's blessing. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the villagers kneeling in the muddy ground, devoutly bowing toward a golden light in the distance. Even Bailey Pang Pang, Shin Qingzhu, and Molly were staring in astonishment at the golden light. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. This dragon really loved showing off and had no concept of keeping a low profile. Looks like it's going to get smacked again. He focused his thoughts. Stop pretending. Hurry up and head to the mist to level up. In the distance, the little golden dragon, who was currying favor with Lin Xia, shuddered, smacked its lips, and immediately transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting toward the sky. The breath of freedom, the divine dragon has arrived. Little Gold flew 10,000 meters in a second, but halfway through, a flash of light appeared, and its body was instantly immobilized. Little Gold struggled desperately, but was firmly trapped by a fine, pale golden net. It had no idea what material the net was made of, but no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. It was a divine-level being, yet even it couldn't escape this thing. What on earth was this? It's over. I've run into a master. Master, this divine dragon. I mean, your humble servant has been captured. Come save me. Little Gold used all its strength but couldn't break free, so it quickly sent a mental message to Jiang Yi. Its dragon body slowly descended to the ground, revealing an elderly man in a simple Taoist robe with a kind smile. Little Gold's eyes were filled with vigilance. "Old man, who are you? Let me tell you, my master is incredibly powerful. You'd better let me go right now. Otherwise, when my master arrives, you'll be picking up your teeth off the ground in no time." The primordial heavenly venerable paused, stroked his beard, and curiously asked, "You don't recognize me?" Xiao Jin roared twice. "How could I possibly know you, old man? I am a noble divine dragon." Yuan Shi Tianzun, seeing its arrogance and unruliness, frowned and asked, "Who is your master? Which big figure in the heavenly court?" "Heavenly court?" Xiao Jin's eyes trembled, and its arrogant demeanor gradually subsided. Tentatively, it asked, "You are?" "I am Yuan Shi Tianzun," the old man said calmly. "Yu Qing Yuan Shi Tianzun." Xiao Jin's eyes widened sharply. As one of the divine guardian dragons of the heavenly court, recognized by the Jade Emperor, it had, of course, heard of Yuan Shi Tianzun's great name. Oh no, it had just been provoking Yuan Shi Tianzun what trouble it had brought upon itself. Xiao Jin immediately changed its attitude, clasping its claws together. "Tianzun, I offended you earlier. Please forgive me. I am the guardian divine beast of the heavenly court, Huang Long." Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. "If that's the case, come with me." "Huh? But I have a contract with a human boy." Yuan Shi Tianzun paused for a moment. "Tell me, who is this person?" Xiao Jin hesitated. He is." The words stopped abruptly as it sensed the contract and quickly turned to look into the distance. A young figure gradually became clear. "He's here," Xiao Jin said bitterly. Yuan Shi Tianzun raised his eyes, a flash of surprise in them. He then tucked Xiao Jin into his robe sleeve and said gently, "Young friend, I didn't expect us to meet so soon." Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Without wasting words, he said, "Tianzun, please return my dragon to me." Yuan Shi Tianzun turned slightly, his hands hidden in his robe sleeves. "Young friend, I don't understand what you mean." Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was speechless. "So, you're just going to take something in front of me and deny it?" He thought for a moment and stepped forward. Instantly, ripples spread across the ground, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned slightly, his gaze filled with surprise as he looked at the young man. This was the aura of a peak Tianzun. Although he hadn't fully recovered, there was no mistaking this aura. Yuan Shi Tianzun shook his head. The gods of the heavenly court had sacrificed their cultivation for the people of Xia, entering a 100-year cycle of reincarnation. It wasn't time, yet how could a peak Tianzun appear? Even the aura Medusa, the evil god, had displayed last time wasn't this strong. Could he be hiding his true strength? Moreover, Yuan Shi Tianzun had never encountered a Tianzun like Jiang Yi. This aura was definitely not from Lingbao Tianzun or Dao Tianzun. So who exactly was he? Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brows tightly. Seeing that Jiang Yi hadn't done anything to harm Xia, he pondered for a moment. He then took Xiao Jin, who was trapped in his sleeve, and released it. "Go. When the heavenly court is rebuilt, you will be summoned back." Xiao Jin bowed respectfully and flew to Jiang Ye's shoulder. "And master," Xiao Jin called out fearfully. "Oh no, each one is more formidable than the last." Its chief master actually dared to confront Yuan Shi Tianzun and won. Who would believe it? This dragon was utterly in awe, bowing down in admiration. Too incredible. Even Yuan Shi Tianzun, whom the Jade Emperor had to respect, had conceded in front of Jiang Yi. What was the true identity of this chief master? At this moment, Jiang Ye's hands behind his back were slightly sweaty, but his face remained calm and composed. Facing one of the three pure ones, it was natural to feel nervous. Fortunately, he had the skill, aura equalizer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold the situation together. He nodded toward Yuan Shi Tianzun in thanks. "Thank you, Tianzun." With that, Jiang Yi didn't linger and turned to leave. "Wait a moment, young friend." Primordial Lord of Heaven suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yi, wearing a kind smile as he asked, "I wonder which deity from the heavenly court you are, young friend? Perhaps we know each other." Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Do you really want to know, Lord? Please, do tell." "I am a secret that cannot be revealed. Farewell, Lord." With a flash, Jiang Yi disappeared instantly. Primordial Lord of Heaven. Wasn't that supposed to be my line? The old man looked in the direction Jiang Yi had left, calculated with his fingers, and shook his head. Still can't figure out this young man's fate. How strange. However, the appearance of this young friend shouldn't be a bad thing for Xia. What he couldn't understand, though, was how, as the peak of the primordial Lord of Heaven, he had no memory of Jiang Yi, yet Jiang Yi seemed to know him. That felt a bit impolite. Could it be that he was getting old and his memory was failing? The primordial Lord of Heaven touched his forehead, waved his sleeve, and smiled as he rode the wind away. Young friend, farewell. In the distance, Master, just how powerful are you? Even the primordial Lord of Heaven shows you respect. Little Jean, perched on Jiang Yi's shoulder, couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yi was too lazy to answer such a boring question. He couldn't exactly say he was just bluffing, could he? Honestly, this ability was really effective. It even startled the primordial Lord of Heaven. Without another word, Jiang Yi's figure appeared at the border of Xia. The extremely dangerous mist in the eyes of outsiders was firmly blocked by a national monument. Seeing the mist, little Jean thought to itself, with such a powerful master, what is there to fear? Clinging to his thigh was definitely the safest bet. Master, actually, Jiang Yi didn't even give it a chance to refuse. He grabbed little Jean, rolled it into a small ball, tossed it into the air, and then spun around to kick it straight into the depths of the mist. Only little Jin's screams echoed in the air. Clap, clap. Jiang Yi dusted off his hands. Clinging to the thigh of a capitalist, you've really hit a steel plate this time. Jinan Mountain. After the golden dragon flew away, the three gradually came back to their senses. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong simultaneously placed their hands on Lin Chia's shoulders. Chia, what's your relationship with that dragon? Instructor Hong asked seriously. Yuan Gang also cast an inquisitive look. Lin Chia? I don't know anything. That dragon suddenly rushed over and licked me. I was dumbfounded too. I don't know it. So young and already lying. Chia? That's not a good habit, Yuan Gang said sternly. Lin Chia. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong asked a few more questions, but couldn't get any satisfactory answers, so they had to give up. Chia, we'll talk about this later. Let's head back to the village first. The other rescue teams have probably arrived by now. Let's get the victims down the mountain first, Yuan Gang instructed. Lin Chia and Instructor Hong nodded. The three walked in silence, still processing the shock of what had just happened. The appearance of a divine being in Xia was undoubtedly a significant moment in the nation's history. Lin Chia was filled with questions. That five-clawed golden dragon had clearly tried to appear majestic earlier, so why did it suddenly turn into a bootlicker? No, a bootlicking dragon? Don't want to get hit, huh? Lin Chia muttered. It was truly baffling. How could a dignified divine dragon say something like that? Could it have been beaten before and developed a psychological shadow? How absurd and bizarre. They arrived at village number 7. The rescue team, dressed in red vests, had already climbed the mountain and was escorting the villagers down. Chia Chia. Bai Li Pang Pang saw Lin Chia return and immediately rushed over. Afterward, Jiang Yi, Shen Qingzhu, and the others gathered around. Bai Li Pang Pang grabbed Lin Chia's shoulder. Chia, you absolutely won't believe what I just saw. Lin Chia pushed him away and said calmly, You saw a golden dragon. Bai Li Pang Pang froze. You saw it too? Damn, that's incredible. There really is a divine dragon on Jinan Mountain. You don't know. The moment I saw the divine dragon, I immediately knelt down and sacrificed 10 years of your lifespan to pray for my dad's health. Lin Chia. Officer Yuan, Officer Hong, you two go ahead. I have some personal matters to handle. Lin Chia pulled Bai Li Pang Pang aside. The group remained silent. Soon after, Bai Li Pang Pang's pig-like scream echoed through the valley. In the bushes near the village, Xiao Hei Lai, hiding, took a deep look at Jiang Yi, who was dressed in black satin and had a cold, sharp gaze. In an instant, it turned into a shadow and disappeared from Jinan Mountain, easily returning to the old district of Tsangnan City. As dawn broke, Xiao Hei Lai jumped into Yang Jin's room. Yang Jin opened his eyes and looked at the soaking wet, howling celestial dog. Did you make contact? He asked. Xiao Hei Lai was silent for a moment before saying, No, But I saw something even more exciting. What was it? Yang Jin asked, puzzled. Shaking the water off its body, Xiao He Lai said, I saw the primordial celestial venerable confronting Jiang Yi from next door. Surprise flashed in Yang Jin's eyes. He was, after all, a disciple of the primordial celestial venerable. He quickly asked, and the result? Xiao He Lai said the primordial celestial venerable backed down. Yang Jin, question mark. Morning. The red sunlight rose from the horizon. The sunlight filtered through the dense trees beside the low houses, shining on the face of a young boy. Listening to the howling celestial dog's account, Yang Jin's eyes were full of astonishment. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Xiao Heilai shook its head like a rattle. That golden dragon is the guardian divine dragon of the heavenly court. The celestial venerable originally intended to subdue it, but Jiang Yi suddenly appeared and released. At this point, Xiao Heilai's tail twitched, showing a hint of fear. Yang Jin frowned. Released what? Why are you so timid this time? Aren't you ashamed? Lowering its head, Xiao Heilai said, I was wrong, master. It's just that when I saw Jiang Yi release the aura of a celestial venerable at his peak, I got a little scared. What? Yang Jin jumped out of bed, grabbing Xiao Heilai. The aura of a celestial venerable at his peak, he exclaimed in shock. That was a power on par with the primordial celestial venerable. Could Jiang Yi also be one of the three great celestial venerables, or perhaps the reincarnation of Nuwa? Quick, tell me, whose reincarnation is Jiang Yi? Yang Jin shouted excitedly. Xiao Heilai stared at its master, stunned. It thought to itself, you just called me timid, and now you're even more worked up. Don't you feel embarrassed? Yang Jin's hands began to shake, making Xiao Heilai dizzy. It quickly raised a paw to signal him to stop. Yang Jin stopped and asked, what did the celestial venerable say at the time? Xiao Heilai replied. The celestial venerable asked the same question, but even he doesn't know whose reincarnation Jiang Yi is. Yang Jin froze. The celestial venerable's reincarnation had already awakened, and though his strength hadn't fully recovered, he should theoretically be able to deduce Jiang Yi's identity. This was too strange. He stared at Xiao Heilai. So what did Jiang Yi say? Rubbing its head, Xiao Heilai rolled its eyes and said, he said, secrets cannot be revealed. Yang Jin. In Shangjing City, inside a futuristic research lab, dozens of researchers were nervously observing the instrument screens. A man in military uniform adorned with medals, Yi Fan, walked up to one of the researchers. How is it? What happened with the divine fluctuation in Sangnan last night? The man in white stood up, saluted Yi Fan, and handed over 2 stacks of documents. There were actually 2 types of divine fluctuations last night. One was previously observed, while the other is unknown. 2 types. Yi Fan frowned deeply, sensing the presence of 2 deities. The last time deities appeared in Sangnan, it was the goddess of the night and the god of death, 2 deities again. What's going on? He looked at the documents in his hand. The researcher continued explaining. The observed deity is the goddess of the night, Nyx, who had previously appeared in Sangnan City. And the location where the goddess of the night appeared is precisely Jinan Mountain in Sangnan City. Yi Fan looked up. Jinan Mountain, wasn't that the place where the training camp was supporting the disaster victims? Is it those 2 kids? The researcher nodded. According to the information provided by Chief Yuan, the goddess of the night, Nyx, seems to regard Lin Xie and Jiang Yi as her own children. So, it's very likely that they encountered danger on Jinan Mountain, prompting the goddess of the night to appear for rescue. Yi Fan's expression turned grim, but he nodded. He had already guessed the general situation. Those targeting Lin Xie and Jiang Yi were likely none other than the ancient god church no one else would dare. And the other unknown divine fluctuation, who is it in Sangnan? The researcher shook his head, walked to the satellite display screen, and opened a photo. Yi Fan looked over, his eyes flashing with shock. In the photo, golden light shimmered, faintly revealing a slender figure resembling a snake. What is this? Commander Yi, this is the image we captured via satellite last night. After expert analysis, it might be a deity of Daxia. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. He flipped open the other document in his hand, revealing a scroll depicting a 5-clawed divine dragon. A dragon, he exclaimed in surprise. Yes, We have reviewed extensive materials on Daxiao legends and confirmed that this is the legendary guardian dragon of the celestial court, Huanglong. The researcher nodded solemnly, his tone filled with excitement. Daxiao finally had its own deity, which was an extremely significant event for the entire nation. This completely shattered the notion of Daxiao being atheistic. Yi Fan looked at the pencil-drawn image of the divine dragon, unable to suppress a smile. Daxia's deity had not abandoned them, it had always been there. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Yi Fan held the drawing and hurriedly left the research lab. Back in his office, he was about to immediately dispatch Fuzi to Tsangnan when the phone rang. It was Yuan Gang calling. Thinking about the situation at Jinan Mountain, Yuan Gang, as the chief commander, would know the details best. He quickly answered the call. Commander Yi, let me report on the situation at Jinan Mountain in Tsangnan City last night. Yuan Gang spoke quickly, brimming with excitement, and finished recounting all the events of the previous night in less than 2.5 minutes. Yi Fan listened, feeling a bit confused. At first, Yuan Gang's report seemed normal. But later, the divine dragon actually tried to curry favor with Lin Xie? What was going on? Could it be that Lin Xie had a special relationship with the legendary guardian dragon of the celestial court? He pondered in his heart, thinking about Lin Xie's defense of Tsangnan. This kid was indeed not simple. Are there any other details? He asked, showing great interest. Yuan Gang was silent for a moment before saying, as for the details, we asked Lin Xie and even tested him with the Ring of Truth, but he also didn't know why the divine dragon would try to please him. But the strange thing is that Golden Dragon initially seemed to want to show off its majesty, but later suddenly interrupted its own display. Yi Fan became more confused as he listened. And then, that 1,000-meter-long divine dragon voluntarily shrank, flew in front of Lin Xie, and presented him with the corpse of the flame-veined earth dragon. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt that this divine dragon was indeed somewhat friendly. Yuan Gang continued. Commander Yi, there's something even stranger. What? That divine dragon actually licked Lin Xie with its tongue, spoke human language, and apologized to him voluntarily, practically turning into a bootlicker. No, it should be called a licked dragon. Yi Fan's eyes widened. What? The divine dragon apologized voluntarily? Turned into a licked dragon? Explain it clearly to me, don't hold back. Who taught you to speak so vaguely? Yuan Gang paused for a moment, then changed his tone and said, at that time, the divine dragon said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been fierce to you. I don't want to get beaten. Yi Fan, ? Under the dark sky, a few crows flew over a mysterious church. Inside the church, the whisperer on the thorn throne stared with wide eyes, gripping the armrest tightly with his right hand. An archangel, a broken hospital, and that bastard god who turned into a lapdog. The whisperer panted heavily, his teeth grinding audibly. He had thought it would be easy to capture Jiang Yi and Lin Xie this time, but unexpectedly, not only had he lost 2 nightmare projections, but the believers of the 6th seat, 12th seat, and 14th seat had also died. It was a complete loss of both manpower and resources. Damn it, you all, send Patrick Star, we'll go catch them together. Smack. The whisperer slapped his own mouth, his face showing shock. What was going on? The believers standing in the hall below were also stunned, exchanging glances. Patrick Star? What's that? The 9th seat whispered. I think that's from SpongeBob SquarePants. The believers looked puzzled. The usually serious whisperer suddenly saying such things was completely out of character. The whisperer clutched his mouth tightly, feeling another soul struggling within him, and was secretly alarmed. What was this? What had that kid done to my projection? The whisperer's mental state was on the verge of collapse as he desperately suppressed the restless soul. Then he slowly lowered his hand, his expression returning to its usual seriousness, and looked at the believers below. Pause the pursuit of the twin god proxy and the death god proxy. The believers need time to recover their strength. Once recovered, we'll send Patrick Star. Smack. The whisperer slapped himself again. Believers. His face showed anger. You won't torment my soul. Let's go catch jellyfish together. Smack. Another slap. The believers below were dumbfounded, watching this face-slapping drama unfold like a movie. Some couldn't help but stifle their laughter, covering their mouths to avoid making a sound. Lord Whisperer, are you all right? The fifth seat asked cautiously. The Whisperer was about to answer when that soul began to seize control of his body again. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. The fifth seat was startled. Whisper waved his hand and struggled to utter two words. Stand down. The followers were confused but eventually left. What's going on with Lord Whisper today? What is this about Patrick Star and SpongeBob? Aren't those cartoon characters? The ninth seat asked the eighth seat in a low voice. Who knows? We can't meddle in Lord Whisper's affairs. The eighth seat shook his head. Just focus on completing the tasks Lord Whisper assigns and ignore everything else. The ninth seat nodded and slowly left the chapel. Training camp. Bright sunlight bathed every building in the camp. On the rooftop, Yuan Gang gazed at the new recruits gradually gathering on the training field, his heart filled with emotion. Haha. Chief Instructor, you always come here to reflect at the end of every training session, Instructor Hong said with a laugh. Yuan Gang's lips curved into a faint smile. I'm strict with them during training, but when it's time to part, I can't help feeling a bit reluctant. This batch of talents is the most I've seen since becoming the Night Watch training commander, and it might be hard to surpass in the future. You never know, Instructor Hong replied with a smile. If the gods of Daxia continue to emerge, there will only be more agents of the divine. Yuan Gang nodded. Recalling the dragon he had seen a few days ago in Tianjin's Nanshan, his eyes filled with anticipation. After enjoying the breeze for a while, he glanced at his watch. Let's go, the oath ceremony is about to start. With that, he turned and descended the rooftop. Instructor Hong looked at the recruits on the training field, who were about to become true night watchmen, smiled, and followed him down. Training field. Brother Shin, I'll miss you so much. Boo-hoo, I don't want to leave you. Deng Wei and Li Liang clung to Shin Qingzhu, crying uncontrollably. What are you guys doing? Stop crowding, one at a time, Shin Qingzhu said, fending off their hugs with both hands. Li Pangpang watched the scene and couldn't help but make a few lip-smacking sounds to express his speechlessness. He turned to look at the girl's side and saw the red-haired girl smiling. Then, he walked over to Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, and Chao Yuan. Aren't you going to say goodbye to her? Chao Yuan pointed to Molly not far away and asked curiously. You don't understand, old Chao. This is called maintaining a cool and distant strategy, Li Pangpang replied with a grin. Chao Yuan shook his head, thinking, where's the coolness in that? By the way, Chao Yuan, Chia, brother Jiang Yi, if you ever come to Guangzhou or Shenzhen, I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you. Whether it's food or pretty girls, whatever you want, I can find it for you, Li Pangpang said, squeezing between Jiang Yi and Lin Xie and patting his chest in assurance. Lin Xie said helplessly, you better tone it down when you go back. Otherwise, even if Molly likes you, you won't be able to handle it. Impossible. I'm very capable. Chao Yuan nodded. That's right, that's right. Li Pangpang was speechless. Jiang Yi smiled, finding their casual chatter quite amusing. He was still 15,000 points away from acquiring the divine skill, words become law. The upcoming plot was straightforward. He was still deciding whether to eliminate Lord Baylor directly or wait for Chun Mai to release Shiva's resentment before taking action. Jiang Yi pondered that if he could prevent the release of Shiva's resentment, it would count as a significant modification. But Songnan had at most 2 or 3 months left once Chun Mai disappeared along with Songnan. Shiva's resentment would inevitably be exposed. He turned his head to look at Lin Xie, who was chatting and laughing, and frowned slightly. Tell him in advance. Forget it. Let Lin Xie spend this short time with his family. He himself didn't really want that day to come. Jiang Yi's mind flashed to his mother, Lu Su. His expression complicated. His myriad phenomena divine ruins could simulate all things, but none of it truly existed. He could use the divine ruins to replicate the life trajectories of everyone in Songnan, allowing them to revive in form. But there were no emotions, just mechanical repetitions of life patterns. It couldn't achieve the true meaning of resurrection. Sigh. Jiang Yi shook his head. Jiang Yi, what are you thinking about? Lin Xie walked over and asked. Nothing, just feeling a bit emotional. Lin Xie nodded. Indeed, the year-long training is over. I feel a bit reluctant to leave this place too. He looked up at the fluttering red flag, a faint smile on his lips. By the way, do you remember what happened with Han Xiaoyan last time? Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, then nodded. I remember. Coach Gu said that Han Xiaoyan also possesses the power of the Seraph, and Shun Qingzhu's vacuum failure was due to the special influence of the Seraph's divine power laws. Lin Chia looked at Jiang Yi seriously. Coach Gu thinks that was a miracle and said that my mortal domain might have it in the future too. By then, maybe I can help you heal your eyes. Listening to the boy's clear and gentle voice, Jiang Yi was stunned. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of his black robe. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The blazing sunlight, shining on the two boys, suddenly became soft and warm. Everyone quiet. Now, the Night Watcher's oath ceremony officially begins. On the training ground stage, all the newly appointed Night Watchers received their cloaks, medals, and star blades. One by one, they stood tall, their gazes fixed firmly on the slowly descending red flag of Daxia. On the stage, Yuan Gang's expression was solemn. He turned to face the red flag, his eyes full of reverence. His right hand gripped the Night Watcher medal tightly, while his left rested on the hilt of the star blade. A deep, resonant voice rang out. I, Yuan Gang, solemnly swear under the red flag of Daxia. In an instant, everyone became solemn and serious, imitating Yuan Gang's actions, clutching their medals, placing them on their chests, and loudly swearing. I, Jiang Yi. I, Lin Chia. I, Bai Li Tuming. I, Chao Yuan. I, Xin Qingzhu. The entire training ground echoed with voices, swear under the red flag of Daxia. Yuan Gang's resonant voice continued to echo. If darkness truly descends, if darkness truly descends, Yuan Gang said, I will stand before everyone. I will stand before everyone. Raise the blade against the abyss. Stain the sky red with blood. After the oath, all the Night Watchers returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings. In the dormitory, the chubby Bai Li clung to Jiang Ye's arm. Brother Jiang Yi, you must come to Guangshan to visit. My dad is really interested in you and wants to chat with you. Jiang Yi tugged at his arm, but the chubby Bai Li held on tightly. Let go. I'll let go if you promise me. Jiang Yi looked helplessly at Bai Li's chubby face and those eyes full of expectation. He thought of Bai Li Xian's tragic death on his birthday, and the regret of Bai Li and Molly never truly meeting. His heart softened, and he sighed, saying, All right, when there's a chance, I'll definitely come. Smack! Bailey Pang Pang clapped his hands. All right, Jiang Yi, you're really giving me face here. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. With that, he picked up his suitcase and walked out of the dormitory. After a few steps, he turned back with a smile and said, Don't forget to check under the bed. I left you guys a gift. Tada! Dragging his suitcase, he left briskly. In the dormitory, Jiang Yi and Lin Chia were packing their things when they froze. They both pulled out a box from under the bed. Opening it, they found a Rolex watch gleaming under the light. As expected of the silly son of a landlord, Lin Chia said with a shake of his head and a smile. Jiang Yi closed the box and chuckled. Not a bad local specialty. Let's take it back and give one to each of the team leaders. Lin Chia burst out laughing. Good idea. The two finished packing, pulling their cute suitcases as they walked out of the training camp. Apart from the instructor, everyone else had already left. Wait, Jiang Yi. Just as they were about to leave, Yuan Gang appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Jiang Ye's arm. Jiang Yi was a bit confused. Instructor Yuan, what are you doing? Yuan Gang gave a sly smile, pulling Jiang Yi aside and speaking earnestly. Jiang Yi, I've treated you well this past year, haven't I? Jiang Yi's expression changed. This was clearly an emotional appeal. He nodded. Instructor Yuan, just say what you want to say. Yuan Gang smiled. All right, how about this? For the next batch of recruits, you come and hold the fort for us. I wouldn't dare invite the masked squad. Jiang Ye's strength was enough to crush top-level experts. With another year of honing, his combat power would be off the charts. If another monster appeared in the next batch, the Night Watcher's training would be impossible to continue. No problem. I love bullying the weak. Always have, Jiang Yi said nonchalantly. Yuan Gang nodded with a smile. He wasn't surprised at all by Jiang Yi's arrogant words. In all the years of Night Watcher training, Jiang Yi was the only freak no one could suppress. All right, see you next year. Ha ha ha. Head back now. Your team leader has already called me several times. Jiang Yi turned and walked over to Lin Xie. Let's go. The two walked side by side. Lin Xie asked, what did Instructor Yuan say to you? Jiang Yi shrugged. Nothing much, just asked me to go bully the weak. Then why not ask me? Maybe you're too weak. Lin Xie was speechless and closed his mouth. Sangnan City Central Station. Chen Mai, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and two others stood at the station waiting. Leng Xian was hiding on a concealed rooftop, holding a gun. We need to get our story straight. Those two divine agents stayed in Sangnan. Especially Xiao Yi, something must have happened, and he didn't do well on the test, Chen Mai said seriously to the team. Remember, don't bring it up. Don't hurt the kids' feelings. Especially you, Hong Ying, Xiaonan. You're girls, so comfort Xiao Yi and Xia more. Huh. Hong Ying looked troubled. But I don't know how to comfort people. She turned to Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, do you? Si Xiaonan blinked and shyly shook her head. Hong Ying sighed and looked at Wen Qima. Wen Qima patted his chest. Men understand men best. Leave it to me. Hong Ying's eyes lit up and she playfully punched his shoulder. All right, it's all on you then. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan shook their heads with a smile. Ring. Ring at that moment. Chen Mai's phone rang that he answered the phone, his brows slightly furrowed. Half a minute later, he put down the phone and said, Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Chiemo, a top human expert has arrived in Sangnan. I'll go with Xiangnan to receive them. You must remember what I said, don't mention the training results. A top human expert. The four were instantly shocked. A top human expert had actually come to Sangnan? Could it be due to the divine energy fluctuations from a few days ago? Hong Ying nodded. Captain, you go ahead. We'll take Xiaoya and Xia out for a stroll later and relax a bit. Chen Mai nodded and returned to the peace office with Wu Xiangnan. The three continued waiting outside the station. Before long, two young figures slowly came into view. Jiang Ye's black headscarf covered his eyes, while Lin Xie was clean-cut and handsome. Both were quite striking. They also noticed Hong Ying and the others. As they approached, before they could speak, Hong Ying wrapped her arms around their shoulders. Boys, it's okay to make small mistakes. Come on. Big sis will take you to eat something delicious. Jiang Yi asked in confusion, what small mistakes? Wen Qimo quickly patted Hong Ying, signaling her not to say anything. Hong Ying immediately shut her mouth, waved her hand, and said, nothing, let's not talk about it. Lin Xie understood and said, Sister Hong Ying, you want to ask about our training results, right? The three froze and fell silent. When Qimo smiled helplessly, it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Not doing well this time doesn't mean you lack ability. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Xiaoya, Xia, let's use some good food to forget our troubles. Let the past be the past. Hong Ying pulled the two by their arms. Lin Xie smiled and pointed at Jiang Yi, saying, Sister Hong Ying, it's not what you think. In the training results, he ranked first, and I ranked second. The three were stunned upon hearing this. What? The first and second place were sent to Sangnan? Isn't this completely absurd? In the basement of the peace office, blowing on the rising steam from his teacup, Chen Fuzi sent Wu Xiangnan off and watched Chen Mai take a sip of tea. Fuzi, I understand. I will take good care of that forbidden item, Chen Mai said seriously. Chen Fuzi put down his teacup and nodded. Once that forbidden item is discovered, it will definitely attract external gods to fight over it, so, when necessary, you must be prepared. Chen Mai's face darkened upon hearing this. His forbidden ruins could suppress Shiva's grudge and prevent its aura from leaking, but Sangnan's time was running out. Once he disappeared, the aura would still leak. This battle was inevitable. He glanced at Chen Fuzi, who was calmly sipping tea, and understood his meaning. The external gods, sensing the aura of Shiva's grudge, were not something the Night Watch team could handle. He had to find an opportunity to transfer them away. Fuzi, I understand. I will be prepared. Chen Fuzi took another sip of tea and softly responded with an then sensed the peace office. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie haven't returned yet. Chen Mai paused for a moment, sighed, and said, the team members took them out to relax. Jiang Yi staying in Team 136 probably didn't perform well, so relaxing a bit will be good for him. Mentioning Jiang Yi, he felt puzzled. He could understand Lin Xie staying in Songnan, but Jiang Yi being left in Songnan was truly baffling. After all, his strength was even beyond the Lantern realm. Relaxing? Didn't perform well? Mr. Qin paused his tea-drinking motion, his face full of confusion, but he quickly figured it out. You don't need to worry too much. Jiang Ye's transfer order is only temporary. You can't imagine how legendary this kid was in the training camp. Temporary? Chenmai was surprised. Mr. Qin nodded. Commander Yi has temporarily assigned Jiang Yi to the 136 Night Watcher Squad. Once the matter in Songnan is resolved, there will be a new transfer order. Chenmai felt a sense of relief. Jiang Yi was so outstanding that he shouldn't be buried in the 136 squad. He should go somewhere where he could make a greater impact. What about Jiang Ye's training results? Mr. Qin raised an eyebrow and said slowly, 102 points. Chenmai was stunned. I remember the full score for training is 100 points. Did they change the rules? No. Jiang Yi scored 2 points above the full score. Chenmai? In an old hot pot restaurant, upon hearing Lin Xie mention this score, Hong Ying jumped up directly, staring at Jiang Yi in shock. When Qima and Si Xiaonan were also astonished. They had all been through the Night Watcher training and knew how fierce the competition was. Lin Xie's level, scoring 95 points, was already a 1 in 10,000 genius. Either a divine proxy or someone ranked in the top 30 of the Divine Ruins and Forbidden Ruins sequences. But now, there was a monster who scored higher than the full score. It was simply abnormal. Looking at everyone's expressions, Jiang Yi smiled faintly. It's no big deal. Let's eat. This is not a small matter. What would count as a big deal? Xiao Yi, your score is even better than the top scorer. Back in our hometown, you'd already be parading the streets in a top scorer's robe to celebrate. Hong Ying sat down, sighing. Beside her, Wen Qima seemed thoughtful and then asked, Xiao Yi, Chia, with scores like yours, why does the Night Watcher leadership still keep you in Songnan? Yeah, I want to know that too, Hong Ying said while eating a chicken leg. Lin Xie shook his head, saying he didn't know either. But he was happy to stay in Songnan. Jiang Yi also shook his head silently, indicating he didn't know the reason. Seeing this, the three could only drop the subject. They couldn't begin to guess what the leadership's intentions were. Hong Ying's face lit up with a bright smile as she added more meat to Jiang Yi and Lin Xie's plates, happily saying, This is pretty good too. At least you can go home and visit occasionally. The topic gradually shifted to Qingyu, who had stolen the mysterious corpse, and the case of the sacrificial resurrection involving Belkrand. Jiang Yi listened while deep in thought. The sacrificial resurrection of Belkrand was the key event that led to the captain exposing Shiva's grudge. In other words, as long as he dealt with Belkrand first, the aura of Shiva's grudge could be delayed. This way, the timeline of the Songnan Divine War could also be postponed, and the modified value could be obtained smoothly. The key to the resurrection sacrifice lay with the tavern owner who had disguised the crime scene. As long as he got the crystal ball containing Belkrand from the tavern owner first, the storyline could end. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, already forming a plan in his mind. Just as he looked up, he felt a sharp gaze. Si Xiaonan, wearing glasses and with lively eyes, was staring straight at him. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, recalling how his earlier move to kill the fox demon had disrupted Si Xiaonan's plan. Wait, Si Xiaonan was now Loki's proxy. Loki had sent her here specifically for Shiva's grudge, that I stopped the captain from exposing himself. But what if Loki uses Si Xiaonan to seize control? Jiang Yi fell into deep thought. After dinner, the group returned to the Peace Affairs office, where Wu Xiangnan was preparing to head to the tavern where the mysterious case had occurred. You've come back just in time. There's been another suspected mysterious murder case at a tavern in the city center. Get ready, we're heading out immediately. The five nodded. Wu Xiangnan quickly drove over, checking the 3 seats in the back and the 5 members of Hong Ying's team. Hong Ying, Qimo, Qi, you come with me to investigate the scene first. Xiaonan and Xiaoya. Wait for the captain to finish his tea, then head over together. Hong Ying opened the driver's seat door and said excitedly, Let me drive. Wu Xiangnan hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat in the passenger seat. When Qimo and Lin Qi followed and got into the car, Virum, the engine roared to life, and the car shot out like a bullet. Wu Xiangnan in the passenger seat gripped the handle tightly. When Chi Mo and Lin Chi Yi in the back seat felt a strong pushback and instinctively clung to each other, blinking at one another. Meanwhile, Hong Ying laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the thrill. Back at the office, Jiang Yi and Si Xiaonan stood outside, seemingly without much to talk about, and eventually went back inside to sit down, quietly waiting for the captain to come out. Si Xiaonan sat on the sofa next to Jiang Yi, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Jiang Yi, who was wrapped in black satin. She pinched the hem of her clothes, adjusted her glasses, and looked up at Jiang Yi. How was life at the training camp? It was fine. The two fell silent again, and Si Xiaonan felt a bit anxious. Oh no, this is so awkward. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. Now that it was just the two of them, he knew Si Xiaonan must have something she wanted to say. Perhaps because he had altered many parts of the storyline. It was clear that Si Xiaonan, like in Qingyu at the time, had prematurely unlocked her memory seal. In other words, Si Xiaonan now knew that he was the proxy of the god of deception, Loki. He spoke slowly. Sister Xiaonan, you want to talk about Loki, right? In an instant, upon hearing Jiang Yi mention Loki, Si Xiaonan's entire body trembled, staring at him in disbelief. How did he know? Since awakening her memories, she hadn't told anyone. How did Xiaoyan know? You know? Si Xiaonan's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Yi nodded faintly. Si Xiaonan lowered her gaze, showing a look of guilt. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaonan, there's no need to apologize. I know it's not something you could decide on your own. I can help you sever your connection with Loki, so you'll be free. Jiang Yi said slowly. Following the usual pattern of the 3-9, he had first dealt with Belcrand to prevent the captain from exposing the aura of Shiva's resentment. He would definitely use Si Xiaonan's identity as Loki's proxy to pull her back otherwise. She wouldn't have unlocked her memory seal prematurely. Help me sever it. Si Xiaonan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she asked in surprise, You can do that? My divine ruin is a bit special. It can sever the connection between a god and you. Si Xiaonan was slightly shocked internally. Severing the connection between a god and their proxy Death's divine ruin actually had such a capability? She had never heard of this before. Wait, she hadn't heard of the Lamp Realm or the Second Realm either, but Jiang Yi had managed to do it. Since Jiang Yi said he could, it must be possible. However, severing the connection with the god of deception, Loki, would definitely alert Loki. Moreover, her mission was Shiva's grudge. If her status as an agent were erased, Loki would only be more certain that Shiva's grudge was in Songnan. At that time, the captain, Sister Hong Ying, Long Xian, she bit her lip lightly, feeling conflicted. She truly loved this place and liked Squad 136. She didn't want to see it destroyed. Si Xiaonan clenched her fists and shook her head at Jiang Yi. No need to sever it. I have my own plan, but I need your help. After hearing her complete plan, Jiang Yi felt a bit disappointed. It was almost no different from the arrangement in the original story in the end. She still became the new god of mischief. Actually, if Xiaonan's status as Loki's agent were cancelled now, that would be the real major change. However, as a teammate, he still had to respect Xiaonan's decision. All right, I agree, Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you. Also, don't tell the captain and the others. I've always been a member of Squad 136. After speaking, a bright smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Yi nodded, feeling deeply moved. In the original story, during the plot to kill Loki, saving even one person was considered a significant change. Jiang Yi turned his head and slowly looked toward the top floor of a tall building outside the door. Click. Lung Xian snapped a photo of Jiang Yi and Xiaonan from the rooftop of the building. When he saw the photo, he froze for a moment. In the picture, Jiang Yi was clearly looking in his direction. Could it be that Xiao Yi noticed me? Lung Xian was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to be discovered from such a distance. He recalled that Xiao Yi could sense his surroundings, and it seemed that over the past year, his range of perception had expanded significantly. Lung Xian chuckled. Looks like I need to improve my hiding skills. Let us head to the tavern scene first. With that, he picked up the black case containing his sniper rifle and disappeared into the sunlight. As night fell, in a tavern in the city center, screech. The sound of tires skidding on the ground echoed as Jiang Yi, the captain, and Xiaonan got out of the car and entered the tavern. The moment Jiang Yi stepped inside, his senses activated. White outlines of bodies were drawn on the walls. There were some dried bloodstains on the floor, and a video recorder was placed on the counter. In his eyes, every detail was crystal clear. He focused his attention on the tavern owner, trying to sense any mysterious aura. Nothing. The aura of Belkrand wasn't on the tavern owner. He continued to expand his range of perception, but there was still nothing in the tavern. Suddenly, his senses covered the entire Tsangnan city, and he quickly detected a faint trace of mysterious energy in an ordinary residential area in the city center. Jiang Yi smiled faintly and silently stood aside, watching the captain and the others investigate. He wasn't particularly interested in solving cases. How is it going? Can you determine what it is? Chen Mai asked Wu Xiangnan, who was observing the scene. Wu Xiangnan shook his head. I've got a basic understanding of the situation, but I'll need to go back and check the records. I've never seen a case like this, resembling a ghost. Chen Mai nodded, observing the scene for a while longer. After listening to the police's description, his brows furrowed. You're saying that including this one, there have already been 4 similar cases? Yes, Captain Chen. The victims had no connection to each other. It seems like random killings. But the video? Chen Mai looked at the video recorder. On the screen, the waiter's son Xiao was being choked by something, lifted like a chick, and pressed against the wall. Although the image was blurry, the fear on the waitress's face was evident. Then, her 10 fingers were severed by an invisible force, and iron nails floated in the air, piercing into her body. Chen Mai was completely baffled and eventually put the video back in its place. After a brief discussion with Wu Xiangnan, the two left the tavern together. Jiang Yi stood seriously on the surface, looking around, but in his mind, he was calculating how to maximize the use of the magic modification value. Simply eliminating Belkrand was meaningless. It would only leave Lin Xie with one less caregiver, whose role was even less significant than Li Yifei. It wouldn't have much impact on the subsequent storyline in Gusa's city either, as those events were specifically targeted at the Phoenix Squad by the Ancient God Church. Killing it wouldn't yield much magic modification value. It would be better to let Lin Xie obtain it earlier, and let Qingyu dissect it first. Perhaps there would be more gains. This way, it could enhance their strength earlier and create ripples in the subsequent storyline. This idea isn't bad. Jiang Yi, you're so engrossed. Did you discover something? Lin Xie walked over and asked. Jiang Yi snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. Nothing much. I don't know much about this. Lin Xie nodded slightly, recalling the incident with the Nanda snake demon at Sangnan No. 2 High School. Reasoning wasn't Jiang Yi's strong suit. It seemed that heaven was fair to Jiang Yi, granting him immense strength, but leaving some gaps in his intellect. Lin Xie played the sound from the video and muttered to himself, "It's really strange. If the 10 fingers were severed, why do they disappear bit by bit in the video? Where did the fingers go?" He glanced at the video, his gaze finally resting on the bloodstains on the ground. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. "Xie, did you find anything?" When Shima noticed Lin Xie deep in thought and walked over to ask, Lin Xie shook his head. "Can we go see the waitress's corpse?" "You want to see the corpse?" When Shima frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "All right, we have the authority. The corpse is in the morgue if you want to see it. Let's go." Lin Xie became excited and was about to turn off the video. Jiang Yi suddenly said, "Try playing the video in reverse." Reverse? Lin Xie and Wen Shima were both stunned. Lin Xie operated the video, and it began to play in reverse. Gradually, the two of them, Lin Xie glanced at Jiang Yi, turned around, and walked toward the tavern door without even calling out to him. Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly. "I do know a bit, but being well versed in the original text is also true. Actually, this was deduced by Qingyu. I'm just the messenger." Ding. The plot progress of the resurrection sacrifice for Belkrand has accelerated. Achoo. In the morgue, Qingyu, dressed in a forensic suit and wearing a mask, sneezed. "It feels like someone is watching me from behind." His hands, which were moving a corpse, paused for a moment. Then, he shook his head, looked at the tavern waiter and the other 3 corpses, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "As long as I solve this case before the night watchers, I can get that mysterious corpse first." And Qingyu pushed the cart carrying the corpses and gradually disappeared down the corridor. Beep beep. In the office, Wu Xiangnan heard the notification sound, immediately put down the documents, and ran to the display screen. The secret thief, you've finally shown up. He glanced at the team members' locations, picked up his phone, and dialed Lin Chiye's number. Hello, Chiye, the secret thief just left the morgue. He probably stole those 4 corpses. I'll send you the location. On his way to the morgue, Lin Chiye frowned, gave a brief acknowledgement, and hung up the phone. He looked at Jiang Yi helplessly. The corpses were taken by Qingyu. Let us go find him. Lin Chiye knew that Qingyu had been collecting mysterious corpses for research. Send me the location too. We'll split up, it'll be faster, Jiang Yi suggested. Lin Chiye picked up his phone, forwarded Wu Xiangnan's coordinates to Jiang Yi, and then chased down the alley on the right. Sensing no one around, Jiang Yi's body began to fade and instantly disappeared from the spot. In a dimly lit small room, the tavern owner, a portly man with a ruddy complexion, had just booked a plane ticket on his phone. His gaze shifted to the crystal ball on the table containing Belcrand. Just one more sacrifice, and Lord Belcrand can be resurrected. The tavern owner's eyes were filled with reverence and fervor. Booking the ticket myself will definitely alert the night watchers. I just need to send someone from the pool realm. Plus, with the hundreds of people on the plane and the residential area where it crashes, the spiritual energy of so many people will surely help revive Lord Belcrand. Ha ha. The tavern owner quickly packed his things, carefully cradling the crystal ball in his hands as if it were his lifeline. After securing it, he opened the door and hurried out. Bang! The door closed. In the darkness, Jiang Yi's figure slowly emerged. He stood before the table where the tavern owner had worshipped Belcrand. A crystal ball gradually became visible, identical to the one the tavern owner had just taken. However, the one taken was a crystal ball conjured by Jiang Yi's Myriad illusions divine ruins. The one left behind. Jiang Yi reached out and slowly picked up the crystal ball. Inside lay a small golden insect. Needs spiritual energy to revive. Jiang Yi gathered a strand of spiritual energy in his palm and injected it into the crystal ball. Crack! The crystal ball absorbed the spiritual energy, and cracking sounds immediately followed. Cracks appeared on the crystal ball, quickly spreading across its surface. Crash! The crystal ball shattered into pieces. The golden insect fell into Jiang Yi's palm, its wings fluttering slightly, its tiny legs supporting its body. Was it you who awakened me? My most loyal servant. Belcrand emitted a spiritual wave. Jiang Yi froze. Servant? What did you just say, you little bug? Belcrand was startled, glaring at Jiang Yi's human face, and roared, I am the great Belcrand, from the western mist, the master of spirit and desire. Lowly eastern servant, since you have awakened me, I shall grant you immense power. As the words fell, it released a purple spiritual pollution that slowly enveloped Jiang Yi's entire body. Belcrand's spiritual waves grew intense, seemingly trying to take over Jiang Yi's body. However, just as the purple spiritual pollution was about to invade Jiang Yi's mind, a sudden and powerful pressure instantly pinned it to the ground. Belcrand's small eyes were filled with astonishment. This human seemed to be quite formidable. You lowly little bug, what did you just say? Say it again. Jiang Yi stepped forward, the pressure suddenly surging. Belcrand was pressed tightly against the ground, its mind in chaos. You resurrected me, and now you want to kill me? What are you even after? And what is this power? I can't resist at all. Could this human already be at the Klein level of strength? What bad luck, running into such a tough opponent. Master, spare me, I was wrong. Belcrand, almost suffocating under the pressure, quickly emitted spiritual waves to beg for mercy. Then what did you say about me being lowly just now? I'm lowly. I'm the lowest. Spare me, master. Belcrand clasped its tiny claws together, looking pitiful as it begged. Jiang Yi paused, unable to keep his hand extended. He had intended to torment this bug further, but he hadn't expected it to be so spineless. As he withdrew his hand, the pressure on Belcrand instantly disappeared. It trembled as it stood up, leaving some unknown liquid on the wooden floor. It had clearly been scared to the point of wetting itself. Before it could react, a soul-piercing spiritual force surged into its mind, and a contract was instantly established. Belcrand stared blankly at Jiang Yi and murmured, Master, what are your orders? Jiang Yi nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and said, I'll give you a chance. Belcrand was so delighted it almost jumped up and immediately responded with spiritual waves. Master, what chance? I am willing to serve you. There was no room for resistance. The soul contract bound it to obey Jiang Yi completely. Any act of defiance would result in instant annihilation. Jiang Yi took out his phone, pulled up a photo of Lin Xie, and showed it to Belcrand. Master, who is this? Go, bring me his head. Don't come back unless he's dead. Belcrand. Hello. Captain, the police just sent word that the tavern owner, who is a witness, has just bought a plane ticket and is preparing to leave Cangnan. Chen Mai, who was outside investigating the scene of another victim, heard Wu Xiangnan's words, and his expression instantly turned grave. Leaving Cangnan at this time, Xiangnan notified the police immediately to intercept the tavern owner's plane at the airport. The case isn't closed. The witness can't leave. Understood, Captain. After hanging up, Chen Mai dialed Wen Qima's number. The tavern owner's sudden departure was definitely suspicious. Qima. Captain, let me speak first. Jiang Yi just discovered a big secret on the surveillance footage. Chen Mai was taken aback. What secret? The audio in the footage is played backward, trying to interfere with our judgment. I think the Tave listening to Wen Qima's words. Chen Mai quickly recalled the footage in his mind. If played in reverse, the scenes of the severed finger and the iron nail being inserted would turn into a process of a dead person rapidly regenerating. In other words, there were no ghosts or monsters, just someone with super speed regenerative abilities. Chen Mai's heart skipped a beat. They had been watching for so long without realizing it. Yet Jiang Yi had seen through it at a glance. This guy really had some skills. But now wasn't he the time to dwell on that. He quickly said, Qima, head to Cangnan Airport immediately. The tavern owner has booked a flight for tonight. We can't let him leave. Understood, Captain. Cangnan Airport. Dear passengers, the flight XXXXX departing from Cangnan to XXX will begin boarding at 3:02. Please have your identification ready. In the waiting lounge, the tavern owner, wearing a gentleman's hat, sat in his seat staring at his watch as the seconds ticked by. He ignored the surrounding noise, immersed in the joy of soon resurrecting the great Belcrand and gaining immense power. Slowly, he took out the crystal ball hidden inside his suit, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the faint glow emanating from the crystal ball, his eyes were filled with excitement. Tonight, my great Belcrand. The tavern owner suddenly noticed something missing inside the crystal ball. He quickly brought it closer to his eyes for a careful look. In an instant, his eyes widened, bloodshot veins appearing. The figure of Belcrand inside the crystal ball was gone. It had turned into an ordinary crystal ball. Impossible. How could this happen? The tavern owner was in disbelief. He had clearly confirmed before leaving that Belcrand was inside. Thinking back, he realized that the position where he had taken the crystal ball might have been slightly off. In other words, he had grabbed a fake. The real crystal ball containing Belcrand had been stolen? Damn it. Bang. The tavern owner clenched the crystal ball tightly, and with a forceful grip, the ball instantly turned into a mass of blue-white energy that merged into his palm. He didn't pay it much mind, his thoughts entirely consumed by the question of where the real crystal ball was hidden. I'll search at home first. He abruptly stood up and dashed out of security. No one dared to stop him. Glancing at his watch, his anxiety grew. If he missed the resurrection of Lord Belcrand, the consequences would be dire. Ding! Stop right there. Just as he stepped out of the airport doors, Wen Qima suddenly rushed forward, drawing his blade to block the tavern owner's path. The tavern owner halted, releasing a surge of powerful mental energy. You, a mere Qi realm brat, dare to disrupt the resurrection of the great Lord Belcrand? You deserve to die. Wen Qima was startled. This mental energy fluctuation, it was at the Chuan realm. He furrowed his brows. He was only at the Qi realm, no match for someone at the Chuan realm. But retreating was not an option now. When Qima gripped his long blade tightly with both hands, his eyes fixed on the tavern owner's every move, cold sweat forming in his palms. Not backing down. Then die. The tavern owner removed his gentleman's hat, and a chilling wind swept through. Behind him, 10 ghostly children slowly appeared. They divided into 2 rows, quickly forming a neat lineup of 10, standing uniformly in front of the tavern owner. Go kill him. With a sinister laugh, the 10 ghostly children charged at Wenchima. Wenchima, holding his long blade, moved with light steps, deftly dodging the first 3 and striking down 2 with 2 swift slashes. Then, a strange light flashed in his eyes, demonic possession. In an instant, the remaining 5 ghostly children suddenly froze, motionless. When Shima seized the opportunity, stepped forward swiftly, and slashed his blade toward the tavern owner. Squelch! The blade cut through the tavern owner's neck, and his head fell to the ground with a thud. So easy. When Shima was bewildered. However, the tavern owner's body remained upright, with not a single drop of blood flowing from his neck. Wen's pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, 10 ghostly children surged forward again. A strange thread connected the tavern owner's fallen head to his body. In a flash, the head flew back to its original place, and the wound on his neck began to heal. The tavern owner let out a cold sneer, his mental energy surging as he directed the 10 ghostly children to charge at Wenchima once more. The game isn't over yet. What is this? Zzz. Just as the tavern owner prepared to end the fight, a surge of blue-white energy erupted from within him. His entire body jolted, and he recalled the crystal ball from earlier, his pupils shrinking in alarm. His body began to corrode, the intense energy vaporizing his flesh and blood bit by bit. Damn it, I've met my match. Boom. With a loud explosion, the tavern owner's body burst apart like a firecracker. The 10 ghostly children collapsed lifelessly to the ground, as if their souls had been extinguished. When Shima staggered back several steps, dumbfounded. What just happened? I didn't do anything, and he just blew himself up? He cautiously approached the spot where the tavern owner had exploded, observing it for a long while, but found no trace of external interference. When Shima couldn't help but doubt himself, he touched his face. Could it be that I'm so handsome that he self-destructed? After indulging in his narcissism for a moment, he shook his head. This inexplicable victory made him laugh out loud. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, his phone rang in his pocket. When Shima took it out and answered, "Hello, Captain." Shima stopped the tavern owner immediately. The investigation in Xiangnan revealed he's planning a sacrificial ritual. Everyone on the plane is in danger. Captain, wait. When Shima interrupted, I've already taken care of the tavern owner. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Oh, then, never mind. But the tavern owner was at least at the Chuan realm. How did you win? When Shimo replied helplessly, actually, I didn't win. Then, he blew himself up. Chinmai? Question mark. In the dimly lit sewer, several white rats squeaked noisily. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Heavy footsteps echoed as the pink-eyed rats turned their gaze. A foul stench filled Lin Chia's nose as his eyes met the rats. In an instant, his consciousness was drawn into an illusion. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, he found himself in a sunlit courtyard. A boy wearing an eagle mask sat on a chair, nodding at him. Lin Chia walked over and sat opposite the boy. And Qing Yu crossed his hands, removed his mask, and said unhurriedly, "Well then, let us start the meeting. I know you want to study corpses, but you can't keep stealing them every time," Lin Chia said helplessly. "And your illusions, even the Nanda Naga's original body, which was ready to be transported, was half stolen by you." And Qing Yu offered a sheepish smile and asked, "Are you angry?" "No." And Qing Yu's lips curled into a grin. "Let me correct you, it's not called stealing when it's for research. It's called delving deeper into the truth." Lin Chia. "Fine, whatever you say." And Qing Yu asked curiously, "Jiang Yi didn't come? We searched separately, but you need to return the victim's body first. It's crucial for the case." And Qing Yu said, slightly disappointed. Lin Chia was puzzled. "You miss him?" And Qing Yu nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I want to dissect him." Lin Chia was shocked and sternly said, "Absolutely not." "All right." And Qing Yu shook his head in disappointment. Then he added, "How about this? I'll help you solve the case, and you give me half of the mysterious corpse. Deal." Lin Chia frowned, recalling Qing Yu's impressive reasoning skills during the last encounter with the Nanda serpent demon. "Fine." And Qing Yu smiled. Crash. The illusion shattered. Lin Chia's consciousness returned to his body, and the scene reverted to the dimly lit sewer. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel as a black-haired, bespectacled, frail-looking young man slowly emerged. Let's go. Take me to the scene, the literary youth said with a smile. Lin Chia nodded and led in Xingyu toward the sewer exit. Wait. Just as they were about to leave the sewer, a rat suddenly darted out near in Xingyu's feet, prompting him to stop Lin Chia. What is it? Lin Chia asked, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses. The case is starting to make sense. The rat he had sent out earlier transmitted images of Wen Qima and the tavern owner into his mind. It also brought back, and Xingyu looked at the strange, thin thread in his hand and smiled. Lin Chia, however, was full of confusion. What? Ring. Ring before he could ask, the phone in his pocket rang. Hearing the captain recount the news of the tavern owner's death, Lin Chia felt a surge of doubt. The tavern owner had clearly booked a flight. Why would he leave the airport? It didn't make sense. Captain, this case is too strange. Indeed, very odd. According to Qima, the tavern owner wanted to resurrect a mysterious entity called Belkrand, an overseas mystery. Lin Chia froze upon hearing the Western name. That's right. This is beyond our capabilities. I've already applied to contact the Phoenix Squad, which specializes in handling overseas mysteries. We don't need to deal with this anymore. Chun Mai's voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Chia thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed. He hung up the phone and looked at Xingyu helplessly. Looks like you won't get the mysterious corpse. Xingyu shook his head with a smile. This wasn't a wasted effort. I've found a direction for my next research. His eyes flickered with a grayish-white light as he carefully analyzed the strange thread in his palm. After a while, the light in Xingyu's eyes faded, and he put away the thread. Thanks again. I owe you one. Lin Chia sighed. Keep a low profile in the future, or I won't help you. So you'd expose me? Just don't target my childhood friends. We can negotiate the rest. Xingyu nodded, though his eyes showed a hint of regret. Squeak, squeak. The sound of insect wings vibrating filled the air. Lin Chia immediately activated the dynamic perception of mortal domain. A bug emitting powerful mental waves was flying toward him. His expression turned serious. This level of mental wave exceeded the Chuan realm. That meant the high realm. Could this be the overseas mystery Belkrand the captain mentioned? Swish! The black box behind him vibrated, and a star blade was drawn. Lin Chia turned around, staring at the incoming insect. And Xingyu was also stunned, an ice sword floating beside him. What's wrong, Chia? Looks like our luck is bad. That foreign entity is coming our way, Lin Chia replied. How strong? Sea realm. And Xingyu raised an eyebrow, showing no fear in his eyes. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He seemed excited, as if intrigued by the mysterious entity's arrival. Seeing in Xingyu's expression, Lin Chia was speechless. The two of us, pond realm, facing a sea realm, and you can still smile? Buzz. The sound of insect wings grew closer. A golden glowing insect entered their sight. The long blade and ice sword were unsheathed simultaneously. Despite the obvious power gap, the two instinctively decided to launch a surprise attack on the sea realm insect. Belkrand saw the incoming ice sword and long blade, but couldn't tell who was attacking. It thought to itself, the master said only if that Lin Chia dies will I have a chance to live. Golden light radiated from its body, forming a protective barrier. Clang, clang. The long blade and ice sword struck the golden barrier and were instantly deflected. The ice sword floated back to Xingyu's side, while Lin Chia was forced back a few steps, his palms slightly numb. Both of them frowned. Belkrand scanned the two with its small eyes, its gaze finally settling on Lin Chia, as if seeing hope. Chia, do you know it? Why does its gaze seem full of anticipation? And Xingyu asked with the only logical explanation. Lin Chia shook his head. Although he felt the insect's gaze, this was indeed their first meeting. Besides, now wasn't he the time to discuss this. A sea realm entity being interested in him was definitely not a good thing. Chia, be careful, it's flying toward you. Lin Chia's eyes narrowed as he began drawing a summoning array. A sea realm entity? Sorry, I have a sea realm pet too. Smack. Just as the summoning array was about to be completed, the insect flying toward Lin Chia suddenly fell to the ground. Lin Chia paused, looking down at the golden, glowing insect on the ground. The insect's hind legs bent as it knelt, its front claws clasped together as if in prayer. Lin Xie and Qingyu were stunned by the sudden turn of events. "What is this, Lin Xie? Please kill me quickly. I don't want to live anymore," Belcran shouted. Lin Xie and Qingyu? Late at night, the starry sky adorned the heavens. Apart from the sound of vehicles roaring in the city center, the surroundings were silent. Lin Xie and Qingyu stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the golden insect kneeling and begging for death. "Kill me? Doesn't he want to live anymore?" What kind of situation was this? The two were dumbfounded. A Sea Realm entity actively seeking death, who would believe that? And Qingyu slowly came back to his senses and said, "Xie, don't tell me you don't know it. It even called your name. Since it wants you to kill it, you might as well grant its wish. I'll just watch and see." Lin Xie's mouth twitched. He thought, how could I possibly know an insect? Wait, how does this insect know my name? Could someone be behind this? Lin Xie squatted down, staring at the golden insect on the ground, and asked, "Are you Belcrand?" "Yes, please kill me quickly." Lin Xie. He cleared his throat and spoke seriously. "Who sent you? Tell me, and I'll cut you down." Belcrand froze for a moment, then quickly decided not to reveal Jiang Ye's identity. If Jiang Ye's identity were exposed, it would be over for him. The master was right, being killed by Lin Xie might actually leave a way out. The choice was obvious. It shook its head. "If you don't cut me, I won't tell you." Lin Xie frowned and snorted coldly. "If you don't tell me, I won't cut you." "Huh, you don't have the guts to cut me," Belcrand retorted aggressively. Lin Xie refused to back down. "You don't have the guts to tell me." "Hey." Belcrand leaned back deliberately. "I can't even die if I want to." It made up its mind and flew up. "If you don't cut me, believe it or not, I'll fly away. If you don't tell me, even if you fly away, I won't cut you." Lin Xie responded firmly. Belcrand and Qingyu watched from the side, dumbfounded. This was too ridiculous. He scratched his head, feeling like his brain was about to short-circuit, as if a new one was about to grow. It was the first time he'd seen such a mysterious being actively seeking death. "If you don't cut me, I'm really leaving." "Then go ahead," Lin Xie replied coldly, sheathing his long blade with an indifferent expression. Belcrand was about to explode with anger. What the heck? A mysterious being offering itself up to be killed, and he doesn't even take the chance? Is his brain broken? And Qingyu raised his hand and said, "How about I help you? I'm really good at this kind of thing." With that, he adjusted his glasses, and the frost sword began to hover. Belcrand sneered dismissively. "Kid, don't meddle in our business. You can't do it." And Qingyu sighed helplessly. He looked at Lin Xie in disappointment and shrugged. "Guess it's still up to you." Lin Xie once again fixed his gaze on the airborne Belcrand, his eyes full of doubt. A mysterious being from the Sea Realm actively seeking death. What secret was hidden behind this? Who was commanding it? Was it an enemy or a friend? Countless questions flooded his mind. At this moment, Jiang Yi sensed everything and covered his forehead, utterly impressed. With Lin Xie's personality, if you're so blatantly seeking death, who wouldn't kill you? You don't even have the slightest skill in seeking death. Unbelievable. Jiang Yi raised 2 fingers and used the soul contract to contact Belcrand. "Idiot, just attack directly. Who told you to seek death so obviously?" Then, Jiang Yi transmitted a scene of faking an accident with a luxury car to Belcrand. Belcrand, who had been standing dumbly in front of Lin Xie, suddenly had an epiphany. Damn, there's even a way to die like this. Eastern thinking is truly profound. With its meridians suddenly enlightened, Belcrand's body began to radiate dazzling golden light. Lin Xie and Qingyu immediately became alert upon noticing this. "Not going to cut me? Then none of you will live." A mass of purple mental pollution enveloped Qingyu, perfectly avoiding Lin Xie. And Qingyu's eyes narrowed as he began analyzing the purple mist. This is mental pollution. Instantly, his mind became foggy. As someone from the Pool Realm, Qingyu was no match for a mysterious being from the Sea Realm. Even inhaling a small amount of mental pollution left him dazed. Lin Xie reached out to pull Qingyu out of the mist, but Belcrand flew directly between the two, swiftly charging toward Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie gripped the sword sheath and swung forcefully. The bug easily dodged, and continued its charge. This left Lin Xie even more puzzled. Wasn't it just kneeling and begging to die earlier? The sudden attack was initially thought to be mere posturing, but judging by the situation, it was anything but a joke. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the purple mist, and Qingyu stood in front of Belclan, his eyes flickering with eerie purple light. The frost sword in his hand was being manipulated, thrusting straight toward Lin Xie. Lin Xie's pupils constricted as he swiftly unsheathed his blade, slashing the ice sword away in one motion. This purple mist could influence a person's mental state. Lin Xie frowned deeply, staring at Qingyu, who now resembled a lifeless puppet. Then, Belclan's voice rang out. "Kid, your friend is already under my control. If I maintain this for 10 minutes, he will become my slave." It was obviously a threat. Belclan's face was filled with amusement as he stared at Lin Xie, and Qingyu showed no signs of holding back, relentlessly attacking with the ice sword under his control, without a hint of mercy. Lin Xie realized he couldn't afford to go head-to-head with him. If what Belclan said was true, the consequences would be catastrophic. He couldn't risk his friend's life. The only solution was, Lin Xie locked his gaze on Belclan, who was floating in the air. The star blade emitted a crisp hum as Lin Xie bypassed Qingyu and slashed directly at Belclan. Clang! And Qingyu's ice sword instantly blocked the long blade. Lin Xie forcefully pushed the ice sword aside. By now, he was entirely certain that this guy was indeed fighting seriously. "Harm my friend? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." The divine power of the Seraph erupted, and Qingyu's ice sword faltered, and Belclan's mind was momentarily dazed. Lin Xie's long blade glimmered faintly with golden light. Swish! A golden blade arc slashed toward Belclan. But the next moment, Lin Xie's eyes widened in shock. Belclan not only didn't evade but dispelled the defensive golden light around him, rushing toward the blade arc at full speed. Crack! The blade arc was shattered upon impact, and Belclan was sliced into two, his corpse crashing heavily to the ground. Is this all you've got? What a hassle!" Belclan sneered one last time before his voice faded. The purple glow in Qingyu's eyes gradually dissipated. Lin Xie stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, his lips twitching. It had staged a fake accident. In the distance, Jiang Ye's lips curled into a faint smile as the system's notification chimed. Ding! Ding! You accelerated Belclan's sacrificial revival process, causing Qingyu's brilliance to be prematurely revealed. You forced Belclan into a staged self-destruction, allowing Lin Xie to secure Caretaker 006 and a Sea Realm ally ahead of schedule. You enabled Qingyu to dissect Belclan's corpse earlier, further enhancing his strength. Belclan's sacrificial revival failed, and Chun Mayan was unable to release the Shiva's resentment aura, delaying the divine battle of Tsangnan. You have earned 30,000 modification points. Current modification points, 515,000. Upon reaching 800,000 points, you will obtain the ancient divine weapon, Xianyuan Sword. At 500,000 points, you have unlocked the divine skill, Command Reality. Command Reality. The Jade Emperor's words are commands, and all beings in the three realms must obey. Anything you say will immediately become reality or produce a corresponding effect. Note, the rules of heaven and earth impose certain limits, and your words can only alter rules within a certain scope. Jiang Yi felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. Finally, he had obtained the divine skill of the Jade Emperor. He carefully studied the description. The first part aligned perfectly with his expectations, but the latter part, within a certain scope, my words can alter the rules of heaven and earth? Jiang Yi rubbed his chin, falling into contemplation. So this means, shield. He softly called out a word to the star-filled night sky. In an instant, countless dark clouds surged from the horizon, shrouding the moon and covering the starry sky. The light dimmed abruptly. Lin Xie and Qingyu looked at the sudden appearance of the dark clouds from afar, their faces full of confusion. That's odd. There weren't any clouds in the sky just now. How did so many appear all of a sudden? Qingyu curiously observed. Lin Xie was equally puzzled. The weather had changed too quickly. Looks like it's going to rain. Let's find a place to take shelter. Without understanding the reason, Lin Xie picked up Belcran's corpse and ran toward a nearby pavilion. And Qingyu, deep in thought, followed him. Songnan can exist without relying on the mortal domain of the gods, Jiang Yi murmured again, standing on the rooftop. He extended his perception to envelop all of Songnan and shook his head. He had already understood that the power of words shaping reality could only alter certain details of the world's rules. It couldn't, for instance, make the earth suddenly explode or easily destroy outer gods. However, simpler manipulations like controlling the 5 elements and yin-yang, causing an opponent's schemes to fail, or obstructing their thoughts were still achievable. Jiang Yi nodded, calculating in his mind. Once the divine war in Songnan began, could he really wipe out the gods with just his words? This feeling was truly incredible. Not to mention the ancient artifact Xianyuan's sword, which could be obtained upon reaching 800,000 points of magic modification. It was said to have been forged by the Yellow Emperor and could destroy heaven and earth. Jiang Yi touched the hollow sockets beneath the black silk covering his eyes, feeling the silvery, white moonlight. Seraph, when I reach the threshold of dimensional ascension, with your supreme power, will your holy sword be able to withstand a strike from the Xianyuan sword? A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he snapped his fingers lightly. Disperse. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dark clouds that had obscured the night sky vanished without a trace within 3 seconds. The silvery white moonlight and scattered stars once again illuminated the night sky. Tap. Lin Xie and Qingyu, who were about to run into the pavilion to avoid the rain, stopped in their tracks. They stared at the sky in shock. Where had the dark clouds gone? Was someone playing a joke on them? The two exchanged glances, each trying to find answers in the other's eyes. Did we just see it wrong, or? Lin Xie asked in confusion. It shouldn't be a mistake. This weather does seem strange, and Qingyu said, adjusting his glasses, his face filled with excitement. Lin Xie wondered to himself, could it be another mysterious force? A mysterious entity capable of controlling dark clouds? Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the quiet night was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from a nearby alley. The two became alert, their gazes fixed on the alley entrance as a shadow gradually emerged. Lin Xie immediately activated the perception of the mortal domain of the gods. When he saw the figure, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Jiang Yi. Hearing the name, and Qingyu raised an eyebrow, his excitement growing even stronger. The dark figure approached slowly, revealing a handsome face partially covered by a black mask. Jiang Yi walked up to them nonchalantly. Where have you been? Lin Xie asked. With Jiang Ye's abilities, finding Qingyu shouldn't have been difficult, especially since he had sent his location to Jiang Yi. I was looking for a glowing golden bug, Jiang Yi replied softly. Lin Xie raised the scammer bug in his hand, which had been cut in half, and looked at Jiang Yi thoughtfully before shaking his head. Let's go back. Wait. And Qingyu suddenly called out to Lin Xie, smiling shyly. Could you let me dissect this bug? I'll return it to you after I'm done. Lin Xie looked at the bug in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly, appearing somewhat hesitant. And Qingyu seemed to notice his hesitation and turned his gaze to Jiang Yi, extending a finger. Jiang Yi, how about you? Here, just make sure to return it. Lin Xie suddenly handed the bug to Qingyu and pulled Jiang Yi toward the peace affairs office. Jiang Yi looked bewildered, and Qingyu watched the two gradually disappear from sight and couldn't help but laugh. Such deep brotherly affection. Looks like I won't be able to study him after all. What a pity. He glanced at the Belcrant corpse in his hand and slowly turned toward the sewer. Beneath the vast starry sky, on the silver-white surface of the moon, the seraph slowly opened his glowing golden eyes, filled with confusion. The disaster in Songnan has encountered a variable. Who is interfering? Michael's golden eyes lit up, his gaze shifting to the Songnan region on Earth. A boy looking up at the moon caught his attention. A mere ant, could it be you? Michael looked at Jiang Yi, who was gazing at the moon from the street, gradually recalling the boy who had once deceived him years ago. He was initially slightly surprised, then revealed a contemptuous smile. An ant? Still trying to defy fate? How ridiculous. Jiang Yi, who had survived the destruction of Songnan 10 years ago, must know that the current Songnan is nothing short of a miracle. Back then, He deceived this god to save his life, and now, knowing the inevitable outcome of death, he still seeks to change it? Michael activated the miracle law, then shook his head after a moment. The disaster in Sangnan had only been delayed, not altered. Michael slowly ascended, overlooking the blue planet, a golden light flashing in his palm, merging with the moonlight and casting toward the ground. Stubborn little ant, this is the end of our grudge. Your attempt to change fate will ultimately lead to destruction. Under the night sky, Jiang Yi, who had withdrawn his gaze, heard Michael's words in his ear. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the moon again. What's wrong? Lin Xie, sensing the fluctuation of Seraph's divine power within him, looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi smiled and shook his head. Nothing, just heard 2 bird calls. Lin Xie's face showed confusion as he looked at the bright moon. Bird calls. The next morning, in the Peace Affairs office meeting room. Xie, did you encounter Belcran last night? Chinmai asked in surprise. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment and nodded. And then you killed it. Hong Ying was even more curious. After all, the tavern owner was from the river realm, and the sacrificially resurrected mysterious being would at least have sea realm strength. Lin Xie was only at the pool realm, so the members of Squad 136 couldn't help but shift their gaze to Jiang Yi beside Lin Xie. They had only ever seen Jiang Yi defeat sea realm beings while in the pool realm. Jiang Yi noticed their gazes, paused briefly, and remembered the incident last night where he had Belcran fake an injury. He coughed lightly twice. Why are you looking at me? I didn't help. The group slowly withdrew their gazes and refocused on Lin Xie. Xie, how exactly did you kill Belcran? If I'm not mistaken, it should have been a sea realm mysterious being, Wu Xiangnan asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Xie's mouth twitched, unsure how to explain it reasonably. Little brother Xie, come on, tell us. I want to hear the stories of you geniuses too, Hong Ying said, patting Lin Xie's shoulder. Lin Xie replied awkwardly. I'm afraid you won't believe me. Chinmai smiled faintly. Xie, don't worry. We're teammates, and we trust you. That's right, little brother Xie. Speak freely, Hong Ying encouraged with a smile. When Qima, Wu Xiangnan, Lung Xian, and Si Xiaonan also nodded, their faces filled with curiosity. Lin Xie took a deep breath and glanced at everyone. Belcran tried to frame me, and then he recounted the entire sequence of events, omitting only in Qingyu. That's the whole story. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell into silence. Even the usually lively Hong Ying was stunned. The mysterious entity from the sea realm actually knelt and begged for death? What was going on? If it were a matter of absolute strength, I might believe it halfway. But Xie was only at the pool realm, 2 levels below, and yet he managed to make the other party beg for death, and even try to frame him? For a moment, apart from Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, no one knew what to say. Jiang Yi took a sip of tea, suppressing his laughter as he quietly savored the bizarre atmosphere. Wait a moment, let me catch my breath. Chinmai picked up the glass of water on the table, preparing to take a big gulp. Jiang Yi reached out to stop him. Captain, take it slow. Don't choke. Chinmai waved his hand. How could I possibly? Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, he started coughing violently. He really did choke. Jiang Yi froze for a moment and quickly deactivated the effect of his words becoming reality. Chinmai caught his breath, looking at the glass of water in confusion. What was going on? I hadn't even drunk it yet. He slowly put the glass down and patted his chest, not thinking too much about it. The others, startled by his coughing, snapped out of their shock over the sea realm mystery's bizarre behavior. Xie, since you killed Belcran, where's the body? Chinmai continued to ask. Lin Xie answered honestly. On the way back, it was stolen by a secret thief. What? That thief, if I ever catch him, I'll finish him with one shot. Hong Ying slammed her red-tasseled spear heavily on the table in anger. Chinmai gestured for Hong Ying to sit down, then turned his gaze back to Lin Xie and sighed. All right, let's leave it at that. Xiangnan, report the situation to the Phoenix Squad and tell them not to come. Wu Xiangnan looked helplessly at the words written in his notebook. Sea Realm Mystery Frames Pool Realm Night Watchman. Captain, does this even make sense? Chinmai waved his hand. All right, meeting adjourned. If Xiangnan doesn't understand, go ask Xie for clarification. Wu Xiangnan could only nod. After the meeting, Lin Xie was called away by Wu Xiangnan, and they talked for a full 5 hours. In the end, Wu Xiangnan reluctantly wrote in the report, "The mystery outside Songnan has been resolved. Reason. The Sea Realm mystery was determined to die, possessed exceptional learning abilities, and astonishingly mastered the art of framing. It was unintentionally slain by a Pool Realm member of Squad 136. Outside Songnan, aboard a roaring plane, the 7 members of the Phoenix Squad sat in a circle, frowning as they stared at the message sent by Squad 136. Kong Shang, wearing glasses, instinctively adjusted his frames. Captain, could the message have been sent incorrectly? Xia Siming scratched her long hair, reading Squad 130 SIXS report over and over again. This won't do. I was hoping to use this opportunity to recruit Jiang Yi and Lin Xie into our squad. The other 6 members were stunned. What was going on? You're supposed to be reviewing Squad 130 SIXS bizarre report, and instead, you're focused on this. Kong Shang's eyes twitched as he remembered the captain's words about crippling him and then recruiting Lin Xie and Jiang Yi. He quickly changed the subject. Captain, don't you think this whole thing is strange? Strange. Xia Siming flipped through the files on her tablet, pursing her lips in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I understand now. Everyone turned to her with surprised expressions. Kong Shang hurriedly asked, what did you figure out? The mysterious foreign entity is trying to frame us. Ling Lin has already recorded it. We need to come up with a combat plan specifically for dealing with this kind of framing. Aren't I smart? Ha ha. Xia Siming laughed cheerfully at a calm girl. The 6 of them were speechless, completely unable to follow her train of thought. Kong Shang covered his face, utterly resigned. Captain, are we still going to Songnan? Ling Lin immediately shook her head. Since the mysterious foreign entity has been dealt with, we should retreat. No, we can't. Lin Xie and Jiang Yi haven't been recruited yet. Kong Shang, Ling Lin, and the other team members exchanged glances and automatically ignored Xia Siming's words as the plane changed direction. Should we report this to the higher-ups? This mysterious foreign entity is too strange. It feels like someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Ling Lin looked at Kong Shang. Kong Shang nodded. But a mysterious entity framing us and then sacrificing itself? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. What use is sacrificing itself? I really don't understand what the mastermind is thinking. Asylum of the Gods. Wearing the director's uniform, Lin Xie greeted Nyx and Merlin before walking into the prison beneath the director's office. He frowned as he slowly approached the cell holding Belkrand. Sensing someone approaching, Belkrand immediately floated up. After being killed by Lin Xie, its soul had ended up here. Fortunately, my master didn't lie to me. I'm still alive. But how do I get out of here? Lin Xie suddenly stared at it coldly. Belkrand's gaze flickered, not daring to meet his eyes. Speak. Who ordered you to frame us and sacrifice yourself? Lin Xie's tone was filled with killing intent. For a mysterious entity to willingly sacrifice itself meant it knew about the existence of the asylum. Could it be the former director, Genian? Belkrand remained silent. Lin Xie snorted coldly. This is my world. If I want you dead, you're dead. Tell me the truth, and I might give you a chance to live. Belkrand's insect body trembled violently, cursing inwardly. What kind of nonsense is this? It carefully sensed its surroundings, and its heart quivered. Lin Xie was telling the truth. What? I just escaped one hell, only to fall into another? Impossible. Belkrand clutched its head, feeling as if it had been struck by lightning. Speak or die. Lin Xie pressed again. Belkrand hesitated for a long time before tremblingly saying, It was. Just as Belkrand was about to reveal the name, a blue-white light flashed across its body. Lin Xie frowned, only to see the insect's eyes lose their luster. The center panel displayed a few words. Sinner Belkrand. Part of its memory has been erased by a powerful divine force. This. Lin Xie clenched his fists. It seemed the mastermind had already prepared for this. But why do this? What was the point of sending him a mysterious entity? Wait, that blue-white divine force seemed familiar. He thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that Han Xiaoyan had also been enveloped by a blue-white divine force. Could it be the god hidden in Songnan? He actually knows about the asylum? Lin Xie stood frozen in place, slowly turning his gaze toward the insect in the cell. He couldn't comprehend the purpose of that god. However, the god didn't seem to intend harm otherwise. He wouldn't have saved Song Nan. Lin Xie sighed, ceasing his futile speculation. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and a contract materialized out of thin air. He looked at Belkrant. Sign it. Meanwhile, Song Nan's predicament had drawn the attention of the white-robed Yuan Shi Tianzun. Stroking his beard, he calculated with his right hand, his brows furrowing slightly. Young friend, why interfere? This was meant to beat Song Nan's trial. Yuan Shi Tianzun shook his head. What is destined will come, you should just observe. A voice transmission traveled thousands of miles, reaching Jiang Yi's ears. Tianzun, please don't intervene. I just want to spend more time with my mother. After a long pause, Jiang Yi's voice came again, leaving Yuan Shi Tianzun in silence. Song Nan had at most 2 months left. Young friend, you've already ascended to godhood. Why do you still cling to the mortal world? Altering others' destinies carries heavy karma. Yuan Shi Tianzun advised. I don't care about karma. I only care about the people I love and those who love me. If Tianzun tries to stop me, I won't hold back. Yuan Shi Tianzun froze for a moment, intending to lecture him, but the supreme aura emanating from Jiang Yi made him swallow his words. He calculated again, his face showing helplessness. Young friend, there is no need for this. The outcome will arrive sooner or later. This time, he didn't transmit his voice, only sighed softly. Yuan Shi Tianzun waved his sleeve, pondering aloud. The heavenly court is still being restored, and Xia cannot bear too many variables. Young friend, don't blame me. The sun shone brightly, warmly illuminating the soon-to-disappear city of Tsongnan. Peace Affairs Office. Jiang Yi, are you going home? Lin Xie was somewhat surprised. Hong Ying also froze for a moment. That is not quite in line with the rules. Jiang Yi smiled. Sister Hong Ying, I promise to be available whenever called. I just want to go home and take a look. Hong Ying scratched her head, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, You should discuss it with the captain first. You know about the last incident with the ancient god church, and your safety forget it. I won't bring that up. Thinking of Jiang Yi's strength, Hong Ying quickly dismissed her concerns. Jiang Yi nodded and was about to get up when Chun Mai emerged from the basement. Xiao Yi, you're going home? Yes. Chun Mai nodded, walked over, and patted Jiang Yi's shoulder. Go ahead. Your mother hasn't seen you for half a year. She has been quite lonely. Thank you, Captain. By the way, Chia, you should go home too. Spend more time with your aunt and younger brother. Chun Mai looked at Lin Xie. Lin Xie, though surprised, still nodded. A trace of sorrow flashed in Chun Mai's eyes as he looked at the two young men, holding back tears. He didn't know how Xiao Yi and Xie would face the reality of Tsong Nan's disappearance in 2 months. The blow to these two would be immense. Allowing them to spend more time with their families during this period was the only thing he could do as their captain. Captain, this doesn't seem right. If Chun Mai raised his hand to interrupt Hong Ying, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Hong Ying pursed her lips and fell silent. In the afternoon, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie packed lightly and headed home. Chun Mai silently watched the figures of the two young men until they disappeared from sight. Only then did he sigh helplessly and turn away. He walked down to the office downstairs and took out a list of trainees for the night watch in Shanjing. The list included Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Qima, but his name was conspicuously absent. Slowly, he pinched the collar of his shirt at his chest, gently tugged it, revealing a corner of an ancient parchment. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 2 more months. I hope everything goes smoothly. After tidying up his clothes, Chun Mai sat back in his chair, tilting his head to look at the ceiling. Outside the office door, Si Xiaonan, wearing glasses, clenched her teeth and fists tightly. A voice echoed in her ears. Si Xiaonan, remember your mission. You are my agent. The voice of Loki, the god of mischief, reverberated in her mind. She left the office with difficulty. At night, Si Xiaonan saw the light in the captain's office still on. Her red lips bit so hard they bled as she slowly walked toward the office. At dusk, the sky over the old town was adorned with a fiery red sunset. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie each held a white cane, carrying vegetables in their hands. The tip of the cane slung over their shoulders held a bottle of golden rapeseed oil. The two stood side by side at the traffic light, waiting for the green light to turn on. Lin Xie looked at the familiar scene, feeling a bit moved. He turned his head to glance at Jiang Ye's black pupils, a faint sadness welling up in his heart. Having experienced the same pain, he understood Jiang Ye's suffering more deeply. "Big brother, let me help you cross the street," said a little girl standing between them, looking up at Jiang Yi. Ding! The green light turned on. Jiang Yi smiled, took the girl's hand, and strode across the street. The people around them showed surprised expressions. Society is so complicated nowadays, even blind people have to fake it. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie returned home. "I'm leaving." Lin Xie waved his hand. Jiang Yi nodded and turned to walk toward his own door. Woof, woof, woof. A black dog hidden behind a pile of stones suddenly jumped out. Jiang Yi blocked the doorway and said to the dog, "What's your name? Be careful. You might not be able to speak for 3 days." The black dog tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound. What was going on? The celestial dog opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Bang! While it was stunned, Jiang Yi had already entered and locked the door. It thought to itself, "Damn it, why can't I make a sound? Bastard. Last time he stole my dog food, and now he's doing this to me again." The black dog slumped back home in defeat. Yang Jin saw it and found an excuse to drag it into the bathroom. Yang Jin picked up the black dog and asked, "What did Jiang Yi say? What is he trying to do?" The black dog opened its mouth wide, but still couldn't speak. "No food. I'm asking you a question," Yang Jin said, puzzled. The black dog could only keep its mouth open. Smack! Yang Jin slapped its face, his tone unfriendly. "Are you confused? Starting to negotiate terms with your owner now? Still want food when I'm asking you questions? Not talking, huh? Perfect, my brother's back. Tonight, we're having dog meat." The black dog widened its eyes in shock, its mouth opening even wider. In the dim and old alley of the old town, the lights of 2 households across the street glowed warmly and cheerfully. Yang Jin walked out of the bathroom, having already thrown the black dog out the window to find Jiang Yi to lift the spell. However, Yang Jin didn't think much about this kind of ability. Someone who could make a celestial being yield must have methods far beyond his imagination. His gaze fell on the 2 people busy in the kitchen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he walked slowly into the kitchen. Walking to Lin Xie's side, watching him seriously chopping vegetables, she casually picked up an egg nearby and said with a smile, "Brother, let me help you." "All right." Lin Xie's eyes curved into a smile, radiant and cheerful, as he handed her the egg beater. The sizzling sound from the pan, the knife tapping against the cutting board, and the light-hearted chatter of the 3 filled the air. These sounds made Lin Xie's heart race. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled as he gazed at the dazzling night sky. "Home, so warm. Next door. Stop messing around. Your eyesight isn't good, and you're running into the kitchen. What if you cut your hand?" His mother, Lu Su, wearing an apron, pushed Jiang Yi out of the kitchen. Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly and protested. "Mom, you don't trust me? Let me try." "No way. Sit down obediently, watch some TV if you have nothing to do, and don't move around." Lu Su's voice came from the kitchen. Jiang Yi sighed, watching the busy figure in the kitchen, then turned and sat on the slightly worn-out sofa. The aroma stirred memories of his childhood. He reached out his hand, and with a flash of blue and white light, a photo of a family of 3 appeared in his palm. Soon, a soul glowing with golden light materialized before him. Jiang Yi looked at the man in the photo and forced a smile. "Dad, I will definitely bring you back." Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Yi sensed a dog sneaking in. He put away the item in his hand and turned his head. Through a narrow gap, a shadow darted to his feet. Little Black Lame stuck out its red tongue and rubbed its soft head against Jiang Yi's pant leg. "Jiang Yi, you got water in your brain? Why are you acting like a bootlicker now?" Bootlicker. Upon hearing this term, Little Black Lame's fur almost stood on end, but remembering it was here to ask for help, it quickly lowered its head. It sat upright, straightened its body, opened its mouth, and pointed at its own mute mouth with its front paw. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, grabbed at the air, and a white bone appeared, which he directly stuffed into Little Black Lame's mouth. "Little Black Lame? Spit." It spat it out, shook its head, and continued pointing at its mouth. Jiang Yi let out an "oh," showing an expression of understanding. Little Black Lame's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. That's right. Hurry and help me lift the voice seal. Before it could think further, Jiang Yi conjured a set of dental tools, turned on a flashlight, and carefully examined the dog's mouth. After the inspection, he professionally packed up the tools and patted its head. Your teeth are a bit old, but there's no major issue. Little Black Lame's mouth twitched, instantly dumbfounded. Damn it. Are you evaluating my teeth? Smack. Smack. Little Black Lame protested by slapping the ground with its front paws, scratching out 5 words. Let me speak. Jiang Yi understood. Sit down. Smack. Little Black Lame sat down heavily, its whole body stiff. I actually obeyed him. Spin and jump. Little Black Lame stuck out its rear and unexpectedly performed an elegant feminine dance. Jiang Yi, dinner's ready. Just as Jiang Yi was getting playful, he suddenly heard his mother Lu Su's voice. Okay, Mom. He patted Little Black Lame's head. Go back. You'll be able to talk in 3 minutes. Little Black Lame's eyes were dazed, but its body obediently ran out of the room. Not long after, Lu Su came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Jiang Yi picked up his chopsticks, ready to grab some food. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation spread through the air, and his movements froze. He sensed several divine gazes directed at Songnan. Recalling Si Xiaonan's words, Jiang Yi continued eating, his expression remaining calm. Her plan was officially set into motion. The peace office. Hong Ying, Wen Qimao, and the others had already left. In the captain's office, Chun Mai hurriedly smoothed out an ancient parchment scroll, his face filled with shock as he looked at Si Xiaonan. Why are you doing this? He questioned. Facing his inquiry, Si Xiaonan trembled all over, clenching her teeth tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. I'm sorry, Captain. Hearing her apology, Chun Mai frowned deeply. Her eyes were brimming with tears. He knew Xiaonan had her unspeakable reasons. But now, the aura of Shiva's grudge had already been exposed, and the situation in Songnan. He exhaled slowly, looking at his teammate in front of him, forcing a faint smile. He took out the documents for the training in Shangjing. Xiaonan tomorrow. Ring, ring, ring. Before he could finish, the phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression turning serious, and answered, Commander Yi. Hearing this name, Si Xiaonan's pupils contracted. According to her plan, as long as even a trace of the aura was leaked, she would have to leave. But it was as if her feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move. She lowered her head in self-reproach, her tears soaking her glasses. She knew that if the captain handed her over to the night watchers, it was my mistake. I failed to control the aura of Shiva's grudge, Chun Mai said into the phone. Si Xiaonan's body trembled, and she looked up at him in a daze. Chun Mai nodded, gave a brief response, and hung up the phone. He walked over to Si Xiaonan and handed her the training documents for Shangjing. Inform everyone that tomorrow you'll go to Shangjing for training with them. He patted her shoulder. Captain, no need to say more. This day was bound to come sooner or later. Chun Mai waved his hand, his face weary. Even if Xiaonan hadn't torn the parchment today, once Songnan disappeared, no one would be able to suppress the aura of Shiva's grudge. And Xiaonan had only torn a corner before stopping. This showed that she... Captain. Chun Mai looked up. A tear slid down the corner of Si Xiaonan's eye as she said firmly, I will always be a member of Team 136. Chun Mai was momentarily stunned, but Xiaonan had already grabbed the documents and ran out of the office. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he gazed out into the night through the window, his eyes resolute. Captain of Night Watcher Team 136, Chun Mai, swears to protect this city with his life. The next morning, a storm was about to break. In the peace office, except for Lin Xie and Jiang Yi, all the members of Team 136 were gathered in the meeting room. Going to Shangjing for training? When was this decided? Why didn't I hear anything about it? Wu Xiangnan, sitting next to Chun Mai, asked in confusion. The others also stared blankly at the training documents in their hands. Only Lung Xian wasn't looking at the documents. His gaze was fixed on Si Xiaonan across from him. He had already noticed what had happened at the office yesterday. In fact, he had long been aware of Xiaonan's unusual behavior. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers issued the order yesterday. Many teams have to send people to participate, Chunmai explained simply. The documents were right in front of them, and the content was clear at a glance. Hong Ying put down the document and asked worriedly, Captain, if something happens to you while you're alone, what will we do? Chunmai shook his head. Lin Xie and Jiang Yi are still here. Have you forgotten their strength? His smile was gentle, without a trace of sorrow. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie's abilities were beyond question. The meeting room fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense as I Xiaonan kept her head down, her eyes red, not daring to show her face. Wu Xiangnan repeatedly reviewed the documents in a deep voice before finally asking, When are we leaving? Chenmai put down the slightly trembling cup in his hand and said slowly, Today. A plane will come to pick you up later. So soon. Wu Xiangnan's face was full of doubt. Hong Ying and Wen Shima also began to ask questions. Chenmai shook his head. Don't worry. With me here in Songnan, it's absolutely safe. Why does it feel like we're saying goodbye forever? In Xiangnan, you're the deputy captain. This time, you must lead the team well. Wu Xiangnan could only nod. The others said no more. At noon, a plane slowly landed on the platform. Chenmai watched as the 5 team members boarded. His gaze was complex, forcing a smile and waving goodbye. The captain seems preoccupied. When Shima, sitting on the plane, looked at Chenmai below and couldn't help but comment. Wu Xiangnan frowned and patted Wen Shima's shoulder. Don't worry. With Xiaoya and Xie, those 2 monsters, Songnan will be fine. Hong Ying pouted, looking at the city below. I really don't want to leave. Beside her, Si Xiaonan bit her lip tightly, her body trembling slightly. Have a candy. At that moment, Lung Xian, holding a sniper rifle's black case, pulled out a lollipop from his bag and handed it to Si Xiaonan. She froze for a moment, then slowly reached out to take it, her watery eyes glancing at Lung Xian. Lung Xian smiled gently. She unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste quickly spread. So sweet, just like the feeling of Team 136. Below, Chenmai slowly withdrew his gaze. Beep beep. A message popped up on his phone screen. Songnan, citywide lockdown. 2 days later, Lin Xie carried several bags of homemade specialties from his aunt, excitedly weaving through the bustling streets. It felt like he had returned to the same time last year. Let's visit the office and see the captain and the others. I'll bring them a taste of Annie's cooking. Lin Xie smiled as he walked through several streets, spotting the inconspicuous little office. Captain, Sister Hong Ying, huh? Not here. The door was open, but the inside was empty. He looked puzzled. He put down his things and walked into the basement, which was unusually quiet. There was no sound of training, not even a shadow of anyone. Could they be on a mission? Lin Xie speculated and decided to sit on the sofa and wait. After waiting for half a day with no one returning, he began to feel something was off. Caw, caw, caw. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call the captain, the birdcage hanging on the office wall emitted a piercing cry from the Raven of Calamity. Lin Xie's hand trembled instantly. Whenever the Raven of Calamity cried, it meant Songnan was about to face unimaginable disaster. He grabbed the star blade and rushed out of the office. Chia. At the end of the street, Chenmai slowly approached, carrying the black case. Lin Xie froze in his tracks, staring at him in surprise. Captain. Chenmai nodded, looking at the gathering clouds in the sky. The worst-case scenario has arrived. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Xie frowned and walked alongside him. Captain, what exactly happened? Chenmai hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Xie. Have you heard of Shiva's grudge? Shiva's grudge. Lin Xie's expression instantly turned serious. In the sewer, a secret laboratory, Xingyu stared at a white mouse, holding all the information about Songnan and the surrounding cities. It seems something has happened in Songnan. I wonder if a mysterious event will occur. He adjusted his glasses, lost in thought. In his hand, he shook a test tube filled with a purple liquid of mental contamination, his eyes brimming with excitement. Oh, right, I still owe them a favor. This time, I can repay it. And Xingyu stood up and picked up the test tube from the lab bench. Click. The heavy door of the laboratory slowly opened. In the dim light, and Xingyu wore a slightly shy smile. A mysterious thread quietly extended from his fingertips. Although I haven't fully figured it out yet, if there's a new target, it's worth a try. but saying it like that seems a bit dishonorable. He chuckled, stepping out of the dim sewer, slightly raising his head to block the blinding light. At the edge of the sky, heavy dark clouds were gathering over Tsangnan, brewing a massive disaster. Meanwhile, in the old city district, Jiang Yi stood at his doorstep, looking up at the gradually darkening sky. It's good to come early. As long as I can prevent Lin Xie from being deceived by Loki, the god of tricks, into leaving Tsangnan, the plot will undergo significant changes, and the magic modification value will surely increase dramatically. However, compared to the magic modification value, what I care about more is… Jiang Yi turned to glance at his mother, Lu Su, who was cleaning the house, a faint sadness welling up in his heart. If he were like Lin Xie, unaware that Tsangnan would eventually disappear, perhaps he wouldn't feel this pain. Knowing his mother would vanish, yet being powerless to stop, it was heartbreaking. Mom, this time, I won't fail again. Even though there's less than 2 months left, I will rewrite the outcome of this divine war. Determination filled Jiang Ye's face as he stepped out of the house. The fierce wind lifted his black robe, making it flutter in the air. His steps were firm and resolute. With just one step, he reached the edge of Tsangnan City. The young man gripped his blade tightly. Loki, outer god, today, any invader shall be slain. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi suddenly sensed something unusual and quickly turned around, hearing a voice filled with age and familiarity. Young friend, long time no see. At the edge of Tsangnan City, a carriage blocked the path of Chun Mai and Lin Xie. A man in a blue long robe, Chen Fuzi, stepped down from the carriage and nodded in greeting to the two. Lin Xie was still immersed in the aura of Shiva's grievance, with the outer god seizing his consciousness. Xie, this is humanity's top expert, Chen Fuzi, Chun Mai introduced. Only then did Lin Xie look up at the muscular Chen Fuzi in the blue robe. Humanity's top expert? Shock flashed in his eyes. Chen Fuzi smiled faintly and gestured sideways, saying, "You must be Lin Xie. Would you like to get on the carriage and have some tea?" Tea? Lin Xie shook his head in confusion. "No. Captain, I want to stay with you to protect Tsangnan." Both of their expressions froze. Chen Mai placed a hand on Lin Xie's shoulder. "If you go with Fuzi, Tsangnan will have hope. This is an order from the Grand Commander of Daxia." "What do you mean?" Lin Xie was puzzled. "Lin Xie, get on the carriage and have tea. Let's talk," Chen Fuzi said with a smile. Chen Mai nodded as well. "Go ahead. Fuzi will explain everything to you." Lin Xie frowned, glanced at the captain, and slowly stepped onto the carriage. Chen Fuzi and Chun Mai exchanged smiles as the carriage ascended into the sky and flew away. Along the East Sea coast, the waves surged, dark clouds loomed, and lightning flashed. Suddenly, a massive wave hundreds of meters high rose from the sea, rushing toward the nearby city. Fear flickered in the eyes of the soldiers guarding the city, a sense of helplessness washing over them. Just as the giant wave was about to engulf the city, a sword hum that echoed through the heavens and earth pierced the sky, carrying a powerful sword aura that surged against the tide. The sword aura collided with the wave, instantly dispersing it, leaving only droplets of water falling. Step, step, step. A man in a black shirt, carrying a sword case on his back, walked forward slowly, his voice low. Ahead lies the territory of Daxia. No gods may enter. In the sea, a towering and muscular sea god, Poseidon, floated above the water, holding a trident. He gazed at the black-shirt swordsman, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A mere mortal had reached such a level. "Do you know who I am?" "God Code 009, Sea God Poseidon," the black-shirt man replied indifferently. Anger flashed in Poseidon's eyes. "Mortal, gods are not to be addressed by mere numbers." "How arrogant!" Poseidon roared, and the waters of the East Sea surged, raising waves 1,000 meters high. "Mortal, I do not kill the nameless." Zhou Ping raised his eyes, sword aura radiating from the dragon elephant sword, and said calmly, "My name is Zhou Ping. People call me the Sword Saint." Northern Daxia. The land was draped in silver, covered in snow. A few birds took flight, frightened by the chilling and terrifying aura. Black, eerie energy spread across this pure land. Upon contact with life, it instantly withered and died, the aura of death enveloping the heavens and earth. Gradually, countless skeletal figures emerged from the darkness, their eyes glowing with ghostly blue light. They spread rapidly, like an army. But before the skeletal army could advance far, a man in a red cloak stood up. He plunged a star blade into the snow, as if he had been waiting there for some time. Taking out a cigarette, he lit it and took a deep drag. White smoke drifted into the air. Allow me to introduce him. He is the highest commander of Dashia's Night Watchers, Yi Fan. As the words fell, the shadowy figure of Hades, the king of the underworld, slowly appeared. Songnan City. The space around Jiang Yi gradually darkened. Though it was not complete darkness, it resembled a shimmering starry sky. Was this an independent space? He sensed the energy fluctuations around him and realized this was not a space formed by ordinary forbidden objects, but one created by a divine artifact imbued with the aura of a god. However, the strength of the primordial heavenly venerate had not fully recovered, so breaking through by force was not impossible. But Jiang Yi slowly turned his head, looking at the elder in a Taoist robe sitting on a stone stool. On the stone table in front of the primordial heavenly venerate was a carved chessboard, imbued with the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Young friend, would you like to play a game of chess with me? The primordial heavenly venerate stroked his beard and looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi sheathed his long blade, walked to one side of the chessboard, and felt the chessboard and pieces radiating the power of laws. What is this? This is a chessboard I condensed with the power of laws. Everything in existence has its operating rules. Every move on this chessboard can influence the situation in Songnan. If you can defeat me, I will no longer interfere with anything you do in the future. The primordial heavenly venerate extended his hand, pointing to the stone stool opposite, signaling Jiang Yi to sit. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. He could feel that the chessboard and the black and white pieces already placed on it mirrored the current situation in Songnan and Daxia. Every move could indirectly affect the situation in Songnan. If he won this game, he could change the outcome of the divine war, gain modification points, and slow down the disappearance of Songnan. The primordial lord invited him to play chess, merely to prevent him from taking action. However, if he had not yet obtained the power of words become law, he indeed would not be a match for the primordial lord in such a game. But now, even without lifting a finger, just with his words alone, he could alter the course of the Songnan divine war. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. Lord, even so, you still can't beat me. Oh, why does the young friend say so? Because I decide, Jiang Yi replied. The primordial lord fell silent. Young friend, let me tell you, in chess, apart from losing to the Jade Emperor's words become law trick, I have never lost. The old man showed a gentle smile, seemingly unconvinced that Jiang Yi could win. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Isn't this just walking into the trap? He shook his head and said, I won't play anymore. I can directly break your space and interfere with the outcome. Why bother with all this trouble? The primordial lord's mouth twitched, understanding Jiang Yi's meaning. If he truly wanted to forcibly break the space, he would have acted when the space was solidifying earlier. The fact that he hadn't acted yet clearly indicated he was negotiating terms. Quite cunning. After some thought, he said, How about this, young friend? If you win, I owe you a favor. If you lose, you must no longer interfere with the normal trajectory of the Great Xia. Additionally, you will owe me a favor. Jiang Yi shook his head. No deal. That's obviously unfair to me. The primordial lord coughed twice. Then, if you lose, you won't owe me a favor. Hearing this, Jiang Yi gave the primordial lord a scholar's bow and then sat across from him. The favor of the lord was indeed valuable. As he sat down, the originally brilliant starry sky split into two halves. One half was filled with the golden divine aura released by the primordial lord, while the other half was filled with the blue-white divine aura released by Jiang Yi's source of all phenomena. The two forces collided at their intersection, producing a sizzling sound. The primordial lord nodded slightly, a confident smile appearing on his face, as if victory was already in his grasp. Young friend, you hold the black pieces and go first. So generous? Then I won't hold back. Jiang Yi picked up the small jar containing the black pieces. The old man merely smiled and asked, You haven't told me your name yet. Name? Jiangyi thought for a moment, then pinched a black piece between his fingers. Bang! A crisp sound of the piece landing echoed. The primordial lord lowered his head to look at the chessboard, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This move landed directly in a critical position. Hiss! He looked at Jiangyi. Jiangyi slowly opened his mouth. You can call me master of all phenomena. As his words fell, the blue-white divine aura released by Jiangyi spread through the space, overpowering the golden light of the primordial lord. As Jiangyi placed the piece on the cosmic chessboard, beyond the borders of the great Xia, deep within the dense fog, a pair of golden, radiant eyes suddenly opened. A powerful divine might surged through the mist, terrifying the mysterious creatures hidden in the surroundings, forcing them to retreat into corners. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and the fleeing mysterious creatures were firmly suppressed to the ground by the divine might, unable to struggle no matter how hard they tried. Within the mist, golden light shimmered, and a 10,000-meter-long five-clawed golden dragon revealed a fraction of its massive form. So annoying. I just entered the realm of the Lord God, and now this dragon has to get to work. The command of the soul contract echoed in its mind, and Xiao Jin's expression instantly turned weary. Its golden, shimmering eyes swept over the strange and grotesque mysterious creatures on the ground, but its appetite was completely gone. These things, it has eaten too much of them and is already tired of them. Xiao Jin released his divine perception, and a brilliant golden light flashed in his eyes. The aura of an outer god has appeared in Xia. How could they attack Xia so quickly? Xiao Jin dared not delay and locked onto the nearest divine aura with his perception. In an instant, the mist churned, and a 10,000-meter-long golden dragon radiating dazzling light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Northern Xia. Sizzle. A silver-white star blade, carrying a terrifying blade aura, slashed through countless charging skeleton soldiers ahead. A middle-aged man, a cigarette in his mouth, gripped the blade in his right hand, his gaze coldly fixed on the front. The shadow in the void was Hades, the king of the underworld, who spoke in a hoarse voice. Revered Yi Fan, in the presence of gods, you mortals of Xia cannot possibly protect Shiva's grievance. This dangerous artifact can only be safeguarded by the Olympian gods. Yi Fan sneered. What you Olympians have done makes you unworthy of possessing it. Not only did you sacrifice all the citizens of your divine kingdom, but you also harmed your own gods. Not long ago, Nyx, the goddess of night, appeared in Xia, and you exterminated all her offspring. When she returns, will you be able to withstand her wrath? Hades' ghostly blue eyes flared with cold flames, showing his surprise. Mortal, she has long been dead. Don't try to deceive me. You have 15 minutes to hand over Shiva's grievance, or today, Xia will become a world of the undead. Ding! The long blade in Yi Fan's hand emitted a crisp sound. In this mist, your strength has already diminished greatly. To be honest, you're not even as good as a struggling dog. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister and terrifying divine pressure descended. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly, and the long blade in his hand emitted a faint glow. Ha ha, arrogant mortal of Xia, let me tell you, gods will always be gods. Yi Fan took one last puff of his cigarette, extinguished the butt, and rubbed his fingers together. Laughable outer god, the gods of Xia have already awakened. In the future, you will understand what a true god is. Hades laughed coldly. Haha, the gods of Xia? I would like to see them. Mortal, let them come. Roar. Just as Hades finished speaking, a dragon's roar filled with divine power echoed across the sky. 10,000 rays of golden light illuminated the icy landscape. Both Hades and Yi Fan froze, staring at the mist not far away. The mist churned, and golden light radiated from within. A dragon head as massive as a mountain slowly emerged from the mist. Its golden eyes shone brightly, and its 10,000-meter-long body coiled in the sky, majestic and sacred. The ghostly blue flames in Hades' eyes flared up violently as he stared in shock at the giant dragon in the sky. The Xia divine dragon. No, this dragon had only recently entered the divine realm. How could it have reached the level of a main god in such a short time? It's absolutely impossible to advance so quickly. What method did it use? Hades fixed his gaze on the golden dragon, his expression growing heavy. Although he was at the same level as the dragon, surviving in the mist had already cost him his peak strength. If Yi Fan and the dragon joined forces, he would stand no chance. Damn it, Hades cursed inwardly. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, looking at the divine dragon flying in from the horizon, his heart filled with joy. It was the heavenly court divine dragon that had appeared in Songnan Jinshan not long ago, and this time its divine power was even stronger. It had broken through. Yi Fan's lips curved into a smile as his gaze returned to Hades, the king of the underworld. Thank you for summoning all the gods of my great Xia. Well done, Hades. His lips twitched, unsure how to respond. It seemed, it really was his impulsive action that had summoned this divine dragon. Hades closed his deep blue eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles cracked. Should he fight or retreat? He glanced at Yi Fan and the golden dragon and instantly made up his mind. Retreat. The eerie black aura slowly receded from the borders of Great Xia. Hades took one last look at Yi Fan. Mortal, I will remember this debt. When the gods descend upon Great Xia, that will be the day you repay it. As his words fell, the dark aura swiftly retreated, disappearing into the mist. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed once more as the golden dragon chased after the retreating dark aura. Don't even think about running. Stop right there for this divine dragon. Little Gold, seeing its prey about to escape, immediately accelerated in pursuit. As it passed by Yi Fan, it suddenly stopped. It initially wanted to say, "Do you believe in this divine dragon?" Offer some faith power. But worried that Yi Fan might know its master, it decided to avoid trouble. After some thought, it asked, "Do you know Lin Xie?" Mentioning Jiang Ye's name would surely backfire, so this was just right. Knowing Lin Xie would naturally mean knowing Jiang Ye. Yi Fan was slightly stunned and instinctively replied, "I do." Little Gold nodded, and a golden light enveloped Yi Fan. In an instant, Yi Fan appeared on the golden dragon's head. "Let's go. Follow this divine dragon to catch that guy." Little Gold's body flashed as it chased the dark aura into the mist. It acted this way because it had just ascended to the rank of a main god, and with Yi Fan being so powerful, even if Hades himself appeared, he wouldn't stand a chance. This dragon was truly brimming with confidence. Little Gold stroked its dragon whiskers, its face full of self-assurance. Standing on Little Gold's majestic dragon head, Yi Fan held the star blade, momentarily dazed. He looked down at the radiant, majestic, and sacred dragon head, then turned to gaze at the 10,000-meter-long dragon body, his heart filled with awe. I actually rode a dragon. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel excited, but he quickly regained his composure. Just now, he had merely said he knew Lin Xie, and this divine dragon immediately showed friendliness. Could it be? This guardian dragon of the heavenly court is really Lin Xie's, a loyal and protective divine dragon? On the northern border, on this day, a middle-aged man stood atop the head of a 10,000-meter-long golden dragon, holding a radiant moon blade, ready to cut through the mist and slay the gods, to display the majesty of Great Xia. In Songnan, within a special space shrouded by divine artifacts, blue and white light gradually gained the upper hand, suppressing the golden radiance. An elder sitting across from Jiang Yi gently stroked his beard with his left hand, holding a white chess piece in his right. He calmly stared at the chessboard. He placed a piece at the center point. Without absolute confidence, no one would dare to make this move, not even himself. Young friend, your confidence is admirable, but relying solely on the yellow dragon won't change the situation. Primordial Heavenly Venerate shook his head with a smile. Then, he moved the white piece to the right corner. There, a black and a white piece were already present. In the eyes of both, these two pieces symbolized Zhou Ping along the East Sea coast and Poseidon, the sea god. The elder pondered for a moment and placed the white piece right next to the other white piece. Was this a connected move? Jiang Yi smiled. In chess, connection signifies solidifying one's power and gradually expanding. At the same time, images of the East Sea coastline appeared in his mind. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and the oppressive sky looked gloomy. Over the East Sea, several massive water columns shot into the sky, encircling Poseidon, the sea god wielding a trident. A 1,000-meter-high tsunami, blocking out the sun, roared toward the city where Zhou Ping was located. The storm blew strands of hair across Zhou Ping's forehead, but this mortal, facing an apocalyptic scene, showed no trace of fear in his eyes. Arrogant mortal, you will pay for your insolence with your life. Poseidon slowly extended his blue arm, and the swirling water columns instantly transformed into 1,000-meter-long water serpents, shooting forward like arrows, their massive jaws open wide as they lunged at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping remained calm and composed, holding his sword horizontally in his right hand while lightly waving his left. From the dragon elephant sword, terrifying white sword energy erupted, rippling outward. The sword energy condensed into countless small swords in the air, brimming with killing intent. The small swords danced with Zhou Ping's thoughts, matching the number of incoming water serpents. Go! With his command, several streams of sword energy shot skyward. The forest white sword energy, carrying intense killing intent, met the water serpents without resistance, instantly reducing them to powerless droplets. In the humid air, the sword energy dissipated without a trace. A flicker of surprise flashed in Poseidon's eyes. This mortal was unexpectedly powerful. But that was all. Mortal, this god admits you have some skill, but you are not a god. To think you can challenge a deity is truly naive. Prepare to face the wrath of this god. He swung his trident, and the tsunami rose several thousand meters higher, its immense pressure causing the citizens witnessing the scene in the city to collapse to the ground. The tsunami is coming. It's over. A city guard stared at the towering tsunami, his heart filled with despair. Beside him, a comrade patted his shoulder and said, "We must believe in Daxia. In the face of disaster, I refuse to believe that I am as insignificant as dust." Resignation is the greatest form of self-abandonment. Unafraid of the storm, he stood up and gazed at the figure cloaked in sword shadows. Zhou Ping stared at the unstoppable tsunami, his brows furrowed, releasing white sword energy as he leapt onto the East Sea. He stepped on the surging waves, holding the 3-foot dragon elephant sword, advancing step by step toward the mountain like sea god Poseidon. With each step, countless streams of sword energy surged toward Poseidon. The latter sneered, spinning his trident to repel the terrifying sword energy, though the counterforce caused him to retreat slightly. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Mortal, what are you trying to do?" Zhou Ping slowly ascended into the air, his expression calm, and uttered 2 words, "Slay gods." Outside the chessboard, Jiang Ye's consciousness gradually withdrew from the scene, his face showing a trace of emotion. It was still that Zhou Ping, the mortal who dared to challenge the gods. And himself. Jiang Yi reached out and untied the black satin covering his eyes. Beneath his closed eyelids, blue and white divine light radiated. The elder across from him saw this and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Young friend, he has yet to take the crucial step. You cannot win this game," Yuan Shi Tianzuan said indifferently. "I've said before, the outcome of this game will be decided by me." Jiang Yi confidently picked up a black stone, his expression resolute. "Today, let the celestial venerable witness how a mortal slays a god." Bang! The crisp sound of the stone landing echoed. The celestial venerable's expression changed as he looked down at the board. The black stone captured. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, and the scene of the East Sea reappeared in his mind. Slay a god? Ha ha! Foolish mortal, is this your delusion before death? Poseidon, the sea god, burst into laughter, his eyes full of disdain as he regarded Zhou Ping's intentions. A mere mortal, not yet truly a god, already standing on equal footing with a deity, was remarkable enough, yet he dared to think of slaying a god utterly absurd. He raised his trident high, his gaze coldly fixed on Zhou Ping's insignificant figure. The trident unleashed an overwhelming divine power, pressing heavily toward Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's sword energy surged skyward. Wielding the dragon elephant sword, a dazzling white sword light cleaved through Poseidon's divine power, scattering it into countless points of light. Immediately, Zhou Ping's sword energy surged toward Poseidon like a tidal wave. Poseidon's trident floated before him as he chanted an ancient incantation. In an instant, a shield of energy formed from seawater enveloped his massive body. Zhou Ping gripped his longsword tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching tsunami. Now, he had to severely wound or kill Poseidon to protect the city behind him. He glanced back at the city, a trace of solemnity appearing on his face. He was the sword saint of Dacia. Zhou Ping's eyes were shrouded in white sword energy, and the dragon elephant sword emitted a resonant hum. He channeled all his mental strength, and his sword energy shattered Poseidon's energy shield, forcing him to take a half-step back. "Is that all you've got?" Poseidon sneered, infusing divine power into his trident. Divine power clashed fiercely with the white sword energy. Explosions echoed through the space, and the shock waves caused buildings along the coastline to collapse one after another. Zhou Ping grew anxious. If he didn't act quickly, the tsunami would engulf the entire city. A wry smile appeared on his face. Was he really only good at swordsmanship and cleaning? As he berated himself, he suddenly felt a powerful divine force merge into his dragon elephant sword. Zhou Ping frowned. "Who are you?" A clear voice echoed in his mind. "I am like you, a mortal god slayer. Use this divine power well, Zhou Ping." Zhou Ping was momentarily stunned, but the sound of the explosion from the clash of sword energy and divine power brought him back to reality. The towering tsunami, thousands of meters high, was now right before him. Zhou Ping closed his eyes, and the dragon elephant sword emitted a blue and white divine radiance. Boom! A surge of immense divine power instantly shattered the divine energy Poseidon had gathered. The towering divine figure staggered back dozens of meters. Shock appeared on Poseidon's face. "Divine power? How can your sword possess divine power?" Zhou Ping slowly opened his eyes, glowing with blue and white light. Ignoring Poseidon's question, he spoke calmly. "My name is Zhou Ping, an ordinary man with an ordinary name. Today, I, Zhou Ping, on behalf of Dacia, with the body of a mortal, slay a god." Along the East Sea coast, sword energy pierced through the dark clouds, revealing a clear blue sky. The thunder clouds dissipated in an instant. Under the blue and white sword light, the tsunami abruptly calmed, the water bursting into mist in the air. Sunlight broke through the mist, and a brilliant rainbow appeared in the sky above the sea. Poseidon, the god of the sea, stood on the surface of the ocean, his pupils contracting as he stared in disbelief at the mortal shrouded in sword energy. How is this possible? This divine power is so overwhelming. How did he acquire such power? This avatar is no match at all, too weak. He quickly turned and dove into the sea, stirring up massive waves as he sped away from Zhou Ping. "Mortal, I will remember this grudge. When the gods descend upon Dacia, I hope you are still alive." Poseidon gathered divine light to shield himself, his trident radiating a dazzling brilliance as he sped through the deep sea, causing the surface to ripple slightly. Within the sword energy, Zhou Ping's eyes sharpened as he gently swung the dragon elephant sword. Behind him appeared a figure, the phantom of Jiangyi, whose eyes were closed, blue and white light flowing through the cracks of his eyelids. Jiangyi's phantom supported Zhou Ping's sword-wielding right hand. The sword hummed, and a burst of sword energy imbued with immense divine power shot forth like lightning, unstoppable. Poseidon, thinking he had escaped, let out a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the terrifying wave of sword energy rapidly approached his senses. Poseidon's pupils contracted sharply as he increased his speed, attempting to turn his head. A flash of blue and white sword light swept across his neck, effortlessly breaking through his defenses. Poseidon's eyes widened, unable to comprehend even in death how a mortal could suddenly wield the power of a god, let alone such terrifying power. With a casual strike, his avatar was effortlessly destroyed. What kind of power was this? This aura was strikingly similar to that of the god from the Southern Azure Divine War 10 years ago. That god had once granted mortals immense power, capable of easily annihilating a god's avatar. Could it be that he had reached the pinnacle of the main gods? Thud! Poseidon's body fell in shock, his blood dyeing the entire sea red. Above the ocean, Zhou Ping hovered amidst a rainbow, holding the dragon elephant sword, momentarily dazed. He looked down at the sword in his hand, lost in thought. Why did he help me? On the eastern coastline, the apocalyptic tsunami dissipated in an instant, and the sky cleared. The once despairing townspeople looked up in astonishment at the sunlight. At that moment, their faces lit up with radiant smiles. "Mom, the disaster is gone." A woman, tears of joy streaming down her face, tightly embraced her child. Those who had been hiding from the disaster emerged from their shelters, standing in the bright sunlight, all gazing at the dazzling rainbow in the sky. The tsunami had vanished. On the shore, the 7 night watchers of Huaihai City looked up at the man in black in the sky. "Captain, the Sword Saint has succeeded." "Yes, he did it." The man in the dark red cloak gazed at the Sword Saint's silhouette, tears glistening in his eyes. "The Sword Saint has proven to us, ordinary people can slay gods." In the distance, Xiao Jin and Yi Fan happened to witness Zhou Ping slaying the god. Xiao Jin immediately recognized that it was the power their master had lent to Zhou Ping. However, he was also somewhat surprised that someone from Daxia could now contend with gods using their own strength. If he were to ascend to godhood in the future, his power might rival that of the main gods. "Eating is still more important," Xiao Jin muttered, shaking his dragon head. He set down the dazed Yi Fan and dove straight into the eastern sea to devour Poseidon's avatar. Yi Fan stood on the shoreline, staring blankly at the figure in black on the sea. "He hasn't taken that step yet?" He stared for a long time, the shock in his eyes gradually fading as he fell into deep thought. Zhou Ping had not yet taken that step. Even though it was an avatar of Poseidon, the sea god, Zhou Ping, who had not mastered the laws, could not possibly kill it with a single strike. Yi Fan turned his head to look in the direction where the guardian dragon had just left. Could it be that a deity from Daxiao secretly helped? He thought for a moment, shook his head, and his gaze returned to Zhou Ping's distant figure. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Zhou Ping, I owe you again this time." Outside Sangnan City, on a desolate highway, a young man wearing a bright yellow vest was riding an electric scooter alongside a truck. Lu Wuwei knocked on the truck's window. The smoking driver was startled, glanced at the dashboard, and his eyes widened. He looked at the young man in surprise. "This crappy electric scooter can go 130 kilometers h." Just as he was in a daze, the young man, holding the scooter's handlebars with one hand, pulled a pizza box out of a delivery bag with the other. "Hello, here's your delivery." The driver frowned. "Are you crazy? I didn't order any delivery." Lu Wuwei smiled. "Divine Code 018, Loki, the god of mischief." "Yes, this is your delivery." Pop. The pizza box sprang open, and a row of explosives emitting blue light flew into the truck's cab. The driver looked at the bomb in his lap, his face instantly turning pale. Boom. On the desolate highway, flames shot into the sky. Amid the blaze, Lu Wuwei, wearing a bright yellow uniform, sped away on his electric scooter. Suddenly, he looked toward the East Sea, his brows furrowing slightly. 10 years ago, how could the aura of that deity from Sangnan appear in the East Sea? And a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The divine aura of Poseidon, the sea god, had disappeared. Could it be that the deity was slain? Lu Wuwei shook his head. "Forget it. I'll focus on finding all of Loki's avatars first." Beep beep. The electric scooter sped along the highway, a yellow figure flashing past. Outside Sangnan City, a woman carrying luggage stopped in her tracks, a strange smile appearing on her lips. Then, her body trembled violently, and a few seconds later, she transformed into a man in a deep green robe. He had a classic Western face and deep, penetrating eyes. Another avatar lost, and even that fool Poseidon was killed. It seems Daxia isn't as weak as it appears. However, this time, I must obtain the Shiva's grudge. Only I am worthy of possessing it. Loki slowly walked into Sangnan City, softly calling, "My divine agent, see Xiaonan." At the same time, in a special space shrouded by a divine artifact above Sangnan, blue and white divine light tightly suppressed golden divine light, with the advantage already leaning heavily to one side. The primordial heavenly venerable looked at the situation on the chessboard, his expression no longer calm. The air grew still. After a long while, the old man spoke. "Young friend, Isn't this a bit unfair? He looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled. Heavenly Venerable, if I win on my own, how is it unfair? The primordial Heavenly Venerable. In the vast universe, Earth resembled a small boat. A pair of golden glowing eyes were watching the scene of Zhou Ping slaying the deity. The seraph Michael furrowed his brows slightly, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. A mortal capable of slaying a deity? An ordinary person without mastery of the laws could never achieve this. Michael's holy six wings trembled gently, and the golden light in his eyes grew even brighter. He gazed at the sword mark left deep in the seabed of the East Sea, reflecting in his eyes. This is sword energy imbued with divine power. Michael's heart skipped a beat as his gaze shifted back to Zhou Ping, yet he couldn't sense even the slightest fluctuation of divine power. This puzzled him greatly. If Zhou Ping could unleash sword energy imbued with divine power, why couldn't he feel any trace of it? How strange. Gathering the power of laws in his palm, Michael carefully examined the sword mark on the seabed. Finally, he detected a faint trace of blue-white divine power lingering on the mark. This divine power, so familiar. It's the supreme god born in Sangnan 10 years ago. Michael suddenly realized that it wasn't a mortal defying the heavens to slay a god with their own strength, but rather a god aiding from behind the scenes. He chuckled bitterly, mocking himself for almost believing the illusion that a mortal could truly slay a god. This reminded him of those laughable little ants who dared to judge the gods and harbored foolish thoughts of killing them. Thinking of this, Michael's gaze turned toward Sangnan, but his brows furrowed. There was no trace of that little ant in Sangnan. Had it already disappeared? He was about to use the laws to investigate, but stopped himself. A mere ant wasn't worth the concern of a god. Mortals are mortals. These little ants who dream of defying the heavens will ultimately bring about their own destruction. However, Michael still had questions in his heart. Why did the supreme god of Sangnan from 10 years ago help a mortal slay a god? A god's avatar could be easily obliterated with a mere flick by the supreme god, so why go to such lengths? Michael fell into deep thought. Was he trying to prove something through a mortal slaying a god? Above Sangnan, in a space interwoven with blue, white, and golden divine light, the primordial Heavenly Venerable adjusted his sleeves, his brows slightly furrowed, hesitating for a long time with the chess piece in his hand, yet unable to make a move. Facing Jiang Ye's cunning tactics, he seemed to be transported back to the days of playing chess with the Jade Emperor. But he quickly shook his head. Jiang Yi was not the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor and couldn't possibly possess the miraculous ability of words becoming reality. Moreover, the chessboard he had condensed using the laws of the Great Tao only allowed players to influence the game through their moves, without the ability to directly alter reality with divine power. How strange. The primordial Heavenly Venerable raised his eyes to look at the young man with closed eyes, blue-white divine light seeping through the gaps of his eyelids. He speculated, could the young man have anticipated his interference and prepared in advance? The elder nodded slightly, recalling the divine dragon contract guarding the heavenly court and the sudden burst of youthful divine power from Zhou Ping's sword. He became increasingly certain. This young man before him was no ordinary figure. It seemed he had encountered a formidable enemy. Young friend, I apologize for underestimating you earlier. From now on, I won't hold back, he said with a smile to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi also smiled faintly, extending his right hand. Then let's begin. The primordial Heavenly Venerable's eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his gaze to the chessboard, abandoning the offensive in the upper right corner. His focus shifted to the scattered pieces in the lower left corner, where the white pieces had already formed an encircling stance. This represented the entire situation in Sangnan. He picked up a white piece with his right hand, and as it landed with a crisp sound, it cut off the black piece's escape route. The black piece was completely trapped, unable to connect with other pieces. Young friend, the hidden foreign god's pawn in Sangnan has already been activated. The crisis in Sangnan has just begun. The outcome is still undecided, the primordial Heavenly Venerable said lightly, stroking his beard. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, knowing exactly who the pawn he referred to was. Si Xiaonan. He shook his head gently. At this moment, in a luxurious hotel in Shangjing City, Si Xiaonan lay on the bed, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. "Si Xiaonan, my agent, it's time to come back." A voice called out by her ear. Her face showed a pained expression as she held her head with both hands, clearly in discomfort. Hong Ying, who lived with her, heard her painful cries and quickly rushed to the bedside, grabbing her hands and asking, "Xiaonan, Xiaonan, what's wrong?" Hearing Hong Ying's voice, Si Xiaonan suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and gasped for breath. Hong Ying held her shoulders and said, "Another nightmare?" Si Xiaonan saw Hong Ying, hugged her, and softly murmured an acknowledgement, her eyes slightly red. Hong Ying smiled helplessly and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Hong Ying opened it to find Wu Xiangnan, Lung Xian, and Wen Qima standing outside. "What are you all doing here?" "All of Cangnan is under lockdown. The captain is definitely hiding something from us," Wu Xiangnan said with a serious expression. Hong Ying's face changed. Si Xiaonan's gaze turned complicated. Wu Xiangnan continued, "We're heading back to Cangnan now. Team 136 is a unit we can't let the captain face this alone. Besides, there's one more teammate who will be returning with us." The scene shifted. Jiang Yi slowly regained consciousness, his face as calm as ever. "Heavenly Lord, this dark pawn is useless to me." Even though he hadn't discussed it with Si Xiaonan beforehand, it was impossible for her to take Shiva's grudge. Instead, she had taken a fake one. "Oh, what do you mean by that, young friend?" The old man remained composed, showing no sign of panic. He had just calculated that the subordinate of the god of deception was the key figure in seizing Shiva's grudge. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, picking up a black piece in his hand, and slowly said, "Heavenly Lord, this is the difference between humans and gods. Human emotions are complex and unpredictable." Clack! The black piece landed. The primordial Heavenly Lord was slightly taken aback. On the chessboard, Jiang Yi had not chosen to attack, but instead made a defensive move. "Young friend, a single pool-level expert combined with a special team won't be enough to stop them. Even if you have a way to deal with the dark pawn, this small wager won't be enough to resist two outer gods." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man picked up a white piece and blocked the possibility of the black piece forming chi. And that white piece, Jiang Yi could sense it was none other than the god codenamed 016, Indra, the Indian god of thunder and rain. Among the two outer gods in Cangnan, Indra was the key obstacle to Qinfuzi. Loki and Lu Wue were responsible for containment. Jiang Yi's ultimate goal was to prevent Lin Xie from being manipulated by Loki, the god of deception, to lure him out of Cangnan. As long as he could achieve this, he would win this game. Therefore, he first needed to stop Indra from restraining Qinfuzi, delay Lin Xie's departure from Qinfuzi's mental state, and finally use his strength to disrupt Loki's schemes. In this way, Jiang Yi saw no possibility of losing. As for the one to stop Indra, in the original story, Yang Jian only appeared when Cangnan disappeared. This time, he would not allow Cangnan to disappear, so someone had to stop Indra. Jiang Yi looked at the chess pieces in the container, and a plan began to form in his mind. Outside Cangnan, the plane roared through the sky at high speed, its engines emitting a piercing noise. "Captain, the entire city of Cangnan is under lockdown. It seems something major has happened. The higher-ups have ordered us to evacuate immediately," said Kong Shang, who was wearing glasses as he slowly walked into the cabin. He addressed a woman who was playing with a plush toy with great interest. Xia Siming turned to look at Kong Shang and slowly put down the doll in her hand. Her eyes shifted, and a glimmer of light flashed within them. "No, we absolutely cannot leave. Now is the time to seize the opportunity and rescue Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Charge! Let's head straight into Cangnan to help." Kong Shang's face was full of confusion. What? Ignore orders from above? For the past few days, the Phoenix squad had hardly left Cangnan, mainly because of their captain, Xia Siming. She was adamant about having Jiang Yi and Lin Xie join the Phoenix squad, and even Ling Lin couldn't dissuade her. "Captain, but the orders from the higher-ups." "What orders? I didn't hear anything. Just follow me." Xia Siming blinked and tossed aside the orders in Kong Shang's hand. "Target, Cangnan. Charge. Cangnan outskirts." A man in a deep green robe squinted his eyes as he stared at the distant Songnan city. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. We still can't pinpoint the exact location of Shiva's grudge. Revealing ourselves too early would be disadvantageous. We need to find a way to force it to show itself. Loki, the god of mischief, pondered as his gaze shifted to the soldiers stationed outside the outskirts. A faint glow appeared in his hand, and several vortex-like portals materialized. As the spatial portals opened, a massive ice blue foot stepped out, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Several towering ice blue giants slowly emerged from the portals. Loki smiled faintly, then let this place descend into utter chaos. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, fierce winds howled, and trees swayed violently. Beneath the rolling clouds, rows of orderly soldiers stood outside Songnan City, ready to resist the impending storm. Beep, beep, beep. Chunmai, dressed in a dark red cloak, dialed a phone number he hadn't contacted in a long time. A few seconds later, a woman's voice, filled with excitement and concern, came from the other end of the line. Mai, is that you? Chunmai's eyes grew moist, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. He listened to the distant rumble of thunder as the fierce wind whipped his cloak. The woman's voice on the other end grew increasingly anxious. Recently, are you and the child doing well? We're doing fine. The woman choked up, seemingly hearing the sound of the storm. The two fell silent again until the woman spoke. Mai, come back. The child misses you so much and admires you deeply. He often brags to his classmates about having a father who's a narcotics officer. Chunmai silently listened to the woman's tearful words, his gaze fixed on the faint glow at the edge of Songnan. Countless towering blue giants were slowly approaching, frost forming on the ground. Fire! With a furious roar, endless artillery fire rained down. Explosions, shouts, and the sound of the storm intertwined. Chunmai gritted his teeth and said, I told you on the day we divorced. I can't go back. Tell the child I'm sorry. Beep. He hung up the phone, the wind howling in his ears. He stared at the city of Songnan for a long time. The sound of artillery grew closer and closer. He drew his long blade and resolutely turned away. The sign of No Restraint Domain was planted firmly in the ground. His steps slowly moved away from the city, his figure steadfast yet lonely, leaving behind only the power of protection. At the same time, a literary youth with a frost sword hovering beside him gently adjusted his glasses, gazing at the countless frost giants in the distance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His pink eyes glimmered faintly, and countless pink-eyed mice swiftly rushed out onto the path the frost giants were bound to take, staring intently at the approaching giants. And Qingyu's lips curled slightly, the pink light in his eyes growing brighter as he slowly spoke. Come in. Meeting time. As soon as the words left his mouth, the mice blocking the frost giant's path emitted dazzling pink light from their eyes. The frost giants, drawn to the light, stopped in their tracks instantly. Their souls were trapped in the illusion woven by Qingyu. Charging forward, Chunmai saw the frost giants halt, but the ground was littered with dead mice, leaving him momentarily stunned. He turned back and spotted a young man not far away in his line of sight. Thief of secrets, Chunmai exclaimed in surprise. He had witnessed this technique, which traps enemies in illusions, during the ancient god cult's raid on the training camp. Is he helping us? A glimmer of light flashed in Chunmai's eyes, but the icy aura grew increasingly intense, forcing him to turn abruptly. The frost giants who hadn't been caught in the illusion were rapidly closing in. Chunmai's long blade emitted a chilling, ghostly aura, and a shadow appeared behind him. Palace of Yama. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in an aura, and his long blade was infused with ghostly power. As he swung the blade, a nearby frost giant was slashed by a flash of blade light, its body instantly severed in two. Amid the thunderous roar of cannon fire and explosions, Lin Xie and Qin Fuzi remained undisturbed in their meditative state. Lin Xie sat across from Qin Fuzi, idly fiddling with a teacup, his brows furrowed as he stared at his reflection in the tea. Fuzi, why do I have to stay here? Qin Fuzi took a sip of tea with a calm demeanor. What? You don't enjoy having tea and chatting with an old man? Lin Xie paused, then shook his head and said, No. He wouldn't dare say he didn't enjoy it. This was one of the most powerful figures in the Great Xia. He lowered his head, his heart filled with worry. If something truly catastrophic happened in Songnan, could the captain and Jiang Yi really hold out? Sister Hong Ying and the others had gone to Shangjing for training. What puzzled him even more was that as soon as Sister Hong Ying left, a great disaster struck Songnan. What was going on? Various questions churned in his mind. Lin Xie, you'd better stay in this meditative state. Even if you go out, with your current strength, you won't be of much help, Chen Fuzi said calmly, setting down his teacup. Lin Xie clenched his fists, his face showing a complex expression. Chen Fuzi seemed to sense something and looked out of the carriage. His gaze fell on the increasing number of frost giants surging toward Songnan city center, and his brows furrowed. Lin Xie noticed Chen Fuzi's serious expression and felt a pang of anxiety. Fuzi, what's happening? Chen Fuzi turned back, his expression gentle, and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just some insignificant foreign pests, easily dealt with. With that, he grabbed the teacup from the tea table and casually tossed it out of the carriage. The tea inside the cup churned and transformed into a water vapor soared hundreds of meters long, sweeping outward. Instantly, within a radius of 1,000 meters, the frost giants froze in place, and then, thud, 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 massive heads rolled to the ground one after another, crashing heavily and staining the earth with blood. At the spatial portal, a Western man in a deep green robe frowned as he looked toward the carriage. Shortly after, Loki shook his head and chuckled. Fortunately, we still have one piece left on the board. He gazed at the rolling dark clouds on the horizon, lightning tearing through the sky. Rumble. A pillar of lightning descended slowly from the dark clouds, countless bolts of electricity entwined around it, and a powerful divine aura wreaked havoc in the outskirts of Songnan. The muffled thunder weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, causing their movements to pause involuntarily. Everyone turned their gaze toward the pillar of lightning in the sky, their eyes filled with worry. That is deity number 016, Indra, the Indian god of thunderstorms. The city defense officer spoke solemnly, the wrinkles on his face deepening, making everyone's hearts sink. In early Indian mythology, Indra was known as the king of gods, second only to Brahma and Shiva in status. Even though Indra had descended only as an avatar, his divine power was almost at the level of a main deity. Master Chen might not be able to stand against him. This is trouble, the officer said worriedly. The pillar of lightning descended slowly, and a man with bronze skin, bare-chested, and wearing exotic trousers appeared in the void. His bald head gleamed conspicuously under the lightning. Floating in mid-air, Indra slightly lowered his head, looking toward the carriage, his voice booming like thunder. Ants, hand over Shiva's forbidden artifact. The voice pierced through their minds, reaching Master Chun and Lin Xie's ears. Lin Xie felt a sharp pain in his eardrums and instinctively reached for the black box, intending to draw the star blade, but a strong arm held him back. Don't rush out. Here, he can't get in. Master Chen slightly raised his head, signaling the coachman to drive the carriage away from Indra's attack range. Lin Xie frowned deeply. The crisis in Songnan was worse than he had imagined. As a representative of the gods, the earlier fluctuation was clearly divine power. A deity had descended upon Songnan, affecting the captain, Jiang Yi, and the entire city. Lin Xie fell into deep thought. Bang! At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the roof of the carriage, creating a charred hole in the mental landscape. Master Chen's expression changed slightly, his spiritual power instantly focusing, and the hole in the mental landscape was quickly repaired. But soon, a second and third bolt of lightning struck in succession, creating more and more holes in the mental landscape. Master Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Xie understood that Master Chun was defending to protect him. Master Chun, let me go out. I want to fight alongside my comrades. Master Chun was slightly stunned and was about to shake his head. Rumble. Several bolts of lightning struck again, creating a massive hole in the mental landscape. His expression turned serious. The carriage had already moved far from the battlefield, but was still within Songnan City. If this continued, the mental landscape would eventually be breached by Indra. Lin Xie, stay here and rest assured. It will be a long time before he can break through my mental landscape, Master Chen said, shaking his head. Your strength is too weak, you can't possibly withstand this disaster. Lin Xie knew very well that in the face of a deity, he was merely at the pool realm, completely powerless to resist. But in this city were his family and comrades. No matter what, he didn't want to stay here. But I want to try. Lin Xie looked at Master Chen with determination. Master Chen held his teacup, remained silent for a moment, and then his tone softened. All right, but you must remember, no matter what happens, never leave the boundaries of Cangnan City. Remember this. Lin Xie was stunned upon hearing this. The words sounded too familiar. Zhang Yi had said the same thing to him before. Why couldn't he leave Cangnan? His heart was filled with questions as he stepped down from the carriage and quickly ran toward the outskirts of Cangnan. Chen looked at the large scorched holes on his mental landscape and cursed inwardly. If I were better at attacking, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Without Lin Xie, Mr. Chen ordered the coachman to drive the carriage away from Cangnan City. Behind the carriage, lightning kept striking down, and the terrifying divine power spread through the air. Several bolts of lightning struck the top of the carriage, and most of the mental landscape was already shattered. Master, at this rate, the carriage is going to fall apart. The coachman's voice came through. Mr. Chen felt helpless. He was like a turtle hiding in its shell. With every strike of lightning, his frustration grew. Damn it. I'm not someone to be trifled with either. Mr. Chen stood up, ready to fight back. At that moment, two figures and a golden dragon appeared in his line of sight. Mr. Chen froze, his eyes widening in shock. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He saw Yi Fan, dressed in a dark red cloak, and Zhou Ping, clad in black, standing on the head of a golden dragon that stretched for 10,000 meters, exuding an extraordinary aura. Mr. Chen was utterly stunned. These two had actually come riding a dragon? He looked down at his battered carriage, feeling a pang of sorrow. In the distance, Indra, who had arrived, stopped in his tracks upon seeing the 10,000-meter-long golden dragon. The divine power emanating from the dragon was clearly at the level of a main god. Is this a deity of the great Xia? Indra's lightning suddenly halted. His avatar's strength was close to the main god level, and the golden dragon had just entered the main god tier, at best resulting in a draw. Adding these three mortals into the mix, his chances of victory were even slimmer. However, the Shiva's grudge was a treasure of the Indian pantheon, and Indra had to obtain it. As he hesitated, Yi Fan and Zhou Ping, riding the divine dragon, had already arrived in front of Mr. Chen. Yi Fan frowned and asked, Master, didn't I tell you to protect Lin Xie? Where is he? Mr. Chen's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, if I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have let him go. He coughed twice. Lin Xie went to support Team 136. Yi Fan's expression eased slightly. Fortunately, he hadn't left Cangnan. Then, he turned his gaze to Indra, the Indian god of thunder and rain, who was hovering behind the carriage. Master, we've already finished our fight, and you're still being chased around? That's so embarrassing. Mr. Chen was speechless. If you gave me the divine dragon, I could be just as impressive. No one would think I'm weak. Mr. Chen snorted, trying to calm himself down. Afterward, Yi Fan and Zhou Ping landed on the carriage, and the 10,000-meter golden dragon raised its head and charged at Indra. The dragon's body instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, dispersing the thunderclouds that Indra had gathered. The three people on the carriage also began their charge toward Indra. Meanwhile, above Cangnan City, a Boeing series aircraft and the Phoenix Squad's plane landed simultaneously. Seeing countless frost giants in the suburbs, the group jumped off the planes without hesitation to provide support. On the Boeing series aircraft, Zhao Kongqing brushed his bangs off his forehead, carrying the star blade on his shoulder and striking a dashing pose. He looked at the frost giants below, a smile playing on his lips. Staying in the lab all day has almost driven me crazy. Blue fatties, get ready to witness my stylish swordsmanship. The two teams jumped off the plane simultaneously, and the dark sky was illuminated by flashes of various colors. And Qingyu and Chun Mai heard the roar of the planes and fought with all their might to eliminate the surrounding frost giants, while looking up at the sky. Phoenix Squad, and also, Chun Mai saw the people jumping off the Boeing plane and froze. He murmured softly, "It's them." Whoosh. A blazing spear, like a high-speed missile, shot down from the sky. Boom! The spear, engulfed in flames, exploded among the frost giants behind Chun Mai, instantly consuming over a dozen giants in fire. Immediately after, gunshots rang out. Long Xian descended from the sky, gripping a sniper rifle with both hands, and precisely hit the foreheads of several frost giants. The bullet struck, causing the giants' heads to explode as they collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Si Xiaonan, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Old Zhao. One familiar face after another appeared before Chun Mai's eyes, until a figure cloaked in black entered his view. Zhao Kongqing plummeted rapidly, the star blade in his hand emitting a silvery white glow, with a crescent-shaped shadow floating behind him. With a twist of his wrist, the long blade slashed out a crescent-shaped arc, swiftly cutting through the frost giants' bodies. Rip! Wherever the crescent blade passed, the frost giants were cleaved in two, blood spurting out. Zhao Kongqing's lips curled into a smile. As he neared the ground, he performed a stylish backflip and landed steadily in front of Chun Mai, his back to him. A trace of surprise flashed in Chun Mai's eyes. Zhao Kongqing slowly turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Captain, was I cool just now?" Chun Mai was speechless. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Qima landed one after another. Wu Xiangnan walked up to Chun Mai with a heavy expression. "Captain, Team 136 isn't here to play heroes." "That's right. We're comrades fighting side by side." Hong Ying raised her spear and stood tall as she spoke. Chun Mai's eyes grew slightly moist, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips, though his heart felt incredibly warm. "You all." He didn't know what to say for a moment, just like when he faced his former wife earlier, wanting to say something touching but choking up instead. Perhaps this is the emotion of men. "Captain." Wen Qima, cloaked in blue, walked over, placed both hands on Chun Mai's shoulders, and said sincerely, "We hijacked a plane. Do you know how much that's going to cost?" He pointed to the plane falling from the sky. Boom. The plane crashed into the ground, instantly engulfed in roaring flames. Chun Mai clenched his fists, his heart heavy. On the other side, the 7 members of Phoenix Squad ignored the frost giants and charged straight toward the spatial portals. Ling Lin pressed her earpiece and said, "Kong Shang, go destroy the 2 portals on the right. I'll handle the 3 in the middle." "Captain." She turned her head and froze, seeing Captain Xia Siming running in the opposite direction. Over there stood a young man. Ling Lin recognized him. It was Lin Xie, the 2nd-ranked recruit from the Night Watch training camp. "Captain, let's deal with the spatial portals first. Come back quickly. The matter of taking people away can wait until the crisis is resolved," she shouted into her earpiece, switching to Xia Siming's channel. Xia Siming, running toward Lin Xie, heard the voice in her earpiece and looked embarrassed. "Darn, I've been caught." She stopped in her tracks, glanced at Lin Xie, and had no choice but to turn around and run toward the portals. In the distance, Lin Xie, flying through the air with transformation magic, saw Team 136 battling the frost giants. He immediately dispelled the magic and plummeted toward the ground. Sizzle, Lin Xie landed beside Zhao Kongqing and slashed the frost giant behind him into 2. Zhao Kongqing turned his head slightly, saw Lin Xie, and couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, your blade technique still has some of the flair from back in the day." Zhao Kongqing then swung his blade, and the crescent-shaped blade light flashed, felling 2 frost giants in response. He slowly sheathed his blade. "Kid, was that move cool?" Lin Xie rolled his eyes at him. "Cool, but not as cool as my childhood friends. You little brat." In the space shrouded in divine light, the blue and white radiance once again overwhelmed the golden brilliance, taking absolute dominance. Jiang Yi slowly withdrew his hand after placing a piece, smiling as he looked at the elder across from him. "Heavenly Venerable, the outcome seems quite clear now." The elder gently stroked his white beard, furrowing his brows as he looked at the chessboard filled with pieces, and shook his head lightly. "The world is ever-changing. Even in desperate situations, there is always a glimmer of hope. Chess is the same, and besides, I still have a trump card I haven't played." Jiang Yi nodded. "Then, please go ahead." The primordial Heavenly Venerable reached out, picked up a white piece, and without much thought, placed it next to a black piece in the lower left corner. Capture. The god of deception is different from the others. This move alone isn't enough to pose a threat. But don't forget, Heavenly Venerable, Sangnan still has a reincarnated body that can act. Jiang Yi took a black piece from the chest box. The primordial Heavenly Venerable was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, "He won't act." Jiang Yi replied, "I didn't say he would act, but his subordinates might." Bang! A crisp sound echoed across the chessboard. The elder's eyes were filled with shock. The surrounded black piece finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the outskirts of Tsangnan, Loki, dressed in a dark green robe, frowned as he saw the Phoenix squad arrive. He turned to look at the man in front of him, who was riding an electric scooter and wearing a yellow vest, his eyes flashing with an eerie light. "Do you think you can stop me with just this?" Lu Wuwei stood expressionless. The power of the god of thunder and rain is already greatly diminished. It won't last long. I just need to stall you. Hearing this, Loki turned his gaze toward the outskirts of Tsangnan City. That terrifying divine aura clearly belonged to a true master at the level of a main god. A deity of the great Xiao? It seems the plan needs to be advanced. He snorted coldly, his palm flashing as a dark light shot into the void. Instantly, the space cracked open, revealing a massive rift. Step! A giant blood-red claw stepped out of the rift, shaking the ground as a terrifying aura leaked out. Lu Wuwei's heart tightened. This powerful aura was at least at the Klein level. Step, step! A massive blood-red wolfhound slowly emerged from the rift, exuding an oppressive presence. Garm, the hellhound. Lu Wuwei frowned, but did not panic. Then, a squid even larger than the blood-red wolfhound shot out from midair, also at the Klein level. The North Sea Kraken. I didn't expect you to bring them along too. Lu Wuwei's heart began to panic. If there were only one Klein-level entity, the Phoenix squad could still handle it. But with two, who would deal with the other one? He looked toward the outskirts of Tsangnan, where golden light still flickered. Indra's battle was nearing its end, but the outcome was yet undecided. Lu Wuwei's expression instantly turned grave. At this moment, in the old town of Tsangnan City, at the door of a low house, Little Black Lame suddenly raised its head and stood up uncontrollably. Above Tsangnan, dark clouds gathered, completely obscuring the sky. Inside a dilapidated low house, Lin Xie's aunt looked outside, her face full of worry, pacing back and forth. Yang Jin was not in the living room keeping her company, but was alone in his room, with the window open, frowning deeply as he gazed toward the outskirts of Tsangnan. Brother has left after all. He furrowed his brows slightly, looked down at his own body, and shook his head. His strength had recovered fairly well, but not completely. Using a large amount of divine power would severely damage his still unhealed divine core. This left him feeling uneasy. Yang Jin lowered his head in thought, his expression complex. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a faint ripple of divine power. Neza. Yang Jin walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a child with two buns tied on his head, dressed in red. He glanced at the frozen space in the living room and frowned, asking, "What are you here for?" The child in red ran into the room with a cheerful smile. "Are you really planning to make a move?" Yang Jin was puzzled. "What are you talking about? I have no intention of acting. Besides, they have Huanglong now. Their chances of winning are high." Neza's expression suddenly turned strange, pointing to a black shadow speeding across the sky. Then, where's the howling celestial dog going? The howling celestial dog? Yang Jin froze, quickly walking to the window. The vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened, radiating divine light. He saw within the dark clouds a massive black dog exhaling beams of light, rushing swiftly toward the outskirts of Tsangnan. Yang Jin was stunned, cursing inwardly. Who let it run off on its own? His face instantly darkened. His own dog had acted without permission. Could it be? He looked toward the two-story building next door, his brows furrowing tightly. A few days ago, when his brother returned, the howling celestial dog had been enchanted by Jiang Yi. Later, when the spell was lifted, Jiang Yi must have tampered with it again. What's wrong? Wasn't he the howling celestial dog released by you? Neza asked in surprise. Yang Jin's face was grim. Get ready to face it. Neza was taken aback. For a fight? Do we even need to prepare? No. After the battle ends, I'll treat you to dog meat. Neza froze, his eyes suddenly lighting up, flames flickering. All right, I'll go prepare right away. Back in the heavenly court, I advised you to do this, but you didn't listen. Yang Jin was speechless. Inside the two-story building next door, Lu Su gazed at the rolling dark clouds outside, a faint worry in her eyes. Xiao Yi, that child, won't he get into trouble, will he? This morning, Jiang Yi had told her he was going out, and shortly after he left, the weather suddenly turned bad. Lu Su knew her son was a soldier and refrained from interfering too much. But the rumbling thunder made her uneasy. After pondering for a moment, she closed the window, took 3 incense sticks from the drawer of the TV cabinet, and slowly walked downstairs to the basement. Click! The wooden door to the basement opened, revealing a morning hall with a photo of a handsome man hanging inside. That was Jiang Yi's father, Jiang Zhenghua. Lu Su, dressed in mourning clothes, lit the incense sticks, placed them before the black and white photo, clasped her hands together, and bowed her head in silent prayer. Child's father, all these years I've never told Xiao Yi, letting him think you went far away to work and earn money. Back then, Xiao Yi was only 7 years old. If he knew you had already passed, he would have been heartbroken and ridiculed by his classmates. Later, Xiao Yi's eyes. The woman's tears began to flow uncontrollably as she spoke. After a long while, she wiped her tears and said in a choked voice, "Ever since Xiao Yi left this morning, I felt a heavy weight in my heart, as if something bad is going to happen. Zhenghua, you must protect our child from above, so he can grow up healthy and safe." In the divine light space, Jiang Yi sensed something and turned his head toward the direction of home. He whispered, "Mom." Opposite him, the primordial heavenly venerable paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Young friend, you are already a god. In the eyes of those outer gods, you are akin to a creator deity. The ties of the mortal world will only hinder your path to the great Tao." Jiang Yi slightly turned his head, and a drop of blood tears slid down from the corner of his eye. "I never wanted to become an immortal. I just wanted to." He stopped. The blood tear on his face transformed into blue-white divine light and slowly dissipated. He remained silent for a long time. "Heavenly Venerable, it's your turn." A peculiar glint flashed in the primordial Heavenly Venerable's eyes. He nodded, then picked up a white chess piece. "Young friend, you are a rare opponent I've encountered in years. But relying solely on the howling celestial dog won't change the outcome of Songnan's disappearance. The victory or defeat ahead will depend on you. For the first move, I know you think the dark piece is useless, but I insist on trying this one." Bang! The white chess piece landed on the board, which was already filled with black and white pieces. In the space, golden divine light suppressed the blue-white divine light. The battle situation in Songnan reappeared before the two of them. Outside Songnan, the 7 members of the Phoenix squad stared solemnly at the massive squid-like monster before them. "Captain, this monster is called Kraken, a giant beast from the North Sea. Its weakness is its blind spot in vision. Its observation range has blind areas, and its defense is far inferior to that of the celestial dog." Ling Lin's voice came through the earpiece. Xia Siming looked at the enormous squid and switched to Kong Shang's channel. "Kong Shang, go test the squid's blind spot." "Huh? Captain, with my strength, provoking it is way too dangerous." "Don't be nervous. Once you're injured, I can report it to the higher-ups and get Lin Xie or Jiang Yi to come over." Kong Shang. On the other side, a blood-red wolfhound and a frost giant were slowly approaching. With each step, the ground trembled. Artillery shells bombarded the blood-red wolfhound, but it was as if they were merely scratching an itch. Chun Mai looked at the approaching Klein Realm underworld hound with a grave expression. At most, they were at the sea realm level. How could they possibly fend off a great demon from the Klein Realm? Charging head-on would be tantamount to suicide. But they couldn't retreat if they did. The city of Songnan would lose all hope. Team 136, listen to my orders. Lin Xie, Hong Ying, Zhao Kongcheng, Wu Xiangnan, Leng Xian, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan. They responded in unison. "Understood. Everyone fall back." The group froze, watching as Chun Mai slowly pulled open the front of his shirt, revealing a corner of an ancient parchment scroll. Roar! Just as he was about to tear the parchment, A thunderous roar echoed from the dark clouds in the sky. A massive dog head, its eyes glowing with silver-white light, emerged from the clouds and gazed at the group. In the oppressive, dim sky, the pair of silver-white eyes illuminated a corner of the battlefield. The dog head, even larger than the blood-red wolfhound, stared at the battlefield. Instantly, the blood-red wolfhound froze, and the frost giant also stood motionless, as if time had stopped. In the distance, Loki, the god of trickery, dressed in a deep green robe, looked at the enormous dog head in the sky with a surprised expression. He had miscalculated. Loki turned to the young man in front of him, Mi Tuan, and frowned as he asked, "Did you summon that?" He pointed at the massive dog head in the sky. Lu Wuwei froze, slowly recovering from his shock that he recognized what it was: the divine beast, howling celestial dog, under the command of Erlang Shun in ancient mythology of the Great Xia. The second divine beast of Great Xia had appeared. A flash of excitement crossed Lu Wuwei's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Loki, the god of mischief, squinted upon seeing this and said, "So it really is you. Interesting. You're one of the few who managed to outwit me." Lu Wuwei was dumbfounded and awkwardly smiled. "This guy, is he overthinking things?" "But you're celebrating too early," Loki said, his deep gaze shifting to Chen Mai. He whispered, "My agent, Si Xiaonan, it's time to act." A powerful mental force swiftly attacked Si Xiaonan. "Captain, why isn't this giant squid moving?" Kong Shang, who was probing the squid's blind spot, asked in confusion as he looked at the motionless beast. Xia Simeng was also puzzled, poking the squid's soft skin with her hand. "Is it asleep?" "You guys are dumbfounded, aren't you? Look up at the sky, what's that?" Ling Lin pointed at the dog head in the sky, covering her face as she complained. The two heard her and looked up at the sky, their eyes widening instantly. "Ha ha ha, how did such a big dog head appear in the sky? If we could roast it and sprinkle some salt." Kong Shang and Ling Lin immediately covered Xia Siming's mouth with their hands. "Captain, that's a divine beast. How dare you think of roasting it?" On the other side, Chen Mai stared at the massive dog head emerging from the dark clouds in the sky. The overwhelming aura made the blood-red wolf dog freeze in its tracks. His eyes widened, and his hands slowly lowered from his chest. The others were also stunned, their gazes fixed on the black dog slowly stepping out of the clouds. Its fur was jet black and shiny, its sturdy limbs treading on the void as it descended gracefully. Its demeanor was incomparably noble. "Oh my, what is that? It's so majestic right from the start." Zhao Kongqing shielded his eyes with his hand, staring at the black dog. Wu Xiangnan pulled out a tablet from his back and looked down to search for information. Hong Ying blinked her beautiful eyes, full of astonishment. The large black dog took 2 steps forward to the blood-red wolf dog, opened its mouth, and bit down on it. "What the heck? Klein doesn't even have the strength to resist in front of this dog? Could it have already reached the limits of human capability?" Zhao Kongqing was even more shocked. "I found it. This is the divine beast, howling celestial dog, under Erlang Shun in the legends of Great Xia," Wu Xiangnan said, staring at the tablet with eyes full of excitement. Howling celestial dog, a divine beast. Everyone's mouths hung open. No wonder it was so powerful. It turned out to be a divine beast, so that explained everything. Only Lin Xie stared at the black dog, furrowing his brows as he thought, "Why does this howling celestial dog feel so familiar to me? It kind of reminds me of Little Black Lie. Could it be an illusion?" Still, he felt happy inside. With the addition of a divine beast like the howling celestial dog, Songnan's troubles should be easily resolved. Bang! At that moment, Si Xiaonan, who was standing at the back, suddenly fell to her knees. A powerful mental force surged into her mind, and she clutched her head in pain. Everyone turned to look at her, stunned. Hong Ying quickly stepped forward, crouched down, and held her with both hands. "Xiaonan, what's wrong?" Si Xiaonan seemed not to hear, her hands moving from clutching her head to covering her eyes. A faint red light seeped through her fingers. Chen Mai saw this and rushed forward without hesitation. Although he knew that Si Xiaonan was the source of this disaster, she was, after all, a teammate and the person he trusted the most. But before he could approach, Si Xiaonan suddenly raised her head, her eyes glowing red, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. Everyone's steps faltered, their feet pressing heavily against the ground. This aura. Sister Xiaonan, it's Klein. Lin Xie planted his long blade into the ground, staring at Si Xiaonan in shock. This aura was almost identical to that of the blood-red wolf dog from earlier. Wu Xiangnan's face turned grave as he shook his head. No, she is. I am the agent of Loki, the god of mischief. Si Xiaonan slowly stood up, her gaze locking onto Chun Mai. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Hong Ying froze. Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan, trembling all over, walked up to Chun Mai, grabbed his collar, and pulled out an ancient parchment scroll. Chun Mai panted heavily faced with Klein's overwhelming pressure. He, as someone at the Sea Realm, had no power to resist. Si Xiaonan held the parchment scroll, straightened up, and lowered her head. I'm sorry, she said, her voice trembling, and then quickly ran off. Not far away, Lung Xian, standing on higher ground, put away his sniper rifle and followed her. As Si Xiaonan left, Klein's oppressive aura also dissipated. The members of Team 136 all stared blankly in the direction she had gone. Chun Mai slowly raised his head and reached for his chest, where a parchment scroll wrapped in Weiyuan's silk lay. Divine Light Space. The blue and white Divine Light once again reclaimed the territory that the golden Divine Light had just seized. The elder sitting on one side of the chessboard fell into deep thought, stroking his beard with his left hand, a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected Loki's agent to leave behind Shiva's grudge and take a fake scroll instead. He couldn't help but recall Jiang Ye's calm demeanor when the Dark Pawn was mentioned earlier. It seemed Jiang Ye had seen through everything long ago. The primordial heavenly venerate extended his right hand, calculating once more, and his expression slightly softened. Young friend, my apologies. I didn't expect Loki's Dark Pawn to act this way. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. The human heart is hard to fathom, sometimes cruel, sometimes noble. It's normal for the heavenly venerate to miscalculate, it's nothing to be ashamed of. The corner of the primordial heavenly venerate's mouth twitched. This was indeed a great embarrassment. Now he fully understood Jiang Ye's initial confidence. Was this the power of placing the piece at the celestial origin? He had played chess for many years and had few opponents, but Jiang Ye had already earned a place among them. The elder picked up a white chess piece again, looked up at Jiang Ye, and said, Young friend, this game is nearing its end, and your advantage is clear. But the chessboard is ever-changing. Loki, the god of mischief, will be the key piece to overturn your advantage. Bang! The primordial heavenly venerate placed the chess piece, and the celestial chessboard shone with dazzling golden light as the rules of the great Tao flowed through the space. Outside Songnan City, thunderclouds churned, and golden light flickered unpredictably within them. Sword energy pierced through the clouds, and a golden dragon's tail shattered the lightning. The power of the thunder gradually weakened, like a candle about to be extinguished in the wind. Within the thunderclouds, Yifan gripped a long blade, Buddhist mantras swirling around him, his eyes fixed intently on the surrounding storm. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. Yifan spun around, swinging his starry long blade imbued with Buddhist mantras to clash fiercely with the terrifying lightning. Boom! The two immense forces exploded, the shockwave pushing Yifan back several meters. The thunderclouds, unwilling to let him go, gathered lightning once more and shot it out. Ding! The next second, the sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed, and a streak of white sword energy shot toward the lightning. The sword energy surged endlessly into the thunderclouds, dissipating them as it passed through. Boom! The thunderclouds exploded, and Indra, the Indian god of thunder, appeared. He clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and brooding. Having narrowly escaped the golden dragon, he now faced these two reckless mortals today, seemed inescapable. Indra's lightning-filled eyes fixed on the golden light approaching through the distant storm clouds, his expression growing heavier. Hey, weren't you so mighty when you were chasing me earlier? What happened now? How embarrassing. A mocking voice reached Indra's ears, igniting his fury. His gaze locked onto the carriage below, lightning crackling and flashing. Sitting at the front of the carriage, Chen Fuzi had tea utensils floating before him. He poured a cup of hot tea, gently swirled it, and watched with relish as Indra spat blood, a faint smile playing on his lips. The frustration from being struck by lightning earlier was finally released. Suspended mid-air, Yifan's mouth twitched. That tea-drinking, mocking demeanor while the two of them were fighting for their lives. Boom! Suddenly, Indra erupted in rage, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Yifan took a deep breath. Fuzi, are you trying to add pressure on us? Chen Fuzi paused his tea drinking, coughed softly to ease the awkwardness, and muttered, all right, I'll stop. Yifan shot him a glare, the golden light of Buddhist incantations radiating from his body. Zhou Ping saw the lightning strike again and swung the dragon elephant's sword in his hand, instantly dispersing a swath of lightning. How dare you desecrate a god? You must pay a heavy price. Indra exhausted the last of his avatar's divine lightning power, and within the domain of storm clouds, lightning raged wildly, bolts darting everywhere. Yifan exclaimed, this is bad. He's going for mutual destruction. Zhou Ping, get out of here now. Zhou Ping frowned, sheathed the dragon elephant sword, and quickly escaped the range of the lightning. You won't escape, insects. Boom. A dragon's roar echoed from the clouds. Before Indra could finish his sentence, he felt an intense dragon's breath behind him, his body stiffening. Slowly turning his head, the blinding golden light made him squint, and a massive golden dragon's head appeared in his view. Little Gold slowly opened its mouth. Food, I've caught you. Most of the lightning on Indra's body instantly dissipated, and in his shock, he was swallowed whole by the giant dragon. The lightning field vanished in an instant, and the storm clouds dispersed. The taste is bad, the lightning earlier numbed my tongue. Little Gold licked the corner of its mouth and tidied its whiskers with its claws. Turning its gaze toward the Tsangnan territory, its eyes gleamed again. There's another piece of food. Immediately, the 10,000-meter golden dragon roared and flew away, leaving a golden trail in the sky. Below, Chen Fuzi, who had been drinking tea, watched the scene unfold, his teacup slipping from his hand and shattering. Yifan and Zhou Ping stood stunned in the wind for a long time. Just like that, swallowed in one bite. In the outskirts of Tsangnan, the howling celestial dog froze the spatial rift, devouring every creature that emerged from it one by one. Sensing the success of Si Xiaonan, Loki, the god of mischief, revealed a sinister smile. He patted his deep green robe and looked at Lu Wuwei. What a pity, the game is over. With that, Loki transformed into a streak of green light and sped toward Tsangnan. Lu Wuwei frowned, mounted his electric scooter, and gave chase. The god of mischief, Loki, glanced sideways at this miraculous city, his gaze falling on Lin Xie below. So that's how it is. Lin Xie shook his head and stood up, just recovering from the role of Sister Xiaonan's agent, when a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Lin Xie froze and looked up. Captain? Chen Mai's face was anxious. Xie, come with me quickly. Si Xiaonan has defected and taken something important. We must retrieve it. Lin Xie frowned deeply, looking around, but he couldn't see Sister Hong Ying and the others. He felt a bit lost. Xie, let's go, follow me to chase her. Chen Mai grabbed Lin Xie's arm, preparing to run out of Tsangnan. Lin Xie only took 2 steps before stopping. He stared at Chen Mai and said, You're not the captain. Chen Mai paused for a moment. Then a cold smile appeared on his lips, and a chilling aura enveloped Lin Xie. How did you figure it out? Chen Mai disappeared, and Loki, dressed in a dark green robe, slowly emerged from the shadows. The captain would never call his teammate a traitor. Lin Xie's gaze was icy. So you are the god of deception, Loki, in the divine light space. As the primordial heavenly sovereign placed a piece, the golden divine light instantly suppressed the blue and white divine light. In the entire space, only a corner of the blue and white divine light remained visible, while the rest was completely covered by the golden divine light. The golden light shone on the 2 figures at the chessboard, and the surrounding Tao roared, as if celebrating victory. An elder dressed in a simple Taoist robe slowly stood up, a gentle smile on his face. Young friend, you have lost this game. In his view, the situation was already clear. Lin Xie was trapped by Loki, the god of deception. With just a little manipulation, Lin Xie would leave Songnan. This miraculous city, Songnan, would gradually disappear as the Tao had foreseen. This was Songnan's fate. Young friend, this is the destined end for Songnan. Why insist on changing it? The causal relationship within will only bring harm to you. Give up, and I hope you will honor your promise not to interfere with Lin Xie and his companion's fate. The words of the primordial heavenly sovereign echoed in Jiang Ye's ears. Indeed, on the chessboard of heaven and earth, the black pieces had already suffered a crushing defeat, and the white pieces had reversed the situation with an absolute advantage. But Jiang Yi shook his head slightly and took a black piece from the chess container. Under the elder's puzzled gaze, he slowly said, "Heavenly Sovereign, do you believe in the divine move?" In the divine light space, the dazzling golden light pressed the blue and white divine light into the corner. The divine move? The elder in the simple Taoist robe was stunned upon hearing this. He pondered the meaning of divine move. In the world of human Go, the divine move refers to an extremely brilliant and ingenious move, the highest realm pursued by Go enthusiasts throughout their lives. However, this concept only appears in television dramas. The elder looked at the chessboard and gently shook his head. He had accompanied the chessboard for countless ages, deducing countless possibilities. The black pieces were now on a dead-end path, with no chance of turning the tide. "Young friend, the game is decided," the elder said faintly. Jiang Yi held the black piece, lost in thought. "Decided? Then let this decided game be reversed by me." Bang! A crisp sound of a piece being placed echoed through the space, and the blue and white divine light transformed into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky from the black piece. The primordial heavenly sovereign felt the laws of power he had condensed in the divine light space begin to collapse and froze in place. He looked up, and the golden divine light appeared to crack like a spider's web on glass. In the corner of the space, a strand of blue and white divine light suddenly became extremely dazzling, releasing immense power. It instantly shattered the opposing golden divine light, enveloping the entire space with overwhelming force. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes widened in shock. "This is..." He looked down at the chessboard, and the position of the black piece under the blue and white divine light made his pupils dilate sharply. Some of the rules of heaven and earth had already been altered. Outside Songnan, the dark clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, the storm still raged, and the crisis in Songnan was far from over. On the blood-stained gravel road, an electric scooter braked sharply, spinning 180 degrees before coming to a stop. Lu Wuwei frowned as he looked at the empty sky. "The aura is here, but where is Loki? And the aura of the mortal realm is here too. But where are the people?" Lu Wuwei's heart tightened. Loki and Lin Xie, who possessed the mortal realm, were together. If Loki used trickery to lure Lin Xie out of Songnan, then this city. His face instantly turned grim as he twisted the handle, and the electric scooter started up again. Not long after, a charred carriage appeared in front of him. Yi Fan, Zhou Ping, and Chun Fuzi stepped down from the carriage. "Where is Loki, the god of trickery?" Yi Fan looked at Lu Wuwei. Lu Wuwei shook his head. "It seems the worst-case scenario has occurred. Now Loki and the aura of the mortal realm are together." The three of them turned pale and looked toward the distant city of Songnan. The four fell into a deathly silence. If Loki and Lin Xie were together, even if they found Loki, it would be too late. For Loki, with just a slight move, Lin Xie would immediately leave Songnan. Yi Fan sighed softly. "This day has come after all, but for that child, it will be hard to accept." Chun Fuzi, in his role as a teacher, remained silent. If only he had insisted a little more back then, not letting Lin Xie get off the carriage, perhaps. Alas, Zhou Ping gazed at the sky, silently pondering something. Elsewhere, Chun Mai, who had witnessed Lin Xie's sudden disappearance, had a bitter smile on his lips. He knew that the only one who could take Lin Xie away so quietly was Loki, the god of trickery. Is this miracle coming to an end? Chun Mai chuckled, took out his phone from his pocket, opened his contacts, and saw dozens of missed calls, all from his ex-wife. He hesitated for a moment, then sent a text message. "I've saved up quite a bit of money over the years. I'll transfer it to your account soon. Take good care of yourself and the child. Clatter. After sending the message, the phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The members of Team 136 all looked puzzled. Seeing their captain's expression of finality, they couldn't help but feel nervous, sensing that something bad was about to happen. In another space, Lin Chia's face was grim. Your goal is to make me leave Songnan? Loki, the god of trickery, raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing on his lips. It seems you've already figured out the truth. Lin Chia was full of doubts, but now was not the time to speak directly. He decided to probe instead. He wanted to know why Jiang Yi and Fuzi had both said he must not leave Songnan. What would happen if he left? Lin Chia frowned as he looked at Loki. It seems you really want me to leave Songnan. What's in it for me? Benefit. Loki chuckled. It seems you haven't heard the whole story. To put it simply, this city exists because of you. This also limits you. Only by leaving here can you truly grow. Because of me? A look of shock flashed in Lin Chia's eyes. Could it be that if I leave Songnan, this city will be destroyed? He clenched his fists, images of his aunt, Ajin, Jiang Yi, and the 136 Night Watch team flashing through his mind. He didn't know if Loki was telling the truth, but he couldn't take the risk. They were his family, comrades, and friends. So what do you think? Do you want power? Follow me out of this city, and you can break free from your shackles. A sly smile appeared on Loki's face. Lin Chia took half a step back, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. I want to leave Songnan. Don't even think about taking me away. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light shone in Lin Chia's eyes, and the divine might of the Seraph erupted. Loki's expression darkened. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? The moment you stepped in here, you no longer had a choice. He slowly raised his hand, the Seraph's divine might blocking all of Lin Chia's attacks. A strange smile appeared on his lips as the surrounding environment began to blur rapidly. Take a look at where you are now, Loki said confidently. Lin Chia's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned to look behind him and froze. He found himself locking eyes with Yang Jin, who was staring out the window. Both of them were stunned. Brother? Yang Jin's face twitched as he spoke in surprise. Nearby, Neza curiously observed Lin Chia and Loki, who were floating in midair. Lin Chia was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this my home? He stiffly turned back to look at Loki, who was still smiling, and asked in confusion, Why did you send me home? The trickster god Loki's smile froze. He lowered his head to look at the city around him, his entire body stiffening in an instant. The old district of Songnan, with its overcast skies, was suddenly pierced by sunlight the moment Loki appeared, illuminating the dilapidated streets. Above the low houses, an eerie silence fell. Loki stared in shock at the surrounding streets, buildings, and the sound of a rooster crowing in the early morning. His face darkened like ink, and his gaze grew increasingly grim. He was supposed to be outside of Songnan. How did he end up here? Who was behind this? Loki looked up at the sky, his face growing more and more furious. This was a trap. He had become someone else's pawn, manipulated and toyed with. Damn it. He, who had always been the manipulator, was now being used as a chess piece. How could he not be enraged? Across from him, Lin Chia saw Loki's face turn livid with anger, still struggling to process what had just happened. Wasn't he trying to take me out of Songnan? What does sending me home mean? Could this trickster god really be so kind-hearted? Lin Chia slowly released his grip on the hilt of his blade, looking at the furious Loki with a thoughtful expression. It felt as if someone was secretly helping him. If that's the case, Lin Chia gave Loki a warm smile. Thanks a lot. Loki. Yang Jin and Neza, who had been watching the two, exchanged glances, their divine thoughts communicating rapidly. This outer god seems a bit confused. Brother Jian, should we make a move? My divine core is still unstable, and their appearance here must have been deliberately arranged by someone. Let us observe for now. Yang Jin suppressed his urge to act, continuing to watch the two figures floating in midair. A glow of divine power gathered in his palm, and a crack appeared on his forehead, ready to strike at any moment. If this outer god dared to harm his brother or the people in the city, he would decapitate Loki in an instant. At this moment, Loki's gaze was dark and fixed on Lin Chia, as if he had been provoked. Human, Don't provoke a god. Suddenly, a ghostly green divine light erupted, enveloping Lin Xie, and the surrounding forces of law began to flicker. Umph, you want to use me as a pawn? Dream on. I am the chess master who controls everything. I don't believe I can't take you away. Loki's divine power laws blossomed, tearing open a spatial rift in the void. A powerful suction force rushed straight at Lin Xie. Lin Xie's body was uncontrollably pulled toward the center of the rift, his speed increasing rapidly. He frowned deeply and quickly unleashed his deepest dark power, trying to resist the suction. But this ultimate darkness had no effect on the rift, and Lin Xie was instantly sucked into the vortex. Immediately afterward, the figure of Loki, the god of mischief, also disappeared. Brother Jian, are you just going to watch him take the person away? Neza asked in surprise as he saw the two vanish. Yang Jin shook his head. He can't take him away. Why? Neza, with his bun hairstyle, asked curiously. I just used my heavenly eye to observe that foreign god. He's already partially bound by the laws of the heavenly Tao. With the power of this avatar, he can forget about leaving Tsangnan. Yang Jin shook his head, his heavenly eye slowly closing. Neza's eyes sparkled. Who's behind this? It looks like even your howling celestial dog has been controlled. Both of them knew that anyone who could casually alter the laws of the heavenly Tao must be the Jade Emperor. Yang Jin glanced at the two-story building next door and said, Don't bother with it. We can't interfere anyway. Neza puffed out his cheeks, a bit dissatisfied. Brother Jian, what are you afraid of? Tell me, and I'll go deal with him for you. Yang Jin paused for a moment, glanced at him, and pointed at the building. The peak-level celestial venerable over there, go ahead and try. If you win, I'll treat you to dog meat. All right. Neza was about to agree when he suddenly realized. Peak-level celestial venerable. My mom's waiting for me to have dinner. Gotta go. With that, he turned into a streak of red light and disappeared instantly. Yang Jin was speechless. Sangnan suburbs. Have you tracked Loki? Yifan asked. Sitting on an electric scooter, Lu Wuwei nodded. Found him. Zhou Ping and Chun Fuzi also looked over. Where is he? Loki appeared once in the old city district of Tsangnan earlier, Lu Wuwei said with a puzzled expression. Now Loki and Lin Xie are hiding in a space, and their location keeps changing. But they've been lingering within the boundaries of Tsangnan. Yifan and the other two froze simultaneously. Why is Loki wandering around Tsangnan City? If he wants Tsangnan to disappear, wouldn't it be easier to just take Lin Xie away? What's the point of all this fuss? Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the clouds, golden light flickering within the dark clouds, as if something was about to emerge. Yifan looked up and saw a massive golden dragon diving down from the clouds, heading straight for the howling celestial dog, which was happily eating a frost giant. The howling celestial dog, enjoying its meal, suddenly sensed something and looked up. Before it could react, the 10,000-meter-long golden dragon performed a beautiful tail swipe, sending it flying several hundred meters, leaving it grimacing in pain. Little dog, how dare you steal this divine dragon's food? The golden dragon radiated golden light all over, exuding an aura of majesty, as if declaring its sovereignty. The little golden dragon opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force instantly swallowed all the frost giants and giant squids on the battlefield into its stomach, leaving not a single scrap behind. Then it swaggered away, not even leaving a cloud behind. The howling celestial dog got up from the ground, its mouth twitching. Originally, it was furious at being schemed against by Jiang Yi, that scoundrel. But considering the abundance of delicious food sent its way, it had intended to forgive Jiang Yi. Yet now, what is this supposed to mean? Bullying me because I'm not human, huh? Jiang Yi, you're truly a big scoundrel. Growling in anger, the howling celestial dog raised its front paw and stomped hard on the ground. The earth trembled under its strength. Then, it leapt into the sky, baring its fangs, and chased after the golden dragon. Just you wait. If I don't strip your dragon scales today, I'm not the howling celestial dog. A silver-white light flashed, followed closely by a golden glow. In the distance, top-tier experts froze in place as they witnessed the scene. Why does this look like children playing around? Are we sure this is a divine beast? Chen Fuzi said in astonishment, swirling his teacup. Yifan remained silent. Amid the dark clouds, Golden and silver lights clashed repeatedly. Only the sounds could be heard. Little doggy, take this. Dense bombardment. Divine dragon tail whip. Smack. The massive body of the howling celestial dog fell from the clouds with a resounding crash. Boom. It landed heavily in front of Yi Fan and the other three, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a large crater. As the dust settled, a golden dragon coiled above their heads, its cold golden eyes staring down at them. The four instantly froze in place. Xiao Jin glanced at the howling celestial dog lying at the bottom of the pit, secretly feeling smug. With your meager skills, you dare challenge me, a divine dragon? You truly have no idea how cruel the outside world can be. Turning its gaze to Yi Fan and the others, it slightly opened its dragon mouth. Whereas the other piece of food, the four were stunned. Yi Fan tentatively asked, Divine dragon, are you referring to Loki, the god of trickery? Xiao Jin thought for a moment. Although it didn't know the specifics of that name, it sounded like an outsider god, so it must be the food it was referring to. Yes, where is he? The dragon's head nodded slightly. Yi Fan glanced at Lu Wuwei, who shook his head. Left with no choice, Yi Fan sighed. We don't know either, humph. This time, I refuse to believe I can't leave Songnan. At that moment, Loki and Lin Xia's figures emerged from the void. The four, Xiao Jin, and the howling celestial dog, who had just climbed out of the pit, all instinctively turned to look. Huh. Loki noticed several gazes directed at him, looked down, and his expression instantly stiffened. Lin Xia, slightly dazed from traversing too many spaces, stood in the void and looked below, freezing again. A divine dragon, the howling celestial dog, and four top-tier experts. Whoa, what a lineup. He couldn't help but glance at Loki's stiff expression and point downward. You've traveled through so many spaces just to end up here? Hearing this, Loki slowly regained his composure, clenching his fists tightly. This avatar was trapped in Songnan, unable to escape. Who is orchestrating all of this? Just how powerful must they be to trap me here? Loki's face darkened. This Great Xia is even more dangerous than he imagined. The gods of Great Xia Haven T disappeared at all. Such a grand chessboard. Aside from the supreme god of Great Xia, no one else could possibly control it. If I can't take you away, killing you will suffice. Loki's body surged with eerie divine power, preparing to strike at Lin Xia. Suddenly, a terrifying divine aura pressed down. Huh. He looked down to see the golden dragon, at the level of a main god, slowly ascending and coiling behind Lin Xia. Roar. A deafening dragon-s roar, carrying the divine might, poured down on Loki. Yi Fan and the other three also sprang into action, blocking Loki, the god of trickery, from retreating. The howling celestial dog stood up from the deep pit, its silver-white eyes fixed on Loki in the air. It stepped onto the void and rose, glaring fiercely at the golden dragon. This is mine, it growled. Little Gold sneered. Stop barking, let's talk strength. The howling celestial dog bared its sharp teeth, clearly enraged. Loki's face grew darker. You little insects, treating a god as prey, do you know the consequences? Dogs bark, divine beasts speak, what's it to you? Little Gold roared. The howling celestial dog was also provoked. You bastard, how dare you meddle in my business? Get him. As soon as the words fell, the howling celestial dog and Little Gold charged forward, golden and silver white lights intertwining. Loki. Lin Xia and Yi Fan silently felt pity for Loki. What a poor god. Loki sensed the powerful divine energy fluctuations and his pupils contracted. He was already blocked by Brother Meituan, and now facing a main god-level golden dragon and a divine-level dog. He stood no chance. Gritting his teeth, his body transformed into a ghostly green light and shot out, fleeing Songnan. Little Gold and the howling celestial dog followed closely behind. Little Gold's massive body twisted, and its strong golden tail swung fiercely toward Loki's face. Loki squinted his eyes, divine energy gathering in his palms to form a ghostly green barrier in the void, attempting to block the enormous tail. But reality was cruel. The tail shattered the barrier with one strike, scattering fragments of divine energy. However, this brief obstruction gave Loki time to react, and he leapt to dodge the tail. Boom. The tail struck the void, sending out waves of sonic booms. Loki let out a sigh of relief. If he had been hit, this avatar would have been destroyed instantly. Woof woof. Before Loki could react, a shiny black dog lunged at him with its mouth open. Loki's hands erupted with divine energy again, his speed surging instantly, almost escaping Songnan. Clang. Strangely, just as he sped out, a golden barrier formed by laws suddenly appeared at the border of Songnan. He collided with the barrier, and the powerful force of the laws bounced him back. Loki's eyes were dazed, his heart filled with rage. Chessmaster, you dragged me into this game, I'll remember this debt. As soon as he finished speaking, silver, white, and golden divine lights surrounded Loki, transforming into two chains that tightly bound him. At this moment, the chains suppressed the divine power of Loki's avatar completely, leaving him like a lamb to the slaughter. The howling celestial dog and little gold shrank their massive forms, creating an independent space around Loki. The howling celestial dog transformed into a small black mutt and steadily walked up to Loki. Little Gold also shrank to the size of a small snake, hovering above Loki's head. They licked their lips, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the immobilized Loki. Loki clenched his fists, seeing these two beasts looking at him like prey, and couldn't help but struggle desperately. Little Gold glanced at the howling celestial dog, swung its dragon tail, and left a golden mark on Loki's neck. The head is yours, the rest belongs to this divine dragon, Little Gold said arrogantly. The little black mutt bared its teeth. Wasn't this clearly bullying the dog? So unfair. It stepped forward, erased the golden mark on Loki's neck with divine power, and drew a silver-white line on Loki's navel. The upper part is mine, I won't fight you for the lower part. Little Gold was stunned. This little dog actually disobeyed its words, instantly feeling displeased. Did it not understand who the boss was? It immediately swung its dragon tail, wiping away the silver-white line, and drew a golden circle around Loki's lower body, encircling the key area. Little doggy, don't say I'm stingy. The meat in this spot is enough for you to raise a litter of puppies. I'll reluctantly let you have it. Howling celestial dog. At this moment, Little Gold spread its dragon claws, grabbed at the air, and a golden napkin appeared around its neck. Holding a knife and fork in its front claws, it exuded a full sense of ceremony. Lying down, Loki saw the actions of the two divine beasts and was instantly dumbfounded. Were they dividing up his body? Were the divine beasts of this kingdom all so cruel? Those Egyptian fools still wanted to join forces to rule Dacia. How laughable. Outside the space, hearing Loki's anguished screams and the conversation between the two divine beasts about dismembering him, Yifan and the other three, standing on the ground, were all stunned. Are the divine beasts of Dacia all this powerful? Chen Fuzi couldn't even drink his tea anymore. Yifan coughed lightly, recalling the scene of the divine beast Yellow Dragon swallowing Hades, the king of the underworld, and Indra, the god of thunder, in one gulp. This level of cruelty wasn't surprising. However, what puzzled him was that the gods of Dacia hadn't appeared yet, and only two divine beasts were helping. Also, the god of trickery, Loki, had just said he couldn't leave and was trapped in Songnan. What was going on? These questions lingered in his mind. Yifan glanced behind him, his gaze stopping on Lin Xie, who was holding a long knife. At that time, the divine dragon had asked him if he knew Lin Xie. Perhaps Lin Xie knew something. He slowly walked toward Lin Xie. Let me introduce myself. I am the supreme commander of Dacia, Yifan. Lin Xie looked up at the middle-aged man in a dark red cloak standing before him. Hello. Yifan nodded. Instructor Yuan has mentioned you to me. I heard you have a good relationship with the divine beast, Yellow Dragon. Hearing this, Lin Xie recalled the scene on Mount Jinan, where the five-clawed golden dragon had humbly tried to please him. He frowned slightly. What do you want to ask? Yifan thought for a moment, stared at the young man, and said seriously, I hope you can answer my question honestly. Lin Xie, go ahead. Why does the divine beast Yellow Dragon lick you? Lin Xie. Asgard. In this divine kingdom sustained by endless faith, within a magnificent palace, the god of trickery, Loki, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dark and brooding. The scene of his Dacia avatar being cut open and eaten alive by two divine beasts lingered in his mind. This kind of insult to a god made him furious. What angered him even more was that after all his planning, he had ended up as a pawn in the hands of Dasya's gods, being toyed with at will. As the god of trickery, this was a humiliation he could never wash away. If the gods of Asgard knew he had been manipulated without realizing it, they would surely mock him. Loki exhaled a breath of anger, calmed himself, and began to think carefully. The gods of Dasya are still in reincarnation. How could such a powerful being appear? Someone capable of controlling Dasya's laws of heaven and earth was no ordinary deity. He vaguely felt that the one orchestrating this game was even stronger than him. But even if Dasya's gods were awakening, it shouldn't be possible for them to recover their strength so quickly. Who are you, the one pulling the strings? A flash of killing intent appeared in Loki's eyes. This kind of humiliation, being toyed with, could only be avenged by making the manipulator die in his own trickery. He snorted coldly. Just wait. One day, wearing a deep green robe, Loki stood up. Fortunately, I obtained Shiva's grudge. Although the city wasn't destroyed, it can still be considered a success. He turned and walked out of the grand hall. In the vast universe, on the silver-white moon, the seraph Michael was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened them, golden light shining brightly. The disaster in Sangnan has been altered. How is that possible? Michael's face was full of disbelief. He turned toward the blue earth, his eyes radiating golden light. The miraculous city of Sangnan stood intact, without a single scar, and the resurrected people were living their normal lives. This divine battle seemed to have had no impact on the city. Michael frowned. By logical deduction, Sangnan should have already disappeared, and Lin Xie should have inherited the complete, mortal divine realm. Could some factor have changed this inevitable outcome? Did someone intervene? Who? Michael first thought of that ant who tried to change fate, but quickly dismissed the idea. With that ant's power, it was simply impossible. The only one who could have done it was the supreme god born in Sangnan 10 years ago. Moreover, when the disaster in Sangnan began, he had intervened to help mortals kill Poseidon, the sea god. This also indicated that the supreme god wanted to change Sangnan's fate. What is he after? What benefit does this bring him? Michael's face was full of confusion, but his laws could not reveal the identity of the supreme god, and this sense of mystery lingered in his mind. His intuition told him that the supreme god was definitely not friendly toward him. Michael withdrew his thoughts and sighed. Changing fate comes at a price. To reach the level of the supreme god, doing this is simply reckless foolishness. He shook his head. Although Sangnan still exists now, once the source power of the mortal divine realm is exhausted, its disappearance is still inevitable. It's just a matter of delaying the inevitable. Above Sangnan, in the blue and white divine light space, an elderly man dressed in a plain Taoist robe stood like a statue beside a chessboard, his eyes fixed on a single black piece in the lower left corner. A blue and white halo enveloped the chess piece, reflecting in the elder's cloudy eyes. What he saw was far more than just a chess piece. In his vision, space began to collapse, and he seemed to be standing in the vast universe. This vast universe was also a chessboard, filled with endless laws and changes. Thud, thud, thud. Black and white chess pieces fell from the void one after another, and he felt as if he were just a piece on the board, manipulated by the one holding the pieces. This awe-inspiring chess game made the elder's lips tremble slightly. As the pieces fell one by one, his soul seemed to be struck with immense force. He seemed to grasp something, yet fell into confusion. Those mysteries were shrouded in layers of mist, obscured and frustratingly unclear. But when the final black piece fell, the chessboard's grand path roared, and the elder instantly understood the truth. The vast universe disappeared from his eyes. The primordial heavenly venerate's entire body radiated dazzling golden light of laws, and his realm unexpectedly recovered by one level. He felt the changes in his body, his eyes full of shock. It had been countless years since he had shown such an expression. He had seen countless geniuses, gods, demons, and treasures, but Jiang Yi had given him the deepest shock. Now, Jiang Ye's divine move had brought him enlightenment, while also making him feel a sense of inferiority. The primordial heavenly venerate looked at the young man with closed eyes, slowly sat down, and took 2 white pieces from the chess container, gently placing them in the lower right corner of the board. This was the etiquette of conceding defeat. Jiang Yi slightly raised his head, remained silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Fellow Taoist, I, as a humble cultivator, keep my word. I will not interfere with what you do in the future, and I owe you a favor. Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke in a gentle tone. Even his address had become more formal, changing from young friend to fellow Taoist. There was no other choice. He had made a solemn vow, but ended up defeated. However, Jiang Ye's final move felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the Jade Emperor's ultimate technique. Yet, after countless calculations, he was certain that Jiang Yi was not the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor and could not possibly possess such abilities. It must have been the myriad forms that Jiang Yi mentioned. Ding! Sitting across from him, Jiang Yi slowly stood up, and Yuan Shi Tianzun also set aside his pride and followed suit. Tianzun, I appreciate your concession. I will come to you for the favor you owe me in the future. Rest assured, I never make a losing deal, Jiang Yi said with a smile, taking out a black silk from his ring and wrapping it around his eyes. Yuan Shi Tianzun's mouth twitched, but he had no choice. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I will not go back on my word. Jiang Yi nodded as a crack appeared in the blue and white space. The figure of the young man gradually disappeared from the elder's cloudy eyes. The elder hid his hands in his sleeves and bowed respectfully toward the young man's departing figure. Thank you for the enlightenment, humble cultivator. The young man, with his eyes covered by black silk, walked slowly along the storm-ravaged street toward the outskirts of Cangnan. His lips unconsciously curved upward. Cangnan was still there, and his mother was still alive. This was exactly what he wanted. Even if it was only temporary, he had no regrets. Soon after, the system's voice sounded. Ding, ding. Your pet has defeated all the foreign gods who came to Xia, leaving them with psychological shadows that may affect the Egyptian gods' plans to attack Xia. You have changed the fate of Team 130 SIXS Captain Chen Mai, who would have disappeared during the Divine War. Lin Xie did not obtain the residual source power of the miracle, and Wu Xiangnan of the Blue Rain team will recover from his injuries at a slower pace. You prevented Loki, the god of trickery, from deceiving Lin Xie, delaying the disappearance of the Cangnan miracle and altering Yang Jian's fate of having his divine persona shattered and rebuilt. Yang Jian remains unharmed, which may accelerate the reconstruction of the heavenly court. When Lin Xie encountered the god of trickery, he obtained partial information about the truth of Cangnan, potentially allowing him to take control of the divine kingdom beneath the mortal realm divine domain ahead of time. Magic modification value obtained. 100,000 points. Current magic modification value. 615,000 points. Upon reaching 800,000 points, you can obtain the ancient divine artifact, Xianyuan Sword. Random reward triggered. Random divine ruins selection package. 100,000. Jiang Yi paused upon hearing the system prompt, a smile appearing on his face. This game of chess was not played in vain. The magic modification value had set a new record. At this rate, he would soon ascend to the Tianzun realm, which is the pinnacle of the supreme god realm. By then, his strength would rival that of the Seraph Michael. However, to defeat Michael, who possesses the miracle law and can turn the impossible into possible, even capable of instantly killing a supreme god, he would need to reach at least the half-step dimensional ascender realm. With the power of a half-step dimensional ascender, he could perfectly suppress the miracle law by using death judgment. Of course, once he reaches the pinnacle of the supreme god realm, his eyes. Jiang Yi reached out to touch his blindfold, a faint smile slowly forming on his lips. He shifted his gaze to the system panel, his brows furrowing once again. Lin Xie actually knows part of Cangnan's secret and has even gained early control of the divine kingdom beneath the mortal realm divine domain. He wondered in his heart, would this affect the future development of Cangnan? After pondering for a while, he thought that if Lin Xie knew Cangnan existed because of him, he would probably cherish the remaining time even more, so there was no need to worry too much. Jiang Yi shook his head, smiled, and turned his gaze to the Divine Ruins random gift pack. Divine Ruins? Last time he could choose, but this time it became random. For him now, whether or not he had Divine Ruins didn't really matter. However, the Divine Ruins in the system were usually very powerful, and every draw brought surprises. Jiang Ye's consciousness merged into the panel, and a colorful spinning wheel appeared. He clicked the center button, and the wheel began spinning rapidly. Gradually, the speed started to slow down. Divine Ruins. Eternal Divine Realm Effect. Those who enter the Eternal Divine Realm, be it people, souls, or obsessions, can have their lives extended according to the host's will, creating an eternal kingdom. Note: Divine ruins are part of a god's power. If the host has not yet obtained the source of eternal life, they can only temporarily extend the existence of life within a certain range. Once they leave the divine realm or the realm disappears, life will come to an end. Within the eternal divine realm, the injured can recover completely, the elderly can regain their youth, and even the deceased can have their lives extended. Jiang Ye's face showed shock. This sounded incredibly powerful. It could extend the lives of the dead. So could it mean? He turned to look at the old district of Tsangnan, towards a two-story building. His heart couldn't help but race. He sensed his surroundings and tried to expand the eternal divine realm within a certain range. Instantly, the divine power within him was consumed at a rate 4 times faster than when using the universal divine ruins, and the larger the range, the faster the consumption. However, as the supreme god, covering the entire Tsangnan was not a problem. But the eternal divine realm was merely a divine ruin, and at most, it could only sustain life extension for 1 or 2 years, depending on the supreme god's level. To truly create an eternal kingdom, it would be completely impossible without obtaining the source of eternal life. Moreover, covering the entire Tsangnan would consume a massive amount of divine power, ultimately only sustaining it for a limited time. Tsangnan would eventually disappear. Sigh. But, system, you're truly amazing. Jiang Yi couldn't suppress his inner excitement. With this divine ruin, even if he couldn't save Tsangnan, at least he could let his mother see his father again. Mom, you've always lied to me, saying Dad was working away from home because you were afraid I'd be sad. But actually, every night, the one who secretly went to the basement to cry was you. Jiang Yi lowered his head slightly and walked slowly toward the outskirts. In the place where he had just expanded the eternal divine realm, the dilapidated streets were now lush with green grass, and cracks in the concrete roads had sprouted vibrant green shoots. But as Jiang Yi left, the once vital streets quickly returned to their lifeless state. The vibrant green grass withered rapidly, eventually turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Carrying the arm of the frost giant on his back, and Qingyu was about to take it to the laboratory for research when he happened to see the lush green street. What is that? And Qingyu frowned, walking into the vibrant street. He put down the giant arm and stared at the verdant grass, his eyes filled with curiosity. But the frost giant's arm he had set aside began to slowly squirm, rapidly regenerating into a complete body. Wearing a white lab coat, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses and gently plucked a blade of grass. Before long, a new blade grew in its place. What an incredible power! Let me try analyzing it with the only correct solution. At that moment, Qingyu suddenly realized he was shrouded in shadow, and a bone-chilling cold emanated from behind him. In an instant, countless fine threads shot out from his fingertips, entangling the frost giant that lunged at him from behind in less than a second. Bang! The frost giant's fist slammed down, creating a deep pit. However, the thread's obstruction gave Qingyu enough time to dodge. He stared at the resurrected frost giant in astonishment. What kind of power was this? It could actually bring a creature back to life? Such an ability only appeared in novels, yet it existed in this world? And Qingyu was shaken to his core, reevaluating his understanding of this world. Whoosh! But the frost giant, driven only by a desire to kill, gave him no time to catch his breath. Just as Qingyu was momentarily stunned, it stomped down again. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Qingyu tightened the threads wrapped around the frost giant with force. The threads sliced through its body like blades, leaving deep gashes. He thought this would be enough to cut the giant into pieces, but the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no scars behind. And Qingyu's expression instantly turned grim. Where was this place? Not only could it resurrect creatures, but it could also heal wounds rapidly. He took a few steps back, creating distance between himself and the frost giant, and scanned his surroundings, finding no one else nearby. This ruled out the possibility of someone orchestrating this deliberately, indicating the presence of some mysterious power here. What was it? And Xingyu's curiosity was fully piqued as he sent the threads to entangle the frost giant once more. But no matter what method he used, he couldn't kill it. Having just endured a fierce battle, and Xingyu's mental energy was nearly depleted. At this rate, he would eventually be crushed into a pulp by the frost giant. Calmly surveying his surroundings, his gaze fell on a nearby street covered in lush green grass. It was the only place that seemed relatively safe. This suggested that the influence of this mysterious energy was very limited in range. A sudden realization dawned on Xingyu, and he stepped out of the area. The frost giant followed closely behind. Just then, the mysterious energy field seemed to shift, once again enveloping Xingyu. He looked at the scene helplessly, silent. In the southern outskirts of Tsangnan, the dark clouds dispersed, and bright sunlight bathed the earth. Chunmai slowly stood up from the ground, staring blankly at the still-standing city and his own living self. He could hardly believe it. Loki, the god of mischief, had not acted against Lin Xie. "Captain," a familiar voice called out. He looked up to see Yi Fan and Lin Xie walking side by side. Behind Chenmai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Zhao Kongcheng, and Wen Qima also stood up. Their faces were heavy with sorrow because of Si Xiaonan. Yi Fan and Lin Xie walked slowly to Chenmai. "Commander." Chenmai saluted, and the team members behind him followed suit. Yi Fan looked at the team that had defended the city and smiled faintly. "You are the role models of the Night Watchers. I will assign someone to reward Team 136 accordingly." Upon hearing about the reward, they should have been happy, but the loss of their teammate weighed heavily on their hearts, making it hard to feel any joy. Yi Fan sighed softly, patting Chunmai on the shoulder. "Come with me." Chunmai was taken aback, then nodded and followed Yi Fan a short distance away. Lin Xie turned to look at the silent sister Hong Ying and the others, his mood equally heavy. Suddenly, a figure entered his line of sight, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yi, with his eyes covered by black satin, slowly walked up to him. "Sorry I'm late." Lin Xie froze, shook his head, and said softly, "It's okay. We're not strong enough to change anything." After all, the mastermind behind this disaster was Klein and the Outer Gods. Even though Jiang Yi could instantly defeat a Sea Realm opponent with his Pool Realm power, against Klein and the gods, even the Phoenix Squad was powerless. Jiang Yi's arrival wouldn't change anything either. Jiang Yi remained silent. "Cough, cough. What exactly happened?" he asked, pretending to be casual. "Your sister Xiaonan." "Old Zhao, Xiaonan isn't like that." Hong Ying hurriedly interrupted Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing scratched his head helplessly and closed his mouth. Hong Ying hugged Lin Xie and Jiang Ye's shoulders, wiped away her tears, and showed a radiant smile. "Xiao Yi, Xie, do you believe in Xiaonan?" "We do," the two answered in unison. Hong Ying broke into a smile through her tears and hugged them tightly. "Yes, Sister Xiaonan will definitely come back. She said she will always be a member of Team 136. In the distance, Yi Fan saw this scene, sighed, and looked away. The crisis in Tsangnan has been resolved. The aftermath of the divine battle will ensure that no mysterious forces appear here for the next 3 years. Take this time to rest and spend it with your family," Yi Fan said with a complicated expression. Chunmai stood still after hearing this, his face full of struggle. In the end, he shook his head. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. "The decision is yours. As for Shiva's grudge," he turned to look at Lin Xie. "You keep it for now. His mortal divine domain is special and won't leak any aura." Chunmai nodded. "Understood, Commander. Go back and think carefully about my suggestion. Also, let those 2 kids spend more time with their families in the remaining month and a half. Their transfer orders will be issued soon." Yi Fan's tone was gentle. "All right." Chunmai was silent for a moment, then stepped back to join the team. Yi Fan watched his retreating figure, sighed, and turned to leave. The 2 figures grew farther and farther apart. Chunmai walked up to the team and smiled. "All right, Xiaonan has made her choice. We can only trust her. Officer Xiaonan will always be a member of Team 136. Let's go, my treat. Time to reward everyone." Hearing the captain's words, the team members' expressions relaxed slightly. When Chima stepped forward, Captain, do you have money? Yes. Then, what about that plane? It'll come out of your salary. When Chimal blinked, his expression awkward, and silently stepped back. The previously tense atmosphere became much lighter. Zhao Kongqing sheathed his star blade, shook his head, and asked, Captain, what are we eating? You have no idea how tasteless the food in the lab is. How about Michelin? Chunmai raised his hand to interrupt. Don't think too much. We're going for hot pot buffet. I happen to have some discount coupons. Everyone. Chunmai patted old Zhao's shoulder. Let's go. It's rare to be back. Zhao Kongqing nodded, and the others followed the captain. Jiang Yi walked at the back, suddenly stopped, and crouched down to pick up a shattered phone. Is this the captain's phone? He used his divine sense to investigate and found a strange number in the contact list. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, sent a message to the unfamiliar number, and then deleted it. He didn't know if doing this would have any special effect. In any case, Captain, forgive me for acting on my own initiative. Sangnan City, Old Town. Celestial Venerable. In a courtyard, Yang Jin saluted an elder dressed in a plain white Taoist robe. The elder smiled and nodded. 100 years have passed, and the gods of Xia are beginning to awaken gradually. This time, the divine battle in Sangnan has made the foreign gods somewhat apprehensive. They want to attack Xia again in the short term. We can now focus on rebuilding the heavenly court. Rebuilding the heavenly court. Yang Jin was somewhat surprised, his eyes glimmering with hope. Celestial Venerable, is it really possible to rebuild the heavenly court? How long would it take? The primordial Celestial Venerable nodded, as short as a few years, as long as over a decade. The progress depends on the number of gods participating in the restoration. But as the gods of Xia gradually awaken, the rebuilding process will accelerate. Yang Jin frowned. What if, during this period, the foreign gods come again before he could finish? The elder shook his head. Excessive interference in Xia's growth is not a good thing. Even if the foreign gods invade while we are rebuilding the heavenly court, there will be someone to stop them. The primordial Celestial Venerable stroked his beard and looked toward the two-story building surrounded by a divine power barrier. You mean him? But why would he help Xia? Yang Jin appeared very surprised. The primordial Celestial Venerable shook his head. I'm not sure of his intentions either. You've been his neighbor all this time. Do you know which god of the heavenly court he is the reincarnation of? Yang Jin awkwardly shook his head. I don't know. However, last time Xiao He saw you confront him, even I couldn't figure out who he was. The elder recalled the scene from that night, when Jiang Yi forced him to hand over the divine beast Huang Long and coughed lightly. But none of that matters. Yang Jin raised an eyebrow slightly. The primordial Celestial Venerable didn't continue the topic. He turned, waved his sleeve, and a white cloud appeared beneath his feet. Let us go? He looked at Yang Jin. Yang Jin turned back to look at the low house where he had lived for many years. He brought 2 fingers together and placed them on his chest, the celestial eye on his forehead slightly opening. His avatar slowly separated from his body and walked toward the low house. This technique was something he had learned from Jiang Yi. Yang Jin lowered his hand and softly said, Mom, brother, I'm leaving. After speaking, he stepped onto the white cloud and ascended into the sky. He kept his gaze fixed on the low house until it disappeared from view, then turned and left. The primordial Celestial Venerable didn't stop him. Perhaps, before playing chess with Jiang Yi, he had wanted to reprimand Yang Jin a bit. But after the game, he had come to understand some things. Celestial Venerable, was it you who, at the cost of invoking the laws of heaven and earth, ensured that my brother wasn't teleported out of Sangnan by the foreign gods? Yang Jin, now revealing his true identity as a true lord and true god, asked curiously. If Jiang Yi wasn't a god of Xia, it would have been impossible for him to invoke Xia's laws of heaven and earth. The elder's eyes shifted slightly, and he shook his head. It was your neighbor. I played a game of chess with him. Yang Jin looked surprised. It was really him? Then did you win, Celestial Venerable? The primordial Celestial Venerable's mouth twitched. This disciple I lost. Yang Jin's 3 eyes widened in shock, and he stood there, stunned. One of the 3 great Celestial Venerables of the heavenly court, with countless ages of chess experience, had actually lost to Jiang Yi? Shangjing, night. Yi Fan returned to his office, looking at the report on the divine battle in Sangnan, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was secretly manipulating events behind this divine battle, especially since Loki, the god of mischief, failed to obtain the Shiva's grudge and had his plan to take Lin Xie away from Sangnan thwarted. This made him even more certain that someone was interfering in this divine war. Could it be the gods of Daxia? Yi Fan wondered. Up to now, humanity knew very little about the gods of Daxia. Even as the supreme commander of Daxia, he himself didn't know much. The mist had appeared for a century, and only 2 divine beasts had been seen. Where had the other gods gone? Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the desk. Yi Fan, draped in a dark red cloak, sat in deep thought like a statue. Suddenly, a breeze blew in, scattering the papers on the desk to the floor. The chill in the air brought Yi Fan back to his senses, and he instinctively looked toward the window. The window was closed. Where had the wind come from? Commander Yi Fan of Daxia, greetings. I am Yuanshi Tianzuan. At that moment, a deep, ancient voice came from beside him. Yi Fan turned sharply, only to see an elderly man in a Taoist robe appear in his line of sight. The old man smiled and nodded, extending his right hand to point at Yi Fan's forehead. A golden light shot into Yi Fan's mind. A flood of information surged into Yi Fan's brain, leaving him stunned. He rubbed his temples with both hands, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. Memories emerged of the gods of Daxia sacrificing their cultivation to transform into the nation's stabilizing divine monuments in order to block the mist and protect their people. Now, it was time to rebuild the heavenly court of the Daxia divine kingdom. The gods of Daxia needed to reconstruct the heavenly court, but during this period, humanity would have to rely on itself. Yi Fan steadied himself as the headache gradually subsided. When he looked up again, the office was empty, leaving only him. He frowned, slowly digesting the information Yuanshi Tianzuan had imparted into his mind, his expression growing heavier. It seems humanity must have someone take the first step. The night view of Shangjing City sparkled brilliantly. At the night watcher's base, Shen Qingzhu, carrying a black case on his back, walked out of the station. Not letting me go to Tsangnan? Well, I'll go anyway, humph. Shen Qingzhu stared at the news on his phone about the lockdown in Sangnan, clenched his fists, and strode away from the base. After boarding the high-speed train to Sangnan, Shen Qingzhu held the black case tightly, gazing at the night view outside the window. Jiangyi, you'd better not let anything happen to me. You saved my brother this time. I'll repay the favor. Shen Qingzhu leaned against the seat and slowly drifted into sleep. The sound of station announcements echoed through the train car, and everything seemed unusually calm. Boom. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the roof of the train. Oh! Many passengers in the car screamed in panic. Shen Qingzhu's eyes snapped open, and he quickly stood up, his gaze fixed on the roof. At the same time, his fingers opened the black case, gripping the hilt of his blade. But then, his vision began to blur, and the passengers and train car around him disappeared. Before he knew it, he was standing in a pitch-black space. Where is this? Shen Qingzhu warily scanned his surroundings. Haha, this is my nightmare space. A soft, eerie voice suddenly came from behind him. Shen Qingzhu turned to see a man in a tailcoat slowly emerging from the darkness. His brows furrowed. This figure, and the term nightmare space, reminded him of something Xiao Pinga had mentioned back in the Shangjing squad. You're EU. EU smiled faintly, slowly extending his hand. I didn't expect to find someone so talented right after coming out. Would you like to become my follower? Follower? If you want to fight, then fight. I'm not afraid of you. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, but Qi Min didn't respond. His expression turned serious as he opened the black case and drew the star blade. Quite the fiery temper, but I like that. Quickly become my follower. Murmured, purple light emanating from his palm, suddenly pierced into Shen Qingzhu's chest. Immediately, a blue-white light flickered within Shen Qingzhu's body, then subsided into calmness. Murmured's face carried a smile as he quietly waited for Shen Qingzhu's reaction. The latter was slightly stunned. He had heard of Murmured's soul contract methods. But why? Did he feel nothing at all? Could it be that Murmured's soul contract had failed? Shen Qingzhu's eyes trembled. With his current strength, He was absolutely no match for Murmured. Perhaps. He knelt on one knee before Murmured, placing his hand on his chest. Lord Murmured. In the center of Tsangnan City, in a self-service hot pot restaurant, 9 people sat around a table with 2 empty seats, neatly arranged with bowls and chopsticks, untouched and unoccupied. Phew, 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 it's so hot. Hong Ying picked up a piece of beef, put it in her mouth, and kept blowing out hot air, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hong Ying, slow down. Jiang Yi reminded her with a smile. No way. Look at Wen Qima, that guy. Not only does he snatch chicken legs all the time, but now he's even grabbing meat at a buffet. Hong Ying gripped her chopsticks tightly and glared fiercely at Wen Qima. Wen Qima was not to be outdone, and the two locked eyes as if competing in a staring contest. The others saw this and laughed without saying a word. Zhao Kongqing leaned over to Lin Xie and asked, Xie, how's life as a night watchman been this past year? Is it super cool? Lin Xie nodded. It is, but it's also very harsh. Zhao Kongqing's words got stuck in his throat. But thank you for tricking me into Team 136. Here. Lin Xie looked at everyone and said with a smile, I really like it. Zhao Kongqing scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Back then, I really thought I was done for. I don't know how I survived. Even the professors in Shangjing couldn't figure it out. Really don't know who pulled the strings. Old Zhao looked innocent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi, who was eating, suddenly choked and started coughing. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Jiang Yi. Hong Ying quickly handed him a bottle of drink. Jiang Yi took a sip and recovered. Lin Xie glanced at Jiang Yi with a curious look, feeling that something was off. But what he cared about most was still the words of Loki, the god of mischief. Sangnan exists because of me. He had asked Yifan about it, but the latter firmly refused to reveal anything. Jiang Yi had also advised him before not to leave Sangnan. He seemed to know something. By the way, Lin Xie was about to speak when Chun Mai interrupted him. Everyone turned their attention to him. After the Sangnan divine battle ended, there won't be any mysterious incidents in Sangnan for the next 3 years. You all have a vacation coming up. Vacation. Everyone was stunned. Chun Mai continued. Xiaoyi. Xie, you should go home and spend more time with your families. Hong Ying, haven't you always wanted to travel? Take this chance to go and explore. Qima, Old Zhao, Xiangnan. The captain mentioned each team member's past wishes one by one. Listening to this, Hong Ying's eyes grew moist. Fortunately, except for Chun Mai and Jiang Yi, the others would know within less than a month and a half what would happen in Sangnan. So regarding the vacation, Hong Ying wasn't against it at all. Instead, she was somewhat happy and said, Captain, you finally learned to be considerate this time. Chun Mai stood up helplessly, touched his bag, and realized his phone was left in the suburbs. He raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat. I dropped my phone. Can someone help me pay first? Huh. A few people's expressions immediately turned strange. Don't misunderstand. It's the captain treating. Chun Mai smiled helplessly and spread his hands. I can't help it, my phone. Whoosh. Jiang Yi suddenly stood up, pulled out a black phone from his pocket, and handed it to Chun Mai. Captain, I picked it up for you. Go pay. No need to thank me. Chun Mai. Night fell, stars dotted the sky, and the streetlights illuminated the path for pedestrians. After finishing their hot pot, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie walked back to the old district together, their homes just ahead. Lin Xie stopped in his tracks and couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Yi. Hearing this, Jiang Yi paused and turned to face him. The last time you told me not to leave Sangnan, was it because you know some secret? Lin Xie asked softly, already having a suspicion in his heart, just wanting confirmation. Men often like to ask questions they already have answers to. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, then shook his head. Don't go looking for answers. Knowing the truth will only bring you more pain. But, go home. This kind of life is what you truly want, Jiang Yi interrupted him. Lin Xie stood still, his gaze falling on the lit lamp inside the small house. Indeed, being with his aunt and Ajin, making this little home better and better, had always been his wish. Thinking about it this way, the truth didn't seem so important anymore. As long as he didn't leave Sangnan, maybe nothing worse would happen. Lin Xie took a deep breath and nodded. All right then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lin Xie walked toward the small house. Jiang Yi silently felt the weight of his decision. The reason he kept the truth from Lin Xie was because it was too painful. That feeling of knowing your loved ones would disappear, but being powerless to stop it. Jiang Yi understood it deeply. Moreover, he wanted Lin Xie to live a normal life by staying in Songnan, to avoid a mental breakdown and not trap himself in his own world. This way, Lin Xie might not end up in the fasting hall, and this part of the story could be erased. This change would surely enhance the story's appeal. Jiang Yi stood for a while, then walked into his home. Inside the small house, Chia, there's just over a month until your birthday. Auntie knows you're busy with the army, but can you take some time off? Auntie will make you a nice meal. Birthday? Lin Xie put down the black box on his back and couldn't help but look at his aunt's gentle smile. He suddenly remembered the leave granted by the captain. It was for a month and a half, just the right amount of time. Auntie, the army gave me leave for a month and a half. No problem. Hearing this, his aunt's smile grew even brighter. That's great. The neighbor's kid's birthday is just one day after yours. We can celebrate together and make it lively. Lin Xie smiled and nodded. Before he turned 7, the two families had a good relationship, and he and Jiang Yi often celebrated their birthdays together. All right, Auntie, he agreed. Then he walked into the living room and chatted with Yang Jin, who was playing with the dog, before returning to his room. He sat by the windowsill, gazing at the stars in the night sky. Suddenly, Songnan transformed into a dazzling golden light in his eyes. Huh! Lin Xie's eyes flashed with surprise. He reached out and grabbed, and a ball of radiant golden light floated in his palm. His pupils contracted as the mortal divine realm resonated with the golden light. This is a miracle. Next door, late at night. Inside the two-story house, his mother Lu Su opened the door. She glanced at her son's room and gently closed the door. Holding 3 incense sticks in her hand, she walked lightly toward the basement, afraid of waking Jiang Yi. Hidden nearby, Jiang Yi silently observed as a golden orb of light appeared before him. He flicked his fingers to activate the eternal divine realm, and the soul flew toward the basement. Lu Su, holding the lit incense sticks, lowered her head to look at the black and white photo frame. Zhenghua, can you hear me up there? Our son has returned safely, and now he truly looks like a soldier. Lu Su spoke with a smile, placing the incense sticks in front of the photo frame and bowing her head to talk about the family situation. Behind her, a figure slowly appeared, becoming clearer from transparency. It was a man in a suit, standing upright and wearing black framed glasses. He was Jiang Ye's father. Jiang Zhenghua stood there, shocked by everything before him. He had come back to life? He looked down at himself, shook his head, and realized he was merely a soul. When he looked up again, he met Lu Su's gaze. At some point, Lu Su had already turned her head, her eyes wide open as she stared at him. Jiang Zhenghua slowly came to his senses, looking at his wife, his nose tingling as he softly called out, "Xiao Su, how have you been all these years?" Hearing his voice, Lu Su's mind went blank, and tears streamed down her face. Zhenghua, she embraced Jiang Zhenghua's soul in excitement, finding that she could actually touch him. Lu Su leaned on Jiang Ye's shoulder, tears streaming down her face in joy. Jiang Zhenghua gently patted Lu Su's back, comforting her. Jiang Yi hid nearby, silently watching the scene unfold. 5 days later, the scorching summer sun baked the highway as Chun Mai carried a bucket of purified water into the peace office. After the holiday, he had declined invitations from Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng, choosing to stay at the office alone, waiting for the end of his life. After replacing the water, he sat heavily on the sofa and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His gaze fell on the black phone on the table. After hesitating for a while, Chun Mai picked up the phone and opened the photo album. A wedding photo quickly caught his attention, and he kept clicking on it. In the photo, a woman in a white wedding dress with a radiant smile appeared before him. Kneeling on one knee in front of her, wearing a neatly tailored suit, was him, placing a ring on her finger. Chun Mai quietly stared at the photo, tears sliding down the corners of his eyes. He recalled the past when he was still a member of the Shanjing team, living a happy life with his wife. But in Daxia, only his forbidden ruins could suppress the aura of Shiva's grievance. If Shiva's grievance fell into the hands of an outer god, countless lives in Sangnan would be destroyed, and even all of Daxiao might not escape disaster. As a narcotics officer and night watchman, he chose Daxiao, painfully divorcing his pregnant wife. Jiruo, I'm sorry. It was about Daxia's survival. I couldn't stand by and do nothing at the time. Chunmai looked at the photo on his phone, choking as he apologized. He knew he had let down his wife and unborn child, lacking even the courage to see them. But in his final moments, he longed to see his wife and the son he had never met, to hear his son call him Dad just once. Even though he knew he was an unworthy father, Chunmai leaned back on the sofa, tears sliding down the corners of his eyes, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Ding dong. Welcome. At that moment, the sensor at the door rang. Chunmai quickly wiped away his tears and stood up. Hello. Is there anything I can help you with? When he saw who had arrived, his entire body froze, standing still like a statue. He stared in disbelief at the woman walking in with a 9-year-old boy. The woman choked out. The 9-year-old boy broke free from the woman's hand, ran over, and hugged Chunmai's leg tightly, shouting clearly, Daddy. Ding. The host successfully helped Chunmai resolve his guilt towards his wife and child, allowing him to spend his final moments with the most important people. Earned 5,000 modification points. Current modification points, 620,000. Still 180,000 points away from 800,000, upon which the ancient artifact Xianyuan sword will be obtained. Jiang Yi, who had just finished washing up, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system notification. Then, a smile appeared on his lips as he walked to the dining table, picked up the breakfast his mother had made, and began eating. While eating, he pondered what opportunities might still exist in Sangnan to earn modification points. After thinking for a while, he felt that Sangnan's storyline was nearing its end. It might be time to plan the storyline for the Purification Hall, especially since Han Xiaoyan had a soul contract with him, and he could try to disrupt the plans of the ancient God Church. However, relying on Han Xiaoyan alone might not be enough. Right now, Jiang Yi looked at the family photo being broadcast on the TV screen. For Sangnan's final moments, I'll spend them with my family. He continued, eating his breakfast. Click. As he was eating, his mother returned from the market, carrying a large bag of groceries. Xiao Yi, leave the dishes there. I'll wash them later, Lu Su said. Jiang Yi shook his head. I can handle these small tasks myself. Hearing this, Lu Su put down the groceries and smiled as she took the dishes from the table. That won't do. I dreamed of your father last night. He told me to take good care of you and find a way to cure your eyes. Jiang Yi had no choice but to relent. Ever since his mother started seeing his father in her dreams every night, she had been filled with hope and was no longer as sorrowful as before. By the way, Xiao Yi, your birthday is coming up. The neighbor's child next door has a birthday one day before yours. Let's have a joint birthday party to make it lively. What do you think? Lu Su's voice came from the kitchen. Birthday? Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned. He had almost forgotten, but his mother remembered it so clearly. He smiled. Sure. All right then. You need to be polite when the time comes. You and Xie grew up together, so you should prepare a gift for each other on your birthdays, Lu Su reminded him. Got it, Mom. Jiang Yi walked into his room and sat down on a chair. A gift? What should I give? He thought, gradually coming up with an idea. Shangjing City. What? Missing. Xiaopinga furrowed his brows upon hearing the news of Shun Qingzhu's disappearance. He looked seriously at Yuan Gang, who was organizing documents. Where did he go missing? Yuan Gang put down the documents. On the train heading to Sangnan, the relevant departments investigated and found a familiar aura at the scene. What kind of aura? Xiaopinga asked. Yuan Gang hesitated and sighed. He was sleep-talking. Bang. That damn brat. How many times have I told him not to go? Xiaopinga slammed the table and cursed angrily. Yuan Gang, however, remained silent and continued working on the documents. Xiaopinga felt a bit awkward and stared at Yuan Gang. You were the one who trained him as a soldier. How can you stay so calm? Yuan Gang shrugged. Actually, I knew all along you couldn't stop him. His temper. It's not easy to control. He shook his head, thinking about what had happened. As Shun Qingzhu's instructor, how could he possibly feel at ease? It's just that. Captain, that kid is fine in every other aspect except for controlling his emotions. During the Jinan Mountain rescue, Jiang Yi saved him and his brothers. Though he doesn't say it, he remembers it clearly in his heart. It was expected that he would leave, but I didn't think it would happen like this. As he spoke, Yuan Gang's voice choked up a few times. Xiaopinga took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "I'll report this matter personally." With that, he left the office. He made his way to Yi Fan's office. Zhuo Qing received him, and not long after, Yi Fan returned from a meeting. "This is the situation." Xiaopinga explained the entire incident in detail. Yi Fan frowned slightly, and the office fell into a long silence. Xin Qingzhu, things have reached this point. He is very likely already under the control of Whisper, or has become an enemy. From now on, if you see him, he is an enemy. You need to be mentally prepared. Xiaopinga remained silent. Yi Fan took out 2 files from the drawer and placed them on the desk. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. These 2 geniuses, one of them will definitely be transferred to the Shangjing Night Watch team soon. I don't want to see similar accidents happen again. Yi Fan's tone was very serious. Xiaopinga picked up the files and placed them back on the desk. "Commander, that's my team member. Unless it's confirmed that he's dead, I will never give up." His tone was resolute. Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing were both stunned. Yi Fan tapped the desk and sighed. "I'll give you 1 month." Xiaopinga stood up and saluted Yi Fan. "Thank you, Commander." Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away. Zhuo Qing couldn't help but ask, "Commander Yi, of the 2 of them, one will go to the Shangjing Night Watch team. What about the other?" Yi Fan looked down at the files on the desk and slowly said, "I want Jiang Yi to form a special team on his own. He is the strongest in this training camp." Zhuo Qing was shocked. "But they've only been night watchers for less than 2 months. Yi Fan nodded. "That is indeed a problem, and it's still under consideration. Moreover, the higher-ups in Daxiao will probably argue about it for a while." Zhuo Qing asked. "Then before that, which team will Jiang Yi join?" Recently, mysterious incidents outside Daxiao have been frequent. The Phoenix team has contacted us multiple times, wanting either Jiang Yi or Lin Xie to join them. The mass team has also made several calls. These 2 are in high demand right now. Yi Fan pondered for a moment. Just joining the Night Watch and forming a special team is too early. They need to accumulate experience, showcase their true strength, and gain the approval of the higher-ups. Jiang Yi, having fused with the Reaper's essence, is the most likely to break through in the future. If Zhou Ping fails, the hope can only rest on Jiang Yi. The gods of Daxia are working to rebuild the heavenly court, and in the face of crises, only they can resolve them. Jiang Yi must grow as quickly as possible. The fastest path to growth is to join the Phoenix team. Yi Fan stood up and decisively said, "In 1 month, Lin Xie will join the Shangjing Night Watch team. Jiang Yi will be transferred to the Phoenix team." 1 month later, Old Town, Sangnan. At night, the sky was clear, the moon bright, and the stars sparse in a 2-story house. 2 women were laughing as they prepared a birthday feast in the kitchen. "Sister Yang, it's been a long time since we gathered like this, hasn't it?" Lu Su said with a smile. Lin Xie's aunt nodded. "Almost 10 years, ever since Xie's eyes had problems." She paused, thinking about Jiang Ye's eyes that hadn't recovered yet, feeling a bit anxious. "It's okay, hey," Lu Su said with a faint bitter smile while washing vegetables. "I believe Xiao Ye's eyes will get better." Lin Xie's aunt nodded firmly and continued chatting with Lu Su about other family matters. In the living room, only Yang Jin's clone was left playing with the little black dog clone. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were nowhere to be seen. Woof woof. The little black dog barked twice towards the window, and Yang Jin followed the sound with his gaze. On the rooftop, under the silver-white moonlight, 2 teenagers stood there. "Why did you bring me here?" Jiang Yi asked. Lin Xie smiled and said, "Doesn't this place look familiar to you? When we were 7, we used to watch the moon here. Now we've grown up." Jiang Yi froze, looking up at the bright moon, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Deceiving the gods, his eyes destroyed. It felt like it was just yesterday. "Sit down. Let's watch the moon and eat something." Lin Xie took out a bunch of snacks and 2 bottles of drinks from his clothes and placed them on the roof tiles. He handed over a bottle of drink and said with a smile, "By the way, happy birthday." A smile appeared on Jiang Ye's lips. He stepped closer, sat down next to Lin Xie, and took the drink. Happy birthday to you too. The two bottles of drinks clinked lightly together. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie took a big sip at the same time. Is this alcohol? Lin Xie laughed. I secretly added it. Jiang Yi laughed as well. Under the silver-white moonlight, the two of them sat on the rooftop, just like 10 years ago, gazing at the moon. But this time, Jiang Yi had no ulterior motives, just enjoying the moonlight with Lin Xie as friends. While eating snacks from his childhood, Jiang Yi took out a pendant from his pocket. The blue and white pendant contained the power of immortality, capable of quickly healing injuries during battles. It might not be a particularly special gift, but it would be especially useful for future battles. He held the pendant and turned to look at Lin Xie. Just as Lin Xie turned to look at him, Jiang Yi paused for a moment. I have a gift for you too. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Quite the chemistry, huh? Jiang Yi cleared his throat, and Lin Xie looked a bit embarrassed. I'll go first. Here, take this as a childhood friend's birthday gift. Jiang Yi handed the blue and white pendant to Lin Xie. Lin Xie looked down at the gem-like pendant, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He found it a bit amusing giving jewelry as a gift. Jiang Yi, you really are unique. What would a man do with this? It's considered a forbidden item. It can quickly heal injuries and will be helpful for your future battles, Jiang Yi explained. Smack. Lin Xie grabbed the pendant. Then I won't be polite. Jiang Yi. Lin Xie put the pendant in his pocket, then looked at Jiang Yi, whose eyes were covered with a black cloth. After thinking for a moment, he said, Close your eyes first. No, retract your dynamic perception and wait for a surprise. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. This guy isn't planning to mess with me, is he? But he still complied, retracting his perception. Instantly, the surroundings turned pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. This feeling was just like when his eyes were injured 10 years ago. Everything before him was a blank void. In Lin Xie's palm beside him, a golden light slowly gathered and extended toward Jiang Yi's eyes. He remembered the promise he had made. After mastering the power of the mortal divine realm, he would help Jiang Yi regain his sight. After a month of research, he had learned to harness the miraculous power of Cangnan. However, he was still uncertain about the consequences of using this power. Both Qin Fuzi and Jiang Yi had advised him not to leave Cangnan, and even Loki, the god of mischief, had said that Cangnan existed because of him. In other words, this was his divine kingdom. Lin Xie used the mortal divine realm to sense Jiang Yi's hollow eyes and said, Jiang Yi, this is my gift to you. Happy birthday. The golden light in his hand burst forth, and the power of miracles surged wildly into Jiang Yi's eyes. As Jiang Yi, who had withdrawn his perception, heard Lin Xie's words and was about to release his senses, a surge of law power suddenly flooded into his eyes. This was the power of miracles. Stop! Jiang Yi suddenly grabbed Lin Xie's hand and shouted. But the miraculous power had already entered his eyes. Slowly, the residual power of the seraph in his eyes began to collapse. The black cloth was shattered by the golden light, and his hollow eyes began to glow with a blazing golden brilliance. As the golden light dissipated, Jiang Yi's once empty eyes now had pupils, shining like a galaxy. His vision gradually cleared, and Jiang Yi sat there in a daze. He hadn't expected that Lin Xie's early mastery of the mortal divine realm, as the system had mentioned, would mean this. Wherever Jiang Yi's gaze fell, the city began to dissolve into faint golden light particles. Cangnan was disappearing. Lin Xie, whose wrist was tightly gripped by Jiang Yi, froze as he watched Jiang Yi's intense reaction. He seemed unaware of what had just happened. Looking at Jiang Yi's eyes, now as bright as a galaxy, a smile appeared on his lips. Now, you can see too. Jiang Yi sat motionless like a statue. He hadn't expected that what he once thought was a joke, Lin Xie helping him regain his sight, would actually come true. Yet back then, he had deliberately approached Lin Xie, vying for his proxy status. I am so ridiculous. Jiang Yi clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Warm droplets slid down his cheeks. At this moment, as a god, his heart was completely moved by the sincerity of a young man. Jiang Yi, you're crying. These golden lights are. Lin Xie sensed the golden light around them and the gradually disappearing buildings. He turned his head and saw that Sangnan before him was dissolving into faint golden light particles, vanishing bit by bit. Lin Xie's pupils contracted sharply as he tried to look in the direction of his aunt. But the divine power carried by the moonlight surged into his mind. His gaze froze, and he collapsed unconscious beside Jiang Yi. In his consciousness, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes, illuminated by silvery white moonlight. He looked up. Holy golden light entered his vision, and pure white six-winged wings radiated immense divine power. That was a seraph. On the gray-white ground, craters were scattered everywhere, and in the vast universe, the silvery white projection of the moon slowly emerged. For someone who once deceived you, someone who stole from you, you actually used the last of your law power. Was it worth it? The Seraph Michael's eyes glowed with piercing golden light as he coldly stared down at Lin Xie below, his tone filled with anger. He originally thought Sangnan would persist until the power of the laws was exhausted before disappearing, but he hadn't expected that despicable little man to still be scheming. Humph, that shameless guy treated my words as a joke. I will make you pay a heavy price. Is it worth it? Hearing the Seraph's divine thought, Lin Xie was slightly stunned, the silver-white ground around him making him feel a bit dazed. This is the moon? He looked up at the Seraph, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. But when he thought of the scene of Sangnan disappearing, his eyes instantly turned blood red. He understood in an instant. It turned out that the source power within his body was the key to sustaining Sangnan's continued existence. Restoring Jiang Yi's eyes had already consumed the limited miracle source. No wonder Jiang Yi reacted so strongly. He had known all along. Lin Xie gasped heavily, his face pale. Aunt Ajin, where is this? I want to go back. Seeing this, the Seraph Michael spoke again. Only by fully inheriting my divine ruins will your inner consciousness emerge to help you resolve your doubts. However, I guess you already know a lot. Lin Xie frowned, clenched his fists tightly, and asked, why must Sangnan rely on my mortal divine domain to survive? Because it was never meant to exist. 10 years ago, Sangnan was destroyed by Shiva's grudge, and only you and that mortal who deceived me survived. The reason Sangnan still exists is because of you. This is also the miracle of the mortal divine domain. The Seraph explained slowly. He recounted the deal he made with Lingbao Tianzuan a century ago. 90 years later, when Sangnan was annihilated, he chose the sole survivor and unconditionally infused divine power into Lin Xie's body, sustaining Sangnan for 10 years. But when he mentioned the mortal who had deceived him, his tone immediately turned colder, full of disdain. After hearing all this, Lin Xie was stunned. Lingbao Tianzuan, one of the 3 great Tianzins in the mythology of Daxia, actually exists? Shocked, his eyes grew moist as he murmured. Lingbao Tianzuan foresaw a century ago that Sangnan would be destroyed, and even knew about me and Jiang Yi. No, Lingbao Tianzuan only foresaw you. As for that despicable mortal, he was the variable in Sangnan, the Seraph corrected coldly. All right, the task of sustaining Sangnan for 10 years is complete. Lin Xie's face turned as pale as paper. When the miracle disappears, will Sangnan and its residents also vanish? That's right, the Seraph said calmly. You used the miracle to heal that mortal's eyes, depleting the last of the source power. I don't understand. Can't you see that he's been deceiving you all along? Lin Xie's eyes trembled slightly. He took out the blue and white pendant Jiang Yi had given him, recalling their experiences and the scene where Jiang Yi had told him to stop. He shook his head firmly, clutching the pendant tightly. No, I did it willingly. He didn't deceive me. He has a mother, and he loves her deeply. If he knew that restoring his eyes would cause all of Sangnan to disappear, including his mother, he would never agree. It was me who was wrong. Lin Xie's voice choked, his heart feeling as if pierced by countless arrows. The Seraph snorted coldly, his voice deafening. Foolish. Even for the life of a mortal, do you think he truly values familial bonds? He merely used those bonds to deceive you. No, he wouldn't. He's my brother. I know him. Lin Xie said firmly. A trace of anger flashed in the golden eyes of the Seraph. You are truly beyond saving. As the words fell, Michael's consciousness dissipated. Lin Xie slowly crouched down in his self-awareness. 10 years ago, Aunt Ajin. He couldn't face everything before him. Today was his birthday, and he hadn't even tasted the birthday cake his aunt made. Lin Xie remained unconscious, immersed in the ocean of his self-awareness. On the moon, the six-winged seraph radiated dazzling golden light, stirring up surface dust, his anger barely concealed. He slowly raised his right hand, a miraculous law merging into the moonlight. He knew that as a watcher, he shouldn't interfere in Earth's affairs. But this insignificant being who repeatedly provoked me, I will personally sever the karmic ties between us. This divine law equates to the advanced realm of human power, and with Jiang Ye's current state, it would easily annihilate him. A small man who loves daydreaming. Today, I will personally shatter your illusions. Sangnan was shrouded in golden light. On the rooftop of an old district building, Jiang Yi stared blankly at Lin Xie lying before him, unable to recover for a long time. Time seemed to rewind to that night 10 years ago, when he, like Lin Xie, was helpless, watching Sangnan and his family disappear. Why? Why on earth? I tried my best to stop it, but in the end, Jiang Yi hated himself for being powerless to change fate, feeling as though the entire world operated by its own rules, and no matter how hard he tried, everything would ultimately return to the starting point. Bang! He knelt on the rooftop, his head drooping weakly, and a trace of green gradually gathered in his palm. That was the domain of immortality. Insignificant ant, today you will disappear too. At that moment, a deafening divine thought surged into Jiang Ye's mind. He looked up, his eyes devoid of color, and saw a holy six-winged seraph holding a golden holy sword, suspended under the moonlight. Annihilation? Jiang Ye's lips curled into a bitter smile. He slowly stood up, staring expressionlessly at Michael. Are you here to die? Michael heard this, and golden light flashed between his brows, his anger surging. I come in the name of the holy sword to sever your delusions. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, the holy sword emitting endless golden light, slicing through the night sky. The sword energy, carrying terrifying divine might, rushed toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Ye's face remained expressionless as he slowly raised his right hand, sinister death energy gathering around him. The time has come. Slash. His voice was soft, but as the words fell, endless death energy condensed into the divine ruin, judgment of the Reaper. This Seraph's avatar only possessed the strength of the Klein level, but in the face of Jiang Ye's powerful essence, his golden sword energy was instantly devoured by the death energy, leaving no chance to counterattack. The Seraph's avatar reappeared on the execution platform, his entire body tightly bound by chains formed of condensed death energy, a criminal's plaque hanging on his back. The Seraph's expression changed drastically, not expecting Jiang Ye's mastery of the Reaper's essence to be so profound. He stared at Jiang Yi in shock, his fury boiling. Insignificant ant. Shut up. Jiang Yi roared, grabbing at the void with his right hand. A slash token appeared in his palm. He then waved his hand, and the token flew toward the execution platform. Slash. The Reaper on the execution platform raised his giant scythe and reached out to remove the plaque from the Seraph's body. The Seraph's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly activated the miraculous law. But the miracle law was suppressed back. In just an instant, in the moment of his daze, the scythe, carrying the aura of death, severed his head. The Seraph's avatar dissolved into golden light and disappeared, along with the execution platform. The world fell into a deathly silence once again. Jiang Ye's eyes were hollow as he lowered his gaze to the fallen Lin Xie, then raised his right hand once more. The eternal divine realm unfolded rapidly with him at its center. An endless vitality slowly enveloped the soul hovering above Sangnan. Lin Xie, this time, I've repaid what I owed you. After speaking, Jiang Yi turned to look at Sangnan, who had dissolved into golden light, formed a hand seal, and chanted an incantation. The wounded shall be restored, the elderly shall regain their youth, and the dead shall have their lives extended. Today, I will exhaust my divine power to let this city of miracles live one more year. In the boundless universe, on the surface of the moon, the dense aura of death devoured the golden radiance of the moonlight. The Seraph suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying divine might stirred up a sandstorm on the moon's surface. Arrogant ant. Boom. The 6 wings trembled, and golden divine power rippled outward. Michael's eyes were filled with shame and anger, his mind replaying the scene of his decapitation over and over. He had been humiliated twice in the same way by this insignificant ant. An inconsequential ant dared to provoke a god in such a manner. Michael clenched his fists tightly, golden divine power radiating outward. Amid his fury, he was also shocked by Jiang Ye's growth. The power Jiang Yi had just displayed, effortlessly annihilating a peak Klein-level avatar, indicated that his true strength was already approaching the human limit, what humans referred to as the pinnacle. Moreover, now that he had mastered the essence of the god of death, he was not far from becoming a god himself. What shocked Michael even more was that he had failed to see through Jiang Ye's concealed realm at first glance. He frowned slightly as a supreme deity. Being unable to discern a mortal's level made him uneasy. For Jiang Yi to survive under the destructive power of Shiva, he had clearly obtained some kind of mysterious power. But what exactly was it? No matter what you've obtained, today will be your end. Michael did not want to delay any longer. He could not allow this ant to leap about recklessly before a god. He slowly raised his right hand, divine power gathering in his palm once more. The limit of humanity? It was nothing more than the fragility of mortal life, utterly insignificant before a god. He was about to condense a divine-level avatar and merge it with the moonlight. At that moment, a divine thought came from Earth. Seraph, since our transaction has concluded, as a watcher, please refrain from interfering in the matters of Dasya. Michael's hand paused, his brows furrowing as if deep in thought. After a moment, he snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, and gazed down at the blue earth, temporarily abandoning his previous intention. His earlier appearance through an avatar had already been a violation of the rules. If he continued, he might provoke the gods of Dasya. After all, Lingbao Tianzuans. Michael slowly unclenched his fist, the flames of anger in his heart gradually subsiding as he fell into contemplation. So what if Jiang Yi had obtained mysterious power? Before the supreme gods, he was nothing more than an insignificant being. The divine ruins of Thanatos, the god of death, could only temporarily suppress the miracle law of the gods. It could not render it permanently ineffective. Jiang Yi was merely an ordinary human. Even if he became a god and fully mastered the laws of death, his mortal body could never withstand such immense power that in the end, it will only be the collapse of the flesh, leading to death. Michael's eyes were full of disdain. Jiang Yi was nothing more than a dying insect. He turned his back to earth, closed his golden eyes, and regained inner peace. Meanwhile, a crack appeared in the sealed source of the mist, and a wisp of black air slowly drifted out. The sky over Tsangnan was filled with golden light, and countless residents' memories were awakened. They understood that their demise had long been predestined. In a 2-story building in the old town, Yang Jin's avatar witnessed all of this and sighed softly. He reached out and gently patted Xiao Heilai's head. Xiao Heilai instantly transformed into a silver-white beam of light and flew into the sky. Then, Yang Jin's avatar turned to look at his mother and Lu Su, who were gradually fading away and waving goodbye to him, his gaze dim. It's time to go. His body began to dissolve into nothingness, dissipating as divine power. In a distant temple, Yang Jin slowly opened his 3 eyes and slapped the butt of the howling celestial dog. Go, retrieve the souls of everyone in Tsangnan. Woof! The howling celestial dog tucked its tail, leaped with all 4 limbs, flashed silver, and disappeared from Yang Jian's sight. 10 days earlier than expected. Brother, was it worth it? Yang Jian lowered his eyelids and sighed deeply. In the sky over Tsangnan, the howling celestial dog flew under the moonlight, its silver-white eyes gazing at the city below, where golden light spots flickered. Buildings turned into ruins, and the bodies of residents dissolved into light spots and disappeared, as if bidding a final farewell to this world. The howling celestial dog looked dejectedly toward the direction of the old town home and sighed deeply. Then it opened its mouth wide and emitted a divine command. Souls, return. Instantly, a powerful suction appeared, and the souls floating above Tsangnan began to slowly move toward the howling celestial dog. This time, that bastard Jiang Yi shouldn't be able to snatch them away. The howling celestial dog smirked slightly, increasing the suction force. Countless golden souls rushed straight into the sky with the suction. At that moment, on a rooftop in the old town, a green barrier rapidly expanded at an astonishing speed, enveloping the entire Tsangnan. The howling celestial dog froze. What is that thing? As it pondered, the souls that were supposed to be retrieved suddenly reversed direction and flew back uncontrollably. Woof! The howling celestial dog was shocked. Looking down, it saw the souls wrapped in a green divine power resisting the suction and returning to Tsangnan. It was stunned for a moment, then cursed angrily. Jiang Yi, you bastard! Still snatching it this time. The only one in all of Tsangnan capable of such a feat was Jiang Yi, the supreme god. The howling celestial dog quickly flew downward, its form rapidly shrinking and transforming back into the appearance of Xiaohei Lai, landing on the rooftop. At this moment, Jiang Yi was carrying Lin Xie on his back, moonlight spilling onto the tiles. He walked step by step, Lin Xie's eyes tightly shut as he quietly leaned on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi looked up at the full moon in the night sky, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Michael, next time, the scythe of death will descend upon the moon and sever your head. Jiang Yi slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Lin Xie on his back, his expression complex. His eyes shone like stars, but it was something most precious from Lin Xie that had been exchanged for them. Thank you. In the coming year, I will cure your illness. As his words fell, the system's voice sounded, ding, ding. You have extended the life of the miracle city Tsangnan by 1 year using the eternal divine realm, delaying the development of the fasting place storyline. The eternal divine realm restored the injured to their original state. You healed Wu Xiangnan's injuries caused by Sisanu. You also changed Lin Xie's state of confusion due to Tsangnan's disappearance, allowing him to truly accompany his family within the eternal divine realm and heal his mental wounds. Gained 30,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 650,000. Just one step away from 800,000 points to obtain the ancient divine weapon, Xianyuan's sword. Jiang Yi was slightly stunned as he listened to the system prompt. Wu Xiangnan's injuries could also be healed? Was the eternal divine realm really this powerful? System produced, quality guaranteed. Jiang Yi shook his head, thinking to himself that it was time to leave again. It seemed Wu Xiangnan would be leaving Tsangnan. However, it didn't matter as long as he got the magic modification points. That was enough for him. Jiang Yi turned to look at Tsangnan. Under the power of the eternal divine realm, the scattered golden light began to reverse. The vanished buildings gradually reappeared, and the residents who had turned into souls reformed their bodies under the push of immense vitality. It was as if everything had returned to the scene when the mortal divine realm was still in control. Only this time, it was Jiang Yi in charge. Jiang Yi smiled, carrying Lin Xie on his back, and stepped down from the rooftop. Today was their birthday, so of course, they had to eat cake. His footsteps were crisp and firm, step by step forward, the hearts of the two youths reflecting each other like a clear lake. Jiang Yi, you stop right there, you mutt. Huh. Just as Jiang Yi was about to step off the rooftop, he froze and turned to look at the black object falling from the sky. Instinctively, he took a step back. Thud. Xiaohei Lai, thinking Jiang Yi would catch him, instead crashed through the rooftop like a silver-white meteor. Woof, woof, woof. Xiaohei Lai climbed out of the hole, covered in dust, barking loudly at Jiang Yi. It seemed like he was cursing. What's with the barking? Shut up, Jiang Yi said coldly and continued down the stairs. Xiaohei Lai was stunned, then quickly jumped out of the hole and chased after Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, Tsangnan is gone. The souls of its residents are useless to you. Hand them over quickly. If Dog Lord can't bring back the souls, my master will definitely stew me again. Last time, you tricked me, and I almost got shaved bald by Neza. Xiaohei Lai looked aggrieved, tugging at Jiang Yi's pant leg with his front paw. Jiang Yi stopped, looked down at him, and said slowly, I like eating dog meat too. Xiaohei Lai froze completely. Turn around and take a look. Jiang Yi smiled. leaving those words behind as he walked toward the two-story building that had been restored to its original state. Xiao Lai watched Jiang Yi walk away, feeling a sense of relief. This world was so complicated everyone seemed to want to eat dog lord. Turn around and look. Songnan is just a ruin, now what's there too? He turned his head, and his words suddenly stopped. His eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth gaped open, and his jaw nearly hit the ground. The city that had turned into golden light points earlier was now completely intact. The streets were bustling with traffic, engines roaring. Not far away, in a brightly lit room, parents were patiently helping their children with homework. Familiar streets, familiar people, familiar city. Howling Celestial Dog stood there like a wooden statue. After a long while, he blinked, lay down, and covered his eyes with his front paws. No, this must be an illusion. Let me try again. He slowly moved his paws away, and the intact city appeared before his eyes once more. Whoosh! Xiao Lai suddenly jumped up. What the hell? He exclaimed, slapping himself hard. Was it fake just now? Xiao Lai's eyes gleamed with silvery white light, revealing the divine power hidden within the city. This divine power was different from the miracles of the mortal divine realm, brimming with the force of life. The restored residents were no longer illusions created by miracles, but genuine living beings. Xiao Lai was utterly shocked, swallowed hard, and slowly turned to look at the two-story building with its lights on. The ability to bring the dead back to life, just how powerful is he? He can revive an entire city. Even Michael can barely sustain miracles, yet he can bring a city destroyed years ago back to life. Xiao Lai was filled with awe. It licked its lips, transformed into a streak of silvery white light, and flew toward the temple where Yang Jian resided. Sensing the return of the howling celestial dog, the third eye on Yang Jian's forehead slowly opened. A faint light swept over the howling celestial dog. No souls were brought back. Yang Jian was momentarily stunned, realizing the howling celestial dog hadn't retrieved the souls of all the residents of Tsangnan. Xiao, I see you're becoming more useless. Yang Jian waved his right hand. Divine power surged forth, instantly enveloping the howling celestial dog. The howling celestial dog hurriedly explained, No, master, the thing is. Silence. You can't even handle such a simple task, and you dare to explain. Yang Jian reprimanded harshly. The howling celestial dog reluctantly shut its mouth and lay down, feeling aggrieved. Jiang Yi, you've ruined me. Yang Jian slowly stood up, his expression dark as he asked, Was it Jiang Yi who stopped you? With Tsangnan gone, the only one capable of preventing the howling celestial dog from retrieving the souls was Jiang Yi, the supreme god. The howling celestial dog raised its head and nodded frantically. Yang Jian's brows furrowed deeply. Jiang Yi must know the secret of Tsangnan's existence. But what use does he have for collecting souls? Last time, he seized Zhao Kongqing's soul for resurrection, and miracles were still present then. Now, with miracles gone, what significance do the souls hold in Jiang Ye's hands? Yang Jian was furious. If the souls were in his possession, there would still be hope to save his mother and the other people of Tsangnan in the future. But handed over to Jiang Yi, he couldn't guarantee anything. He had asked the Heavenly Lord before, and Jiang Ye's existence was inherently a variable for Tsangnan. He absolutely couldn't entrust his loved one's souls to a variable. Ding! Yang Jian waved his right hand, and a long halberd appeared in his grasp. Xiao, let's go. We're taking them back. The howling celestial dog's eyes lit up, but quickly shook its head in panic. Master, no, actually. Yang Jian heard the disobedience and glared at it fiercely. The howling celestial dog immediately covered its mouth with its front paws. Are you trying to change masters now? How dare you defy my orders? The howling celestial dog felt bitter inside. Master, can you let me finish speaking? No, I don't want to change masters. Master, you've misunderstood. Really, because... Why? Yang Jian's face darkened. Judging by his expression, if the howling celestial dog didn't give a satisfactory answer, it might end up as tender, juicy dog meat in the pot tomorrow. Nervously, the howling celestial dog said, Because Jiang Yi has revived Tsangnan. Yang Jian. Inside the temple radiating divine light, Yang Jian opened his celestial eye, and the intact scene of Tsangnan appeared before him. His heart tightened, and the light from the celestial eye on his forehead grew even brighter. All illusions were seen through. In an instant, the city of Tsangnan, enveloped in green divine power and brimming with vitality, came into view. This is... Shock flashed in his eyes. Tsangnan was no longer a miracle created by the immortal divine realm, but had become a pure land protected by the divine power of life. He couldn't see people's lifespans, as if no one in Tsangnan aged anymore, achieving a certain kind of eternity. In past miracles, people still experienced birth, aging, sickness, and death. But now, Tsangnan seemed like an eternal kingdom. Injuries healed instantly, and the elderly were as healthy as the young. What is this? How can there be such miraculous power? Yang Jian's face was full of disbelief. If the immortal divine realm was a miracle, then the current Tsangnan was even more incredible. He turned his heavenly eye and saw Jiang Yi in a two-story building in the old town. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, Jiang Yi emitted a vibrant green divine power, which was the source of the divine energy enveloping Tsangnan. It really was him. He was actually consuming his own divine power to save all of Tsangnan. Yang Jian's eyes trembled slightly, but then... No, something was off. Tsangnan hadn't truly revived, it was Jiang Ye's divine power sustaining it, just like his brother's mortal divine realm. Based on the current concentration of divine power in Tsangnan, it could last about a year. His brother restored his eyes, and he extended Tsangnan's life by a year for his brother. Yang Jian fell silent. After a long time, he withdrew his heavenly eye, and the spear in his hand dissolved into points of light. Looking in the direction of Tsangnan, he said, "Brother, he is worth it." After staring for a long time, he finally looked away, turning to Howling Celestial Dog with an awkward expression. He slowly crouched down, reaching out to pat the dog's head. "Little Black, I raised my voice earlier. Don't take it to heart, okay?" Howling Celestial Dog's eyes sparkled as it tilted its head upward. "Humph." Yang Jian. Within Tsangnan, at night, on Tianjing Mountain. On a flat hilltop, a bonfire burned in front of 4 tents. Hong Ying was setting up a grill, while Wen Shima was handling 2 freshly caught wild rabbits, skinning and gutting them. Zhao Kongqing lay on a rocking chair, a cigarette in his mouth, gazing at the star-filled sky and enjoying the leisure of the holiday. Ah, if the captain came hiking and camping with us, it would definitely be livelier. And Xiaonan, Lung Xian. Hong Ying sighed a little, her tone tinged with sadness. When Shima chuckled, "Don't be upset, just enjoy the holiday. The captain called a few days ago. He's living the good life now, spending every day with his wife and son, feeling pretty smug." Hong Ying puffed out her cheeks. True. They continued with their tasks. Suddenly, a wave of divine energy rippled through the air. The 4 of them froze. "This isn't good. This is the divine might of a seraph," Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan said with a frown. The other 3 quickly stood up, looking toward Tsangnan City in the distance. Their eyes narrowed sharply. Tsangnan was actually starting to turn into golden light particles, slowly disappearing. "What's going on? The city seems to be vanishing." Hong Ying panicked. At this moment, Wu Xiangnan retrieved a black box from the tent and commanded, "Something might have happened in Tsangnan. Grab your gear and head back to the city immediately." Soon, the 4 packed up and prepared to descend the mountain. "Wait a moment," Zhao Kongqing suddenly called out, stopping the 3 ahead of him. They turned back to look at him. "What's wrong, old Zhao?" Wu Xiangnan asked with a frown. Zhao Kongqing gazed at the intact city in the distance, rubbing his chin. "Vice Captain, what exactly did we just see?" Wu Xiangnan sighed. "Tsangnan was about to disappear, and you're saying?" Wu Xiangnan turned his head, blinked, then rubbed his eyes. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he froze. Hong Ying and Wen Shima also looked over, their expressions blank. What happened to Tsangnan, who had just turned into golden light and disappeared? The Tsangnan before them was still standing there, completely intact. After a long while, Zhao Kongqing finally spoke. "Did we see it wrong just now?" Wu Xiangnan slowly came back to his senses. "Probably. Maybe. Yes." This was somewhat hard to understand. If they had seen it wrong, it was impossible for all 4 of them to make the same mistake. He frowned and said, Let's go back and confirm. If something really happened, it could be troublesome. The three nodded and continued walking down the mountain. They moved like ghosts, swiftly weaving through the forest at an astonishing speed. As Wu Xiangnan was descending the mountain quickly, he suddenly felt an itch in his palm. Unable to resist, he looked down, and his eyes widened instantly. The sword scar on his palm, the wound left by Susanu's Tatsuka blade years ago, was disappearing at a visible rate. Finally, it completely returned to its original state. Wu Xiangnan paused in his steps, standing still and staring blankly at his hands. Shanjing City. Report. Come in. Yi Fan sat at his desk, watching the soldier in military uniform enter. Commander, the Sangnan garrison has reported that Sangnan is disappearing. Moreover, during monitoring, they detected divine power fluctuations from Code 003 Seraph. Yi Fan's writing hand stopped, his brows furrowing. Seraph's divine power fluctuations? Could it be that Seraph has truly appeared in Sangnan? He thought for a moment, recalling Lin Chia's possession of the mortal divine domain. The appearance of Seraph at the moment of Sangnan's disappearance seemed plausible. He decided to ask Lin Chia for clarification when he saw him. Understood, he replied. The soldier saluted and turned to leave. It seems something major has happened in Sangnan. Under normal circumstances, Sangnan should have 10 more days. It shouldn't disappear so soon. Yi Fan put down his pen and called for Zhuqing. Let's go to Sangnan. Contact Fuzi and have him come with us. Zhuqing nodded and picked up the phone to make the call. Yi Fan, meanwhile, took out 2 transfer orders from the drawer, intended for Jiang Yi and Lin Chia. These 2 rising stars of the Xia dynasty were now at the peak of their brilliance. However, Sangnan's premature disappearance stirred an ominous feeling in his heart. A minute later, Yi Fan and Zhuqing walked out of the building one after the other. A carriage descended from the sky and stopped in front of them. Chen Fuzi poked his head out. Doesn't Sangnan still have time? Why so soon? Yi Fan's expression was grave. It's unclear for now, but something major has definitely happened. We're heading there immediately. Get in. Chen Fuzi also sensed the seriousness of the situation. Lin Chia didn't know the exact time of Sangnan's disappearance, so this was likely intentional. But by whom? The ancient god church. Commander Yi. Just as Yi Fan and Zhuqing boarded the carriage, an urgent shout came from behind. Yi Fan turned slightly. It was the soldier who had reported earlier, panting as he ran over. What is it? He asked with a frown. After catching his breath, the soldier said that Sangnan military just sent an emergency report. Sangnan has reappeared. Yi Fan. Chen Fuzio. Zhuqing. X. Sangnan City. The night was as usual, stars still twinkling. The evening breeze gently rustling the ginkgo leaves, everything seemed peaceful. A carriage flew in from the horizon, stopping 10 kilometers away from the city. Master, we can't go any further. The carriage is being blocked by a mysterious force. The coachman turned to the person inside the carriage and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan, Zhuqing, and Master Chen all frowned and stepped out of the carriage. Zhuqing held a tablet in his hand. Commander Yi, according to the information from Sangnan, all outsiders are being blocked from entering Sangnan. Only locals of Sangnan can freely enter and exit. Moreover, Yi Fan reached out to touch the transparent barrier in the air. Moreover, what? Zhuqing swiped on the tablet and continued. Anyone who enters Sangnan will instantly lose all memories of the outside world they brought with them. The military sent several locals from Sangnan inside, and as soon as they entered the city, all orders were automatically forgotten. Yi Fan and Master Chen's expressions changed drastically. This barrier not only blocks everyone, but also erases the memories they bring inside. Clearly, someone doesn't want outsiders to disturb this city. Moreover, the person capable of creating such a barrier must be far more powerful than ordinary people. In other words, the caster is undoubtedly a deity. Yi Fan furrowed his brows tightly. A deity capable of instantly restoring a city must possess power comparable to that of a seraph. A deity? Could it be a deity of Xia? Yi Fan shook his head. The deities of Xia are currently focused on rebuilding the celestial court. It is impossible for them to waste divine power to restore a city that was destroyed long ago. Then it could only be an outer god. Yi Fan's gaze darkened, and his expression grew heavy. Master Chen also sensed something. Songnan is just an ordinary city, with the only notable thing being the two children who survived the apocalyptic force of Shiva's grudge 10 years ago. If this is the work of an outer god, the targets can only be Jiangyi, Lin Xie, and the Shiva's grudge still in Songnan. Master Chen's face turned grim. Could it be that the god of deception has discovered that the Shiva's grudge, taken by Si Xiaonan, was a fake, and now it's making a comeback? But what doesn't make sense is that the divine battle in Songnan should have been enough to deter those outer gods, proving the existence of Dixia's deities. The outer gods are completely unaware that Dixia's deities have already rebuilt the celestial court. Master Chen looked at Yi Fan, who shook his head. This barrier contains extremely powerful divine energy. We can't break through it. He then asked Zhuqing, how did Songnan recover? Zhuqing lowered his head to check the data on the tablet. According to the researchers' investigation, the current Songnan is surrounded by an endless life force. People living there can have their wounds heal instantly, the elderly regain their youth, and their bodies become strong. Even a family that had just lost their grandfather experienced a resurrection phenomenon. Yi Fan and Master Chen were stunned. Zhuqing was also somewhat shocked. This research report is truly unbelievable. Go on, Yi Fan said, his face showing a curious expression. Zhuqing nodded and continued explaining the research findings. After a series of studies, it was concluded that Songnan is enveloped by a divine force filled with vitality, allowing the city that should have disappeared to persist. However, this vitality is finite. Once it is exhausted, Songnan will still vanish. Additionally, the research has reached one conclusion. What conclusion? Yi Fan and Master Chen grew increasingly astonished and hurriedly asked. Zhuqing said solemnly, the current Songnan, in a certain sense, has achieved immortality. Immortality. Yi Fan and Master Chen's pupils contracted. Boom. On the moon, holy golden light surged like waves from the Seraph. The eerie black aura near him was instantly purified. Michael slowly opened his eyes and stared at the seal not far away. Do you think I am like those gods of Takamagara, easily tainted by you? Even if my mind is disturbed, my divine light's purification will make your attempt to control me a joke. He raised his hand, and the scorching golden light instantly eradicated the black aura spewing from the crack in the seal. Michael's expression was solemn. He knew the crack had to be repaired quickly. However, the god of time, Kronos, still needed to find the Japanese divine artifact, the Yasukani no Magatama, to resist the corruption of Cthulhu's power and prevent losing his sanity. As the golden light shone, the seal returned to calm, and no more black aura emerged. Michael withdrew his hand, preparing to close his eyes. At that moment, a divine thought came from the seal. Michael, you can't even handle a mere mortal, so why adhere to these rules? Why not join me? Silence. The seraph directly shattered the divine thought. Heh, take a good look at the city you resurrected with your miracle. The mortal you speak of is stronger than you imagine. Michael, I await your answer. Two more divine thoughts came from the crack in the seal. Michael used the laws of miracles to temporarily seal the crack, and the divine thoughts instantly disappeared. The moon returned to silence. That city? Michael frowned and turned to look at the blue earth, at the city that had once vanished due to a miracle. That is. When he saw that Songnan was completely intact, his body stiffened, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. How is this possible? His eyes shone with the light of laws. Within Songnan, the green divine power was fully visible. This is divine power brimming with vitality. He did not stop and followed the source of the divine power. A familiar figure appeared in his vision. That mortal. Michael's expression changed drastically, and his heart was shaken. The mortal he had always looked down upon had actually revived the city he had sustained with a miracle for 10 years. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possess such power? This was not the original power of Thanatos, the god of death. At first, he thought it was the work of Songnan's supreme deity, but the source of the divine power turned out to be Jiangyi, this mortal. Moreover, this intense vitality, how did Jiangyi obtain it? Could it be some hidden divine origin within him? Was it the mysterious power that saved his life 10 years ago? Michael refused to believe it and activated the power of laws again, instantly uncovering the truth. The shock in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by coldness. This is merely a divine relic bestowed upon this ant, not true divine origin. Moreover, the divine power of this city can only last for a year. Clearly, this ant made a deal with the god he represents. Michael nodded slightly. A mere mortal like Jiang Yi could not possibly possess such immense divine power. You, this ant, have indeed surprised me. Is this your way of repaying Lin Xie for restoring your sight? He averted his gaze. The current Jiang Yi seemed to be on par with Lin Xie. The fusion of two divine powers, along with mastery of the original power of the god of death. Michael frowned slightly, but when he thought of Jiang Ye's insult to him, his expression immediately darkened. No matter how talented Jiang Yi was, he was still unworthy in Michael's eyes. He turned arrogantly and looked at the seal not far away, saying coldly, "How ridiculous! A mere mortal ant dares to think of standing shoulder to shoulder with me." At night, in the old town of Tsangnan, warm light shone through the window of a two-story building. "The cake is here." Lin Xie's aunt took a large cake out of the refrigerator and carefully placed the beautiful cake box on the dining table. She untied the red ribbon, held both sides of the box steadily with her hands, and slowly opened it. Soon, a beautifully decorated fruit cream cake appeared in front of Lin Xie and Jiang Yi. Lu Su happened to be holding candles and a lighter, sitting next to Jiang Yi. "You're both 18 this year, so you need 18 candles," she said as she opened the plastic packaging, clumsily counting them one by one. Lin Xie held the transformed Xiao He Lai, now the Wanshan ruins, in his arms, his eyes sparkling like stars, a bright smile on his face, and his mood exceptionally cheerful. Jiang Yi still had his wrist wrapped in black satin, planning to surprise his mother after his birthday. He quietly watched Lin Xie and the candles gradually being lit on the cake, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this moment, he used the mental-type forbidden ruins he had previously extracted from the system to envelop the entire Tsangnan, naturally shielding everyone here from external disturbances. At the same time, he sealed Lin Xie's memories as a night watchman and the secrets of Tsangnan, causing all the people of Tsangnan to have their memories sealed or forgotten as well. At this moment, it was as if the miracle had not disappeared, and the air was simple and warm. Click! Suddenly, the room lights went out, leaving only the candlelight on the cake to illuminate everyone sitting around the dining table. Xiao He Lai jumped down from Lin Xie's arms and somehow brought over an old-looking radio. It placed its paw on it, and a blue-white light shot out. "Happy birthday to you." The birthday song softly echoed in the room. Then, it grabbed a plastic crown from the table and placed it on Lin Xie and Jiang Ye's heads. Lin Xie's aunt and his mother, Lu Su, exchanged smiles, their faces full of affection. The transformed Yang Jin then took out an atmosphere lamp, gently shaking it with both hands, adding a touch of liveliness to the simple candlelight. "Xiao Yi, Xie, blow out the candles together." "Happy 18th birthday. Make a wonderful wish," Lu Su said with a smile. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie exchanged a glance and silently nodded. The two clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and made distant yet beautiful wishes in front of the cake. Then, almost simultaneously, they opened their eyes, smiled, and blew out the candles on the cake together. Clap, clap, clap. As the last candle went out, Lin Xie's aunt and Lu Su clapped and laughed, their mood particularly joyful. Lin Xie was as happy as a child, carefree and pure. With his memories sealed, he was not as calm and composed as usual, but instead showed the most innocent side of a teenager. Click! The lights came back on. Lu Su removed the candles from the cake and brought over a plastic knife. "Who wants to cut the cake?" "Him." Lin Xie and Jiang Yi pointed at each other in unison. The two ladies laughed brightly. Jiang Yi shook his head and handed the plastic knife to Lin Xie. "Hurry up and cut it. I'm starving." Lin Xie rolled his eyes, stood up, and slowly cut the delicate cake with the knife. He cut a large piece of cream and fruit and handed it to Jiang Yi. His fingers accidentally got smeared with cream, and after a brief thought, he reached out and smeared it on Jiang Yi's straight nose. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, squinted his eyes slightly, and finally shook his head helplessly. Before he could retaliate, Lin Xie's aunt had already smeared cream on Lin Xie's face, turning it into a painted face. Jiang Yi laughed heartily, feeling emotional. This missing birthday is the first gift I give to you. A year later, in an ancient towering church, Whisper sat on the thorn throne, overlooking the 20 or 30 believers below. After a year of arduous recovery, the heavily damaged believers had finally regained their strength. A satisfied smile appeared on Whisper's lips as his gaze fell on a young man in a black robe. Among the newly joined believers, Shin Qingzhu was the one he was most pleased with. He was clean and efficient in his actions, with high productivity. However, every time believers carried out missions with Shin Qingzhu, the losses were severe. Yet, the missions were always completed. After all, Shin Qingzhu had just reached the Chuan realm, and his confidence in himself and his soul contract was unwavering. Fifth seat. Tell everyone about the current situation in Songnan, Whisper ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, a stern man in a black robe stepped out from the crowd. Currently, the divine power in Songnan can only be sustained for a maximum of 3 days, he began. According to the latest research, after a year of nourishment by divine power, many powerful entities have emerged in Songnan. It is said that consuming them can enhance one's spiritual realm. Of course, this is only our secondary goal. The primary goal is, we will rely on a forbidden item to enter Songnan City ahead of time. Locate Lin Xie, the proxy of the twin gods of Daxia, and Jiang Yi, who is fused with the essence of the god of death. We will eliminate them completely. The fifth seat's deep voice echoed through the cathedral hall. Standing in the front row, Shin Qingzhu's expression instantly turned serious. He clenched his fists tightly and stepped forward to ask, "But even if we entered Songnan, how can we counteract the ability there that makes people forget?" He wanted to understand all the details of the ancient God Church's operation this time, so that he could defeat them effectively. The fifth seat smiled faintly and slowly took out a crystal-clear stone. This is the forbidden item of Sequence 73, Soul Lock. It can seal a person's soul, preventing any external spiritual interference, and is sufficient to resist the forgetting ability within Songnan. However, Soul Lock can only remain in the human body for 12 hours and can be used on a maximum of 5 people at a time. Therefore, this time, the 9th seat, the newly appointed 6th seat, and they will enter Songnan together. When Shin Qingzhu heard that he was not included, his expression immediately turned serious. She gritted her teeth and looked at Whisper. "Lord Whisper, I also want to participate in this operation." Whisper was taken aback, furrowing his brows as he began to ponder. A trace of peculiarity flashed in the fifth seat's eyes, his face showing suspicion. "All right, the position of the 13th seat will be given to the 16th seat," Whisper said. Seeing Shin Qingzhu's proactive attitude, although her strength was slightly weaker, it aligned with his intentions. Finally, he had encountered a believer who was willing to take the initiative without orders. Letting her gain more experience was also a good thing. "Thank you, Lord Whisper." Shin Qingzhu knelt on one knee to accept the order, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips. "All right, the 5 of you, go prepare now." The believers respectfully saluted and left the church. Shin Qingzhu glanced back at the 5th seat, who had been staring at her, with an indifferent expression. She slowly raised her head to look at the pitch-black sky. "Jiang Yi, I didn't help you last time. This time, I will definitely protect you." "No, actually, I don't like owing people favors." "Ding. You have extended Songnan's time by 1 year, prompting new actions from the ancient God Church. For the first time, you created a new story based on the original plot. You have gained 10,000 modification points. Current modification points, 660,000. Reach 800,000 points to obtain the ancient artifact, Xianyuan's sword." In the peace office, Jiang Yi was cleaning the floor when he heard the notification and paused for a moment. The ancient God Church is making new moves? He shook his head, thinking they were just coming to throw themselves into trouble again. How boring. Jiang Yi continued cleaning as Captain Chun Mai returned with his wife and son, carrying a large pile of items. "Xiao Yi, you've worked hard. Come and have some fruit," Chun Mai said with a smile. Jiang Yi sighed inwardly, thinking, "You 3 went out to have fun and left me here to clean up alone?" He slowly put down the mop and looked at the 10-year-old boy, giving him a slight smile. The boy beamed brightly and took an orange out of the bag. "Brother, eat this. It's really sweet," the boy said. Jiang Yi smiled and accepted it. Zhurua, take the child out to play for a while. I need to talk to Xiao Yi, Chenmai said to his wife. His wife nodded, smiled, patted the child's head, and walked out. Chenmai watched them disappear from sight, then turned to Jiang Yi and said, Xiao Yi, the time is almost here. After I leave, please give this to her. He handed over a few letters. Jiang Yi lowered his gaze, hesitated for a moment, but eventually took them. Yes, time flies, and now the moment has come. Xiao Yi, thank you for helping me fulfill the wish I've been unable to achieve for the past 10 years. Even if I eventually disappear, I have no regrets. Chenmai leaned back on the sofa, his face full of happiness. This year, he had spent time with his wife and child, living a joyful life. It was the wish he had wanted to fulfill for the past decade, and now it had finally come true. Even if the end meant disappearing, he could leave with a smile. By the way, about Chie's illness. Don't worry, Captain. Over the past year, his memories have gradually returned. Although it's hard for him to accept, he won't fall into chaos, Jiang Yi said solemnly. Chenmai nodded, feeling moved by the deep bond between the two young men. He had once been amazed that Jiang Yi could restore an entire city, but he never asked further questions. Whether Xiao Yi was a god or possessed special abilities, he only believed that Xiao Yi was his teammate. That was enough. Jiang Yi peeled the orange, broke off a piece, and put it in his mouth. The sweet and sour taste spread across his tongue, just like the bittersweet experiences of the past year. The two fell into silence, until Jiang Yi finished the orange and stood up. Captain, he extended his hand. Chenmai looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. Believe in miracles. We'll wait for your return. Chenmai's eyes reddened slightly. He slowly stood up, his large hand tightly gripping the smaller one, and nodded firmly. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi left the office, walking down the street toward home. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy entered his perception range, and he frowned. The English god of magic, Merlin. Wasn't he supposed to be in a mental hospital? How could he appear in reality? Soon, the surrounding buildings gradually disappeared, and Jiang Yi entered a special space. He didn't rush to break the magic array, but decided to see what Merlin wanted with him. Purple magical lines outlined a Western-style study. Bookshelves were filled with various magic books. Jiang Yi stood in front of the desk, where a man wearing a large wizard's hat and with sparse hair was seated. He held a thermos cup in his hand, filled with bright red goji berry tea, exuding a hint of a health-conscious vibe. Lord Merlin, may I ask why you're looking for me? Jiang Yi calmly spoke. Merlin was momentarily stunned, slowly raised his head, adjusted his half-rimmed glasses, and asked in confusion, You know me? You use magic to calculate fate lines. I have my own methods, Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Merlin nodded and took a sip of the goji tea. Lord Merlin, you're quite good at controlling the amount, Jiang Yi remarked, looking at the bright red goji berries in the cup with a sigh. Merlin was at a loss for words, coughed lightly, and said, This is called health maintenance. You wouldn't understand. Forget it. Let us get to the point, Jiang Yi said quietly, listening intently. Lin Xie should have awakened by now. Delaying it any further is pointless, Merlin said, setting down the thermos cup. Jiang Yi responded indifferently. When the time comes, he will naturally awaken. You should know that interfering with his fate line like this does him no good. The things he must face on his own, your interference only harms him, Merlin said, his gaze darkening slightly. Although he couldn't discern Jiang Yi's cultivation level, the fact that Jiang Yi could revive an entire city suggested that a powerful deity was backing him. However, Jiang Yi's interference with Lin Xie's fate line was already severe, and this was not a good thing. Lord Merlin, I only follow my own heart, Jiang Yi said firmly. Merlin frowned, and magic began to rise at his fingertips. Just as he was about to intimidate Jiang Yi, a voice suddenly rang out. Merlin, try bullying my son, and see what happens. Merlin's hand trembled, his expression instantly changing as he quickly withdrew his spell. Both he and Jiang Yi turned to look, only to see a beautiful woman in a black gauze dress slowly approaching, exuding a thick aura of darkness. Waves of divine power rippled through the space. Jiang Yi was slightly stunned, then smiled. After fighting alone for so long, he had almost forgotten that he had a powerful mother. The goddess of night, Nyx, approached, spreading her arms and pulling Jiang Yi into a direct embrace. "My child, it's been so long." The sudden gentle hug left Jiang Yi a bit awkward, and he hesitantly called out, "Mo, mother." Hearing this address, Nix's face softened into a gentle smile as she lightly stroked Jiang Yi's head. "Good boy, you've grown taller," she said softly. After the tender moment, Nix's gaze turned cold as she stared at Merlin. "You couldn't bully my child in the hospital, and now you want to try outside of it. Merlin, if you want to fight, I'll see it through to the end." Merlin's mouth twitched as he instinctively grabbed his thermos cup and took a sip to calm himself. He hadn't been able to defeat her in the hospital. How could he possibly win outside? "Lady Nix, he should awaken," Merlin said. Nix snorted coldly. "I am his mother. It's none of your concern. If you dare bully my son again, I'll make sure not a single hair remains on your head." Merlin's face twitched as he felt a chill on his scalp. He could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. Jiang Yi stood behind Nix, his eyes gleaming. Having someone to back you up, it was an entirely different feeling. "My child, don't worry about others' opinions. Go and do what you want to do," the goddess of night said as she knelt down, her snow-white, slender hand gently caressing Jiang Yi's face. Her smile was elegant, like that of a noblewoman. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. "Thank you, mother." As his words fell, the magical space gradually dissipated, and Nix's smile melted into the night. Jiang Yi returned to the city, where the sounds of car horns and the laughter of passers-by filled the air that he sighed, finally understanding the exhilarating feeling described in novels about top-tier families. He looked up at the clear blue sky. 3 more days. After that, I'll continue rewriting the main storyline and strive to reach the ultimate peak as soon as possible. His mind seemed to drift back to a year ago, to the moment the Seraph's avatar descended. "Michael, we will settle our score one by one." The next day, inside the Asylum of the Gods, in the center of the courtyard stood a stone statue, covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Nix sat in a wheelchair, guarding the statue, focused on knitting a sweater. The head caretaker, Li Yifei, and Azu sat on the stone steps, staring at the cracked statue. "This statue is already so broken. Why hasn't the director woken up yet?" Azu asked, looking up. "Should we try hitting it with a hammer?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Nix shot her a cold glare. Li Yifei widened his eyes, impressed by Azu's audacity to say such a thing in front of Nix. I didn't say anything." Azu screamed and ran away in fear. Li Yifei shrugged and continued staring at the statue. Inside the statue, Lin Xia's consciousness had partially returned to the asylum. He could clearly perceive everything around him. However, he had not yet broken free from the constraints of the statue, and memories from the past year surged through his mind. He lowered his head and whispered softly, "Jiang Yi, thank you. But it's time for me to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, crack, crack, the statue in the asylum began to split open. Li Yifei and Nix immediately stood up, and even Merlin, who was reading a health guide in his room, came out. They all stared intently at the statue, from which fragments of stone were continuously falling. A hint of relief appeared in Merlin's eyes. Crash! The statue shook violently, large chunks of stone falling away, gradually revealing the figure of a young man in a white coat. Lin Xie slowly opened his dazzling eyes and looked around at the familiar hospital. "Mother, Lord Merlin, Li Yifei." He called out the familiar names one by one. The goddess of the night, Nix, put down her knitting and tightly embraced Lin Xie. "Thanatos, you and your brother make me so proud. From now on, you must love and support each other." Nix held Lin Xie tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Seeing her children support one another, free from the cold cruelty of gods, made her happier than anyone else. Merlin smoothed his sparse hair, took a sip of goji berry tea, and let go of his worries. "Director, we can talk now," Merlin said as he stepped forward. Lin Xie raised his head slightly. "Yes, I have a few questions for you too." Then, he gently released Nix's embrace. "Mother, it's okay now. I'm back." Nix nodded and turned to give Merlin a warning look. Merlin froze, thinking to himself, her protective instincts are truly unmatched. After that, the two of them entered Merlin's room. Lin Xie asked the first question, "Lord Merlin, How did Jiang Yi resurrect Sangnan? Merlin set down his thermos cup. I cannot see his fate line, but he is deeply connected to you. He also possesses a power called divine ruins. Those within this divine ruins can achieve a state of immortality. Immortality. Lin Xie looked at her in astonishment and continued to ask, to make an entire city immortal, could Jiang Yi be a god? Before he could finish, Merlin interrupted with a shake of her head. No, he merely possesses the divine ruins. He, like you and the Seraph, was also granted the divine ruins. This god bestowed him with such power. Choosing Jiang Yi as the god's agent, Lin Xie recalled what Michael had once said. Helping Sangnan extend its existence for 10 years was due to a deal with Lingbao Tianzuan. Could it be that Jiang Yi also made a deal with the god behind him to sustain the miracle? His expression instantly turned serious. Lord Merlin, what price will Jiang Yi have to pay for this? Merlin shook his head. I don't know the exact price, but with such a massive consumption of divine power, especially now when the mist shrouds everything and the god's powers are gradually weakening, the price the agent pays must be extremely high. For gods, granting power to mortals surely comes with the expectation that mortals will complete tasks for them. It can't be given for free. Lin Xie's gaze became distant. With such a high price, Jiang Yi, what exactly? Don't worry too much. He is fused with the essence of the god of death. Sooner or later, he will develop his own laws. He should be capable of handling it. Merlin comforted him while continuing to flip through the health recipes book, occasionally sipping goji berry tea. Lin Xie walked out of the hospital room, his consciousness gradually returning to reality. He looked around, everything was so familiar, and should have gone to work. He scanned the room, then finally opened the door and stepped outside. The next second, he froze. In his line of sight, Jiang Yi's figure appeared. Jiang Yi saw him, nodded slightly, and then walked to the other side. Lin Xie thought of what Merlin had said about the price, clenched his fists, and quickly ran toward Jiang Yi, grabbing his wrist. Tell me, what price did your god's agent make you pay? Jiang Yi looked utterly confused. At the border of Sangnan, 5 figures dressed in different colored clothing appeared. Among them, a young man wearing a fox mask was particularly eye-catching. According to the intelligence gathered from Jinan Mountain last time, Jiang Yi, who is fused with the essence of the god of death, defeated a Sea Realm believer with his Pool Realm strength a year ago. So this time, Lord Murmur sent me and the 4th seat, 2 infinite peak experts, to come. But Jiang Yi's strength must have improved over the past year, so everyone, act cautiously. The 5th seat's gaze fixed on the city ahead as he spoke slowly. The 4th seat looked disdainful. In just a year, at most, they've reached the river realm. The 6th seat who died on Jinan Mountain was devoured by the great Xia divine dragon. If not for that, those 2 brats would have been taken care of by the 6th seat long ago. Dealing with 2 river realm opponents, and we still have to act like we're fighting Klein? I really don't get it. For this mission, the 4th seat had initially thought they would face the formidable Klein, but it turned out to be just 2 river realm opponents. It was utterly uninteresting, too weak. The 5th seat frowned. Don't underestimate them. Jiang Yi, who is fused with the essence of a god, is not as simple as you think. The 4th seat snorted coldly, unconvinced. Shen Qingzhu, wearing the fox mask, had a serious expression. 2 infinite peak experts, 1 infinite initial expert, plus Sea Realm believers. With her peak river realm strength, she was no match at all. Jiang Yi should still be in the river realm. Although he could surpass realms, the gap in strength was too vast. What should she do? As Shen Qingzhu's mind raced, the 5th seat took out 2 forbidden items and gave her a deliberate glance. Then he slowly issued the order. All right, we're going in now. I asked Lin Xie. Everyone else gets birthday presents. Why don't I? Does it mean he doesn't love me anymore? Lin Xie frowned and suddenly threw me a pile of free electricity, beautiful flowers, green capsules, a whole bunch of things. At that moment, I understood. Update immediately. Can this forbidden item really break the barrier set by the gods? In front of the invisible barrier of Sangnan, the 12th seat reached out to touch the unseen yet palpable shield and asked curiously. The 5th seat observed carefully and said, this barrier is sustained by divine power inside. After a year, the divine power has grown weaker and is barely holding on. He picked up a black dagger exuding a mysterious aura and continued. This dagger is the forbidden item, Void Blade. It can cut through space, so opening a gap in the barrier is no problem. As the fifth seat spoke, Shen Qingzhu, wearing a fox mask, remained silent. This time, they were well prepared. The ninth seat also fell into deep thought, as if the two were planning some secret operation. Suddenly, the fifth seat used the Void Blade to carve a smooth crack into the invisible barrier, emitting a piercing hum. Before long, the barrier split open, revealing a passage through which faint divine power slowly drifted out, falling upon the five of them. At the moment of contact with the divine power, the five felt a wave of comfort throughout their bodies, and the hidden injuries from previous battles seemed to heal significantly. It really is just like the rumors say Cangnan has become the city of immortality, the fourth seat said in astonishment, looking at the long knife scar on his arm that had instantly healed. The fifth seat smiled and said, "This is just the most basic divine power. Inside, there are herbs that can enhance mental strength. If we consume them, we might break through to the Klein realm." At these words, the other four were shocked, their eyes filled with awe as they stared into the barrier. Under the fox mask, Shen Qingzhu's expression turned serious once again. If they found those herbs nourished by divine power, the situation would be disastrous. His gaze became resolute. He had to stop them. The fifth seat did not rush into the barrier immediately, but instead put away the dagger and took out a crystalline stone, Soul Seal. He infused it with mental power, and the stone immediately emitted a faint glow. 5 beams of light shot out, entering the minds of the five, instantly making them feel the oppressive sensation of their souls being bound. The fifth seat's lips curled into a smile. "All right, now let me tell you about another function of Soul Seal." He turned to look at the other four, finally fixing his gaze on Shen Qingzhu. "With Soul Seal, I can monitor your every move. If anyone disobeys, I won't be polite." Except for Shen Qingzhu, the others merely frowned slightly and did not object. Shen Qingzhu clenched his fists, knowing full well that this left no chance to send a message to the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. Seeing no objections, the fifth seat nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go in." The five entered the barrier, and the distant city looked exactly the same as it had a year ago. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of mental energy struck their minds directly. The Soul Seal, above their heads, flickered desperately, trying to resist the intense mental assault. Boom! Their minds roared. The pupils of the fifth seat, fourth seat, and 12th seat suddenly dilated, their faces contorted in pain. "Not good. Soul Seal can't hold on." Before he could finish speaking, the fifth seat's eyes went blank and lifeless. The fourth seat and 12th seat also lost their spark, standing motionless. Shen Qingzhu and the ninth seat stared at the scene in shock. "Can't hold on. But why do I feel nothing at all? My memories are intact too." Shen Qingzhu glanced warily at the ninth seat. The ninth seat also stared at him cautiously and asked, "Weren't you affected by the forgetting effect of the barrier?" Shen Qingzhu's expression changed. Remembering that he was undercover, he immediately mimicked the fifth seat's behavior, his eyes turning vacant, and then lowered his head expressionlessly. The ninth seat. "Hiss, am I the only exception? As a seasoned undercover agent, it seems I'm not fitting in." He glanced at the other four, his face showing a pained expression, then his eyes went blank, and he lowered his head. "This forgetting effect has a delay." Shen Qingzhu was speechless. Just as the two were acting out their parts, a voice echoed in their minds. "Within the Cangnan realm, as long as divine power isn't completely exhausted, all life will live forever." Shen Qingzhu and the ninth seat trembled, their eyes losing focus. Meanwhile, a small white mouse hid in the grass, quietly observing everything. In the old district of Cangnan, 2 young men sat on a rooftop, gazing at the city that had little time left. This time, Lin Xia wasn't as anxious as he had been a year ago. Instead, he seemed calmer. Although Jiang Yi hadn't told him the price of the deal with the so-called immortal deity, no matter what, he was determined to repay it. Jiang Yi sensed the movements of the ancient god cultists, a sly smile appearing on his lips. He didn't care at all about the trouble those cultists might cause. Here, as long as the domain of the immortal god existed, the people here wouldn't die. No, they wouldn't even suffer any harm. Compared to old Zhao, who was fighting desperately under the immortal god domain, the protective power of this divine ruin was far superior. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, a white mouse with pink eyes jumped from another rooftop to the two young men. Jiang Yi had already sensed it. It seemed in Qingyu's sewer network was quite well informed. Both of them stared at the mouse's pink eyes. 2.5 minutes later, in an illusion, on the balcony of a luxurious seaside villa, three young men sat, enjoying the sea breeze. And Qingyu, what did you bring this time? Lin Xie couldn't help but ask. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, smiled shyly, and excitedly glanced at Jiang Yi first. A year had passed, and you're still the same. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Take a look at this. And Qingyu withdrew his gaze, snapped his fingers, and 5 figures appeared at the edge of the barrier. They're members of the ancient god cult. Lin Xie examined their equipment and concluded. And Qingyu nodded and said with a smile, that's right. This time, their target seems to be you two. 3 boundless realm, 1 sea realm, 1 river realm. The ancient god cult really values you too. Lin Xie frowned. The disparity in strength was too great. On their side, the average was river realm, while the other side had 3 boundless realm. He turned to Jiang Yi. You have the divine ruin of the immortal god. Can you control this place? When the Tsangnan miracle hadn't disappeared yet, he had tried to control the mortal god domain that maintained Tsangnan but could only manage a part of it. The divine ruin of the immortal god? And Qingyu frowned, recalling the miserable scene a year ago when he was chased through several streets by the endlessly resurrecting frost giant. He stared at Jiang Yi, his tone cold. Is this your divine ruin? Was it you who teased me a year ago? Teased? Lin Xie looked at Jiang Yi curiously. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, cursing inwardly. Is this really being brought up now? He waved his hand, and a plate of braised perch instantly appeared in his hand. Come on, don't be angry, have some fish to calm down. And Qingyu. Shanjing City. Zhuoqing walked into Yi Fan's office and placed a research report on the desk. Commander Yi, the Institute's report on Tsangnan is out. Yi Fan nodded, picked up the report, flipped through a few pages quickly, and asked, 2 days left. Yes, with the current divine power in Tsangnan, it can only last for about 2 more days at most. Yi Fan slowly put down the document and stood up. Can we use forbidden items to enter Tsangnan now? This year, he had established a research institute specifically to investigate the secret of Tsangnan's resurrection. Fortunately, the institute confirmed that Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were safe and sound, with no invasion by external gods. But why had Tsangnan been able to persist for a year? This question had been troubling him all along. Not yet. The latest data shows that there are strong mental fluctuations inside Tsangnan, and they haven't weakened at all over the past year. Zhuoqing shook his head. Entering rashly would still result in memory loss. Yi Fan frowned and eventually sat down helplessly. Then we can only wait. Zhuoqing continued his report. Commander Yi, the proposal to form the 5th Special Squad has faced a lot of opposition, I'm afraid. Yi Fan waved his hand. Don't worry. The mysterious incidents occurring within Daxia's borders now can't be handled by the Mask and Phoenix squads alone. They will realize the problem, but before that, I want them to see the strength of the candidates. Zhuoqing froze. You mean? Yi Fan took out Han Xiaoyan's transcript from the Abstinence Institute. Han Xiaoyan disclosed some plans of the ancient God Church. The Abstinence Institute is the key focus. The Abstinence Institute. Could it be the medium squad? Zhuoqing's pupils shrank. Han Xiaoyan isn't clear on the specific details of the plan, but it should be something like that. Yi Fan took out the files of Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Since we already have control of the situation, I want them to handle it. This way, we can select a captain and silence the opposition. Zhuoqing thought for a moment and nodded. With the town suppression monument in place, those imprisoned believers wouldn't be able to resist at all. All right, prepare the itinerary. We'll pick them up the day after tomorrow. Yes. Inside the illusion. Immortality. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's explanation, Lin Xie and Qingyu both exclaimed in shock. They stared at Jiang Yi in astonishment. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. That's right. According to me. According to that god, as long as the divine power barrier doesn't disappear, everyone here can't die even if they want to. And Qingyu slowly recovered from his shock and said excitedly, "So that's why? No wonder so many suicide bloggers in Songnan have gone viral this past year. Turns out they can't die. You can't die, but the pain is still there." Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly. In this society, there are plenty of people who find living more unbearable than dying. The realm of immortality only prevents them from dying, it doesn't solve all their problems. Can you take away the immortality ability from these believers? Lin Xie asked. Jiang Yi nodded. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xie's mouth. Then we're like unkillable cockroaches. No matter how strong they are, we can wear them down to death. I think so too. It sounds pretty interesting. Just in time, I've run out of research materials this year. I need some new stock. And Qingyu also showed a shy smile. Jiang Yi. So you guys are really playing this game. He smiled and didn't refuse. Among this group of believers, there are followers from the plot of the fasting sanctuary. Eliminating them in advance can also affect the storyline of the fasting sanctuary. With modified values to gain, why not? However, those believers would be quite miserable. Then let you have some fun. Jiang Yi smiled helplessly, stood up, and the illusion shattered. Nighttime. At the edge of the Songnan barrier, the place where the ancient god church followers entered, two shadows appeared, one fat, one thin. We're going into Songnan to find Xie and Jiang Yi. Why are we dressed like this? Chao Yuan looked at the ancient nightwear on himself and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Bailey Pang Pang, who was scouting ahead, turned back and said, "Isn't this how they dress in TV dramas? I think it looks pretty cool." He adjusted his clothes, struck a stylish pose, and raised his eyebrows at Chao Yuan. "Chao Yuan, dressed like this, we don't look like we're searching for people, we look more like we're about to steal something." "Ah, that's not important. The key is to get Jiang Yi and Xie out." Bailey Pang Pang continued walking forward. He reached out to touch the invisible divine barrier and then knocked on it with the back of his hand. It's hollow." Chao Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. "Hurry up. Songnan has patrols. They'll be here in 10 minutes. I heard the divine barrier in Songnan is about to disappear. We should be able to get in now." They had come before, but the barrier was too strong at the time, and Bailey Pong Pong's forbidden items couldn't penetrate it. Bailey Pang Pang nodded, unhurriedly pulling out a piece of chalk from free space, blowing on it, and then reaching out to draw a white circle on the invisible barrier. The circle immediately began to glow, and a thin film-like bubble slowly cracked open a small gap. But the gap was only thumb-sized and didn't expand further. Bailey Pang Pang froze. What the heck? So small. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together. As expected, unreliable. Bailey Pang Pang awkwardly tried to find an excuse. "It must be because this barrier is too strong. Let's try another spot." He dragged Chao Yuan to several different angles and drew circles again. The result was the same, only a thumb-sized gap could be opened. Looking at the remaining chalk in his hand, Bailey Pong Pong's face grew increasingly grim. This shouldn't be happening. The barrier is about to disappear. Why is it still so strong? Chao Yuan sighed. "Forget it. I chose the wrong person. Next time, I'll ask Shinqing Zhu instead." "Wait, I have another idea." Chao Yuan, who was about to leave, turned back. Bailey Pang Pang stood at the entrance of the ancient god church, his face full of determination. "What are you?" Bang! Before Chao Yuan could finish speaking, Bailey Pang Pang knelt before the invisible barrier, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head. "Great god of sacrifice, I am willing to offer 10 years of Zhuaige's lifespan in exchange for this divine barrier to open automatically." As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey Pang Pang slowly reached his hand toward the invisible barrier. "Chao Yuan, you're using this trick again? Last time in Songnan, it was just your luck. It won't work. If this works, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, Chao Yuan froze, his pupils suddenly shrinking. What the heck? Bailey Pong Pong's hand had actually passed through the barrier, and the barrier automatically cracked open. "Damn it, it's open, it's open." Bailey Pang Pang shouted excitedly, grabbing Chao Yuan's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. "See? My sincerity moved the gods, and the barrier opened on its own." Chao Yuan stood like a statue, staring at the gap in the barrier in disbelief. It really opened? How could there be such an absurd thing in the world? Chow Yuan was starting to doubt life. He usually practiced Buddhism and had a heart as calm as water, but now he was so startled by Bailey Pang Pang that he cursed out loud. However, he felt relieved that Bailey Pang Pang hadn't sacrificed himself otherwise. Combined with the last time, it would have cost him 20 years of his lifespan. Tough guy. You really have it rough. He looked at the chubby guy in front of him and couldn't help but wonder if this fellow was secretly an agent of the god of sacrifice. By the way, Chow Yuan, you just said that if I opened it, what would you do? Bailey Pang Pang asked with a mischievous grin. Chow Yuan froze for a moment, clasped his hands together, rotated the prayer beads on his wrist, and turned his body slightly to the side. Amitba. He chanted devoutly for a while, then said to Bailey Pang Pang, next time you dare to sacrifice my lifespan, I'll draw my sword and cut you down. Bailey Pang Pang. Stop right there. At that moment, a beam of light shot from not far away, and a patrolling army appeared. The white light shone on the two of them, dressed in black nightwear, causing the soldiers to immediately raise their guns. Bailey Pang Pang was startled and quickly pulled out 2 yellow talismans from the freedom space, stuck them on Chow Yuan's back, and then yanked him into an invisible barrier. A team of soldiers in dark uniforms arrived at the gap just a second before they entered the barrier. One soldier reached out and easily passed through the barrier. He immediately frowned, picked up his walkie-talkie, and reported, "Report. A crack has appeared in the southeast direction of the Songnan barrier. 2 individuals dressed like thieves have already entered." Songnan read romance in. Achoo. Shen Qingzhu sneezed several times in a row, rubbed his reddened nose, and frowned. Who is cursing me behind my back? I'll catch you for sure. After cursing, his gaze fell on the 3 people of the 5th seat. The 3 looked calm, but had forgotten their purpose in coming to Songnan, even forgetting each other. Who are you? Let us go. The 5th seat looked at the ropes binding their wrists, frowning deeply. He remembered that these were items used to seal spiritual power. Beside him, the 9th seat also furrowed his brows. It seems that only the 2 of U.S. Haven T lost our memories. He looked at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu had a short knife hidden in his sleeve and was contemplating how to deal with the 9th seat. Now, the 2 strongest infinite peak level players had lost their memories, leaving only the 9th seat, who was at the early infinite stage. The power gap was too great, so he could only observe the situation for now. Shen Qingzhu nodded to the 9th seat. The effects of the barrier vary from person to person. Then what about our mission? First, we find the herbs nourished by divine power. After 2 days, when the divine power barrier dissipates and they recover, we'll continue the operation, the 9th seat suggested. Shen Qingzhu agreed 2 days would be enough time for him to send a message to the night watchers. I'll sleep first. At midnight, I'll come to guard them. The 9th seat, whose hair was slightly graying, smiled and nodded, watching Shen Qingzhu leave the room and close the door. This kid wants to plot against me. Looks like I'll have to keep an eye on him for the next 2 days, the 9th seat muttered to himself helplessly. In the dark world of undercover work, Shen Qingzhu's actions were too obvious. However, encountering a comrade in such a dark career was still somewhat comforting. The 9th seat shook his head, looked at the still confused 3, and slowly pulled out an incense stick from his pocket. After lighting it, he inserted it into the crack of the table. Smoke rose, and the eyelids of the 3 bound individuals grew heavier. Snap! Before long, the 3 collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. The 9th seat slowly walked to the door, confirmed that Shen Qingzhu wasn't spying, and then slid a dagger out from his sleeve. It was the Void Blade, the very weapon the 5th seat had used to enter the invisible barrier. He coldly approached the bedside, glanced at the 5th seat, and slashed the dagger across his neck. A flash of white light. A blood mark appeared on the 5th seat's neck, but not a single drop of blood flowed out, and the wound quickly healed. A few seconds later, the 9th seat froze. The 5th seat's wound had completely recovered, as if he hadn't been injured at all. The legends weren't lying, truly impressive. The 9th seat sheathed the blade and returned to his seat. Midnight shift time arrived. Shen Qingzhu replaced the exhausted 9th seat and sat guarding the 3 on the bed. He also confirmed that no one was spying, then slowly drew a dagger from his sleeve. His gaze was cold as he approached the 3 on the bed. Thud, thud, thud. Shen Qingzhu stabbed 3 times, precisely piercing the hearts of the 3 individuals. He twisted the dagger, violently stirring their hearts. Yet, a few seconds later, he saw the wounds on the three rapidly heal, their breathing steady, continuing their slumber. Shen Qingzhu's face twitched, and he couldn't help but stab his own arm. The wound healed just as quickly. Sangnan truly is a legendary place. He stared at the three on the bed, donned a mask, sheathed the dagger, and returned to his seat. Outside the door, the ninth seat froze for a moment. That kid wasn't he spying just now, was he? His actions were identical. The night deepened, and moonlight spilled into the room through the window. A white mouse emerged from a dark corner, glanced at the masked Shen Qingzhu sitting there, tilted its head, seemingly puzzled. Soon, the white mouse turned its gaze to the three on the bed, its pink eyes instantly turning emerald green. Subsequently, a green light flashed within the three individuals, successfully stripping away their immortality. The fifth seat's brow twitched. Jiang Yi in the immortal domain had fused memories into divine power. The three, now deprived of their immortality, had returned to normal. Before they woke, the white mouse suddenly exploded on the bed, scattering three black and yellow talismans stained with its blood onto the bedside. These were the forbidden items, Wei Yong, which would immediately teleport to a designated location when encountering danger. Back then, Chunmai had pasted Wei Yong at Lin Xia's doorstep. The talismans shimmered on the bed, instantly enveloping the three. Whoosh! The three vanished in an instant, leaving only the ropes suppressing the forbidden ruins behind. Shen Qingzhu, who had been dozing off in his chair, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the fluctuation of the forbidden items. He looked at the bed, and aside from the bloodstains, the fourth seat, fifth seat, and 12th seat were all gone. Shen Qingzhu abruptly stood up and roared in fury. Who the hell dared to snatch them right under my nose? Night fell, and the dark alley reeked of an unpleasant stench, accompanied by the sound of cockroaches gnawing on scraps. The fifth seat lay on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around the darkness in confusion. Didn't the barrier's memory erasing ability make me lose my memories? Where exactly is this? Where are the others? He slowly stood up, frowned, and walked toward the alley's exit. The only thing he could confirm was that he was still within Sangnan's borders. Footsteps echoed. As he walked, the fifth seat realized something was amiss. There were two sets of footsteps. He immediately stopped, and the footsteps at the alley's exit grew clearer, each step seeming to press heavily on his heart, an overwhelming sense of oppression. The fifth seat's expression changed, and with a wave of his right hand, a 3-foot-long sword appeared out of thin air. He gripped the hilt tightly, staring intently at the approaching shadow. For some reason, he felt that this figure was no match for him. "Who are you?" the fifth seat asked in a deep voice. Jiang Yi slowly emerged from the darkness, moonlight spilling onto his handsome face, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Hello, welcome to my territory." The fifth seat sensed the powerful spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Yi's Chuan realm and slowly lowered his sword. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "We were just planning to find you, but it seems you've delivered yourself to us. You don't seem very smart." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Don't underestimate others. Be careful not to choke on your own words." The fifth seat burst into laughter. "With just you, a Chuan realm." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly bit his tongue hard, the taste of blood filling his mouth. The fifth seat froze, thinking, why did I bite my tongue while talking? He recalled Jiang Yi's words earlier and began to doubt. Could it be that boasting really makes you bite your tongue? The fifth seat spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice slightly muffled. "Boasting? I am at the peak of the boundless realm, and you, a mere Chuan realm ant. I'm not lying. I'll give you two choices. Either obediently come with me and surrender before Lord Yu, or I'll kill you right here and now." Jiang Yi chuckled and shook his head. "You still don't understand who the real captor is. But to be honest, your strength is truly weak. You should worry about the sword in your hand first. People who wield weapons often end up killing themselves." The fifth seat almost burst out laughing. Forget about a Chuan realm calling a boundless realm weak. Just the idea of him killing himself was utterly ridiculous. He wondered if the followers sent to kill Jiang Yi earlier were complete fools to be scared off by such an idiot. "Since you say so, I'll send you to hell. The fifth seat unleashed his full spiritual power, using every ounce of his strength. He had heard of Jiang Ye's ability to kill across realms after fusing with the essence of the god of death. He couldn't afford to give Jiang Yi any chance. He had to kill him in one strike. In an instant, the immense spiritual power of the boundless realm shook the space, and the sword in the fifth seat's hand began to glow faintly, its blade becoming incredibly sharp. He slowly raised the sword, a cold smile playing on his lips. This sword is Sequence 160 Golden Breaker. The more spiritual power infused, the sharper it becomes, with no limit. Next, it will easily sever your head. Buzz. The fifth seat stepped forward, radiating intense spiritual energy, and swung his sword at Jiang Ye's neck. But Jiang Yi showed no fear, not even moving, simply standing there as the fifth seat struck. The fifth seat froze, but the momentum of the sword did not stop. The tip of the blade was only 0.01 millimeters away from Jiang Ye's neck. Suddenly, the sword vibrated violently and stopped midair. The fifth seat was shocked. This. Before he could finish speaking, the sword lost control and rebounded swiftly, slicing across the fifth seat's neck. Because he had infused too much spiritual power, the blade was so sharp that it made no sound. The sword did not carry any blood, yet it had cut through his neck. Clang! The sword slipped powerlessly from his hand, and the fifth seat stared at Jiang Yi in terror. What was happening? Did I just kill myself? How is this possible? Splurt! A line of blood opened across his neck, arterial blood gushing out. His head fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. In the end, his body also fell to the ground. Jiang Yi looked at the corpse on the ground, picked up the broken gold sword, and said, "Sigh, you couldn't even out-talk me, and you still wanted to fight? Truly not smart at all." Jiang Yi glanced at the long sword and casually tossed it into the soul-guarding ring. After all, such a good item shouldn't go to waste. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from not far away. "They're fighting pretty intensely over there," Jiang Yi remarked with a smile. However, he had no intention of intervening. After all, in the eternal divine realm, no one truly dies. Besides, he had more important things to do. The undercover agent from the Shangxie Society and Shun Qingzhu were also on their way. If he could inform Shun Qingzhu in advance that the ninth seat was a mole, he would surely gain more modification points. With that, his figure disappeared into the dark alley. On the other side, Lin Xie was blasted dozens of meters away by the massive explosion. His longsword stabbed into the ground, sliding for a distance before coming to a stop. He thought he would cough up blood, but a strange force surged through him, instantly healing his internal injuries. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was completely unharmed. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Yi. This divine ruin was truly powerful. But who exactly was the god of eternity? Even Jiang Yi, the proxy, hadn't told him. "So, I thought you guys were strong, but you're actually this weak." From the fiery explosion, the fourth seat slowly emerged, looking at Lin Xie with disdain. That idiot fifth seat was afraid of this level? Did he have water in his brain or something? The fourth seat's gaze was indifferent as a ball of flame appeared in his palm. "Kid, are you coming with me to see Lord Murmur, or should I turn you to ashes?" Lin Xie rested the sword on his shoulder, thinking that since he couldn't die now, he felt completely at ease. He looked at the fourth seat with a relaxed expression, extended his right hand, and beckoned with his index finger. "Come on, kill me. I'm so scared." The fourth seat frowned. Was this guy courting death? "Yeah, this is the first time I've heard someone beg for death like this. I'll grant your wish." With a wave of his hand, the fourth seat instantly conjured a tornado of flames that surrounded Lin Xie entirely. "Turn to ashes." The fourth seat confidently closed his eyes. Cough, cough. A few seconds later, the sound of coughing reached his ears. The fourth seat opened his eyes in confusion, his expression freezing in shock. Lin Xie walked out of the fiery tornado unscathed. His upper body clothing was charred black, but his skin was completely unharmed. Lin Xie patted his smoking clothes and said, "Your flames aren't hot enough. Feels like a hot spring. Is that all you've got?" The fourth seat. Under the moonlight, the sound of the explosion caught the attention of Shun Qingzhu and the ninth seat. Both turned to look at a remote corner of the city. "They're fighting the Night Watchers?" That's the fourth seat's flame burst. The ninth seat frowned. The Tsangnan Night Watcher squad only had 3 members left. The others were already trapped outside the city. But the forbidden item Weiyang was the Night Watcher's territory. Could the Tsangnan Night Watchers really take on 2 peak Boundless Realm experts and 1 Sea Realm expert alone? This situation seemed odd. Shin Qingzhu also found it strange, but remembering how they couldn't even kill anyone in the room earlier, her worries quickly dissipated. "Let's go take a look," Shin Qingzhu said, rushing toward the outskirts of the city where the explosion occurred. The ninth seat thought for a moment and followed. Meanwhile, Baili Pangpang and Chao Yuan, who had just entered the city, also heard the explosion and hurried over. Old Chao slowed down. Baili Pangpang ran for a while and started gasping heavily. Chao Yuan glanced back at him. "Living comfortably in Guangshan, and now your body can't take it anymore?" Baili Pangpang tilted his head back and laughed. "Of course. When you come to Guangshan, I guarantee you won't want to leave. A monk doesn't become a duck." Baili Pangpang. He stopped talking and could only tilt his head back, gasping for air. Smack. Suddenly, Chao Yuan, who was running ahead, stopped abruptly. Baili Pangpang, not watching where he was going, crashed right into him. Chao Yuan didn't budge an inch, while the over 200-pound Pangpang was bounced off and landed heavily on the ground. "Old Chao, why did you stop so suddenly?" Baili Pangpang rubbed his sore backside, looked ahead, and froze. In front of them stood a man with slightly graying hair and another person wearing a fox mask, exuding an air of mystery. The two were also stunned and didn't leave. Chao Yuan frowned and stared at them. This was the remote outskirts of Tsangnan, and it was rare for anyone to come here late at night. "Who are you?" Baili Pangpang stood up and asked. Shin Qingzhu's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected to run into this fat guy by chance and didn't respond immediately. Chao Yuan's eyes narrowed, and his hand slowly moved toward the knife at his waist. Baili Pangpang noticed that the two didn't attack or show hostility, so they probably weren't enemies. He smiled and took out 2 Rolex watches. Walking forward, he raised an eyebrow and said, "You guys heard the explosion too? Are you Tsongnan's night watchmen?" "I'm good brothers with Jiang Yi and Lin Xie from the Tsongnan squad. A brother's brother is also a brother. Consider this a small gift." Baili Pangpang placed the 2 shiny Rolex watches on their wrists. The ninth seat and Shin Qingzhu were both stunned. "Are you night watchmen?" Chao Yuan asked warily. The ninth seat and Shin Qingzhu exchanged glances and quickly nodded with a smile. That's right. We are." Hearing this, Baili Pangpang rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms full of Rolex watches. "So we're all brothers. Come. Want to see if there's anything else you like? Feel free to pick. I'm an easygoing guy." Under the moonlight, the Rolex watches gleamed with a golden light, making Shin Qingzhu and the ninth seat's mouths twitch uncontrollably. "What a show-off." Tap, tap, tap. As they were talking, footsteps sounded from the side. Baili Pangpang and Chao Yuan, the 2 undercover agents, along with the night watchman of 1 year, immediately became alert and turned to look. A shadow emerged, slowly stepping into the moonlight, revealing a handsome face. A young man with features resembling Daniel Wu and eyes bright as stars approached. "This is..." Baili Pangpang's eyes widened, and Shin Qingzhu and Chao Yuan were also surprised to see Jiang Ye's eyes had recovered. "Holy crap, are you brother Jiang Ye? Your eyes are healed," Baili Pangpang exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Yi raised his hand in greeting. "Yeah, they're healed. Long time no see." Then, he turned his gaze to Shin Qingzhu in the ninth seat, pretending to be puzzled, and asked, "Fatty, Chao Yuan, why are you hanging out with believers?" "Believers?" Baili Pangpang and Chao Yuan slowly turned to look at Shin Qingzhu in the ninth seat. The air instantly grew tense. Whoosh! A strong killing intent suddenly spread out. Chao Yuan gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, and the murderous aura around him erupted in an instant. "Run!" The ninth seat grabbed Shin Qingzhu's arm and pulled him away from Chao Yuan. Where they had been standing, the blade of killing intent slashed down, leaving a deep crack in the ground. The crazed Chao Yuan grinned widely and continued chasing the two. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, a flash of blue-white light appearing in his palm, and suddenly a note appeared in Shin Qingzhu's pocket. On the note was the identity information of the ninth seat. "Damn, Old Chao's gone crazy again. Bailey Pang Pang looked at the murderous, frenzied Chao Yuan and felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Yi watched as the crazed Chao Yuan, wielding a long blade radiating killing intent, chased after the ninth seat of the boundless realm, slashing at him. Though he was knocked back by a punch, he quickly got up again. In the eternal divine domain, Chao Yuan, empowered by the Black King, was indeed a bit over the top. However, the ninth seat was, after all, in the boundless realm, and his speed far surpassed that of the crazed Chao Yuan, quickly leaving him far behind. Until the ninth seat disappeared from view, the crazed Chao Yuan looked around for him, but his gaze eventually landed on Jiang Yi and Bailey Pang Pang. The crazed Chao Yuan found his new target and laughed excitedly. Zzz. Sparks flew as the long blade dragged across the ground. Bailey Pang Pang saw Chao Yuan start slashing wildly again and quickly retreated, shielding Jiang Yi behind him. Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang Yi, this is your chance to show off. I'll let you take it. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head and laughed. Jiang Yi sighed, took a step forward, and said calmly, "Turn back." Huh. Bailey Pang Pang froze. Brother Jiang Yi, are you imitating me? He chuckled. You're not professional enough. To make your words law, you have to pay the price of your life. There's no way that will work. Jiang Yi ignored him. The crazed Chao Yuan charged forward with his blade, a sinister smile on his face, blood-red killing intent emanating from the blade. He put all his strength into a strike aimed at Jiang Yi's face. Damn! Bailey Pang Pang saw Jiang Yi not dodging and immediately used his light to shield him. But in the next second, he was stunned. The crazed Chao Yuan's blade suddenly stopped in midair. Chao Yuan's face twisted as if bound by invisible rules, his eyes staring at Jiang Yi in shock. It was as if he was looking at a god who controlled the laws of heaven and earth. After that, the killing intent on Chao Yuan gradually dissipated, revealing his original honest face. Bailey Pang Pang was dumbfounded. What the hell? You can turn him back without sacrificing your life. Under the moonlight. Clang. The star blade in Chao Yuan's hand fell to the ground. He looked around at the people, then touched himself. Huh. No chains on his body. Chao Yuan looked confused and asked, "How did I turn back?" Jiang Yi waved his hand, picked up the star blade from the ground, and said, "Just a matter of words. Let's go. They're still fighting over there." With that, Jiang Yi walked toward the direction of the explosions. Chao Yuan looked down at the star blade, his face full of surprise. This was the first time he had broken free from the Black King state on his own. What on earth is going on? How did I turn back? Chao Yuan asked Bailey Pang Pang. He wanted to know the reason, thinking that maybe he could control the Black King state in the future. Bailey Pang Pang snapped out of it and said nervously, "Brother Jiang Yi just shouted once, and you turned back." Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan was shocked and immediately grabbed Bailey Pang Pang's collar. "Don't talk nonsense. Whose lifespan did you sacrifice this time?" Bailey Pang Pang. The two tangled for a while before finally catching up to Jiang Yi. "Brother Jiang Yi, how did you manage to make your words law without sacrificing your lifespan?" Bailey Pang Pang asked curiously. Jiang Yi coughed twice and joked, "What do you mean by words become reality? It's just that my luck is tough. Come on, gamble your life, young man." He patted Bailey Pang Pang on the shoulder. Bailey Pang Pang nodded confidently. "That's right. I didn't earn the title of sacrificial prophet for nothing." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Whoa, you actually believe that? Truly the foolish son of a wealthy family." The three were approaching the source of the explosion. "Kid, I don't believe I can't kill you." Flame explosion. After a furious roar, a series of massive explosions erupted, and the dark alley was instantly engulfed in flames. The blinding light made Jiang Yi squint his eyes. A shadow rushed out from the flames, flying towards them. That is, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze in place. Because the scene was shocking. Bang! Lin Yi was blown away by the impact of the explosion, landing in front of Jiang Yi and the other two. He shook his head, dazed, and sat up. Surprisingly, he hadn't suffered any burns, and the dizziness quickly faded. To be honest, this feeling of invincibility was quite amazing. Yi, why are you running around naked in the middle of the night? Were you caught in the act of an affair and didn't have time to change clothes?" "Huh. Bai Li Pang Pang's voice reached Lin Chiye's ears. He looked down and realized his clothes had been completely burned away by the flames of the fourth seat. Slap. He hurriedly covered himself with both hands, his expression stiff as he turned his head. He saw Jiang Yi, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Xiao Yuan standing there like statues, staring at him blankly. Lin Chiye's mind went blank, his face turning bright red, like a ripe apple. He had been completely exposed. Ahem. Jiang Yi cleared his throat and gently turned away. Bai Li Pang Pang tried his best to hold back his laughter. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, kindly took off his own clothes, walked up to Lin Chiyi, and draped them over his 8-pack abs. It's okay, Chiyi, we're all men here. It's no big deal. There's a saying, friends should be honest with each other. Xiao Yuan comforted him gently, fully displaying his sycophantic nature. Ha! Bai Li Pang Pang burst into laughter at the phrase, honest with each other. Jiang Yi, however, remained professional and didn't laugh out loud. He took out the only piece of clothing from his ring and handed it over. Put this on for now. Lin Chiye's face was as red as a ripe apple. He grabbed the clothes and dashed into the dark alley nearby, not even caring if they fit. Bai Li Pang Pang couldn't take his eyes off him, laughing as he said, "This Chi is really both adorable and funny." Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. "Arrogant brat, where did you run off to? Didn't you want to die?" At that moment, a fierce-looking man emerged from the fiery explosion, flames burning in his palm. Hearing the voice, Bai Li Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan turned their heads to look. "Who are you?" The fourth seat frowned, scanning the three of them, his gaze finally landing on Jiang Yi. "It's you, the kid who fused with the essence of the Grim Reaper. Perfect, I'll send you to hell today." As soon as the fourth seat finished speaking, the flames in his palms surged, and a terrifying aura swept through the surroundings. Bai Li Pang Pang drew 3,000 transforming swords, brimming with anger. "Damn it! Where do you get the nerve to act so arrogant in front of me?" "Not much power, just at the peak of the boundless realm," Jiang Yi responded calmly. Ding! Thousands of golden swords suspended in mid-air emitted a resonant hum, remaining stationary. Bai Li Pang Pang heard it was the boundless peak, silently withdrew his 3,000 transformed swords, and took 2 steps back. "Actually, we can sit down and have a good chat. Brother, how about a Rolex to make friends?" Bai Li Pang Pang revealed the Rolex on his arm and smirked at the fourth seat. "I know you, the young master of the Bai Li group. Your bounty is quite high." The fourth seat was engulfed in flames, with numerous knife wounds on his body, likely left by Lin Chiye. When Bai Li Pang Pang heard that the fourth seat recognized him, he knew negotiations were futile. But the three of them were only at the river realm. How could they possibly defeat someone at the boundless peak? He thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted angrily, "Damn it, daring to act arrogant in front of me. Jiang Yi, old Chow, let's." Jiang Yi and Xiao Yuan cast him a comforting glance. But in the next second, he grabbed their arms and shouted, "Run." The two exchanged puzzled looks. Xiao Yuan shook his head, shook off Bai Li Pang Pang's hand, and drew his blade again. Earlier, he had already sensed the changes within Song Nan. The ninth seat's palm strike could have injured him, but the injury was instantly healed by some force. So here, he could fight without worry. Swish! Black killing intent erupted from Xiao Yuan's body, and a ferocious expression reappeared on his face. But at that moment, Jiang Yi suddenly grabbed Xiao Yuan's hand, pulling him away from the hilt of his blade, and the killing intent on him gradually dissipated. Xiao Yuan looked at Jiang Yi in confusion. "No need, I'll handle this." Jiang Yi took out a 3-foot-long sword from his ring. It was the fifth seat's golden breaker. The more spiritual energy infused, the sharper the sword became, and I have an endless supply of spiritual energy, so this is the perfect test. Bai Li Pang Pang froze, asking worriedly, "Jiang Yi, can you win? That's the boundless peak, and we're only River Realm." Jiang Yi waved his hand, continuously infusing spiritual energy into the sword. "Golden breaker? That's the fifth seat's weapon. How did you get it?" The fourth seat frowned upon seeing the sword. "He died, and I picked up his corpse. Is there a problem?" Jiang Yi shrugged. "Impossible," the fourth seat said angrily. "He was at the boundless peak. How could he die at the hands of you River Realm weaklings?" "Do you want to know how he died?" The fourth seat froze. "How did he die?" Bai Li Pangpang and Qiao Yuan also looked curious. They were even more shocked someone so powerful was killed by River Realm cultivators. Jiang Yi shook his head and said helplessly, "At the time, I just said 2 sentences to him, and he insisted on drawing his sword to commit suicide. What could I do? I had no choice. You followers of the ancient god cult have such poor mental resilience." Fourth seat, do you think you're being funny? Bai Li Pangpang and Qiao Yuan said in unison, "Do you think you're funny?" Jiang Yi was speechless. "Forget it. You wouldn't believe me even if I told the truth. Let's just fight." Jiang Yi raised the long sword in his hand, continuously infusing spiritual energy. The originally dim blade began to glow, and the light grew increasingly intense. The fourth seat's lips curled into a cold smile. "Give it up, kid. That golden breaker becomes sharper with more spiritual energy, but it's not fully activated yet. Even if you use all your River Realm spiritual energy, you won't be able to break through my defense." Jiang Yi said nothing and continued to infuse spiritual energy. The white light on the sword's blade grew brighter and brighter, eventually becoming dazzlingly radiant. Just now, the fifth seat, with a full force strike at the peak of the boundless realm, had only caused the sword to emit a faint glow. The fourth seat stared at the dazzling long sword, his pupils contracting sharply. How is this possible? The fifth seat had only made the sword glow faintly. The sharpness of breaking gold could be determined by the intensity of the sword's light. The stronger the light, the sharper the sword. Legend has it that a sword sharp to the extreme could tear through the void. But even the most advanced human mental power could not reach such a legendary level. Yet now, breaking gold in Jiang Ye's hand was emitting such a dazzling light, and the glow was still intensifying. This kid's mental power hasn't been exhausted yet. The sword emitted a crisp sound, and in an instant, 100-meter radius was enveloped in intense white light, which continued to spread. The light grew stronger and stronger. What kind of forbidden item is this? Qiao Yuan shielded his eyes with his hand, unable to open them due to the blinding white light. Bai Li Pangpang closed one eye, put on Eye of Truth, and stared at the longsword in Jiang Ye's hand, utterly shocked. That's breaking gold, ranked 160 in the sequence. The more mental power you inject, the sharper the sword becomes. The white light represents its sharpness. Qiao Yuan was stunned. It looks so powerful. Why is it only ranked 160? Because it requires an immense amount of mental power. Even the most advanced human mental power cannot unleash its true potential, Bai Li Pangpang said solemnly. Qiao Yuan was surprised. Are you saying Jiang Ye's mental power exceeds human limits? To be precise, yes. But to achieve this effect, human mental power alone is definitely not enough. Jiang Yi must have used the source power of the Reaper. Bai Li Pangpang found it hard to believe that Jiang Ye's mental power could surpass human limits. After all, according to the Eye of Truth, he was only at the River Realm. If Jiang Yi were hiding his true realm, the Eye of Truth should have detected it. So the only possibility was that Jiang Yi was not injecting mental power, but the source power of the Reaper. Source power contains laws and is far more powerful than mental power. Qiao Yuan thought for a moment and felt that Bai Li Pangpang's reasoning made sense. If Jiang Ye's mental power truly exceeded human limits, the higher-ups of the Night Watchers would have noticed long ago. Within the white light, Jiang Yi continued to inject mental power, but the sword's blade began to tremble, as if it could no longer withstand it. Wasn't it supposed to have no limit? Jiang Yi suddenly felt he had been tricked. He had planned to save it for cutting the wings of the Seraph, but now this? However, he understood that while breaking gold might seem limitless to humans, it might be different in the eyes of gods. The fourth seat standing opposite was already dumbfounded, staring fixedly at the longsword in Jiang Ye's hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. Was he really at the River Realm? Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and breaking gold shattered. Fragments of the blade flew through the air, slicing through the void and instantly creating a smooth rift in space. Within the rift, it seemed to contain the laws of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars. What? It really tore through the void, this. The fourth seat was almost questioning his own existence. A legendary event had actually been realized by someone he looked down upon in the River Realm. Moreover, this so-called limitless breaking gold had been shattered by his power. Was this even human? No, it couldn't be. What he injected was definitely not mental power. If it wasn't mental power, then it could only be the source power of the Reaper. The fourth seat's eyes were filled with terror. You, go. Before the fourth seat could finish speaking, the shattered sword fragments, under Jiang Ye's control, flew out at a speed as fast as light, tearing through the void and emitting several streaks of white sword energy, slicing through the fourth seat's body without any resistance. The void split into several cracks, and even after the white light dissipated, the fissures remained unclosed. What the heck? A sword that can tear through the void? That's terrifying. Bai Li Pongpong's eyes widened. Chao Yuan looked at the cracks, feeling a bit tense inside. This power is just too absurd. Bai Li Pangpang nodded in agreement. The divine origin is truly extraordinary. It even caused the limitless golden break to shatter completely. He glanced at the fragmented corpse on the ground, then walked over to Jiang Yi, saying enviously, "Brother Jiang Yi, your divine origin is just too powerful." Divine origin? Jiang Yi froze, thinking to himself, what the heck? This is just mental power. I didn't use any origin at all. Smack. Bai Li Pangpang rolled his eyes at him. Stop pretending. Keep pretending if you want. Jiang Yi. He shook his head, muttering to himself. These days, no one believes the truth anymore. Forget it. Why hasn't Lin Xie come out yet? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask. Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan also remembered and turned their gaze toward the dark alley Lin Xie had entered earlier. Just as the three were about to go in, Lin Xie slowly poked his head out from the alley entrance, his face showing a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Jiang Yi, why did you give me women's clothes? And their children's size? Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan turned to look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's expression turned slightly awkward, and he quickly explained, it was a mistake. Those were originally clothes for someone from the peace office who asked me to buy them for his 10-year-old daughter. Hearing this, Bai Li Pangpang chuckled. Chia, don't mind it. I brought you out, so wearing women's clothes is no big deal. Chao Yuan nodded. It's just the three of us here, no one will care. If you don't want to wear those, you can wear mine. Jiang Yi chimed in, and the three slowly approached the alley entrance, intending to pull Lin Xie out. Lin Xie's face instantly turned red, flustered, and he shouted to the sky in frustration, "Get lost." As soon as Lin Xie finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding ding. You have killed the fifth and fourth seats in the Ancient God Church's Fasting Hall storyline, which will affect the strength of the antagonist in the Fasting Hall storyline. Shen Qingzhu, who is undercover in the Ancient God Church, has learned the identity of the ninth seat undercover agent in advance, promoting their cooperation. You have gained 20,000 modification points. Current modification points, 680,000. Reach 800,000 points to obtain the ancient artifact, Xianyuan Sword. Random reward triggered, random ability pack. Late at night, Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan guarded Lin Xie as they headed toward the old city district. Jiang Yi walked alongside them, staring at the system notifications with a furrowed brow. As expected, influencing the trajectory of key characters yields more modification points. However, Shen Qingzhu and the ninth seat cooperating still makes sense. But why is it that after I killed two top experts in the Ancient God Church's Fasting Hall storyline, it only affected their strength? It should have weakened them, right? Could it be that the Whisper will send even stronger people to the Fasting Hall? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, then shook his head, feeling that the strength of the enemy wouldn't affect him much. For now, let's see what's in this ability pack. The last gift pack revealed Breath of 50/50, and I wonder what strange skill will come out this time. Random ability gift pack may contain various strange skills. Jiang Yi opened the gift pack with his mind, and a colorful spinning wheel began to rotate rapidly. As the speed slowed, the pointer stopped in a dark purple area. Jiang Yi froze when he saw it, his steps coming to a halt. Bai Li Pangpang, noticing him stop, quickly asked, "Brother Jiang Yi, what's wrong? Could it be that there are still followers in Songnan?" Lin Xie and Chao Yuan also stopped and looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and he shook his head, saying, "No, nothing. Let's keep going." Oh, the three nodded in confusion and continued walking toward the old city district. Jiang Yi, however, stared at the ability he had drawn, falling into silence. Extraordinary Fertility 2.0, original version. You possess powerful reproductive abilities, and your offspring have a chance to inherit your fundamental laws. System Upgrade 2.0. As long as someone calls you dad, whether they are teammates, elders, friends, or strangers, they will count as your children and gain different ability enhancements, even unlocking Forbidden Ruins potential. Passive skill. This, wow. System, you really know how to joke around. Jiang Yi was initially a bit disappointed to draw Extraordinary Fertility, but upon seeing the evolved version, he suddenly felt this ability was quite practical. As long as someone calls me dad, their abilities can be enhanced, and their potential can be unlocked. This support effect is pretty powerful. I like it. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Brother Jiang Yi, what's going on with you? One moment you're frowning, the next you're grinning. Bailey Pang Pang curiously leaned over. Jiang Yi was startled and turned to adjust his expression. Ahem. He patted Bailey Pang Pang on the shoulder. Fatty, if we ever encounter an enemy we can't beat, remember to call me Dad. Dad will step in to help you. Bailey Pang Pang. The night was deep. In the outskirts of Tsangnan, and Qingyu dragged a corpse to the location where the fourth seat had appeared. Seeing the dismembered body on the ground, his eyes were full of regret. What a pity. Jiang Yi, you're such a troublemaker, ruining my treasure like this. He adjusted the glasses on his nose, picked up the headless corpse of the fifth seat, and returned directly to the laboratory. Placing the two corpses on the lab table, and Qingyu revealed a shy smile, put on gloves, and picked up a scalpel. His eyes were filled with excitement. A corpse from the boundless realm, how thrilling. Morning, Shanjing City. In the corridor of a building, Zhuqing, dressed in military uniform, held a video file submitted by the Tsangnan military. His expression was anxious as he walked quickly toward the office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yi Fan looked up at Zhuqing. What's the matter? Zhuqing saluted and said, last night, the Tsangnan military discovered two individuals using the forbidden item, Void Blade, to infiltrate Tsangnan. Yi Fan frowned. And then, the military didn't let them in and recorded footage of Tsangnan using a micro-drone. Zhuqing took out a tablet, opened the video, and placed it on the desk. Yi Fan curiously reached out and pressed the play button. On the screen, Jiang Yi was holding the breaking gold sword, fiercely battling the fourth seat. Boundless Realm. Yi Fan's heart tightened as he saw the flames engulfing the fourth seat. Yes, Commander, we have carefully reviewed the video. The fourth seat is a member of the ancient God Church, Zhuqing explained. Yi Fan immediately stood up, Jiang Yi and the others. Commander, please sit down and keep watching. Zhuqing quickly interjected. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment. Jiang Yi was at the Chuanjing level. While the opponent was at the peak of Wuliang, there was no reason to continue watching. You should understand, if something happens to Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Suddenly, the screen was engulfed by a flash of white light, and the image instantly disappeared. Yi Fan looked down at the screen, a puzzled expression on his face. What is this? He asked Zhuqing, pointing at the screen. Zhuqing smiled and said, that is the light emitted by the Sequence 160 Golden Breaker, sword in Jiang Ye's hand. His tone carried a hint of astonishment. Yi Fan was even more shocked. Is that the forbidden item infused with mental power, capable of becoming incomparably sharp? Zhuqing nodded and continued. I've looked into the data on this forbidden item. Based on previous test results, theoretically, this sword can infinitely absorb mental power, its blade becoming sharper and sharper, even capable of slicing through the void. But even the strongest humans cannot achieve such a level. However, Jiang Yi has done it. Yi Fan's eyes widened as he stared intently at the screen on the tablet. After the white light faded, countless sword fragments floated in front of Jiang Yi, and the void was torn with cracks. He tore through the void, and the Golden Breaker sword couldn't withstand his mental power, it actually shattered. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with shock as he watched Jiang Yi manipulate the sword fragments to instantly kill the fourth seat of the Wuliang Peak. The fragments sliced through the air, and the void cracks grew larger, forcing him to accept this harsh reality. He sat down silently, remaining quiet for a long time before saying, So, Jiang Ye's mental power has already surpassed the human limit? Has he already taken that step? Zhuo Qing shook his head slightly. The conclusion from the Research Institute is that Jiang Yi may have utilized the essence of the Reaper's power, injecting it into the Golden Breaker sword, which caused the sword to shatter under the strain. From the analysis of the mental power fluctuations in the video, Jiang Ye's level is indeed Chuanjing. The essence of the Reaper's power? Yi Fan nodded, already familiar with the Golden Breaker sword. As long as the mental power was strong enough, the blade would become sharper without limit. However, achieving such a scale of mental power infusion was extremely difficult, given the sword's low sequence level. The only thing that could cause the Golden Breaker to shatter was the essence of the Reaper's power fused by Jiang Yi. This alone was enough for Jiang Yi at the Chuanjing level to easily defeat the Wuliang Peak, even surpassing Klein. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He immediately said, "Zhuo Qing, organize the data and convene a high-level meeting of the Night Watchers immediately." Weren't they always saying those two kids weren't qualified to form a special team? Now let them see for themselves. In the conference room, the high-level meeting of the Night Watchers was underway. Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing entered one after the other. The members who had arrived early all stood up in unison. Yi Fan walked to the front of the table, nodded, and sat down. Only then did the others take their seats. "I believe you all reviewed the data Zhuo Qing sent before the meeting," Yi Fan said, placing his hands on the table, his gaze sharp. "So, does anyone still have objections to forming the fifth special team?" As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell into a brief silence. An elder spoke up. "Jiang Yi and Lin Xie have only been with the Night Watchers for a little over a year. During that time, they were trapped in Sangnan and have not undergone any real training in any team. I think it's better to let them train for a while longer." As soon as these words were spoken, many people nodded in agreement. Sitting in the back row, Xiaoping stared at the information provided by Zhuo Qing, lost in thought. Jiang Ye's strength was undeniable. He could defeat a peak-level Wuliang in seconds in Chuanjing, and his potential was enough to qualify him as the captain of a special squad. The captain of a special squad is not only judged by current strength, but, more importantly, by future potential. The key lies in how far they can lead the team. Imagine someone whose mental power could shatter the forbidden artifact, breaking gold. Xiaoping found it hard to imagine the heights Jiang Yi might reach in the future, perhaps even surpassing any existing special squad. With so many mysterious threats facing Xia right now, do you think they still have time to train slowly? Seeing that there were still quite a few people opposing, Yi Fan frowned. In fact, he had anticipated this situation and had already thought of a solution. "Commander Yi, I understand the current situation in Xia, but a team with no significant achievements, relying solely on their current strength and potential, doesn't convince me that they can lead a squad effectively." "That's right. Commander Yi, I think they still need more training. Establishing the fifth special squad is too rushed." Yi Fan listened quietly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "In that case, let's give them time to train." Everyone was stunned. Previously, they had been urging him to act quickly, so why did he agree so readily this time? The elder who spoke first couldn't help but ask, "Commander Yi, then how do you plan to arrange Jiang Yi and Lin Xie?" Yi Fan glanced at Zhuo Qing, who understood and took out several documents, distributing them to everyone in the meeting room. "Since you want them to train, let's not officially establish the special squad yet. Instead, let's form the fifth special squad's preparatory team first. Once they pass the assessment, they can officially be promoted. What do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, many frowned, showing some dissatisfaction. Yi Fan didn't give them much chance to speak further and knocked on the table. "I've already considered your opinions. Let's start voting now. Those in favor of forming the fifth special squad's preparatory team, raise your hand." Yi Fan raised his right hand. The others at the conference table listened to his firm tone and knew his words were clear. They sighed helplessly and slowly raised their hands. 8 in favor, 1 against, 2 abstentions. Yi Fan listened to the voting results, a faint smile on his face. "All right, the fifth special squad's preparatory team is established." The last night of the disappearance of the eternal divine realm. The moonlight in the night sky remained bright and round, just like a year ago. On the familiar rooftop, It wasn't just Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, Bai Li Pangpang and Xiao Yuan were also there. Wow, brother Jiang Yi. Xie, is today really your birthday? Bai Li Pangpang asked in surprise, holding a can of beer. On the same day? You guys aren't long-lost brothers, are you? Lin Xie shook his head and explained. Actually, our birthdays are one day apart, but we grew up as neighbors, and my aunt and Jiang Ye's mother often celebrated our birthdays together. Xiao Yuan nodded. I see. Bai Li Pangpang took out 2 Rolex watches and handed them to Jiang Yi and Lin Xie with a smile. You didn't tell me earlier, so I didn't prepare anything special. I can only give you these 2. My old man's birthday is coming up. When the time comes, come to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to hang out, and I'll make it up to you. He gave a simple, honest smile and fastened the gleaming Rolex onto Lin Xie's wrist. Lin Xie smiled helplessly. Here, brother Jiang Yi, do you like this one? Bai Li Pangpang held up a submariner watch and asked. Jiang Yi hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Li Pangpang simply tossed the expensive Rolex to the ground. Who knew who would end up picking it up? It's fine. If you don't like it, we'll look at something else. Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead speechlessly. This guy was really both silly and generous. But at the mention of the Bai Li family's birthday banquet, Jiang Yi couldn't help but think of how Bai Li Pangpang had once been plotted against and killed by the person most important to him. He smiled and accepted the Rolex. Thanks. I'll protect you next time. Since he was determined to change fate, this time, he wouldn't let Bai Li Pangpang die at Bai Li Jing's hands. Hee all right. Bai Li Pangpang scratched his head and grinned. Lin Xie also smiled, raising the snowflake beer in his hand. Come on, cheers. The 3 clinked their glasses. Pop. Under the moonlight, the beer foamed and splashed. The 4 of them downed their drinks in one go. After chatting for a while, Bai Li Pangpang and Xiao Yuan didn't disturb Jiang Yi and Lin Xie as they said goodbye to their families. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie each went home. Inside a small house, Lin Xie's face carried a faint sadness, but it was no longer as heavy as it had been a year ago. Creak. Auntie. Jean, I'm back. He walked into the living room, and his aunt and Yang Jean, who were sitting at the dining table, quickly stood up. Oh, Xiaoqi, come here. Auntie will heat up the food for you. His aunt smiled gently when she saw him. Lin Xie obediently sat down, patted Xiao Hei's head, and looked at Jean across from him and his aunt, who was reheating the food. Over the past year, he had learned to accept things. From the next room came a voice. You. When will you settle down and start a family so I can stop worrying? His mother, Lu Su, smiled as she placed food on his plate. Jiang Yi listened to his mother's nagging. All right, once I complete the moon landing mission, I'll definitely find you a beautiful daughter-in-law. Don't worry, there's no female yet. Lu Su laughed and said, I heard it's hard for astronauts to find a partner. You'd better hurry up. Got it. Jiang Yi replied, lowering his head to eat. Lu Su, however, hadn't touched her chopsticks. In the past, all she had hoped for was for her son to regain his sight. Now that he could see, she hoped he would settle down, start a family, and have a child. While she was still around, she wanted to spend more time with them. Under the warm yellow light, Lu Su looked at her son with a smile, as if he was her entire world. Late at night, the barrier of Tsangnan flickered with its last glimmer of light before dissolving into green specks and slowly dissipating. In the dark room, Jiang Yi sat on the bed, tears streaming down his face. In his palm, the power of life surged, transforming into golden souls. The souls of his mother, Lu Su, and his father floated above his hand. Mom. Dad. Jiang Yi's voice choked with emotion. When I obtain the source of immortality, I'll definitely bring you back to life. He infused blue and white divine power into the soul-guarding ring, constructing within it a vast world identical to Tsangnan. Until he obtained the source of immortality, he couldn't truly resurrect his parents, but he could allow them to exist in another form. The soul-guarding ring had infinite space, capable of storing both inanimate and living things. So Jiang Yi planned to use the Myriad phenomena divine ruins to recreate a city identical to Tsangnan within the ring, and then use the power of immortality to let his parents continue their lives. As he watched the golden souls merge into the ring, Jiang Yi's hand clenched tightly, turning pale. Mom, once I deal with the enemy, we will reunite. By then, I promise to bring you a beautiful and kind daughter-in-law. Jiang Yi slowly stood up from the bed, opened the window by the desk, and silver-white moonlight poured into the room. Layers of green light enveloped the city, and the buildings gradually faded away. The nightly noise also disappeared. The city returned to tranquility. Jiang Yi looked up at the full moon, clutching the ring in his hand tightly. From the day your clone came to kill me, we became mortal enemies. Wishful thinking? Then I'll show you what it looks like when wishful thinking becomes reality. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to stare at the ring. He had to speed up earning magic modification points, not only to break through the peak as soon as possible, but also to truly resurrect his parents. The divine essence usually doesn't appear in random rewards. It's typically obtained after reaching 800,000 magic modification points. At 1 million points, there would be a milestone reward. System, can you tell me in advance what the reward is for reaching 1 million magic modification points? Jiang Yi's eyes reddened, his voice choked. Choose any divine essence. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. Thank you. Choose any divine essence? That means he could obtain the essence of eternal life and truly resurrect his parents. Mom, your son is going out to venture into the world. Wait for me to come back. Jiang Yi touched the ring on his hand, gazing at it as if it were a sculpture, tears in his eyes. The vitality divine power slowly dissipated, dyeing the city a pale green. In the distant sky, a black cloud drifted over Tsangnan, and the dog head of the howling celestial dog emerged from the clouds, its silver-white eyes gleaming. It opened its large mouth. Souls, return. The souls floating above Tsangnan seemed to hear the call and flew toward the howling celestial dog. It pulled out a bag and collected the souls of all Tsangnan residents inside. With a gentle pat of its paw, the bag instantly disappeared. Luckily, that bastard Jiang Yi didn't fight me for it this time. The howling celestial dog licked its paw, not planning to leave immediately. It transformed into a small black mutt, its figure like a silver-white stream of light, landing in front of a low house. Seriously, the master didn't even come to speak to him personally. The small black mutt shook its head and turned toward the two-story building next door. Collecting souls was secondary, conveying the Heavenly Lord's message was the most important task. It jumped onto Jiang Yi's window, peered into the dark room, confirmed Jiang Yi's position, and was about to rush in. Considering Jiang Yi's strength, it patted the dust off its body, grinned, and politely knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a long time, the door finally opened. Jiang Yi looked down at the howling celestial dog, his gaze icy cold. What is it? His tone carried no hint of humor. The small black mutt's heart tightened. Damn, it had run into Jiang Yi in a bad mood. But since it was here, it had to speak. Carefully, it said, the Heavenly Lord asked me to deliver a message. Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. Speak. The Heavenly Lord wants you to help rebuild the Heavenly Court. Once it's done, no need to say more. Go back and tell the Heavenly Lord to remember our agreement. Bang. The door slammed shut. The small black mutt shuddered all over, sighed, and walked out of the small building, gazing at the gradually disappearing Tsangnan in the distance. On the rooftop, two figures also watched the vanishing city. Aren't you going to say hello? No one will notice now, the ninth seat asked Shin Qingzhu. Shin Qingzhu frowned and shook his head. This is something they must go through. I just hope he's okay. Let's go. Many people are rushing to Tsangnan. Shin Qingzhu turned and left, her hand clenched tightly inside her sleeve, blood dripping through her fingers. The ninth seat looked at the bloodstains on the ground and shook his head lightly. The next morning, Lin Xia walked out of the small house, slowly closing the door behind him, his gaze desolate. Xia, Baili Pangpang called to him softly, waiting in place. Chao Yuan reached out to stop him, shaking his head to signal. Lin Xia glanced at the two of them, adjusted his emotions, and walked over, saying, It's fine. This result, I started accepting it a year ago. He slowly looked toward the two-story building next door, its doors and windows tightly shut. Lin Xia frowned slightly. Jiang Yi hasn't come out yet? No, I guess for him, it's just like you a year ago. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, his gaze solemn. Lin Xie froze, his body trembling slightly. Jiang Yi had made a deal with the god of immortality, exchanging for 1 more year for Tsangnan. He healed the captain, and he healed me, but no one could heal himself. Lin Xie slowly walked to Jiang Ye's door, about to knock. Creak. The door opened on its own, and the boy's face gradually appeared. Are you okay? Lin Xie asked. Jiang Yi forced a smile. I'm fine. He knew very well that he couldn't stay in Sangnan forever. He had to continue earning magic modification points, first for his parents, and second to deal with the enemy. Let's go. Jiang Yi slowly closed the door, and the familiar room gradually disappeared from view. Bang! They walked all the way to the peace affairs office. Halfway there, they passed a street that was neither too wide nor too narrow. At the end of the street, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red cloak stood with a star blade hanging from his waist, his back facing them. The four of them paused slightly, stopping in their tracks. Yi Fan turned around, a smile appearing on his face. He walked up to the four of them. Long time no see. Commander Yi, why are you here? Lin Xie asked. Yi Fan said, Of course, I'm here to deliver a message to you. Jiang Yi, we'll talk about Sangnan later. Right now, I have something important to discuss. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. He was about to be interrogated again. Something important, wasn't it just about the special squad? Commander Yi, what's the matter? You even came all the way here yourself. Bai Li Pang smiled and pulled out a Rolex, trying to use the gift to build rapport. Yi Fan immediately waved his hand. Don't try that trick, we don't fall for it. Bai Li Pang had no choice but to put the watch away. Yi Fan continued. Recently, mysterious incidents have been occurring frequently in Daxia. Jiang Yi, you have great potential, so I've chosen you to be the captain of the 5th Special Squad Reserve Team. Are you willing? As soon as he said this, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pang, and Xiao Yuan all looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. Jiang Ye's expression grew heavy, and he shook his head, saying, I'm not suitable to be a captain. Let Lin Xie take the position. He would leave sooner or later. The captain's role wasn't suitable for him. Lin Xie? Yi Fan was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Xie. Are you willing? Lin Xie froze for a moment, glancing at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi said directly, You have to agree. Lin Xie. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Both Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were suitable to be captains. Their strengths were not much different. Then it's decided. You are now the reserve team, which means you're in the assessment period. I'll provide the materials later. The first mission is. Jiang Yi and the other three looked at Yi Fan, their eyes filled with anticipation. Go to this year's new recruit training camp to hold the fort and have a match against the masked squad. For people. Jiang Yi, this is something you promised Yuan Gang, right? Then go and complete it. After that, you all still need to go to the fasting place to carry out a secret mission. Jiang Yi was stunned. What? Yuan Gang is really determined. No. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to gain modification points? Jiang Air. In a primeval forest, on a winding mountain path, a centipede hundreds of meters long was running swiftly through the woods, as if fleeing for its life. Whoosh. Blade energy suddenly materialized around the centipede, and an invisible force rose with it. Boom. The centipede was crushed by the force, letting out a miserable scream as it collapsed. Then, the blade energy in the air slashed down fiercely. After a few cracking sounds, it was completely dead, turning into a corpse over 100 meters long. Beautiful. Captain, our coordination was perfect. Wang Mian emerged from the forest, and Tian Ping's voice came through the earpiece. He smiled slightly, pressed the earpiece, and said, Mission complete. Let's head to Shanjing quickly. Commander Yi assigned us a task this morning. Xianhua asked, What task? To oversee the training camp. Huh? There aren't that many strong opponents in this year's training camp. What are we going for? Tian Ping asked curiously. Wang Mian explained, We're not going to bully the rookies. The 5th Special Squad's reserve team will be there. Commander Yi wants us to assess their combat capabilities and have a demonstration match. Overseeing the camp is just a side task. Yu Gui asked, The 5th Special Squad? When was it established? Who's the captain? Yeah, who's the captain? It wouldn't be that Seraph's agent, Lin Xie, would it? Chong Wei laughed and said, If it's Lin Xie, I can bully them a few more times. Wang Mian hesitated for a moment. recalling the scene when Jiang Yi forced him to tell the truth. The captain is Lin Xie, but the vice captain is Jiang Yi. As soon as he said this, the earpiece fell silent. Captain, we have a lot of tasks. Shouldn't we avoid getting involved in this mess? After a long pause, Xian's voice came through. Tian Ping chimed in. Yeah, there are quite a few people. I'm a bit worried about losing face. This is an order. We can't not go. Wang Mian's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly said. But this time, we don't have to hold back. Let's crush them. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian's hearty laughter came through the earpiece. Ha ha ha, Captain, let's go. Let's take them down. Songnan, Peace Affairs Office. The conference room door was tightly shut. Yi Fan placed 2 cups of plain water on the table. Songnan has been sustained for a year. Was it your doing? Yi Fan asked directly. Jiang Yi nodded, not denying it. Yi Fan understood. The data sent by the Research Institute shows that this scale of divine power is something only a deity could achieve. You've now also obtained a divine ruin called the Eternal Divine Domain. Who is this eternal god? Why did he help sustain Songnan for a year? Did you make a deal with him? Jiang Yi was momentarily speechless, thinking, make a deal with myself? That's a novel idea. I don't know the name of the eternal god either. He helped sustain Songnan for a year in exchange for me going to a certain place. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. What place? Jiang Yi raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The moon. The moon? Yi Fan lowered his head in thought. As far as he knew, the only one on the moon was the Seraph Michael. So, the eternal god who gave Jiang Yi the divine ruin wanted to find the Seraph? Yi Fan frowned, slowly raised the glass of water, and prepared to take a sip to ease his shock. Take it slow, don't choke, Jiang Yi reminded. Yi Fan waved his hand. Impossible, cough, cough, cough. I haven't even drunk it yet. Jiang Yi's eyes darted around, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Afterward, Yi Fan asked a few more questions, then stood up and said, All right, Team 136 is probably here by now. Go say goodbye to them. There will be someone assigned to take you to the Shangjing training camp. Jiang Yi nodded, opened the conference room door, and walked out. The Shangjing training camp. Jiang Er and Qingyu's partner. In the original story, when the Nightfall squad encountered Jiang Er, her Team 008 had already been destroyed by the first seat of the ancient god church. Jiang Er could only rely on her forbidden domain, spirit field, to sustain her life using magnetic fields. If I can change the fate of Team 008 and Jiang Er, I will surely gain a significant amount of modification points. After all, although Jiang Er's strength in the original story was average, she was still a main character. Changing the fate of a main character would yield even more modification points. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. As for the exhibition match with the masked squad, there was no need to worry. He didn't mind letting Wang Mian make a fool of himself in public again. Jiang Yi smiled and walked out of the basement. Xiao Yi. Just as he took a step, Hong Ying, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and called out. She then quickly ran over and hugged Jiang Yi tightly. You're leaving too? Her voice choked. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, his mood instantly heavy. He patted her back and comforted her. Sister Hong Ying, we'll be back. Don't worry. After a long while, Hong Ying slowly let go of Jiang Yi. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face streaked with tears, and she had lost her usual liveliness. Xiao Nan and Leng Xian have left. The captain and vice captain have left too. Now even you. She couldn't help but start crying again. The atmosphere in the office was heavy. When Qima and Zhao Kongsheng remained silent, their eyes dim, their emotions written all over their faces. Lin Xie also lowered his head, lost in thought. The once lively Team 136 was now so quiet it was heartbreaking. Jiang Yi lowered his head, his tone gentle. Sister Hong Ying, once I bring them back, we'll celebrate a proper new year together. Hearing this, Hong Ying slowly stopped crying and smiled. She knew that Xiao Yi and Qie, as members of a special squad, shouldn't stay in Songnan. What Xiao Yi said was merely to comfort her. All right, I'll wait for you to come back. Jiang Yi clenched his fists and exchanged a glance with Lin Xie. After bidding farewell to old Zhao and Wen Qimo, the two disappeared down the street under the gaze of the three. Don't cry anymore, Sister Hong Ying. Watching them go further is something to be proud of too. Zhao Kongqing said, patting her shoulder. When Qimon nodded and smiled. Yeah, Sister Hong Ying, as old Zhao said, it's pretty cool. Hong Ying wiped the corners of her eyes, watching the direction Jiang Yi and Lin Xie disappeared in, unable to calm down for a long time. On the street, near a manhole cover on the road. Brother Jiang Yi, Xie, what are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to go to the training camp to show off our skills? Baili Pangpang looked around excitedly and said, Finally, I get to experience the feeling of crushing others. Back in our training camp days, we suffered a lot at the hands of the masked squad. This time, we must vent properly. Haha, you probably won't get the chance to vent. This time, the training camp opponents aren't rookies. Lin Xie splashed some cold water. We're going to have a performance match against the masked squad, which also serves as an assessment of our combat abilities. And this time, they won't be suppressing their strength. Baili Pongpong's smile froze instantly. What? What's the point of this? Wang Mian is in the Klein realm. Lin Xie sighed and turned to Jiang Yi. Can we win? Jiang Yi smiled faintly. Don't worry, I have a plan. It's the perfect opportunity to test this extraordinary fertility 2.0 and see how much it boosts the team. Really? Brother Jiang Yi. Then let's go and give them a good beating. We need to settle the grudge from 2 years ago. Baili Pangpang revealed a sly smile. No rush. Jiang Yi looked at the manhole cover on the ground. We have one more teammate coming out. Teammate? Baili Pangpang and Chao Yuan were stunned, following Jiang Ye's gaze toward the manhole cover. Clang. The manhole cover slowly opened, revealing a shy and artistic face. Above Shangjing, Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, Baili Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Qingyu sat on a plane, overlooking the bustling city below. And Qingyu, didn't you say you didn't want to join the Night Watchers? Lin Xie, sitting next to her, asked. And Qingyu turned slightly and adjusted her glasses. In Songnan, my research was too limited, and I couldn't obtain more powerful mysterious corpses. Besides, being with you all is much more interesting than staying in the lab. Lin Xie thought for a moment. But this is also quite dangerous. And Qingyu smiled. It's fine. That's not important. Baili Pangpang pulled out a Rolex watch. Here, since we're teammates now, please accept this small token of appreciation. And Qingyu stared at the glittering Rolex in surprise and turned to look at Lin Xie and Jiang Yi. It's okay, take it. Just consider it a gift from the silly son of a wealthy family, Jiang Yi said with a smile. Baili Pangpang was speechless, and Qingyu's lips curled slightly upward as she accepted the watch. Baili Pangpang withdrew his hand and grinned foolishly. By the way, the new recruit training is about to start. We need to come up with an entrance strategy, right? We can't let the masked squad outshine us. That would be too embarrassing. Chao Yuan nodded. We do need to think about it. As the captain, Lin Xie listened to the suggestion and fell into deep thought. The 5th Special Squad had just been established, and many people were still unaware of it. This performance match was a great opportunity to showcase their strength. Even if they lost in the end, their entrance had to be impressive. When it came to being stylish and charismatic, the team only had Baili Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Lin Xie simultaneously looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi noticed their gazes and frowned. Why are you all looking at me? Hee, Brother Jiang Yi. If you use your Reaper Divine Ruins for the entrance, it'll definitely be cool. Baili Pangpang grinned. Lin Xie nodded. He had seen Jiang Ye's Reaper Divine Ruins before its aura was overwhelming, and he had almost been cut down by it. The entrance is up to you. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. Fine, since you're the captain. Lin Xie smiled. Clap. Baili Pangpang clapped his hands. Perfect. Brother Jiang Yi, don't hold back when the time comes. You can't go easy just because Rose gave you a ring. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. I told you, that's my own ring. When Lin Xie heard ring, his gaze fell on Jiang Ye's hand, and his smile gradually faded. Do you think I believe that? Jiang Yi was speechless. Suburbs of Shangjing in a vast military base. All the recruits participating in the Night Watch training stood on the training field under the scorching sun. A few latecomers were still running laps around the field. Yuan Gang, dressed in an instructor's uniform, walked onto the stage, his back straight. Among the recruits below, there was finally no genius like Jiang Yi. Hello everyone. I am your chief instructor for this training, Yuan Gang. I've reviewed your profiles, and many of you are from high-risk Forbidden Ruins sequences. But here, it doesn't matter if you're the hope of your village or the pride of your parents. In my eyes, you're just a bunch of useless soldiers. No, you're a bunch of rookies who know nothing. Yuan Gang used the classic provocation method, stirring up resentment. Many hot-tempered boys below started shouting. "Umph, who are you looking down on? I'm the hope of my entire village. Calling me a rookie? You've just lived a dozen years longer than me. Let's see how capable you really are." What a disgrace. Listening to the instructor's taunts, the crowd below grew increasingly noisy. Zhang Er, this instructor has such a sharp tongue. It's infuriating, a ponytailed girl said, clenching her fists. Zhang Er, with her delicate face framed by her military uniform, looked a bit shy and nervous. The instructor is right. We don't know anything right now. We can't deal with the mysterious forces at all. Zhang Er, don't lose heart. You possess the rare Forbidden Ruins Sequence 96, the Spirit Realm. You have great potential, the girl said, tugging at Zhang Er's uniform. Zhang Er shook her head. Compared to the seniors from the previous batch, we're much weaker. The girl fell silent upon hearing this. It was indeed incomparable. Very good. At this moment, Yuan Gang's voice rang out again. Are you all feeling unconvinced? The recruits responded in unison. Yes. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a smirk. Unconvinced. Then watch closely. Next, I'll show you the real gap. As soon as he finished speaking, the recruits froze. Yuan Gang picked up the walkie-talkie. Come down. It's time to make your entrance. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky, and the recruits couldn't help but look up. Lightning flickered among the clouds, and 7 figures rapidly descended from the sky. They wore masks of different colors, their bodies enveloped in bright lightning, exuding an imposing aura. Tianping chuckled. Using lightning to show off, that's just perfect. Yuegue nodded. Exactly. Our entrance will definitely overshadow Jiang Ye's team. Why do we have to do a high-altitude drop? I'm afraid of heights. Xuanhua trembled all over. The recruits below saw their faces clearly and immediately erupted in commotion. Holy crap, that's the masked squad. They came to the training camp last time too. Is the instructor really going to make us spar with the special squad? That's ridiculous. This is insane. Even the divine agents from the last batch couldn't beat them. It's not fair. Yeah, totally unfair. Amid the noise, the 7 members of the masked squad landed gracefully, striking even cooler poses than before. Thud! Xuanhua instantly collapsed to the ground and started vomiting. The training field suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned to look at him. Standing nearby, Tianping grinned helplessly. Xuanhua, didn't we agree you'd hold it together and not kneel? Ugh, I really couldn't help it. The masked squad was speechless. Xuanhua glanced at the recruits below, knelt on one knee, and clasped his fists, saying, Masked Squad Xuanhua, wishing everyone a happy new year in advance. The recruits were speechless. The instructors were silent. Yuan Gang cleared his throat and addressed the recruits below. All right, I assume you all recognize them. That's right, they are one of Daxia's special squads, the Masked Squad. As soon as the words fell, the audience remained silent, but the new recruits' faces were full of defiance. Bullying the weak, what kind of skill is that? TCH. Yeah, but the Masked Squad's entrance was really cool. Sis, you think so too, right? I agree. Hearing the voices of doubt, Yuan Gang remained calm and composed. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of the Masked Squad taking action? This time, we want you rookies to see the gap clearly. Next, we will invite your predecessors from the previous batch, the 5th Special Squad Reserve Team, to have an exhibition match with the Masked Squad. Open your eyes wide and see clearly what a real gap looks like. Yuan Gang's voice was like thunder as he spoke into the intercom again. It's your turn now. The 5th Special Squad. Isn't Daxia supposed to have only 4 squads? Don't forget he said it's a reserve team. It must have been formed not long ago. But Instructor Yuan said they are the predecessors from the previous batch, so they still can't beat the Masked Squad. That's right. I heard the Masked Squad's captain, Wang Mian, is already a Klein, and even a divine proxy, much stronger than an ordinary Klein. Since that's the case, I really want to see how strong the previous batch is. Looking forward to them being crushed miserably by the Masked Squad. judging by instructor Yuan's expression. The new recruits were well aware of the strength gap between the two teams and were ready to enjoy the show. Huh? Why haven't they come out yet? Could they be scared? Someone noticed that Yuan Gang had been calling for a while, but no one had appeared, and they began to speculate. Yuan Gang was also momentarily stunned, looking around. Where are they? Whoa! Everyone, look at the ground. Black mist is spreading. It's so chilly. Someone shouted loudly in the training field. Everyone turned their eyes to the ground, only to see the original rubber track had disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black surface emitting a cold, dark mist. This black mist enveloped the entire training field. The sun was obscured by the gloomy mist, and the area became dim and shadowy. The new recruits felt a chill in their hearts, unable to figure out what was happening. Yuan Gang furrowed his brows but relaxed after sensing the situation. This was the domain of the god of death. The last time the goddess of night appeared, something similar had happened. Jiang Yi and his team had arrived. The members of the masked squad widened their eyes, thinking, that guy's divine power can cover such a large area? Whoa, Captain, what the heck is going on? Swirl stared at the rising death energy, which was forming a building shape in the sky, and asked curiously. Wang Mian's face under the mask changed slightly. As a divine proxy, he could feel the intense divine power fluctuations and knew who had arrived. Jiang Yi had become even stronger than before. Everyone look! There are people up there. A shout rang out, and everyone in the training field looked up to the sky. They saw the black death energy condensing into a massive execution platform in mid-air, opposite a throne of judgment. On 5 execution platforms formed by the death energy sat 5 young men, each holding an execution order, sitting calmly on their thrones, overlooking the crowd. The people below gasped in shock, staring in awe. These 5 individuals, how could they be so cool? Whoa, damn, this is so freaking cool. Swirl stared at Jiang Yi and the others making their domineering entrance in the sky, his eyes wide open. Tianping froze at the sight of their entrance, helplessly spreading his hands. All right, this is indeed impressive. We can't compete with that. Standing beside him, Moon Ghost's face under the mask looked a bit awkward as he softly asked, Captain, this divine power fluctuation seems stronger than yours. Are we going to lose? Wang Mian's mouth twitched, his left hand tightly gripping the saber at his waist. Looking at the hundreds of new recruits below the stage, he suddenly regretted agreeing to this. These people, every single one of them, are monsters. Just the divine ruins covering an area the size of 3 football fields left him in the dust. Jiang Yi, who had fused with the essence of the gods, was simply too exaggerated. But now, it was already a critical moment. The arrow was knocked and had to be released. If they lost to a reserve team, the entire Night Watch squad of Great Xia would know once these recruits graduated. That would truly be the ultimate humiliation. Wang Mian's eyes shifted. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. He slowly spoke. Don't worry, I have a plan B. In midair, the 5 people sitting on the execution platform slowly stood up and walked step by step onto the training field. All eyes focused on them, and everyone was stunned. My God, this entrance is too shocking. It's way cooler than the mass squad. I remember now, this is Jiang Yi, the Reaper's proxy from the previous graduating class. These divine ruins are so impressive. What's the use of being impressive? In the end, it's all about strength. They've only graduated a year ago. Their highest realm is just the river realm. How can they compare to the masked squad with Klein? True. On the stage, Li Pang puffed out his chest and walked up to Yuan Gang. Instructor Yuan, isn't this scene impressive? Yuan Gang snapped out of his shock, glanced at the chubby boy, and cleared his throat. All right, Jiang Yi, put away the divine ruins. Jiang Yi nodded, stretched out his hand, and with a single grasp, the Reaper's judgment that enveloped the entire training field vanished instantly. Blinding sunlight once again bathed the earth, and the throne and execution platform disappeared as well. The recruits below couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Jiang Yi slowly lowered his hand, his senses sweeping across the training field, finally locking onto a girl on the right. After confirming his target, he shifted his gaze, deciding to deal with the exhibition match first and then figure out how to maximize the magic modification value. Letting Xingyu get familiar in advance or letting Zhang Er know about future events could both potentially affect the subsequent plot. He needed to think carefully. Zhang Er, it seemed like Senior Jiang Yi just looked at you, a ponytailed girl gossiped. Zhang Er's face turned red, and she shook her head. Impossible, he's a divine proxy, how could he possibly look at me? Why not? What if? Zhang Er didn't think much of it, but she secretly glanced at the bespectacled literary youth on the stage, her heart racing. On the stage, Yuan Gang saw that both teams had arrived and nodded. His expression turned serious as he addressed the recruits below. Watch carefully. Only by understanding the gap can you humbly face the challenges ahead. After speaking, he signaled to the other instructors, and they collectively withdrew. In an instant, the masked squad and the 5th Special Squad Reserve Team stood face to face. Li Pang Pang looked at Moon Ghost, a provocative smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This time, I want to compete with you again. Last time you beat me, this time it's my turn. Moon Ghost sneered. Chubby, you're getting cocky. Don't end up running all over the field after I beat you again. Li Pang Pang crossed his arms and leaned closer to Jiang Yi, his eyes full of provocation. Seeing this stance, Moon Ghost immediately clenched his fists. Jiang Yi was speechless. He exchanged a glance with Lin Shiyi, who then looked at Wang Mian with a determined gaze. Then let's begin. Wait a moment. Lin Xia hadn't finished speaking when Wang Mian interrupted. The combat rules haven't been explained yet. Lin Xia was puzzled. What rules? Isn't this a test of teamwork? Wang Mian shook his head. This time it's different. We're assessing individual combat ability. You can choose any one of us 5 to challenge. If you succeed, you earn 1 point. The first to get 3 points wins. He had already calculated it. Jiang Yi and Lin Xia were the hardest to deal with, while the other 3 lacked the advantage in cultivation level and couldn't possibly win. So even if Jiang Yi and Lin Xia scored 2 points, the remaining 3 points would still belong to them, ensuring their victory. Their reputation would remain intact. Lin Xia frowned. This was clearly unfavorable to them. They lacked the advantage in cultivation level, while the opposing team was entirely at the Chuan level. In a one-on-one match, they had no chance of winning. This setup leaves us no chance. Jiang Yi and Xia are our main forces, but separating them like this means that even if they score, the other 3 will use their cultivation advantage to crush us and still win. And Xingyu said, frowning. Come on, if you have guts, let's do a 5-on-5. Li Pang Pang shouted angrily. Yu Gui sneered mockingly. You can't even win one-on-one, and you're talking about team battles? Are you scared? The matchup left the instructors and recruits stunned. Jiang Yi stroked his chin, thinking to himself, Extraordinary Parenting 2.0. How much of a boost does being called Dad give me? Please select a target for the boost. Jiang Yi paused for a moment and chose Li Pang Pang. One call of Father instantly grants the following boosts: 100% evasion, 100% speed relative to the opponent, 100% strength relative to the opponent. Whoa, the system is amazing. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he stepped to the front of the team. I'll take this one. Huh. Lin Xie and Xingyu froze. Lin Xie and Xingyu were dumbfounded, and even Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan were stunned. Wang Mian frowned slightly, but the corners of his mouth under the mask curved into a smile. The fish had taken the bait. Jiang Yi, are you sure? Lin Xie asked, puzzled. This strategy was clearly doomed to fail. Jiang Yi remained calm and smiled faintly. Trust me, they won't win. And Xingyu was confused and asked, what are you planning? Jiang Yi turned to Li Pang Pang and beckoned. Pang Pang, come here. I need to tell you something. What is it, brother Jiang Yi? Li Pang Pang grinned as he walked over. Jiang Yi leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Lin Xie and the other 2 exchanged puzzled glances. After hearing it, Li Pang Pang's expression turned a bit strange. Will this really work? Leave it to me. You just need to trust a bit in luck, Jiang Yi said, making an okay gesture. Li Pang Pang was still a little confused but nodded in agreement. Right now, it felt like brother Jiang Yi was even more superstitious than him, the prophet. Seeing Li Pang Pang agree, Jiang Yi turned to Lin Xie. Let's begin. Lin Xie stiffly nodded. Xingyu, Chao Yuan, Pang Pang, you pick your targets first. And Xingyu hesitated for a moment. Although she felt this was too impulsive, she chose to trust her teammates. She pointed to Vortex from the masked team. Chao Yuan chose Libra. Bailey Pang Pang naturally picked Yugue. Lin Xia looked at Rose and cupped his hands. Sister Rose, I'll challenge you. Rose narrowed her eyes slightly, and the small hammer in her hand slowly grew larger. Then let me teach you a good lesson, she said, her voice carrying a hint of roughness. Jiang Yi glanced around, his gaze landing on Wang Mian, and a smile appeared on his lips. That leaves us. Wang Mian's entire body stiffened, his mind recalling the scene of being brutally struck by Jiang Yi with the Death God's artifact. The exhibition match begins. Below the stage, Yuan Gang gave the order, and Lin Xia's team of 4 moved simultaneously. Apart from Wang Mian, the rest of the masked squad charged forward. Umatba, Chao Yuan slowly drew the blade from his waist, a blood-red murderous aura emanating from his body and enveloping him entirely. Benefactor, may your journey be smooth. The frenzied Chao Yuan gripped the aura-filled blade and slashed fiercely at Tianping. Tianping raised 2 fingers in front of his mask. Gravity doubled. As soon as the words fell, a double gravity field appeared around Chao Yuan. On the other side, and Qingyu observed the spatial cracks around her, adjusting her glasses as she continuously analyzed the space. At that moment, Xuanhua launched a sneak attack from behind, aiming a kick at Qingyu. However, Qingyu seemed to have anticipated it, sidestepping and retreating perfectly to avoid the attack. Damn, she even predicted that, Xuanhua exclaimed in surprise. Qingyu responded with a shy smile. To the left, Qiangwei swung her massive hammer with both hands, leaping high and smashing it forcefully toward Lin Yi on the ground. Lin Xia didn't engage head-on, knowing that with the disparity in realms, direct mental energy consumption would be disadvantageous. He swiftly dodged, searching for an opening. As for Bailey Pang Pang, his situation was rather dire. Ordinary forbidden items were almost useless against the Moon Ghost, who was 2 realms higher than him. He could only rely on the Eye of Truth to evade the Moon Ghost's invisibility. Hey, Chubby, weren't you pretty tough earlier? Why are you just dodging now? The Moon Ghost mocked. Bailey Pang Pang was furious, but now wasn't the time to lose his temper. Brother Jiangyi, I hope your trick works. The instructors and recruits below the stage watched with great interest. But it was clear that Lin Xia's team was at a disadvantage, with almost no chance of winning. As expected, this is just a one-sided game. The gap of 2 realms makes it impossible to fight. I don't think it's certain. The divine agent of the Seraph has regained his form and is slowly gaining the upper hand. But the other 3 are at a disadvantage. They'll lose sooner or later. The masked squad will still win. Seriously, what was the instructor thinking? The gap between last year's team and the masked squad was so big, yet he still scolded us. Listening to the recruits' discussions, Instructor Hong, standing in front of Yuan Gang, felt a vague unease. Chief Instructor, this seems to be having the opposite effect. Yuan Gang also heard the recruits' comments and shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, the soldiers I've trained have never let me down. His gaze fell on Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi and Wang Mian hadn't made a move yet, instead staring at each other. You're not going to attack? Wang Mian asked. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and slowly took out the Death God's order. Are you sure, Wang Mian? Can't you use something else? This thing feels a bit unfair, Wang Mian said awkwardly. Last time, this Death God's order had left him with a lingering shadow. Jiang Yi shook his head. This is my own item, why wouldn't I use it? You're 2 realms higher. Using this doesn't count as unfair. Wang Mian was momentarily speechless. The recruits below the stage, seeing the 2 still not making a move, couldn't help but grow curious. Isn't the masked squad's Captain Klein? This is going to be a complete crush. Yeah, what are they waiting for? Are they afraid of someone at the Chuan realm? Hurry up and fight already. I surrender. Suddenly, Wang Mian raised his hand in defeat. He definitely didn't want to be soul-tortured in front of so many people and forced to say the word short. What? The audience instantly fell silent. What just happened? Did he just admit defeat directly? Only the instructors understood Wang Mian's intentions. They were witnesses at the time. Jiang Yi saw Wang Mian admit defeat and regretfully withdrew the Reaper's order. Even if I admit defeat, you still won't win, Wang Mian said with a smile. Among the four of them, at most only Lin Xie can defeat Rose. You can only get 2 points. Jiang Yi was indifferent and glanced at by Li Pangpang, who was being chased and hacked at. Theoretically, Wang Mian was right, but sorry, I'm a cheat. Lin Xie already had the upper hand, winning was just a matter of time. As long as Bai Li Pangpang shouted that phrase, victory would be secured. Wang Mian, do you know how important the words Godfather are? Huh. Wang Mian was completely confused. The instructors and recruits below the stage were also stunned. At this moment, Jiang Yi shouted, Fatty, it's time. As soon as the words fell, Wang Mian looked at Bai Li Pangpang. Bai Li Pangpang, who was being chased around miserably by the moon ghost, immediately stopped in his tracks upon hearing Jiang Ye's words. The moon ghost was also stunned. Why aren't you running anymore? Bai Li Pangpang smiled slightly, clasped his hands together, and said, Brother Jiang Yi, this time I really believe you. He suddenly shouted loudly, Jiang Yi, Godfather above, please accept your son's bow. Moon ghost. Wang Mian. Instructors, recruits. Ding. With the call of Godfather, strength instantly increased. As soon as Bai Li Pangpang shouted those words, the training ground fell silent. Even in Qingyu and Lin Xie, who were in the middle of fighting, stopped their actions and turned to look at Bai Li Pangpang, stunned. No way, Fatty, are you joking? Moon Ghost tilted his head, speechless. Bai Li Pangpang noticed everyone's gaze and was about to explain when he suddenly felt something strange with his body. The recruits below the stage laughed. What's going on? The 5th Special Squad's reserve team move is actually making Fatty imitate Lu Bu recognizing a father. Haha, I already have the image in my mind. It's too funny. I thought Reaper's proxy Jiang Yi would have some counter move, but it turns out it's just a joke. Yeah, Instructor Yuan even told us to see the gap, but this gap is too obvious. Yuan Gang's face turned awkward as he listened. He had really shot himself in the foot. Chief Instructor, this. Instructor Hong wanted to speak, but Yuan Gang quickly gestured to him to stop. Keep watching. On the stage, Lin Xie and In Qingyu looked bewildered. Jiang Yi, this is your trump card? The two simultaneously looked at Jiang Yi and Wang Mian, their mouths twitching. This is your backup plan. Nearby, Wang Mian pointed at Bai Li Pangpang. He had thought Jiang Yi would make Bai Li Pangpang use some forbidden move like Reaper's Order to turn the tide, but instead, he recognized Jiang Yi as his godfather on the spot. What kind of operation was this? Still, it was quite amusing. Jiang Yi saw everyone's confusion, raised an eyebrow slightly, and smiled without saying a word. His gaze calmly fixed on Bai Li Pangpang. Seeing Jiang Yi remain silent, everyone curiously turned their attention to the battle between Bai Li Pangpang and the Moon Ghost. The Moon Ghost held a short knife and asked in confusion, Fatty, you're not running anymore? Are you admitting defeat? Strangely, Bai Li Pangpang took a big step forward, crossed his arms, and puffed out his chest. Slowly extending his right hand, he raised his middle finger. Come at me, Moon Ghost. What the heck? Wasn't this Fatty just running away in panic? How did he suddenly become so bold? Could there really be a comeback move? No way. Recognizing a father on the spot can enhance strength. Doubts arose continuously from the audience below, but Bai Li Pangpang remained indifferent. After shouting those words just now, he felt his physical capabilities break through some kind of limit. He recalled Jiang Ye's talk about metaphysics. It really worked. He looked at the masked Moon Ghost, took out the 3,000 transforming sword, and countless golden swords instantly floated in the air. Grinning, he said, now it's time for this young master to hunt. Kill. As soon as the words fell, the golden swords suspended in the air carried a terrifying aura, hundreds of times stronger than before. The opponent's power increased by 100%, directly reflected in by Li Pangpang's 3,000 transforming sword. Moon Ghost was at the Boundless Realm, but the damage from this strike was twice as powerful as a full force attack from someone at the Boundless Realm. Moon Ghost felt the golden swords flying toward him at high speed, their momentum 100 times stronger than before, and the smile beneath his mask instantly froze. What the heck is going on? Those golden swords weren't this powerful just now. Not only him, but the instructors and recruits watching the golden swords might also widen their eyes in shock. Lin Xie, using his dynamic perception, sensed the power of the golden swords and couldn't help but blink. This strike was even stronger than the fourth seat's flame explosion he had seen at the peak of the boundless realm. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yi, who remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Surrounded by the golden swords, Moon Ghost's expression turned serious, as though he was facing a true, formidable enemy. Without hesitation, he transformed into a beam of moonlight, gripped his short blade tightly, and charged swiftly toward Bai Li Pang Pang. Boom! Countless golden swords hit the ground, exploding instantly with deafening noise. The shockwaves from the explosion forced the instructors and recruits below to retreat several steps. But Moon Ghost, who was close to the explosion site, wasn't so lucky. The blast shockwaves repeatedly dispersed his moonlight form, forcing him to reassemble each time. He had no choice but to adjust his route to evade the golden sword's attacks. With this constant reassembly, his mental energy would eventually be depleted. He couldn't understand how did that chubby guy, who was just shouting "Father above" moments ago, suddenly become so strong? The attacks from these golden swords had already surpassed the full force strike of a boundless realm expert. How could this forbidden item unleash such power in the hands of a disciple at the River Realm? Though his mind was filled with questions, he had to secure this point. The captain had already scored 1 point, and the Rose team was at a disadvantage. If this point was lost too, not only would the team's reputation be tarnished, but he himself would be ridiculed by that chubby guy. Moon Ghost furrowed his brows, observing the golden sword's landing points and quickly planning a suitable route. In an instant, he moved like a ghost, holding his short blade and advancing stealthily. Facing Moon Ghost, who had transformed into moonlight, Bai Li Pang Pang adjusted his eye of truth, instantly seeing through his form. Now, Moon Ghost's full-speed burst appeared to Bai Li Pang Pang like an old man riding a bicycle so slow it was laughable. He stood still, motionless. This puzzled Moon Ghost, who was charging forward at high speed. It wasn't until the short blade was about to reach him that Bai Li Pang Pang slowly raised his hand. Ding! That chubby hand extended 2 fingers and suddenly pinched, instantly stopping Moon Ghost's short blade in its tracks, unable to move. Moon Ghost reverted from his moonlight form, staring in shock at the blade caught between 2 fingers, his entire body frozen like a statue. Just now, Bai Li Pang Pang's seemingly casual movements were astonishingly fast in Yu Gui's eyes, so fast that even his eyes couldn't keep up. The training ground fell into a deathly silence once again. The recruits below the stage were stunned, their eyes wide like copper bells, and some even had their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. Huh? Wasn't this the chubby guy who was running around earlier? Now he actually blocked an attack from the boundless realm with just 2 fingers? If this isn't playing the pig to eat the tiger, what is? Standing at the front of the team, Yuan Gang and the instructors looked at Bai Li Pang Pang as if they'd seen a ghost. As instructors who had trained him for a year, they knew Bai Li Pang Pang's abilities better than anyone, and they could confirm that Yu Gui hadn't held back at all just now. But Bai Li Pang Pang blocked it with just 2 fingers? This is way too unreasonable. Chief Instructor, I remember this chubby guy wasn't this strong, right? Instructor Hong asked in shock. Yuan Gang slowly came back to his senses. Don't forget, Bai Li Pang Pang hasn't even reached the Forbidden Ruins. If he had used a forbidden item to block Yu Gui's attack, that would be understandable, but he relied purely on his physical body. Maybe we underestimated him before, Yuan Gang said stiffly. On the stage, seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Bai Li Pang Pang couldn't help but smile even wider. He secretly cheered in his heart, Brother Jiang Yi. Godfather is truly amazing. The scorching sun blazed, and the sweltering August weather was unbearable. Yet the training ground of the Shangjing training camp seemed unusually quiet and desolate. Lin Qiyi and Qing Yu and the members of the masked squad were all frozen in place, as if they'd witnessed something unbelievable. Wang Mian looked at Bai Li Pang Pang, who now appeared like a master, holding the short blade with 2 fingers, his face twitching uncontrollably. He could tell that Yu Gui hadn't held back at all just now. Wang Mian frowned and turned to look at Jiang Yi, his eyes full of confusion. This was too unreasonable. If Bai Li Pang Pang had been strong all along, there would have been no need to pretend to be weak to win the exhibition match. So why go to such lengths? Moreover, based on his understanding, the young master of the Baili family hadn't even reached the forbidden ruins. Blocking Yu Gui's blade without relying on forbidden items was completely illogical. He was deeply puzzled. Jiang Yi, what exactly is going on here? Jiang Yi turned back with a smile. This is the arrangement of fate. Wang Mian. He thought for a moment, then shook his head lightly, relieved that Plan B still had a backup. Even if Yu Gui lost, the Rose squad still had an ace up their sleeve. This match absolutely couldn't be lost. What are you all standing around for? Keep fighting. Wang Mian turned and shouted, signaling to the Rose squad with a glance. The other side nodded in understanding. The battle erupted once again. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, already seeing through Wang Mian's thoughts. However, focusing your attention on the protagonist of the original story, someone with a natural halo, is truly unwise. Nearby, Yu Gui, whose short blade was caught by Li Pang Pang, heard the captain's words and desperately tried to pull the blade out, but it wouldn't budge at all. He couldn't help but be shocked again. Li Pang Pang smiled brightly, putting his hand to his ear and saying, "By the way, who just said they wanted to teach me a lesson? Who said they wanted to play with me?" Yu Gui. Seeing Li Pang Pang's smug expression, his face burned with anger. He clenched his left hand into a fist and, taking advantage of Li Pang Pang's distraction, swung a punch fiercely. In Li Pang Pang's current state, he was 100% sure he could land the hit. But in the next second, the punch that should have hit Li Pang Pang's stomach strangely missed as his belly shrank in an odd way, causing the fist to graze past. The moon ghost froze. Li Pang Pang was also confused. Why had he just sucked in his stomach? He hadn't intended to do that. In reality, the moon ghost's attack had triggered Li Pang Pang's 100% dodge rate. Li Pang Pang was stunned for a few seconds before snapping back to his senses. He quickly grabbed the moon ghost's hands, maneuvered behind him, and drove his knee hard into the moon ghost's back. A powerful force instantly slammed the moon ghost to the ground. Li Pang Pang grinned. "Damn, you chased me all the way here. Feeling good now?" He leaned in and asked, "So, do you yield or not?" The moon ghost struggled for a long time, but found it impossible to break free. This chubby guy was just too strong. Helpless, he lowered his head. "I concede." Li Pang Pang's smile nearly split his face as he slowly released the moon ghost and gave Jiang Yi a thumbs up. "Brother Jiang Yi, you're awesome." The instructors, seeing their recruits had already scored 2 points and needed just one more to win, broke into satisfied smiles. They practically wanted to write, "Look, these are the soldiers I trained," across their faces. Yuan Gang smirked slightly, then turned to the recruits behind him, his expression suddenly stern. "Look at the previous batch, then look at yourselves just now. Still feeling confident?" The recruits remained silent. Yuan Gang shook his head, feigning disappointment. "You're the worst batch I've ever trained." The recruits wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. That chubby guy's sudden burst of strength was just too overwhelming. He hadn't even used any special skills and had already subdued a member of the masked squad. The previously arrogant recruits deflated like punctured balloons. But a few minutes later, Chao Yuan and Xingyu were defeated due to the massive disparity in strength, reigniting the recruits' spirits. Yuan Gang's face darkened. How did they catch up so quickly? "Jiang Yi, are you messing with my nerves?" But fortunately, Lin Xie was a dual god agent. Yuan Gang had personally witnessed Lin Xie slay a flame-vein earth dragon of the sea realm while still in the pool realm. He shouldn't lose so easily. On the stage, Xingyu and Chao Yuan, injured, walked over to Jiang Yi. Li Pang Pang, having subdued the moon ghost, had already left the stage. Whenever he saw a recruit, he would say, "Oh, so you know how amazing I am. You've got a good eye. I like talking to people with good taste." Then he'd add, "How about a Rolex? Let us be friends." Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling on Xingyu and Chao Yuan. His palm glowed with green divine light, and in an instant, their injuries miraculously healed. Beside him, Wang Mian felt the unfamiliar divine power and stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yi. What is this?" Jiang Yi turned slightly and smiled. "Nothing much, just a divine relic I recently acquired." "A divine relic just like that?" Wang Mian's mind buzzed. How could he say so casually that he obtained a divine relic? Wait, this meant Jiang Yi, like Lin Xie, was also a dual god agent and had even fused with the essence of a god. Beneath his mask, Wang Mian's mouth fell open, and he finally blurted out 2 words, freak. He was relieved he and T joined the team battle. Jiang Yi's divine relic ability resembled super regeneration, but it was even stronger than that forbidden relic. If it had been a team battle, with a top-tier healer on the opposing side, who could stand a chance? Jiang Yi didn't care and continued to focus on the duel between Lin Xie and Rose. Wang Mian watched as well. Chao Yuan was faintly worried. Can Xie win? Technically, with such a huge gap in strength, losing is just a matter of time, and Xingyu analyzed, adjusting his glasses. However, Xie has quite a few trump cards. He should have a chance to win. As they were speaking, Bailey Pang walked over with a face full of joy and shouted loudly, Xie, if you really can't win, just use the method I mentioned earlier. It absolutely works. And Xingyu. Jiang Yi smiled. Lin Xie heard Bailey Pang's words and felt a bit strange. But it didn't matter if he called out Godfather. His father would step in. Lin Xie used the star blade to deflect Xiang Wei's giant hammer and turned to glance at Jiang Yi. He still didn't understand how Bailey Pang had suddenly become so strong earlier. Could it be that calling Jiang Yi Godfather really made him as fierce as Lu Bu? Little brother, getting distracted while fighting your sister? Then I'll have to end this early. Xiang Wei swung her braid, her gaze sharp, and the hammer in her hand instantly grew larger. She then pulled a golden orb from her pocket and smashed it forcefully. A wisp of golden light floated out and landed on the ground. The two of them immediately drew a golden circle. Sensing the power within, Lin Xie's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the power of time manipulation controlled by Wang Mian. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of the wind, he looked up to see a massive hammer descending fiercely toward him with Xiang Wei's movement. Lin Xie pushed off with his legs, trying to escape the hammer's range of attack. But to his shock, after running a certain distance, he found himself back at the starting point. This was time reversal. Time reversal. When the crowd saw Lin Xie running only to end up back where he started, all eyes turned to Wang Mian. He stood upright, his head slightly raised, as if to say, this has nothing to do with me. Isn't this a bit unfair? It is, but the rules didn't say this wasn't allowed. After all, this ability existed before the match started, so it's not considered cheating midway. Fair or not, I just want to see the 5th Special Squad's reserve team lose and those instructors get a taste of their own medicine. The new recruits below began cheering as they saw the masked squad nearing victory. On the stage, Jiang Yi smiled faintly and activated his words become law, ready to intervene at any moment. Playing this game? I can play too. Want to win? Dream on. Lin Xie stared at the massive hammer above him, his brows furrowed. The gap in strength between them was too great without using special abilities. It would be hard to win directly. But this was just an exhibition match, not a life or death battle. Recklessly revealing his trump card would be unwise. After some thought, Lin Xie slowly spoke. An iron shirt can crown a king, a golden bell, shield knows no harm. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly activated the chanting divine relic he had obtained from Braji. A faint golden light gathered around him, forming a massive transparent golden bell that enveloped him. Just as the golden bell finished forming, Xiang Wei's hammer came crashing down. Dong! The giant hammer struck the golden bell, producing a crisp ringing sound as strong winds kicked up the dust on the ground. When the dust settled, the golden bell remained intact, successfully blocking the hammer. The crowd was instantly stunned. What kind of forbidden relic was this? He merely recited a line of poetry, and a golden bell appeared? Wang Mian frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of Lin Xie possessing such a forbidden relic. A wave of discomfort surged within him. This reserve team was full of monsters, each more formidable than the last. However, the golden orb Xiang Wei had used earlier didn't just have the power of time reversal. Wang Mian couldn't guarantee that Lin Xie wouldn't pull out another new trick. After some thought, he looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, if this continues, you have no chance of winning. How about we call it a draw? Save yourself some face. Jiang Yi shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe Sister Rose will admit defeat on her own. Wang Mian's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Even in Qingyu and Chao Yuan shook their heads. Wang Mian said in a coquettish tone, Jiang Yi, how could Rose possibly admit I admit defeat. Before Wang Mian could finish, Rose's voice suddenly rang out. The training ground instantly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button, utterly quiet. Wang Mian's eyes widened at these words. He turned to look at Rose, his face full of, what are you doing? Who told you to admit defeat? And Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang were equally shocked when they heard Rose actually admit defeat. The three of them simultaneously turned to Jiang Yi, their gazes landing on the ring in his hand. In an instant, they all understood. No wonder Jiang Yi, knowing he had no chance of winning, was still willing to accept the one-on-one challenge with Mask. It turned out he had already infiltrated Mask's ranks. Bai Li Pangpang gave a knowing look that only men could understand, marveling at how incredible Jiang Yi was. In just over 2 years, he had made Rose fall hopelessly in love. He gave Jiang Yi a thumbs up, his admiration flowing endlessly like the Yellow River. Meanwhile, Rose, who had admitted defeat, looked utterly bewildered. She had no idea why she had said the words, I admit defeat, as if it had been an unconscious reaction. Could she have had a stroke? Seeing the captain's nearly murderous glare, Rose felt a pang of anxiety. But the words were already out, and everyone had heard them. There was no taking them back. Her face turned pale as she put away her hammer, glanced at the stunned Lin Xie standing in place, and sighed. You win. With that, she turned and walked toward Wang Mian without looking back. The other team members stared at her in disbelief. Rose herself had no idea how to explain it. Everything had happened too suddenly. Join the team, Wang Mian said. You'd better give us a reasonable explanation when we get back. Rose. At this moment, Lin Xie was still standing in place, his face twitching. He had thought he was about to have an intense battle with Rose, but in the end, he won inexplicably. He frowned, turned to look at the relaxed Jiang Yi, and his gaze naturally fell on the silver-white ring. He immediately understood everything had been premeditated. Lin Xie clenched his teeth and walked up to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you owe me an explanation. Jiang Yi. In the audience, Yuan Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Ye's team win. He turned to the group of recruits and asked sternly, Do you understand the gap now? The recruits. They really wanted to say, Yes, we understand. Just give us a chance to coast through life. Does this even count as a win? It was clearly rigged. It was obvious the instructor and the masked squad had colluded. The recruits gritted their teeth in frustration, feeling utterly exasperated. What a bunch of scoundrels. Yuan Gang then dismissed the recruits, telling them to go eat, and walked onto the stage himself. Wang Mian, since you're here, why not join me for a meal? He said with a smile. His tone softened. Wang Mian's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. No, we still have a mission. We'll be leaving now. Before Yuan Gang could say another word, the 7 members of Mask, half covering their faces, quickly made their exit. A veteran special squad losing to a reserve team, how could they possibly stay? Leaving quickly was the wisest choice. Jiang Yi and his teammates understood this and did not stop them. Jiang Ye's palm glowed with blue-white light, which he quietly attached to the members of the masked squad that he needed to prepare in advance for what was to come and couldn't miss any opportunity for improvement. Yuan Gang saw the masked squad preparing to leave and revealed a sly smile. He took out a piece of yellow paper from his pocket and handed it to Wang Mian as he caught up with him. Take this. It's a family remedy that works for sure. Consider it a thank you for showing up to support us. Wang Mian. 10 minutes later, the 7 members of the masked squad walked out of the Shangjing training camp. Wang Mian confirmed that no one was around and then gathered his teammates to encircle Qiangwei. Qiangwei froze, recalling something, and lowered her head in guilt. Captain, I didn't know what was happening at the time. I just said it instinctively. And you're still speaking up for him? Wang Mian's tone was stern. Xuanhua's eyes sparkled as he said, Qiangwei, I remember during the last training camp, you gave Jiang Yi your contact information. Who would have thought that in just 2 years, you all have improved so much? The other team members nodded. Back then, they had heard Jiang Yi say that Qiangwei would voluntarily admit defeat, and it turned out to be true. Qiangwei, that's not right. Even if you like Jiang Yi, You can't let the squad lose face. Xiang Wei blinked her confused eyes, full of grievance. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. In the corner of the training camp, Xiang Wei glared at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you'd better explain this clearly, or I'll beat you to death. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly. This has nothing to do with me. You explain it yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. Xiang Wei clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. I'll give the author a gift, and you promise to clear this up for me. Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks, turned back, and smiled. No problem. Xiang Wei. Shangjing City. Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing had just finished a meeting and walked into the office. Organize the materials from the Fasting Institute and hand them over to the 5th Special Squad's reserve team. They might have lost as well. Yi Fan pointed to the intelligence provided by Han Xiaoyan and Qin Fuzi on the desk, speculating on the next move of the ancient god church. Zhuo Qing held the documents and said helplessly, Commander Yi, isn't this a bit too harsh? The reserve team was just established. They should be encouraged more. They're still kids. If the masked squad doesn't hold back their strength, it might crush them. Yi Fan smiled and said, you need to change your mindset. We can't let them think the special squad is easy to defeat. We need to be ruthless at this point. Besides, losing to the masked squad isn't shameful. The gap in strength is obvious. Only by understanding the gap can talents like Lin Xie and Jiang Yi grow quickly. Right now, Daxia has to rely on ourselves. Zhuo Qing nodded. Understood, Commander. He then left with the documents. Yi Fan watched him leave, then took out his phone and dialed Wang Mian. This performance match was meant to test the reserve team's true strength, with the blow to their self-esteem being just a side effect. After all, it took a lot of effort to establish the reserve team, and they were the hope for Daxia's future. It was necessary to pay close attention to them. The phone rang for a minute before Yi Fan slightly moved the phone away, a look of doubt in his eyes. Couldn't get through? That shouldn't be the case. Just as he was about to hang up and redial, the call suddenly connected. Hello, Wang Mian, how did it go? Did you win? What are their specific strengths? Yi Fan asked calmly. 10 seconds passed. Yi Fan put down the phone, confirming that the call was connected, but there was no sound. Was the signal bad? Hello, can you hear me? Commander Yi, I can't hear you. A few seconds later, Wang Mian finally responded. Yi Fan frowned slightly and continued to ask, tell me about the match. Wang Mian, Commander, how about we talk about something else? Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. What was going on with Wang Mian? He said sternly, that's an order. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds before Wang Mian's hesitant voice came through. We lost. What? You guys, huh? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. His first reaction was that he had misheard. Apart from Wang Mian, the core members of the masked squad were all at the Boundless Realm. How could they lose to a group of kids at the River Realm? How could they possibly lose? Explain to me clearly, what exactly happened? Thud. The call was abruptly disconnected. Yi Fan frowned as he stared at the hung-up phone, lost in thought. A River Realm reserve team actually defeated the masked squad? What kind of joke was this? It seems they're on good terms, daring to go so easy on them. If I had known, I would VE sent the Phoenix squad. With Xia Siming's personality, she would VE definitely kept those kids in line. Yi Fan shook his head and dialed Yuan Gang's number. Even if the masked squad had intentionally lost, he needed to understand the true strength of the reserve team. Before long, the call connected. Hello, Commander Yi. Yi Fan responded and began asking about the details of the exhibition match. Yuan Gang didn't hold back and explained everything to Yi Fan in detail. As Yi Fan listened, his eyes widened, and by the end, he furrowed his brows. So, you're saying Wang Mian and Xiang Wei both voluntarily conceded? Just as he suspected, Wang Mian's act of going easy on them was like causing a tidal wave. Yes, Commander, Yuan Gang replied. Yi Fan's expression darkened. Then how did Bai Li Tuming defeat Moon Ghost? By the rules, the other three couldn't possibly win. Yuan Gang was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Bai Li Tuming didn't win at first, but something changed later. What changed? He said something, and his strength suddenly surged. He defeated Moon Ghost in just 2 moves. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. The young master of the Bai Li family hadn't even reached the Forbidden Ruins level. How could he defeat Moon Ghost, who was 2 levels higher? in just 2 moves. Something he said? Could it be some kind of forbidden artifact from the Bailey family? Yi Fan asked in confusion. What did Bailey Tumming say? Yuan Gang replied. He said, Foster father above, please accept this bow from your son. Yi Fan, Guangzhou Shenzhen City, Bailey Group. In a tall building, Bailey Xian, dressed in a sharp suit with piercing eyes, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Bailey Xian turned around, looked toward the door, and nodded slightly. Dad, you called me. What's the matter? Bailey Jing asked respectfully. Sit down. Bailey Xian walked to the sofa and sat down, speaking seriously. A few months from now is my birthday. I will publicly announce your identity. Are you ready to take over the Bailey Group? Bailey Jing's heart trembled, and he said excitedly, Dad, don't worry. I won't let you down. Bailey Xian nodded. In addition, I will have you replace Bailey Tumming and join the 5th Special Squad's reserve team. Bailey Jing paused for a moment, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. And him you will personally make him disappear, Bailey Xian said coldly. Only when Bailey Tumming disappeared from this world could his true son smoothly inherit the identity and rise to the upper echelons of the Night Watchers. That way, the Bailey family could reach even greater heights. Moreover, letting his son interact with Jiang Yi, a potential future godlike figure who might break all limits, would be a tremendous advantage for the Bailey family. All right, I'll follow all your arrangements. Bailey Jing agreed, then asked in confusion, Dad, but what if the other members of the 5th Special Squad reserve team have objections? Bailey Xian shook his head. In the face of interests, friendship and family ties are worthless. As long as you give them enough benefits, they'll keep quiet. This is reality. For example, the Night Watch squad in Guangshan City, didn't they abandon their so-called beliefs under the temptation of money? If they haven't given up, it means they haven't been offered enough. Bailey Jing lowered his head. Son understands. Bailey Xian revealed a faint smile. After you take over the identity and join the special squad, your primary task is to build a good relationship with Jiang Yi, the divine seed, and make him work for you to a certain extent. Bailey Jing's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. Understood, son will definitely have him wrapped around my finger. At the training camp in Shangjing, inside the cafeteria, raw meat and steamed buns. What kind of meal is this? Who can eat this? Unbelievable. The raw meat still has blood on it. Look, why are they eating so well? A new recruit pointed at Jiang Ye's table, which was filled with steaming dishes like braised fish, kung pao chicken, and roasted chicken. Everyone stared, drooling, while the raw meat in their own bowls killed their appetite. Stop looking. If you complain, the instructors will suppress us again. This is ridiculous. The match earlier was obviously rigged. Even if it was, the masked squad was holding back their level. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Nearby, Jiang Er, sitting by the table with the sumptuous dishes, sniffed the aroma and couldn't help but lick her lips. Jiang Er, you can't hold back anymore, can you? The ponytailed girl sitting across from her turned her head and asked expectantly. Jiang Er shook her head, looked at the raw meat and steamed bun on her table, hesitated for a long time, then picked up the bun and began nibbling on it. On the other side, haha, who would have thought we could enjoy the masked squad's treatment too? This is awesome. Bailey Pang Pang looked at the recruit's raw meat, then glanced at the sumptuous dishes on his own table, feeling a sense of superiority. The scene was like seniors sitting in a cool place eating chilled watermelon, watching juniors suffer on the field. Keep your voice down. Don't stir up public anger, or no one will get to eat, Lin Xie reminded. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head and chuckled. His gaze shifted to Jiang Yi, who was deep in thought, and his eyes turned sharp. Brother Jiang Yi, you're not being honest. Since you already colluded with Sister Rose, why keep it from us? Jiang Yi looked puzzled. He was just thinking about how to improve the relationship between Jiang Er and Qingyu to earn modification points. And now this question popped up, leaving him baffled. The other three also turned to look at him. Lin Xie put down his chopsticks and stared at Jiang Yi seriously. Tell us, how far has it progressed? Jiang Yi smiled helplessly, rolling his eyes internally. The noisy recruit cafeteria was filled with discussions about today's exhibition match, with envious, regretful, and even jealous glances cast their way from time to time. Jiang Yi sat at the table, facing Lin Qia's question, his mouth twitching. What is this? Progressed to what extent? He rubbed his forehead. Actually, it's her who. Ah, brother Jiang Yi, I get it. Secret romance, huh? I know all about that, Bailey Pang Pang said, stroking his chin with a knowing look. Jiang Ye's face twitched. What do you even know? If you can't explain, then don't. Lin Xie shrugged and continued eating. Jiang Yi didn't explain further the more he said. The messier it got, he turned to glance at Jiang Er not far away. Then at Qingyu, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought of trying, words become reality, to let Jiang Er and Qingyu meet sooner. Brother Jiang Yi, have you set your sights on a new target again? Bailey Pang Pang noticed him looking around and leaned closer. Jiang Yi reached out to push his round face away, not wanting to hear his nonsense about a young master's decadent lifestyle. He muttered softly under his breath. Brother Jiang Yi, what did you say? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. I said, later, there might be a girl asking Qingyu for his contact information. Qingyu's chopsticks paused as he looked at Jiang Yi in confusion. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses and explained. In terms of attraction, the strong naturally have a pull towards the opposite sex. Bailey Pong Pong's performance just now was the most impressive, so his attraction is the strongest. But due to his appearance, his attraction turns into a negative value. If we were to rank the five of us, Chia's attraction would be the highest. Upon hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang froze, clutching his chest as if he'd been shot by an arrow. Jiang Yi smirked mischievously. Lin Xie ignored Qingyu's analysis and continued eating. As they were chatting, Jiang Er, who was sitting and nibbling on a steamed bun, suddenly stood up. The ponytailed girl was startled. Jiang Er, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Er quickly walked towards Qingyu. The ponytailed girl stared wide-eyed at the direction Jiang Er was heading. Wow, could it be that Jiang Er is going to? As Jiang Er passed by, many new recruits curiously watched her. Jiang Er herself seemed oblivious to the attention, walking straight to stand behind Qingyu. Hello? Can I have your contact information? Jiang Er's voice was soft, but it silenced the entire cafeteria. Bailey Pang Pang was dumbfounded, staring at the shy girl standing behind Qingyu. Damn, what he said actually came true. The ponytailed girl who shared a dorm with Jiang Er was so shocked she couldn't speak, thinking Jiang Er must have gone crazy. Qingyu froze completely, turning to look at the girl whose face was flushed to the tips of her ears. As their eyes met, the girl's gaze trembled slightly before she quickly lowered her head. She didn't know where she had found the courage to say those words. Now, it seemed impossible to take them back. She clutched the hem of her military uniform tightly, with only one thought in her mind. She had to see this through. Can I? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Qingyu frowned slightly, glancing around at the others' gazes and Jiang Ye's mischievous smile. He took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, But I'm not interested in you. Or rather, I'm not interested in living people. Then, what are you interested in? Research. The girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she whispered, My forbidden ruin is sequence 096, spiritual field. It's a rare forbidden ruin. Even the instructors don't fully understand its capabilities. Qingyu adjusted his glasses and revealed a shy smile. Then I suddenly find you interesting. The cafeteria was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yuan Gang, who had just finished a call with Yi Fan, froze in place. What on earth was going on? He looked at Jiang Yi and the others who were eating, his brows slightly raised. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a faint smile as he secretly gathered a trace of eternal divine power and divine power attack in his palm, quietly channeling it into Jiang Er's body. At that moment, a mechanical notification sounded in his mind. Ding, ding. You have returned to the training camp, helped the instructor stabilize the situation, and engaged in another confrontation with the masked squad, creating new plot developments. You have left your divine power on the masked squad. Because of your intervention, the storyline of Japan's Takamagara has changed. You introduced Jiang Er and Qingyu to each other in advance and left the power of immortality and divine power attacks on Jiang Er, which might alter the outcome of Jiang Er and Squad 008's total annihilation. Gained 40,000 mod points. Current mod points, 720,000. Still about 80,000 points short of the goal. upon reaching which the ancient artifact Xianyuan's sword can be obtained. Triggered random reward. Soul Recall Technique, AS, a key turning point in the main storyline. The mod points gained are naturally substantial. However, Jiang Yi noticed the phrase, might alter Squad 008's death outcome, indicating that the result hasn't been completely changed, only delayed. It seems the storyline will eventually return to its original trajectory. Fortunately, the mod points have been secured, and he has also left divine power on Jiang Air. He can keep an eye on her in the future and perhaps squeeze out more mod points from her. Jiang Yi nodded and turned his gaze to the Soul Recall technique. This time, he was directly given a skill without a gift pack. By now, he had already figured out that directly rewarded skills are not as rare as those drawn from random gift packs. But having something is better than nothing. Jiang Yi looked at the skill description. Soul Recall Technique allows the dead to briefly return to life and communicate with the living. Note, if the deceased has been dead for less than 7 days, they can be temporarily resurrected if more than 7 days. Their soul can briefly manifest to communicate. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. The ability to bring back vanished souls temporarily, this skill is quite powerful. A thought immediately popped into his mind, and he asked the system, if the soul has been dissipated for a long time, can it still be used? Yes. Hearing this answer, Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. He had finally found a breakthrough for the upcoming storyline at the Purification Hall. Originally, the Purification Hall storyline was just about uncovering the secrets of the ancient god church and stopping them from killing Wu Laogo. That was how the original story went, and he couldn't possibly alter the plot by sending Wu Laogo to be killed by the ancient god church, right? So it was hard to find a point to change the storyline. But with the system's soul recall technique, he could temporarily bring back the souls of the deceased members of the medium squad. They could communicate with Bu Li, Wu Laogo, and the other team members, resolving their lingering regrets. He could even earn mod points. What a deal. The system really gets me. Jiang Yi pulled his thoughts back and looked at the 720,000 mod points. He was not far from the peak. He was one step closer to resolving his feud with the Seraph on the moon. All right, once I graduate, I'll let you study it. Jiang Yi heard this and couldn't help but glance over at Qingyu. That sounded a bit odd. He then looked at Lin Xie's expression, which also seemed surprised. Lin Xie reached out behind his back and discreetly tugged at his own sleeve. She seems unaware of what Qingyu's research actually means. Should we remind her? Lin Xie leaned over and whispered. Jiang Yi nodded. What Qingyu meant by research was actually dissection. Could the systems might alter be related to this? Don't scare me, this is too horrifying. Lin Xie, seeing him nod, was about to remind Qingyu, but the girl, having received her confirmation, blushed and ran off. Lin Xie looked on helplessly. Jiang Ye's expression turned serious as he stared at Qingyu. Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pangpang, and Lin Xie also turned their gazes toward her. Qingyu froze for a moment. Why are you all looking at me? Lin Xie said seriously, the research you mentioned is... Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Naturally, it's dissection. Do you dare to try? Jiang Yi threatened with his words. Qingyu was speechless. Bai Li Pangpang chimed in. Qingyu, she's still a teenage girl. Scaring her like this isn't good. Bai Li Pangpang had also heard what Lin Xie said before. Qingyu's research involved performing dissections on people. The image was horrifying. Jiang Air being pinned down on the operating table by Qingyu, who excitedly wielded a scalpel to dissect her body. Who could endure such a scene? After everyone spoke up, Qingyu's expression turned a bit dejected. But I'm only interested in research. Then forget it. As soon as these words were said, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi, however, frowned. The system hadn't issued any warnings, which meant Qingyu wouldn't be the cause of Jiang Air's death in the future. It seemed he had overthought it. The protagonist Sanjiu would still have to endure some cuts. You all seem to get along well with the new recruits. At that moment, Yuan Gang, who had stepped out to take a call, returned with a smile and sat down. I haven't seen you all in over a year, and today you've made me proud. Alcohol isn't allowed in the team, so let's have some drinks instead. Yuan Gang personally poured drinks for the 5 of them, stood up, and raised his glass for a toast. After the meal, Jiang Yi and the other four bid farewell to the training camp in Shanjing. Just as they stepped out the door, they saw a helicopter parked on a nearby open field. Two soldiers stood nearby, and as soon as one of them saw the group of five, he quickly ran over. Captain Lin. He saluted and then handed over the document in his hands with both hands. Lin Xia nodded and took the document. This is the secret operation plan of the ancient God Church targeting the Fasting Institute. The specific tasks are detailed here, the soldier explained. Lin Xia glanced at it briefly, his brows furrowing slightly, then put the document away. So, are we flying to the Fasting Institute? The soldier nodded and turned to run toward the helicopter. The five followed closely behind. Ancient God Church. In the grand hall of the ornate cathedral, Murmur sat on the throne, his gaze dark and brooding. He spoke coldly. The last operation cost the church 3 believers. I don't want the plan for the Fasting Institute to fail this time. The black-robed followers below lowered their heads and responded, yes. Shen Qingzhu frowned. The Fasting Institute. What exactly is Murmur planning? Very well. This time, your main task is to cooperate with the believers of the Fasting Institute, infiltrate its center, and eliminate Wu Tongxian from the medium squad, Murmur said slowly, his gaze sweeping over Shen Qingzhu and the 9th seat. Last time, only the 2 of them returned alive, which made him suspicious. Although the 2 came back severely injured, it was strange that the stronger 4th and 5th seats did not appear. Could it be that those 2 were so selfless as to help Shen Qingzhu and the 9th seat escape? However, Murmur ultimately trusted his soul contract, which was his source of confidence. Below, Shen Qingzhu and the 9th seat felt the weight of Murmur's gaze, their hearts sinking. Fortunately, Murmur did not bring up the previous incident and directly assigned people to the Fasting Institute. This time, the operation consisted of the 3rd seat, the 7th seat, and Shen Qingzhu, while the 9th seat was not selected. The 3rd seat this time was a Klein-level individual. The 7th seat was a woman in a cheongsam, and Shen Qingzhu had long felt her wariness toward him. This operation was likely Murmur's test. Shen Qingzhu's expression grew heavy. After leaving the cathedral, Shen Qingzhu and the 9th seat pretended to brush past each other, and a slip of paper quietly fell into the 9th seat's hand. Back in his room, Shen Qingzhu carefully confirmed that no one was watching before slowly opening the paper, his gaze tightening slightly. Over the East Sea, the helicopter flew through the calm sky. The 4 finished reading the materials, their brows furrowed. According to Han Xiaoyun's testimony, the believers imprisoned in the Fasting Institute are involved in a major secret operation. Our task is to investigate the true purpose of the ancient God Church's believers, and to protect someone named Wu Tongxian, Lin Xia summarized. Wu Tongxian, Chao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Baili Pangpang asked in confusion, Old Chao, do you know him? Chao Yuan nodded. He's the deputy captain of the Dasha Medium Squad and has been imprisoned in the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital at the Fasting Institute. I've met him before. He has a mental illness? And Qingyu asked. Chao Yuan shook his head. Not sure. It seems to be related to the Medium Squad. After hearing this, Lin Xia arranged. Jiang Yi and I will go to the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital to contact Wu Tongxian. You guys will meet up with Han Xiaoyun to investigate the believer's purpose. Also, the Fasting Institute uses the town ruins monument to suppress powers, so abilities cannot be used inside. Jiang Yi, who had been silent, listened to Lin Xia's words. His involvement as a master of spoilers made people suspicious instead. The plot of the Fasting Institute has been unfolding in Songnan for a year, and with the interference of exhibition matches, it has now reached the critical moment when believers are about to destroy the town suppression monument. Therefore, even with interference, the magic modification value will not increase. He just needs to wait for the prison riot to begin, the psychic squad to hunt down the whispers, and the meeting with Old Dog will only then will it be the best time to act. The helicopter flew slowly, and soon, a massive circular prison appeared in their view. As the aircraft landed, Xieyu, the acting warden standing at the entrance, had a flicker of gloom in his eyes. He hadn't expected the plan to be leaked after all. However, Han Xiaoyun didn't know the specifics, and his identity hadn't been exposed. As long as he remained vigilant and prepared, the plan could still proceed. Dressed in the wardeness uniform, Xiaoyu greeted Jiang Yi and the other four with a smile. He saluted and said, "Welcome. I'm the acting warden of the Fasting Institute. Let me know if you need anything." Warden? Isn't the Fasting Institute managed by the master? Lin Xie looked at the young Xiaoyu and couldn't help but ask, wasn't this supposed to be a secret mission, as Yifan had mentioned? How did he know? Quite sharp, Xiaoyu explained with a smile. The master doesn't come here often. I'm the acting warden. Lin Xie nodded, glanced at Chao Yuan, and only felt reassured when the latter nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yi stood aside, watching Xiaoyu with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. After a brief exchange, Xiaoyu had them change into prison uniforms, confiscated their belongings, and led them into the Fasting Institute. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Xie and Qingyu, along with the other two, immediately felt an invisible pressure suppressing their internal powers. Jiang Yi, however, appeared completely at ease. The town suppression monument of the Fasting Institute had no effect on him. The five followed the prison guards into the institute. Xiaoyu stared at their backs, his gaze gradually turning sinister. Among these five, two were targets that Lord Whispers had ordered to be eliminated. With only 2 or 3 days left until the destruction of the town suppression monument, even if they investigated, it would be too late. While the monument suppressed them, preventing the use of forbidden powers, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiaoyu's lips curled slightly as he glanced around and headed toward the wardeness office. It wasn't realistic for him to act directly, but the Fasting Institute was full of vicious criminals. With a little manipulation, he could have them kill the 5, keeping himself completely out of the picture. At the center of the Fasting Institute stood the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie weren't directly placed in cells, but were instead taken to a ward by the hospital director, Li Yongwang. Don't worry, this is Commander Yi's arrangement. To ensure your mental state is normal, I need to conduct a re-evaluation. Dr. Li looked at the two, pulled out a psychiatric evaluation form, and sat across from them. Name. Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel a toothache upon hearing this. Lin Xie took a deep breath and said, "We're not sick." Good, all patients say that. Dr. Li checked the box for signs of mental illness on the form. Jiang Yi, Lin Xie. Dr. Li continued to ask questions seriously, and the two had no choice but to cooperate and answer. About half an hour later, he nodded in satisfaction. Mental symptoms are currently unclear, suitable for detention in Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Then, he summoned 2 orderlies to escort the two to the psychiatric ward. Li Yongwang watched them leave with a smile on his face, only frowning once they were out of sight. My heart travel actually has no effect on Jiang Yi. What secret is he hiding? The inspection just now wasn't about nitpicking, it was to ensure the two could reasonably stay in the psychiatric hospital while also assessing their mental states. After all, Songnan had been through a year, and no one knew what had happened during that time or whether it might have affected their minds. Strangely, when he used heart travel earlier, he couldn't break through Jiang Yi's mental defenses at all, as if Jiang Yi could resist all mental attacks. This was the Fasting Institute. Even if his divine ruins could shield against mental attacks, the effect should have been significantly weakened. Li Yongwang stared at the inspection report, full of doubt. Outer prison of the Fasting Institute. When the prison guard brought in Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Pangpang over, it was precisely noon during the outdoor break. After confirming their cell, the 3 headed to the cafeteria to meet Han Xiaoyan and learn the specifics. They each got their food and sat together. And Qingyu held his chopsticks, frowned, and poked around his tray, saying helplessly, "I don't like fish." Bailey Pangpang, who was eating heartily, laughed and said, "Give it to me, give it to me." He picked out all the fish from Qingyu's bowl. Then he stared at the chicken leg nearby. "Qingyu, I bet you don't like chicken either?" Let me. Bailey Pangpang reached out with his chopsticks. And Qingyu quickly moved his tray away. "No, I like it." "All right then." Bailey Pangpang reluctantly withdrew his hand. While they were eating, many people in the cafeteria were watching them. However, when they saw Chao Yuan, no one dared to cause trouble. Chao Yuan had once gone on a killing spree, slaughtering many prisoners, and the bloody scene was still vivid in their memories. At this moment, Han Xiaoyan, dressed in prison clothes, scanned the cafeteria, and quickly locked onto the three. After confirming there were no followers around, he naturally got his food and sat at their table. The Han Xiaoyan of the Great Wind disaster was known to Chao Yuan and Bailey Pangpang, with Chao Yuan even losing 10 years of his lifespan because of him. And Qing Yu, who was responsible for deploying mice throughout Songnan, was also aware of this. The three nodded in greeting to Han Xiaoyan. Jiang Yi didn't come? Han Xiaoyan wanted to ask about Jiang Yi and Qingqing's situation and couldn't help but inquire. Chao Yuan and Bailey Pangpang shook their heads. He and the captain went to the psychiatric hospital. Han Xiaoyan nodded somewhat disappointedly, and Qing Yu adjusted his glasses and looked at Han Xiaoyan. He remembered that during Songnan, the images transmitted by the mice showed Han Xiaoyan and Jiang Yi had no interaction, not even a single word exchanged. But why did Han Xiaoyan ask about Jiang Yi's situation as soon as he arrived? Were they close? No. At the time, Jiang Yi was a member of Team 136 and wasn't even present during Han Xiaoyan's confrontation. Yet now Han Xiaoyan seemed to act as if he knew Jiang Yi. It felt like he had missed something. And Qing Yu recalled the scene where Han Xiaoyan suddenly surrendered after being enveloped in blue and white light. His eyes sparkled as he probed. It seems you and Jiang Yi have quite a good relationship. In the cafeteria, the striped uniformed criminals glanced around nervously, whispering among themselves. Hearing in Qing Yu's words, Han Xiaoyan's expression froze slightly. He couldn't help but think of Jiang Yi being a god revealing his identity without permission would surely anger him. After all, back in Songnan, if Jiang Yi didn't care about exposing his identity, he wouldn't have used divine light to obscure it. Moreover, the sole contract of murmurs was under Jiang Yi's control, allowing him to monitor Han Xiaoyan's actions at any time. Han Xiaoyan shook his head and explained with a smile. Here's the thing. Back when I was still a believer, I once hunted Jiang Yi, so I wanted to personally apologize to him. And Qing Yu frowned slightly. This reason did make some sense. After all, back then, Han Xiaoyan didn't even touch Lin Xie and only pursued Jiang Yi. But even if there was a history of pursuit, the two had no real connection. Why was he acting so familiar right away and even wanting to apologize? Han Xiaoyan was clearly hiding something. But what was it? And Qing Yu was half convinced. All right. Let me tell you about the current situation of the fasting believers. Han Xiaoyan quickly lowered his voice and changed the subject when he saw Qing Yu still pondering. And Qing Yu snapped out of his thoughts and had to stop dwelling on the matter. He asked, "Do you know what their goal is?" Han Xiaoyan, relieved that Qing Yu didn't continue questioning about Jiang Yi, said, "I know a bit, but I don't have all the details. They're likely targeting Wu Tongxian from the Spirit Medium Squad, but the town suppression monument is here. So, their first step should be to destroy the town suppression monument. Do you know where the town suppression monument is?" And Qing Yu asked. Han Xiaoyan shook his head. "No one knows except Warden Qinfuzi, but I feel the believers must have a way to find it. Now that Qinfuzi's return to the fasting place is uncertain, we need to find a way to locate the town suppression monument ourselves." The three nodded, and Qing Yu looked at Bailey Pangpang. The town suppression monument could suppress the forbidden ruins, but it didn't affect forbidden items. "Do you have any forbidden items that can locate things?" Bailey Pangpang lowered his head, rummaged through his personal space, and pulled out a dog nose-shaped ornament, which he put on his nose. "This is Forbidden Item Sequence 356, Scent Tracker. It can locate a target by smell without being obstructed by space." Bailey Pangpang grinned foolishly, and the bright red dog nose looked particularly comical. The three couldn't help but twitch, letting him sniff out the scent. Yet he couldn't even find the town suppression monument. How could that work? "Is he the comic relief in your team?" Han Xiaoyan whispered to Qing Yu. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses and said helplessly, "He's the silly son of a landlord's family." At this moment, outside the cafeteria, the second seat saw this scene through a crack in the window, and his face immediately darkened. As expected, he's a traitor. Good thing we didn't tell him the entire plan back then. This is just terrible. The 8th seat and the 11th seat beside him were also furious. They had heard earlier that the 13th seat of the believers, Han Xiaoyan, had been captured and taken to the fasting place. They had planned to recruit him, but it turned out this guy was a traitor, and even the soul contract with Lord Murmur had been erased. If it weren't for the undercover agent Xie Yu stopping him in time, the entire plan would have been ruined. Damn it, find a chance to get rid of Han Xiaoyan. The eighth seat cursed angrily. The second seat shook his head. It's best not to act rashly now. There are only 2 days left until the plan begins. Time is too tight. Even if they investigate, they won't make it in time. When Lord Murmur descends, that traitor won't be spared. Let's go, stick to the plan. Nighttime, Sunshine Mental Hospital, Sanatorium. An orderly led Jiang Yi and Lin Xie to the last of 9 checkpoints. A heavy iron door. Please answer today's passphrase, came an electronic voice. The orderly took a deep breath and said, Bulbasaur ate the crispy chips and said they were wonderfully crispy. Lin Xie. Code correct. Click. The iron door slowly opened, revealing an environment resembling a prison. However, each room was equipped with televisions, gaming consoles, and other entertainment facilities, with decent decor. Jiang Yi was not surprised by the caretaker's cryptic code. It was all within expectations. The two followed the caretaker inside, where rows of rooms came into view. This is where you'll be staying. There will be designated times for outdoor activities and meals. You can eat in the cafeteria and move around freely. But remember, the activity and dining areas are shared with the prisoners here. For safety reasons, try to minimize contact with them. The caretaker reminded, pointing to a room ahead. Lin Xie nodded and politely said thank you. Jiang Yi pointed at the room and asked, just one room? There are 2 of us. The caretaker tilted his head with a smile. This was arranged by Dr. Li. He said your conditions are similar, so sharing a room at night would make communication more convenient. Jiang Yi. Ah. Lin Xie. The caretaker smiled and pressed a button, opening the door. It's getting late. Go in and rest. Jiang Yi walked into the room reluctantly, only to see a single bed inside. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. Lin Xie also felt a bit awkward. Dr. Li probably thought it would be more convenient for us to carry out our tasks. You take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Without giving Jiang Yi any chance to refuse, Lin Xie immediately took a quilt from the wardrobe. The town suppression monument could only slightly weaken ultra-high-risk forbidden zones and divine zones, but Lin Xie could still use it, though its effective range was limited to just a few meters. Jiang Yi had no choice but to accept reality. He lay on the bed and extended his perception across the entire fasting facility to assess the current situation. Upon entering the facility, he had already sensed abnormal activity from 3 followers of the ancient god church. It seemed that a riot was imminent. Lin Xie finished laying out his bedding and glanced up at Jiang Yi. He had intended to discuss the situation in the facility, but noticed Jiang Yi had his eyes closed, clearly exhausted. He decided to drop the idea and rest, planning to check on Wu Tongxuan's situation tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi slowly withdrew his perception. As expected, the situation in the facility was unfolding as he had anticipated. The unrest, a continuation of events from Cangnan years ago, coupled with Han Xiaoyan's leaked plans, was likely to erupt within 3 days. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. All that was left now was to wait. For now, he decided to get some sleep. Just as Jiang Yi was about to rest peacefully, he suddenly sensed a wave of mental energy. It seemed someone was trying to enter his dream. He frowned. This was precisely the forbidden zone, my dream, copied by Wu Laogo's Formless, which could pull others into a dream or allow him to enter someone else's dream. Since the other party had come, he might as well see what Wu Tongxian intended to do. Jiang Ye's lips curled slightly as he allowed Wu Tongxuan's mental energy to invade. Before long, Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a distant, pitch-black high wall. Under the blue and white sky, the activity yard was empty, devoid of sunlight. Jiang Ye's expression remained calm as he surveyed his surroundings. He spotted Wu Laogo squatting in a corner of the lawn, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. His messy hair resembled a bird's nest. Wu Laogo stared blankly at the grass, lost in thought. Jiang Yi walked up behind him, glanced at a small flower on the lawn, and asked, "Are you looking at the little flower?" Wu Laogo, unsurprised, shook his head and replied, "No, I'm looking at the grass." Jiang Yi smiled. "Then do you want to know what I like to eat?" Wu Laogo froze for a moment, looking at him in confusion. Wasn't that supposed to be his line? He still had a blank expression, squatting there motionless. After a long while, he finally spoke. "What do you like to eat?" Sanjiu roast chicken. What is that? Wu Laogo asked. Jiang Yi shook his head, no longer dwelling on the topic, and directly asked, what is tomorrow's code phrase? Wu Laogo. Fragrant 5-spice, spicy spiral ascending turned sauerkraut beef noodles. Jiang Yi nodded, his eyes narrowing as he activated one of the skills of the forbidden void mind wander. Just like the last time he entered Han Xiaoyun's inner world, his mental energy poured into Wu Laogo's brain. In an instant, Wu Laogo's entire body trembled, his eyes widened. How can you use the forbid? Before he could finish speaking, the dreamscape suddenly shifted violently. The high walls disappeared, and the activity field was gone. Boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Torrential rain poured down, pounding heavily on Jiang Yi. He looked down and saw himself wearing a black cloak with a large hood over his head. Beneath his feet was a height of 10,000 meters, as if he were in a special space. There was no support underfoot, yet he didn't fall. This is... Jiang Yi noticed a light not far away and looked up. Ahead stood 7 figures dressed in black, wearing the same black cloaks and large hoods as him. They were the medium squad. Beneath their feet was the life bridge, glowing with multicolored light, suspended between the clouds and the torrential rain. The fierce wind whipped their cloaks, and the relentless rain battered their bodies, trying to hinder their progress. Yet the medium squad continued to march resolutely forward on the life bridge without pause. Jiang Yi couldn't see their weathered faces clearly, he could only see their backs, filled with a sense of tragic determination. As they walked, one of the 7 suddenly collapsed. No, Xiaohua. Just as the person fell, Wu Laogo's anguished roar echoed nearby. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw Wu Laogo crouching with disheveled hair, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 7 figures on the life bridge. Following Wu Laogo's gaze, Jiang Yi looked again. On the bridge, Buli walked over to the fallen Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand and smiled faintly. Captain, it's fine. Take my body and keep fighting. Xiaohua fell. Buli lowered his head and activated the forbidden void skill, medium. Before long, the fallen Zhang Xiaohua stiffly stood up, his face expressionless, like a machine. Buli led the medium squad forward once more. On the life bridge, behind them, one after another, more of the 6 fell. Captain, let my body follow you and keep fighting. Kill all those who threaten Daxia. Captain, don't stop. We're always by your side. Buli's eyes were bloodshot as he used medium to control the corpses of his teammates, one by one, continuing to march forward on the stormy life bridge. Woo woo woo, Xiaohua, Xiaoshi. Wu Laogo curled up at the edge of the special space, his bloodshot eyes filled with tears, soaking his blue and white hospital gown. Jiang Yi lowered his head slightly, gazing at the distant multicolored life bridge, where 7 figures marched resolutely. No matter how fierce the thunderstorm, wind, or torrential rain, they never stopped, just like the radiant life bridge itself. Their lives shone brilliantly on the land of Daxia. Tears welled up in Jiang Yi's eyes. Life may be fragile, but it can shine so brightly. He sighed softly and looked again at Wu Laogo, who was crying uncontrollably with his head bowed as he extended his right hand, a green eerie glow gathering in his palm, imbued with immense soul power. 3 souls and 7 spirits returned to this palace. Jiang Yi silently recited the incantation for the soul recall technique, and the green glow in his palm grew brighter and brighter. Bang! The green orb exploded, scattering into countless points of light that filled the space. Under Jiang Yi's divine guidance, these points of light entered Wu Laogo's body. Although the soul recall technique couldn't truly resurrect the medium team, it could bring them back briefly. After merging with the power of eternal life, they could at least communicate like normal people for 3 days. On the other hand, Buli's forbidden ruins, medium, merely manipulated corpses, growing under the nourishment of his mental power but unable to develop their own consciousness. In the original work, Buli's ability to know the thoughts of his deceased teammates was actually just the mental strain caused by controlling multiple corpses, leading to a split in his psyche. Whether it was to gain modification points or to allow Wu Laogo to see his deceased teammates again, this was the extent Jiang Yi could achieve. The medium safeguarded the safety of Daxia, while he lowered his head, looking at the ring on his finger, feeling the souls of his parents within it, and a trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Slowly, he raised his hand, clenched his fist, and his inner world shattered like glass. The sobbing Wu Laogo and Jiang Ye's consciousness awakened simultaneously. Late at night, Jiang Yi lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes, a familiar face coming into view. Huh. He suddenly sat up, looking at Lin Xie, who was sleeping soundly beside him, his gaze frozen. No way, how did you end up in my bed? Jiang Yi quickly touched the hospital gown on his body and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing was amiss. Auntie, Jean, I miss you so much. Lin Xie's sleep-talking reached his ears. Jiang Yi froze, watching Lin Xie clutching the corner of the blanket tightly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. He sighed, gently tucking her in, then laid down on the floor mat where she had been sleeping. Though it wasn't as comfortable as the bed, it didn't matter to him. Jiang Yi touched the ring, slowly closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep sleep. In a corner of the prison outside the fasting hall, Han Jinlong, a muscular man, frowned as he looked at the man in front of him. You really have a way to get me out. Acting Warden Xie smiled and said, Don't worry, as long as you kill these two people, I guarantee I'll get you out. He handed Han Jinlong two photos, one of Jiang Yi and the other of Lin Xie. Han Jinlong glanced at them and shook his head, saying, I saw these two today. They came in with that lunatic Chao Yuan. If we mess with them, that lunatic Chao Yuan will retaliate in no time. He wasn't afraid of these two newcomers, but everyone in the fasting hall knew how deadly Chao Yuan's little knife was. It had nearly killed half the inmates. Xie chuckled and said, Relax. Tomorrow at noon during the meal break, I'll make sure the guards don't open Chao Yuan's cell door. As for those two chubby guys covered in forbidden items and the one with glasses, you can find someone to keep them occupied. Once these two show up in the cafeteria, you strike immediately. After it's done, the fasting hall will descend into chaos, and I'll use the opportunity to get you out. How about it? Han Jinlong hesitated. This wasn't his first deal with Xie. The last time Han Xiaoyan came to the fasting hall, he had also struck a deal with Xie to eliminate Han Xiaoyan. But whatever was hidden in Han Xiaoyan's body would flash blue and white light upon attack, directly countering his opponents. Are you sure these two kids won't be as formidable as Han Xiaoyan? Han Jinlong asked cautiously. Xie nodded and said with feigned confidence, Don't worry, they're just ordinary forbidden ruins. Under the suppression of the town ruins monument, they're no different from regular people. All right, I'll take it. I hope you keep your word. Han Jinlong glanced around, took the photo, and quietly left. Xieyu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Warden's office. Xieyu passed the operation details to the second seat and returned to his office. He sat down with a smile, leaning back in his chair. In truth, he didn't expect Han Jinlong to kill Jiang Yi and Lin Xie. Sending Han Jinlong was merely a ploy to attract Jiang Yi and his group's attention, allowing the three followers to successfully destroy the town ruins monument. Once the suppression of the town ruins monument was lifted, with the second seat Klein's power combined with the support of the followers outside, killing two people would be a piece of cake. Xieyu looked out the window and murmured to himself, I reckon Lord Murmur will be arriving soon. Thousands of kilometers away, in a desolate desert, a powerful force stirred up a storm of yellow sand, gradually forming a sandstorm. Not far away, the space suddenly distorted, and a figure dressed in a black tailcoat appeared out of thin air. Murmur turned to look at the sandstorm, his eyes filled with chilling intent. What a bunch of persistent pests, he sneered coldly, his figure flickering and quickly becoming blurry before disappearing. The next moment, at the center of the sandstorm, 7 silver giant pillars emerged from the yellow sand, arcs of electricity dancing across their surfaces. These 7 giant pillars seemed to have a locking mechanism, directly targeting the space where Murmur had just appeared. Invisible, Murmur's eyes widened, and he immediately activated the divine ruin, Dream Divergence, to evade. He reappeared 100 meters away in an instant. Boom! The 7 silver giant pillars crashed heavily, stirring up layers of yellow sand and blocking out the sunlight. The intense impact caused the entire desert to tremble. Murmur's eyes were filled with rage as he gazed toward the distant East Sea direction, where the fasting sanctuary was located. He reached into the sleeve of his tailcoat and pulled out a grotesque mask. This was Forbidden Item Sequence 36, Doppelganger Mask. Once worn, it could summon a doppelganger with strength equal to the wearer. The only drawback was that consciousness could only control either the doppelganger or the original body at one time. When consciousness entered the doppelganger, the original body would enter a state akin to death, unable to attack, and only capable of moving according to preset instructions. The advantage was that if the doppelganger died, consciousness would automatically return to the original body. The night watchers of the fasting sanctuary had already detected him. If his original body appeared, it would be a death sentence. Suddenly, the sound of an electric arc rang out, and Murmur turned to look. On the 7 silver giant pillars, 7 figures cloaked in black slowly emerged. They lowered their heads, staring coldly at Murmur like icy judges. Mediums, it's been 2 years, and you really want to exterminate us completely. Murmur's face twisted into a venomous expression as he gripped the doppelganger mask tightly. The 7 figures remained motionless, standing like statues. After a long time, they shouted in unison, "Kill!" As the words fell, the 7 silver giant pillars rose from the yellow sand, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The sandstorm raged once more, and the fierce wind slashed toward Murmur like blades. He stared coldly at the approaching giant pillars, his face darkening. "Fine, if you insist, then I'll give you a little gift." Murmur stomped the ground, and several nightmare tentacles quickly emerged from the sand, blocking the attacks of the giant pillars like lightning. He swiftly donned the doppelganger mask. His body began to distort, and the space around him trembled. For a moment, 2 identical Murmurs exchanged nods and then disappeared simultaneously. Sizzle! A silver pillar flashed with lightning, instantly annihilating all the nightmare tentacles. The people on the pillar looked toward the direction where the Murmurs had departed. The clone went to the East Sea, while the original moved in the opposite direction, one person said in a deep voice. Willie narrowed his eyes slightly, staring in the direction of the original Murmur. This trick had been used by the Murmur more than once and was easy to see through. This time, the clone went to the East Sea. He was initially puzzled, but his expression suddenly changed. The clone created by the forbidden object had the same strength as the original and could not be underestimated. More importantly, Wu Xiaogo must not be harmed. Use the forbidden ruins to lock onto the originals or a deal with the clone first. The man in black beside him responded mechanically, "Understood." The next morning, outside the fasting sanctuary, on the rolling waves of the sea, 3 figures stood, with the leading man carefully observing the layout of the sanctuary. Shen Qingzhu, wearing a fox mask, merely glanced at it, and then stood silently without speaking. This was the instruction from the 9th seat: observe and wait. The fasting sanctuary was a trap. This realization eased his initial worries. Next, he had to figure out how to deal with the 3rd seat and the 7th seat. As Shen Qingzhu was pondering, the 7th seat, dressed in a cheongsam and holding a folding fan, narrowed her eyes slightly. Along the way, Shen Qingzhu had obeyed their every word without showing any abnormal behavior. Could her previous suspicions have been wrong? She relaxed her brows, looked at Shen Qingzhu wearing the fox mask, and smiled as she probed. "Newcomer, why are you wearing a mask? Believers never hide themselves. Are you hiding something in your heart?" Shen Qingzhu frowned, about to respond. The 3rd seat spoke first. 7th seat, stop doubting. I've been observing the 16th seat's behavior all along, and there's absolutely no problem. Stop using suspicion as an excuse to stir up trouble. He spoke coldly. Initially, he had also doubted Shen Qingzhu, but after seeing him refrain from taking action and even offering several useful suggestions, his suspicions were dispelled. Moreover, with Lord Murmur's soul contract in place, Shen Qingzhu could not possibly betray them. Humph. The 7th seat snorted coldly and said no more. The 3rd seat's expression softened as he took out 3 sets of special diving suits and handed them to the other 2. "We can't walk on the shore. These diving suits can avoid detection by the underwater devices. We'll dive and swim over. Remember, once you reach the island, don't act recklessly." Wait for Lord Murmur's signal before taking action. The seventh seat shot a cold glance at Shen Qingzhu, snorted, took the diving suit, and walked straight ahead. The third seat patted Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, handed him the diving suit, and looked at him with approval. Lord Murmur values you greatly. Perform well, and strive to reach my position someday. Shen Qingzhu awkwardly nodded under the mask. He had been behaving obediently all along, but unexpectedly, he had gained a fool to speak on his behalf. Who could reason with that? He helplessly looked at the seventh seat, who was changing into the diving suit, his eyes narrowing slightly. I'll start with you. Fasting Sanctuary. Jiang Yi, Lin Xie, it's time for your activity. Near noon, the caregiver opened the doors to their hospital rooms. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie slowly walked out. Lin Xie's face slightly flushed, clearly bearing traces of last night's sleepwalking. The caregiver covered her mouth and chuckled. Looks like you had a good time last night. Jiang Yi was speechless, feeling that this caregiver was somewhat improper. Then, the caregiver led them through fingerprint and iris verification, all the way to the final door. Please state today's secret code. What does the lamp keeper like to eat? Fragrant 5-spice, spicy spiral ascending turned sauerkraut beef noodles. Code correct. The caregiver yawned. All right, you can move around freely now. Remember, try not to mingle with those criminals. The two nodded. Lin Xie asked, Miss Caregiver, may I ask about a patient in the hospital named Wu Tongxian? The caregiver paused for a moment, then looked up and thought, are you talking about old dog Wu? He should be in the activity yard now. Thank you. After a brief inquiry, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie headed toward the activity yard. Sure enough, old dog Wu was squatting in a corner, exactly as he appeared in yesterday's dream. Jiang Yi recalled the dream and felt a bit moved. Lin Xie walked over and curiously asked, what are you looking at? I'm looking at Little Stone. Wu Tongxuan's voice choked. Lin Xie was taken aback. You, what's wrong? Are you crying? Old dog Wu covered his face with both hands. Little flower, little stone, they're all dead. Lin Xie was about to ask further, but Jiang Yi pulled him back and shook his head. Jiang Yi crouched down and softly said to old dog Wu, they're not dead. They'll come to find you soon. The familiar voice reached his ears, and old dog Wu trembled all over, slowly lowering his hands. He brushed aside his messy hair, revealing a tear-streaked face. His gaze carried surprise, as last night's dream still lingered in his mind. The previously dazed expression gradually became clear. Old dog Wu slowly uttered two words, hope. Huh. Lin Xie froze upon hearing this. What was going on? They seemed not to know each other. Why was he indifferent to me, but responsive to Jiang Yi? Do even mental patients treat people differently? Lin Xie turned his head helplessly. The two exchanged a few brief words before old dog Wu's caregiver came to take him away. Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Xie. It's almost mealtime. Let's head to the cafeteria to meet up with Qingyu and the others. Lin Xie nodded. Outer prison. Mealtime, the prison guard shouted. The iron doors of the cells automatically opened. Only the door to Chao Yuan's cell remained firmly shut. Chao Yuan frowned and looked at the guard. Why isn't my door opening? The guard glanced at him indifferently. The warden said you're too dangerous to be in crowded places. Your meal will be delivered to you. Chao Yuan's heart tightened. He had been in solitary confinement before and nearly wiped out half a gang of criminals, but he'd never encountered a situation where he wasn't allowed to eat. This warden clearly had issues. Meanwhile, the door to Bai Li Pongpong's cell opened. He had just taken 2 steps when a rough, large hand suddenly slapped his butt. Bai Li Pangpang jumped in fright, quickly covering his rear with both hands and retreating. What the heck? Who's so shameless to dare touch my butt? He turned around and saw a burly bald man staring intently at his chubby body. Little fatty, come play with uncle. I promise you'll enjoy it. Bai Li Pongpong's eyes went blank, and his legs instinctively clamped together. He thought to himself, damn, this guy's definitely a pervert. Elsewhere, and Qingyu had just stepped out of his cell when a scar-faced man blocked his path. What do you want? And Qingyu asked calmly, looking at him. The scar-faced man smirked wickedly, lifting and Qingyu's chin. Looking at you, such a rare beauty. I really want to have a taste. Wonder what you'd be like. And Qingyu stared at him in confusion. What are you trying to do? The man with the scar curled his lips into a smile. You'll find out soon enough. Come with me to the restroom. I advise you to behave, or else. He revealed a fierce expression, and Xingyu raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. All right, then I ask for your full cooperation. Noon, cafeteria. The aroma of food wafted through the air as Jiang Yi and Lin Xie walked into the cafeteria together. As Lin Xie approached, he noticed the cafeteria was packed with people and frowned slightly. This atmosphere, something feels off, he murmured. Jiang Yi understood what was happening, but remained indifferent. What a pity Han Jinlong had been betrayed and still had no idea. Ignore it. Let's eat first, Jiang Yi said nonchalantly. The two got their food and found a table further inside to sit down. Lin Xie glanced around at the unfriendly gazes directed at them, sensing that something was amiss. All the prisoners had gathered in the cafeteria, and in Qingyu, Bai Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, today would not be simple. However, these criminals, who couldn't use the Forbidden Ruins powers, wouldn't stand a chance against them even if a fight broke out. Do you like fish? Jiang Yi asked. Lin Xie snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Jiang Yi smiled and placed a piece of fish in Lin Xie's bowl. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, sighed, and picked up the piece of fish to eat. At the third table behind them, the muscular Han Jinlong squinted his eyes, staring at them. Boss, should we make a move? Those two kids are both good-looking. They'll definitely be enjoyable to use tonight, a lackey said with a wicked grin. Han Jinlong had, of course, noticed. The two young men's faces were indeed attractive. He smirked and signaled to a lackey near the door. The lackey immediately understood, and two helpers quickly ran to grab the cafeteria's rolling shutter door. Boom. Bang. The rolling shutter door slammed shut, plunging the cafeteria into dimness. Lin Xie stopped eating as soon as he heard the noise. Jiang Yi, however, continued eating calmly. Behind them, about 50 prisoners pulled steel rods and clubs from under the tables and stood up, advancing toward them. The sinister smiles on their faces, combined with their tattoos, would terrify any ordinary person. These were the kind of ruthless individuals everyone wanted to avoid. Han Jinlong led the way. Striding up to the tea, the scene was reminiscent of a desperate, sworn brotherhood uprising. Han Jinlong was not spared either. He looked utterly confused, completely unaware of how he ended up kneeling. Turning to look at the subordinates around him, all kneeling obediently, his face was filled with terror. Why are you kneeling too? What the hell is going on? I don't know either. I just knelt instinctively. Damn it, that guy. Everyone finally realized that Jiang Yi had only said the words, kneel down, and they all obeyed. All eyes focused on Jiang Yi. Even Lin Xie was astonished as he looked at Jiang Yi. Just speaking and making people kneel instantly, this was truly commanding. The moment when over 50 people knelt simultaneously, Lin Xie's mind went blank. Where was this place? The fasting facility. With the town suppression monument in place, ordinary forbidden domains shouldn't even work here. Lin Xie stared in shock at the calm and composed Jiang Yi, as well as the 50-plus prisoners kneeling on the ground. This scene felt strangely familiar to him. Back in the training camp, when Jiang Yi used Blade Domain against Instructor Han, it had the same vibe. But Lin Xie was even more puzzled. To make these criminals kneel, the range of Blade Domain would have to be at least 20 meters. Under the suppression of the town suppression monument, could Jiang Yi's Blade Domain still extend 20 meters? Was this really just an ordinary forbidden domain? Lin Xie thought about his own darkest erosion and mortal divine domain, which could only extend 2 or 3 meters, and suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Compared to Jiang Yi's forbidden domain, his divine domains were worlds apart. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly look a bit self-conscious? Jiang Yi noticed Lin Xie's mood and asked curiously. Lin Xie, don't worry about it. Jiang Yi was taken aback, then smiled helplessly. Afterward, Lin Xie stood up and stared at Han Jinlong, asking, who sent you? Judging by Han Jinlong's brainless demeanor just now, there was no way he could have come up with a meticulous plan. First, they had lured in Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang away, and then they had tracked down him and Jiang Yi. They had only entered the fasting facility yesterday and had no prior enmity with Han Jinlong. Even if he had some quirks, there was no reason to bring 50 people here. There had to be someone behind these prisoners targeting them. Was it those 3 believers? Hearing Lin Xie's question, Han Jinlong snapped out of his shock. He raised his head and glared at Lin Xia's handsome face, his eyes burning with anger. He was a big shot in the fasting facility, yet today he was kneeling before two kids. He tried to struggle to his feet, but couldn't move at all. Han Jinlong's face darkened. "Why should I tell you?" "Tell him," Jiang Yi interrupted. Han Jinlong was about to retort, but his mouth opened involuntarily. "It's the acting warden of this prison, Xiaoyu." "Xiaoyu?" Lin Xie froze. Wasn't he that the young warden they had met when they first entered the fasting facility? Not good, Wu Tongxian. Just as Lin Xie thought of this, he suddenly felt the pressure on his body disappear. He looked down at his hands. The suppression of the town suppression monument had been lifted. Damn, I can use my forbidden domain skills now. Me too. Damn it, making me kneel, brothers. Let us go. Say that again when you can stand up. In an instant, the suppression on the 50-plus prisoners kneeling on the ground was also lifted. However, under Jiang Yi's verbal control, they still couldn't move and remained kneeling. Beep. As soon as the suppression was lifted, a piercing alarm sounded in the cafeteria. Jiang Yi stood up from his seat, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The modified value has arrived. Lin Xie's expression was heavy. Their target was Wu Tongxian, and the 3 detained followers would definitely head to Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. "Jiang Yi, let's go." "To the psychiatric hospital to protect Wu Tongxian." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xie stared at the rolling shutter door of the cafeteria and chanted, "Sword energy sweeps across 10,000 miles. One sword chills the world." Boom. A long sword appeared out of thin air, slashing out a cold beam of sword energy, instantly shattering the rolling shutter door into pieces. Lin Xie dashed out like lightning. Jiang Yi glanced at the kneeling prisoners, blinked, and said, "It's safer to stay kneeling. Don't get up." Han Jinlong. "Prisoners." As soon as Jiang Yi finished speaking, his figure became illusory and disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a slowly recovering spatial distortion. The prisoners exclaimed, "Holy crap! He disappeared? That's not something a human can do. This kid's power is terrifying." Han Jinlong. "Didn't you say those 2 kids were ordinary? Tell me, does this look like an ordinary person?" "Damn it. Han Jinlong, just wait. I'll be the first to get up and tear your mouth apart." Amid the constant cursing around him, Han Jinlong was dumbfounded. He had clearly been played. "Xiaoyu, damn you." Outside the fasting facility, a massive meteorite descended from the sky. But under the facility's tight defenses, a red laser instantly shot out. Boom. The laser struck the meteorite, causing countless red glowing cracks to appear on its surface before it exploded into small fragments that scattered over the sea. Free activity time is over. Everyone, return to your cells immediately. I repeat. The broadcast echoed throughout the prison. At this moment, Qing Yu and the other 2, who were being dragged out of the prison by Xiaoyu and Han Jinlong, heard the alarm and their expressions changed drastically. "It's over. Damn it. We haven't even started investigating, and the ancient god church has already made their move," Baili Pangpang cursed. After some thought, Qing Yu said, "They destroyed the town suppression monument. Their next target must be Wu Tongxian. Let's head to Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital." Baili Pangpang and Chao Yuan nodded and immediately rushed toward the center of the fasting facility. A few minutes later, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks, coldly staring at the 3 people ahead. Wearing a fox mask and standing beside the 3rd seat and 7th seat, Shen Qingzhu was also stunned. Damn it, what a coincidence. Amid the piercing alarm, outside the fasting facility, the 6 people stood frozen in place. The 3rd seat scanned the 3 in prison uniforms, his gaze finally locking onto Baili Pangpang, a glint flashing in his eyes. Well, what a treasure at the corner, young master of the Baili family." As soon as he spoke, Baili Pangpang's face stiffened, and he quickly waved his hands. No, you've got the wrong person. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family." The 3rd seat raised an eyebrow and pointed at the imitation Zhanbai in Baili Pangpang's hand. "Do you take me for a fool? Besides your Baili family, who else could have a replica of Zhanbai?" Baili Pangpang froze, looked down at the sword in his hand, and awkwardly moved it behind his back. You must be mistaken." And Qing Yu and Chao Yuan sighed helplessly, closing their eyes. Shen Qingzhu, wearing the fox mask, couldn't even be bothered to look at this fool. 2 infinite realms, 1 Chuan realm. Pang Pang, you defeated a moon ghost, so that infinite peak power is waiting for you to claim it, and Qingyu instructed. Bailey Pang Pang was stunned at first, but thinking of Jiang Ye's miraculous luck, he immediately grinned. No problem, leave it to me. And Qingyu nodded. Split up. With that, and Qingyu and Chao Yuan ran off to the right together. Bailey Pang Pang wiggled his round, plump bottom, waved his hand in front of him, and said, "Come chase me, you idiot." After mocking them, he activated Yao Guang and flew toward the left side of the cafeteria. The third seat clenched his fist. The bounty on the young master of the Bailey family was not small. But their true target was Wu Tongxian. He pondered for a moment, then turned to the 7th seat and Shen Qingzhu, saying, "You two go to the psychiatric hospital and rendezvous with the 2nd seat. Ignore those 2 kids for now. Killing Wu Tongxian is the top priority. I'll deal with the young master of the Bailey family and join you immediately after." The 7th seat frowned slightly, watching Bailey Pang Pang disappear into the distance, but he wasn't too worried. After all, Bailey Pang Pang was just at the Chuan realm. Although the town suppression monument hadn't been completely destroyed, limiting the 3rd seat's strength to only half-step climb. Dealing with someone at the Chuan realm should be quick. All right, finish it quickly and don't delay Lord Murmur's plan. The 3rd seat nodded, moving as fast as lightning, chasing after Bailey Pang Pang. The 7th seat shook his folding fan, glanced at Shen Qingzhu, and swayed his hips as he walked ahead. Let's go. Don't let me catch you playing tricks. Shen Qingzhu's lips curled slightly. There hadn't been an opportunity while the 3rd seat was around, but now it had finally come. Elsewhere, and Qingyu and Chao Yuan, after running for a while, looked back and saw no one behind them. It seems they're not chasing us, Chao Yuan said, frowning. And Qingyu's expression was serious. Those followers aren't targeting us, they're heading to the psychiatric hospital too. This is trouble. Just the external reinforcements included 2 Boundless Realm followers, plus the 3 from the Fasting Hall. This was far beyond what a small Chuan Realm team could handle. However, let's go. We need to find Jiang Yi and Qi. Since the higher-ups of the Night Watchers know the ancient god cult's plan, they must have a countermeasure. And Qingyu analyzed. Chao Yuan nodded, glancing in the direction Bailey Pang Pang had flown. What about Pang Pang? And Qingyu shook his head. He's fine, don't worry. At this moment, above the cafeteria, Bailey Pang Pang, wrapped in Yao Guang, was flying at high speed. Unexpectedly, the 3rd seat's speed was far superior to his. Before he could shout "Godfather," a palm struck fiercely against the Yao Guang shield. Bang! The immense palm force shattered the golden shield, and Bailey Pang Pang's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly pulled out a golden shield from his free space. Boom! The palm force landed on the shield, producing a piercing sound. The powerful impact sent him hurtling toward the ground like a cannonball. Thud! Bailey Pang Pang crashed heavily onto the cafeteria roof, creating a large hole. Ah, help! Smack! He fell through the roof, his round belly slamming hard onto the ground. Inside the cafeteria, a group of kneeling prisoners witnessed the scene firsthand. Luckily, I activated multiple layers of protection, or I'd be dead, Bailey Pang Pang muttered, rubbing his belly as he climbed to his feet. Just as he was about to shout, "Godfather" above, he suddenly noticed a large group of people kneeling before him. He took 2 steps back in surprise, his mind filled with confusion. "What is going on here?" he asked tentatively. "Are you all swearing allegiance?" The prisoners did not respond. Bailey Pang Pang suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. Slowly, he pulled out dozens of Rolex watches from his free space and handed them to Han Jinlong, the leader. "I don't have red envelopes, so here is a watch for each of you. Happy New Year in advance." Brother Jiang Yi used to do this, so it should be right. Han Jinlong stared silently at the glittering Rolex in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the roof on the other side of the cafeteria exploded, and a figure in a black robe descended from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. The 3rd seat patted the dust off his clothes. "Little fatty, weren't you just?" "Huh." He froze at the scene before him. Over 50 prisoners were kneeling in front of Bailey Pang Pang, their faces and arms covered in fierce tattoos, staring coldly at him. The third seat's words got stuck in his throat because among them were at least 3 half-step Klein-level individuals and about 10 Infinite Realm experts. He saw Bailey Pang Pang handing out Rolex watches to the prisoners. All 50 knelt upright, facing Bailey Pang Pang with utmost respect. No wonder young Master Bailey had lured him here. He had been tricked. Bailey Pang Pang noticed the third seat had come again and was about to shout, "Father above." But just as he opened his mouth, the third seat assumed he was about to command the 50 prisoners to attack him. He stomped his right foot, smashing through the cafeteria wall. "Little fatty, I won't fall for your tricks." With that, he left without looking back, not lingering for even a second. Bailey Pang Pang was dumbfounded. What trick?" Hiss. He stroked his chin and laughed. "Could it be that I, young master, am truly this clever?" The prisoners were speechless. At the center of the fasting facility, the entrance bore the large inscription, "Sunshine Mental Hospital." A man holding a long halberd, blood at the corner of his mouth, stood firmly in front of the door, his gaze fixed on the 3 people before him. "Han Xiaoyan, you traitor! With your initial infinite realm strength, you can't possibly stop us. Step aside obediently, or I'll make you wish you were dead," the second seat said coldly. Although they hadn't completely destroyed the town suppression monument, with his half-step Klein-level strength, he could act unrestrained without Chun Fuzi present. Han Xiaoyan coughed up a mouthful of blood and responded coldly, "Today, unless I die, you won't take a single step forward." Courting death, the 8th seat drew a flying sword, ready to strike him down. But the second seat raised a hand to stop him. "What's the matter?" the 8th seat asked, puzzled. "Lord Murmur said Han Xiaoyan must be captured alive," the second seat said slowly. In truth, this wasn't Murmur's order, but his own ulterior motive. Since the founding of the Divine Sect, only Han Xiaoyan had managed to break free from Murmur's soul contract. If he could force Han Xiaoyan to reveal the method, he too could escape the bondage. "Fine, I'll capture him." The 8th seat put away the flying sword, his hand transforming into claws as he lunged at Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan gripped the long halberd tightly, gathering his mental energy as a fierce snowstorm whipped up around him. The silver-white halberd gleamed even brighter amidst the snow, reflecting his resolute face. "Blizzard." As soon as the words left his mouth, the frost and snow around him thickened, and visibility dropped sharply. Han Xiaoyan's figure vanished completely into the storm. The 8th seat smirked coldly. Just a petty trick. Like a radar, he quickly adjusted his direction, moving as fast as a flying sword, and punched into the snowstorm on the left. Thud! A sound of blood being spat out echoed, and the blizzard suddenly dissipated. Clang! The silver-white halberd fell to the ground, emitting a piercing metallic sound. Han Xiaoyan was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into the black iron wall of the mental hospital, his prison uniform stained red with blood. The 8th seat squinted, pulling out a specially made rope. "Traitor, Lord Murmur will make you wish you were dead." He approached Han Xiaoyan, ready to bind him, when suddenly a voice rang in his ear. "Shadow step, life and death are but a turn of the wheel." As soon as the sound emerged, the previously immobilized Han Xiaoyan instantly turned into a blur and vanished from his original spot. The 8th seat froze, turned his head to the right, and saw Han Xiaoyan now standing beside 2 young men. Recognizing the two, a smile appeared on his lips. The second seat and the 11th seat also showed the same expression. "2 people from Chuanjing coming to the rescue, how bold," the second seat remarked with a laugh. The injured Han Xiaoyan, upon seeing Jiang Yi, finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. In the presence of a god, a half-step climb was merely a minor figure. "I've done my best, the rest is up to you," he said to Jiang Yi, clutching his chest. Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. However, Lin Xie, standing nearby, had a flash of doubt in his eyes. When did these 2 become so familiar? He remembered that Han Xiaoyan had initially been hunting Jiang Yi, barely exchanging any words. When Han Xiaoyan was stopped from destroying Cangnan, Jiang Yi wasn't even present. In the fasting hall, Jiang Yi had been with him the entire time. How could they know each other? What was even stranger was that Han Xiaoyan immediately relaxed upon seeing Jiang Yi, showing a carefree expression, as if Jiang Yi could handle everything. But that was a half-step climb, a being stronger than the peak of Boundless. Logically, Someone from Chuanjing shouldn't be so confident and at ease against a half-step climb. Lin Xie turned to look at Jiang Yi, feeling that he was hiding something. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Jiang Yi asked, puzzled. Lin Xie turned his head away and pointed at the three believers. They're all yours now. He wanted to see just how strong Jiang Yi really was. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Jiang Yi asked. What's inappropriate? Lin Xie countered. Jiang Yi smiled helplessly. I'm afraid you'll feel inferior. Lin Xie was speechless. Meanwhile, the three believers across from them, seeing the two still chatting and completely disregarding them, suddenly had darkened expressions. These two seemed to have no idea of the situation. Chuanjing is surprisingly confident, the 11th seat remarked with a laugh. The second seat's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stepped forward. Kill them and offer their heads to Lord Murmur. Only then did Jiang Yi notice the opponents, almost forgetting their existence. The 8th seat and the 11th seat had already made their move, weapons in hand, charging forward. Jiang Yi was about to finish them off in one move when he suddenly sensed something and slowly lowered his hand. At the same time, the surrounding environment changed. The towering pillars of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital disappeared, twilight clouds appeared on the horizon, and the ground turned into a smooth mirror-like surface. The charging 8th seat and 11th seat stopped in their tracks, frowning as they looked toward the figure gradually emerging on the horizon. Wu Tongxian, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. You've saved us quite a bit of trouble, the second seat sneered. Wu Tongxian, with disheveled hair and wearing a hospital gown, stood before Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, looking at them indifferently as he slowly spoke. Don't worry, I'll handle this. In this dream, no one can. Before he could finish his sentence, he glanced at Jiang Yi and abruptly swallowed his words. Lin Xie looked at Jiang Yi, who wore an innocent smile. Jiang Yi shook his head and turned his gaze to the three believers. Your ancient god church has gone to such lengths to kill me. A mental patient, is it really worth it? The second seat chuckled. Do you think we don't know? Killing you means the future of the medium is gone. Wu Tongxian frowned. How did the ancient god church know about this? It seemed their infiltrators had penetrated deeply. After a moment, he snorted coldly. With just you lot, trying to kill me in a dream, you don't even qualify. Oh, really? The second seat slowly took out a small wooden carving from his clothes, its surface shrouded in a hazy power. The carving resembled a lion, but upon closer inspection, it also looked like a rhinoceros. Wu Tongxuan's pupils involuntarily contracted when he saw the carving. This is Sequence 56 of the Forbidden Ruins, Dream Eater, specifically designed to devour all illusions and dreams generated by the mind, the second seat said with a smile. If I remember correctly, your Forbidden Ruin is Sequence 70, my dream, isn't it? Wu Tongxian chuckled, reaching out to withdraw the dreamscape. The surrounding environment immediately reverted to the appearance of the fasting hall. The second seat smile deepened. What is this? Giving up resistance. Wu Tongxian shook his head, rubbed his messy hair, and laughed. Who told you my forbidden ruin is my dream? Upon hearing this, the three individuals of the second seat froze. Could it be that Wu Tongxian had two forbidden ruins? Their gazes locked onto Wu Tongxian, who turned to look at Lin Xie, Jiang Yi, and Han Xiaoyan, pondering seriously. Han Xiaoyan's great wind calamity was strong, but it still fell short against a half-step climb. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Xie and Jiang Yi. With a smile on his face, he first reached out and patted Lin Xie's shoulder. Starry Night Dancer. He was sensing this power. Sky Poet. Wu Tongxian fell into thought and asked, how many forbidden ruins do you have? Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, then extended his fingers. Let me count. Wu Tongxian. He turned to look at Jiang Yi, recalling what Dr. Li had said about his dual god-agent identity. The forbidden ruins of the god of death and the mysterious god of eternal life were not impossible. Wu Tongxian reached out and patted Jiang Yi's shoulder. Extraordinary fertility. He paused, and upon learning the specific ability, fell deeper into thought. This kid, how does he possess the power of the goddess of night? He glanced at Lin Xie, the agent of the goddess of night, raising his eyebrows slightly. Could these two kids be? Wu Tongxian quickly shook his head. Now was not the time to think about this. Refusing to believe it, He patted again, trying to discern how many forbidden ruins there were. Blade Domain Wu Tongxian. How many forbidden ruins do you have? Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, Wait, let me calculate using multiplication. Indeed, it required multiplication, as each of his forbidden ruins contained the abilities of several others. Wu Tongxian was instantly dumbfounded. Multiplication? Do you think this is shopping? But this, Blade Domain, Forbidden Ruin, so powerful? Upon learning the details of Blade Domain, Wu Tongxian was stunned on the spot. The only word that came to his mind was invincible. He took a deep breath, never having been so thoroughly shocked in his life. If Lin Xie surprised him, then Jiang Yi was downright terrifying. One was stronger than the other. Seems like Xia would have solid backing in the future. Wu Tongxian exhaled slowly, turning to face the three bewildered believers. Let me show you my true forbidden ruin. Formless. As soon as the words left his mouth, white blade energy instantly filled the surrounding space, rapidly spreading outward. In no time, the entire psychiatric hospital was enveloped in blade energy. The blade energy on Wu Tongxian surged skyward, as if he were the master of this space. His blue and white hospital gown radiated dazzling white light. Finally, the blade energy condensed into a suit of armor, covering his seemingly disheveled hospital gown. The atmosphere underwent a dramatic transformation. Then, his body slowly rose, endless blade energy gathering behind him. Forming a massive blade of energy suspended in the air, the blade took shape, accompanied by the sound of its hum, causing the very space to tremble. The scene was truly awe-inspiring. Even Lin Xie was stunned. This forbidden ruin effect was just too dazzling. A flash of disappointment crossed Jiang Ye's eyes. With all the divine ruin laws he possessed, this was what caught his attention. Something I wouldn't even use, and you're satisfied with it? What poor taste. What the hell is this? Why have I never seen such a forbidden ruin before? The 8 seats stared at the shocking effects emanating from Wu Tongxian, exclaiming in astonishment. The second seat's face darkened, clearly displeased. Wu Xiang, this is one of the 7 great king ruins, Wu Xiang. What is that? The 11th seat asked in surprise. The second seat explained, out of the top 30 in the Forbidden Ruins sequence, 23 were bestowed by the gods and are called divine ruins. But there are 7 that were created by humans themselves. He continued, his Forbidden Ruin is one of the 7 great king ruins, ranked 28th, Wu Xiang. It can perfectly replicate any forbidden ruin it has recently come into contact with and elevate them to a level matching its own realm. Not just forbidden ruins, it can replicate divine ruins too, though they won't be as strong as the originals. I can't quite identify which forbidden ruin Wu Tongxian is using right now, but it must be one of his own, the second seat said, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Jiang Yi in the distance. The 8th seat's expression turned serious. The oppressive force of this forbidden ruin feels even stronger than Lord Yu's divine ruin. What kind of forbidden ruin has that kid awakened? Whatever it is, if we let it grow unchecked, it will definitely become a huge problem in the future, the second seat said, releasing his spiritual energy without reservation. You two deal with those young ones. I'll handle Wu Tongxian. Second seat, I'll assist you, came a voice as the third seat, clad in a black robe, arrived. The second seat's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, no matter how powerful the forbidden ruin Wu Tongxian has replicated, if 2 half-step Klein levels join forces, there's no way we can't take him down. Perfect. The Night Watcher's reinforcements will arrive soon. Let's take out Wu Tongxian first. The second seat stomped the ground fiercely and charged toward Wu Laogo in the air. The third seat glanced at the imposing Wu Tongxian in surprise before following the second seat into the sky. Suspended mid-air, Wu Laogo looked down at the blade aura armor on his body and the massive blade forming behind him, inwardly marveling. This forbidden ruin is just too cool. If there were a ranking for forbidden ruins, this would definitely make the top 10, maybe even surpass the divine ruins. Were last year's talents in Daxiao all this monstrous? Wu Tongxian, surrender now. As the words fell, Wu Laogo snapped back to reality. Seeing the second and third seats charging toward him, he waved his hand, and countless blade auras converged into a throne adorned with over a dozen embedded blades. He flicked his armored cape, grasped the throne's armrests with both hands, and sat regally, looking down on the two believers. The third seat snorted coldly, clapping his hands lightly. Suddenly, 3 massive transparent spears appeared in the surrounding space. "Is this all you've got?" he sneered, waving his hand to send the 3 spears hurtling toward Wu Laogo on the throne. Meanwhile, the second seat approached from another angle, holding an unidentified object in his hand. "Humph." Wu Laogo raised his arm, parallel to his shoulder, palm open, and said slowly, "Within the blade domain, all beings shall bow." As soon as the words fell, he clenched his fist. In an instant, a powerful suppressive force enveloped the space within the blade domain. Crack! The third spear flying through the air shattered into several pieces the moment it was suppressed. The third seat and second seat, who were airborne, suddenly felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, their faces contorted in pain. Immediately after, their bodies plummeted at an incredible speed, leaving only afterimages. Boom! The two crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater as debris scattered in all directions. Not only that, the 8th seat and 11th seat, who were about to attack Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, also collapsed to their knees with a bang, their kneecaps cracking the ground. The 4 believers were dumbfounded on the spot, as if they'd seen a ghost. Lin Xie opened his mouth in astonishment, then stiffly turned to look at Jiang Yi, who remained calm and composed. "Why didn't you use such a powerful blade domain before?" Lin Xie asked. Jiang Yi glanced at him slightly. "Oh, that? I didn't go all out before. The enemies were already dead, so I didn't have the chance to use it." Lin Xie, "I really shouldn't have asked." A few minutes earlier, when Wu Laogo activated the blade domain that enveloped the psychiatric hospital, Xin Qingzhu and the 7th seat had passed through the outer prison and arrived at Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, which was surrounded by high walls and stood out conspicuously. They didn't join the battle at the entrance, but instead entered the hospital's interior. The 7th seat, fanning herself with a folding fan and striking a graceful pose, occasionally glanced back at Xin Qingzhu with a meaningful smile. She certainly wouldn't easily believe that Xin Qingzhu had no ulterior motives. This operation wasn't just a training exercise for Xin Qingzhu, a newcomer to the Chuanjing region, as Lord Murmur had sent him along to test him. Lord Murmur wasn't foolish in the Cangnan incident. Only the 9th seat and Xin Qingzhu survived, while the strongest 4th and 5th seats perished. There was definitely something suspicious about it. "Why aren't we helping? What are we doing here?" Xin Qingzhu, walking behind, frowned as he looked at the sanatorium ahead. The 7th seat stopped, turned around, and gave him an amused smile. Under the suppression of the town ruins monument, Wu Tongxian can only exert the strength of a half-step climb, and the 2nd seat has a forbidden item specifically designed to counter him. So we don't need to help. Victory is assured. We're here, of course, because of you. She extended a slender finger, her smile carrying a hint of seduction. Xin Qingzhu's gaze remained calm. "What do you mean? Follow me." The 7th seat beckoned with her finger and led him into the sanatorium. Wearing a fox mask, Xin Qingzhu's expression grew heavy. He knew this woman had been suspicious of him all along and was trying to test him. But what exactly was she planning to do in the sanatorium of the psychiatric hospital? Xin Qingzhu thought for a moment, recalling the 9th seat's advice to observe calmly, and without hesitation, he stepped into the sanatorium. "Who are you?" "This is where the patients live. You can't just barge in." A female nurse on duty rushed out to stop them. The 7th seat smiled faintly, gathering spiritual energy in her palm and gently inhaling. The nurse was suddenly pulled by an invisible force, her shoes scraping against the floor as she slid forward. Her face filled with terror as she was dragged to the woman in the cheongsam, who grabbed her by the throat with her right hand. A suffocating sense of oppression overwhelmed her. Xin Qingzhu clenched his fists, anger flaring in his eyes. The 7th seat, however, remained composed. She turned to Xin Qingzhu, drew a dagger from her waist, and tossed it to the ground. "Pick it up and pierce her heart," she said coldly, her gaze instantly turning icy as she stared intently at Xin Qingzhu's movements. Xin Qingzhu's heart pounded violently, his fists clenching tighter and tighter, veins bulging on his forehead. She was probing, using the lives of the people of Daxia to test. She only had the peak strength of the Chuanjing realm, and facing the seventh seat of the Boundless realm, she had no chance of winning. But even if she were discovered now, she would never harm innocent Daxia people. Why aren't you moving? Do you have something to hide? The seventh seat said coldly, raising her left hand slightly, a dagger floating in front of Shen Qingzhu. Although Lord Yu has some doubts, I don't believe you at all. Every time you go on a mission, almost all the followers with you die, leaving only you narrowly escaping danger each time. But the missions are always completed, so I've always suspected you. Until the incident in Sangnan last time, I felt you must prove your loyalty. Now, pierce her heart with the dagger, or I'll tear your heart apart. Her eyes were full of killing intent. Shen Qingzhu clenched her teeth, her nails digging into her palms, caught in a dilemma. If exposed, all her efforts of over a year in hiding would be wasted. But she would never kill her compatriots. Her gaze became resolute, and with a blood-stained hand, she grabbed the dagger and slowly walked toward the female caregiver. The seventh seat's lips curled into a cold smile. Yes, kill her, and your suspicion will be cleared. Listening to that annoying voice, Shen Qingzhu gripped the dagger and suddenly swung it at the seductive face of the seventh seat with extreme speed. Screw you. I hate women like you who keep nagging. The dagger sliced through the air. The seventh seat hadn't expected Shen Qingzhu to dare to resist so openly and hurriedly dodged. But her strength was 2 major realms higher than Shen Qingzhu's, so the dagger only grazed her face, leaving a shallow cut from which blood slowly flowed. In her reflexive dodge, she instinctively released her grip on the female caregiver's neck. The seventh seat's eyes were filled with shock. She touched the wound on her face and saw the blood on her fingers, her fury instantly erupting. A woman's face was her most precious asset. An undercover agent. Finally daring to show your true colors? You dare ruin my face today, I'll tear you to pieces. She swung her arm, and her folding fan emitted a strange glow, flying toward Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu reacted quickly, grabbing the female caregiver and dodging to the side. Get out of here. You're in the way. She pushed the caregiver aside and stood in front with the dagger raised. The folding fan returned to the seventh seat's hand. She fanned herself while advancing toward Shen Qingzhu, completely unafraid of her resistance. Shen Qingzhu held the dagger between her thumb and middle finger, hesitating whether to create a vacuum environment. If an explosion occurred in this confined space, someone would surely get hurt. Moreover, she couldn't win. What's wrong? Afraid to move now? Weren't you bold just now? The seventh seat's face twisted with malice, her steps no longer graceful. As the sound of her footsteps grew closer, the threat of death enveloped Shen Qingzhu. Screw it, if I die, then bang. Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Immediately after, the crisp sound of knees hitting the ground echoed. Shen Qingzhu froze. She saw the seventh seat, who had been approaching slowly, suddenly kneeling before her. What was going on? Under the powerful suppressive force of the blade domain, the seventh seat was kneeling on the ground, unable to move, her face full of confusion. Why am I kneeling? Her body was stiff as she looked up at Shen Qingzhu standing before her. Why are you fine? Shen Qingzhu looked down at herself. She seemed to be fine indeed. Thinking for a moment, this scene felt familiar. Oh, right. Previously, during the training camp when fighting against Instructor Han, Jiang Yi had used Blade Domain, and the situation was quite similar. Could it be Jiang Yi? Shen Qingzhu glanced toward the direction outside the door where Wu Tongxian was battling the followers, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Jiang Yi, I owe you one again. After speaking, he looked meaningfully at the seventh seat, who was kneeling on the ground and admitting defeat obediently. He crouched down and took out a dagger. You were pretty arrogant just now, and it really pissed me off. The seventh seat's pupils suddenly contracted. If you dare to kill me, Lord Murmur will... Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Qingzhu's dagger had already pierced her heart. With a vicious twist, he completely shattered her heart. The seventh seat's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she couldn't accept that she was actually dead. Her pupils began to dilate. Shen Qingzhu let out a cold laugh, pulled out the blood-stained dagger, and said, What nonsense. If you come, I'll kill you all the same. At the entrance of the Sunshine Asylum, the air was thick with the oppressive aura of blade energy. For followers knelt on the ground, completely immobilized. The second seat's face was blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. This was impossible. At the same level, no matter how strong Wu Tongxian was, he shouldn't have been completely unable to resist. No, the problem wasn't with Wu Tongxian, it was the forbidden void of the formless copy. The second seat turned his head with difficulty, looking toward Jiang Yi in the distance, his eyes filled with confusion and terror. Wasn't he the Reaper's proxy? What kind of forbidden void could exert such overwhelming suppression? Second seat, what's going on? How did Wu Tongxian become so strong? The third seat, who was also immobilized by the suppression, gritted his teeth and asked. The second seat snapped out of his daze, his expression heavy. It's not that Wu Tongxian became stronger. He used formless to copy the forbidden void of the Reaper's proxy, Jiang Yi. It's not him that's strong, it's this forbidden void that's absurdly powerful. This is trouble. The third seat's eyes shifted as he looked toward Jiang Yi. Isn't he the Reaper's proxy? How could he have such a forbidden void? How would I know? The second seat replied helplessly. Boom. Just as they were marveling at the power of the forbidden void, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. Dozens of massive meteors, trailing fiery tails, plummeted rapidly from the clouds. The second and third seats looked up, their eyes lighting up with joy. Lord Murmur has arrived. Suspended mid-air, seated on a throne, Wu Tongxian felt the terrifying mental pressure and frowned as he looked toward the sky. Above the clouds, a man in a tailcoat was controlling the meteors, aiming them at the purification sanctuary. If these meteors were allowed to fall, the sanctuary would be obliterated in an instant. Wu Tongxuan's face showed no panic. With such a powerful forbidden void, he had nothing to fear. He raised his hand slightly, and the white blade energy within the blade domain converged, forming dozens of transparent long blades. Go! The long blades whistled through the air, moving so fast that they tore cracks into the atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. The blades pierced through the meteors without resistance, causing them to explode in the sky like brilliant fireworks. Old Wu's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked down at Jiang Yi on the ground. This move alone could even tear through the void. What other secrets does your forbidden void hold? Jiang Yi shook his head and said, no special tricks, just raw power. When all your attributes are maxed out, who needs tricks? Old Wu took a sharp breath. With just a half step into the Klein realm, he could already wield blade domain to this extent. If Jiang Yi grew to the limits of human potential, he would be capable of defying fate itself. At that moment, he fully understood. Slowly raising his hand, he stared at the man above the clouds, Lord Murmur. Come down. The range of the blade domain expanded once again, covering the entire sky above the fasting sanctuary in an instant. This prison, less than 1/10 the size of Tsangnan City, was effortlessly enveloped by the blade domain of a half-step Klein. High above the heavens, the murmuring clone controlling the descent of meteors froze in shock as the meteors were effortlessly shattered by transparent long blades. Just as it was about to increase the number of meteors, the murmuring clone suddenly felt a heavy pressure on its shoulder, as if weighed down by a massive object. Before it could react, the pressure intensified to an extreme degree. Whoosh! The murmuring clone's body plummeted like lightning, leaving a residual shadow in midair. Boom! The shadow crashed between the second and third seats, creating a deep pit and raising a cloud of dust. The second and third seats, lying motionless on the ground, were stunned. As the dust settled, a man in a tattered tailcoat appeared, leaving the two in utter disbelief. Lord Murmur had actually descended in person? Watching from the side, Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. That Murmur was merely a clone. He had originally planned to reverse the plot by killing the true body of Murmur if it appeared, thereby gaining more modification points. It seemed Murmur wasn't too foolish and had prepared a contingency after Han Xiaoyan's exposure. Now he could only rely on the soul-reviving technique within old dog Wu's body. Jiang Yi looked up at the sky. The clouds suddenly turned from white to black, with flashes of lightning. Murmur, don't think you can escape the medium squad leader Bu Li, who had been pursuing stopped mid-sentence and looked down at the murmuring clone on the ground. The murmuring clone lay motionless on the ground of the fasting sanctuary, its tailcoat in tatters, causing Buli's expression to change. This after a long pause, he turned to look at Wu Tongxian, his eyes widening further. Draped in white battle armor, sitting majestically on a throne surrounded by a tide of blade energy and countless long blades, Wu Tongxian exuded an impressive aura. This time, little dog Wu has truly awakened. Buli felt a stark contrast. Previously, Wu Tongxian had been a despondent figure in the psychiatric hospital, but now he radiated the aura of a king, as if transformed into a completely different person. No, something was off. Buli quickly sensed that Wu Tongxian's transformation seemed connected to the forbidden relic he was using. What exactly was this forbidden relic? He frowned, filled with doubt, as he had never seen such a relic before. However, now that the crisis was resolved, it was time for him to leave. Standing atop a silver pillar, Buli glanced at Wu Little Dog with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, preparing to turn and continue tracking Murmur's true body. Buli, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Come and have a cup of tea with me. Just as Buli was about to turn, he heard Chen Fuzi's voice and turned his head to look. From the left, a carriage emerged from the clouds, speeding toward them. Whoa! The coachman pulled the reins tightly, and the carriage came to a steady stop in front of the 7 silver pillars. Chen Fuzi, dressed in scholar's attire, stepped out of the carriage. Buli looked at him with a hint of confusion. Fuzi, have you been staying in the fasting sanctuary all this time? Chen Fuzi smiled lightly. Yes, I've been waiting for them to gather so I can capture them all at once. But now it seems I want need to lift a finger. He glanced downward, his gaze landing on Wu Tongxian. Buli, it's rare to meet, and that's fate. Rest assured, within the fasting sanctuary, no one will dare touch your little dog. Buli was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He scanned the other 6 silver pillars and sighed. Murmur's true body had already been locked onto, so there was indeed no need to wait any longer. Fuzi, I understand. With a thought, the 7 silver pillars crackling with lightning slowly descended to the ground. Mr. Chun stroked his beard, nodded slightly, and looked again at the suppressed Whisper's avatar and his followers on the ground. That kid Jiang Ye's forbidden ruins are truly abnormal. Even someone at the half-step climb level can render Whisper, who is at the climb level, powerless to resist. And this is just the forbidden ruins. He also has the Death God's divine ruins and the unknown eternal God divine ruins. His strength is even more terrifying. He will definitely become stronger in the future, achieving unimaginable heights. Mr. Chen thought for a moment and decided not to intervene personally, leaving it for Yi Fan to handle himself. Whisper Lord. The third seat looked at Whisper lying beside him, his voice trembling. Whisper was even more confused what had just happened. He struggled to move, but felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. Whisper looked up at Wu Tongxian in the air and asked in a low voice, "What's going on with Wu Tongxian? Isn't his forbidden ruins my dream?" The second seat explained, "Whisper Lord, Wu Tongxuan's forbidden ruins is one of the 7 king ruins, called Formless." Whisper was shocked, but quickly asked again, "Even so, he's only at the half-step climb level. Why can't I fight back at all?" "We're not sure about that either, but Wu Tongxuan's forbidden ruins were copied from the Death God's agent, Jiang Yi," the second seat said, struggling to point forward. Whisper looked up and saw 6 people walking toward him. It was Jiang Yi and Lin Qi's team of 5, whom he had ordered to be killed. Along with them was the traitor Han Xiaoyan. Jiang Yi walked up to Whisper, smiling as he said, "Long time no see. Why don't you use your nightmare to enter the depths of my soul?" Whisper's face instantly darkened as he recalled how Jin Nanshan had once entered the depths of their souls and dealt a heavy blow. "You have some nerve challenging me. The ancient God Church will never let you off." Smack! Before he could finish speaking, Baili Pang Pang stomped on Whisper's face with a loud thud, the sound echoing sharply, clearly showing he hadn't held back. "So you Whisper? How ridiculous you're completely immobilized and still dare to talk tough." Whisper felt the sharp pain on his face, his chest heaving violently, his whole body trembling, deeply humiliated. He had always been used to stepping on others, but now he was being stepped on the face by a mere Chuan-level kid. This was utterly disgraceful. Wai Linxia glanced at Bai Li Pang Pang. Truly, the foolish son of a wealthy family. Actually, he had secretly tried it himself, but it was useless. Jiang Yi was completely bluffing. By the way, have we completed the mission now? And Xing Yu pointed at the second and third seats on the ground and asked. Lin Xia nodded. Our primary mission was to protect Wu Tong. Forget it. It seems he doesn't need protection. Everyone couldn't help but look at old dog Wu floating midair. Crack. At that moment, the sky gradually darkened, thick clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The group frowned simultaneously, except for Jiang Yi, who had a faint smile on his lips. Finally, it came. In midair, old dog Wu, seated on his throne, stood up abruptly at the sound of thunder, his eyes fixed on the sky. Captain. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds. In a flash of light, the space in front of Wu Tongxian began to distort. From the clouds, 7 massive silver pillars entwined with lightning descended slowly. Atop each pillar stood a shadowy figure. What is that? Don't tell me it's. That's the second special team of Xia, mediums. Chao Yuan interrupted by Li Pang Pang, explaining. The captain of the mediums is the second strongest in Xia. Hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang tilted his head back slightly. Damn, that powerful. In midair, the 7 massive pillars hovered in front of Wu Tongxian. The leading man stared at him silently, a faint smile playing on his lips. Finally standing up, Wu little dog. After touching a twisted forbidden ruin, you ended up like this. I feel terrifyingly strong now, Captain. Should I? No, didn't we agree before? The two of us can't fall into danger at the same time, Bully said firmly. Old dog Wu lowered his head slightly, a bitter smile on his lips, and looked at the 6 people behind Bully. He raised his hand, condensing blade energy into a transparent long blade. Waving it, he smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, look at me conjuring a blade out of thin air. Impressive, right? The man in black lowered his head without a word, standing like a lifeless log. Bully tilted his head to glance at the man in black and smiled. He said, no matter how impressive, it's not as good as my blade. But your mental state seems decent this time, so I'll reluctantly admit you're impressive. TCH, you're just being stubborn, old dog Wu said with a wry smile. Bully also smiled. But as they smiled, their eyes began to well up. The 6 shadowy figures in black stood motionless, silent, the atmosphere heavy. A flash of pain crossed old dog Wu's face. He lowered his head, tears dripping down. Bully held back his tears, patting old dog Wu on the shoulder. You're a grown man now, don't act like a child. They're all watching, even if they don't say anything. You're the vice captain of mediums. There are people watching below. Don't lose face. Face? I don't care about that. Old dog Wu raised his head, wiped his tears, and stared at the 6 figures with bloodshot eyes. I don't care about face, Captain. I don't care about anything. I just want them to come back. As soon as he said this, the tears could no longer be held back. His whole body trembled, his messy hair hiding a face full of sorrow. Bully remained silent. At the moment old dog Wu said those words, his body began to emit faint green light particles. The particles floated out of him, growing in number, converging on the 6 shadowy figures like statues, merging into their bodies. The man in black whom old dog Wu had just spoken to slowly opened his eyes under the hood as he absorbed the light particles. Zhang Xiaohua struggled to lift his head and called out, Captain, Captain. Above the fasting site, one side was a space condensed with white blade energy, while the other was 7 silver pillars flickering with lightning. Originally covering their faces in pain, Bully and old dog Wu were immediately shocked upon hearing the word Captain. This voice, it was Zhang Xiaohua. Old dog Wu rubbed his swollen eyes and looked up at the 6 black-clad figures behind the captain. When he saw the 6 people, who had previously hung their heads like lifeless corpses, all raised their heads with bright eyes under their hoods, his mouth dropped open in surprise, and he dryly exclaimed, Zhang Xiaohua, how? How are you all alive? Bully also turned to look at the moving team members, his eyes wide open, finding it even harder to believe. His forbidden ruin, medium, had no function to revive team members. What on earth was going on? Old dog Wu, how would I know? Suddenly, I was pulled over by some force, But I feel this state isn't permanent, it'll last at most 3 days, Zhang Xiaohua slowly explained. Beside him, Little Stone nodded. Captain, Vice Captain, wasn't it you who used some method to temporarily bring us back? Old Dog Wu and Bu Li froze simultaneously, thinking, if we had that ability, would we have let you die? We didn't do anything. If there's a possibility, it should be. Bu Li turned to look at Old Dog Wu earlier. He had indeed felt a strong mental force. Old Dog Wu, was it you? Old Dog Wu shook his head. He didn't have that ability. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked down at the ground. His gaze happened to meet Jiang Ye's. Jiang Ye smiled at him. Old Dog Wu froze. Could it be Jiang Ye's mental type Forbidden Ruin? That night, entering Jiang Ye's dream had instead led him into his own inner world. At that time, he understood that Jiang Yi possessed an extremely powerful mental type, Forbidden Ruin. Only 3 days. This was probably a special ability of Jiang Ye's mental Forbidden Ruin. Old Dog Wu's lips curled into a smile, the sorrow on his face vanishing completely. His gaze silently thanked Jiang Yi in his heart. Captain, let's consider this a gift from the younger generation. And you, Zhang Xiaohua, it's been a long time since we sparred. Just so happens, I've acquired a blade type, Forbidden Ruin. I guarantee you'll lose miserably, haha. Swish. Zhang Xiaohua flung off his black robe, revealing the long blade at his waist. Old Dog Wu, are you getting cocky? Come on. If I back down, I won't even recognize my own name. All right, fight. Little Grass clapped his hands in excitement. Bu Li's nose tingled, feeling emotional. Such a lively scene hadn't been seen in a long time. Even if it was just a fleeting moment, it filled him with excitement. All right, I'll be the referee, Bu Li said, his voice slightly choked. As soon as he spoke, all 8 of them burst into laughter. This time, the laughter carried no trace of silence. In the distance, a carriage stopped at the corner of a wall, and 2 figures secretly peeked at the medium squad. If you want to watch, do it openly. Don't drag me along, making it look like we're sneaking around, Chen Fuzi complained. Yi Fan was indifferent. I can't let them notice me. Otherwise, they'll immediately act like they've seen a leader and rush off to carry out tasks. That's true, Chen Fuzi nodded. But what was that soul fluctuation on Wu Tongxian just now? It actually allowed the deceased medium team members to temporarily regain life. It's not resurrection, it's temporary restoration, or perhaps mimicking the habits of the deceased when they were alive. It should be the effect of some forbidden ruin, Yi Fan pondered. Master Chen responded with a sound and looked toward Jiang Yi in the distance. This kid carries quite a few secrets, huh? Just like Lin Xie, both of them bear their own secrets. Not planning to investigate, Yi Fan shook his head. They're one of us. Don't make it seem like we're interrogating criminals. They have their own paths to walk. He stared at Jiang Yi for a long while, his eyes full of admiration. At this critical moment when the gods of Great Xia are reshaping the heavenly court, humanity must have someone take the first step toward becoming a god. If Zhou Ping can't overcome his inner obstacles, then it will have to rely on Jiang Yi, who has fused with the essence of the gods. Seeing Jiang Yi grow stronger, Yi Fan felt genuinely happy. Master, it's about time. You still have plenty of matters to handle at the fasting hall, especially regarding that acting warden. I should also go assign new tasks to the reserve team. With that, Yi Fan slowly stepped out from the corner. Upon hearing the name of the acting warden, Xieyu, Master Chen's face immediately darkened. It's a good thing Li Yangwang didn't kill him. After deceiving me for so many years, I won't feel satisfied unless I teach him a lesson. At the entrance of Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, prison guards quickly arrived. Using specialized tools, they suppressed the mental energy of the 4 believers pinned to the ground and took them away. Finally over. This prison is really not a place for humans. I almost couldn't hold on. Bailey Pang Pang leaned against the wall, recalling the disgusting actions of the burly man, sending chills down his spine. By the way, Qingyu, weren't you cornered by someone too? What did that person do to you? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, thought for a moment, and said, he took me to the restroom. Bailey Pang Pang immediately tensed up, his face full of anticipation. And then? You didn't actually do anything, did you? I dissected him. He was quite cooperative. And Qingyu shyly smiled. Bailey Pang Pang, question mark. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh. looking up at the sky. The spirit medium team had already left. Huh. System, where's my reward? Just as he was feeling puzzled, familiar footsteps sounded not far away. 5th Special Squad Reserve Team, hello there. We meet again. Yi Fan walked over with documents in hand, smiling. Commander Yi. The 5 members and Han Xiaoyan saluted in unison. Yi Fan nodded and praised. This was your first mission. Under the pressure of the ancient god church's intensified actions, you made the right decisions in a short time. Very impressive. Really? Then Commander Yi should give us some rewards, right? We're not greedy, just prepare a plane for us to make missions more convenient. And if we could get top-tier weaponry and equipment, that would be even better. Baili Pangpang grinned cheekily. Yi Fan, truly shameless. I do have a reward. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Baili Pangpang blinked. What reward? I'll assign you a new mission. All right. Baili Pangpang's words trailed off, his smile gradually fading. The others were speechless as well. Yi Fan's lips curved slightly. This kid, trying to take advantage of me. Then, he turned to Han Xiaoyan, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder. Han Xiaoyan, I gave you a chance before. I saw your performance this time. You can return to the Suzhou City Night Watch team or find a place to live a good life. Han Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, his face showing excitement. He stood at attention, saluted, and said, Commander, I have let down Daxia. I want to return to Suzhou City and continue guarding that city. As soon as these words fell, something seemed to trigger in Jiang Ye's mind, and a mechanical voice sounded. Ding-ing. Wu Tongxian successfully replicated your Forbidden Ruin Blade domain, subdued multiple followers of the ancient god church, and altered the subsequent method of summoning the underworld god Osiris. You used the soul return technique to hide within Wu Tongxian, temporarily reviving the medium squad to fulfill the wishes of Captain Bu Li and Wu Tongxian. Under your arrangement, Yi Fan allowed Han Xiaoyan to return to the Suzhou City Night Watch squad, which might affect the ancient god church's plans for the Phoenix squad in Suzhou City. Gained 30,000 modification points. Current modification points, 750,000. Upon reaching 800,000 points, you will obtain the ancient divine artifact, Xianyuan Sword. In the warden's office at the Fasting Institute, after reading the system prompt, Jiang Yi nodded slightly. 30,000 modification points were within his expectations. If he could truly revive all members of the medium squad, the modification points might directly soar to 800,000, allowing him to acquire the legendary ancient divine artifact, Xianyuan Sword. The Xianyuan Sword was a top-tier artifact, ensuring that his weapon would not fall behind in future battles against the Seraphim. Now, he was only 50,000 modification points away, and the storyline in Antak County, Xing'anling, required his careful consideration. Han Xiaoyan, this is your transfer order to Suzhou City. In the office, Yi Fan handed a document to Han Xiaoyan, who solemnly nodded and accepted it with both hands. Yi Fan smiled and looked at Jiang Yi and the other 4, taking out 2 more documents and placing them on the desk. These are the mission details. The location is Antak County on the edge of Xing'anling. A suspected large-scale, ant-type mysterious creature has been discovered in the northern primitive forest of Antak County, with strength between the Chuan realm and the High realm. Lin Xie and the other 3 began pondering the mission details after hearing this. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was thinking about how to earn modification points. The ant-type creatures were not the focus, the key was the appearance of Fengdu in the primitive forest of Antak County. This segment of the storyline had 2 critical points. One was the reincarnated Fengdu Emperor, Li Diang, and the other was Lin Xie's destined partner, Jialan. There was also a hidden point. When the Fengdu Emperor's reincarnation awakened, it would trigger the appearance of Yama, the god of death from Indian mythology. Jiang Ye's thoughts revolved around these 3 points. In the original work, the reincarnated Fengdu Emperor, Li Diang, would only awaken after entering Fengdu. If he could prevent Li Diang from entering Fengdu, he could delay his awakening, thereby increasing the modification points. As for Lin Xie's 2,000-year-old destined partner, Jialan, Jiang Yi did not plan to focus on this. The bond between Jialan and Lin Xie was too deep. Even if he tried to intervene, the narrative would quickly pull them back together. Perhaps, just as he was about to stop it, Lin Xie would already have gone to find Jialan due to some other factor. Intervening would be futile, such was the power of a destined pairing. The final point was the shadow of Yama, the god of death from Indian mythology, hidden in Fengdu. If he could deal with it before the Fengdu Emperor awakened, the primordial celestial venerable would not give the Jade Rui to Bailey Pang Pang, and the awakening of the Lingbao celestial venerable would also be delayed to AT that time. Bailey Pang Pang on the bus wouldn't be afraid to meet Molly. Jiang Yi thought, glancing sideways at Bailey Pang Pang, whose face was full of a silly smile and whose body was chubby. Looking like this now, kind of silly, but still quite cute. All right, that's the basic situation. This incident isn't urgent, so you can rest a bit before heading out. Yifan finished explaining the mission and stood up. I have some other matters to attend to. If you have any questions, call the satellite phone, someone will assist you. After saying this, Yifan looked at the five of them, his gaze resting on Jiang Yi and Lin Xie, feeling reassured. Commander Yi, wait. Just as Yifan was about to leave, he heard Lin Xie call out to him, causing him to pause. What's the matter? Lin Xie frowned and asked. How are we supposed to get there? Are we taking a plane again? You're the reserve team, handle these details yourselves. Good luck. Yifan smiled and walked out of the office. Lin Xie's mouth twitched. After the mission was clarified, Jiang Yi and the other four, along with Han Xiaoyun, left the Fasting Institute and boarded a medium-sized ship heading toward the mainland. At night, under the dazzling starlight, the five of them sat around on the deck, with a barbecue grill in the middle, sizzling with smoking grilled fish. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses, looked at the grilled fish, and silently closed his eyes. Beside him, Lin Xie was studying the satellite map and sighed softly. This time the destination is very remote. There's no high-speed rail, we'll have to take a green train and then transfer to a car. Bailey Pang Pang, who was flipping the grilled fish, showed a helpless expression. Our 5th Special Squad is going on a mission, and we're taking a green train. Other special squads all fly, it's really embarrassing. In comparison, it feels like we're really falling behind. No choice, reserve teams don't get planes, Lin Xie said helplessly, sprinkling some seasoning on the grilled fish. Sigh. Bailey Pang Pang sighed and looked toward the cabin. Whereas Han Xiaoyun, isn't he coming to eat grilled fish? Since boarding the ship, he has been locked in the cabin, staring at old photos of the Suzhou Night Watch team. Chao Yuan said, clasping his hands together and shaking his head. The once lively team now only has him left. It must be hard for him to let go. Hearing Chao Yuan say this, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie were slightly stunned, thinking of the Tsangnan 136 team. Lin Xie frowned, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Then, he looked up at Jiang Yi beside him. He thought, Jiang Yi must be feeling sad too. Lin Xie casually picked up a grilled fish from the barbecue grill and handed it to Jiang Yi. Last time you treated me to fish in the cafeteria, this time, it's my turn to treat you. Jiang Yi, who was staring at his ring, was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and took the golden, crispy grilled fish from Lin Xie's hand. Thanks. He smiled, tore off a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. The light salty taste and the tender texture of the fish intertwined in his mouth. Is it good? Lin Xie asked with a smile. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling the question sounded a bit odd. He paused for a moment and said, It's pretty good. Hearing this, Lin Xie's lips curled into a smile. He took a grilled fish from Bailey Pang Pang and started eating. Bailey Pang Pang. After finishing the grilled fish, Jiang Yi returned to the cabin to prepare for sleep. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as he noticed a figure in the room. Click. Jiang Yi pushed the door open and quickly closed it again. Are you here to save your team members? He stared at the shadow, his voice calm. Han Xiaoyun emerged from the darkness, lowered his head, and said, Lord God, Qingqing is still in the ancient God Church. Can I ask you one more time? I am willing to pay the price. His voice carried a sob. Jiang Yi listened, but did not respond immediately. He could indeed bring Qingqing out of the ancient God Church as Han Xiaoyun requested, but such a change would not have much impact. Han Xiaoyun's story was merely a side plot in the original work and did not affect the main storyline. Jiang Yi looked at the photo tightly held in Han Xiaoyun's hand, a group photo of the former Suzhou City Night Watch team. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi sighed. Forget it. Even small matters might bring extra rewards. Jiang Yi slowly raised his right hand, and blue-white divine power shimmered. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the room. Late at night, under the tranquil night sky, moonlight spilled over a sea of flowers. This sea of flowers resembled a dreamy ocean, with a gentle breeze causing the floral waves to sway lightly. The blossoms shimmered enchantingly under the moonlight and starlight. Suddenly, a blue-white light flashed at the center of the flower sea, and two figures appeared amidst the fragrant blooms. Han Xiaoyun recovered from the dizziness caused by spatial travel and looked around. This was a serene and beautiful flower sea. God, don't call me God, just call me Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi responded calmly. Han Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and asked, Senior Jiang Yi, where is this place? Jiang Yi, somewhat helpless, chose not to address the matter of titles again. He looked at the flower sea and smiled. This is a good place for dating. Senior, you agreed? Han Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, but don't get too excited. I have conditions. Whatever the conditions are, I agree. Jiang Yi thought for a moment, patted Han Xiaoyun's shoulder, and smiled. Work hard to become stronger. Only then can you protect those you want to protect, and not be as helpless as before. Only those who have experienced similar despair can understand Han Xiaoyun's feelings at the time. Jiang Yi had also felt despair 11 years ago. The difference was that he had the system to help him, while Han Xiaoyun could only rely on himself. These words were not only for Han Xiaoyun, but also a reminder to himself. Only by becoming stronger can one better protect everything they cherish. I will, Han Xiaoyun said, clenching his fists with determination. Having endured the humiliation of being powerless as a captain while his team members died tragically, he would never let such a tragedy happen again. Jiang Yi nodded, and a strand of universal divine power rose from his palm. When he had dissolved Han Xiaoyun's soul contract, he had already left a divine power mark on Qingqing. Now, he only needed to activate the mark to bring her out of the ancient god church. He slowly uttered a single word, return. Inside the ancient god church, within the towering cathedral, only a few believers were whispering to each other. Due to the fasting operation, most of the believers had been sent out on missions, leaving only a few weaker ones to gather and process intelligence. In the basement, a young girl dressed in green lay on an ice crystal platform, her hands crossed over her chest, her eyes closed, resembling a sleeping princess. Soon, the girl's body emitted a blue-white light that grew increasingly dazzling. Zzz. The light seemed to undergo some kind of chemical reaction, trembling violently and producing sounds of energy collisions. The light gradually separated from the girl's body, which began to fade and eventually disappeared without a trace. Crackle. However, the blue-white light did not dissipate instead. It reacted even more intensely, as if on the verge of exploding. Boom! When the light reached its peak, it exploded violently. In an instant, everything in the basement was obliterated by the divine force, leaving no trace behind, as if it had been vaporized. But the explosion wasn't over yet. The blue-white divine light rapidly spread outward, leaving nothing in its wake, not even a blade of grass. No, everything it touched vanished completely, as if it had never existed. As the divine light expanded, it swept from the basement to the main hall of the church, and then to the entire cathedral of the ancient god church. The followers, still processing intelligence, didn't even have time to react before they were completely engulfed by the blue-white light. The three statues of the ancient gods in the cathedral's main hall seemed to sense the danger and emitted a faint glow, attempting to resist the spread of the blue-white divine light. But the attack of the supreme god was not something ordinary statues could withstand. Without suspense, the three statues of the ancient gods disintegrated into specks of light and disappeared. The accumulated faith power of the followers scattered and gradually dissipated into the air. The blue-white divine light enveloped the entire cathedral, then converged into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, unleashing an unimaginably destructive force that radiated outward. 15 minutes later, the blue-white pillar of light slowly faded. Where the grand cathedral of the ancient god church once stood, there was nothing left, not even grass or trees, let alone buildings. The 23,000 square meter cathedral seemed as though it had never existed. The cathedral of the ancient god church had completely vanished. Under the night sky, amidst a sea of flowers, the air was filled with a rich floral fragrance, intoxicating to the senses. With a thunderous roar, a spatial rift slowly tore open in front of Jiang Yi and Han Xiaoyan. A young girl in a green dress lay on an ice crystal platform, being gently drawn out of the rift by an unseen force. Qingqing Han Xiaoyan's tears fell uncontrollably as he saw that unforgettable, beautiful face. After so many years, he finally saw her again. Bang! The ice crystal platform landed in the sea of flowers, and the girl was surrounded by blossoms, lying there quietly as moonlight bathed her. The photo in Han Xiaoyan's hand slipped into the flowers as he took step after step toward the girl. Step by step, with each step, memories flooded his mind. Encountering whispers, watching his teammates sacrifice themselves, falling into the hands of the followers to protect his team, becoming the person he despised the most, and then finally waking up. Tears streamed down Han Xiaoyan's face, dripping onto the petals. The past surged in his heart as he finally reached Qingqing's side. Looking at her, still youthful, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Bang! Han Xiaoyan fell to his knees before the ice crystal platform, his entire body trembling, unable to speak through his sobs. After a long while, he steadied his emotions, gazing at the girl's profile, and said with guilt, "Qingqing, I'm sorry I couldn't save them. I wasn't a qualified captain." He lowered his head, reaching out several times to touch her, only to withdraw his hand in self-reproach. Jiang Yi watched everything unfold, then looked up at the full moon in the night sky. A green, eternal divine power gathered at his fingertips. With a gentle flick, he sent it into the body of the girl in green. The moment the eternal divine power entered her body, the wound on her head healed rapidly. As her consciousness gradually returned, the girl heard the sound of her captain's sobs and smelled the fragrance of flowers. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her star-like eyes slowly opened. The girl looked around in confusion, then sat up, following the sound of the sobs. She gazed at Han Xiaoyan, whose face was weathered and filled with remorse. Reaching out her slender hand, she gently touched Han Xiaoyan's face. "Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan." A clear voice tinged with sorrow reached Han Xiaoyan's ears. His eyes trembled as he felt the touch on his face and slowly raised his head. Their gazes met, and both froze in place. The man looked at the girl's delicate features and lively eyes. The girl gently smoothed his disheveled hair with her hand, caressing his weathered face, her eyes filled with heartache. Whoosh! Suddenly, an evening breeze swept through the sea of flowers, lifting petals into the air, carrying a unique fragrance and romance that lingered between them. The moonlight seemed brighter, as if trying to illuminate their view more clearly. The night remained quiet, but the exchange in their eyes seemed to convey countless words, albeit somewhat chaotic. Jiang Yi did not interrupt, he simply watched silently, a strand of divine power in his palm flowing into Han Xiaoyan's body. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You helped the side character Han Xiaoyan fulfill his wish, granted him divine power, and chose him as your agent. This may affect subsequent storylines. You destroyed the ancient god church's cathedral, causing the three ancient gods to lose part of their followers. This led to whispers coughing up blood and anger, delaying the actions of their followers. You gained 10,000 points of modification value. Current modification value, 760,000 points. Reach 800,000 to obtain the ancient artifact, Xianyuan's sword. That's it. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. Han Xiaoyan was just a side character, so it was understandable that the modification value reward was small, but at least there should be a random reward, right? Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking. Triggered random reward. Choose a Divine Ruins gift pack. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes. All right, I admit I was a bit impatient just now. Choose a Divine Ruins gift pack? He immediately opened the gift pack interface, which was filled with items of legendary golden quality. He browsed through, searching for a Divine Ruins item that could completely suppress the miracle law. Although the death law could suppress miracles, it couldn't do so entirely. It could only reduce the probability of miracles taking effect. Chio's body, Xingtian's will, Shinong's herb sampling. Love God's chocolate. River manager. This lineup looks a bit odd, doesn't it? System, are you mixing things up here? Jiang Yi chuckled and continued flipping through the options, but still didn't find what he was looking for. In the end, he decided to focus on altering the storyline and accumulating modification value. After some careful thought, his gaze finally settled on River Manager. At first glance, this Divine Ruins item seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, it was astonishing. It was truly an extraordinary existence, worthy of being called the Divine Ruins of a river-controlling deity. However, River Manager had not yet obtained the source power of the river god, so it could only manage ordinary rivers. It hadn't reached the conceptual level of controlling entities like the Milky Way, the River of Time, or the River of History. But none of that mattered. The key was that once this Divine Ruins item fused with the river god's source power, it could play a crucial role in Japan's Takamagara mass squad. The storyline was still in its early stages, and the system would eventually reward the divine source power. For now, it was best to choose this item. Jiang Yi used his mind to click on River Manager and confirmed his selection. In an instant, streams of water surrounded him, as if he had formed a deep connection with water, effortlessly controlling its flow with every gesture. He nodded slightly and withdrew the surrounding water. Seeing the two still gazing at each other affectionately, he felt a bit awkward staying there. Jiang Yi glanced at Han Xiaoyan and sighed inwardly. Take this Divine Ruins, grow stronger, and protect the one you love. He had weathered storms and knew that weakness could only lead to being toyed with by fate, so he longed to grow stronger. Seeing Han Xiaoyan's figure, he seemed to see his former self. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he dissipated into water vapor amidst the sea of flowers. Han Xiaoyan seemed to sense something, turned to look at the layer of mist, and softly said, "Senior, thank you for the umbrella." A few minutes earlier, at the ruins of the ancient god church, in the dense jungle, a flash of red light streaked by. Following that, the surrounding space distorted, and a man in a tailcoat, with slightly tattered hems, appeared. That little fatty from the Bailey family dared to humiliate me. I'll make him understand the meaning of consequences. EU muttered through gritted teeth, his mind filled with the image of that little fatty's stinky foot stepping on his face. From birth until now, he had never suffered such humiliation, and his anger was uncontrollable. His gaze turned dark. First, gather all the believers and launch a full-scale hunt for that little fatty from the Bailey family. After saying this, he passed through a small grove and headed toward the direction of the church. Wait, where was the church? Emerging from the woods, EU froze. The grand cathedral that should have stood there had vanished. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had opened the wrong way? He silently turned around and looked back. Still nothing. Boom. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, causing the surrounding trees to snap and fall. Damn it. Someone actually stole the ancient god church's cathedral. He clenched his teeth, breathing heavily as if on the verge of suffocation. First, he was humiliated by a little fatty from Chuancheng, and now even the church he had painstakingly built was taken. He was so furious he was nearly driven mad. Wait a moment, EU suddenly sensed a divine power fluctuation in the surroundings, a power that felt eerily familiar. It was the aura of the deity Han Xiaoyan had encountered in Sangnan 2 years ago. How could he know the location of the ancient god church? EU immediately recalled the green-clad girl in the basement, whose body contained the power of that deity. In other words, that deity had helped Han Xiaoyan rescue the green-clad girl and destroyed the church in the process. At this thought, EU's face twisted, his anger nearly erupting. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to utter any harsh words. Deities were not opponents someone like him could contend with. He clenched his fists tightly. Even if you're a deity, daring to provoke the ancient god like this when the age of darkness arrives, the ancient god will make you pay the price. Humph. EU's body trembled slightly as he walked to the spot where the church had disappeared, his heart filled with anguish. That was the church he had poured his heart and soul into, and it held many secrets. Thinking of this, he clutched his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! Meanwhile, high above in the night sky, Deep in the cosmos, a wave of supreme divine energy rippled through the mist, causing the seraph guarding the moon to slowly open his eyes. This aura was very familiar to him. It belonged to the supreme deity born in Sangnan 11 years ago. Michael was puzzled and wanted to observe more closely, but recalling what Lingbao Tianzuan had said last time, he hesitated. As a watcher, his avatar had indeed overstepped its bounds when it tried to kill that ant last time. However, as long as he didn't interfere directly, mere observation shouldn't be an issue. He felt that this supreme deity from Sangnan seemed to have some kind of connection with that ant. Michael frowned slightly, his golden eyes gleaming as images of the blue planet emerged. Somewhere in the mist, a blue and white pillar of light pierced the clouds, radiating an awe-inspiring supreme aura that spread outward. This scene appeared before Michael, leaving him puzzled. Is that supreme god trying to make a statement? He could clearly sense the fluctuations of the blue and white divine power spreading to surrounding nations rather than diminishing. Evidently, the supreme god was using this method to intimidate the gods of other countries. Michael felt perplexed. With Desya currently rebuilding the heavenly court, why would he act now? Could it be that he isn't Desya's deity? He pondered briefly. Desya's gods had only recently undergone reincarnation and were far from reaching the level of a supreme god. Michael's brows furrowed tightly, his golden eyes flickering with light. The aura left behind by that god could be traced to its source using the miracle law. Guided by divine power, his gaze seemed to traverse time and space. Ahead, a white light gradually illuminated the scene. As the light slowly dissipated, a beautiful sea of flowers came into view, with the evening breeze lifting petals into the air. He paused slightly, his eyes reflecting two figures, a man and a woman. The man was someone he knew well, someone he'd once made a deal with. The source tracked by the miracle law is him? Michael immediately felt puzzled. But the divine aura emanating from Han Xiaoyun was identical to the blue and white pillar of light in the mist. There was no mistaking it. No. His golden eyes flickered again, this time seeing more clearly. He must be the agent of that god. Michael slowly withdrew his gaze, realizing that Han Xiaoyun only carried a portion of that god's power, clearly chosen as an agent. Why was he once selected by me? What is his purpose? Why has he been hiding his identity all along? Egypt, the land of gods, Sun City. 9 divine pillars stood tall in the center of Sun City, representing the 9 pillars of gods. At this moment, within the Sun Temple, the Sun God Ra held a scepter, his face shining like the sun, flickering on and off. You all felt the fluctuations of the Supreme God's aura just now, didn't you? The other 8 pillar gods nodded in unison, their expressions solemn. Osiris, Shu, can your plans still proceed? A thin, elderly figure, Osiris, hesitated for a moment before replying. Honorable Sun God, rest assured, our plans will not be affected. Oh, the Sun God, Ra, showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The death god Osiris explained. Desya's gods have only just completed their century-long reincarnation, and the heavenly court is not yet fully restored. It's impossible for a supreme god to appear. The sudden emergence of a supreme god's aura to intimidate us must be a ploy by Desya, deliberately making us think they have a supreme god in their ranks. The wind god Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Desya truly had a supreme god, during last year's battle for Shiva's grudge, a single move from the supreme god would have ended the fight. Why send 2 weak gods to struggle? Moreover, Desya's divine kingdom is still under repair. If a supreme god isn't involved in the restoration but suddenly appears to scare us, there must be a trap here. The sun god, Ra, pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. If that's the case, continue with the plan and test whether Desya truly lacks a supreme god. In addition, to be on the safe side, prepare some backup plans and don't let your guard down. Osiris and the wind god Hu bowed in unison and agreed. At the border of Daxia, in the Xing'an Mountains, snowflakes danced in the air, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. A trail of footprints extended into the primeval forest. An elderly man dressed in a plain Taoist robe walked through the snow. Despite his thin clothing, he seemed unaffected by the cold. He gazed into the depths of the mist, sensing the diffusion of a familiar aura. This guy is really troublesome. even more so than that monkey from before. However, he does have the ability to deter those foreign gods eyeing Daxia. The primordial heavenly venerate nodded slightly, marveling at how Jiang Ye's aura had grown significantly stronger compared to when he was in Songnan. It seemed his strength had improved once again. The old man stroked his beard, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This way, there would be more time to rebuild the heavenly court. The primordial heavenly venerate continued forward, calculating with his fingers. The reincarnated body of the Fengdu Emperor was also about to awaken. However, the process of awakening had encountered some obstacles, and there was human involvement. The old man's expression changed slightly. Yesterday, he had calculated that the reincarnated body of the Fengdu Emperor was about to awaken, but now the situation had shifted. He rubbed his forehead and carefully traced the cause and effect, pointing toward Jiang Yi. In other words, Jiang Yi would prevent the reincarnated body of the Fengdu Emperor from awakening. The primordial heavenly venerate hesitated immediately. Last time, he had been defeated by Jiang Yi and still owed him a favor. He paced back and forth in the snow. Fellow Taoist, what am I supposed to do with you? 10 days later, after a long sea voyage, Jiang Yi and 4 others successfully arrived on the mainland. After resting for a night, they boarded a green train heading to Antak County in Hetian City. Clang, clang. The train started slowly, the power bearings creaking as it accelerated along the tracks. In one of the carriages, 5 young people sat facing each other, with a bag of oranges placed on the small table between them. Brother, do you want an orange? The little girl, Ting Ting, sitting on Jiang Ye's lap, handed him an orange with an innocent smile. Jiang Yi tilted his head, smiled, and took it, peeling it gently before handing her a slice. The little girl unusually ate it in one bite, leaving the old man beside them dumbfounded. Ting Ting, you don't eat the ones Grandpa gives you, but you eat the ones this young man peels for you? The little girl stuck out her tongue and made a playful face. Jiang Yi smiled wryly. Originally, there were only 4 of them, but now there was an extra one, and she had taken Li Diyang's daughter's seat. Seeing that the old man didn't want his granddaughter to sit separately, Jiang Yi let Ting Ting sit on his lap. The old man beside them, noticing Jiang Ye's good-natured personality, couldn't help but nod approvingly. At this moment, the 4 young men sitting nearby were whispering to each other, their expressions suddenly turning unpleasant. Ting Ting, what is it, Grandpa? The old man snorted coldly. From now on, you must learn from this young man and be a polite person. As for those other 4, don't pay attention to them, they're the scum of society. Don't pick up those sneaky bad habits. They're all degenerates. Lin Xie and the other 3. We were just chatting quietly, how did we become degenerates? And why is Jiang Yi being praised so highly? Jiang Yi suppressed a smile at the corners of his mouth, gently patting the little girl Ting Ting's head to hide his amusement. Ting Ting also looked up and smiled at Jiang Yi. Lin Xie, expressionless, propped his face on his hand, watching Jiang Yi and the little girl interact affectionately, lost in thought. What's with this old man? We were just talking quietly. On the train, an elderly man accompanied a little girl to the restroom. Bai Li Pang Pang pursed his lips and said, Indeed, comparing us to them is just too much. Chao Yuan nodded and glanced at Jiang Yi. Lin Qi Yi shook his head helplessly. Hello, may I sit here? At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe approached, his demeanor solemn. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. He had already sensed this man's presence earlier. This old fellow had arrived so early. He had thought the man would only appear when the Fengdu Emperor awakened. Lin Qi Yi and the others turned to look. The elderly man, who exuded an aura of wisdom and serenity, pointed to the empty seat next to Jiang Yi. Sir, I'm sorry, but the person sitting there went to the restroom and will be back shortly, Lin Qi Yi explained gently. The primordial heavenly venerable waved his hand. It's fine. I'll give up the seat when he returns. It's just that I'm old, and my legs aren't very good. Standing for too long hurts. Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes filled with sympathy upon hearing this. Then you can take my seat. I don't mind standing. I can't bear to see vulnerable groups suffer. The primordial heavenly venerable fell silent. Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the term vulnerable groups. Bai Li Pang Pang stood up and helped the primordial heavenly venerable into his seat. However, Bai Li Pang Pang's seat was separated from Jiang Yi by Chao Yuan, making communication a bit inconvenient. The elderly man had no choice but to accept. He glanced at Bai Li Pang Pang and thought, "This kid has a kind heart. Little chubby one, there's no need for thanks. This jade ruby is something I picked up on the way. I'll give it to you." The primordial heavenly venerable took out a delicately patterned, dazzling jade ruby from his sleeve and handed it to Bai Li Pang Pang. Jiang Yi was stunned. The Fengdu storyline hadn't even started, and he was already being so generous? In the original story, Bai Li Pang Pang was schemed against and killed by Bai Li Jing during Bai Li Xian's birthday banquet. It was this jade ruby that saved him, leading to the rebirth of Ling Bao Heavenly Venerable. Good heavens! Jiang Yi was speechless, but upon reflection, it wouldn't matter as long as Bai Li Pang Pang didn't die at Bai Li Jing's hands. The jade ruby's story wouldn't unfold. At this moment, as the primordial Heavenly Venerable took out the jade ruby, Lin Yi scanned it with his spiritual power, and his eyes widened. The jade ruby contained an incomprehensible power, clearly not an ordinary item. Could this be a real-life version of the plot? Like saving an elderly person from a car accident, and the elder chooses him as an heir? Bai Li Pang Pang looked at the jade ruby and hesitated. "Sir, you should keep this for yourself. I told you to take it, so take it. Don't argue with an old man," the elder said firmly, shoving the jade ruby into Bai Li Pang Pang's hands. Bai Li Pang Pang was stunned but had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't help but think that even elderly people were so assertive when giving gifts nowadays. Seeing Bai Li Pang Pang accept the gift, the primordial Heavenly Venerable smiled and nodded slightly. Then, he gently adjusted his robe. Instantly, the train carriage stopped shaking, and the snowy scenery outside the window froze in place. Jiang Yi slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the four people who had become like statues, finally resting his eyes on the elderly man. "Heavenly Venerable, what brings you here?" The elder's face bore a gentle smile. "Fellow Taoist, regarding the matter of Fengdu." "Heavenly Venerable, don't forget your previous promise," Jiang Yi said calmly. The primordial Heavenly Venerable pondered for a moment. He had indeed promised not to interfere with Jiang Yi's actions. "It's just, your actions will affect the revival of the great Xia deities. The reconstruction of the heavenly court requires manpower. Continuing like this might not be ideal." Jiang Yi gazed out the window. "There's no need for the celestial venerable to worry. This is my home." The old man was taken aback, silent for a long time before slowly sighing. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Then I entrust it to you, my friend." Since Jiang Yi had already spoken, he had no reason to refuse further. Besides, if he broke his promise, it would be too disgraceful. However, the celestial venerable had come to him this time and received a satisfactory answer. With Jiang Yi guarding De Xia would remain stable. He smiled gently, waved his sleeve lightly, brushing over Lin Qi's head, and then his figure disappeared from the carriage. Clang, clang. The paused space resumed, and the green train continued along the tracks, the snowy scenery outside flashing by. "Huh? Where did that old man go?" Lin Qi snapped out of the paused space, staring at the now empty seat across from him, his face full of confusion. The other three also came to their senses. Just now, the old man had waved his sleeve, and then he was gone? Oh my, could he be an immortal? Bai Li Pang Pang stared at the empty seat, his eyes wide open. All four were stunned. The Taoist-robed elder who had just been there had vanished in the blink of an eye, right under their noses, leaving without a sound. Judging by the elder's abilities, he was likely one of the top human experts. Lin Xie frowned. This elder was indeed extraordinary. Why had he come this time? Was he looking for someone? Lin Xie's gaze first fell on Jiang Yi. Then he shook his head and turned to Bai Li Pang Pang. The elder hadn't spoken to Jiang Yi at all. He had only interacted with Bai Li Pang Pang and even given him a gift. "Pang Pang, it seems this elder came for you. The jade ruby in your hand contains some kind of power. It doesn't seem like an ordinary item." As soon as these words were spoken, and Qingyu and Chao Yuan both looked at Bai Li Pang Pang, their eyes flashing with surprise. Huh, could it really be that fools have their own luck? Such a cliched plot had actually landed on Bai Li Pang Pang. Bai Li Pang Pang immediately stared at the jade ruby in his hand, his eyes lighting up as he excitedly laughed. Haha, I told you, I'm destined to be extraordinary. Even giving up a seat can lead to encountering such a mysterious master. My future is bound to be smooth sailing and full of success. Ting Ting, you must remember, in the future, be down to earth and don't learn from this little fatty who only dreams of being a big hero. Being practical is the way to go. Just then, an old man returned to his seat with a little girl named Ting Ting. Hearing Bailey Pong Pong's nonsense, he immediately used him as a negative example. The little girl, Ting Ting, nodded. Got it, Grandpa. He does seem a bit silly. Bailey Pang Pang. De Xiao border, Tianhe City. After the five got off the train, Lin Xia clarified the division of tasks, assigning Jiang Yi to keep an eye on Bailey Pang Pang while he went shopping. The climate in Antak County was extreme, with temperatures hovering below zero year-round, sometimes even dropping to -10 degrees during the coldest times. But for Jiang Yi, this level of cold was nothing. On the sparsely populated streets, Jiang Yi, dressed in a long-sleeved shirt, walked toward the supermarket alongside Bailey Pang Pang, who was bundled up in a thick cotton jacket. Passers-by, seeing Jiang Ye's thin attire, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The temperature here was only a few degrees, sometimes even below zero. Youth is truly remarkable. The two arrived at the supermarket entrance, and as soon as they stepped inside, a wave of warmth greeted them. Bailey Pang Pang finally stopped trembling. He adjusted his cotton-padded jacket and looked at Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang Yi, let's go pick out some stuff. Help me remember what we haven't bought yet. Pick out stuff? Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned and asked, Who's paying? I will. How could I let Brother Jiang Yi spend money? How much money do you have? Bailey Pang Pang grinned smugly. Brother Jiang Yi, you're thinking too small. I'm the young master of the Bailey family. Whatever I want, I can just take. Jiang Yi was speechless. What kind of young master was this? He didn't even have the slightest air of a spoiled rich kid. If you're so rich, why are we even picking? Just buy the whole supermarket, get everything, and skip the picking. As soon as he said this, Bailey Pang Pang froze, then slapped his thigh. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? His eyes lit up instantly, and he strode over to the cashier. Hello, I'm paying for everything here. Bang. Bailey Pang Pang pulled out 3 stacks of cash from free space and slammed them onto the counter. The cashier girl was stunned. Call your boss over. I'm buying this supermarket. Clang. The scanner in the cashier's hand fell to the ground, and she froze completely. Buying the entire supermarket instead of just shopping. What kind of domineering CEO novel have I walked into? A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit came over with a smile, bowing and scraping to the 2 young men. Hurry up, pack everything for the 2 young masters. The boss even scolded his staff. After speaking, he turned back to Jiang Yi and Bailey Pang Pang with a fawning expression, clasping his hands together. Please wait a moment, young masters. We'll get it done right away. Jiang Yi frowned. Packing everything would probably take until nightfall. Tonight, the little girl Ting Ting would be captured by worker ants, and Li Deyang would enter the primeval forest and accidentally stumble into Fengdu. To stop Li Deyang's resurrection, Ting Ting couldn't be taken by the worker ants. Jiang Yi stared at the boss and said coldly, All of you get out. We'll handle it ourselves. The boss froze for a moment but kept his smile. Young master, this is such a big supermarket, you. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Jiang Yi already said so. Do as he says. Bailey Pang Pang crossed his arms, looking every bit the domineering young master. The boss immediately bent over to apologize and called all the employees out of the supermarket. In an instant, the 1,000 square meter medium-sized supermarket was left with only 2 people. Bailey Pang Pang was about to pull out free space and start collecting items row by row when he suddenly noticed the ring on Jiang Ye's hand glowing faintly. In the blink of an eye, all the items in the supermarket, including those in the bedding section, were swept away. The 1,000 square meter supermarket was instantly empty. Bailey Pong Pong's eyes widened, his movements frozen. What? Everything was collected in one go. Even his free space couldn't handle such a large-scale operation, collecting everything at once. Brother Jiang Ye's ring. Bailey Pang Pang felt a pang of envy in his heart. He was truly impressed. Rose really went all out this time. If someone gave him something this precious, he wouldn't marry anyone else, no way. Jiang Ye's expression remained natural. After thinking for a moment, he said, Let's go. We've got the daily supplies sorted. Now let's buy some cold weather clothes. He turned to look at Bailey Pang Pang and paused slightly. Why are you staring at me like that? Brother Jiang Yi, how did you get Sister Rose to give you such a valuable ring? Teach me, please. I haven't made any progress with Molly yet. Bailey Pang Pang clung to Jiang Ye's arm, acting coquettish like a woman. Jiang Yi said, I told you. It wasn't Rose who gave it to me. Sigh. I know. I won't tell anyone. You can rest assured and continue your secret relationship. Jiang Yi closed his eyes, withdrew his arm, and walked out of the supermarket without saying a word. Bailey Pang Pang smacked his lips and quickly followed. Brother Jiang Yi, I won't say anything. Wait for me. The two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Only then did the boss and employees, who were standing at the entrance as punishment, breathe a sigh of relief. Why did they come out so quickly? They couldn't have taken much in such a short time, right? What do you know? How could a young master from a wealthy family not spend lavishly? They don't care about these things at all, a few employees exclaimed. The middle-aged boss beamed with joy upon hearing this. If they hadn't taken much, it meant the rest of the goods were still his. He flashed a capitalist smile and turned to walk back into the supermarket. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by an empty space. The smile on his face instantly vanished, as if he'd seen a ghost. By the bus station, Lin Xie saw the two returning and asked, So soon? Did you get everything? Before Jiang Yi could speak, Bailey Pang Pang answered first, Don't worry, Xie. I directly bought out a supermarket and 2 mountaineering gear stores. Everything is packed up, absolutely nothing missing. Lin Xie and Qing Yu and Xiao Yuan were all stunned. This wasn't shopping, it was practically wholesale purchasing. But thinking about Bailey Pang Pang, the foolish son of a landlord's family, it made sense. Xiao Yuan clasped his hands together and sighed. Not bad. Being rich is truly willful. And Qing Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Xie asked suspiciously, With so much stuff, can your free space hold it all? Bailey Pang Pang looked at Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang Ye's ring is way more powerful than my free space. It stored the entire supermarket supplies in one go. I'm so jealous. The three immediately turned their gaze to the ring on Jiang Ye's hand, their expressions showing understanding. Lin Xie seemed lost in thought. Jiang Yi didn't say much. He took out 4 sets of cold weather clothing and mountaineering bags from the ring, each packed with essentials. The 4 of them accepted the items and began putting on the cold weather gear. Why aren't you wearing cold weather clothing? Lin Xie, while dressing, noticed Jiang Yi still wearing a white long-sleeve shirt, standing out beautifully against the snowy backdrop. Jiang Yi turned slightly and shook his head. I'm not cold. It's uncomfortable to wear. Lin Xie frowned and handed over his own. Put it on. You still need to keep up appearances. Besides, the weather is so harsh it wouldn't be good if you caught a cold. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. After gearing up, the 5 of them boarded a bus. After nearly 5 hours of travel and another half-hour of walking, they finally arrived at the night watchman's base in Antak County. Jiang Yi looked up to see a dilapidated, small 2-story building. A pale yellow metal sign hung at the entrance, with a few words written on it. Antak County Forestry Bureau. Inside the Antak County Forestry Bureau, the walls were peeling and the furniture, though old, was neatly arranged. The bedding on the beds was folded as neatly as tofu blocks. You want a map to enter the forest? No way. That's a primeval forest, extremely dangerous. Li Deyong, wearing a military coat, immediately waved his hand to refuse upon hearing the request from Jiang Yi and the others. He handed over 5 cups of hot water and patiently advised, Young people, you can't enter the forest now. If you really want to go, come back in a month. Chen Han, sitting on the Kong, tucked her hands into the sleeves of her military coat. Her face was flushed as she solemnly said, The forest is off limits for now. If you want to film, come back later. The 5 people listened to the conversation between the two, leisurely taking a sip of hot water. And Xing Yu kept staring at the map on the blackboard, slowly withdrawing his gaze and nodding toward Lin Xie. Jiang Yi didn't mind after all. He couldn't reveal that he could sense the entire primeval forest. If he did, others would be insanely jealous. He took a light sip of hot water, glanced around the simple room, and his fingertips glowed faintly as they rubbed against each other. At the same time, the temperature in the room gradually rose. Chen Han, who had climbed down from the heated brick bed, and was shivering all over. Felt the warmth in the room increase, and couldn't he help but look at the broken heater, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. The few people chatting also paused their conversation. Xiao Chun, has the heater started working again? Why is it so warm in here? Li Diang felt the warmth and turned his head comfortably to ask. Chen Han stood by the heater and hesitated before saying. Maybe Lin Xie glanced over and saw that Qingyu was almost ready. He stood up and said, then we'll come back in a month. Sorry for the trouble. Li Diang nodded with a smile, his face full of relief. It's good to listen to advice. Don't be like those thrill-seekers who lose their lives so easily. The 5 people smiled and nodded, expressed their thanks, and got up to head toward the door. Brother, why are you here too? Coincidentally, the elderly man from the train arrived at the Forestry Bureau entrance with Tingting. The little girl Tingting's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Yi, and she ran over to him. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, took out a piece of candy imbued with divine power from his bag, and placed it in Tingting's hand. Brother came to ask something, and is leaving now. Go find your dad. Tingting nodded, holding the candy as she walked over to Li Diang. Daddy. Li Diang froze for a moment, surprised that his daughter knew them and even recognized him as Tingting's father. Just as he was about to ask something, the 5 people had already walked several meters out the door. Dad, do you know them? He asked while helping the elderly man unload his bag. The elderly man nodded. Met them on the train. That young man who gave Tingting candy seems nice. As for the others, I won't say much. What are they here for? What else? They wanted to enter the forest, but I persuaded them not to. Li Diang picked up Tingting, gently rubbing her little face. Tingting, it's been a while. Did you miss Daddy? I did. Tingting looked at the stubble on her father's chin and turned her gaze away. Brother's chin is still smooth. She held the candy tightly in her hand, smiling but reluctant to eat it. Li Diang carried Tingting into the house, listening to his father's chatter in the background. At night, Jiang Yi and the other 4 entered the primeval forest, led by Qingyu. They stepped on thick snow, leaving long footprints behind. Perhaps because of the snow, the muddy paths were completely covered. The terrain on the forest's outskirts was flat, and the trees weren't too dense. The 5 moved forward silently, with only the sound of breathing and footsteps. Jiang Yi frowned as he looked at the divine power-infused candy in his hand. Even now, Tingting hadn't eaten it. This meant that when the worker ants came to forage and appeared at the happy inn where the elderly man and Tingting were staying, Tingting might be taken by the worker ants, and Li Diang would follow her in. This absolutely couldn't happen. If Li Diang entered and accidentally reached Fengdu, causing the revival of the Fengdu emperor, it would be a huge problem. Jiang Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and the divine power within him began to circulate. His body gradually became transparent, blending into the space around him at the same time. The avatar formed by the power of Yintian continued to follow Lin Xie and the others deeper into the forest. The invisible Jiang Yi, however, tore through the void and left in the opposite direction. Lin Xie, who had been using Mortal Realm Divine Domain to sense his surroundings, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Xie? And Qingyu, walking beside him, asked. Lin Xie glanced back at Jiang Yi and the others, saw that they were still there, and shook his head. It's nothing. I just felt a spatial disturbance earlier. Spatial disturbance? A faint gray light flashed in Qingyu's eyes, and the surrounding space rippled like water, as if someone had torn through it. He frowned and said seriously, something's off. The space is clearly distorted. This mysterious energy might be related to space this time. Space. Bai Li, the chubby one, looked at the night sky and shivered. Could it be like that ghost story the shopkeeper told me when I was shopping? The 4 of them turned to look at him. Lin Xie asked, what ghost story? Bai Li nervously replied, there's a legend about a forest deep in the wilderness where there's a logging camp. Happy Inn. Tingting, Grandpa is going to fetch some hot water. Stay in the room and don't wander off. Got it, Grandpa. Bang. The door closed heavily. Tingting climbed onto the Kong bed, wrapped herself in the quilt, and smiled as she pulled a piece of candy from her pocket. Should I eat it or not? She tilted her head in thought, then eventually put it back in her pocket. Daddy said eating candy at night causes cavities. Zzz. Just as Tingting was about to lie down and sleep, she suddenly heard a strange noise outside the window, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. She poked her head out from under the quilt and looked toward the window. On the frost-covered glass, two antennae could faintly be seen swaying back and forth, accompanied by a sharp chirping sound. Ting covered her ears and slowly approached the window. As she got closer, the sound of something drilling into the wall became increasingly distinct. The dim light of the inn made it hard for Ting to see clearly, but she could vaguely make out the antennae slowly moving upward, revealing a larger shadow beneath the window. "Who are you? Why are you climbing the window?" the little girl asked curiously. The only response was the zzz sound. Puzzled, Ting continued to approach. Just as she was about a meter away from the window boom, suddenly, a dark shadow slammed into the window pane, shattering the glass into shards that rained down toward the little girl. In her line of sight appeared a pair of eerie green eyes. Ting saw the massive head, its watery eyes wide open, and was about to scream. At that moment, a tall, upright figure appeared. The little girl instinctively called out, "Brother!" Buzz! A humming sound echoed, and the space inside the room was instantly sealed. The shards of glass flying toward Ting froze in midair, and the giant ant's head also hung suspended. The figure outside the window floated into the room under the moonlight, like an immortal descending to earth. Jiang Yi crouched down, patted the little girl's head, and softly chanted, "Restore." The suspended glass shards trembled slightly and slowly returned to their original positions. Moments later, the shattered window was as good as new. "Brother, why are you here? What was that just now?" Ting asked. "It's nothing. What you saw just now was all an illusion," Jiang Yi said, pinching her cheek and standing up with a smile. Ting, full of confusion, asked curiously, "Brother, are you a legendary immortal? How did you fly in?" Earlier, Jiang Yi had stepped on the void, and under the moonlight, he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and shook his head. "There's no such thing as immortals. That's just a story to trick kids. Ting, your brother is leaving first." As soon as the words fell, a blue and white light flickered around Jiang Yi. With a buzzing sound, his body transformed into blue and white light particles, scattering and gradually disappearing from the room. The little girl's mouth formed an O shape, her eyes filled with astonishment. "I knew it was a trick to fool kids, and he said he wasn't a deity." She pouted. That living person left in a way straight out of a TV show about immortals, completely deceiving people. Bang! At that moment, the old man fetching hot water hurriedly pushed the door open. Naturally, he had heard the loud noise just now. Ting, what was that sound just now?" the old man asked anxiously. As he opened the door and saw everything in the room was normal, he froze in place. The little girl, Ting, ran over excitedly when she saw her grandfather enter. "Grandpa, do you know what I just saw?" "What?" "The brother we met on the train is a deity with magical powers." Hearing this, the old man's face instantly darkened. "All right, Ting, don't be like that chubby kid, always thinking about unrealistic things." "No, it's true. It's the brother who peeled oranges for me. He was amazing, just now he disappeared in an instant." Ting described it vividly. The old man patted her head and said gently, all right, Ting, let us wash your hair and clear your mind." The little girl was speechless. "Ding, you successfully prevented Li Diyang's daughter from being carried away by worker ants. Li Diyang will not head to Fengdu for now, and the plot progress of Lin Xie and the other three has accelerated." Thousands of miles away, above a snow-covered primeval forest, Jiang Yi walked through the air, overlooking the ground. Hearing the system notification, he connected with the avatar he had created using the power of the myriad forms, his brows furrowing. In the original storyline, Lin Xie and his group were supposed to take a few more days to find the Ant Queen's nest. But now, the first worker ant they encountered wasn't killed instead, it led them to the Ant Queen's nest. For now, Li Diyang wouldn't enter the forest, at least not in the current Fengdu storyline. As for what happens later, Jiang Yi didn't need to worry. As long as Li Diyang stayed out of Fengdu for now, Jiang Yi could collect the modified value and leave the rest alone. Jiang Yi nodded slightly and began contemplating his next move. The only things left were Canaan and the projection of Yama, hidden in Fengdu. First, he would deal with Yama, the king of the underworld from Indian mythology. With this thought, Jiang Yi's figure flickered and instantly appeared inside the ant queen's nest. Rustle, rustle. In the intricate underground tunnels, worker ants were dragging various plants and animals, transporting them in one direction. With a thought, Jiang Yi arrived at the center of the ant nest. The surroundings were earthen walls, and the interior was a space roughly the size of a basketball court. On a central earthen platform, a massive white worm-like creature wriggled continuously, its head still chewing on food. Worker ants surrounded it, packed tightly together. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a worker ant with glowing green eyes stared at the floating Jiang Yi, emitting squeaking sounds as if signaling something. Instantly, all the worker ants turned their gaze toward Jiang Yi. The ant queen, who had been eating, also raised its massive body and stared at him. "Hello there," Jiang Yi greeted politely. Roar. The ant queen opened its ferocious mouth and roared at Jiang Yi. All the worker ants, as if receiving an order, immediately charged toward him. Jiang Yi shook his head. "Your way of hospitality leaves me very dissatisfied." After speaking, he flicked his fingertips lightly, and a strand of blade energy shot out, striking the queen ant's mouth. Poochie poochie. The moment the blade energy made contact, it dispersed into countless lightning-like blade rays, swiftly sweeping through the entire nest. After the blade rays dissipated, the queen ant and the worker ants stood motionless like stone statues. After a dozen seconds, the queen ant's head suddenly fell from its body, green liquid gushing out. Plop! At the center of the nest, moments later, only the remains of the ants and the stench of blood were left, with no trace of life remaining. Jiang Yi nodded. The queen ant was dead, and the remaining ants would soon all perish. "Now, let's enter Fengdu." His eyes flickered with blue and white light, and beneath the ground, a grand and ancient bronze gate stood silently. The door was covered in deep green patina, and upon closer inspection, faintly eerie dark red patterns could be seen. That was a fragment of Fengdu, a remnant of the Great Xia. Jiang Yi's gaze sharpened slightly before he disappeared from the spot. Above the queen ant's nest, Lin Xie and his three companions, along with Jiang Yi's clone, followed a giant black ant to locate the queen ant's nest. Unexpectedly, they were still discovered. Before long, the sound of dense crawling came from all directions. The noise was overwhelming, and the numbers were clearly significant. Lin Xie opened the black box on his back, drew out the star blade, and said solemnly, "Prepare for battle." "All right, watch how I deal with them." Baili Pang Pang waved his hand, and 3,000 golden swords floated in midair. Beside Qingyu, a long ice sword also hovered, her eyes glowing with a pink light. Chao Yuan slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, ready to draw it at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps shook the ground, and layers of smoke rose from the distant forest. "Wow, how many of them are there?" Baili Pang Pang exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the commotion. Lin Xie frowned slightly. Using his spiritual perception, he discovered nearly 10,000 Chuanjing giant ants charging madly toward them. He turned to look at Jiang Yi and said calmly, "Not many, just about 10,000. "What? You call that not many?" Baili Pang Pang was initially shocked, but quickly came to his senses. "That's right. With brother Jiang Yi being so powerful, what was there to fear? What could 10,000 Chuanjing ants do? They could still take them down. Jiang Yi, you don't need to act for now. Step in only if we can't hold on," Lin Xie said to Jiang Yi's clone. As the team leader, he needed to focus on the growth of each team member, and trials were the best way to foster growth. Jiang Yi's clone hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately nodded. Rumble. Less than 100 meters away, a dense swarm of giant ants suddenly burst out of the grass, charging toward the 5 of them. Swish. Lin Xie drew his blade from its sheath. The golden swords controlled by Baili Pang Pang plummeted at high speed. Chao Yuan gripped his blade tightly, exuding a murderous aura. And Qingyu's lips curled slightly, her pink, glowing eyes shining brightly. "Come on, let's crash." The sound of something hitting the ground interrupted her words. The previously surging swarm of giant ants suddenly all collapsed to the ground, sliding forward due to inertia until they stopped in front of the 5 of them. Once they fell, they never got back up. Lin Xie, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Qingyu immediately halted their movements, staring blankly at the fallen giant ants. Dead. Qingyu, what is going on? Why did they suddenly stop moving? Bai Li Pang Pang kicked a giant ant with his foot, his face full of confusion. And Qingyu touched the corpse of the giant ant and frowned, saying, "They suddenly lost mental control. It must be something wrong with the queen ant, or perhaps the queen ant is dead. These worker ants are like extensions of the queen ant. If the mother body dies, the offspring won't survive for long either." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang Pang both showed surprised expressions and simultaneously looked toward the entrance of the queen ant's nest. The queen ant is dead? Who did it? We were all here. In the primeval forest, it's likely we're not the only ones here. Lin Xie's expression turned serious. Each of these worker ants was at the river realm, and the queen ant was at least at the sea realm, possibly even stronger. The queen ant's death could only mean that there are other powerful beings in the forest. And Qingyu nodded and adjusted his glasses. Moreover, the opponent's strength isn't weak, at least at the boundless realm. I estimate the sudden gathering of worker ants was due to sensing the queen ant was in danger. Could they be here for the legendary treasure? Bai Li Pang Pang pondered. Lin Xie and Qingyu exchanged glances. Long before encountering the first giant ant, Bai Li Pang Pang had mentioned the legend. The legend spoke of an eternal kingdom hidden here, filled with endless treasures. There were also occasional appearances of paper figures, said to be creations of the eternal kingdom. Lin Xie thought for a moment. With their current strength, dealing with someone at the boundless realm shouldn't be a big problem. After all, their team included the exceptionally strong Jiang Yi. He turned to look at the entrance of the nest and said in a deep voice, "Let's go in first and figure out what they're up to." The five of them entered the queen ant's nest, finding the path littered with worker ant corpses, just like outside lying silently, lifeless. When Lin Xie and the others reached the center of the nest, they were stunned by the sight of the ground covered in giant ant corpses and the continuously flowing green blood. And Qingyu crouched down, touching the green blood on the ground, and said, "The queen ant and these giant ants died simultaneously." In other words, they were instantly killed. Instantly killed. Lin Xie was shocked. A sea realm queen ant leading so many river realm giant ants was wiped out in an instant? This move seemed eerily familiar. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yi for a moment before shifting away. Jiang Yi had been with them the whole time. It was impossible for him to have secretly gone to kill the queen ant. Then, in Antak County, who could possess such overwhelming strength? Thud! With a muffled sound, the bronze door in front of Jiang Yi slowly opened, dust falling from its surface. As the bronze door opened, a cold wind blew in, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Jiang Yi's divine power erupted again, and the bronze door creaked repeatedly before finally opening completely. Amid the hazy dust inside the door, the outline of an ancient city gradually became visible. Although this bronze door was originally only openable by Li Diang, Jiang Yi had also achieved the impossible. Without lingering, he stepped into Fengdu. Behind him, the bronze door slowly closed under Fengdu's rules. Once inside, Jiang Yi clearly saw the full view of the ancient city. Faded red lanterns hung at the entrance, and the houses lining the streets appeared old and retro. A cold wind brushed against Jiang Yi's cheeks. On the surface, the place seemed deserted, but in Jiang Yi's vision, dozens of ghosts were curiously staring at him. He ignored their whispers, using his divine power to push them aside as he made his way toward the palace of the ghost gods. Before long, a series of black palaces appeared ahead, towering majestically. Jiang Yi withdrew his divine power and walked to the front of the palaces, preparing to sense the location of the underworld king, Yama. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, and countless paper figurines of ghost soldiers flew in from all directions, stopping 3 meters in front of Jiang Yi. They stared fixedly at him, their pale paper faces slowly twisting, as if trying to transform into his likeness. The next moment snap. The paper ghost soldiers around Jiang Yi exploded one after another, turning into scattered paper fragments that fell to the ground. Attempting to mimic the form of the supreme god only led to destruction. Before long, tens of thousands of paper ghost soldiers had all burst apart, and the scattered paper fragments added an eerie atmosphere to the ghost city. Jiang Yi chuckled softly, his body slowly rising until he could overlook the entirety of Fengdu, then stopped. The rules of Fengdu had always hindered his perception, but the place was not large, and its rules were incomplete. The interference was minimal, and Jiang Yi easily extended his perception to cover the entire Fengdu. Soon, his senses locked onto the pitch-black firmament, where it seemed a pair of eyes was hidden, watching over the entire Fengdu. Jiang Ye's gaze turned cold as he stared at the crimson eyes. "Come out." His voice echoed through Fengdu like the toll of a bell. As soon as the words fell, the pitch-black sky suddenly rippled with an eerie red hue. A chilling aura descended, causing all the ghosts within the city to tremble involuntarily. From the ripples, a black hand emerged, followed by an arm, a body, and a head. A god, entirely black and bare-chested, materialized before Jiang Yi. "Mortal, how did you discover me?" The voice of the Indian underworld king, Yama, was cold as he questioned. In truth, he had long noticed Jiang Yi and sensed the divine power within him. However, he believed Jiang Yi was not a true god, merely someone granted power by a deity. Jiang Yi calmly looked at the giant before him and said, "This is the territory of Daxia. You've crossed the line." "Ha!" Yama laughed loudly with divine thought. "Ignorant mortal, as long as you are willing to offer devotion and worship me, I can spare your life. But now, I will send you to your death." He sat cross-legged in midair, forming seals with his hands as blood-red ripples surged around him. A ferocious blood-red ghost face appeared in the sky, opening its pitch-black mouth and rushing toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's expression remained icy, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "You think a mere projection can kill me? How amusing." He slowly extended his right hand, as deathly energy gathered around him. Reaper's judgment instantly enveloped Yama's massive form. A terrifying divine aura swept out from Jiang Yi. Yama felt this aura, far more dreadful than his own, and his pupils contracted sharply. You're a god." The young man's face was stern as he spoke slowly. "You foreign gods, coveting the things of Daxia." Boom. Slash. The sky over Fengdu, shrouded in dark clouds, felt like a heavy lead plate pressing down on the ancient city. In midair, Yama's towering figure, hundreds of meters tall, trembled as he faced the youth radiating deathly energy. Yama's face was filled with shock. He had assumed Jiang Yi was merely an agent chosen by some deity, possessing partial divine power. But the divine power Jiang Yi unleashed was more terrifying than the peak of the main god of India's divine land, Varanasi. Could this young man have already reached the threshold of the supreme god realm? How was this possible? Yama's eyes were filled with fear. The youth's earlier words represented Daxia. Was this young man a god of Daxia? But weren't Daxia's gods all self-sealed, choosing to protect a group of mortals? Even after 100 cycles of reincarnation, it's impossible to recover to a half-step supreme level so quickly. Moreover, this aura carries the essence of the Olympian god of death. He is not a deity of Daxia. Yama's face immediately lit up with joy. He withdrew his ghostly expression and said, You're not a god of Daxia. Why are you helping them? Right now, Daxia is like a flickering flame about to be extinguished. Why don't we join forces and seize the last fragment of Fengdu together? I can even let you have it. What do you say? A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, still holding the judgment of death in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. In an instant, deathly energy swept through the entire space like a storm, blurring Yama's vision. When his sight cleared, he was stunned. At this moment, Yama was tightly bound by chains forged from deathly energy, kneeling on an execution platform. A bone-chilling coldness pierced his mind from behind. He turned his head, and his pupils contracted sharply. A black-robed reaper stood behind him, raising a massive scythe, his cold, sinister gaze fixed on him. Yama's expression froze as he thought. Since he is not a god of Daxia, there might still be a chance. Why hasn't he acted directly? He suddenly looked up at the young man seated high on the execution platform, meeting his icy gaze. Reaper, there doesn't seem to be any enmity between Varanasi and Olympus. There is no need for such hostility. If I offended you earlier, I apologize. Do you only want this Fengdu fragment? For a reaper like you, possessing it must hold great significance. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth lifted slightly as he said calmly, I don't particularly like the title Reaper. It sounds villainous. You can call me by another name. Yama was taken aback. What name? Jiang Yi slowly raised his hand and placed it on the table. The divine power of the origin of all things erupted from within him, surging into the pitch-black sky. The dazzling blue and white divine light illuminated everything. Master of all things. Yama's eyes widened instantly, almost popping out of their sockets. He stared at Jiang Yi on the high platform, surrounded by black, deathly energy on one side and radiant blue and white divine light on the other, his mind too shocked to process. A deity possessing two completely different divine essences, wielding the power of two laws. It was utterly terrifying. Even in Varanasi, the land of countless Indian gods, no deity had ever mastered two distinct divine laws, nor had any gods from other nations. Moreover, the blue and white divine light completely suppressed the Reaper's deathly energy, indicating that the other law was even more powerful. Yama's eyes were filled with terror as he nervously asked, Who are you really? Jiang Yi, seated on the execution platform, pondered briefly before replying slowly, Just an ordinary person from Daxia. Occasionally, when I'm bored, I like to slay a few foreign gods for fun. Yama, a mortal daring to slay gods? Who do you think you are? Do you think I, Yama, am so easily bullied? His face darkened immediately. The words, ordinary person from Daxia, had already revealed the young man's stance. Today, I, Yama, admit defeat. I lost to a half-step supreme god, and I have no complaints. Yama closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he was merely a projection. Dying didn't matter. The key was not to provoke this half-step supreme god. With his level of power, he stared at Yama, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and thought to himself that the Fengdu fragment was still in his possession. Coldly, he said, You have invaded the territory of my great Xia and even participated in the theft of the Fengdu fragment. I'll give you 1 month to return the stolen Fengdu fragment to the Fengdu Emperor and offer an apology. Otherwise, I will personally go to Varanasi and in front of the Indian gods, cut off your head. What? Upon hearing this, Yama clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yi. Although you've reached the half-step supreme level, aren't you afraid that we and other gods will join forces to attack your great Xia? We, the 3 supreme gods of India, won't be challenged by a mere half-step supreme being. What a joke. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. Who told you I'm at the half-step supreme level? He smiled helplessly, thinking Yama's understanding needed improvement. Moreover, with the global mist shrouding everything, the strength of India's 3 supreme gods was no longer at its peak. Outer God, listen carefully. Jiang Yi held up a token engraved with the word execution. I'll say this one last time. Anyone who dares to invade my great Xia, I will drain their bones and tendons and destroy their divine soul completely. Bang! The execution token was thrown onto the execution platform, creating a loud impact. Execute. With the command, the entire Fengdu trembled, and countless spirits were shocked. On the execution platform, the Grim Reaper raised his scythe high and swung it down forcefully. Flash! The sharp scythe sliced through Yama's neck, spraying black blood. Yama's head fell heavily onto the execution platform, his eyes wide open in death, unwilling to accept his fate. Remember, you have only 1 month. Before Yama's projection disappeared, Jiang Yi's divine sense pierced through the projection, reaching Yama's true body far away in Varanasi. Then, Yama's projection turned into black light particles and slowly vanished into the dark sky. Jiang Yi waved his hand, dispersing the judgment of the Grim Reaper, bringing the public execution to an end. The trembling spirits below, having witnessed Jiang Yi's act of slaying a god, showed expressions of shock. It was too overwhelming, far more impressive than the Fengdu Emperor. Suspended in mid-air, Jiang Yi paid no attention to the spirits. Yama was the main antagonist of this plot, and now that he was dead, the storyline was almost over. Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! In the homeland of the Indian gods, Varanasi. The waters of the Ganges were murky, littered with various debris floating on the surface. Numerous altars were built along the riverbed, where groups of Hindu devotees bathed, performed rituals, and worshipped the gods with devout faith. Beneath the Ganges, in the underworld river, lay a ghost city called Yama City. The most striking features were the two guardian dogs with 4 eyes and wide open mouths guarding the palace. The main god Yama sat on his throne, his face dark, his gaze fixed on the distant lands of Great Xia. After a long while, he slowly withdrew his gaze and snorted coldly. A half-step supreme being dares to invade Varanasi? Although the 3 main gods of India have weakened due to the mist, the artifacts in their hands are not mere decorations. Want me to hand over the Fengdu fragment I worked so hard to obtain? Dream on. Brahma's Vedic scriptures, Shiva's trident, Vishnu's discus, these are top-tier artifacts, and killing a half-step supreme being would be no problem. Yama opened his palm, revealing a small Fengdu fragment resting in his massive hand that he lowered his head slightly, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xing'an Ridge, within Fengdu. Ding. You successfully persuaded Yuanshi Tianzuan, preventing his appearance in the Fengdu storyline. You altered the event where Li Dayang's daughter was taken away by worker ants, delaying the resurrection process of the Fengdu Emperor. Before the Fengdu Emperor's resurrection, you killed the hidden King Yama in Fengdu and forced him to return the Fengdu fragments. Because of your presence, Yama voluntarily returned the fragments. In the storyline where Garan appears, you may have created obstacles for Lin Xie and Kanan, leading to the development of more plotlines. Gained 40,000 modification points. Current modification points, 800,000. Upon reaching 1 million, you will ascend to the highest peak, at which point you can choose one divine origin. With 800,000 modification points, you have obtained the ancient supreme artifact, Xianyuan Sword. This notification doesn't seem right. The first 3 points are understandable, but what does the last one mean? Am I the obstacle? Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. System, do you even know what brotherhood means? He shook his head and continued reading. Reaching 1 million modification points and ascending to the highest peak was just the foundation. After that, he could choose another divine origin. If he selected another origin, he could master 3 laws, just like Lin Xie in the original story. Zhang Yi was thrilled after reading this. Mastering 3 laws was secondary. The key was that he could resurrect his parents at that point. He slowly raised his left hand, staring at the silver ring. After a long gaze, Zhang Yi slowly withdrew his eyes and looked up at the pitch-black sky, gazing at the full moon through it. After reaching 1 million modification points and ascending to the supreme peak, he would be on equal footing with the Seraphim, though defeating them would still be challenging. Not to mention the 3 great old ones sealed on the moon, which were already beyond the scope of ordinary supreme gods. Moreover, in the original story, the seal of the great old ones had already shown cracks. If a future battle with the Seraphim affected the seal of the great old ones, relying solely on supreme peak strength would make it difficult to ensure safety. It seemed that reaching the half-step ascension level was necessary. Zhang Yi pondered and sighed. He still needed to keep farming modification points. However, he didn't yet know how many modification points were required for the half-step ascension. He refocused his thoughts and stared at the reward for 800,000 modification points. Xianyuan Sword Supreme Artifact possesses unparalleled destructive power and formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding all kinds of attacks and even granting immunity to damage under certain conditions. Skills: Sword of the Sacred Path specifically counters all evil forces, dealing double damage to evil entities. Sword of the Emperor, the Sword of the Yellow Emperor. The wielder exudes an imperial aura, intimidating opponents regardless of distance. The sword's aura can instill fear. Ultimate skill: Star Shatter. At the cost of the wielder's divine essence, unleashes the most powerful strike, capable of destroying the starry rivers and returning everything to chaos. Use with caution: Star Shatter. Seeing this final skill, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up sharply. This was incredible, but he quickly realized that while it was powerful, it came at the cost of mutual destruction. Divine essence was the foundation of a god's existence. Once it was gone, it meant death. However, Upon closer inspection of the Starshatter skill, its power could be adjusted based on the amount of divine essence consumed. This could also be considered a life-saving skill. As long as the divine essence wasn't completely depleted, it could slowly recover within the eternal divine realm. Jiang Yi retrieved the Xianyuan sword from the system space. The sword's blade was about 2 meters long, engraved with mysterious patterns and ancient runes. One side depicted the sun, moon, and stars, resembling the vast universe. The other side featured mountains, rivers, and vegetation, brimming with vitality, as if it were the realm of eternal life. The golden sword hilt emitted a layer of light that enveloped the entire sword, mysterious and solemn. Jiang Yi stared at the Xianyuan sword floating before him and tried to activate it with divine power, but there was no response. System, how do I use this sword? Blood recognition is required. This is way too ancient. Jiang Yi flicked his finger, and a drop of bright red blood flew into the blade of the Xianyuan sword, instantly absorbed. Boom. Shortly after the blood fused, the blade suddenly emitted a deafening sword hum, accompanied by a powerful sword aura that swept across the surroundings. The golden light on the hilt grew even brighter, illuminating the dark Fengdu ancient city, enveloping the entire city in dazzling golden light. Far beyond Fengdu, the weather changed abruptly. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky formed a vortex, as if something significant was about to happen. Oldly, come out quickly, something seems to have happened in the forest. At night, in the Anta County Forestry Bureau, Chun Han, who was on night duty, noticed the anomaly in the distant primeval forest snowstorms raging, thunderclouds gathering, resembling an apocalyptic scene. He hurriedly knocked on Li Deyong's door. Li Deyong was asleep but immediately got up upon hearing the knock, put on his military coat, and stepped out of the room. "What's wrong?" he asked as he opened the door, seeing Chun Han's anxious expression. Chun Han pulled him outside and pointed to the sky above the distant forest. "Look!" Li Deyong followed the direction and his eyes widened instantly. In the forest far away, snowstorms churned, and the dark clouds in the sky rotated rhythmically. If it were just this, he might have thought it was severe weather. But suddenly, a golden light pierced through the snowstorm like a laser, instantly dispersing the thick clouds, and the snowstorm stopped as well, leaving only a faint golden glow scattered in the air. Li Deyong and Chun Han immediately sensed something was amiss. This was likely caused by some mysterious force. Li Deyong frowned and said, "This isn't something ants could do. There's something else in the forest that we haven't detected before. This is bad. Xiao Chun, grab the gear. We're heading into the forest." Chun Han hesitated, "But it's so late. Time is of the essence. We need to investigate before the special team arrives. It's our duty." With that, Li Deyong quickly returned to his room, donned a cloak, and picked up a black box. Chun Han hesitated briefly but followed suit. 2 minutes later, the two of them rushed toward the primeval forest. Outside the bronze gate, Lin Xie and his companions stared at the green, rust-covered bronze gate, lost in thought. Could there really be treasure here? "It looks just like a scene from a tomb raiding drama," Li Pangpang said. Lin Xie nodded. "It does look like it. It should be a tomb. Then there must be a mechanism to open the door," Chao Yuan said. Lin Xie replied, "Let's split up and search." "Wait." Li Pangpang suddenly took out a candle from free space, lit it, and placed it in the southeast corner. Everyone was stunned. "What are you doing?" Lin Xie asked. Li Pangpang grinned. "Isn't this how they do it in TV dramas?" Everyone was speechless. Lin Xie ignored him and walked over to observe the bronze gate with Qingyu. "Any discoveries?" he asked. And Qingyu replied, "There's no dust on the door, which means someone has been here." Lin Xie frowned. "And there's no mechanism on the door to open it." And Qingyu said, his eyes flashing with gray light as he provided the answer. "How did that person get in?" And Qingyu pointed to the obvious marks of friction near the door corner. "Forced entry." Normally, opening the door wouldn't leave such noticeable marks, indicating the intruder had used sheer force to open the bronze door. Lin Xie fell into thought. They had tried to force the door open before, but the bronze door hadn't budged. Yet now, the person who killed the ants could violently open it. His strength was overwhelming, likely far beyond the boundless realm. Boom. Suddenly, something struck the bronze door, producing a loud noise. Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang, and Jiang Ye's clone also turned to look at the bronze door. A sliver of golden light seeped through the door crack, mysterious and unfathomable. It seems like there's energy colliding inside. That person might be fighting something. And Qingyu speculated. Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, "Wow, that person is so strong. When we attacked the door together earlier, it didn't make this kind of noise." Everyone's expressions turned serious. Clearly, this situation was far beyond their expectations and not something they could easily handle. "Quick, look. There's a hole under the wall over there, and it's glowing with golden light." Bailey Pang Pang pointed to a nearby opening. The five of them walked over and confirmed that the hole led inside, hesitating about whether to proceed. Should they go or not? Lin Xie looked at Jiang Yi. "Do you have confidence?" Jiang Ye's clone hesitated, his eyes shifting. "How about we retreat?" Lin Xie was speechless. Jiang Ye's clone was actually trying to test whether he could prevent him from meeting Canaan. Lin Xie pondered for a moment and looked at his teammates. He still had plenty of trump cards in hand. Even if they couldn't win, they could escape. Jiang Yi was the strongest in the team. After some thought, he said, "How about this? I'll go in with Jiang Yi first, and you all wait outside. If there's no problem inside, I'll signal you." And Qingyu shook his head after hearing this. "What if you encounter danger?" "If there's danger, we'll retreat immediately. Don't worry, I have a plan," Lin Xie replied with a smile. And Qingyu and the others could only nod in agreement. Jiang Ye's clone showed a helpless expression. This bond was truly deep. Lin Xie and the clone slowly crawled into the hole. Amid the vast galaxy, the Seraph on the moon also sensed the fluctuation of the supreme artifact. He frowned slightly, looking toward the blue planet, full of doubt. Great Xiao again. Not long ago, he had felt the aura of the supreme god, and now there was such a powerful fluctuation from a supreme artifact. What on earth was going on? Michael hesitated for a moment, his eyes flashing with golden light, and the image of Fengdu appeared in his mind. His eyes widened in shock. A top-tier supreme artifact was floating in the air, its sword energy radiating, its aura overwhelming. Beside the artifact was that hateful insect. Seeing Jiang Ye's figure, Michael was even more astonished. The supreme artifact had actually recognized Jiang Yi as its master? How was that possible? That insect was merely immortal. Wait. The Seraph's eyes gleamed with golden light, and the laws of death flowed around Jiang Yi. He saw it all clearly. He froze. How could a mortal possess such law power? What had Jiang Yi done? Mastering the power of laws meant he had already reached the level of a main god. In just 1 year, from being a top-tier human capable of killing his Klein clone to now becoming a main god, Michael's expression changed. The mortal he had once underestimated had actually reached the main god realm. Now, he was even recognized as the master by a supreme artifact. What had he missed back then? What kind of power could revive a dying mortal and even turn them into a god? Michael found it unbelievable. This was completely beyond his expectations. A little worm that had once blasphemed against him had now become a god. What was he trying to do? Prove that Michael was wrong back then? Ridiculous. So what if you've become the Lord God? In front of me, you're still just a slightly stronger worm. Michael coldly stared at Jiang Yi of Fengdu, his gaze icy. The death goddess law could suppress him, which was nothing short of a miracle, but relying on the Lord Goddess realm to suppress the supreme god was utterly absurd. However, it was clear that Jiang Yi could not be allowed to grow stronger. Michael had already calculated that he would have 2 enemies in the future. One was the fallen angel Lucifer, and the other was this slightly stronger worm. Moreover, when he sent his avatar to kill Jiang Yi back then, there was no turning back. He looked toward the mist beyond Daxia, his golden eyes flashing, his gaze falling on Egypt's solar city. After some thought, he decided that this was a matter between him and Jiang Yi. He didn't want to involve others or affect Daxia. The safest approach would be, when the Egyptian gods launch an attack on Daxia, that worm will likely enter the mist. That will be the time to deal with him. Above Fengdu, a young man hovered in the air, the eerie wind blowing his bangs. The youth held a long sword emitting a faint golden glow, and an aura of killing intent and imperial majesty enveloped the ancient city. Below, the spirits trembled all over, unable to resist kneeling before the towering figure in the face of his imperial presence. Jiang Yi's eyes glimmered faintly with golden light as he coldly gazed into the distance. In his line of sight, Yanma sat high on his divine throne, looking leisurely and content. "Did you take my words as air?" Jiang Yi flicked his wrist, and the long sword swung out, releasing a golden sword aura that traversed space, ignoring distance, and slashed toward the underworld river of Varanasi. This was the second skill of the Xianyuan sword, the Emperor's sword, capable of ignoring spatial distance and suppressing enemies. The sword aura shone with dazzling golden light in the sky, and countless spirits below were so terrified that they fell to their knees. The imperial majesty emanating from the sword filled them with extreme fear. After the sword aura was unleashed, Jiang Yi looked down at the spirits on the ground. The Xianyuan sword stood before him, radiating a holy brilliance that illuminated the entire Fengdu. This was the Holy Path sword, capable of both vanquishing evil and aiding spirits in reincarnation. The laws of Fengdu were incomplete, preventing these spirits from reincarnating properly. "With the power of the Holy Sword, I will help you reincarnate." As his words fell, the Holy Sword aura swept across the ancient city, and the spirits touched by the sacred light showed expressions of joy. They had been trapped for countless years, and now they could finally reincarnate. "Thank you, Holy King." Countless spirits knelt before the towering figure, transforming into golden light and heading toward their next lives. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, his figure gradually disappearing within the Holy Sword aura. In the distance, Lin Xie, who had just climbed out of the tunnel left by the Ant Queen, happened to see the figure disappearing in the sacred light. Huh. He rubbed his eyes and was about to take a closer look, but the figure had already vanished into the radiance. That figure seemed so familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Why are you still standing there?" Jiang Yi had returned, seeing Lin Xie standing still and gazing at the sky. He couldn't help but ask. Lin Xie snapped out of it, turned his head to look at the youth's handsome face, and seemed to remember something. That figure just now really looked like Jiang Yi. But after thinking about it, he shook his head. "It's nothing. Let's go into the city and take a look." Jiang Yi followed the group, feeling that he might be overthinking. He smiled and walked alongside Lin Xie. Fengdu, purified by the Holy Sword aura, was no longer cold and eerie. Instead, it was much brighter. The two turned several streets, finding the streets empty and devoid of any traces of battle. Lin Xie's face showed confusion as he looked up at the pitch-black sky, trying to spot the figure that had disappeared earlier. But the ancient city was so quiet it was unsettling. Not even the faintest sound could be heard. The commotion they had heard outside the Bronze Gate earlier was completely gone. Could the battle already be over? Had the person who entered first already left? Confirming there was no danger, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie continued deeper into the city. Jiang Yi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness." Lin Xie was heading directly toward the ghost hall without the slightest deviation. As they walked, Jiang Yi pondered whether he should try to stop him. If he succeeded, wouldn't it be a huge gain? Fine, system, you're right. It's worth a try. If it works, it's a win. A faint blue-white light glimmered in Jiang Yi's palm as the myriad divine ruins unfolded, forming a massive labyrinth around the two of them. The labyrinth took shape, and Lin Xie remained completely unaware, continuing forward. Jiang Yi followed alongside him. Gradually, Lin Xie finally sensed something was off. Looking around at the lanterns, he said, "Haven't we passed this place before?" "Jiang Yi, do you think we're going in circles?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, coughed lightly, and said, "It seems so. How about we try retracing our steps?" The labyrinth he had designed could only be exited by retracing one's path. Lin Xie thought for a moment. They had already passed the same place 3 times. Continuing forward was pointless. They might as well try going in the opposite direction. "All right, let's try." The two followed their memories and headed toward the hole by the Bronze Gate wall. Surprisingly, it worked remarkably well. They didn't return to the starting point. Meanwhile, inside the ghost hall, countless pieces of soldiers' armor were scattered across the ground. At the center of the hall, a black coffin rested on a circular platform. The coffin lid trembled slightly, as if the person inside was anxious. Especially upon sensing Lin Xie gradually moving away, the coffin shook even more violently. In the grand hall, the coffin began to shake intensely, and the scattered pieces of soldiers' armor started to rise into the air. Slowly, they reassembled into the form of soldiers, each with a sword at their waist, exuding a murderous aura. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy emanated from the coffin, and the doors of the ghost hall burst open. The reassembled soldiers lifted the four corners of the coffin. Even as it was lifted, the coffin continued to tremble slightly, like the heaving chest of an angry young girl. Step, 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 step. Soon, hundreds of armored soldiers, guarding the coffin, marched out of the grand hall in perfect formation. At the bronze gate, Jiang Yi and Lin Xie successfully exited the labyrinth. Jiang Yi, we actually made it out, Lin Xie said with a smile. Jiang Yi, his expression unchanged, nodded. We have a general idea of the situation. Let's head back for now. This isn't something we can handle. Lin Xie obediently nodded and glanced back at the ancient city. All right, let's go. Jiang Yi cursed inwardly. System, seriously, I even rewarded you. Step, 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 step. Suddenly, the sound of orderly footsteps came from the distance. Jiang Yi looked over, and his face instantly froze in shock. What did you say? Even the one lying in the coffin couldn't stay put? How could this happen? Jiang Yi slapped his forehead. I really underestimated you, Sanji, you old thief. Lin Xie also heard the footsteps. Seeing Jiang Yi's awkward expression, he froze. He looked toward the ancient city, his eyes widening. At the end of the stone-paved road leading to the ancient city, a group of soldiers in ancient armor was approaching in neat formation. Even more eerie, 4 of them were carrying a black coffin. The dim light and sinister atmosphere sent chills down the spine. Swish! Lin Xie drew his star blade, his expression serious as he stared at the armored soldiers. Jiang Yi, prepare for battle. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. Do you dare to fight them? I dare. Jiang Yi was speechless. He had no choice but to accept it. Who would have thought the coffin would come out on its own? Lin Xie noticed Jiang Yi's strange expression and raised the pendant Jiang Yi had given him. With your eternal divine domain and this pendant, we can regenerate infinitely. The 2 of us can wear them down to death. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. This guy really knew how to mess around, even joking about his wife. Lin Xie, you're something else. Thud. The soldiers stopped 30 meters in front of the 2 of them, and the coffin was set down with a heavy sound. Under the dim sky, at the edge of the ruined ancient city, a group of armored soldiers stood rigidly before the 2 young men. The air was thick with tension. Seeing Lin Xie holding the gleaming star blade, the soldiers drew over 100 long swords from their waists with the sound of metal scraping. Lin Xie's expression grew heavy as he gripped his blade, ready to fight at any moment. Put your sword away, Jiang Yi suddenly said. Lin Xie was taken aback. Why? Just put it away. Oh, Lin Xie sheathed his sword. Unexpectedly, as soon as he did, the soldiers also sheathed their swords. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. How did you know? I guessed. Lin Xie was speechless. But thinking about it, those soldiers guarding the coffin would naturally enter defense mode when they saw someone draw a weapon. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Yi for seeing through it so quickly. So should we kill Thud? Just as Lin Xie uttered the word kill, the coffin emitted a dull sound, as if someone had punched the lid hard. Lin Xie was slightly stunned. Jiang Yi rubbed his temples. It seems the bond is too strong. Forget it. Xie, you go open the coffin. I'll stand guard here. What? Lin Xie was dumbfounded. Was he using his buddy as a guinea pig? He crossed his arms and tilted his head. How about we go together? Jiang Yi looked puzzled. You don't trust me? What if a beautiful woman jumps out of the coffin? Wouldn't you be tempted? Don't fool me. It's definitely just bones in there. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin emitted 3 more dull sounds. Lin Xie frowned, grabbed Jiang Yi's arm, and smirked mischievously. Come on. If a beauty really comes out, she's yours. Trying to trick me? Don't be ridiculous. That coffin is either full of bones or a dried corpse. Where would a beauty come from? Jiang Yi was utterly confused. Are you trying to coax me into doing something bad? I won't. Then I won't either. Lin Xie pouted slightly. In response, the coffin began to shake violently, as if enraged by his refusal. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Lin Xie, you really are something else. Helpless, he asked. Are you sure you won't? Lin Xie nodded firmly. I won't. Then let's go. Jiang Yi turned and walked toward the cave entrance, muttering to himself that persuasion was useless anyway. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment. After thinking it over, he turned around as well. Just then, the soldiers suddenly started moving. Heavy footsteps echoed, this time more frequent and much faster. Lin Xie spun around quickly, bang. The soldiers stopped abruptly, just 1 meter away from him. Then, they swiftly spread out, encircling Lin Xie and Jiang Yi, blocking any escape. Jiang Yi turned around with a helpless expression. He caught sight of the 4 soldiers carrying the coffin, their steps steady as they slowly approached Lin Xie. Since Jiang Yi was behind him, the soldiers soon reached Lin Xie's side. Lin Xie looked at these towering soldiers, swallowed hard, and slowly reached for the hilt of his blade, preparing for a potential battle. As soon as the surrounding soldiers noticed his intent to draw his weapon, they immediately gripped their own hilts, exuding a menacing killing aura. Bang! The 4 soldiers gently placed the coffin on the ground, producing a deafening thud. Clearly, whatever was inside the coffin was extremely heavy, Lin Xie thought to himself. Before he could ponder further, a soldier near Jiang Yi drew his blade and swung it toward him. Jiang Yi squinted, thinking, is this jealousy? He didn't dodge or retreat, preparing instead to suppress the attack with his blade domain. Suddenly clang. A straight blade intercepted the soldier's sword mid-air. Lin Xie's eyes were pitch black, and dark energy rippled around him. With a powerful swing of his right hand, he deflected the soldier's blade and stepped in front of Jiang Yi. Dare to attack my vice captain? Courting death. His gaze was cold and filled with murderous intent. With 1 step forward, he swung his blade, slicing off the helmets of 2 soldiers. Coffin. Boom, boom, boom. The coffin began to shake violently, as if something inside was trying to break out. Jiang Yi was momentarily speechless, thinking, this system's idea of diversity is certainly interesting. After the 2 soldiers fell to the ground, Lin Xie returned to Jiang Yi's side and grinned. Let us fight our way out. Forget about the coffin, there's definitely some kind of skeleton monster inside. Jiang Yi shook his head, raising his hand coldly, and declared, Blade Domain, activate. Boom, boom. As his words fell, all the soldiers instantly knelt to the ground, completely subdued and unable to move. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at the scene and sheathed his blade. You could VE told me earlier that you could handle them so easily. He had to admit, this forbidden zone was extraordinary, capable of allowing Wu Laogo to suppress a Klein-level existence with just half a step into Klein's power. After dealing with the soldiers, Jiang Yi turned his gaze to the trembling coffin. He looked at Lin Xie seriously and said, Go open the coffin. Lin Xie wanted to refuse, but seeing the earnest expression on Jiang Yi's face, he sighed. Fine. Jiang Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. There's a surprise inside. Besides, only you can open it. The coffin won't react to anyone else. Seriously? After waiting 2,000 years, even a bride wouldn't wait this long. Lin Xie thought to himself as he groggily walked toward the black coffin. He carefully inspected it. Strangely, as soon as he approached, the coffin stopped trembling and lay still. Observing the intricate patterns carved on its surface, Lin Xie slowly extended his right hand and placed it on the lid. As the lid slid open, it made a faint scraping sound. Through the small gap, a figure gradually came into view, a young girl dressed in a deep blue ancient robe. Lin Xie's eyes lit up slightly as the coffin lid was fully removed. The girl's skin was fair, with a healthy rosy glow. Her black hair cascaded down, and her features were exquisitely beautiful. She's truly stunning, Lin Xie murmured in surprise. He didn't linger on her appearance, turning instead to Jiang Yi. Wow, Jiang Yi, you actually guessed right. Did you already sense what was inside the coffin? He himself had tried probing with his spiritual energy earlier, but had been blocked by some mysterious force. Not far away, Jiang Yi said helplessly. You know she's awake, so why not get her out of the coffin? Oh, Lin Xie turned around, only to find the girl had already opened her eyes, her gaze filled with dissatisfaction. You're awake, so get up yourself. Lin Xie stood up, took 2 steps back, and gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, appearing somewhat cautious. Jialan. Jiang Yi was speechless, rubbing his forehead and sighing. In the dim light of Fengdu, behind a bronze door lay a black coffin, silent and still. After Lin Xie finished speaking, Jialan clenched her small fists, gritted her teeth, and slightly turned her head to the side, as if sulking. "Why aren't you coming out?" Lin Xie frowned and asked. Jialan ignored him. At this moment, strategist Jiang Yi approached. "Could it be that she's been in the coffin for so long that she can't move?" Lin Xie paused for a moment, looking at the ancient coffin. Who knows how many years it had been there? If a person lies still for too long, their muscles would gradually atrophy. Lin Xie walked to the coffin's edge. "Can you really not move?" Jialan reluctantly nodded. "Then I'll carry you out." Sensing no danger from her, Lin Xie released his grip on the knife hilt and carefully picked Jialan up. He mainly wanted to figure out why this girl was in the coffin. Perhaps Jiang Ye's death god's order could provide some clues. Feeling the warmth of his hands holding her, Jialan's face showed a faint blush. Her earlier angry expression immediately vanished, replaced by a beautiful smile. She wasn't entirely unresponsive. Lin Xie exerted some effort to lift Jialan. Though she was a bit heavy, he could manage. Turning to Jiang Yi, he said, "Jiang Yi use." Jiang Yi noticed Lin Xie's surprised expression and suddenly stopped talking. He glanced down at Jialan, then at Lin Xie, and suddenly understood. Holding a woman like this, Jiang Yi wouldn't misunderstand that we're. Lin Xie quickly let go and waved his hands, saying, "I only carried her out because she couldn't move." Thud. Jialan landed on the ground with a soft grunt. Immediately, the sound of cracking knuckles reached their ears. Jiang Yi was speechless. "All right, I guess I was overthinking." As straightforward as ever. He glanced at Jialan, who was lying on the ground. The girl's gaze met his, full of hostility. "What's going on?" Jiang Ye's face twitched. This was absurd. Turning away, he said, "Chia, this girl is your responsibility now. Open the coffin and take care of her yourself. I'm leaving." Lin Xie froze for a moment, and in the next second, Jiang Yi had already walked into the cave, giving him no chance to explain. Looking at Jialan lying on the ground, Lin Xie muttered to himself, "Is he angry?" Hearing this, Jialan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Xie, her teeth grinding audibly. Her fists pounded the ground like drumbeats, causing cracks to spread across the stone slabs. Lin Xie snapped out of it, his gaze falling on the blue-robed girl. After some thought, he removed the blue pendant from around his neck, crouched down, and gently touched Jialan's skin with it. As soon as the pendant made contact, it emitted a green glow that slowly merged into Jialan's body. "This was given to me by a friend when I was young. It helps speed up recovery. You'll be able to walk on your own soon." Jialan stared at the pendant in surprise, her brows furrowing. "How does it feel? Can you move now?" Lin Xie asked. Jialan shook her head unhappily. Although she could indeed move, she just didn't want to admit it. Lin Xie sighed helplessly, hung the pendant back around his neck, and grabbed Jialan's hand. "Then I'll carry you out." The girl's eyes lit up, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Lin Xie hoisted Jialan onto his back, stood up, and headed toward the cave entrance. In his heart, he thought that the relics inside should be handed over to the authorities. The hostile look the girl had given Jiang Yi earlier made him firmly believe that she couldn't stay in the team otherwise. It might lead to conflict. "By the way, what is your name?" Lin Xie asked. Although the pendant's divine power had restored Jialan's ability to move, her speech ability had regressed and hadn't recovered. The girl on his back gently tapped him and, relying on memory, wrote 2 characters on Lin Xie's neck, Jialan. Lin Xie sensed it. Jialan. So she's mute. Jialan didn't respond. She furrowed her brows and reached out, wanting to touch the pendant on Lin Xie's neck, trying to ask something. "Don't touch it." Lin Xie's warning came just as Jialan's hand froze. She clenched her fist tightly, her eyes welling up with tears. In the end, she withdrew her hand, her expression shifting from grievance to jealousy and then anger. "That man, I'll make you regret this." At this moment, Jiang Yi had already emerged from the cave. The 3 people waiting outside heard the sound and immediately walked over. "Brother Jiang Yi, you guys, huh? Where's Lin Xie?" Li Pangpang looked behind Jiang Yi, his face full of confusion. And Qingyu and Chao Yuan's expressions subtly changed. Lin Xie hadn't come out, could it be? He's busy flirting, Jiang Yi said flatly. The three were instantly dumbfounded. What? Flirting? Bailey Pang Pang glanced curiously at the bronze door, pointing at it as he said, "This is a tomb. Could it be like in those TV dramas, where the coffin suddenly opens and out pops a woman who has been alive for thousands of years?" Jiang Yi paused for a moment and said, "You're right, Pang Pang. Your intuition is spot on. A girl from 2,000 years ago did indeed appear from the coffin." Bailey Pang Pang and Qingyu and Chao Yuan's faces twitched upon hearing this. From a scientific perspective, people from 2,000 years ago would have long since turned into corpses. But the rules of this world are different. "Jiang Yi, take me inside. I need to study this girl thoroughly," and Qingyu said, his tone tinged with skepticism but also a hint of anticipation. After all, having another research subject was always a good thing. Before Jiang Yi could respond, Bailey Pang Pang interjected, "No way. Qingyu, do you really believe this? Brother Jiang Yi, 2,000 years ago, and she's still a girl? You didn't even think it through before lying," Chao Yuan said, clasping his hands together and nodding. "That would make her a mature woman, no? More like an ancestor-level figure." Jiang Yi said helplessly, "It's fine if you don't believe me. Just wait and see, they'll be out soon." As soon as Jiang Yi finished speaking, the three turned their eyes toward the cave entrance. At this moment, the entrance was pitch black, no longer illuminated by the golden light from earlier. Their eyes couldn't make out anything, they could only hear footsteps growing closer and closer. And Qingyu squinted slightly. The footsteps are heavy, but there's only one person. Bailey Pang Pang looked a bit disappointed. "Brother Jiang Yi, I was really hoping Chia would bring a girl out. After all, he is practically an insulator." Jiang Yi didn't respond, quietly waiting. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Bailey Pang Pang stood at the cave entrance, ready to greet the captain. But when he saw the stunningly beautiful girl on Lin Xia's back, he froze completely. "Oh my god, there really is a girl." Lin Xia stepped out of the cave and saw Qingyu and the other two staring at him with strange expressions, a look of confusion on his face. He turned to glance at Jialan, who was perched on his shoulder, and then looked at Jiang Yi. "You didn't tell them?" Jiang Yi, knowing that Jialan had come out earlier, should have already informed them. Jiang Yi shrugged. "Even if I told them, they wouldn't believe me. What could I do?" Bailey Pang Pang suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "No way. Chia, who is this woman? Don't tell me she really came out of the coffin." Lin Xia nodded. "Yes." Bailey Pang Pang was so shocked he struck a dragon-like pose, tilting his body, placing his right hand on his left shoulder, and slightly lifting his right leg. And Qingyu squinted his eyes slightly, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Chao Yuan, seeing the girl's innocent demeanor, clasped his hands together and shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied. "Damn, Chia, this is incredible. You, of all people, managed to bring such a beautiful girl out of a coffin." Bailey Pang Pang's eyes were full of envy. Lin Xia closed his eyes briefly and looked at Jiang Yi. "I just said, if a beauty really comes out, she's yours." Jiang Yi, seeing Lin Xia walking over, had three big question marks pop up over his head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jialan, who was on Lin Xia's back, was also stunned. She panicked and bit Lin Xia's shoulder. "Hiss, what are you doing?" Lin Xia loosened his grip, and Jialan jumped off his back, standing there with a wronged expression, glaring at him intently. And Qingyu, Bailey Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan silently took 2 steps back when they saw this. Bailey Pang Pang pulled out 3 packs of sunflower seeds and handed them to Qingyu and Chao Yuan, who accepted them in unison. Jiang Yi was speechless. "You tricked me. You could walk, but you made me carry you." Lin Xia didn't notice Jialan's emotions and instead focused on this point. Jialan's chest heaved, her fists clenched tightly, and she let out a snort. "Jiang Yi, she's your responsibility. Don't even start." Jiang Yi quickly interrupted, raising his hand. "I don't want her. She's yours." Lin Xia's expression turned a bit odd, feeling like Jiang Yi was deliberately trying to push the two of them together. But he didn't even know this girl. "If you don't want her, we'll hand her over as soon as we leave the cave." Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. Jialan, Behind Lin Xie widened her eyes, her face full of grievance, tears welling up as if to say, "Am I really that unwanted?" Jiang Yi was at his wit's end. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let us keep her. At the very least, she's a good shield." Shield? Her forbidden ruin is one of the 7 king ruins, called Immortal, Jiang Yi explained. As soon as he said this, Lin Xie and Qing Yu and the other 2 all stared at Jialan, their eyes flashing with surprise. They had already witnessed the power of the king ruins back at the fasting hall. Wu Laogo had used the king ruin, Formless, to replicate Jiang Yi's forbidden ruin, easily defeating all the believers and Klein's whispering avatar, showcasing terrifying strength. Jialan seemed to notice their astonishment and let out a soft snort. Immortal, the 3rd king ruin, possesses absolute defense and can even grant eternal life. No wonder she could stay in the coffin for so many years, and Qing Yu analyzed. Eternal life. Lin Xie's eyes widened in even greater surprise upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the girl who had willingly entered the coffin to be so powerful. As for how Jiang Yi knew about Jialan's king ruin, it wasn't surprising. After joining the Night Watchers, one could access the Forbidden Ruin sequence information. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said to Jiang Yi, "All right, we'll go with your plan. Let us head out first and report to Commander Yi." Squeak, squeak. Jialan heard this, and her joints made cracking sounds. And Qing Yu, Bailey Pangpang, and Xiao Yuan silently munched on sunflower seeds. Jiang Yi sighed. "Let's go out first." Although Jialan was somewhat dissatisfied, she still nodded in agreement to stay behind. She had been waiting for Lin Xie all along and couldn't leave. The 6 of them retraced their steps to the surface, walking out of the ant nest for over 10 kilometers. Lin Xie asked Jialan about the ancient city. The name Fengdu echoed in the minds of the 4. The underworld from the legends of Daxia, Fengdu? Lin Xie couldn't help but ask. But how did Fengdu become so desolate? Jialan pondered for a moment and wrote a few lines in clerical script on paper. And Qing Yu looked at the translation. A long time ago, Fengdu was the realm of death in the ghost world, vast in scope. But after the Fengdu emperor and the ghost gods disappeared, 4 strange-looking deities appeared shortly after. They shattered Fengdu into 5 pieces, taking away 4, leaving behind the smallest piece here. Lin Xie and the others were shocked, but roughly understood. 100 years ago, the gods of Daxia mysteriously vanished, and Fengdu, left unprotected, was invaded by foreign gods who seized most of its territory. Lin Xie's face gradually turned cold. Who are those 4 foreign gods? Jialan continued writing, and Qing Yu translated, Osiris, Lucifer, Hades, Yama. Just as Qing Yu read out the last name, a bone-chilling wind swept through, stirring up flying snow. A powerful divine force pressed down from the horizon, enveloping the primeval forest, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. They simultaneously looked toward the direction of Fengdu, where the Ant Queen resided. Over there, the weather suddenly changed, clouds rapidly churned, as if something was about to descend. Jiang Ye's lips curled slightly, his gaze fixed on the sky. He had long noticed that Li Diyang had gone to the Ant Queen's nest, but did not stop him, as the key point of this plot had already been obtained. Stopping him would only delay things without yielding any additional benefits, and he didn't want to waste his energy. However, Yama really acted quickly. Half an hour earlier, Jiang Yi and the other 5 had just left. Li Diyang and Chun Han arrived at the Ant Queen's nest and were shocked to see the ground littered with dead worker ants. Without lingering, they cautiously explored deeper into the nest, following the footprints to a bronze door. Is this an underground tomb? Chun Han looked at the bronze door and stepped forward to examine it closely. Li Diyang frowned, staring at the tomb, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity but unable to pinpoint the reason. What's wrong, old Li? Why are you spacing out? Chun Han asked when he saw Li Diyang in a daze. Oh, it's nothing. Li Diyang snapped out of it. Can this door be opened? Chun Han pushed the door hard and then searched around its edges for a mechanism. Just as he was about to say it couldn't be opened, he noticed a hole at the base of the wall next to the bronze door, seemingly leading inside. The door won't open, but there's a hole over there. We can go in through that. Chun Han pointed to the hole. Li Diyang nodded. Then let's go through there. Be careful. All right, Chen Han agreed. Clang. Just as the two decided to enter through the hole, the bronze door suddenly seemed to sense something and slowly opened on its own. Shangjing City. Two figures hurriedly walked out of the Capitol building, their faces grave. What happened over in Xinyanling? Yi Fan asked urgently. Zhuoqing looked at the newly received detection report and said solemnly, according to the monitoring, a divine presence is about to descend on the primeval forest in Anta County, near the border of Daxia. Anta County. Yi Fan's footsteps halted, standing still like a statue. That was exactly where Jiang Yi and his team were carrying out their mission. What is wrong, Commander? Zhuoqing asked in confusion. Yi Fan frowned deeply. Which deity has descended? The king of the underworld from Indian mythology, Yama. It's him. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. Ever since uncovering the truth about the disappearance of the deities of Daxia, he had come to understand the events of the past century. Not long after the deities of Daxia fell into reincarnation, Yama, Osiris, Lucifer, and the recently returned Hades joined forces to seize Fengdu. Yama's appearance this time, could it be to claim the last fragment of Fengdu? Yi Fan's expression turned icy cold in an instant. Notify Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei. Anyone who dares to challenge Daxia shall be eliminated without mercy. Zhuoqing immediately saluted and rushed off to carry out the order. Beep, beep, beep. Understood, message received. In the rustic-style restaurant, Third Uncle's Flavors, Zhou Ping put down his phone, his gaze as cold as ice. Ding, ding, ding. Hearing the bell of an electric scooter, he turned his head to see a delivery man in a yellow vest. He nodded slightly, pulled a chopstick from the holder, and called out, Third Uncle, I'm taking a leave. Before he even finished speaking, Zhou Ping dashed out of the restaurant without even taking off his waiteress uniform. Third Uncle shouted loudly, You brat, what are you taking a chopstick for on your leave? Zhou Ping mounted the electric scooter, waved the chopstick, and replied, To slay a god. Inside Fengdu City, shattered armor and the remains of soldiers were scattered at the entrance. Under the dim light, it seemed as though a harrowing battle had just taken place. Why is this place so eerie? Chen Han looked around, a chill running down his spine. Li Diyang, on the other hand, stared blankly at the ancient city in the distance, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force. Be careful. Let us go into the ancient city to investigate and report back to the Night Watcher's higher-ups. Following his instincts, Li Diyang slowly walked toward the depths of the ancient city, with a nervous Chen Han trailing closely behind. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a palace whose entrance was carved with fierce and menacing patterns. Chen Han hesitated as he touched the door. Oldly, should we go in? Li Diyang pondered for a long time. The ancient city wasn't too large, and they had already seen most of it. But there was definitely some secret hidden here otherwise. The surrounding natural phenomena wouldn't be so bizarre. With their current strength, they couldn't easily venture into such a place. No, we've gathered enough information. Let us retreat for now. This isn't something we can handle. Chen Han nodded. Just looking at those carvings made his hair stand on end. The two cautiously descended the steps in front of the palace. Chen Han went down first. As Li Diyang's last step touched the ground creak, the palace doors groaned open, sending a shiver through both of them. Li Diyang turned his head, only to see a ghostly light shooting straight toward his forehead. A surge of immense energy instantly filled his mind. Fengdu, I am the Emperor of Fengdu. In his mind, a voice called out, and memories slowly awakened. Boom! A soul-shaking wave of energy erupted from within the palace, as if compelling their very spirits to submit. Crack, crack, several doors slowly opened, and a figure in a solemn black robe appeared in their line of sight. Chen Han stared at the mysterious runes and patterns on the black robe, as if witnessing the cycle of life and death in the realms of yin and yang. The next second, his eyes narrowed sharply. The black robe was flying toward Li Diyang. The Li Diyang standing before Chen Han no longer had a confused look in his eyes. Instead, there was now a regal majesty in his gaze. The black robe stopped 30 meters away from Li Diyang, then swiftly ascended into the pitch-black sky. Beneath Li Diyang's feet, the yin energy condensed into slabs of stone, forming a path leading to the throne in the heavens and the black robe. He hesitated slightly, not stepping onto the stones immediately, but instead turned to look at Chun Han, whose face was full of shock. Walking over, he revealed a faint smile. I have to go. Return to the Forestry Bureau and open the drawer. You'll find what you need there. Don't tell Dad and Ting Ting, just say I've been sent on a special mission and won't be back for a long time. Thank you. Li Dayong patted Chun Han on the shoulder, his eyes filled with melancholy and reluctance. Chun Han froze, taking a long moment to react before asking in confusion, Old Li, what are you? Whoosh! A sudden gust of icy wind interrupted his words. The wind was bone-chilling, as if one had fallen into an ice cellar. A cold glint flashed in Li Dayong's eyes. Yama, you still want to seize the last fragment of Fengdu? Do you really think the Emperor of Fengdu doesn't exist? He stepped onto the energy slabs, walking forward step by step. Each step stirred up a powerful wave of energy, shaking heaven and earth. Emperor of Fengdu? Chun Han's face went blank, finding it hard to believe that an ordinary border night watchman was actually the legendary Emperor of Fengdu from the myths of Daxia. Li Dayong reached the throne, stretched out his hand, and the black robe instantly draped itself over him. He flicked the hem of the robe, sat back on the throne, and fixed his gaze firmly on the dark sky. With a single thought, Li Dayong and the throne disappeared, reappearing above the snow-covered expanse of a primeval forest. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and Yama's divine power caused the wind and snow to rage, creating extremely harsh conditions. Li Dayong let out a cold snort, and with a wave of his hand, the fierce wind and snow immediately ceased, and the clouds dispersed. Yama, for what you did to Fengdu back then, today I will make you pay 100-fold. As his words fell, 6 silver rings flew from Fengdu, intertwining and hovering in Li Dayong's hands, their power shaking the heavens. Even though he had just awakened and his strength had not fully recovered, with the 6 paths of reincarnation in hand, slaying a mere outer god was a simple task. At that moment, a small electric scooter beeped as it stopped where the wind and snow had momentarily subsided. Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei looked up in astonishment at the Emperor of Fengdu in the sky. The Emperor of Fengdu did not lower his gaze to look at them. His eyes remained coldly fixed on the sky, shrouded in the aura of the underworld. A god, entirely black and bare-chested, slowly emerged from the nether energy. In the primeval forest of Antak County, the snowy white landscape under the sunlight had long vanished. The sky was now enveloped in a dense, deathly aura of the underworld, even thicker than the energy of Fengdu. The oppressive darkness made one's heart race with unease. Holy crap, isn't that Li Dayong, the night watchman of Antak County? Hee. Li Pang Pang, who was observing through binoculars, had his mouth wide open, his face full of shock. The others were also startled, turning in unison to look at the distant black figure and Yama's massive form. The modified Qingyu furrowed his brows as well. The image of Li Dayong, clad in imperial robes and seated on the throne, vividly surfaced in his mind. He is the Emperor of Fengdu. In the distance, the Emperor of Fengdu glared at the giant before him, his eyes blazing with fury. Below, Zhou Ping, dressed in a restaurant server's uniform, stood resolute, extending his hand. Invisible sword energy condensed beneath his feet, shooting straight into the sky. Meanwhile, the delivery boy pulled out 2 small yellow ducks from his delivery bag, opened the caps on their heads, revealing fan-like blades inside. He stuck them onto the electric scooter and his yellow helmet. As the blades began to spin, the electric scooter and Meituan deliveryman slowly rose into the air. The 2 flew behind the Emperor of Fengdu, staring at Yama's massive figure. The gods who had descended upon Daxiao in the past were almost always avatars, their strength insufficient to inspire fear. Even though their mortal bodies could not be killed, stopping them was not a problem. But now, Yama, the god of the underworld from Indian mythology, had appeared in person, something Daxia had never anticipated. The Emperor of Fengdu sensed the 2 behind him, especially the aura emanating from the sword energy, and nodded approvingly. It seems you've grown quickly. Zhou Ping glanced at Li Dayong, who was seated on the throne, and felt a chill in his heart. Who are you? He asked. The Emperor of Fengdu, Li Dayong replied calmly. Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei widened their eyes and exchanged glances. Lu Wuwei shook his head, signaling something. Fine, then I won't kill him. Zhou Ping agreed with Lu Wuwei. The Emperor of Fengdu was speechless. Lu Wuwei secretly gave a thumbs up. Li Diyang's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "You must be mistaking me for an enemy." He shook his head and fixed his gaze on Yama in the sky. "Yama, do you think that just because you've come in person, you can take Fengdu?" As he spoke, the Six Paths reincarnation silver ring in his hand began to grow larger. Suspended before them was Yama's massive figure, but Yama didn't even glance at the Six Paths reincarnation. His eyes scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. Li Diyang frowned. Then, Yama turned to the three of them, his underworld aura surging. "I ask you, have you seen a young man with a sword? I've come to return something to him." Return something? The Emperor of Fengdu, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped. Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei were also stunned. A young man with a sword? Return something? So Yama wasn't he here to seize the Fengdu fragments? What are you here to return? The Emperor of Fengdu asked sternly. Only then did Yama look at Li Diyang on the throne. That aura felt strangely familiar to him. Are you the Emperor of Fengdu? A divine thought swept over, and the Emperor of Fengdu's face immediately darkened. The pressure of a main god was something he could not withstand in his current state. If not for the protection of the Six Paths reincarnation, he might have already been crushed and rendered immobile. His eyes burned with anger as the aura of the silver ring surged. Indeed, I am. Last time, you stole my Fengdu, and today, boom. Before he could finish, divine power erupted from Yama's body, and the overwhelming aftershock stirred up a storm of wind and snow. Zhou Ping raised his hand to shield himself, pulling out a chopstick from his pocket and casually throwing it. The powerful sword energy shot straight at Yama. The Emperor of Fengdu wasted no time, unleashing the Six Paths silver ring directly at Yama's head. However, Yama merely glanced at the two attacks. Gathering underworld divine power in his massive palm, he effortlessly swatted them aside. How could the Emperor of Fengdu, who had yet to regain his divine status, and a human who hadn't mastered the laws, possibly stand against a main god? The chopstick imbued with sword energy snapped in two and fell to the ground, while the Six Paths silver ring was slapped back into the Emperor of Fengdu's hand. The three of them immediately grew serious. At this rate, there was no way they could win. You two, leave quickly. I will hold them off. But in the next moment, Yama's voice, resonating across the heavens and earth, interrupted the Emperor of Fengdu. Please forgive me, Emperor of Fengdu. I should not have failed to recognize your identity due to your current weakness. Yama's massive figure brought his hands together in a gesture of respect and bowed his head humbly toward the Emperor of Fengdu. The moment these words were spoken, the world fell silent. Even Jiang Yi and the others, 10 kilometers away, heard the thunderous voice. Damn, is the Emperor of Fengdu really that powerful? Even foreign gods have to bow and apologize before him? Li Pang was utterly shocked. Just now, Yanma had casually deflected the trio's attack with a single palm, clearly overpowering them. But what was the reason behind this sudden apology? Not only Li Pang, but even Jialan and Lin Xie couldn't figure out what was going on. If Yanma and the other 3 foreign gods had fought over Fengdu in the past, logically, they should have gone all out, perhaps even snatching the last fragment of Fengdu right in front of the Emperor of Fengdu. Nearby, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses and analyzed. It might have something to do with the sword-wielding youth Yanma mentioned earlier. I wonder what Yanma plans to return to him. Sword-wielding youth? Lin Xie, upon hearing this name, suddenly recalled the figure he had seen when he first entered Fengdu, holding what seemed to be a sword. Could it be him? But who exactly was this person? He could even compel the Hindu mythological god of the underworld to appear in person and return something. Lin Xie turned to Jiang Yi, who had entered Fengdu with him at the time. Jiang Yi must have seen him too. But even if he asked Jiang Yi, he wouldn't know who that person was. Such a powerful and mysterious existence was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Jiang Yi noticed Lin Xie's gaze and felt a bit puzzled. Had he been discovered? In the distant sky, upon hearing Yanma's apology, the Emperor of Fengdu and Zhou Ping looked as if they had seen a ghost. He's apologizing? Zhou Ping was relatively composed, but Lu Wuwei's eyes widened in confusion. The Emperor of Fengdu's expression was not only one of bewilderment, but also a hint of embarrassment. I'm not weak, I just haven't recovered my strength yet. Are you shouting this so the whole world knows? The Emperor of Fengdu frowned and asked, why are you apologizing to me? Yinma sighed, recalling the scene where his river of the underworld was severed by a single sword strike and his Yinma city was split in two. Earlier, he had held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that the youth who was half a step to supreme wouldn't come to Varanasi. But in the next moment, a sword aura directly severed the river of the underworld, and he was so terrified he almost wet himself. From such a distance, was this kind of power really achievable by someone half a step to supreme? He looked at the Emperor of Fengdu and reluctantly extended his hand, revealing a fragment of a city floating in his palm. It was the Fengdu fragment Yinma had taken years ago. This is Fengdu. The Emperor of Fengdu stared at the fragment in Yinma's palm, his gaze complicated. What are you doing? Of course, I'm returning Fengdu to you. I can't hold on to this hot potato. I still want to live a few thousand more years. Yinma waved his hand, and the Fengdu fragment flew toward the Emperor of Fengdu, hovering in front of him. For a moment, the Emperor of Fengdu, Zhou Ping, and Lu Wuwei were all stunned. He had come all this way, appearing in person, just to return what he had taken years ago. Was this really the foreign god they knew? Are you sure you're not joking? The Emperor of Fengdu stared at the fragment, puzzled. Yinma shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that sword-wielding youth to be so strong. Now that I've returned the item, it's time for me to leave. This damned place, I don't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Buzz. Yinma's massive figure transformed into a mist of nether energy and instantly vanished into the heavens and earth, fleeing faster than a rabbit encountering a wolf. The Emperor of Fengdu, Zhou Ping, and Lu Wuwei stood frozen in place, unable to react for a long time. Who could have imagined that the imposing Indian death god just moments ago would flee like a mouse encountering a cat? Who was the sword-wielding youth? Emperor Fengdu was full of confusion. It seems that Yama encountered that sword-wielding youth, which led him to return the Fengdu fragment. But who exactly is this youth? To think he could compel a major deity to personally appear and return something, even at great risk. Even though he has only just regained his strength, and it's been just over a year since the century-long cycle of Daxiao ended, no one should have reached such a level, right? Could it be the celestial lords intervening? But none of the three celestial lords used swords. Emperor Fengdu turned to Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei and asked, have you seen this sword-wielding youth he mentioned? The two thought for a moment and shook their heads. Emperor Fengdu sighed. When did Daxia's deterrence become this strong? Looks like I recovered too late and missed something major. Buzz. At that moment, the space suddenly began to distort. Emperor Fengdu, deep in thought, turned his gaze to the side. In the distorted space, an elderly man wearing a blue Taoist robe and cloth shoes floated in the air, his expression gentle. Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei frowned upon seeing him. Don't be nervous, he's not an enemy, Emperor Fengdu explained, then nodded toward the elder. Celestial Lord, why are you here? The primordial Celestial Lord glanced in the direction where Yama had disappeared and shook his head with a smile. I was overly concerned. That Taoist friend is indeed extraordinary. Taoist friend? Emperor Fengdu's expression changed as he looked down at the Fengdu fragment in his palm. Celestial Lord, do you know that sword-wielding youth? The elder nodded. I suppose I do. I once played a game of chess with him. Emperor Fengdu understood the Celestial Lord had sent someone. He then asked, did you win? Did he agree to help? Primordial Celestial Lord. That's not important. Emperor Fengdu paused for a moment. That's not like you. When we played chess before, you won and didn't say that. You didn't lose to that youth, did you? The elder's face darkened, but eventually nodded. Emperor Fengdu softly uttered an, oh, and refrained from asking further, though he was already deeply shocked. Having competed against the primordial Celestial Lord himself, he knew how difficult it was to defeat him. But this sword-wielding youth, he was becoming increasingly intriguing. All right, it's time for us to leave. The elder smiled at Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei, nodded, and then turned to disappear into the space. Emperor Fengdu sighed, glanced in the direction of his father and Tingting, and also vanished. Suddenly, The world was left with only Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei staring at each other. Celestial Lord. The three celestial lords of Daxia? It seems this situation is even more complicated than we imagined. Zhou Ping nodded without elaborating. Lu Wuwei, understanding his personality, said nothing more. He patted the back seat of the electric scooter. Let's go, I'll take you back. Zhou Ping stepped on his sword energy and sat on the back seat. The delivery boy twisted the handle, and the electric scooter streaked across the sky as a yellow afterimage, disappearing. In the distance, Jiang Yi and the others, who had been observing all along, stared blankly, unable to recover for a long time. That elder, wasn't he the one they encountered on the green train? Baili Pang instinctively took out the jade rui from free space. Lin Xie and Qing Yu and Chao Yuan also looked over. Baili Pang swallowed hard. He really is an immortal. So powerful. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together. Indeed, fools have their own blessings. Lin Xie and Qing Yu also nodded. Jiang Yi stepped forward and patted Baili Pang on the shoulder. Maybe one day you'll become an immortal too. Believe in yourself. Baili Pang was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Brother Jiang Yi, get lost. Jiang Yi snapped at the noisy commotion. Oh, Baili Pang quickly withdrew his hands, but the smile on his face remained. The others simply thought Jiang Yi was joking and didn't take it seriously. Their minds were preoccupied with one question. Who exactly was the sword-wielding youth mentioned by Yama? It seemed that everything had been triggered by this sword-wielding youth. Lin Xie glanced at the sky. After trekking over 10 kilometers and witnessing a battle between deities, the day was already turning to dusk. Filled with questions, he looked at his teammates and said, "Let's rest here for the night and head back tomorrow." Everyone nodded in agreement. They divided tasks among themselves, setting up tents and lighting a fire. As they worked, they chatted about the events surrounding Yama's arrival. Before long, night fell. The group sat around the campfire, roasting food. Brother Jiang Yi, do you want milk or coffee? Baili Pang approached Jiang Yi, holding out 2 cups. Jiang Yi thought for a moment. Milk. He took the milk and drank a sip. Jiang Yi. At that moment, Lin Xie, who was roasting frozen fish bought from the supermarket, spoke softly. Jiang Yi turned his head, and Lin Xie leaned in close, whispering, "When we entered Fengdu together, did you see a sword-wielding figure in the sky above Fengdu?" Jiang Yi froze for a moment. "So you didn't notice?" He nodded. "I saw it." "Oh." Lin Xie softly responded with an, "Oh," and didn't ask further. "Aren't you going to ask me who it was?" Jiang Yi asked curiously. Lin Xie shook his head and smiled. "I just wanted to confirm if I saw it wrong. At that level, even if your perception is stronger than mine, you wouldn't be able to see through it." Jiang Yi was left speechless. He shook his head and continued drinking his milk. Nearby, Jialan, who had been watching Lin Xie and Jiang Yi whispering, clenched her fists. But soon, she saw Lin Xie pick up 2 roasted fish from the campfire, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Lin Xie, at least you still have some conscience, knowing I'm hungry. Jiang Yi, want one?" The next second, Lin Xie handed one of the roasted fish to Jiang Yi. Jialan. Nighttime, Shangjing City. Inside a modest room, a flag of the Great Xia Kingdom hung on the wall. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. "Come in." Yi Fan set down his work and looked at Zhuo Qing as he entered. "What's the situation?" "Yama has retreated." Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "There's one more thing." Zhuo Qing hesitated as he looked at the documents. Yi Fan noticed the tone and paused slightly. "What is it?" According to the report from Lu Wuwei, Yama didn't come to seize Fengdu, but was actually intimidated by someone. Intimidated? Yi Fan's face showed confusion. Yama was a deity, yet he was intimidated? What exactly happened? Zhuo Qing explained. This time, Yama descended because he was intimidated by a sword-wielding youth. Yama had no choice but to appear and return the Fengdu fragments he had previously taken. As Zhuo Qing spoke, he handed Lu Wuwei's report to Yi Fan. After reading the materials, the room fell into silence. Especially upon hearing that Yama had fled with his tail between his legs, Yi Fan's face twitched a few times. This Lu Wuwei, his report is way too casual, even using colloquial language. Yi Fan was speechless, but inwardly, he was deeply shocked. When did such an existence appear in Daxia? capable of making the true form of the Lord God descend and even returning fragments of Fengdu. Do you know who that sword-wielding youth is? Yifan couldn't help but ask. Zhuqing rolled his eyes and shook his head, saying, the report didn't clarify. It only mentioned that the primordial heavenly venerable referred to him as a fellow Taoist and even lost to him once. Yifan's expression changed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Even the primordial heavenly venerable called him fellow Taoist and had lost to him. This person's strength was far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Could it be one of the other two great heavenly venerables? Soon, Yifan shook his head. These matters were not his concern. He looked up and asked, by the way, how's the situation with the reserve team? I just contacted Lin Xie. The mysterious ant entities have been completely eradicated, but they discovered a young girl in Fengdu. What kind of girl? This girl possesses one of the 7 great king ruins, immortality. Lin Xie said he wants to bring her back. Commander, what do you think? Zhuqing asked. Immortality. Yifan frowned slightly, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he said, let Lin Xie keep her there. The 5th Special Squad only has 5 members with a girl possessing the Immortal King Ruin. She can be trained as a team member. Understood, Commander, Zhuqing replied. Yifan thought for a moment and added, they performed well in these 2 missions. Their contributions must be recognized. Let Daxia's higher-ups know about their achievements. Also, the Phoenix Squad has been saying they're busy lately. Coincidentally, there's a mysterious foreign case in Gus's city. Send the reserve team to handle it. Zhuqing nodded, understanding that although the reserve team had been established, they couldn't be officially recognized without achievements. Commander Yi was paving the way for the reserve team. Antag County Forestry Bureau. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to brighten. A man wearing a black cloak, frost hanging between his brows, shivered from the cold. He slowly walked into the quiet Forestry Bureau, shaking off the snow on his body, his gaze still somewhat vacant. Chen Han removed his cloak, walked to the cabinet by the Kong, and extended his frostbitten, reddened hand to open the drawer. The drawer was filled with white cigarettes. His stiff fingers rummaged through them, and suddenly, a letter caught his eye. Chen Han's eyes sparkled, hesitating for a moment before picking up the envelope. Inside were 2 sheets of paper. One was a transfer application with his name on it. The other was a blank sheet with a few lines written on it. Chen Han stared at the blank paper, his gaze gradually lowering. The sunlight outside slowly streamed into the room, bringing a hint of warmth. Holding the envelope and a cigarette, Chen Han walked to the door and sat down. He gazed at the snow-covered peaks in the distance, lit the cigarette, and took a deep drag. Cough, cough. This cigarette is awful. Oldly. After speaking for a while, there was no response. Chen Han looked toward the sunlit horizon, his cracked lips curling slightly upward. Oldly, did you go off to become an immortal? Now you want me to leave. Let me tell you, I was the type to defy authority when I was young, and I won't leave. Few people are willing to guard this snowy land, but this is Daxia's territory. Bang! The flame of the lighter ignited the envelope. Not far away, hidden in the space, Li Diang sighed softly, then smiled and slowly disappeared. At the train station, Jiang Yi and his group of 6 boarded the green train for their return journey. Brother, what a coincidence. You're heading back too. As soon as they found their seats, they ran into the old man and the little girl, Tingting, who were also returning. Tingting waved happily at Jiang Yi when she saw him. The 6 of them were stunned. It was indeed quite a coincidence. Jiang Yi was a bit surprised to see the little girl, but not overly so. Last night, Yan Mo descended, and the area was engulfed in a snowstorm, halting all transportation and delaying the old man and Tingting's journey. Jiang Yi sat next to the little girl and smiled at her. Chao Yuan sat beside Jiang Yi, while Qing Yu and Lin Xie sat across from them. Baili Pang Pang was about to sit next to Lin Xie when suddenly, a cold gaze swept over him. Baili Pang Pang froze, awkwardly turned his head to look at the blue-robed girl, Jialan, and quickly moved aside, gesturing for her to take the seat. Jialan, please sit here. Jialan sat down, glaring at Jiang Yi with hatred before turning her gaze to Lin Xie. Lin Xie felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Last night, he hadn't grilled fish for her, and in a fit of anger, she had punched him in the waist, leaving him completely bewildered. Fortunately, He had already informed Zhuo Qing last night to hand Jialan over, resolving the trouble early. Brother, are you a deity? The little girl suddenly remembered the events of that night and looked at Jiang Yi curiously. A deity? As soon as she said this, everyone turned to look at Jiang Yi. Smack. Ting ting. I've told you not to learn bad things from that chubby boy. There's no such thing as deities in this world. The old man beside the little girl immediately put on a stern face and gently patted her head upon hearing her mention it again. Baili Pang Pang. Ting Ting immediately fell silent, looking at Jiang Yi with some grievance. Brother, Grandpa doesn't believe me. Jiang Yi smiled and patted her head. It's okay, brother believes you. Maybe your father is a deity, watching over you right now. My dad? Really? Really? Jiang Yi looked out the train window as the scenery rushed by, and suddenly, a figure slowly appeared. It was none other than the Fengdu Emperor, Li Diyang. The old man beside them shook his head helplessly, dismissing Jiang Ye's words as mere jokes to amuse the child. The others also didn't take the little girl's words seriously. After all, who would believe a child's words? It was like those reborn children in novels, claiming to foresee the future at just 11 or 12 years old. And Qing Yu's face showed a hint of doubt, but he said nothing. Outside the train window, Li Diyang floated in the air, moving slowly along with the green train, his eyes full of reluctance. Buzz. The space beside him began to distort, and an elderly man in a plain Taoist robe appeared. Is that young man the one who forced Yin Mo to reveal his true form? Asked the Fengdu Emperor. The old man nodded. His strength is no less than ours at our peak. What is his background? I don't know. The Fengdu Emperor frowned slightly, looking somewhat worried. Don't worry. His attachment to his daughter and father is just like yours, the primordial heavenly venerable said with a smile. The Fengdu Emperor fell silent. The two deities did not follow the green train, but simply watched it gradually disappear into the distance. More than 2 hours later, the old man and the little girl changed trains. If this little girl knew her dad was the Fengdu Emperor, she'd probably be scared out of her wits, Baili Pang Pang remarked as he sat down. Lin Xie shook his head. Compared to knowing the truth, perhaps it's better for them not to know. As soon as he said this, the six fell into a brief silence. Everyone understood that Li Diyang was the emperor of Fengdu and could never return to the little girl Tingting's side. Instead of letting such a young child face the harsh reality, it was better to give her some warmth with a kind lie. Jiang Yi said nothing, quietly gazing out the car window. He had also lied to his mother, saying he could stay with her for a lifetime, but reality was cruel. He lowered his head, looking at the ring on his hand, and sighed softly. However, the goal was not far off, just 20,000 more points of modified magic value. Then he could resurrect his parents, Song Nan, the captain, and reach the pinnacle close to a seraph, possessing enough power to protect those he wanted to protect. Jiang Yi stared blankly out the window, while Lin Xie occasionally glanced at him. Sitting next to Lin Xie, Jialan tightly gripped a book titled Chi Chi Baby's Complete Guide to Chinese Pinyin and gritted her teeth as she read aloud. At this moment, Baili Pang Pang revealed a clever expression, put on half of the eye of truth, and adjusted his collar. Sister Jialan, if there are characters you can't pronounce, feel free to ask me. Among the six of us, aside from Brother Jiang Yi, I consider myself the most knowledgeable and clear-headed. Hearing the name, Jiang Yi, Jialan looked up, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. She pointed to a character in the book and sounded it out. G. Gun. Baili Pang Pang laughed. Sister Jialan, that's correct. This character is pronounced gun roll. So. Roll. Jialan shouted. Baili Pang Pang. He touched his face in frustration and turned to Lin Xie. Xie, you teach her instead. Lin Xie snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Jialan. Seeing him look at her, Jialan immediately pointed to two characters in the book, showing a desire to learn. Lin Xie hesitated, about to suggest she learn when she joined the higher ranks of the Night Watchers. She's going to be a teammate in the future, you have to teach her. Jiang Yi spoke up. Lin Xie pondered for a moment and slowly read aloud. Jiang, sure. Jialan listened and couldn't help but grit her teeth, saying, Jiang Si. Jiang Yi. What? I'm helping you here. Baili Pang Pang couldn't help but chuckle. This is a bit difficult, let's start with something simpler. Lin Xie pointed to two other characters and said, Sa, Yi. Jialan read word by word. Shai. That's much better, Lin Xie nodded. Jiang Yi brushed his bangs, remaining silent. It was obvious to anyone that Jialan's murderous gaze was hard to hide. Ahem, by the way, Xie, did you submit the mission? Chao Yuan broke the awkwardness. Lin Xie put down the pinyin book and nodded. Last night, I submitted the action report along with Jialan's information. Commander, you should have already reviewed it. Does that mean we can take a break now? Bailey Pang Pang asked, troubled. It's not long until my dad's birthday, and I'll have to go home for the banquet. The birthday banquet of the chairman of Bailey Group. Yeah, and this time it's different. Lin Xie paused. What's special about it? Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head and chuckled. This year is his 50th birthday. After the celebration, he'll retire. It's essentially his farewell party. Except for Jiang Yi and Jialan, the others were surprised. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. If the chairman of Bailey Group retires, considering the involvement of so many mysterious forces and the management of various forbidden items, such a massive Bailey Group can ultimately only be handed over to. Everyone turned to look at Bailey Pang Pang. You. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head, his smile radiant. That's right, I'm my dad's only son. From birth, I was destined to be the heir of the Bailey Group. Everyone secretly thought that if Bailey Pang Pang took over the Bailey Group, the company was bound to collapse. Jiang Yi, however, quietly listened to Bailey Pong Pong's boasting, knowing that reality was often cruel. Let's keep it low-key. I'm actually just a kid from an ordinary family. Bailey Pang Pang shyly touched his head. He looked at Jiang Yi and the others. Brother Jiang Yi, everyone, you must come when the time comes to witness this glorious moment. It has to be lively. Jiang Yi and Lin Xie nodded, a bit helpless. Jiang Yi thought to himself that he had promised Pang Pang back in Songnan to protect him this time. Bailey Xian's birthday banquet wasn't about killing the Bailey family, it was about preventing Bailey Pang Pang from being killed by Bailey Jing. That was the key to changing the storyline. However, now wasn't the time to think about these things. Judging by the progress of the plot, the next location should be Suzhou City. Ring ring. As Jiang Yi thought of this, Lin Xia's satellite phone rang. At the tail of the train, Jiang Yi and the other 5 had just knocked out the guards and were looking down at the blurred shadow of the train on the tracks. Commander Yi just said there's an emergency in Suzhou City. We need to head there immediately. The helicopter will arrive soon, Lin Xie said, frowning. Bailey Pang Pang looked puzzled. We're on a train right now. How is the helicopter going to pick us up? Lin Xie took a deep breath and said slowly, jump off the train. A few minutes later, the 6 of them had all jumped off the train, standing on the tracks and watching the green train gradually disappear into the distance. Lin Xie's face showed regret. Those were 6 tickets worth of money. The sky continued to snow, flakes falling on their shoulders as the cold wind blew at their clothes. Bailey Pang Pang rubbed his hands, tugged at his clothes, and complained, jumping off the train all of a sudden, I really can't take it. Xie, what's going on in Suzhou City that's so urgent we had to jump off? Commander, you didn't explain clearly over the phone. Someone will give us the details once we're on the plane, Lin Xie said, looking up. In the distance, a black appeared, and the sound of rotors grew louder. As the helicopter approached, a gust of wind swept up, blowing their clothes wildly. Jialan, her face flushed, hid behind Lin Xie. The helicopter slowly landed on an open space, and Jiang Yi and the other 5 braced against the rotor wind as they boarded the cabin. Rumble. The rotors sped up, and the helicopter slowly ascended, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Half an hour later, the 6 of them transferred to a transport plane at a military airport. Inside the cabin, Lin Xie fastened his seatbelt and held a file marked Top Secret, reading it carefully. Jiang Yi was deep in thought, his expression somewhat downcast. This part of the plot was unfolding as he had anticipated. In the original story, it was the snake woman of the ancient god cult and the proxy of the god of yellow sand who attempted to capture the mysterious foreign entity, Belkrand, leading to the appearance of the Phoenix Squad. But now, Belkrand was already locked up in Lin Xie's mental hospital, so the ancient god cult must have captured another mysterious foreign entity. What saddened Jiang Yi wasn't this, but the fact that this part of the plot offered little room for change. Apart from killing the proxy of the god of yellow sand, the rest had minimal impact on the main storyline. If he wanted to make changes, he might have to focus on the relationship between Bailey Pangpang and Molly. Jiang Ye's gaze fell on Bailey Pangpang. In the original story, this part of the plot also served as a setup for the deepening of Bailey Pangpang and Molly's relationship. If their relationship can be deepened, it might influence their future encounters. This way, the value of changing the plot would be greater. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. After all, the main plot change still revolved around Bai Li Xin's birthday banquet, and the changes gained from this side story were much smaller. Although it was only 200,000 points, it was still worth striving for. As Jiang Yi was pondering, Lin Xie finished reading the information, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Jialan, who was sitting beside him. The introduction about the immortal king's ruins in the document had caught his attention. Commander Yi wanted him to keep Jialan in the team. The document revealed that the owner of this king's ruins had been sealed in a coffin over 2,000 years ago and was only recently discovered. After more than 2,000 years, where could she go? Moreover, the power of the immortal king's ruins was incredibly strong, living up to its name. At this moment, Jialan felt Lin Xie's gaze, her eyelashes trembling, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you have anywhere to go?" Jialan thought for a moment and shook her head. "Then stay here. How about that?" Jialan tilted her head, responding in confusion. "Here?" "In this team," Lin Xie explained. Jialan froze for a moment, her lips curling slightly upward as she stammered. "Not hand it over? Are you asking why I won't hand you over?" Lin Xie probed. Jialan nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. It was the first time in days that she had shown such a hopeful expression. Lin Xie shifted his gaze from her to Jiang Yi, who was deep in thought across from him. "Because Jiang Yi recognizes your strength." "Jialan." She froze as if struck by lightning, completely stiff, as though she had been split in two. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, rubbing his temples. This was really hard to explain. Bailey Pangpang smacked his lips in admiration. "Chia, as expected of you. Such firm resolve is not something everyone can learn." And Xingyu and Chao Yuan also smiled helplessly. Lin Xie scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that what he said wasn't wrong. Jialan, snapping out of her daze, clenched her fists tightly and turned her head away in anger. She kept glaring at Jiang Yi fiercely, as if harboring a deep grudge against him. Jiang Yi, however, was innocently dragged into the situation and didn't intend to argue. He thought to himself, "What does your relationship drama have to do with me? Chia, let's quickly talk about the emergency situation in Gusu City." He hurriedly changed the subject. Lin Xie nodded, opened the next document, and began to speak slowly. As of 2:36 p.m. yesterday, all residents of Gusu City have exhibited symptoms of excessive sleepiness. Some even fell asleep suddenly while working, walking, or driving. Initially, some people woke up and claimed to have had a long dream. But now, everyone who has fallen asleep has not woken up. According to investigations, the entire Gusu City has become a city of dreams. Anyone who enters the city will fall into a state of sleep. Sample testing shows that the entire city is enveloped by a mental wave, resembling a dream trap that confines people, causing them to fall into an unending dream. In the dream, their bodies are controlled by some kind of force to attack others. However, this mental wave operates through spiritual power. As long as one's spiritual power is strong enough, they can still move briefly within Gusu City. Currently, Night Watcher Team 017 of Suzhou City is investigating this wave of brain activity. Apart from the former captain, Han Xiaoyan, the other team members have all fallen into a deep sleep. However, Han Xiaoyan has yet to locate the source of this mental wave. As of 5 p.m. today, the sleep phenomenon has persisted for 24 hours. After listening to Lin Xie's report, everyone except Jiang Yi looked extremely serious. What kind of mysterious power could plunge an entire city into slumber? Bailey Pangpang said in astonishment. Lin Xie glanced at the data and said, "According to the analysis, this power might originate from outside the Great Xia territory. Its name is Void Nightmare Beast." Suzhou City. The sun shone brightly, casting its light over the bustling streets. The city still appeared vibrant, yet it was eerily quiet. No one spoke, there were no construction noises, and even the sound of car horns had vanished. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. On the streets, in office buildings, in cars, people were all deeply asleep, with only faint breathing sounds remaining. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted on the 11th floor of a nearby building, and a figure clad in silver-white clothing was blasted out. Yet, the deafening noise did not awaken the slumbering city. People remained asleep, as if no sound could rouse them. Cough, cough. The silver-white figure, who had been blown away, coughed twice and slowly stood up. Han Xiaoyu, once it fully erupts, this city will become an eternally slumbering dreamscape city. The Void Nightmare Beast can traverse the void, with strength reaching the Klein realm. Though its attack power isn't strong, it can create a nightmare domain over a wide area, plunging all living beings into sleep and nightmares. Mental resistance is futile. The Night Watcher's detection is merely a facade. Boom. A loud noise echoed from the sky, drawing the attention of both individuals. The second Medusa proxy twisted her body and took a few steps forward. Gazing at the gradually clarifying airplane on the horizon, she curled her lips slightly and flicked her tongue. The prey has taken the bait. In the sky, a transport plane slowly flew over Suzhou City. The cabin door opened gradually, and 6 figures emerged under the sunlight. We've arrived. A nearby officer saluted. Lin Xie looked down at the height, feeling a bit awkward. How do we get down? The officer froze. You don't have descent tools? There are only 4 parachutes. Do you want them? Lin Xie glanced at Jialan and Zhang Yi, then nodded. Yes. Zhang Yi was about to speak, but sensed something unusual below, his brows furrowing. The Night Watcher's intel seemed off. But no matter dreamscape, just the right opportunity. The officer handed over the parachutes. Lin Xie distributed them to Enqing Yu, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Pangpang, keeping one for himself. He looked at Jialan, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jialan naturally understood her Forbidden Ruins ability didn't require a parachute. Though slightly displeased, she couldn't help but smile when she noticed Zhang Yi also didn't have a parachute. She stared at the city, gritted her teeth, and leaped. Lin Xie nodded and turned to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, share a parachute with me. The weight won't be an issue. As soon as he said this, Jialan, who had just started descending, froze mid-air. Lin Xie. Bailey Pangpang burst into laughter, while Chao Yuan and Enqing Yu gave a thumbs up. As expected, a true expert. Zhang Yi snapped out of it, looked up at Lin Xie, and after a moment of thought, said, I have a better idea. Lin Xie and Enqing Yu were stunned. Zhang Yi unfolded his blade domain, and an invisible blade aura beneath his feet condensed into a massive transparent blade. We'll fly down on the blade. The 4 of them lit up with excitement. This was way cooler than parachutes. Wow. Brother Zhang Yi, you have such an awesome skill. Incredible. Bailey Pangpang jumped onto the giant blade without hesitation. The other 3 also stepped onto the transparent blade. Zhang Yi flicked his fingers, and the blade accelerated, flying downward through the air. The officer beside them was dumbfounded. What kind of maneuver was this? Had they ascended to immortality? Boom. Below, a figure in a blue robe crashed into the southern earthen wall, shattering it instantly. Amid the dust, the blue-robed girl emerged unscathed, her face full of fury. She seemed to possess the kind of determination that wouldn't turn back even after hitting a wall. Lin Xie, you bastard. Why are you so nice to him? Jialan clenched her fists, the sound of her knuckles cracking as her anger nearly erupted. She looked up, and her rage intensified. Under the sunlight, 5 people were flying gracefully on a transparent blade, hands behind their backs. And Jialan crouched down, turning sideways as if she just wanted to be left alone. Ding! The 5 landed stylishly. Zhang Yi glanced at the crouching Jialan, feeling a bit awkward. You jumped too quickly. I didn't have time to tell you. Jialan looked at them helplessly, on the outskirts of Suzhou City. The 6 of them didn't enter the city immediately, but observed from the outside. The entire Suzhou City was eerily quiet. Bailey Pangpang looked through the binoculars. Just as Qie said, everyone in the city is asleep. And Enqing Yu gazed at the slumbering crowd, a strange glint flashing in his eyes as he furrowed his brows. With a thought, a white rat's head suddenly emerged from a nearby sewer entrance and scurried to his feet. He pointed toward Gusu City, and the white rat nodded before running into the city. However, as soon as the rat reached the city's edge, it suddenly collapsed. If not for the faint rise and fall of its chest, and Xingyu might have thought it was a deadly toxic barrier that killed on contact. He then infused the rat with mental energy to test it, and the results were immediate. The rat, now imbued with mental energy, could remain conscious in the dreamscape for a longer period. But to Jiang Yi, all of this seemed like nothing more than a trick by the void nightmare beast to lure its prey. I tested it. Mental energy can indeed resist the dream-induced slumber of the nightmare beast, but something feels off, and Xingyu said, looking puzzled as he observed the distances between the collapsed rats. Lin Xie, intrigued, asked, "What feels off?" And Xingyu pointed to the 5 fallen rats and said slowly, "I infused each rat with exponentially increasing amounts of mental energy, and they all moved at the same speed. Logically, the stronger the mental energy, the longer they should resist the dream-induced slumber, and the distances between the collapsed rats should increase exponentially. But strangely, there is no discernible pattern in the distances between them." Lin Xie turned his gaze to the 5 rats. Indeed, there was no clear pattern in the spacing. However, the rat infused with the most mental energy had traveled slightly farther. "Maybe there is some kind of variable at play," he speculated. And Xingyu nodded. "That is very possible." After pondering for a moment, Lin Xie decided to take a more cautious approach. He turned to Bailey Pang Pang and asked, "Pang Pang, do you have anything that can block mental energy?" "Block mental energy? Let me check." Bailey Pang Pang rummaged through the free space, and his eyes landed on a pile of hoods. His face lit up with excitement. "Found it. This hood can block 70% of mental energy interference." Everyone turned to look at the hood in Bailey Pang Pang's hand. He distributed 5 hoods to the group and put on a yellow hood with pointed ears that completely covered his face, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. Jiang Yi glanced at Bailey Pang Pang's appearance, then at the black hood in his own hand, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Pang Pang, are you sure you don't have a side hustle?" The hood's design looked suspiciously like a comical robber's mask. "Brother Jiang, this has nothing to do with a side hustle. Look at my Pikachu hood, doesn't it look great?" Bailey Pang Pang struck a pose. Everyone couldn't help but nod, almost convinced he was about to play the role of a robber in a military training exercise. As the group debated whether to wear the ridiculous hoods, an explosion suddenly echoed from the direction of the city. Everyone immediately turned to see flames erupting from a building on the horizon. That explosion, it must be something happening with the 017 Night Watcher squad, Lin Xie said, his expression tightening. "They're probably in danger. Let us move in quickly." Lin Xie stared at the leopard print hood in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and put it on before rushing into Gusu City. And Xingyu and Xiao Yuan also donned their rabbit and clown hoods, respectively. Jialan kept a stern face, turned back to glare at Jiang Yi, and without wearing a hood, directly chased after him. Jiang Yi smiled helplessly, also without wearing a hood, and slowly stepped into the borders of Gusu City. The Nightmare Beast's dream realm was not something that mental power could resist. It could even blur the line between reality and dreams. He hadn't told everyone about this, naturally because he had his own plans. The Nightmare Beast had already reached the Klein realm, coupled with the proxy of a boundless realm deity. The previous plot buildup had escalated the difficulty of this confrontation dramatically, far beyond what the current stage of the 5th Special Squad's reserve team could handle. However, Jiang Yi shook his head and strolled leisurely through the city streets. Lin Xie and his teammates had already fallen asleep, completely unaware that they were now carrying out their mission within a dream. Jiang Ye's palms slowly emitted a blue-white glow, which flew into the bodies of the 5, forming a protective shield on their surface. He did not immediately go after the Nightmare Beast hidden in the void, but stood quietly, waiting for something. Footsteps echoed, and the sound of high heels striking the ground came from the end of the street. Jiang Yi slightly raised his head and saw a man and a woman appear at the end of the street, carrying a black box in their hands. The woman had a seductive appearance, wore sunglasses, and had a curvaceous figure. The spiritual energy emanating from her marked her as a Klein realm expert. The man, on the other hand, was at the peak of the boundless realm. Medusa, it seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough, Jiang Yi said calmly. This woman was Medusa's second proxy. The previous proxy, this snake woman, had been slain by Jiang Yi, and after her death, Medusa had found a new proxy. The woman adjusted her snake-like hair, her eyes filled with hatred. It's you, the death god proxy Jiang Yi, who killed the former proxy of Her Majesty, the snake woman. Her snake hair danced as she scrutinized Jiang Yi, sneering coldly. A mere Chuan realm brat, just perfect to avenge that useless snake woman. The proxy of the god of yellow sand frowned slightly and shook his head at the woman. He's not affected by the dream realm, so he can't just be Chuan realm. Let's act together. The man looked at Jiang Yi. I thought the Phoenix Squad would come, but instead, two proxies of the great Xia deities have arrived. What a surprising delight. Jiang Yi nodded. It will indeed surprise you. The man's gaze sharpened, and he exchanged a look with the woman. They both understood that Jiang Yi could not possibly be just Chuan realm. To remain unaffected in the Klein realm nightmare beast's dream realm, he had to be at least a Klein realm expert. No wonder the snake woman had died at Jiang Yi's hands. But fortunately for them, one of them was Klein realm, and the other was half-step Klein realm, clearly no match for Jiang Yi. However, facing a Klein realm deity proxy, they couldn't afford to be careless. The woman acted without hesitation, her eyes flashing crimson, and countless pairs of snake eyes immediately appeared on the ground around Jiang Yi. As the proxy of the god of yellow sand, a whirlwind of yellow sand instantly surrounded her, gradually accelerating into a fierce sandstorm. She slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing a wicked smile as she twisted her body. Man, look into my eyes. The wind and sand blew against Jiang Yi's clothes, but he showed no reaction to her words. He simply raised his head slightly, blue-white divine light flickering in his eyes as he stared directly into the snake eyes that could petrify anything. Buzz! With just this one glance, the surrounding snake eyes instantly shattered, and the resulting sandstorm immediately ceased. The two were dead.